Shri Rama Rama Rameti Rame Rame Manorame Sahasranama Tat Tulyam Ramanama Varanane. This verse brings only good memories to me. I still remember every morning when my grandfather used to wake up and used to recite Shri VISHNU SAHASRANAMAM as a part of his everyday acharam, discipline. Shri VISHNU SAHASRANAMAM was of course taught to me by my acharya. Nevertheless, whatever little I have learnt even before I was taught was only through listening. I am sure most of you will also be having such good memories of Vishnu Sahasranamam. Vishnu Sahasranamam forms a part of everybody's everyday ritual. This one Stotra Prabandham is so very close to our hearts. Thus, Abhinava E-Pathashala aims to put forth the meaning of this entire work in a succinct fashion, given the time duration that we have. Of course, I personally have had the fortune and delight to be explaining every word in Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam, every nama in my mother tongue, Tamil, in detail to the audience in a span of over 4 years for over 180-190 hours. It is there in the YouTube. But given that people have their own schedules, work schedules, they have work to attend in their family as well, sparing 180 to 200 hours is going to be tough. So a lot of my friends kind of appealed that why don't you bring in a course that could bring the essence of Vishnu Sahasranamam in a language that all of us find it common, say English, for a shorter duration. I did mention that when it is for a shorter duration, the detailed explanations that I will be giving for every nama will be reduced from hours to minutes. Nevertheless, most of them said that that is still okay. And with that advice in my mind, I am beginning this course with my namaskarams to Bhagavan, Paramatma, Parabrahmam, Sriman Narayana, and to all the mystic saints who offered utmost devotion to him, namely the Alvars, followed by the Acharyas who propagated the philosophy, brought in discipline to the system, and to all the fellow Bhagavatottamas with whose grace I have been able to speak at least a few lines such as this. This course has been titled Shri VISHNU SAHASRANAMA DEEPIKA. What does Deepika stand for? Deepika stands for something that illuminates, that is like a lamp, that is like light. So this course aims to throw light on the meaning of Shri Vishnu Sahasranamam. So that is the aim of this course. As I have said, this is open to all, and irrespective of what you are, how you are, who you are, the content is being offered. There is going to be no discrimination whatsoever. But there is an appeal. In the coming classes, I request each one of you to listen to the lecture as many times as possible. Take this Mandalam period as a vratam, as a vow, as a pledge, that you should be sparing at least 2 hours to 3 hours every day on the lectures. Then only probably you will be able to listen to it 3 or 4 times. And once you listen to a topic, the content again and again, it gets into your mind. So here, in this course, we will have 3 parts. The first part is the Purvangam. Purvangam is that part which is the prologue or something like a prelude to the entire work. So, like how we offer our prayers during the housewarming ceremony, during any other event, we offer our salutations to the Lord to ensure that this course is successful. Then we say, who has spoken about this? It is Bhishmacharya, upon whose asking, Yudhishthira is asking. Who has compiled this conversation? Vyasacharya. Who is Vyasacharya and what is his contribution to Sanatana Dharma? What is this Prabandham all about? What are its essential characteristics? Whom am I revering, offering my obeisances to? Who is that Mahavishnu? Where does he stay? With whom does he stay? All this has been put together in the form of Purvangam Shlokams. Like from Shuklambaradharam Vishnu, continued with Kimekam Daivatam Loke, commented by Bhishma with his answers, and then finally we have the Sankalpam of Amritam Shudbhavo Banuruti Bijam, Devaki Nandana Srashteti Shaktihi, and then we conclude with our Anugraha Shlokam and Upodghata Shlokam, Shantakaram Bhujagashainam. So this set is called as Purvangam, introduction. Now this introduction is to what? It is to this work which is a compilation of 1000 namas, which is called Sahasranamam, the 1000 names. Where does it begin? Vishwam, Vishnuhu, Vashatkaraha, Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhu, Bhuta Krit. So this is how it begins. How does it conclude? Shankhabrin, Nandaki, Chakri, Sharngadhanva, Gadadharaha, Rathangapanihi, Akshobhyaha, Sarvapraharana Yudaha. These are the set of 1000 names. This is the Madhyama Bhagam, the central important portion. What is the conclusion? The Uttarangam. The conclusion is you offer the Phalashruti to the devotee. You tell them, upon recitation of Vishnu Sahasranamam, what will you get? Ultimately, we are all mundane, primitive mortals. We have desires in our life. We have certain requests and appeals to the Lord. Of course, Adi Shankara did not ask, Ramanuja did not ask, Vedanta Deshika did not ask, Madhvacharya did not ask. But we should know that we are not them. They are Acharyas, they are Avatara Purushas. They will guide us, but at the end of the day, we are primitive mortals. So we have our own appeals and desires. So what will we get? This has been mentioned in the Phalashruti. And there is another part to the conclusion, which is the testimonials. For example, if you buy a novel, it will say, this particular line, the New York Times said. This particular line, the Washington Post said. This particular line, the Guardian said. This particular line, Live Mint said. This particular line, the Hindu said. This particular line, the Times of India said. This particular line, Swarajya said. So you will have testimonials or comments or critiques offered by various people. Similarly, has this Vishnu Sahasranamam been spoken in the other Puranas? Yes. So the conversation that exists between people has been compiled together. That is the conclusion portion. So we have a Purvangam, the 1000 names, and the Uttarangam. So now I'll be taking you through every stage. Purvangam will be a short one. The Uttarangam will also be a short one. The one in the middle, the 1000 names, will consume a large proportion of our duration, the course duration. Now, for shlokas which are simple, I will go as a gist for every shloka. And then when it is in detail, where I require where it is required for me to explain the shloka more, I will do that. Now, where was this Prabandham delivered? How was it delivered? All this we will be seeing it now. So I begin here. Shuklambaradharam Vishnum Sashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vighnopashantaye. Vighnopashantaye. Why don't you bring us auspiciousness by eradicating or annihilating the Vighnam, the impediments, is our prarthana. So whom do we pray to? We pray to Lord Vishnu. Shuklambaradharam Vishnu, the one who is dressed and who has a white sattvic radiance, the one who is dressed in white clothes. Shuklam Baradharam Vishnum. Sashivarnam. What color is he? Sashivarnam. He is white as Sashi, as moon. Chaturbhujam. He has got 4 hands. Prasanna Vadanam Dhyayet. There are 2-3 kinds of interpretations offered here. Some say one who is pleasing, charming. Some say it also denotes the one with the elephant-like face. Prasanna Vadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vighna Upashantaye. It is largely believed in the Sanatana Dharma community that this is a prayer, a tribute to Lord Ganesha or Lord Vinayaka, who is regarded as the first deity who is to be worshipped in any ritual, who will take away the impediments or obstacles. This is one interpretation. Some other scholars opine that Prasanna Vadanam Dhyayet, okay, let us agree he has got an elephant face. This could denote Vishwaksena too. So here Vishwaksena is the commander-in-chief of all the Nityasuris and Muktatmas in Sri Vaikuntham. Vande Vaikuntha Senanyam Vande Sutravati Sakham. He is married to Sutravati. He is called Vishwaksenaha. Incidentally, this name comes in Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam, Vishwakseno Janardhanaha. So this Vishwaksena is the commander-in-chief. So under him, people who come under his jurisdiction, one is Vinayaka, say some of the Agama experts. In whichever way, this form of the Lord will help us remove all the obstacles. That is the point. Prasanna Vadanam Dhyayet. So we have to meditate upon him. Sarva Vighna Upashantaye. All the Vighnams will go away. The next shloka. Yasya Dvirada Vaktradhyaha Parishadhyaha Parashatam Vighnam Nighnanti Satatam Vishwaksenam Tamashraye. So here he talks about the elephant face, the one who is a repository of knowledge. Vighnam Nighnanti, the one who has the ability, the valor to remove away the obstacles. Vishwaksenam Tamashraye. Who is he? Vishwaksena. Tamashraye. I prostrate before him. Now, who has given us this work? Before which I would like to say what Sanatana Dharma comes up with. Sanatana Dharma has Vedam, Anantavai Vedaha, the infinite, the never-ending, big compilation or compendium of cosmic thoughts about Parabrahman and his creation is Vedam. So, Vedam forms the root of the tree of Sanatana Dharma. From the Vedas emerge the Vedangas. So, there are 4 Vedas, Rig, Yajuhu, Sama, Atharvanam. What are the Angas to it? Siksha, Jyotisham, Kalpam, Niruktam, Vyakaranam, Chandas. So, the 6 Angas, when learnt in the proper way, will become the Angam for the 4 Vedas, which is Rig, Yajuhu, Sama, Atharvanam. Remember, these 4 Vedas have 4 divisions in each of them. Brahmanam, Aranyakam, Samhita, Upanishad. So, 4 Vedas in 4 divisions, 4 by 4. It's a matrix. Besides this, there are 6 Angas. There are Upangas, like Nyaya, Mimamsa, and so on. Now, with the knowledge which is acquired upon learning the 4 Vedas, with the 4 divisions in each of them, interspersed with the Vedangas and the Upangas, the essence will come into 2 categories, Itihasas and Puranas. Itihasa, as it happened, it was compiled. As it happened, it was written. One is Valmiki's Srimad Ramayanam in the Treta Yugam. The second is Bhagavan Vyasacharya's Sri Mahabharatam in the Dwapara Yugam. These 2 are regarded as the Itihasas. Besides this, we have Puranas. We have 18 in number, which have been distributed based on the gunas. Sattva Gunam, Satvika Puranas. Rajo Gunam, Rajasa Puranas. Tamo Gunam, Tamasa Puranas. The set of 6 plus 6 plus 6 comprise the 18 Puranas, in which the Satvika Purana 6 include the famous ones like Srimad Bhagavata Mahapuranam, Sri Vishnu Puranam, and so on. So, this along with the later portions like Ayurveda, Dhanurveda, Arthaveda, and so on, comprises the 18 essential Vidyasthanam. So Vidyasthanams, some say 14, some say 18. This is our huge library of Sanatana Dharma, which any normal person should know by heart, should know the meaning, should be able to practice. Each of this is a huge milestone for us. In that case, who has given us all these works? Vedam, Vedangam is all God given, is a revelation, is what our Purvacharyas have been telling. Itihasas, Ramayanam, Valmiki has given. The other one, Mahabharatam, Vyasacharya has given. So Vyasacharya, who is he? He is regarded as a Sakshat Aveshyavataram of Lord Sriman Narayana, Vishnu. So we say Vyasaya Vishnu Rupaya. To that Vyasa, like how we buy a book and we offer our namaskarams to the author. Who is the author, we ask, right? Here he says, Vyasam Vasishthanaptaram Shaktev Pautramakalmasham Parasharatmajam Vande Shukatatam Taponidhim. Vyasa, he is Vasishthanaptaram. He is the great grandson of the sage Vasishtha. Shaktev Pautram, the grandson of Shakti Maharishi. Parasharatmajam, the son of Parashara Maharshi. Shukatatam, the father to Shuka. Who is he? Taponidhim. Who is he? Vyasaya Vishnu Rupaya. Vyasaya Vishnu Rupaya. Vyasa Rupaya Vishnave. Namo Vai Brahmanidhaye Vasisthaya Namo Namaha. So who is this Vasishtha, the one who has come in the lineage of Vasishtha? He is none but Vishnu Rupam, and the Vishnu Rupam of the Lord rests in Vyasa. Vyasaya Vishnu Rupaya. So Vyasa becomes the body to Vishnu. So he is the Shariram. The Shariri is Sakshat Bhagavan Sriman Narayana. Likewise, inside Vyasa as the Antaryami, Vishnu stays. So Vyasa becomes the Shariram to the Shariri Narayana, and Narayana, who is the Shariri, becomes the Antaryami to Vyasa. Vyasaya Vishnu Rupaya Vyasa Rupaya Vishnave Namo Vai Brahmanidaye Vasisthaya Namo Namaha. Next shloka. Whom is this Prabandham celebrating? Lord Sriman Narayana Vishnu. Avikaraya Shuddhaya Nityaya Paramatmane. The one who doesn't undergo any change. For example, we undergo a change. Though the Atma doesn't, the body does. Some people say, sir, 4 years before I have seen you delivering lectures. That time you were not stout. Now you have become stout. I said, after so many lockdowns, why will I not become stout? One. So the body undergoes changes. Whereas with Bhagavan, remember that his Swarupam, the Atma Swarupam doesn't undergo a change. Only the Shariram, which comprises of the Chetana and Achetana, undergoes a change, like how it undergoes changes for us. For him, the Shariram in this Sthulavasthai is this, gross state is this. During dissolution, Pralaya Kalam, it will become Sukshma Shariram. Even then, his Atma Swarupam will not change. So, Avikaraya, Vikaram is change. Avikaraya, without any change. Shuddhaya, being blemishless. Nityaya Paramatmane, eternal. Who is he? Paramatmane, the one who doesn't have anybody equal to or greater than him. Paramatmane. Sadaika Rupa Rupaya Sada Eka Rupaya, the one form that he has. Ekameva Dvitiyam. Sadaika Rupa Rupaya Vishnave Sarvajishnave. What should we do of him? Yasya Smarana Matrena Janma Samsara Bandhanat. By just thinking of him internally. Yasya Smarana Matrena Janma Samsara Bandhanat. So from this bondage of Janmam Maranam, the Samsaram, we will all be relieved. Vimuchyate namastasmai Vishnave Prabha Vishnave. Vimuchyate, we will all be relieved. Vishnave Prabha Vishnave. Om Namo Vishnave Prabha Vishnave. Now, coming to the conversation that happened in Mahabharata. So, Shantanu's son was Vichitravirya and Chitrangada. Vichitravirya was married to Ambika and Ambalika, and upon his death, with the help of Vyasacharya, Ambika and Ambalika were able to give birth to Dhritarashtra and Pandu, and through a dasi, they had a son, that is Vichitravirya through Vyasacharya and the dasi, had a son called as Vidura. Later, Dhritarashtra was married to Gandhari and had 100 sons and a daughter, and through a Vaishyastri had a son called Yuyutsu. On the other hand, Pandu was married to the daughter of Kunti Bhoja Maharaja called Kunti or Pritha. And by the grace of devatas like Dharma Devata, Vayu Devata and Indra had Yudhishthira, Bhima and Arjuna. Through the princess of Madradesha called as Madri, and with the grace of Ashwini Kumaras, he had a set of twins called as Nakula and Sahadeva. The middle amongst the Pandavas, who's Arjuna, was married to the daughter of his very own uncle Vasudeva, his daughter being Subhadra. Subhadra was married to Arjuna. They had a son called as Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu was married to the daughter of Matsya Desham. The king was called Virata. Their daughter was Uttara Kumari. Uttara Kumari was married to Abhimanyu and they had a son called Parikshit. Parikshit, upon getting the curse of Rishi Kumara, died of a Takshaka. Now this Takshaka, having killed his father, was not known to Parikshit's son Janamejaya. The moment he knew of it, he performed a Sarpasatram. Sarpasatre Vartamani, says Sri Mahabharatam. During that particular Sarpasatram, Astika Maharishi came and stopped it, and later, to understand the lineage and the anecdotes of his Purvacharyas, he invited Vaishampayana, and Vaishampayana narrated the entire Mahabharata as composed by his guru called as Vedavyasa. So now Vaishampayana says, Shri Vaishampayana Vacha Shrutva Dharmana Seshena Pavanani cha sarvashah Yudhishthira Shantanavam Punareva Bhyabhashata Shrutva Dharman Aseshena. While Yudhishthira, for the sake of good governance and administration, wanted to learn the nuances of Dharma Shastram, Moksha Dharmam, Rajya Dharmam, Krishna pointed him towards Bhishma. After having learnt about all these dharmams without leaving any one, he had certain questions. Yudhishthira had certain questions. That is when he came back to Bhishmacharya again. So he says, Shrutva dharman aseshena, without leaving any dharmam, pavanani cha sarvashaha. Now he came back to Shantanavam, Shantanu's son. Punareva bhyabhashata. Now he asks certain questions. We will see what questions he asks. This is very, very important. These are the set of 6 questions that he asks. Sanatana Dharma has always believed in the art of questioning. We have never court-martialed a person, excommunicated a person, pronounced a death sentence upon a person for the sake of questioning. We have certainly believed that questioning is one of the only ways that the religion can become stronger and more prudent. So had Valmiki not asked questions and Narada not given answer, we would have never had a Srimad Ramayanam. Had Arjuna not asked any questions and Krishna not given any answers, we wouldn't have had Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Had Parikshit not asked questions and Shukabrahmam not given answer, we wouldn't have had Srimad Bhagavatam. Had Maitreya not asked questions and Parashara Maharshi not given answers, we wouldn't have had Sri Vishnu Puranam. Had the Yaksha not asked questions and Yudhishthira not given answers, we wouldn't have had Yaksha Prashnam. Had Dhritarashtra not posed his doubts and Vidura not given his wisdom-filled answers, we wouldn't have had Vidura Niti. In the Tamil Dravida tradition, had Madhurakavi Alvar not asked questions and had Nammalvar not given an answer, we wouldn't have had the Dravida Veda, which is the Thiruvaimozhi. So questioning is one of the only ways that which we can develop our knowledge. But one caution. Questioning should come very sincerely, honestly, and with the intent of knowing, rather than putting the other person down. Questioning should not be done to prove our prowess. It should rather be done for our quest for knowledge. Krishna says, Tadvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninaha tattvadarshinaha. Serve your teacher. Upon your service, he will bestow on you knowledge. Acquire that knowledge. Grasp it. Internalize it. Meditate upon it, and after it, if you have questions, please to ask. So we should follow all these steps before asking the question. Now Yudhishthira, being the prudent person that he was, he asked certain questions. It's called Shat Prashni, 6 questions. Kimekam daivatam loke kim vapyekam parayanam stuvantah kam kamarchantaha prapna yurmanava shubham Ko dharma sarva dharmanam bhavatah paramo matah kim japan muchyate jantur janma samsara bandhanat. So these are the 6 questions that he has asked. Now I am going to take you through the commentary offered. This is one point that I would like to make. Any of our granthams, Purvacharya granthams, right from Valmiki's Ramayanam to the recent ones, we will be able to understand the work if there are 2 conditions that we answer them to. 1, if we know the language. For example, all the granthas that I have spoken till now are all in Sanskritam. So we should know the language. Second condition is we must have read the commentaries. If both of this or one of this is not there, then we will be misinterpreting that work. Let's take the first condition. How many of us know Sanskritam? During our school days, it was an optional subject in certain states. And it was so much optional that students could end up writing answers in English for a Sanskrit question. So, our understanding of the language is very poor. I am not saying the language is tough. Our understanding is poor. And there is still time for us to redeem us of this sin of not knowing a language by learning it through online courses. This is one. Second, just because I know Sanskritam, it doesn't mean I will understand the Grantham. Because our Purvacharyas have given a homework for us, assignment for us. Read between the lines. Read between the words. They have given it to us. If we do not know, what do we do? That is when we have to refer to the ancient commentaries. Let us take Srimad Ramayanam. Some of the ancient commentaries include Maheshwara Tirtha's commentary, Telaka's commentary, Dharmakutam, and the very, very elaborate and celebrated Govindarajiyam or Bhushanam by the commentator Govindaraja. So these are some of the ancient commentaries offered to Srimad Ramayanam. Similarly, for Mahabharatam, we have Mahabharata Tatparya Nirnaya of Madhvacharya. We have Bhavadeepa of Neelakantha. Let us take Vishnu Puranam. We have the elaborate commentary by Sridhara and also by Vishnu Chitta. Let us take Srimad Bhagavatam. We have many commentaries. Celebrated one is Veeraraghaviyam by Veeraraghava. Similarly, let's take Vedam. We have the very celebrated Sayanacharya who has given us a commentary. We have Bhattabhaskara who has given us a commentary. Uvatacharya, Mahidharaha, Rangaramanuja Munihi. These are all commentators for the Vedic portions. Let us take the Upanishad Bhagam. Again we have these commentators. Besides, we have the very world-known Adi Shankara Bhagavatpada who is regarded as Jagat Guru. We have Jagadacharya Bhagavat Sri Ramanuja who has offered this in Vedartha Sangraham. We have the very celebrated, sagacious dietitian, lesser-known mathematician, poet extraordinaire, a great playwright, a peerless preceptor, Swami Vedanta Deshika. We have Madhvacharya. So these are all commentators for various portions. Unless and until we acquire the knowledge of their commentaries, it is very tough. For Sri VISHNU SAHASRANAMAM, which forms an integral portion of the Anushasana Parva, there are 18 Parvas in Sri Mahabharatam. Adi Parva, Sabha Parva, Vana Parva, Virata Parva, Udyoga Parva, Bhishma Parva, Drona Parva, Karna Parva, Shalya Parva, Sauptantika Parva, then we have Shanti Parva, Anushasana Parva, Mausala Parva, Swargarohana Parva. So there are 18 Parvas in Sri Mahabharatam. In that, Anushasana Parva and Shanti Parva are the largest Parvas. You can take Parva to be a chapter. So these are all large chapters, Shanti Parva and Anushasana Parva. They will run, each of them will run to over 15 to 20,000 verses. In Anushasana Parva, largely Bhishmacharya concentrates on delivering the knowledge about Rajya Dharma, Moksha Dharma, administration, governance to his favorite Yudhishthira. In that comes Sri VISHNU SAHASRANAMAM, which is a compendium of the 1,000 holy names of Vishnu. Now, the 6 questions is what I am going to deal with. But speaking about commentators, Sri VISHNU SAHASRANAMAM has commentaries by various scholars. Undoubtedly, each commentary is a gem. But given that this is a course, and I am not doing a research now, had you been a PhD student, we can take this up for about 2 years. Now we have a span of just about a mandalam, 48 days. In this I have to deliver. So what I have done is, I have referred to one commentary. What is that commentary? The foremost of the commentaries is Adi Shankara's VISHNU SAHASRANAMA Bhashyam, one of the earliest known commentaries to VISHNU SAHASRANAMA, a very celebrated one, a very famous one. It is available largely in PDFs, online and book hard copy formats as well. The commentary that I am going to deal with here is from the Visishtadvaita school of thought. This was given by a great scholar who was called the Walking University, Mobile University. He was called the Mobile Panini. His name is Parashara Bhatta. Parashara Bhatta was the son of Kuresha or Srivatsanka. Srivatsanka in turn being the celebrated student, foremost of students by Bhagavad Ramanuja 1000 years before. So this commentator, Parashara Bhatta, would have lived roughly 950 years before this date. Parashara Bhatta was a resident of Srirangam, a small temple town, a hamlet, which is a river island in the river Kaveri in the south of India in Tamil Nadu. Parashara Bhatta has given this commentary in such a way where he says, every nama, Vishwam, Vishnuhu, Vashatkaraha, he says all these names are that of Paramatma. What does each name indicate? Each name indicates a quality, a gunam. So if I say Vishwam, it means that all the good qualities that I know in this world, all the Swarupa, Rupa, Guna, Vibhavam that I know in this world rests in one person. So when all the gunas are in one, he is called Vishwam. So Vishwam is Vishwatvam, where everything is there in him. This name Vishwam to the Lord indicates an attribute, a gunam. So if you list down all the 1000 namas, Parashara Bhatta says when you look into the mirror, you will just see 1000 gunas. So the 1000 names indicate the 1000 gunas of Bhagavan. So where should I see the gunas? In a darpanam, in a mirror. So Bhagavan's gunas in a mirror is Bhagavad Guna Darpanam. So this commentary offered by Parashara Bhatta to Vishnu Sahasranamam is called Bhagavad Guna Darpanam. I will be largely using Parashara Bhatta's Bhagavad Guna Darpanam. This is what I will be using. Nevertheless, here and there, wherever required, if there is a portion which is very, very beautiful from entire commentary of Shankara is beautiful, but some portions I will take from Shankara's commentary and also speak about. Parashara Bhatta in his Bhagavad Guna Darpanam says the essence of Vishnu Sahasranama in 6 unique characteristic features. So I will describe those features, what he has given, before which he has offered some invocatory verses to the Lord of Srirangam, his family deity, Ranganatha Swami. Second, he has offered his salutations to all the Purvacharyas, like the divine couple, Sri Mahalakshmi and Sriman Narayana, Vishwaksena, the mystic saint Shatakopa or Nammalvar, later Ranganatha Muni, who was called Natha Muni, later his grand student Yamuna Muni or Alavandar or Yamunacharya, later his grand disciple, the very world celebrated and acclaimed Bhagavad Ramanujacharya, his student Srivatsanka or Kuresha, who is his own very Acharya, as well as Yambar, Govinda Yati, who was also his Acharya. So he offers the salutations. I will read those shlokas just for our understanding. Vande Govinda Tatau Munimatha Manavai Lakshmanaryam Mahantam Dhyayeyam Yamunaryam Mama Hriditanavai Ramameva Abhiyamam Padmaksham Prekshishya Prathamapi Munim Nathamide Shatarim Staumi Preksheya Lakshmim Sharanama Sharanaha Sridharam Samshrayeyam. So he says, I offer my salutations to the entire Pankti chain of Acharyas. Then he says, what does this Vishnu Sahasranama do? He says the set of 1000 names can help the Jivatma in the Pancha Bhautika Shariram, in this world, eradicate all the sins committed in the Kali Yugam. So he says, Samsaro yama pandito bhagavati prageva bhuyak kalau. So he says in Kali Yugam, if I call one interested person and say, don't worry sir, just read the 4 Vedas, the 4 divisions in each of the Vedas, read the 6 Angas, read the Upangas, read the 2 Itihasas, read the 18 Puranas, read the Agama Shastras, read Ayurveda, Dhanurveda, Arthaveda, read the commentaries of our Purvacharyas. After this, if you have studied, you have time, you come to me. When will he complete in this Janmam? No, not possible. So instead of giving him a huge set of library, Parashara Bhatta says the set of 1,000 names is the easiest. So he says, Samsaroyam apandito bhagavati prageva bhuyak kalau purnam manyatame jane shruti giro guhyam bruve sahasat tatra stotramidam prakashayati yaha stutyascha yastavubhau vyasa karuniko harischatadidam maurkhyam sahetam mama. After offering his stotram of praising Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam, he offers his salutations to Vyasacharya. He says, Arthe harau tadabhidayini nama varge tadyanchake maicha bandha viseshametya sevadhya metadamritam pranipatyaya che madhyasthamat sarijana ihama cha bhuvan. So this Vishnu Sahasranama is a compilation of all these names, he says. Now, I have said what the commentator has said. Now I promised you that I will speak about the 6 unique characteristics what Parashara Bhatta talks about. Remember these 6 characteristics. Mahabharata Saratvat, Rishibhiv Pariganataha, Vedacharya Samaharat, Bhishmot Krishna Matattvataha, Jagat Hitatishayataha, Gita Taikartha Taschanaha. So these are the 6 unique characteristic features of Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam. I will take you through each one of them. Though you may find it slightly boring, I will be reading out the Sanskrit commentary so that at least we are able to, we may not understand, we may not have the time to read it once again. At least for the sake of this course, you can listen to these verses and then I will go into the English explanation. I agree English is the common language that we all can understand. But what is the harm in listening to the Sanskrit lines? So I am taking advantage of it. The first characteristic feature of Vishnu Sahasranamam is Mahabharata Saratvat. This is the essence of Mahabharatam. So to explain this point, the commentator gives a huge explanation. I will give you that. Mahabharatotkarsha samarthana purvakam Mahabharata saratvat kathanam Mahabharatam hi parigraha visesha vasita viplava vachana saushthyavadyatmakakat iti cha Puraneshu tavat vayuv prokta shaivayoho. So the commentator says, I have said that Vishnu Sahasranamam is the essence of Mahabharatam. How will I prove it? For that I have to say what Mahabharatam is. He says in Vayu Puranam and Shiva Puranam, Vayu Prokta Shaivayoho, in both the Puranas there is a shlokam that is found. Mati manthanam avidya yena adau shruti sagarat jagat hitaya janitaha Mahabharata chandrama. So he says, with his mind as a churning rod, Mati Manthanam Avidya. Mati is that churning rod. With his mind, he has started churning. Mati Manthanam Avidya, this ocean of Vedas, Yenadau Shruti Sagarat, Vedic ocean. What rose? See, when the ocean was churned, Chandra emerged. Here he says, Jagat Hitaya Janitaha, for the sake of the welfare of this people in this world, Mahabharata Chandrama. Mahabharata, called the moon, rose from the churning of the Vedic ocean with Vyasacharya's intellect. So next he says, Bhavishyat Purane Bibheti Gahanat Shastran Narastivradhi Vaushadhat Bharataha Shastra Saroyam Ataha Kavyatmana Kritaha. So this is a beautiful work, a poetic work, even a common man can understand. He doesn't have to misinterpret, overinterpret or come with wrong meanings. It is such a beautiful work. Says Bhavishyat Puranam. Then he continues, Matsye. Matsye means Matsya Puranam says, Yasya Dvaipayanaha Putraha Swayam Vishnu Rajayata. Sakshat Vishnu is Vyasa. Prakasho Janito Yena Mahabharata Chandrama. Like how from Vishnu's Manas, mind, came Chandrama Manaso Jataha. Similarly, when Vishnu was born as Vyasa, from his heart came another Chandra, which is Mahabharata. Vaishnave means Vishnu Puranam says, Krishna Dvaipayanam Vyasam Vidhi Narayanam Prabhum Kohyanyo Bhuvi Maitreya Mahabharata Krit Bhavet. There was this 20-year-old Acharya, 80-year-old Sishya. The 20-year-old Acharya was none but Parashara Maharshi. 80-year-old student was none but Maitreya. To his student Maitreya, the father praises, Krishna Dvaipayanam Vyasam Vidhi Narayanam Prabhum Kokhanyo Bhuvi Maitreya Mahabharata Krit Bhavet. Hey Maitreya, who in this world has the caliber or the valor and the courage and the dedication to come up with a work like Mahabharata, but my son Krishna Dvaipayana or Veda Vyasa. Generally Shastram tells, father should never praise his own children. Others should praise. Your son is like this, your daughter is like that. Father should not keep praising. Others should praise. When others don't praise, fathers have no options. They have to keep praising their children. So Shastram tells, Pratyakshe Guravastutyat, Acharya alone is the one who is to be praised. Son, daughter, just keep quiet. Whereas if the very well known Parashara Maharshi says, my son Vedavyasa, imagine what would have been the caliber of Vedavyasa to get a praise or a testimonial from his very own father. So he says, Mahabharata Krit Bhavet. Mahabharata is such a great work. Markandeya Puranam says, Vyasavakya Jalaughena Kudharma Taruharina Veda Shailavatirnena Nirajaska Mahikrita. So the words of Vyasa, which is Mahabharata, starts from Veda Shailavatirnena, from the mountain of Vedas, and when it comes as a river with great force, it has uprooted the tree of unrighteousness. Kudharma Taruharina. So it has taken away. So Mahabharata is that river which can take away adharma. He continues. Ityadibihi swasminscha yo vidyas chaturo vedan sangopa nishadana dvijaha na chakyanamidam vidya nevasasyad vichakshanaha ityadibhisch parassahasrair vachanaihi prashasyamanatvat. So Shastram tells, let's assume you are a person who's a Chaturvedi. All 4 Vedas you know. You know all the 6 Angams. You know the Upangams. You know everything. But you have not heard of Mahabharatam and you have not studied Mahabharatam. Still you are treated as an uneducated, illiterate person, it seems. Then he says, Yadihasti tadanyatra yannehasti na tatkvachit. What is the greatness of Mahabharata? What is found here can be found elsewhere. What is not found here cannot be found elsewhere. This is one meaning. Yadihasti tadanyatra yannehasti na tatkvachit. What is found here can be found elsewhere. What is not found here cannot be found elsewhere. The other way to interpret is, what is found here cannot be found elsewhere. What is not found here cannot be found elsewhere. So in either ways, it is only Mahabharata which is our final resort. So he says, Iti laukika vaidika sakalartha nirnayadhikritattvena kaschidapyakshapta vistvacha puranebhyo balavattaram bahavod buddhi shalinodhyasa vasussuta trapi swahridaya bhrite anushasanike parvani dana dharmeshu samasta shastrarthe Nishkritya nigamyamane sarasangraha rupena slavaya sangraha namna adhyayo avataritaha tasmat pranamya karana prakarshanena tatvartha tatvarya linge pramanya prashamsyadyanya paratva shankayoho sudura niratvena parama prakrishtartha pratipadakatvacha abhyudani nishreyasaha sarthinam ayame poda upadeya tamaha. So he says that this work of Mahabharata offers no ambiguity in telling who is the Parabrahman. So that Parabrahman which has been described in Mahabharata has been beautifully put forth in Vishnu Sahasranamam. Thereby Mahabharata's essence is Vishnu Sahasranamam. Mahabharata Saratvat is the first quality of Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam. Now, how do I prove this? I will just give you one example, one name which is found in Vishnu Sahasranamam. For that, I will take up this particular portion. Vasureta Vasupradaha Vasuprado Vasudevo Vasumana Havihi Sadgatihi Satkriti Satta Sadbhuti Satparayanaha Shuraseno Yedusreshta Sannivasa Suyamunaha Bhuta Vaso Vasudeva Sarvasu Nilayo Nalaha. Sarvasu Nilayo Nalaha. So here there is a nama called as Analaha. What does Analaha mean? This is the name of the Lord, right? In the 1,000 names, there is a name of the Lord called Analaha. What does Analaha mean? So I told you the first quality of Vishnu Sahasranamam is it is the essence or extract of Mahabharatam. What is the extract of Mahabharatam? Extract of Mahabharatam can be explained like this. Who is the male lead protagonist of Mahabharatam? Some say Bhima, some say Arjuna, some say Karna, some say Yudhishthira. Undoubtedly there is only one, who is Krishna. Lord Krishna is the male protagonist of Mahabharata. Generally in any work, even the novel that you read, the male lead, if there is one person, the female lead will be another person, and the relationship between the two will be that of lovers or husband and wife. But here, interestingly, the female lead is Draupadi. She was called Krishna. Yatra Krishnauscha Krishnascha Satyabhamacha Bhamini. So that Krishna called Draupadi or Panchali or Yajnaseni is the female lead. But interestingly, the relationship between the male lead and female lead, Krishna and Krishna, is not that of husband and wife. They were the thickest of friends, the best of friends. Then the third is, of course, Krishna Dvaipayana, who is the umpire-like person. He is Vedavyasa. So we have Krishna, Lord Krishna. Second is Draupadi, who is Krishna. Third is Vedavyasa, who is Krishna Dvaipayana. So it is a book written by black people, for black people, on black people. So we have never been racist in this world. All our heroes and heroines have been black. So the point here is, if these three people are important, at the end of his avataram in Dwapara Yugam, Krishna called his friend Uddhava and said, Uddhava, I think my avataram is coming to a close. Uddhava asked, are you happy with the avataram? Have you achieved what you wanted? Krishna said, see, I achieved what I wanted, but I still have one thing which has been nagging me, one thing which has been troubling me, that worry. What? Asked Uddhava. So that time Krishna says, I am now a borrower. I have a loan that is to be cleared, but I am not able to clear it. What is that loan? Krishna asked Uddhava. Rinam pravruddhamiva me hridayannapi sarpati. So he says, see, when in the middle of the sabha, in the court, when Draupadi was in her menstruation periods, Dushasana, despite knowing that she is his sister-in-law, a lady to be worshipped, caught her by her hair and pulled her along the corridors of Hastinapura. Her blood, menstrual blood, was strewn on the floor. Not one of the 5 Pandavas came out of their clutches to help her. Nor Bhishma, nor Drona, nor Kripa came and helped her. When she asked for help, nobody came. That time she believed in me and she said, Dhyeyas sada savitrimandala madhyavarti narayana sarasijasana sannivishtaha keyuravan makarakundalavan kiriti hari hiranmaya vapuhu dhritashanka chakraha dwaraka nilayachyuta govinda pundarikaksha rakshamam sharanagatam. When she raised her hands, Uddhava, I remember that I delayed helping her by a few minutes. I should have been there that moment, but I delayed it by a few minutes. Till date, I am repenting why I delayed. This is the worry that has been troubling me. So, the nama is Analaha, correct, in Vishnu Sahasranamam. You know what does the commentator state? Swabhakta Vishayaparadham Sodhum Nalamiti Ya Yathaha Analaha. So, the Lord is the one who, in the case of his devotees, feels very worried that I should be doing more to my devotees. We think he is ruthless and heartless, but he feels, I should be doing more to him. Poor people are suffering in this pandemic. What should I do? How will I arrange? More than us, more than our government, more than the people we know in our administration, it is the Lord who thinks about for us. So he is the one who thinks, is more worried for us. The one who is more worried for his children is called Analaha. So Mahabharata Saratva is the first characteristic feature of Vishnu Sahasranamam, and that Saram is seen in this name. I will take you to the next characteristic feature of Vishnu Sahasranama. What were the 6 ones? Mahabharata Saratvat, Rishibhiv Pariganataha, Vedacharya Samaharat, Bhishmot Krishna Matatvatah, Jagathitaatishayataha, Gita Taikarthakaschanaha. These are the 6 qualities. The second one, Sahasranamadhyayasya Rishibhihi Parigitata. All the names in Sahasranamam have been revered and sung by Maharishis. So that is why we say Rishibhiv Parigitani Tani Vakshyami Bhutaye. The names that have been revered and selected by Rishis has been compiled into 1000. Many of you will have a question. Sir, my name I saw is not coming in Sahasranam. What do I do? Shall I change my name? Then the entire world will have to end up changing name because there are only 1000 names then. No. Every name in this world refers to the Lord. Remember, I will go one step forward. You'll all be surprised. Any name in this world refers to the Lord. Somebody asked me while I was telling this, Sir, Osama? Yes, it will refer to the Lord's name. See, what has the person or the person's name got to do with the Lord? See, for example, if the Lord's name is Ram and my name is named Ram after him and I perform bad activities, will my name become bad? So you should be very vigilant. All the names in this world will denote only the Lord. It is not only Sanskrit names will denote the Lord. Tamil names, Telugu names, Hindi names, Nepali names, Chinese names, every name has to denote the Lord. So that means why can I not have a Chinese name for my child? That is your wish. It's a democratic country. You can have whatever name you want. You can also call the child with no name also. That is your wish. But why do we keep certain names again and again? Because our Purvacharyas have believed in those names. That's all. It is not to say that the other names, Arabic names, Iranian names, they are all bad. No. All names are good and all the names denote one Lord. But we keep names time and again so that we know this is the language we speak. For example, a person in the deepest, remotest villages of Tamil Nadu may not have heard of Vishnu Sahasranamam. He will call his son Kannan. Kannu in Tamil means eye. Kannan means the one who is as close as one's eye. So Krishna was called Kannan in the Tamil language. So he has given a Tamil name. Why will he give an Arabic name from Saudi Arabia here? Now, for example, a person in Saudi Arabia, why will he think of this name? Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhu from Sahasranamam, why will he give? He will give that name. But whichever name denotes the Lord only. Now, in that case, if all names are there in this world, why should I select 1000 names only? Because there are so many songs in this world. But iTunes will say top 10 songs of this week, top 10 songs of this month. We used to have those programs in our Doordarshan also, right? Top 10 songs of this week. Similarly, there are so many names of the Lord. Our Maharishis have said these set of 1000 names are good. They didn't say other names are bad. They said these names are good. So the Rishis have compiled these 1000 names. That is the second quality of Vishnu Sahasranamam. It is not my choice or your choice or public voting. Rishis have compiled. So Rishibhiv Pariganataha, Rishibhiv Parigitani ityetad vivarana vasara evaisha heturupaya dipyate. So how do I understand this? There is this portion. Parardhiv paramaspashtaha tushtaf pushta shubhekshanaha Ramo viramo virato margo neyo nayo nayaha. The Lord's name is Ramaha. Very common name. Who gave this nama to the Lord? Vasishtha gave the nama to the Lord. So he said Ramaha. So he's got all the lakshanams. What are the characteristic features of Ramanama? So there is this shloka. Yascharamam na pashyetu yancharamo na pashyati. Ninditasya vaselloke swatmapyenam vigahyate. So it says that Yascharamam na pashyetu. In those days there used to be a saying, it seems. The one who has not been seen by Rama or the one who has not seen Rama. So if I have not seen Rama or I have not been seen by him, it seems the world will curse that person. Ninditasya vaseloke. So how was Rama? Ramayati iti Rama. He was very handsome to look at. Chandrakantananam Ramam ativa priyadarshanam rupa audarya gunaihi pumsam drishtichittapaharinam. So by his very looks, by his qualities, he will steal our hearts and steal our eyes. So through his looks, he will steal our eyes. Through his qualities, he will steal our hearts and mind. So Ramo Ramayatam Sreshtha Gunabhiramam Ramam Cha Shyamo Yuva Lohitakshaha Matanganama Parvataha. The way he walks will be like Mattama Tangagaminam, like the gait of an elephant. So this Ramanama was given by whom? Vasishtha. Who is Vasishtha? Maharishi. Rishibhiv Parigitani. So if Rama is the name in Vishnu Sahasranamam, that name has been given by a Maharishi called Vasishtha. Likewise, each name in Sahasranamam has been given by one Maharishi. We don't have the list. Few names I know. Many names we don't know. But all these names which have been told by generations, Bhishmacharya compiled and gave it to Yudhishthira. So that is the second quality. So Mahabharata Saratvat Rishibhiv Pariganataha. Third one, Vedacharya Samahara, the one who compiled the Vedam. See, he did not design the Vedam. There were certain mantras in a certain format called as Rik, certain in prose, certain could be sung in Samaganam. So he distributed each of them. Since he did the distribution work, Vyasam, for Veda, he is called Veda Vyasa. So here he says, Aneka Rishigita Bhagavan Namna Apta Vyasenaitat Stotra Rupa Samaharaha Krishna Dvaipayanaha Parama Aptatamaha. The best friend for us all is Krishna Dvaipayana or Veda Vyasa, it seems. Why? Bhagavan Narayana Avatarena Niratishaya Jnanaishwaryadi Kalyana Gunakataya Nirasta Samasta Vipralambadi Dosha Sambhavanatya Kalibala Mandadikara Amanushyanugraha Vyasta Samasta Vedatvat Vedartayos Tattvanushthanayor Jnana Samshaya Viparyaya Parijihirshaya Pranita Panchama Vedatvat Svachanena Kshatriyam Vishwamitram Brahmani Kritavato Bhagavato Vasishthasya Naptrutvat. So who is Vedavyasa? He is the Sakshat Avatara, Aveshya Avatara of the Lord. Vyasaya Vishnu Rupaya Vyasa Rupaya Vishnave. What is special about him? He is the one who is a repository of all auspicious qualities. Samasta Kalyana Gunatmakaha. He must have some mistakes? No. Samasta Vastu Vilakshana, he has no. Akhila Heya Pratyanikatanaha, he has got no mistakes. What are his achievements? He says, Vasishthasya Naptrutvat. Vasishtha was the Acharya for Rama. That Vasishtha's great-grandson is Vedavyasa. First quality. Vasishtha Pulastya Varapradana Labdha Devata Paramarthya Jnana Purana Samhita Kartritvadi Vishaya Varatishayavattaya Laingadishvapi Puraneshu Prasiddhasya Bhagavataha Parasharasya Cha Apatyatvat. Now, Shakti Maharishi was a great person, but he died very young. Shakti's son was Parashara. What was Parashara's greatness? Vasishtha Pulastya Varapradana Labdha Devata Paramarthya Jnanam. To understand amongst the deities who is that Devata, Paradevata, beyond whom there is none, that Jnanam to Parashara, that is Vasishtha's grandson or Shakti's son, was granted by Vasishtha and Pulastya. That Parashara gave us many Puranas. Famous amongst them is Vishnu Puranam and Linga Puranam. In those, Parashara has been mentioned. That Parashara's son. Next he says, Ananya Sadharana Tapaha Samadhi Visesheshva Sesha Paramarishi Paripudyatvacha Evam Vidhena Anena Rishibihi Parigitanam Eva Bhagavan Namna Mantra iti Stotra Rupena Samahritatvayacha Upadeya Tamaha. So he is the best amongst all acharyas, for he also comes in the lineage of these great Maharishis. At the same time, he has compiled all these names together. So, the greatness of Vedavyasa has been mentioned. Now, where do we find Vedavyasa in Vishnu Sahasranamam? I'll read out a portion. Dravina Pradaha Divasprik Sarva Drikvyaso Vachaspatirayo Nijaha Trisama Sama Gassama Nirvanam Bheshajam Bhishak Sanyasa Krichamashanto. These are the portions. There we say the word Divisprik Sarvadrikvyaso Vachaspatihi. What does Vachaspatihi mean? Vachaspati, generally we denote a person who is very eloquent, a good speaker. But here, Parashara Bhatta in Bhagavad Guna Darpanam says, Panchama Veda Rupayaha Vachaha Swami. The one who is the Lord of eloquence, great speech. Panchama Veda Rupayaha Vachaha Swami. So, Sayeva Panchama Veda Rupaya Vacho Aratyaha Patihi Swami Iti. So, the one who has given us the fifth Veda, called as Mahabharata, is the person who has been mentioned here. So, Vachaspati, this is the third quality. Mahabharata Saratvat, essence of Mahabharatam. Rishivih Parigarataha has been sung by all the Maharishis. Vedacharya Samaharat has been compiled and put together by Vedavyasa or Vedacharya or Krishna Dvaipayana. Fourth one, Bhishmot Krishna Matatvataha. It has been recited by Bhishma himself. What does Bhishma's greatness have to do here? We'll read about Bhishma's greatness here. Bhishmo pihi pratyayitamaha tathahi rajadharmeshu dharmarajaya bhagavata vyasena. By Vyasa's recommendation to Yudhishthira to learn Dharmashastram from Yudhishthira, from Bhishma, he says, Shrotumichasi ched dharmana nikhilena naradhipa prehi bhishmam mahabaho vruddham kuru pitamaham. The one who comes in Kuru Vamsha, who's called Bhishma, Mahabaho, the very valorous one. Hey, you, the interested one, go learn the Dharma Shastram from him. Sate sarva rahasyeshu samshayan manasi sthitan cheta bhagiratif putraha sarvagnaha sarva tattvavit saksha dadarsha yodevan sarvan shakra purogaman ityadau yasya brahma rishayaha punya nityama san sadaha. So he says, if you want to learn Dharma Shastram purely, learn it from Bhagirathi Putra, Ganga son Gangeya, who's Bhishma. Next, it is said, Swayamcha Bhagavata. See, while Lord Krishna was in Dwaraka and the Yuddham was over and he was seated with Rukmini and was playing the game of dice, suddenly he started shedding tears. Rukmini asked, why are you shedding tears, Krishna? What happened to you? Krishna said, see, Bhishma is lying on the bed of arrows. In a few minutes, he will be dying and I see that Atma is getting out. So he started crying because with Bhishma's departure from this world, wisdom-filled people will not be found that much at all. He is one of the last in that wisdom-filled people, and if he goes away, there will be a scarcity of such people. He says, Sharatalpagato Bhishmaha Shamyannivahuta Shanaha Mam dhyayati purushavyagra tato me tadgatam manaha. See, Bhishma's Atma is leaving his body. Generally, he is thinking of me. But before he thinks, I am thinking of him. Because I am leaving such a great child from this mundane earth. Who will be there to advise people like us? Divyastrani mahateja yodharayati buddhiman sangascha chaturo vedans tasmi manasagataha sahi bhutam bhavishyancha bhavascha bharatarshaba tasmin smite bhishmo kauravanam dhurandare jnanan alpi bhavishyanti tasmat tvam chodayamyaham jnanan alpi bhavanti. There will be scarcity of people for wisdom. Ityadau cha yachatvam vakshase bhishma pandavaya tuna pritchate veda pravadaivate sthasyanti vasudhatale. So he says, in this Vasudha, in this earth, if Bhishma is not there, what will happen? So he says Bhishma is one of the persons whom Pandavas have acquired knowledge and who has given us great works. So if Bhishma has been praised by two people, one by Sakshat Bhagavan Krishna and by the Lord's Aveshyavatara Vyasacharya, look at how great he must have been. So to prove that, I thought I'll take up a point. I'll take this from VISHNU SAHASRANAMAM and explain where it comes. Eko naikasavah kakkim yattat padamanuttamam lokabandhur lokanatho madhavo bhaktavatsalaha suvarnavarno hemango varangas chandanangadi viraha vishamashunyo ghrita achalas chalaha. So here the name is Chalaha. What is the Lord's Nama? Chalaha. What does Chalaha mean? For that, Parashara Bhatta gives us a very good anecdote. See, before the Mahabharata Yuddham, Krishna was duty bound to help both Pandavas and Kauravas because his very dear sister Subhadra was married to Arjuna, thereby Arjuna being the son-in-law. He was duty bound to help his daughter and son-in-law. On the other hand, his son Shambha was married to Duryodhana's daughter. So there also he was duty bound. So he said, I will give my entire army to Kauravas, because it was Duryodhana's ask. And then he said, I will give myself to the Pandavas. The moment Shakuni heard about this, he asked Duryodhana to go again and ask for a boon that Krishna will be by the side of Pandavas but will not lift any weapon and fight. He was of the opinion that if Krishna does this promise, then there is no work for him in the battlefield. See, if I have to fight, then I go for a battlefield. I cannot say I'll just go see there, put one chair and see how the yuddham is happening. No. So if Krishna promises that I will not take or use any weapon, then he doesn't have to go to the war field. This was Shakuni's thought. Krishna promised that I will not lift any weapon. In turn, what he did was, the only work that doesn't use a weapon that will require caliber skill is riding the horses, being a charioteer. I will become the Sarathi for Arjuna. Hearing that Krishna has made a promise that I will not lift any weapon in this yuddham, Bhishmacharya, very prudent and a very prankful devotee, he said, I promise that I will make Krishna lift a weapon in this yuddham. Krishna says, I promise that I will not lift a weapon. Bhishma says, I promise that I will make Krishna lift a weapon. So this was lifting, not lifting. Big news headline it became. Who will win, Krishna or Bhishma? So the yuddham started happening. First day Bhagavad Gita was delivered. Yuddham happened. Second day, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th. Arjuna was not serious about the yuddham. He was just playfully using the arrows and hitting at Bhishma, and Bhishma was retorting. Krishna thought, see, I have left all my work and become his charioteer. This man is taking undue advantage of my volunteering job. So he got really angry. He jumped from the ratham. And as he jumped from the ratham, he started walking with anger, raudram, towards Bhishma. There was lying a chariot with a wheel that was detached from it. He lifted that wheel of that broken chariot, swirled it around and held it yadayattam jagat chakram kala chakram cha sashvatam patuvastat param chakram chakrarupasya chakrinaha, and was about to leave. Arjuna came and fell at his feet and said, Krishna, people will speak ill of you. They will say that you made a promise and you have broken. I will take care of Bhishma, don't worry. And you know what Bhishma in turn did? The moment Krishna lifted that wheel, he dropped all his weapons. He dropped his kavacham and said, I was waiting for this moment, Krishna, the moment I have to be killed by you. So, the beauty is, the Lord had promised that I will not lift a weapon. The devotee Bhishma had promised that I will make him lift a weapon. The Lord was ready to forego the promise he had made for making his devotee successful. He lifted the weapon to prove that his devotees mattered to him more than the promise that he has made. So the Lord, here goes the shlokam, tamatta chakram pranadanta muchaihi kruddham mahendra varajam samiksha sarvani bhutani bhrisham vineduhu kshayam kurunam iti chintayitva savasudevaha pragrahita chakraha samvritta yashyanniva jivalokam abdhyutpatan lokagurur babase bhutani dhyakshanniva dhumaketuhu. So, here, the Lord, who was ready to forego the promise he had made to fulfill the pledge or the vow made by his devotee, okay, is called Chalaha. So, the name of the meaning of the name Chalaha in Sahasranamam is who is ready to lose for the sake of his devotee. So, dhatuhu pragyatvat pratyanchva dutyadikarado anapatra pishnuhu prayojadikateya abhakteshvanaham yutaya manaha chittam samunnataihi asyatini mani saha asya nastiti chalaha. So, this is the meaning of Chalaha. So, what are the characteristic features of Vishnu Sahasranamam? Mahabharata Saratvat. Essence of Mahabharata. Rishibhih Pariganataha has been sung by the Maharishis. Vedacharya Samaharat has been written by Vedavyasa. Bhishmot Krishna Matatvataha has been celebrated and composed by Bhishmacharya himself. What is the fifth one? Jagat Hitatishayataha. It is meant for the welfare of this world. Please make note of this when I am saying. How is it good for the welfare of this world? Sir, is it good only for Matunga and Chembur in Bombay? Is it good only for JP Nagara and Jayanagara in Bangalore? Only good for Westmambalam and Mailapur in Chennai? No, it is good for the entire world. It is good for Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bhutan, Nepal, Bangladesh, all the Middle East countries, Africa, North America. There is no part which will not be benefited by Vishnu Sahasranama. We are so liberal. We feel that all the world should survive well. We are not limited only to localities. So, Jagat Hitati Shayataha, it is for the welfare of this world. How? So, he says, Parigraho hi sarvabhaumau bhagavan namasahasrasya shastreshu tavat sarva parvani devo namasahasravan iti bhagavan api namasahasra sambandhena bhushyate. Shri Vishnu dharmecha Shri Gajendra Mokshane. In Vishnu Dharma Puranam, in Gajendra Moksha Parva, Sahasra Shubha Namanam Adideva Majam Vibhum iti. So, the one who is celebrated by the 1,000 names is going to protect me, is the shloka. Iti. Atra Chopadvata Phala Shrutya Guna Prapancho Drakshate Ayurvedadishu. Please listen to it. Ayurveda is that science in Sanatana Dharma that deals exclusively with what kind of medicines, medicinal herbs should be used, how surgery should be performed. We have Charaka and Sushruta, one of the earliest known physicians and their works that we have. Before that there was Garuda Pandita, many scholars. He says Charaka Samhita, in Charaka Samhita, which is around 100 BCE, around 2100 years, 2050 or 2100 years before. Charaka Samhita says, Vishnum Sahasramurdhanam Chara Charapatim Vibhum Stuvan Nama Sahasrena Jwaran Sarvan Vyapohati. All the kinds of fevers, diseases will go away, will get lessened by reciting Vishnu Sahasranamam. Please make note of this during pandemic. For the welfare of the world, let us all recite. Jwaran sarvan vyapohati iti adyatane cha nana viprakirna mule mehasya prayaschitte jepyahati. So he says, Japyam hati iti adyatane cha nana viprakirna mule mehasya prayaschitte japyam purusha suktakam. So what he says is, for various urinary problems, people have dialysis, kidney problems, right? For that, Vishnu Sahasranamam should be recited, it seems. Purusha Suktam ityarabhya tathaiva bhagavan nama sahasram bharatodikam yakshmaha tathaiva bhagavan nama sahasram parikirtayet. So then he says, for various kinds of respiratory disorders, lung problems, for various kind of lung problems, Vishnu Sahasranamam used to be recited in those days, it seems. Then, Kavayopidam Sarva Jivarakshatvena Varnayanti Yatha. This is a beautiful. Yatha Yaha Bana Bhattabhanaha. Bhattabhanaha is Bana Bhatta, who gave us Kadambari. So he describes Sutika Griha Varnane Avichinna Pathyamana Narayana Nama Sahasram. So he describes the maternity ward. There, while describing the maternity ward, he says, Avichinna Pathyamana. There used to be 3-4 people who used to be continuously reciting Vishnu Sahasranamam for the normal delivery of the child, it seems. Next he says, Iti lokecha grahana dharana shravana japa sankirtana lekhana vyakhyana tishtana pujana prabriti jipar vishaye pishacha vyadi graheshu. For black magic, if people believe in occult and all of that also, Vishnu Sahasranamam is good. Duswapna nirmitadi, if you are getting bad dreams, for that also Vishnu Sahasranamam is the recommended one. And for Navagraha Prayashchitam, if you have got Graha Dosham, for that also Vishnu Sahasranamam. What is this, sir? For all problems Vishnu Sahasranamam. So it is one mall. You had different shops in those days. Now you have got one place. All things are sold in one place. Mall. Likewise, this is Tirumal. So he is the one who is the repository of all qualities and he will solve all the problems. So then he says, for poisons, for demons, he says, He Mahapatakadi Prayaschittati Aikiha Mushkikadi Siddhaye Samsara Granthi. I'm just going very fast because many things are there. Vaishnava Parampadaya Vaptaye Tadatvika Bhagavad Guna Sudhaswada Sukhaya Cha Abala Mukha Murka Stri Nastikai. It will also grant phalam for all genders, for all races, for all classes, even for nastikas, even for people who keep saying, I don't believe in God. If they recite even without belief, it will grant belief. It will grant phalam. So he says, Nastikaika bheshajam niratishaya shraddha bhakti vishwasa purvakam pratigrihyate nachaiva vidha parigriha vedanam apitesham murkhaditi apparagrat. So he says this is the panacea for all problems. So this is the fifth quality. Parigrhatishayataha. What is the last one? Gita taikartha kaschanaha. We say the conversation between Krishna and Arjuna is Bhagavad Gita. This Vishnu Sahasranamam is the essence of Bhagavad Gita, it seems. So he says, Bharata Siddhanta Bhuta Bhagavad Gita Narayaniya Yana San. See, Narayaniyam is a work that we know of the 16th century and 17th century by Narayana Bhattadri in Kerala, Guruvayur. But there is a Narayaniyam, a portion called Narayaniyam in Mahabharatam itself. The essence of Bhagavad Gita, Narayaniyam, Viduraniti, Yaksha Prashnam, all of that is there in Vishnu Sahasranamam, it seems. He says, Tatra prageva paunapunyena tatra paratve pareshu pradeshe sesharthani shraniya Shravanan anushtataya svadhayam apruchyate janame jayaya hyatam grahayan swayameva Vaishampayan uvacha. So Vaishampayana out of grace explained this to Janame Jaya, which was in turn sought by Vyasa, which was in turn told by Bhishma to Yudhishthira. Now, so we have discussed the 6 questions, Kimekam Daivatam Loke, 6 questions, and the 6 answers given by Bhishmacharya. We have also discussed the greatness of the 6 qualities in Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam. Now I'll have to cover the remaining shlokas. So he says, Yani namani gaunani vikhyatani mahatmanaha. There is a mukhyartham and gaunartham. Mukhyartham is the straight meaning, gaunartham is the secondary meaning. Adi Shankara in his commentary has commented using the meaning of gauna, which is secondary. But Parashara Bhatta says gauna also comes from the root word guna, which means all these names describe the Lord's qualities. Yani namani gaudani vikhyatani mahatmanaha rishibhif parigitani. All these names have been recommended by Maharishis. Tani vakshyami bhutaye. Next, Vishnur nama sahasrasya veda vyaso mahan rishihi. So who has said this? Veda Vyasa. Chando Nushtup. It is there in the Chandas, the format, prosody called as Anushtup. Anushtup will have 8 letters in 4 padas, 4 parts. 8 into 4, 32 letters in every verse. So, Vana, Mali, Gadi, Sharngi, 8. Shankhi, Chakri, Cha, Nandaki, 8. Sriman, Narayano, Vishnur, 8. Vasudevo, Bhirakshatu, 8. 8 into 4, 32. So, it is called Chando Nushtup Tatha Devo Bhagavan Devaki Sutaha. Whom are we singing about? Devaki's son. Amritam Shudbhavo Bijam. See, I just want to tell you one thing. This Vishnu Sahasranama Adhyayam continues. We continue reciting shlokas. But in the Prachina Patham, in the ancient version, Chando Nushtup Tatha Devo Bhagavan Devaki Sutaha. Only till there we have commentary. Whatever I am going to say after this has been given to us later. So I will just give you the general meaning. Amritam Shudbhavo Banuriti Bijam. Bijam is the seed. For example, there is a procedure to reciting a mantra. So there is a Bijam, Kim Blijam Padamityuktam Shaktistu Bhuvaneshwari Shakta say, right? Here they say Amritam Shudbhavo Banuriti Bijam. Now, Devaki Nandana Srishteti Shaktihi. What is the Shakti for this mantra? Devaki Nandana, that is Krishna is the Shakti. Trisama Hridayam Tasya. Trisama is the Hridayam. The central portion is Trisama. There is a name of the Lord called Trisama which comes in Vishnu Sahasranamam. Trisama Hridayam Tasya. Shantyarthe Viniyujyate. This is the Phalam. Whom are we singing about? Vishnum, Jishnum, Mahavishnum, Prabhavishnum, Maheshwaram. The one who is pervaded everywhere, the one who is the Lord of the Lords, the one who is Antaryami to one. Aneka Rupa Daityantam, Namami Purushottamam. Aneka Rupa Daityantam. The one who can bring the annihilation of demons who are antisocial elements to both dharma and to the society. He'll bring an annihilation. Aneka Rupa Daityantam, Namami Purushottamam. I celebrate Purushottama, the Lord. Then it is Asya Shri Vishnor Divya Sahasranama Stotra Mahamantrasya. This is the Dhyanam portion or the Sankalpam portion. I have heard some of my acharyas saying that this portion, which is Asya Shri Vishnor Divya Sahasranama Stotra Mahamantrasya Shri Vedavyaso Bhagavan Rishihi Anushtup Chandaha, we do a Sankalpam, right? This portion, it is better that women don't recite. Now don't come fighting and pouncing upon me. Why should women not recite? Aren't we equal? You're all equal. Everybody is equal. But our acharyas have believed certain portions with the stress and the intonation that we give may not be good for the woman's reproductive system. Again comes a counter question. What if I have done my uterus removal operation? What if I have crossed that menstruation stage? What will I do? I don't have answers to any of these. If you want to recite, recite. God is not going to do any harm to us all. He is after all our mother and father. I am just sharing what I know of our Purvacharyas. Vishnu Sahasranamam can be recited by women, except this portion. Asya Shri Vishnor Divya Sahasranama Stotra Mahamantrasya. This Sankalpam portion should not be recited, one. And before we begin the Sahasranamam, we say Harihi. I'm not saying that because that Pranavam should not be said openly. That Pranavam which has Akara, Ukara, Makaram, which is generally called Omkaram, should not be recited again by women. So women should avoid this portion and Harihi. Now you may say again, no sir, great stalwarts in Carnatic music have sung Vishnu Sahasranamam and they have recited. That is what I am telling. If you want to follow this, follow. Else you are free to recite. From my side, I have no such condition and I am not scaring you. I am just sharing what I know. Asya Shri Vishnor Divya Sahasranama Stotra Mahamantrasya Shri Vedavyaso Bhagavan Rishihi Anushtup Chandaha Shri Mahavishnu Paramatma Shriman Narayano Devata. Very easily understandable. Whatever I have said before is being told here. Amritam Shudbhavo Banuriti Bijam Devaki Nandana Srashteti Shaktihi Udbhavah Kshobano Deva Iti Paramo Mantraha Shankhabrannandaki Chakriti Lakam Sharga Dhanva Gadadara Ityastram Rathangapani Rakshobhya Iti Netram Trisama Samagassameti Kavacham Anandam Parabrahmeti Yonihi Rutusudashanakala Iti Digbandaha Shri Vishwarupa Iti Dhyanam Shri Mahavishnu Prityarte Sahasranama Jape or Parayane Viniyogaha, whatever you are doing, whether you are doing a japam or parayanam, you have to do a sankalpam. Next, dhyanam, you are doing the dhyana shlokam. Kshirodanva, you are describing Vaikuntham. In the beautiful milky ocean is the white-hued Adisesha, which looks like a canopy of pearls, and reclining on which is the Lord, being served by Sri Devi, Bhudevi and Neela Devi, and served by the Nitya Suris like Ananta, Garuda and Vishwaksena. Kshirodanva Pradeshe Shushimani Vilasat Saikate Mauktika Nam Mala Klipta Sanasta Spatika Mani Nibhair Mauktikar Manditangaha Shubrair Abrair Darabrair Upari Virachitair Muktapi Yushavarshaihi Anandina Puniyat Ali Nalila Kada Shankapanir Mukundaha Bhupadau Yasyanabir Vyada Sura Nilas Chandra Surya Uchanetre Karnavasha Shirodyo Mukhamapi Dahano Yasya Vasteyam Abdihi Antastham Yasya Vishwam Sura Nara Khagago. Now who am I performing dhyanam on? He says Bhupadau, the Lord's form, where Bhumi, earth is his feet. Yasya Nabihi, so he says where space, which is Akasham, is the navel. Vyada Sura Nilaha, where Vayu is the breath. Chandra Surya Uchanetre, where the sun and the moon are his eyes. Karna Vashaha, the directions are his ears. Shirodhyauhu, so when we think of the skies, they become his crown. Mukhamapi Dahano, you have got fire in his mouth. Yasya Vasteyam Abdhihi, so you have got the oceans. Where we say Yasya Vasteyam Abdhihi, which is near his Nabhi, abdomen. Antastham, so to this Lord, who all form his body, Yasya Vishwam, the entire universe that comprises of Sura, celestials, Nara, humans, Khaga, flying birds, Go, bovine race, cattle, four-legged animals, Bhogi, reptiles, Gandharva, community of people who are engaged in arts, Daityehi, asuras, demons, Chitram Ramyatetam. So with the entire description, if you see, he is looking so picturesque. Nature is in him. Chitram Ram Ramyatetam Tribhuvana Vapusham. The entire world, 3 worlds, is his Vapu, is his body. Vishnum Isham Namami. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, which is a Dwadasakshari mantram. Again, you should receive Upadesham of it from some Acharya. Then again we describe the Lord. Shantakaram Bhujagashayanam Padmanabham Suresham Vishwadharam Gagana Sadrisham Meghavarnam Shubhangam Lakshmi Kantam Kamalanayanam Yogi Hridyana Gamyam Vande Vishnum Bhava Bhaya Haram Sarvalokaikanaatham. Shantakaram, the one who is a personification of Shanta Guna. Bhujagashayanam, the one who is reclining on Adisesha. Padmanabham, the one who has got Padma on his Nabhi. Suresham, the one who is a leader of all Suras. Vishwakaram, the one who for whom the entire world is his body. Gagana Sadrisham, the one who is akin to that of the skies. Meghavarnam, the color is that of the clouds. Shubhangam, beautiful limbs. Lakshmi Kantam, the one who is the beloved of Mahalakshmi. Kamala Nayanam, the one who has got eyes like that of a lotus. Yogi Hridyana Gamyam, the one who is being worshipped in the hearts of yogis. Vande Vishnum, to that Vishnu I do my offerings. Bhava Bhaya Haram, the one who is able to remove the fear because of samsaram. Sarva Lokaikanatham, the one who is the leader of all the worlds. Meghashyamam Pita Kausheya Vasam Shrivatsankam Kaustubhodbhasitangam. The one who has got the hue of Meghashyamam. It's all repetitive in one way or the other. Pita Kausheyavasam, the one who sports himself with yellow silk. Shrivatsankam, the one who has got Shrivatsam, which is a mole in the chest. Kaustubhodbhasitangam, the one who has got Kaustubha next to it. Punyopetam Pundarikayaksham, the one who has got eyes like that of the lotus. Vishnum Vande Sarvalokaikanaatham. Vishnum Vande, to that Vishnu I celebrate. Namas Samasta Bhutanam Adi Bhutaya Bhubrite Aneka Rupa Rupaya Vishnave Prabha Vishnave Sashanka Chakram Sakirita Kundalam. Now he describes the Archavataram, Vibhavavataram. Sakirita Kundalam Sapita Vastram Sarasi Ruhekshanam. So he describes the Lord as Krishna now. Sahara Vakshasthala Shobhi Kaustubam Namami Vishnum Shirasa Chaturbhujam. He has got 4 hands. While Krishna was born, he had 4 hands. Tamadbhutam Balakam Ambujekshanam Chaturbhujam. So he says, Namami Vishnum Shirasa Chaturbhujam. Chayayam Parijatasya Hema Simhasanopari. Under the shade of a great kalpaka tree, Hema Simhasanopari, on a golden throne. Asinamambujashyamam ayatakshamalankritam Chandrananam Chaturbahum, the one who has got the countenance of a resplendent moon. Chaturbahum, the one who has got 4 hands. Chandrananam Chaturbahum Shrivatsankitavakshasam. We have already dealt with Shrivatsam before, the mole. Rukmini Satyabhama Bhyam, the one who has been flanked by Rukmini and Satyabhama. Sahitam Krishnamashraye, to that Krishna I celebrate. So he has started from Paramatma Avikaraya Shuddhaya and landed at Krishna, because Krishna is the avataram in which Vishnu Sahasranamam is being said. So he offers his salutations, and now Sahasranamam will begin from here on. Now, getting back to the 6 questions posed by Yudhishthira. Kimekam daivatam loke kim vapyekam parayanam stuvantah kam kamarchantaha prapna yurmanava shubham ko dharma sarva dharmanam bhavatah paramo matah kim japan muchyate jantur janma samsara bandhanat. So he has asked. Now let us see what these questions deal with. The first and the second question deals with upeyam. Question number 3, 4, 5, 6 deals with upayam. What is upeyam and what is upayam? Upayam is the means that we take. Upeyam is the destination we attain. For example, I am a resident of Bengaluru. I have to travel from Yelahanka to JP Nagara. So, I book a cab through one of the cab aggregators. So, when I ask, he will say, what vehicle do you want? He will ask whether you want to go by auto, you want to go by sedan, you want to go by Innova. So I'll say, I want to go by sedan. So sedan is going to take me from point A, Yelahanka, to point B, JP Nagara. So this sedan becomes my means. I am traveling by the car, right? So that sedan car becomes my means. It is called Upayam. Where am I going? I am going to JP Nagara. So JP Nagara is my destination. So in that destination, who is there? My grandmother lives. So I am going to JP Nagara to see my grandmother. The beauty is my grandmother lives in JP Nagar. So JP Nagar becomes the destination and my grandmother becomes the super destination because she lives there. And the moment I offer her services and I receive her blessings, it becomes my phalam, fruit. So that is called Upayam. So Upayam is the destination, Upayam is the means. So the first two questions, Kimekam Daivatam Loke, who is that one God who has to be worshipped? Kimva Pyekam Parayanam, who is the best whom I am going to attain? So these two questions talk about the destination, Upayam. Next, Stuvantah kam, whom should I do the stuti about? How do I do stuti about? Kam archantaha, how do I do archana about? Prapnayur manavaha shubham ko dharma sarva dharmanam bhavatah paramo mataha, which is the dharmam that I have to take. Kim japan muchyate jantur, what japam I have to do? All these four talk about the means. So it is about upayam. Now, I will go point by point. The commentator says upayam, the means, is of three types, which is agreeable. This means is agreeable to me. When there is a choice given, this is agreeable, that one is more agreeable, comparative degree. Suppose I have been given many choices, spoiled for choices. This is agreeable, that is more agreeable, this is most agreeable. So I go to the superlative degree. Now, in the means, the way that I take, agreeable, more agreeable, most agreeable. What do I attain? The upayam. In that, what is the categorization? Desirable, more desirable, most desirable. So these are the classifications. Now we have to go based on this to every question. What is the question about upayam? Kim ekam daivatam loke. Who is that one daivam in the world? He could have asked Kim daivatam loke. Kim ekam daivatam loke. Who is the one God who is there in the lokam? Is that the meaning? Let us see what ekam means, the one or the unique one. Daivatam, for which the commentator says, Yani namani pradhanyastutinam devatanam tad daivatam ityachakshate. Nirukta Shastram says, amongst the deities that we know from the Vedam, who is that one deity who is the deity of deities, Lord of lords? That is Daivatam. Loke. In this lokam, what is lokam? We generally take universe or world. No. Lokyate iti anena lokaha. He says, Vanau kasopi santo lokajna vayam. This is a beautiful line from Kalidasa's Shakuntalam. So here he says, Vanau kasopi santo lokajna vayam lokikastu parikshya vakta. A person who is well read and after having read upon various sources of knowledge is able to internalize and come to a conclusion and derive the conclusion is called a laukika. Laukika doesn't mean a normal person. The one who is able to make the right decisions. So the question is, Kim ekam daivatam loke, for the well-read person, as per the Shastras, who is the Lord of Lords, the one and the only one, Kim ekam daivatam loke. That is this first question. Second question, Kim vap ekam parayanam, vapi ekam. Vapi plus ekam is vapyekam. So, maybe he says, means this or that, vapi ekam parayanam, param ayanam, most supreme one to be attained. Who is that? Param. Param is superlative. Supreme one, param ayanam, parayanam, who is the supreme one to be attained? Next, we have upayam. See, this upayam is of three types. The first one is siddha upayam. Siddham means the one which is ready. We don't have to do anything to that. It is always ready. It is unchangeable, immovable, you cannot destroy it, you cannot contaminate it, it is unmoved. So that is Siddha Upayam, always there. Next, Sadhya Upayam. Now through Sadhya Upayam, I have to do worship, I have to meditate upon that to realize that. So that becomes Sadhya Upayam. Third one, Salambanopayam. Salambanopayam is easier means through worshipping through flowers, getting the sandal paste done, offering prasadam. This is Salambanopayam. So the means is divided into three: Siddha Upayam, Sadhya Upayam, Salambana Upayam. Next question is, comes tuvantaha. So because we have dealt with the first two questions, which is the upayam, kimekam daivatam loke, kimvapyekam parayanam. Now after that we are dealing with upayam. So what are the questions, upayam here? The question is, comes tuvantaha. Whom do I meditate upon by thinking about the kalyana gunas, the auspicious attributes? Come archantaha. Whom do I do archana? When I say archana, whose divine form, Divyamangala Vigraham, will I meditate upon? Kamarchantaha. Manavaha Shubham. So that all classes of people, just not one varna, just not Brahmins or Vaishyas or Kshatriyas or Shudras, just not one race like Mongol race, Indian race, black and so on. All races, all genders, all varnas. So, manavaha shubham, they all get prosperity. Now, for this, what does it mean? When he says, comes tuvantaha, kamarchantaha, what does he mean? So, he says that we should draw a true by true matrix. One is with respect to upayam. Upayam is destination. How is the destination? It could be uttama upayam. I reach the destination and find out, wow, this destination is good. That is uttama upayam, great destination. Once I reach that place, I will realize not at all worth visiting. So it is anuttama upayam, not great, not to be desired. So upayam, destination could be uttamam, anuttamam. The next one is upayam. What is upayam? The means that I take. That is twofold. Easy means. Sulabha upayam. See, we all desire that whatever way we take should be easy and simple. Correct? So it is Sulabha upayam. It should be very easy. Or the other option is Asulabha upayam. I have to stand in Panchamagni amongst four fires and looking at the sun, which is the fifth one, by standing on one foot and folding the other and holding both the hands at the top towards the scorching rays of the sun. That is Asulabha upayam. Tough for us. Maybe for rishis it was easy, tough for us, which is Asulabha upayam. So upayam is of two types. Sulabha upayam, easy means. Asulabha upayam, tough means. Upayam is of two types. Uttama upayam, very desirable upayam. Anuttama upayam, not desirable upayam. When we create a matrix, we have to decide which is the best one. So uttama upayam, sulabha upayam is the first one. Second, sulabha upayam, anuttama upayam, 2. Uttama upayam, asulabha upayam, 3. Anuttama upayam, asulabha upayam, anuttama upayam, 4. So the best one is when we have sulabha upayam, uttama upayam. Easy means best destination. So this is our desired combination. Now we have to go to the next set of two questions. Ko dharmaha sarvadharmanam bhavatah paramomataha. So people say, which dharmam is to be followed? That is the next question. Sixth one, Kim japan muchyate jantur janma samsara bandhanat. Upon doing whose japa, janma samsara bandhanat, the creatures will be relieved of their very process of janmam and maranam and this samsaram. These are the 6 questions asked. So he starts answering one question after the other. The first answer to the question is, Jagat Prabhum Deva Devam Anantam Purushottamam Stuvannama Sahasrena Purusha Satatothitaha. So he says, on whose name should we do japam? So this is the answer. So the 6th question, in the list of 6 questions, the last question was Kim Japan. For that question, the answer is given first. So, Jagat Prabhum, the one who is the Lord to the entire universe. Deva Devam, not just the deity like Indra, Chandra, Agni, Varuna, Vayu. He is the Deva of Devas. He must be Devaraja, Devanatha Swami, Devanayaka. So Deva Devam, Anantam, he should be limitless, infinite. Purushottamam, he should be different from the Achetana Tattva, insentient matter, Purusha. He must be different from the Baddha Jivatma, he is Utpurusha. He must be different from the Mukta Jivatma, he is Uttara Purusha. He must be different from the Nitya Jivatma, he is Uttama Purusha. Uttama Purusha is Purushottama. So Purushottamam, Stuvan, do Stuvan of him, Nama Sahasrena, through these 1,000 names, Purushaha, he is the Purusha who's been described in the Purusha Suktam, Satatothitaha, with complete dedication. So, the answer to on whom japa should be done is Purushottama, who is limitless. He is the Jagat Prabhu, upon whom you have to do japam. The next answer is Tameva charchayan nityam bhaktya purushamavyayam. Tameva charchayan nityam bhaktya purushamavyayam. The same Jagat Prabhu whom I spoke about, the same Purushottama whom I spoke about, on him only you have to do Archayan, Archana. Answer to the fourth question. Kamarchantaha, right? Here he says, Tameva charchayan nityam bhaktya purushamavyayam. Do Archana on him. Next, answer to the third question. Dhyayan stuvan namasyamscha yajamanas tameva cha. So he says, Kimarchantaha. So he says, Kimekam daivatam loke, kimvapyekam parayanam, stuvantah kam. Third question is, stuvantah kam. Whom should I do stuti? The answer is Dhyayan Stuvan Namasyamscha Yajamanas Tamevacha. Answer to the sixth question, Kim Japan. Answer to the third question comes Tuvantaha. And then we have got Kamarchantaha. So both on whom Archana should be done, on whom Stuti should be done, Japa should be done is the same, one and the same person. And who is he? Describe his attributes. Here comes a shloka, set of shlokas that describes 10 qualities to the Lord. Anadinidhanam Vishnum Sarva Loka Maheshwaram Lokadhyaksham Stuvan Nityam Sarva Dukkha Bhavet Brahmanyam Sarva Dharmagyam Lokanam Kirtivardhanam Lokanatham Mahadbhutam Sarva Bhuta Bhavodbhavam. What are the qualities? Anadi Nidhanam Vishnum, the one who doesn't have a start and an end. Anadi Nidhanam Vishnum, Sarvalokam Vishnum, the one who has pervaded all places. Sarvaloka Maheshwaram, the one who is the Lord of the entire universe. Lokadhyaksham, the one who is a witness to all our mental and physical activities. Brahmanyam, the one who is a knower of all the components of Vedas. Sarva Dharmagyam, the one who is cognizant of all the ways to reach out to him. Lokanam Kirtivardhanam, the one who has got the undiminishing fame. Lokadhyaksham, the one who is the master of all the worlds. Mahadbhutam, the one who is possessed of all kinds of riches. Sarva Bhuta Bhavodbhavam, the one whose existence is the cause of the existence of all the other living beings in this world. So these are the 10 qualities. Whom does it rest in? The answer to the next question, which is the fifth question. Ko dharmaha sarva dharmanam bhavatah paramo mataha. The answer is Yeshame sarva dharmanam dharmo adhikatamo mataha yad bhaktya pundarikaksham stavairarchair narasada. Yeshame sarva dharmanam. This one person whom I am speaking about, he said, right, Purushottamam, Sarvaloka Maheshwaram and all of that. The same Lord who is spoken of in the Purusha Sukta, Sarva Dharmanam, of all the routes that is taken to reach him, Dharmo Adhikatamo Mataha, he is the answer. Yad Bhaktya, now whom should I offer my bhakti to? Pundarikaksham, Chandogya Upanishad, which is an integral part of Samaveda, says, Sadeva Somya Idamagrasit Yekameva Dvitiyam Apranaghat Sarvayeva Suvarnaha Hiranyasmashruhu Hiranyakeshaha Tasya Yatha Kapyasam Pundarikam Eva Makshini, the one whose eyes is like the petals of a newly freshly blossomed lotus in a pond. So Pundarikaksha Yadbhaktya Pundarikaksham Stavair Archair Narasada. To him only you have to do stuti. To only him you have to do japam. To only you have to do archana. So this is the root close to Nama Sankirtanam. Yeshame Sarvadharmanam Dharmo Adhikatamo Mataha. Next, answer to the second question. Kimvap Ekam Parayanam. who is our final destination, who is the para ayanam, the most supreme destination. Paramamyo mahattejaha, paramamyo mahattapaha, paramamyo mahadbrahma, paramamyaf parayanam. Pavitranam pavitramyo mangalanam schamangalam. The one who is able to be the repository of auspiciousness and purity, from whom the other objects take purity from. If you feel that turmeric, curcumin, haridra is pure and medicinal in nature, where has it obtained those qualities from? The Lord. If you believe that the herbs used in Ayurvedas have medicinal qualities, where have they obtained from? The Lord. So the Lord becomes the repository of all these attributes. So pavitranam pavitramyo mangalanam scha mangalam. The next is the answer to the first question. What was the first question? Kimekam daivatam loke. Who is that one daiva, Lord of Lords, as recommended by people who have learnt the Shastras? So Kimekam daivatam loke. So for that he says, Daivatam devatanam cha bhutanam yo vyayaf pita yatas sarvani bhutani bhavantyadi yugagame yasminscha pralayam yanti punareva yugakshaye. So here he has answered the 6 questions. Now let me take you to the list again. Kimekam daivatam loke kimvapyekam parayanam is about the upeyam, the destination. Stuvantahkam kamarchantaha prapnayurmanavaha shubham kodharma sarvadharmanam bhavatah paramomataha kim japan muchyate jantur janma samsara bandhanat is about the route taken, the means taken, upayam. There are 3 types. Siddha upayam, that is why the question number 3 is about Siddha upayam. Question number 4 is about Siddha upayam. Question number 5 is about Sadhya upayam. Kodharmaha sarvadharmanam, that is Sadhya upayam. Kim Japan Muchyate Jantur is about the Salambano-payam. So the first 2 questions is about Upayam. The next 4 questions is about Upayam, of which question number 3 and question number 4 is about Siddha Upayam. Question number 5 is about Sadhya Upayam. Question number 6 is about Salambano Upayam. While giving the answers back, he starts giving in the order of answer to the 6th question, answer to the 4th question, answer to the 3rd question, answer to the 5th question, and answer to the 2nd question, and finally answer to the 1st question. So all this is the set of questions posed by him. Yudhishthira uvacha kimekam daivatam loke kim vapyekam parayanam suvantahkam kamarchantaha prapna yurmanava shubham kodharma sarva dharmanam bhavatah paramomataha kim japan muchyate jantur janma samsara bandhanat. So for this Bhishmacharya says, Jagat Prabhum Deva Devam Anantam Purushottamam Stuvan Nama Sahasrena Purusha Sadatothitaha Tameva Charchayan Nityam Bhaktya Purushamavyayam Dhyayan Stuvan Namasyamscha Yajamanas Tameva Cha Anadinidhanam Vishnum Sarva Loka Maheshwaram Lokadhyaksham Stuvan Nityam Sarva Dukkhakito Bhavet Brahmanyam Sarva Dharmajnam Lokanam Kirtivardhanam Lokanatham Mahadbhutam Sarva Bhuta Bhavodbhavam Yesha Me Sarva Dharmanam Dharmo Adhikatamo Mataha Yad Bhaktyav Pundarikaksham Stavair Archair Narasada Paramamyo Mahattejav Paramamyo Mahattapaha Paramamyo Mahadbrahmav Paramamyav Parayanam Pavitranam Pavitramyo Mangalanam Schamangalam Daivatam Daivatanam Scha Bhutanam Yo Vyayaf Pita Yatas Sarvani Bhutani Bhavantyadi Yugagame Yasmin Scha Pralayam Yanti Punareva Yugakshaye Tasya Loka Pradhanasya Jagannathasya Bhupate Vishnor Nama Sahasram Me Shrunu Papa Bhayapaham. Yeah, now I'll stop till here. Yani Namani Gaunani will come later. So the 6 questions and 6 answers have been given. This is on one side. In Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam, the compilation of 1000 names of the Lord, we will be witnessing the meaning of every nama of the Lord with the etymological derivation, how that name has come into existence. Alongside, I will be reading out the Vyakhyanam, the Sanskrit description as stated by our Purvacharyas, our preceptors. The first nama is Vishwam. What does Vishwam mean? He states, Swarupa Rupa Guna Vibhavaihi Paripurna Ityarthaha. The one who is complete and replete with Swarupa Rupa. What is Swarupam? What is Rupam? The external form that we see of an entity is called Rupam. The innate characteristics of that person is called Swarupam. So, the Rupam of the Lord, the external features of the Lord, and Swarupam, his innate characteristics, alongside Guna, the attributes that he possesses, and Vibhavam. Vibhavam is a Vaibhavam, the significance associated with the Lord. Paripurna Ityarthaha is complete. Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate, states Vedam. What is whole? This is whole. Even if you take a part of the whole still remains the whole. For example, you see a lamp. You take little fire out of it with a matchstick to light another lamp. Just because you have taken little fire from this lamp, the size of the fire in the first lamp doesn't diminish. Even if you take a part of that fire, the fire still remains complete. So is the Lord. Purnamadav Purnamidam. Likewise, his Swarupa, Rupa, Guna, Vibhava is complete. Hence, he is called Vishwam. So, all the good attributes that we know of in this world completely rests in him. So, he is called Vishwam. The next nama is Vishnu. The meaning associated is Swavibhuti Bhutam Chidachidatmakam Sarvam Vishati Iti Vishnu. So, now that we have seen that all the qualities and attributes in this world rest in him, where is he? That Lord who is complete, that Lord who is Paripurna, that Lord who is Vishwam, where is he? He is in every sentient and insentient matter. He is there in every Chetana. He is there in every Achetana. So be it those objects which becomes a substratum to knowledge, and those which aren't substratum to knowledge, Chit and Achit, Chetana and Achetana, he is found to have gone into them. He has permeated into them. The one who has gone into and pervaded that space and has covered that space, then that Lord is referred to as Vishnu. When Hiranyakashipu asked Prahlada, you keep telling that somebody is protecting you while I push you to the snakes. You keep telling that somebody is protecting you when I'm pushing you to the mad elephants. You keep telling me that somebody protected you while you were thrown atop the cliff. Who is that who's protecting you? Where is he? To which the boy says, to which object shall I point, Father, that he is here only? He is present everywhere. In that case, he has permeated and pervaded every object in this world. So he is called Vishnu. The third nama is Vashatkaraha. Vashatkaraha, the meaning given by the commentator is Sarvam Vasham Svecha Anuvarti Karoti Iti. When the little boy, Prahlada, was asked by his father, where is that Lord and what is he doing? You know what the boy said? Shasta Vishnu Raseshasya Jagadoyo Hridisthitaha Tameva Paramatmanam Tata Kahkena Shasyate. This is a Vishnu Purana shlokam. The boy says, he is the one who is controlling me and you from the within. So he is the one who holds our thoughts, our processes, under his control, under his vasham, under his control. So he is Vashatkaraha. This Vashatkaraha is referred here. Do we see an example for that? Duryodhana insisted that when Krishna came to the court of Hastinapura as a messenger of the Pandavas, no one in the assembly hall should be standing and respecting that messenger. They all said, "Sir, we do not know what to do or not to do. But one thing, Duryodhana, we will follow what you do." Duryodhana said, "Okay." And on the day when Krishna stepped his foot on the court, everyone stood up. Duryodhana was super angry. The moment Krishna left Hastinapura, he summoned them all and asked, "How dare you all stand when I have told you not to do that particular act?" They all said, "Sir, it's not our action of standing or not standing. We made it very clear on day one. Whatever you do, we will do." Duryodhana said, "What do you mean then?" They all unanimously said, when Krishna got inside the court, Duryodhana, you stood up first. Duryodhana was wondering, how is that possible? To which the rishis there said, "See, the one who controls you from within is the one who came to the court. So you are under his vasham. So he is Vashatkaraha." The fourth nama, Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhuhu. The meaning is Kalatraya Vartinam Prabhuhu Swami Seshi Iti Yavat. Kalatraya Vartinam. What is Kalatraya? There are three parts to time. Whatever you heard a minute back, till then it is past. Whatever you are hearing now is present. In a few minutes from now, this will become past. Whatever you are going to see in the future will become present. Likewise, in a few minutes from now, whatever we are going to see is future. Bhuta, Bhavya, Bhavat. So there are three speeds of time. For those time periods, he is the Seshi. He is the Prabhu, which means that he is the one who owns it and who accepts services. Remember this. The one who serves is called Sesha. The one who accepts services is called Seshi. That is why one of the very first illustrations or example that we know of in this world, who offered his services to the Lord, came as a first servant. He is the Adi Sesha. So Adi Sesha means the first servant. Oh, so what is his original name? Ananta. The beautiful capital city of Kerala is called Thiruvananthapuram, where it is Adisesha who stays as Ananta. Hence, Kalatraya Vartina, Seshi. So he is the Lord in all the three periods of time. Next comes the beautiful Nama, Bhutakrit. Sarvani Bhutani Swatantraha Srijati Iti Bhutakrit. The one who is able to create Swechaya. Sarvani Bhutani Swatantraha. Let's take for example, we make dosa. Those of you who live in the north of India will be aware of the South Indian delicacy. Those of you who belong to the south of India will know this delicacy in and out. So a batter is made. So you bring the pulses and the rice together, make a nice dosa batter. Now the dosa batter is there on one side. That's the raw material required to make the dosa. But if I keep the batter in front of someone, they will not be able to consume. I have to make a dosa out of it. So dosa is the final product. Batter is there, the material. Then what do I need? I will need an instrument. I will need an accessory. What is the accessory? The accessory is the dosa stone. So I keep the dosa stone on fire and take a cup of batter, the material, and then put it in on the dosa plate, which is the tawa. So once I take that instrument and start making a circular dosa like a ring, the dosa will get made. But remember, the batter will not go to the stone by itself. It needs me to take the batter, put it on the tawa, and then bring it on to a circular shape and make the dosa. So for the final product of dosa to arrive, I need a material, which is the material cost. I will need the stone or the tawa, which is the accessory cost. I will need me to bring the batter onto the stone, which is the instrumental cost. Material cost is upadana karanam. The one who is doing it is nimitta karanam. The one that helps in making meat, which is the stone or the tawa, is the accessory cause, sahakari karanam. Upadana karanam, nimitta karanam, sahakari karanam. But all these three things are different. Dosa batter is different from me. I am different from the stone. But when the Lord creates this world, what is the material cause? It is Him. Who is the accessory cause? It is Him. Who is the instrumental cause? It is Him. Sir, how could the material be the Lord? Why? When the spider spins its web, where does the material come from? It comes from within the spider. So it constructs a house from a material that it produces, secretes, and absorbs it during dissolution. Likewise, the Lord, Sarvani Bhutani Swatantraha Srijati iti Bhutakrit. Since He creates this entire world completely by Himself, He is called Bhutakrit. Next, Bhutabhrit. So Bhutakrit is over. Now Bhutabhrit. Bhutani Bibharti iti Bhutabhrit. The one who supports it completely. For example, my mother has given birth to me. Your mothers have given birth to you all. Now, how long does she support us? From the moment she got pregnant, the moment her ovum is fertilized, from that period onwards, let's take the first trimester, second trimester, third trimester. In very rare cases, there are a few weeks that go overboard from the 9th month. So maybe 10 months, maybe even 11th month. After that, she has to deliver us. After that, who supports us? Then we say, no sir. Then after that, Mother Earth supports us. So, there is one lady who has given birth. There is another lady who supports us. But the beauty is, Shastram tells, for all the sentient and the insentient matter in this world, it is the Lord who supports us. So, he is called Bhuta Bhrit. Next, Bhavaha. Who is Bhavaha? His name is Bhavaha. Ukta Vakshyamana Sarva Vibhutibihi Kalapiva Prachalakena Visishtataya Bhavati Iti Bhavaha. Now, the world constitutes of Jivatma. In my body is one Jivatma. In your respective bodies there is one Jivatma. So all the Jivatmas together, they all constitute a category called Chetana. Chetana Vargam, sentient matter. All the remaining objects which do not become a substratum to knowledge is Achetana Vargam. Now, where does this Chetana and Achetana last? In Srimad Ramayanam, Brahma praises Rama at the end of Yuddham in Yuddhakandam. He says, Jagat Sarvam Shariram Te. O Lord Rama, who is Paramatma, Jagat Sarvam, the entire universe, cosmos, Shariram Te, is the body for you. Bhupadau Yasya Nabihi Vyada Suranilas Chandra Suryaucha Netre Karna Vashaha Shirodyauhu Mukhamapi Dahano Yasya Vasteyam Abdihi Antastham Yasya Vishwam Sura Nara Khaga Go Bhogi Gandharva Daityehi Chitram Ram Ram Yatetam Tribhuvana Vapusham. Tribhuvana, the entire world. Vapuhu is the body to Vapusham. Vishnum Yisham Namami, says the shlokam. So the entire world is His body. But how do we understand that? For which he says, Vibhutibihi kalapiva prachalakena visishtataya bhavati iti bhavaha. Let's take the male peacock, which comes with a beautiful range of feathers. When the peacock wishes to dance, it starts spreading its feathers and starts dancing. The moment it's bored, it will just put all the feathers together and condense within itself. It does not remove. It keeps it in a smaller shape. Then when it wants, it expands. So the Lord is the male peacock. The sentient and the insentient matter are his feathers. When he wishes to create, he spreads his feathers. When he wishes to bring a dissolution, he condenses and keeps it within him. Hence he is called Bhavaha. Next nama, Bhutatma. What is Bhutatma? Sarvesham Bhutanam Atma. He is the Antaryami. He is the inner matter to the Jivatma for all living beings. Remember, Lord doesn't rest only in human beings. If we think so, we have not understood even the P letter of philosophy. He is the one who rests in every living matter. Right from the little ant that you see in front of your eyes, running in front of you, till Brahma. A beautiful Telugu verse goes like this, where Saint Tyagaraja says, Chimalo Brahmalo Shiva Keshava Dulalo Chimalo. In Telugu, Chima means ant. Brahmalo to Brahma. Chimalo Brahmalo. Be it the ant or Brahma, he is the one who is present as the Atma. Since he is the inner matter to all the living beings in this world, for all the bhutas, he is called Bhutatma. So, Sarvesham Bhutanam Atma. Next, Bhuta Bhavanaha. Tani Dharaka Poshaka Bhogya Pradanena Vardhayati Iti. There he says, Dharaka Poshaka Bhogya Pradanena. Now, the body has to consume something, right? For us to survive, we need to eat something. We don't have to feel sorry about it. The first meal we have in the day, after that in a few hours we feel hungry. Whatever happens or not, hunger is something that can never go out of human beings. We think of what is the next meal. So there is some bhogya vastu we have to consume. Then we need material for that bhogya vastu. We need to earn for that bhogya vastu. What is that bhogya vastu? The bhogya vastu is also the Lord. How? We get annam. We get vegetables. Who is present within it? The Lord. Now comes the question, are we eating the Lord? No. Though you may consume it, he remains untouched. Like the little drops of water that float on the lotus leaf. The water is there on the lotus leaf, but it doesn't get absorbed. The leaf will not absorb the water. It will still remain. So it becomes the substratum to the water, but it does not absorb the water. The Lord is present in all the living beings, but he is not absorbed by them. He is there, but he is still not there. He is there, but is different from it. Hence he is called Bhuta Bhavanaha. The next nama is Putatma, for which he says, Atmatvepi samsarivat asya sharira bhuta chidachid doshananu shadangat putatma. Now, all these names that I have told you before were suggestive of the fact that the Lord is the Antaratma to every being. He is present in me. He is present in you. He is present in the mic. He is present in the camera. He is present in the laptop. He is present everywhere. Now, imagine if I tell he is present in the laptop. My laptop, I have not cleaned it for the last 8 months. Now, there will be so much of dirt associated with the laptop. If I say that the Lord is there in the laptop and there is dirt in the laptop, then the dirt will get associated with the Lord. Correct? Let's go towards us. We are people who have committed so many sins in our life. So there are sins in our body. There is dirtiness in our body. Remember, however we take bath, best of shampoo, best of face wash, there will still be dirt. So there is dosham in our body. The Lord is also there in our body. Will the dosham in our body get attached to the Lord? Will the dosham in my laptop get attached to the Lord? For which he says, Atmatvepi samsarivat asya sharira bhuta chid achid doshananu shadangat putatma shuddha swabhavaha. It does not get attached, it seems. Though he is present in every living being and non-living being, the dosham in that body doesn't get attached to the Lord. How? For which there is an interesting anecdote. There is a little town in the south of Tamil Nadu. It is called as Tirunelveli. Tirunelveli is famous for its delicacy. It is an halwa. Like how we speak of the petha of the North India, peda of Dharwad, kaja of Kakinada, laddu of Tirupati, putarekulu of Andhra, Chakkavarati and Chakkapradaman of Kerala, Mysore Pak, Roshagulla, Shondesh. Likewise, there is an halwa of this town called as Tirunelveli. It glistens with ghee. It floats in sugar. Its color is like the Lord. And the more you consume, you will be with the Lord. So you go to Tirunelveli. And there you buy halwa. It's filled with ghee. It's replete with sugar. Your fingers will feel the stickiness when you associate with self. Your fingers will feel the greasy feeling when you touch the halwa. You take the halwa, it's so slithery, your hands get greasy, and by mistake if you put it on your body, on your feet gets greasy. You put it on the sides of your face, it gets greasy. But what consumes the halwa? The mouth. What tastes the halwa? The tongue. The beauty is wherever it falls, the greasiness and the stickiness will attach. But your tongue consumes it. Your tongue will never feel the greasiness. You may wash your hands with a hand wash. You may wash your feet with the soap when the halwa touches you. But you never wash your tongue with the soap. Why? Though it is greasy, though it is sticky, the stickiness and the greasy nature will not get stuck to the tongue. Likewise, even if the Lord is within our body and we have doshams, the doshams are for our body, not for the Lord who is like the tongue. The dosham will not get attached to him. So he is called Putatma. The next nama is a very common name that we all say. In Vishnu Sahasranamam, the nama is Paramatma. What does Paramatma mean? Yatha sarvani bhutanyanyena atmavanti naivamanyena kenachit ataha Paramatma. Now, he is the Atma to every being. But there is no Atma equal to or greater than him. So, the one who doesn't have somebody who is equal to or greater than him. Paroma yasya sa. Paroma means there is no one greater than him. So, he becomes Paramatma. In the Tamil Bhakti tradition of the south of India, there were a set of mystic saints who came in the early part of the first millennium. They were called the Alvars. One of the Alvar states, Ottarum Mikkarum Illada Mamaya. Ottar in Tamil means there is no one who is equal to. Mikkar, there is no one who is greater than. Illada Mamaya. Oh, the one with extremely convincing, captivating attributes. There is no one who is equal to or greater than you. Then he is called Paramatma. So Paramatma is that nama. Next, Muktanam Paramagatihi Evam Sarvaseshinameva Paramaprapyatvamaha Muktana Paramagatihi. Now, there are three categories of Jivatma. If you understand this, the next set of names will be very easy. Now there are three sets of Jivatmas. Those Jivatmas in this mundane world who are bound by karma, like us, we are all called Baddha Atma, Baddhatma. The moment we perform an upayam, a way to reach the Lord, either Bhakti Marga or Sharanagati, we will walk the path of light. So if the Jivatma in a subtle body goes in the path of light, it is called Archiradi Margam. Then the Jivatma, the moment it enters Vaikuntham, a new tag is given. The tag is called Muktatma because it has attained Mukti. So at one point in time it was Baddhatma, now it has become Muktatma. And what about the third category? They are people who are never bound by karma. They all stay there. They are all called Nityatmas. Like for example Garuda, Ananta, Vishwaksena, they are all Muktatmas, Nityatmas. Now for those people who have reached Vaikuntham, Muktatma, he becomes the destination. So the nama is Evam Sarva Seshinameva Paramaprapyatvamaha Muktanam Paramagatihi. For the Muktatmas, he is the Gati, the final destination. Muktanam Paramagatihi. Next nama. Avyayaha na viyate na vyapagamyate asmaditi avyayaha. Now some people may ask, sir, in every lecture of Sanatana Dharma, the speaker says, we are all in this mundane world, we have to go to Vaikuntham. Sir, what if I go to Vaikuntham and I want to return? See, you go to one place, you don't like it, you will come back. You will be listening to this lecture, you don't like it, you will not listen to the next lecture. So this is a human trait. What if I go to Vaikuntham, I find the facilities to be just okay, I want to come back to earth, what can I do? Then Shastram tells, Nasapunaravartate, Nasapunaravartate. If you go once, you can never come back. Now make up your mind whether you want to go to Vaikuntham or not. If you go there, you cannot come back. So, Avyayaha, na viyate, na vyapagamyate. The Lord will not let you go back to this earth because He has taken so much of efforts to bring you to Vaikuntham. Why will He send you back? So He is called Avyayaha. Next, Purushaha. The next nama is a very easy word, Purushaha. You must have heard of this famous hymn from all the four Vedas, Purusha Suktam, Sahasrashirishah Purushaha, Sahasrakshaha, Sahasrapad, Sabhumim Vishwato Vritva, Atyatitishta Dashangulam, Purushaye Vedagum Sarvam Yadbhutam Yachabhavyam Utamritatvaseshanaha Yadannena Tirohati. So the Adhara Shabdam is Purusha. What does Purusha mean? Puru Bahu Sanoti iti Purushaha. The one who is able to be generous and grant us what we want. You go and stand before the Lord. He is there to address our concerns and give us whatever we want legitimately. Srinidhim Nidhimaparam Arthinam Arthitartha Paridanadikshitam Sarvabhuta Suhridam Dayanidhim Devarajam Adhirajam Ashraye. If you visit the beautiful silk city in the south of India called Kanchipuram, the presiding deity is Lord Varadaraja. Varam Dadati iti Varadaha. The one who grants boons to his devotees. So the one who is vexed of giving so much to his devotees, he keeps on giving. So he is called Puru Bahu Sanoti. Hence he is called Purusha. Purusha means the one who is very generous. Mukte Bhyopi Vang Manasa Parichedya Gunavibhava Swanubhavam Dadati iti. Now for all the Muktatmas in Vaikuntham, he grants his darshanam, he grants his beauty as a special offer all throughout. Hence he is called Purushaha. Next, Sakshi. Meaning is, Evam Tana Anandayanna Swayamapi Tripyanna Sakshat Karoti iti Sakshi. Now, the Muktatmas in Vaikuntham are made to feel happy, and looking at his children, the Muktatmas feeling happy, he is also happy. See, when the children are happy, the mother is happy. Why? Looking at her children feeling happy, she feels happy. So, the Lord also sees happiness in us and he becomes happy. Sakshi. That is the meaning of Sakshi. Next, Kshetrajnaha. Itham tebhyaha swanubhavam datum tadekantam kshetram janati iti kshetrajnaha. Now, here the Muktatmas have to experience the Lord in solitude. See, if you have a darshan of the Lord as a crowd, like how we go to Tirupati or Pandharpur or Puri Jagannath, Guruvayur, these are all kshetrams where we go in a crowd. That is a different experience. But in Sri Vaikuntham, every Muktatma will be meditating on the Lord. That Lord who gives that experience, the divine experience, when the Muktatma is in solitude, is called Kshetrajnaha. Next, Aksharaha. The 17th nama is Aksharaha. Tatra muktai sadanubhuyamanaha api madhutva sannihita simaguna unmajjanena uparyupari bhogyataya upachiyate natu ksharati ityaksharaha. Now, here he says, the Muktatmas start experiencing the Lord. How generally does experience last? I have bought a very big smart TV. I am looking at the TV. Very nice TV. Pixels are good. Resolution is good. Color quality is good. Clarity is good. Many options in the TV. I keep meditating on the TV. How long do you think I can meditate? I can meditate for half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours. 24 hours if I meditate on the TV. First of all, no person will think I am a normal person. They will think there is something wrong with me. Why will I meditate on a TV? Even then I am meditating on the TV. What is there to meditate on the TV? Its features. One day I have meditated. The next day I will say, sir, I have exhausted all the qualities of the TV. I cannot meditate anymore. Whereas the Muktatmas in Sri Vaikuntham are meditating on the Lord. So, as they meditate on the Lord gets so happy and starts exposing more and more and more of his qualities. As he showcases more qualities, they start meditating more. So it's a very healthy competition between the person who's meditating and the one who is the object of meditation. So the one who never ever diminishes is called Aksharaha. Ksharati means diminishing. There is no diminishing at all. Hence he is called Aksharaha. Next, Yogaha. The next nama of the Lord is Yogaha. For example, you want to call your grandson by a name? Call him Yoga. Not Yoga. Yoga, then it becomes one asana. Yoga. That's the name of the Lord. Yujyate prapyate anena iti. Sayujyasya nanyapekshaha sakshat hetuhu ityartaha. Now, how do I reach destination B? I am in point A. I have to go to point B. Let's imagine I am in Vadala in Bombay. I have to go to Andheri in Bombay. Let us imagine I am in Maradpalli in Secunderabad. I have to go to Begumpet in Hyderabad. Let's imagine I am in JP Nagar in Bangalore. I have to go to Yelahanka in Bangalore. Let's imagine I am in T Nagar in Chennai. I have to go to Pallavaram in Chennai. Point A to point B. How will I go? I will either take the electric train, I will either take the metro, or I will take the bus, auto, car, or my vehicle. These are some of the ways I go. So, what is the way I am taking? One of the vehicles. So, that is the Upayam. Where am I reaching? Be it Andheri, be it Begumpet, be it Yelahanka, be it Pallavaram. These are all places where I have to reach destination. It is Upayam. Now, if I have to reach the Lord, then Lord becomes Upayam. What is the Upayam? What is the way? He says, Sayujyasya nanyapekshaha sakshat hetuhu ityartaha. Where the Lord himself becomes the way. So, the Lord is the means, the Lord is the destination. Hence, he is called Yogaha. Next nama. It is a very interesting nama. Yoga Vidam Neta. Vyavahitopaya nishthanam api yoga vidam neta. Phalaparyanta nirvahakaha. Now, there are people who say that instead of taking the Lord as the vehicle, I will use Bhakti Marga or Prapatti to reach the Lord. Then in that case, what is the meaning associated? He says, Palanundagumpadi. That is, the Lord even for people who choose other upayams like bhakti yoga, sharanagati, for them also he is the one who grants the phalam. Hence he is called Yoga Vidam Neta. 20th Nama. He says, Pradhana Purusheshwaraha. So you want to call your grandson by a unique name? Call him Pradhana Purusheshwara. Now, what is the meaning? Pradhanasya bandhahetoho purushanam cha badhyamananam sarvatha niyamakaha. Now, be it the prakriti which the jivatmas control, or the jivatmas which are a part of this entire prakriti, be it the prakriti or the purusha, both of them come under the control of the Lord. Isha Ishitavya. Isheshitavya Vaishamya Nimnonnata Kritonjalihi. Both come under the control of the Lord. He is called Pradhana Purusheshwaraha. Next Nama, Narasimha Vapuhu. Bhakta Bhayapahata Apeksha Samyakshana Pratipannaya Thakama Divya Mahansimha Samhanananaha. So he says, for the sake of his devotee, the Lord came from Sri Vaikuntham. Narasimha is a Purnavatara, no different from the Lord. He came from Vaikuntham with a beautiful body of a man lion, of Narasimha Vapuhu. Satapatala Bhishane Sarabhasa Attahasodbhate Spurat Kridhi Parisputat Bhrukutikepi Vaktre Krite. Kripa Kapatakesarin Danujadimba Dattastana Saroja Sadrusha Drusha Vyatibhishajyate Vyajyate. So the Lord who came as a man lion to protect his devotee. So to protect Prahlada he came. So he came in the body, divine body of a Narasimha. Narasimha Vapuhu. Next Nama, Shriman. That is the name of the Lord. Ataha Paraspara Durghata Purva Vikrita Rupa Parigrahad Api Shriman Saundarya Lavanyadibihi Atimanohara Divya Rupaha. The one who came as a man lion. See, have you seen such combinations? You see a lion completely, a human being completely. Mix both of them together, the body of a human being, the head of a lion. Sir, I can't even imagine. Even the combination that we think is not possible, he came with that combination. But when you try out new dishes, the dish may sound interesting, but may not taste interesting. Here, man lion may sound interesting, but is he good to look at? Saundarya Lavanyadibihi. Beauty has two types, Saundaryam, Lavanyam. Saundaryam is Avayava Shobha. If the eyes alone are beautiful, Saundaryam. Nose alone is beautiful, Saundaryam. Lips alone is Saundaryam, is beautiful, it is Saundaryam. If the chest alone is broad and beautiful, Saundaryam. If the hands and the palms are like the lotus and beautiful, it is Saundaryam. Individually, it is Saundaryam. Overall, if it is beautiful, it is Lavanyam. This is called Samudaya Shobha. Here, Narasimha, his eyes are beautiful, nose are beautiful, so Saundaryam. Overall also he is beautiful. Saundarya Lavanyadibihi Atimanohara Divya Rupaha. One of the mystic saints in the Tamil tradition states, Alagiyan Tane Arivuruvam Tane. Narasimha is not beautiful. He says, if there is something beautiful in this world, it is only Narasimha. Narasimha is not beautiful. The only beautiful thing in this world is Narasimha, it seems. So he is called Shriman. So Shriman is the name of the Lord. Next, Keshavaha. So, Prashasta Snigdhanila Kutila Kuntalaha. When the Lord comes as with in an avataram, he comes with beautiful hair locks. You must have seen in these shampoo advertisements. The hair will be dark, it will be curly. It should be naturally curly. You should not put rollers. It should be naturally curly. It should be dark. It should be jumping when the person jumps. It should smell. It should be effervescent. It should have that listen. With all these features, if the Kesha, if the hair locks are there for the Lord, he is called Keshavaha. Next Nama, Purushottamaha, Purushebhyaha Utkrishtatamaha. I spoke about three kinds of Jivatmas. Baddhatma, Muktatma, Nityatma. All three come under the category of Chetana. There is an Achetana Vargam. The Lord is different from Achetana. So he is called Purushaha. He is different from Baddhatma. He is Ut Purushaha. He is different from Muktatma. He is Uttara Purushaha. He is different from Nityatma. He is Uttama Purushaha. Uttama Purushaha becomes Purushottamaha. Tamaha means superlative degree in Sanskrit. So, Purushebhyaha Utkrishtatamaha. He is the best among men. We say in many advertisements, right? Raymond, complete man. He is the complete man. So, he is called Purushottamaha. Next, the next nama is Sarvaha. Please be very careful. The next nama will be Sharvaha. This is Sarvaha. So he says, Sarvam Swarupa Sthityadibihi Swanirvahataya Shariramiva Atmanusandhatte Ataha Sarvaha. So he is the one who has pervaded the Chetana and Achetana Vargam and completely ensures that they perform actions. He is called Sarvaha. So he is able to supervise and check how the functions are being performed. Next nama, Sharvaha. Swasharira Bhutanam Ashubham Api Shrunati Iti Sharvaha. Now, the moment he rests within all the living beings, he tries, based on the karma committed by the living beings, to do away with the evil. He will not let evil things happen. He tries his level best to keep the evil things away. So he is called Sharvaha. The previous nama was Sarvaha. This is Sharvaha. Next, Shivaha. He does only good things happen to them. So, good things is Shivatvam. So, Shubhavahascha Shivaha. He does good things to his devotees. So, he is called Shivaha. Next nama, Sthanuhu. Tishthate Asesha Shama Shivam Samshamaya Akilam Abhilashitam Cha Bahumukham Vishranyapina Jatuchit Vishramyati. So, he is the one who stays permanently in these living beings and tries to bless them by accomplishing what they desire. Since he helps in accomplishing what they desire, he is called Sthanuhu. Next nama, Bhutadihi. Sprihaniya tamatvat bhutaihi upadiyata iti bhutadibihi. Now, he is the one who rests within all living beings and is also the destination for those who desire to attain him. Hence, he is called Bhutadihi. So, people desire him, at the same time he is within them. So they wish to attain him. Hence he is called Bhutadihi. Next, Nidhiravyayaha Mahalobhena Apadhanatvat Nidheyatvat Sarvada Sarvatopa Jivyamanyattvena Apikalayapi Anupakshayat Avyayaha. Now, he is the one who is desired to be experienced by his devotees. But he is Nidhiravyayaha. That means, how much ever you experience the treasure called the Lord, he will still not get diminished. See, for example, you keep 4 sweets in front of me. I take the first sweet. I take the second. I like the next 2, I take. What has happened to the sweet box? It has become empty. So, as I consume, the quantity becomes less. But here, as I experience the Lord, he doesn't become less. He either stays or grows. Hence, he is a treasure that keeps growing. Nidhiravyayaha. Next, Sambhavaha. Evam nihitamapi atmanam tat samsleshatvaraya arthitabhyaha prakashayan sambhavaha. Now, for those devotees who wish to experience him completely, he is the one who starts incarnating. Vaikunthe tu pareloke shriyasardham jagatpatihi aste Vishnu rachintyatma bhaktaihi bhagavatai saha. He comes down and starts taking incarnations. Since he incarnates, the process of jumping from the top to bottom is called avataram. Since he jumps from Yeshanarayana Shriman Kshirarnavaniketanaha Nagaparyankamutsirje Hyagato Maduram Purim. So he has jumped from Vaikuntham to this earth, Avataram. He goes back, it is Bhavataram. Since this Lord is able to incarnate based on the needs of his devotees, he is called Sambhavaha. Next, Bhavanaha. Evam Sambhuya Anishta Nivaranadina Ujjivayati iti Bhavanaha. Now, as he is born in this world, in avatarams, he ensures that the problems faced by the devotees are eradicated. So, if he sees a devotee called Prahlada suffering at the hands of his father called Hiranyakashipu, he incarnates as Narasimha and ensures that the problem is driven away. Same is the case with Hiranyaksha who troubled Mother Earth. He was born and drove him away. Same is the case with Ravana Kumbhakarna. He was born as Rama and drove them away. Since he does so, here the Nama is Bhavanaha. Next Nama is Bharta. On a very lighter note, many of you may be assuming this is the side dish to chapati. If I call Bharta, sir, we make one dish out of brinjal, so that is also Bharta. But remember, in that Bangan Bharta also the Lord is there. I am not telling you on a lighter note. He is there in everything. But what does this Bharta mean? Tana atmadanena tachhilaha pushnati iti Bharta. Now, by giving the boons to his devotees by being born in the avataram, by taking away the evil in that avataram, he is also the one who blesses them with nourishment. For example, when in Krishna avataram, all the cows which used to be exhausted as mothers, they would look at Krishna, it seems. The moment they saw the eyes of Krishna, they will all be nourished and they will feel strength in them. For example, let's take a mother. She feeds her child. At the moment she gets inside the kitchen, the child will start crying. Now people in the house will say, come and feed the child. The mother will come. The moment the child sees the mother, half the hunger will go by seeing at her eyes. The remaining half is only quenched by the mother who gives her milk. So the very sight of the mother drives away the hunger. It nourishes. Likewise, the eyes of the Lord, the grace of the Lord is enough to nourish us. Hence he is called Bharta. Next Nama, Prabhavaha. Asya Bhavaha Prakrishta iti Prabhavaha. The one who has got a very significant birth. He was born as Rama, significance. He was born as Krishna, significance. He was born as Vamana to Aditi, significance. So this association of significance, greatness, which is associated with the Lord when he is born, he is called Prabhavaha. Next, again, we are going to deal with the Nama Prabhuhu. Evam manda paratantra manushyadi samyenavatarannapi Prabhuhu bhavate devadya sukara padaishwaryanu bhoga apavargadi phala samarpana samarthaha. Now he is born in the form of human beings. Raghavatve abhavatu Sita Rukmini Krishna Janmini Nityevesha Jaganmata Vishnu Sahasranamam Devatve Devadeheyam Manushyatve cha Manushi Raghavatve abhavatu Sita Rukmini Krishna Janmani. So if he is born as Deva, she is born as Devi. He is born as Ishvara, she is born as Ishwari. He is born as Rama, she is born as Sita. He is born as Krishna, she is born as Rukmini. Here he says Aishwaryanu bhoga apavargadi phala samarpana samarthaha. So even despite being born as humans or animals, he has the ability to grant what Paramatma grants us. That is why when he was born as Rama, he said, Atmanam manusham manye Ramam Dasharathatmajam. I am a simple human being. My name is Ram. I am D. Ram, Dasharatha's son Ram. All that he said. But when Jatayu was dying, he said, Gachalokan Anuttaman, go to Vaikuntham. So even being born as a human being, his innate quality of granting moksham doesn't go away from him. Hence he is called Prabhuhu. Next, Ishvaraha. Ataha Parameshtyaadyapi Janmasu Adhikatama Prayojana Aishwaryat Ishvaraha. Now, he says, more than and what significance is associated with him being in Paralokam as Vasudeva, he comes down to earth and showcases various avatarams. So what happens is, over a period of time, the greatness and the significance associated in the avatarams actually crosses fold of Paraswarupam. Hence he is called Ishwaraha. Next, Swayambhuhu. So what does Swayambhuhu mean? Swayambhu means Swaliladi Prayojanaya Svechaya Swasadharanim Paramasattvamayim Prakritameva Sura Nara Sajatiya Sannivesham Adhishtaya Swayameva Bhavati. Now, he says that Shuddha Sattva Shariram, when he is there in Vaikuntham, the body of the Lord is not constituted of the 5 elements that we know of. It is not Panchabhautika Shariram. That Lord who is of Shuddha Sattva Vigraham, of that body, for the sake of us he is born as Rama, Krishna, Balarama, Vamana, and he accepts the body of a human being. He accepts the body of an animal. So the one who out of sheer grace accepts the body of others to just show that he is accessible is called Swayambhuhu. Next nama, Shambhuhu. Evam Swasaundarya Saushilyadi Gunavishkarena Sham. Sukham Bhavayati iti Shambhuhu. Shambhuhu, the nama has 2 parts. Sham. What does Sham mean? He is the one who is the repository of Saulabhyam, Saushilyam, Mardavam, Arjavam, Audaryam, Gambhiryam, Sthiryam, Dhairyam, Viryam, Parakramam. All these qualities are within him. So it is denoted by the letter Sham. The one who is happy because of these qualities and gives happiness is called Shambhuhu. Next, Adityaha. Adityo Asya Nivasa iti. So, every person who is performing Sandhya Vandanam will look at the sun. Why? In the sun he rests. Dhyeyas sada savitrimandala madhyavarti Narayana sarasijasana sannivishtaha Keyuravan makarakundalavan kiriti hari hiranmaya vapuhu dhritashanka chakraha Shri Dwaraka nilayachyuta govinda pundarikaksha rakshamam sharanagatam. So you look at the sun, he rests in the sun. So that is why the mystic poet says, Tanikkadale, Tanichudare, Tanivulage, Yennendru. So he is the one who rests within the sun. So he is called Adityaha. Next, Pushkarakshaha, Sarvaishwarya Asadharana Lakshanam, Pundarikakshatvam Samgamayati Pushkarakshaha. The distinct characteristic feature of Parabrahmam is his lotus-like eyes. So when he was born as Varaha, Mahavaraha, Sputa Padmalochanaha, who has got lotus-like eyes. When he was Rama, Shurpanakha says, Tarunau Rupa Sampannau Sukumarau Mahabalau Pundarika Visalakshau. He has got lotus-like eyes. When he comes as Krishna, Duryodhana says, Bhishma Drona Vratikramya Mamschaiva Madhusudana Kimartham Pundarikaksha Dugdham Vrishabhabojanam Bhuktam Vrishabhabojanam. You have got lotus-like eyes. Either Duryodhana or Shurpanaka or even Brahma, they all say that he has got lotus-like eyes. Hence, he is called Pushkarakshaha. Next, Mahaswanaha. Mahan Pujya Swanaha Shabdo Yasye Iti. Now, the greatest and the best of the words, the holiest of the words is owned by him. Since he owns all these words which have a beautiful sound and meaning, he is called Mahaswanaha. Next nama, Anadi Nidhanaha. Anadi Nidhanaha, the meaning associated is Nitya Yauvanataya Jani Jaradi Durita Dura Nitya Vigrahaha. The one who is beyond the concept of old age, wrinkles and all of that. So he is not associated with anything that has to do with aging process. Hence he is Anadi Nidhanaha. So if you want to stay young, you can keep thinking of this name of the Lord. You don't have to apply any anti-wrinkle cream. You don't have to apply any cream that will take away the black spots. You will be fresh. It is called Anadi Nidhanaha. Dhata. What does Dhata mean? Aniruddha Swarupaha Sarva Yonau Achit Samashti Bhutayam Prakritau Chit Samashti Bhutam Vininchatmakam Garbham Dadati Iti Dhata. So, now Be it the achetanas or the chetanas, he is the one who carries that like a mother who has gestation under her control. The mother who supports her child for all the months of pregnancy. Likewise, Dhata, the one who in the form of Aniruddha is able to support the entire universe by creating it, is called as Dhata. What does Vidhata mean? Tam garbham parinamayya avirbhavayati cha Vidhata. Now, at a certain time only the world can be delivered. Till it is delivered, he has to support it. Remember, a mother delivers a child, she will not hit her stomach and the child will not be born in 1 month. She will let the child grow, mature, and at the ripe time the child is being delivered. So the entire world which is in the garbham of the Lord is delivered at the right time. So he is called Vidhata. Next, Dhaturuttamaha. What does Dhaturuttamaha mean? Srashtuhu Utkrishtatamaha. Dandapupikaya tat srishtebhyaha prajapati prabhritibhischa. Now he is better a creator than Brahma. Sir, we thought Brahma creates the world. Now you are telling the Lord creates the world. How is Paramatma, Vishnu the creator and not Brahma? Brahma is also the creator, but there is a difference. Now let us assume that the girl or the boy child in your house comes and tells the mother, Mother, today I want to cook. The mother will be shocked, because if you let the child cook, you do not know how the product is going to turn. But if you do not let the child cook, the child will feel demotivated. The mother will say, you wait for half an hour. What do you want to cook? The child will tell, I want to cook sambar for the dosa. So the mother will say, don't worry. She will get inside the kitchen. She will keep the mustard seeds separately, the curry leaves separately, the asafoetida separately, a few pulses separately. She will steam the pulses separately, mash them, put some tamarind pulp to it, boil it together, keep the seasoning separately, and then she'll say, my dear child, come. The child will come, as if all these arrangements were made by the child. He will not be bothered. Now what should I do? The mother will say, see, I've kept a few mustard seeds for seasoning. I've kept some oil, boil it together, let it go crackle everywhere, then put this to the sambar. The moment the child comes here, 1 minute job. It will put the mustard, it will start moving here and there, and as it gets fried, it is being put into the sambar. You know what will the mother do? She will immediately take the WhatsApp, send a picture of the sambar and say, my child did it. But the truth is, 99% of the work was done by the mother. 1% the child did. But the credit goes completely to the child. Likewise, the Lord, being as Aniruddha, creates the entire world, gives a manual book how to manage. Now Brahma just takes the manual book and does some seasoning here and there. Like the mother who gives credit to the child, the Lord has given credit to Brahma, stating that Brahma has created the world. But he is a better creator. So he says, Prajapati Prabhritibhischa. So he is called Dhaturuttamaha. Next, Aprameyaha, Tesham Karanaihi Pramatum Ashakyaha. So, even with the Indriyas, the senses of Brahma, Brahma cannot experience the Lord. He is beyond the senses. He is called Aprameyaha. He is beyond our imagination. The Kannada composer in the Kannada language, Purandara Dasa says, Aprameyana Aidisidalu Yashode Jagadogo Uddharana Aprameyana. To Aprameya she tells. So Aprameyaha means who's beyond our senses. Next, Hrishikeshaha. People get confused between this nama and the place in Uttar Pradesh. They say Rishikesh, Rishikesh. Rishikesh has nothing to do with the Lord's name. It is Hrishikesh. Hrishikam means Indriyam, senses. The one who is able to control our senses is called Hrishikeshaha. Tat karananam api niyama katvat Hrishikeshaha. The one who is able to control the senses. Our eyes start looking at the Lord. Our ears start listening to the names of the Lord. The tongue starts tasting the prasadam of the Lord. The nose starts smelling the tulasi of the Lord. The sparsham happens with the clothes the Lord has worn. So all our senses are associated with Him. He will ensure it sustains and continues. So He is called Hrishikeshaha. Next nama, Padmanabhaha. Padma bhuvaha prabhavaha padmo nabhava asya iti. So Brahma has been created, the world in the seasoning process has been created by Brahma. Brahma has been created by Narayana. So from the Nabhi is a Padma, and on the Padma is seated Brahma. So from the Nabhi, which is Padma, Brahma is arisen. So he is called Padmanabha. You know, the Lord of Tiruvananthapuram is called Ananta Padmanabha Swami. Bhogindra Shayinam Purukushaladayinam Purusham Sashvatam Kalaye Bhogindra Shayinam, says the famous king composer called as Swati Tirunal in his composition. So Padmanabha, even for worshippers of the Devi Shaktas, in Lalita Sahasranamam, she is referred to as the sister of Padmanabha. Padmanabha Sahodari Unmesha Nimishotpanna Vipanna Bhuvanavali. So Padmanabha is the Nama. Next, Amara Prabhu. Tesham Amaranam Srishtyadi Adhikaradanena Nirvahakascha. Now, for all the Devas like Indra, Vayu, Agni, Yama, Kubera and Brahma, for Brahma et al., for all of them, Srishtadya Adhikaradanena Nirvahakascha. So he has allocated the separate departments. Brahma, you take this department. Shiva, you take this department. Indra, you take this department. So he has allocated work as per ministries or as per departments. Hence he is called Amara Prabhu. Now is the 50th Nama. Vishwakarma. Brahma Srishtehe Pragrudhvascha Vidyamanam Vishwam Karma Jagadvyaparo Asyaiveti. So he says, now before the creatures are created, now before cooking happens, you have to keep the ingredients ready. You have to keep the vegetables cut. You will have to soak the tamarind in hot water to make the pulp. So the preliminary arrangements are done before cooking. Then the main process, cooking, comes. After cooking is over, you have to serve it in a dish, season it with some nice chopped coriander leaves, with some nice seeds of the pineapple, and then give it a fresh and a beautiful look. So there is a preparation that goes before the dish. There is a preparation that goes before presenting the dish. Likewise, in the Srishti Kramam, before the Srishti, the Lord does the work. After the Srishti, to sustain, he does the work. Since he does this, he is called as Vishwakarma. Next Nama, Manuhu. Prasiddhat Sankalpa Lavamatrat Mananat Yeva Iti Manuhu. So, now he says, he is the one through his divine will who controls the entire creation. Divine will is called as Sankalpa. Sankalpa Lavamatrat. Sankalpam is divine will. I walk up the stairs, it is a normal walk. I assume this is step 1, I walk. Step 2, I walk. Step 3, I walk. Step 4, I walk. Step 5, I walk. Step 6, I am assuming it is there, but it is really not there. So when I assume it is the 6th step and keep it, then I will realize by the force it hits on the floor. Oh, the steps got ended with step number 5. 6th step is not there. Now imagine the Lord is also tracing my path. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. Step 6 is not there, but the Lord is assuming the step 6 is there. So he lifts his foot to keep it on the 6th step. At that second, the 6th step will come. So if he thinks, that will happen. That is called Sankalpa Shakti. So with an iota of the Sankalpa Shakti, Sankalpa Lavamatrattvat Mananat Yeva Iti Manuhu. The one who thinks to his Sankalpa Shakti for creation is called Manuhu. Next Nama, Tvashta. So here he says, Evam nirmitam nama rupa vyakaranena suranaradadi vaichitrya vibhaktam vyanakti. So in this world there are devas, one community. There are yakshas, one community. There are tumburus, one community. There are gandharvas, one community. There are pitrus, there is one community. There are asuras, that is one community. There are naras, human being, that is one community. So the one who is able to segregate based on characteristics and say that these are the categories of people, he is referred to as tvashta. People who cook will be aware. Inside the kitchen, we will have one big box with small cups. One will have mustard seeds, one will have sesame seeds, one will have jeera, one will have ajwain, one will have the pulses. Now, when you continuously cook, what may so happen is the mustards will get mixed with the sesame. Sesame will get mixed with the pulses. The pulses will get mixed with jeera. One day when you have time, you start segregating them. This is all mustard. This is all sesame. This is all jeera. So this process of separation involves your hard work. So here he says, tvashta. He has given a nama and vyakaranam, the duty assigned to every community, and separates them. Now, sadvishtaha. So here he says, sthula tamaha. So what he says is, the one who is sthula means who is in the gross state. See, this entire world is now in the gross state. You can all see that which is in a bigger shape. Sthula means big. At the same time, he will get to the smallest of the small. It is sukshma. Sthula, sukshma. Here he is sthula. Now it is said, Padmanabha Amara Prabhu Vishwakarma Manustvashta Sthavishtaha. So that is Thavishtaha. Now what is Thaviraha? Sakalam Kalam Sthasnuhu Leelaya Kalam Apekshanam Manayopi Ata Tantraha. Now he does not wait for the time. He creates and sustains this world as his play. Akhila bhuvana janmasthema bhangadi leele vinata vivida bhuta vrata rakshaika dikshe shruti shirasi vidipte brahmani srinivase bhavatu mama parasmin shemushi bhakti rupa. So what does Thaviraha mean? He does this like a play. What is play? For example, when the child is actually buying a small kitchen set as the toy, the child will take that little cooker, will not put anything within it, will act as if the child is cooking, and then will act as if he is making sambar. Then he'll say, Daddy, Daddy, show me your hand. So we show our hand, the child will put, nothing will come out of that little cooker. But what we do to encourage the child, we take that sambar, very good. How did you make it? The child feels happy. Now the child has made a mockery of the kitchen set, mocks the cooking process and shows. But as a father, you feel so proud and you say your sambar is good while the sambar is not there. Likewise, for the Lord, we are the children. So we say that these are the things. He, for encouraging us, accepts it. But he knows that what these people are doing is very little, because this world is actually a game. It is actually a sport for the Lord. That is why the one who translated or transcreated Ramayana in Tamil, one of the earliest saints called as Kambar, tells, Ulagam yavayum tamula akkalum niraiperuttalum nikkalum ningala alagila vilayattu. Vilayattu means play. So he treats the world as an entire play. So he is called Sthaviraha. Next, Dhruvaha. Ananta parinamadapi avikurvanataya swarupad aprachyavyaha. Now, he accepts the services despite this world being a play. He accepts services. So, now he accepts services and transforms into the respective worlds. So, he becomes the various worlds by his Sankalpa Shakti. So, he is called Dhruvaha. Next nama, 56th nama is Agrahyaha. So here he says, Mrittantwadiriva kulala kuvindadina anadhishtheyaha. So he says, be it mud. So the earth is used for making pots. Next, there are threads which are used to make clothes. Here he says, be it earth or be it the threads. For all of this, He is the raw material and he is the one who is the finished product. So the one who makes it, the one which is the object, all of it rests in him. So he says, agrahyaha. Now, he is the one who is handled by them all. So, be it the potter, be it the one who knits the clothes, all of them together use raw materials. For all of it, he is the adharam. Agrahyaha. Next, shashvadaha. Anavarata jagadvyapara pravahatvena nityaha. The one who is there for creating, sustaining, and in the dissolution processes all throughout, before it begins and after it gets completed, is called Shashvadaha. Next, after Shashvataha, it is Krishnaha. Evam vidha leela rasena nitanta nirvrittaha. Now, he is the one who creates this entire world. After creating, how does he feel? See, we finish cooking and come. After cooking, how do we feel? We don't even feel like eating the dish. We have got so tired. But the Lord creates this entire world. How does he feel? Very content, very peaceful, very blissful. The one who is able to experience that bliss after creation is called Krishnaha, Nakaram. Next, Lohitakshaha. Idring nirvritti pishunaramya rajivatamranayanaha lohitakshaha. The one who has got lotus-like eyes, at the same time they are all reddened and coppered at the ends. How do we notice that? Rama's eyes have been described to that of lotus, pushkarakshaha. But later at one point in time he wanted to get the permission of Ocean King to construct a setu. So in a beautiful temple town called as Tirupullani, he laid on the bed made with darbas. 3 days, Ocean King did not come. The moment Rama sensed that the Ocean King is taking advantage of him, and despite following every bit of the rule, the Ocean King is not answering to his plea, he got angry. Raktankalochanaha, tells Valmiki. The eyes of Rama turned red. Gambhiramba samudbhuta sumrishtanala ravikara vikasita pundarika dala amala ayatekshanaha. The one who has got lotus-like eyes but gets dark and reddened at the ends is called Lohitakshaha. Next, Pratardanaha. Sarvesham samhritatvam chaha pratardanaha. During the dissolution time, everything gets destroyed. It is one of the largest pralayams that will happen after the Chaturyuga. So in that pralayam, the beautiful trees that you see, the nice houses that you see, the big malls that you see, the oceans that you see, the mountains that you see, there will be no difference. All of them will start breaking, crumbling, and they will all come to the ocean of deluge. Hence it is called Pratardanaha. He does that task. Next is the Nama Prabhutaha. Sarva samharepi Prabhutaha Samriddhaha Nitya Nirmayada Bhogopakarana Paramapadatvat. Now, so he is the one who rests in the abode called as Paramapadam. Paramapadam means that which is the highest abode. That is called Paramapadam. That is why when we do Harati to the Lord, we say Tat Vishnoho Paramam Padagum Sada Pashyanti Surayaha Diviva Chakshuradatam. So in Paramapadam, all the Nitya Suris are looking at the Lord. As they keep looking at the Lord, they are surprised at his beauty. They keep looking at him. So here it is that Nama which says that Paramapadam is owned by him. In that Paramapadam there is only happiness. So he says Prabhutaha Sarva Samharepi Prabhutaha Samriddhaha Nitya Nirmayada Bhogopakarana Paramapadatvat. So he is the one who has reached Paramapadam. Who is the one who is in Paramapadam? The one who helps his devotees reach Paramapadam. Next, it is a very interesting Nama, Trikakuddhama. Trikakuddhama. What does it mean? Trikakutu, Tripad Vibhuti Lakshanam Paramam Dhama Yasyasa Trikuttatma. Now, Purusha Suktam tells, Tripada Syamritam Divi. Tripada. Whatever world you see here as the cosmos, Sri Vaikuntham is thrice the size it seems. Tripadasya Amritam Divi. That Amritam Divi is Tripada. It is 3/4. That means 3/4 size. Now, Trikakuddhama means Tripad Vibhuti Lakshanam Paramam Dhama Yasya. Paramam Dhama Yasya. This is the highest abode. Next. So, the one who is able to control those abodes under his directions, all the large abodes, the biggest size of the abode under his control is called Trikakuddhama. Pavitram. Idrik Guna Vibhava Rupa Nirupaka Sopanena Tannirupyam Swarupam Anupravishati Pavitram. Now, be it guna, qualities, be it his significance, be it his rupam, now they are the steps, and now he is the one who owns it completely and is pure by it. See, generally in human beings, we ask, what are the good qualities he has? Good qualities, yes, he is generous, very soft spoken, but sir, I feel he gets also short tempered at times. So, you listed down 10 good qualities, the 11th quality becomes the bad one. So, I have listed down the Rupam, Swarupam, Vibhavam of the Lord like the first Nama. But are there any doshams? No. Hence, he is called as, the Nama goes like this. Pavitram. He is the one who adds purity to anybody or any object. How do we see that? Now, in Krishnavataram, Putana, who came to kill the children, had a poison applied over her bosoms. She wanted to kill children. She kept Krishna on her lap and started feeding him. Krishna first consumed the poison that was smeared on her bosom. Then he started sucking more. By looking at him, she started feeling the sense of motherhood and the milk started getting secreted. Medical practitioners will know much about it. It is called galactoria, a certain medical condition where even without delivering the child, the mother upon a certain stimulation can get milk. So as he consumed the milk later, by chance, the Jivatma also came along with it. So after this, Putana fell dead on the ground. The inhabitants of Gokulam village did not know how to dispose her body. They started chopping her hands off, her legs off. What should have come? Dirty smell should have come. There should have been flesh, there should have been blood, there should have been pus. You know what Bhagavatam says? It felt as if the best of the incense sticks, sambranis, were burnt together. Such good smell. Immediately Shuka Brahman asks, when she is killed, she is a Rakshasi, how did her body smell? Well, because she was touched by the Lord's lips, who makes any object pure. So he is called Pavitram. So the Nama is Pavitram. Next, here, Mangalam Param. That is the next Nama. He says, Samasta Heya Pratyanikam Mangalam Paramam Paramamithyanantya Param. So, he is the one who has got all of the best qualities. At the same time, he has got no bad qualities, no dosham, no sin. So, he says, Samaste Heya Pratyanika Mangalam Param. He is the abode of all auspiciousness. Generally, in this world, there are certain objects in Sanatana Dharma which we consider very auspicious. One of the very famous things is turmeric, Haridra. It is very, very auspicious, because it has got antiseptic properties. It is very mangalam. Why? Because it is the color of gold, yellow. And who is gold? Hiranya Varnam Harinim. Mahalakshmi is gold. Gold hued, turmeric hued, good turmeric hued Mahalakshmi. Where does she stay? She stays in the Lord. So if turmeric is good, and that is in Mahalakshmi, and Mahalakshmi is in the Lord, then he is also Mangalam Param. He is also the abode of all auspiciousness. Next, Ishanaha. Sarvavastha Swapara Samasta Vastu Vyasthapana Swabhava Ityartaha. The one who has the ability to control all these creations absolutely under him is called as Ishanaha. Next, Pranadaha. प्राणं ददाति इति कः सूरिभ्यः सदा दर्शन रूप स्वानुभव परिचरण अनुकूल बलद इति भावः. Now, he has the ability to grant the power to the Nitya Suris to perform Kainkaryam. So, all the time, Nitya Suris keep looking at him. Now, when will you stop looking at a person? For example, I see another person. I see his feet. Feet is interesting. 5 minutes I'll see. After that, I will get bored of it. My eyes will slowly move to his stomach. Wow, that's a thin hip. I keep looking at him. Now I get bored of it. Now slowly I go towards his face. Very beautiful face. So why do I keep changing my points of concentration? Because that object ceases to impress me. Whereas in Sri Vaikuntham, the Vedas say, Sada Pashyanti Surayaha. Always the Nitya Suris keep looking at you. But wouldn't that raise a question? Won't they feel bored? No. Every second, every moment, the Lord presents himself to them as if he's a new object. So every second is a new experience for them. So they will not feel bored. Hence he is called as Pranadaha. He is called as Ishanaha. Now Pranadaha Pranam Dadati iti kaha Suribhyaha Sada Darshana Rupa Swanubhava Paricharana Anukula Balada iti Bhavaha is Bhavaha. Now this Pranadaha, who is that particular emotion of bhavaha, now transforms himself to the next nama, which is pranaha. Tesham pranaha ujjivana hetuscha. For all the Nitya Suris who keep looking at him, he is their very life. So the one who is able to be the life, energize them, is called as pranaha. Next, Jeshtaha. Jeshtaha. Svena Suribhyascha Sarvada Sarvathanubhavepi Adrishtapara Mahavibhutitvena Prashasya Tamaha. Now, even if the Nitya Suris who are in Sri Vaikuntham Paramapadam want to experience the richness, the flamboyance associated with the Lord completely, they will not be able to do, because it is so huge and infinite that they will not be able to do. Hence he is called as Jeshtaha. Next nama, Sreshtaha. The Sreshtaha goes like this. Taihi sadanubhava pritya stotraihi paricharyamanaha sreshtaha. Now, he is the one who is being addressed by various hymns sung by the Nitya Suris. Even for us, Vedas say, if the Jivatma goes to Vaikuntham, what will it do? Samagayan naste ha vuha vuha. This is Samavedam. So if you go to Vaikuntham, it seems we will all be doing Samavedam recitation. So Samagayan naste ha vu ha vu ha vu ha. So we will keep praising the Lord. So the one who is always the recipient of the shlokas and the hymns recited by the Nitya Suris is called Sreshtaha. Next, Prajapatihi Baddha Muktebhyaha Prakrishtataya Jayante Bhavanti iti Prajaha Surayaha Tesham Patihi Swami Nitya Paricharaniyaha. So I have spoken about Baddhatmas bound by karma. Then I have spoken of people who attain moksham, muktatma. I have spoken of people who are always permanent residents of Sri Vaikuntham. They are called as Nityatma. For the Nityatmas, for the Muktatmas, what happens? Baddha Muktebhyaha Prakrishtataya Jayante Bhavanti iti Prajaha. So the Baddhas and the Muktas are generally referred to as Praja. For that Praja, who is the leader? Who is the Pati? Prajapatihi. So Prajapatihi means the Lord who controls and owns the Nitya Suris and the Muktatmas. Next, Hiranya Garbhaha Hiranya Samyat Hitam Ramaniyam Itiva Hiranyam Paramam Dhama Tasya Garbhutaha Tatra Nitya Nivasat. Now, the entire Paramapadam that Shastram and the Vedam talks about, the eternal, the ultimate destination of the Lord, Paramapadam, is called Hiranyaha in Sanskritam and Shastram. since he is the one who controls and owns that Hiranya Paramapadam, he is called as Hiranya Garbha. But in normal vogue, many people refer to the Puranas and say Hiranyagarbha could refer to Brahma. True. Some people will say Shivaha may refer to Lord Shiva. True. But in Shastram, in Vishnu Sahasranamam, all the names denote only the Lord. Hence, be it Shivaha, it denotes Paramatma. Be it Vishwakarma, it denotes Paramatma. Be it Hiranyagarbha, it denotes Paramatma. Next. Next is a very interesting name, Bhugarbha. Bhugarbha means Bhuhu Bhumihi. Bhagavati Hrikshamadya Paraparyaya Sadanubhavena Bharaniya Garbhabhuta Asya Iti Bhugarbha. So he says, now, when Bhuma Devi was suffering at the hands of Madhu and Kaitabha, the Lord supported Bhuma Devi as his very child. Though it's a husband and wife relationship, he protected the wife. See, even on the road, when the husband and the wife walk, the wife will be a very strong person. But you know what the husband will do? He will always keep her to the left, because this side vehicles are going. I will protect you and you stay this side. I am there to protect you. Rama told Sita, do not worry. I am there to protect you, Sita. So he brought her to the forest. So this assurance given by the Lord even towards Bhumi Devi is called Bhu Garbha. So he is acting as if he is a mother of Bhumi by protecting her throughout. He is called Bhu Garbha. Next is an interesting name, Madhavaha. What does Dhava mean in Sanskrit? Dhava means husband. Hence, the one without the dhava, without the husband, because of natural circumstances, the person could have died. So without the dhava, without the husband is called vidhava. The one who is bereft of wife is called vidhura. Dhava means husband. What does ma mean? Ma in Sanskritam means Mahalakshmi. So that is why Srimad Ramayana, as composed by Valmiki, begins like this. Ma nishadayat pratishtantvam agamashashvati samaha yat krauncha mitunadekam avadhihi kamamohitam. So he uttered a curse upon the hunter who killed one of the birds while they were in love making. He uttered a curse, Ma nishada. But then he contemplated and internalized, why should I have cursed him? That is his duty. Why should I have done? At that point in time, Narada and later Brahma appear and say, do not worry. You did not utter a curse. You said Ma Nishada. Ma is Mahalakshmi. Nishada is the place where she stays. Ma Nishada means you are referring to the chest region of the Lord where she says. So Ma in Sanskrit means Mahalakshmi. So Madhavaha, Mayaha, Shriyaha, Dhavaha, Swami, Shriyapatihi. For Shri Mahalakshmi, who is referred to by the letter Ma, he is the Dhavaha, husband. So he is called Madhavaha. While Krishna was born, he was born with Mahalakshmi in his chest region. That is why Shukabrahmam says, Tamadbhutam balakam ambujekshanam chaturbhujam shankagadar yudhayudam Srivatsalakshmam gadashobi kaustubam. So he has got Srivatsa and Sri Mahalakshmi is there. So Krishna is Madhava. That is why the great composer Narayana Tirtha says, Sadhujanadhara Sarva Bhava Madhava Mamava Deva Madhava Mamava Deva Krishna Yadava Krishna Yadukula Krishna Madhava Mamava Deva. Madhavaha. Madhavaha means the one who is the husband to Sri Mahalakshmi. Next, Madhusudanaha. Evam sarva nirvahakatvat asura nirasanadina nishpratipaksha lakshmi katvacha Madhusudanaha. Now, the one who is able to annihilate the demoniac forces, the Rakshasa forces. One of them, Shastram tells, is a brother pair. The one who was very soft, mrudu, was later called Madhu. The one who was kathora, hard, was called Kaitaba. So he is the one who brought an end to both Madhu and Kaitaba. The one who brought an end to the Madhu, thereby assured Mahalakshmi that he is always there to protect her. So the one who assured Mahalakshmi by showing his skill set by bringing an annihilation to Madhu is called Madhusudanaha. So Madhusudana is the name of the Nama. Next, Ishvaraha. What does Ishvaraha mean? Aparepi parabhoga bhumau apratihata svechaha Ishvaraha. Now, he who has got the limitless, endless, beginningless, Nitya Vibhuti called as Paramapadam or Sri Vaikuntham, and the one who exercises all his rights to showcase his attributes is called as Ishvaraha, the one who controls. Next, Vikrami. What does Vikrami mean? Ichha pratihantrif prasaktif paripanthi swabhavancha aha Vikrami iti. Now, if he wishes to do something, whatever is the impediment, whatever is the obstacle, whatever is the Vighna will get turned into 1,000 pieces. The one who is able to eradicate all the impediments or obstacles is referred to by this name of Vikrami. Next, Dhanvi. Idrisha niratishaya paurushanurupam divyam sharngam dhanur nityam asyeti iti Dhanvi. Now, the Lord holds the bow, Sharngam. So, the bow that can accomplish anything in this world, that has all the mighty power in it, is called Sharnga. Since he owns the Sharnga and stands, he is called Dhanvi, the bow. Later, when towards the end of Sahasranamam, we will see Shankhabrin Nandaki Chakri Sharnga Dhanva. Here it is Dhanvi. What does he hold? Sharanga. It's Sharanga and not Saranga. So if you want to see the Lord holding the bow in a very stylish and a sophisticated manner, you must go to a temple town in the south of Tamil Nadu. It is called Kumbhakonam. Kumbhakone krite papam kumbhakone vinashati. So they say, if you have sins committed in one place, you have to go to another place to do away with the sins. So if you have sins committed, let's say in Madura or in any other Kurukshetra, then they say you may have to go to Varanasi. If you have sins committed in Varanasi, then you will have to go to Kumbhakonam to get eradicated of that. Now a person says, sir, what if I commit mistakes in Kumbhakonam? You will have to stay in Kumbhakonam to get the emancipation done. Kumbhakone krite papam kumbhakone vinashyati. It is called Bhaskara Kshetram. In that temple town is a large, beautiful temple for the Lord who holds the Sharanga. He is called Sharanga Pani. So the one who holds the bow is called Dhanvi. So Idrisha Niratishaya Paurushanurupam Divyam Sharngam Dhanur Nityam Asyeti Dhanvi. Next, the next Nama is an interesting Nama. Medhavi. Nissima Nitya Bhumanuguna Sahaja Sarvagnaha. Sahaja Sarvagnaha. He knows about everything fully. For us, nothing will apply. First of all, we don't know everything. Second, we don't know anything fully. See, forget about knowing everything fully. Even we don't know one or two things fully. Let us say a person who handles camera. We assume he knows 10 things. We go and ask him, he'll say, no sir, 2-3 instruments I know. I don't know the 4th camera. If you ask a person who's a scholar, he'll say, sir, Ramayanam I may know something. Mahabharatam I am not sure. If you go to a singer, that person will say, I cannot sing the swaras that come in the highest octave. I can sing the mandara sthai and the sthai which is down. If you go and ask a dancer, the dancer will say, I can dance well, but I think beyond a certain point my leg cannot extend. I will not be able to dance for over 1 hour. So every person will say that I do not know this, I do not know that. And even if they say I know this, we are not sure whether they will say I know that in and out fully. But the Lord knows about everything fully. So he is Sahaja Sarvagyaha. He knows everything like a Sarvagya. So the one who comes, which is Sahaja Sarvagyatvam, the easily attainable know-all thing, is called as Medhavi. Interestingly, in the south of India, it is also used to be sarcastic at a person. If a person says, I know this, we will ask, are you a great Medhavi? But the Lord is the true Medhavi. He knows everything. Next one is the 79th Nama, Vikramaha. Vina Patagapatina Trayimayena Kramanam Tatra Tatra Svecha Vihara Gatagatam Asyeti Vikramaha. Who is Garuda? Garuda is the vehicle of the Lord, the bird vehicle of the Lord that can fly and is the personification of Vedic attributes. Netram Gayatramuchehe. Gayatri Mantram are his eyes. Then his wings are the Samavedam. That is why in Srimad Bhagavatam, when the Lord comes and blesses Kardama Prajapati and he heads back, we will be noticing that in that process, the Samavedam recitation is done. What is the Samavedam recitation? When the eagle flies back, by the hitting of that wings, Samavedam is heard, it seems. That is why Garuda is none but the personification of a Vedic quintessence. That is why Vedanta Deshika sings beautifully on Garuda. Garudamakhila Veda Nida Dhirudam Dvishat Pida Notkantita Kunta Vaikunta Piti Kritaskanda Mide Swanida Gatif Prita Rudra Sukirtistana Bhoga Gadhopa Guda Spurat Kantakavrata Veda Vyatha Vepamana Dvijihwadi Pakalpa Vishparyamanas Patavatika Ratna Rochis Chatarajini Rajitam Kanti Kallolini Rajitam Jaya Garuda Suparna Darvi Karahara Devadi Pahara Divaukas Patikshipta Damboli Dhara Kinakalpa Kalpanta Vatula Kalpo Dayanalpa Veera Dinodya Chamatkara Daityari Daitya Dvajaroha Nirdhati Totkarsha Sankarsha Natman Garutman Marutpancha Kadisha Satyadi Murtena Kaschit Samaste Punaste Namaha Namaidamajahat Saparyaya Paryaya Niryata Pakshani Laspala Nodvela Patoti Vichi Chapeta Hatagada Patala Bhankara Samkruddha Nagendra Pida Srinibhava Baswan Nakashrenaye Chandatunda Nrityak Bujanga Bruve Vajrine Damshtraya Tubhyam Adhyatma Vidya Videya Videya Bhavadasya Mapada Yeta Dayetascha Manuranugata Pakshi Vaktras Purattara Kastava Kaschitra Bhanu Priya Shekharastrayata Nastri Varga Pavargaf Prasutif Paravyoma Dhaman Valadveshi Darpajvalad Valakhilya Patignavatirna Sthiram Tattva Buddhim Param Bhakti Denum Jaganmula Kande Mukunde Mahananda Dogdrim Ahinam Ahinam Ahinantaka. So this Garuda, who supports the Lord and is a personification of Vedam, flies, and to that Garuda, he says, he goes as per the directions of the Lord, and the Lord also gives the right to that Veda personified Garuda, go the way you desire. Garuda says, I will go the way you desire. But the master tells Garuda, you go the way you desire. The one who gives rights to his foremost devotees is called a Vikramaha. Next nama is Kramaha. Idrishaya Nitya Vibhutya Atyanta Spitaha Kramaha. Now, in Sri Vaikuntham, which is the Nitya Vibhuti, all his riches and flamboyance is spread everywhere. We generally don't find that in our country. In our cities like Bombay, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Delhi, which are all the metros, you will find one area which is very rich, very sophisticated. On the other side, you will find areas where basic facilities, amenities are not there. So there is a disparity here and there. Whereas in Sri Vaikuntham, will there be such areas? Will somebody say, sir, you have come to Sri Vaikuntham, go to locality A and B, very good 3-bedroom houses. Whereas if you go to C, D, E, it is not good. They will not say. The flamboyance is uniformly spread. When uniformly the richness and the sophistication is spread, that Lord is called Kramaha. Next nama, Anuttamaha. Ataha Anuttamaha. Since he has a different lokam called Vaikuntham. Since he gives the rights to his devotees to experience the way they want, since he has got his flamboyance spread everywhere, since he is the one who owns this Leela Vibhuti and Nitya Vibhuti as a sovereign without any questioning power, the one who is able to take avatarams, the one who is replete with auspicious attributes, with such qualities, he has no comparison. Anuttamaha. Anuttamaha means he has no one who can equal him. Niratakara kalita navanitam. Niratakara kalita navanitam. Brahmadi surani karabhavana shobhita padam. Tiruvenkatachalasthitam anupamam harim. Tiruvenkatachalasthitam anupamam harim. Paramapurusham gopalabalam bhavayami. Gopalabalam mana sevitam tatpadam chintayeyam. Anupamam harim. Upama, comparison. Anupamam harim. There is no one who can equal him. So that one, Anuttamaha, who has no comparison, is called Anuttamaha. There is no greater Uttama than him. So he is called Anuttamaha. Next, it's an interesting nama, Duradharshaha. What does Duradharshaha mean? Gambhiryatishayena ambodhibi vadanabhi bhavaniyaha. Now, let us go to the shores of the sea. There is sand. The waters of the sea are shallow. So as the waves come, the sand gets mixed with the water and becomes murky water. It becomes unsteady water. It feels as if there are impurities. But when you go to the deep sea, there is sand below, there is water above. It may be for 100 feet, 300 feet, 500 feet. There you find the water which has no impurities. It is pure. It is not mixed because of the depth. The deeper you go, the water becomes pure. The closer you come to the shore, the water becomes impure. Likewise, the Lord is like the middle of the sea. So he has got so many qualities, none of which is contaminated or adulterated, because he is like the ocean, Ambodhi. Since he is like the ocean with such deep qualities, he is called Duradharshaha. Next, 83rd nama. Kritagnaha samsarinam anukulyalavam janati iti kritagnaha. Now, even if the samsaris, people like us devotees, we offer small things. Patram, pushpam, phalam, toyam. Just a leaf of tulasi, just a small fruit, just a flower, little water. He will consider it very big. He will tell Mahalakshmi in Sri Vaikuntham, poor child, he has taken so much of trouble to give me half a glass of water. Lakshmi will say, it is just half a glass of water. No. For me, it is a very big thing. So for the parents, whatever little the child does is a big thing. Likewise, for the Lord, whatever little we offer, he treats it big. Since he has this quality, he is called as Kritagnaha. Next nama, Kritihi. Tacha tesham sukritam asmadeva prasannaditi Kritihi. Now, he said, see Lakshmi, my dear child in this earth is offering me the leaf, tulasi, is offering me the fruit, is offering me flowers. Mahalakshmi asks, where did your child get all this from? The Lord quietly turned towards Lakshmi and said, I only gave him all of this. So, be it the flower, fruit, water, or any other object that we offer to the Lord, it is like he giving to us for us to offer back to him. Bhagavad Pada says, if I am writing shlokas on you, Devi, it is because of your grace. Now the rays of the sun come from the sun. Likewise, the rays of the moon come from the moon. The ability to write poetry, Hey Devi, comes from you. Pradeepa Jwalabir Divasakara Nirajana Vidhi. So he says all this comes from you. Likewise, here Shastram tells very interestingly, Kritihi, all this riches is given by the Lord. 85th Nama, it is a very, very interesting Nama. Atmavan, Tasya Kartaropyatmanaha Tadayatta Swarupa Pravrityadikataya Asya Swabhuta Iti Atmavan. Now, be it the entire world, the Swarupa, Sthiti, Pravritti, Bhedam, all of it is under the Lord's control. He controls it from the within. Hence he is called Atmavan. Interestingly, this is the Nama or a quality which Valmiki asks at the commencement of Ramayanam. Konasvin sampratam loke gunavan, kascha viryavan, dharmajnascha kritajnascha satyavakyo dridhavrataha, charitrena chako yuktaha, dharmabhuteshu kohitaha, vidwan kakkas samarthascha kaschaikaf priyadarshanaha, atmavan ko jitakrodaha, atmavan. Now, the next Nama is Sureshaha. Sura, Isha, Sureshaha. What does it mean? Palgu pada lipsunam brahmadinam api samvidhata Sureshaha. Now, he is the one who is the controller and supervisor. Controller for their functions, supervisors for their execution. For whom? For Brahma, Indra, et al. For all of them, he is the one who controls. He is called Sureshaha. Next, Sharanam. What does Sharanam mean? Aviseshena Sarvesham Sharanam Nirupadhikaha Prapakaha. So, for all the Jivarasis in the world, he becomes the final destination. He is the refuge. So, Sharanam Bhava Karuna Mayi Kurudina Dayalo. Sharanam Bhava Karuna Mayi Kurudina Dayalo. Adhuna Khalu Vidhina Mayi Sudhiya Suram Amrutam, says Narayana Tirtha, the great composer. So Sharanam, he is the refuge for all. At the same time, Nirupadhikaha Prapakaha, he is the refuge and he is the destination for all Jivarasis. So he is Sharanam. Next, Sharma. Sharma Sukham Paramaf Prapyam Cheti Sharma. So he is the one who also becomes the fruit for all these people who seek refuge in him. 89th Nama, Vishwaretaha. Vishwam Karyam Asyeti Vishwareta. So, for which he says, he is the basic reason for all the Jivarasis who have been created in this world. Those of them which are in existence, those of them which are in the past, those which will be in the future. For all of this, he is the one, the basic and the sole reason for their existence. Since he is the sole reason, the basic reason, the fundamental, the root, he is called Vishwareta. Next, Prajabhavaha. Sarvaha Prajaha tad dattairyeva upakaranaihi tasmin bhavanti tadabhimukhya yogya bhavanti iti. Now, he ensures that he gives the respective means, upayams to each of the Jivarasis to attain him. Since he has channelized the path to reach him for every Jivarasi based on their Swarupam, Rupam, their qualifications, he is the one who has categorized them. So he is called Prajabhavaha. Next, Ahaha. What is the name of the Lord? Ahaha. What does Ahaha mean? Anadya Vidya Nidravadhau Swavava Bodha Hetutvad Ahariveti Ahaha. Now, what the commentator says is, all the Jivatmas have been associated with Avidya, Karma, Vasana, Ruchi, Prakriti Sambandham. So it's a vicious circle. Avidya, Karma. Because of Avidya, there is Karma. Then because of Karma, there is Vasana, the residual remembrance element. Vasana. Ruchi, there is an interest or the desire that comes. because of which there is prakriti sambandham, association with prakriti. What happens after association with prakriti? Avidya. So avidya, karma, vasana, ruchi, prakriti sambandham, avidya, karma, vasana. So this is a vicious cycle. To get rid of the vicious cycle, anadya vidya nidravadhau swavava bodha hetutvad ahariveti ahaha. Now, at one point in time, the Lord has to cut this circle. So he comes and showcases his qualities and says, meditate on me, you can get rid of this cycle. The one who comes forward is called ahaha. Next, samvatsaraha. Evam prabuddheshu samudharanaya samvasati iti samvatsaraha. Now, people who are in the vicious circle of avidya, vasana, karma, ruchi, prakriti sambandham, by the Lord's grace they are able to break that cycle. So for those people who have broken that cycle, the Lord starts resting in their thoughts and actions. So there he is called samvatsaraha. 93rd nama, vyalaha. Tan atmasat karoti iti vyalaha. The one who accepts them completely. So people who are in that vicious circle, by the grace of the Lord, they are able to break. Now in their thoughts, the Lord is there. Now he helps them reach him. So he is called Vyalaha. Next, Pratyayaha. Pratiyate asmin iti. Now, to them, he gives confidence. I go keep 1 lakh in the bank. After I sign that application, give that check, they will keep one fixed deposit. Where is that fixed deposit? I don't know. But I trust the bank. I don't doubt them. Every day I don't go and ask, please show me the receipt. Where is my money? No. If I keep asking for the 3rd day, they will return the money to me. So after 5 years, I have to go. But there are cases where the banks fail. But still, as human beings, we continue believing in people. When we are able to believe in such mortals and primitive mortals and human beings, why can't we believe in the Lord? So the Lord is the one who has the devotees will have confidence. So he is called Pratyayaha. Next, Sarva Darshanaha. Tesham Sarvam Swamahimanam Darshayati iti Sarva Darshanaha. So he ensures that his devotees who trust and see confidence in him are able to experience him fully. Since he gives that darshanam where the devotees can experience him fully, he is called Sarva Darshanaha. Next, Ajaha. So this many namas will come many times in Sahasranamam. Govinda nama will come 4 times. Ajaha may come twice or thrice. So this is first Ajaha. But the meanings will be different. Ajaha. Tesham swaprapti paripanthi sarvam swayameva kshipati iti Ajaha. So if the jivatmas who are in that avidya, vasana, ruchi, prakriti sambandham want to attain him, he helps in cutting it. He gives the experience to him. But there may be circumstances where there will be many vighna, obstacles to the jivatma in attaining Paramatma. In that case, the Lord comes down and breaks those impediments. Ishvarasya sauhardam yadricha sukritam vishnor kataksham advesham abhimukyam cha satvikaihi sambhashanam shadetani acharyaha prapti hetavaha. So he may give an acharya so that the acharya can guide in breaking the impediments and reach him. So he is called Ajaha. Next nama, Sarveshwaraha. So, what does Sarveshwaraha mean? Samarthanama asamarthanam cha sarvesham sharanagatanam vilambanam vaikalyancha parihartumashu tan ashnuta iti Sarveshwaraha. Now, for the jivatmas that wish to attain the Paramatma, what he says is sharanagatanam vilambanam. The jivatma wants to attain Paramatma. There is no doubt in it. But there will be a vilambanam. Vilambanam means delay. So, in that case, the Lord will ensure that he reduces the time and gives moksha to the jivatma. So, the one who is able to reduce the delay period and bless the jivatma is called as Sarveshwaraha. So, he is trying to shorten that time. Next, it's an interesting nama, Siddhaha. It is not Siddhaha, it's Siddhaha. That first pronunciation should be of the small dha. Second of the half of the bigger dha. Siddhaha. So what does Siddhaha mean? Tesham swarupena Siddhaha. Nopayai sadhya. Now, for those of them who do not know which is the way to attain the Lord, Jivatma wants to attain Paramatma, no doubt. But sir, I don't have any knowledge, I don't have any orthodoxy, na dharma nishtosmi, na chatma vedi, na buddhiman. So what? If I am neither intelligent, I do not have any Shastra knowledge, how do I attain the Lord? That time he says, Tesham swarupena siddhaha, nopaye sadhyaha. That time the Lord says, I am there for you. You just pray to me. I will ensure that I will carry you to me. Siddha in Sanskrit means ready. The Lord is always ever ready. He says, I am there for you. You call me, I will come. So, Siddha. Next, 99th Nama. Siddhihi. Upayair apyayameva sadhyata iti Siddhaha. Now, the upayas, be it bhakti yoga or sharanagati, what do these upayams search for? An upayam. They search for a destination of the Lord. So, for that, he is the one who is the destination too. Siddhihi. So, initial nama is Siddhaha. That is one nama. Next is Siddhihi. The 100th nama is here Sarvadihi. What does Sarvadihi mean? Tesham paravara sarva purushartha moolam iti Sarvadihi. Now, be it the mundane objects that we desire. I want a smart TV. I want an electric car. I want a cooking pot. I want the best of the pens. I want the best of the perfumes. I want the best of the talc. I want the best of the creams. I want the best of the goggles. I want the best of the diamonds. I want the best of the chains. Everything we desire. I want the best of Kaivalya Jnanam. I want the best of Paramapadam. Right from the mundane desires to Paramapadam, he is the one who grants it. He is not of the type, if you ask Paramapadam alone, I will give. I will not give you electric car. I will not give you the best of the perfumes. He doesn't say that. He is like a supermarket. He will give anything you want. Of course, the one thing that he desires is, let the Jivatma come to me. Let the Jivatma desire that it has to attain Paramatma. That's his wish. But just because you are asking electric car, he will not deny it. If he feels that your karma is ready to grant that, if he feels that your reasoning and requesting is legitimate, some way or the other, he will accomplish. So, right from the mundane objects, which is asthiram, which is not permanent, to sthiram, which is moksham, he is the one who grants. So, tesham para avara sarva purushartha. Para avara, great and inferior, superior and inferior, sarva purushartha, all kinds of purusharthas, dharma, artha, kama, moksham. So, dharmam and moksham are superior, kamam and artham are inferior. So, if you desire love in the relationship, kamam, he will grant. Kamanu vapnuyat kami prajarthi chapnuyat prajam. So, he will grant kamam. Then if you want artham, he will give you that wealth as well. Artharthi prapnuyat artham. So if you desire for wealth, he grants. If you desire for kamam, he grants. If you desire for dharmam, dharmarthi prapnuyat dharmam, he will grant dharmam. Sir, parama purushartham moksham, he will give. So be it the inferior purusharthas or the superior purushartha, he grants. Tesham para avara sarva purushartha moolamiti sarvadihi. So sarvadihi will grant all kinds of purusharthas. Achyutaha is the next nama. The commentator says thus: Tebhyaha prapannebhyo napagataha achyutaha. Chuta chuta denotes the very fact of leaving, abandoning, betraying. Achyuta means the one who does not betray, the one who does not abandon those who have sought asylum at his foot. Let us take Rukmini, who drafts a beautiful letter of love, of Shringara, of Bhakti to Krishna. Shrutva gunan bhuvana sundara shrinvatante nirvishya karna vivaraihi haratongatapam Rupam drisham drishimatam akhilartha labham tvai achyuta avashi chittam apatrapam me. So she talks and addresses Krishna as Achyuta, the one who does not abandon or betray his devotees. The next nama is Vrisha Kapihi. Achyutameva dharmavarahatvena samarthayate Vrisha Kapihi. So here the Karta takes us through the one who has incarnated, who has taken the avataram of Varaha from his Parasvarupam. Thereby he does protect dharmam in all its forms. What is dharmam? Dharmam is our very existence. It is the innate characteristic feature of any object, of any entity, which naturally presents itself. For example, let us take fire. The dharmam of fire is to burn. Let us take water. The innate dharmam of water is to cool. Let us take Paramatma. The innate nature of Paramatma is to forgive. So this is the dharmam of any entity or any object that we visualize. In Varahavatam, the Lord protected Bhumi. That was his dharmam. Hence the nama Vrisha Kapihi. Next nama is Ameyatma. Asmin Ashritanugraha Strotasi Iyan Iti Aparichedya Swarupaha. So here he says that the grace that the Lord comes with. So he says Ashritanugraha Strotasi. So if those who have sought asylum at his feet, they offer their obeisances, namaskarams to the Lord will want to shower grace. The grace that he showers cannot be measured by any quantity. So it is beyond measurement. Since he showers grace on his devotees, that is beyond measurement, he is called as Ameyatma. So when we speak of Ameyatma, who can we think of? In Sri Krishna Avataram, there was a poor friend of Krishna who was incidentally his classmate. He was called Kuchela or Sudhama. So he lived in the current city of Porbandar in Gujarat. He was married and he had very many children. They were living in destitution. At that point in time, his wife said, "Why don't you meet up with your friend Krishna, Sakshat Shriyapatihi? He is the one who is the husband to Mahalakshmi. Go and ask him for help." So Kuchela goes. He gives a fistful of puffed rice. Krishna accepts it with all love. He consumes it. He in turn asks, "Hey Kuchela, what do you want?" But Kuchela does not open his mouth. On his return, he is amazed to see a gem-studded palace. He is amazed to see his children in the best of silk clothes. He is amazed to see his wife living in all comforts. He then understands that the grace of the Lord, even without seeking, is beyond measurement. He is called Ameyatma. The next nama, Sarva Yoga Vinisritaha. What does Sarva Yoga Vinisritaha mean? Sarvairapi yogaihi praptum yogyaha sugraha itiva. Now, whichever is the route that we take to attain the Lord, be it Bhakti Yoga or Nyasa Yoga, which is Sharanagati, or any of the other Brahma Vidyas that have been recommended, whichever way it is, he is very accessible to every way. It is not that he is accessible only through Sharanagati Yoga and not accessible to Bhakti Yoga. Through any upayam which has been recommended by the Shastras, he is accessible. Hence, he is called Sarva Yoga Vinisritaha. The next nama is a very interesting nama, Vasuhu. So, Vasuhu is the nama that says, Te Shviyata Apyati Pritya Vasatiti Vasuhu. So, he does stay with his devotees, to those devotees who shower love on him. So to those devotees, he is the one who reciprocates the love. For example, we can take up a small Divya Desham, an abode of the Lord. It is very close to the Rajadhani, the capital of Tamil Nadu, which is called Chennai. Near Chennai is a small hamlet called Tiruyavvalur or Tiruvallur. In that kshetram, the Lord is referred to as Vaidya Veeraraghava. In that kshetram, the Lord who reclines on the serpent couch will be keeping his hand with love on a certain Maharshi called as Shalahotra Maharshi. So because of the love that the Rishi showered on the Lord said, I will not move out of this place, I am always there with you. Like how we offer our hand of friendship to our friends, so does he to his devotees. So this is an excellent illustration of the Lord being Vasuhu. The next nama is Vasumanaha. Vasuni nidhaviva teshu mano asya iti Vasumanaha. He is the one who treats his devotees as his very treasure. To me, what is treasure? A Benz car, an OD car, a BMW, the best of the apartments, the best of the clothes is the treasure to me. But what is the treasure to the Lord? The devotees who shower unconditional love on him are his treasure. In fact, to those devotees who shower excess love, the Lord tells Narada, Aham bhakta paradhinaha. Hey Narada, people think that my devotees are subservient to me. They are wrong. I am subservient to my devotees. Aham bhakta paradhinaha. I am under them. So he is called Vasumanaha. The next nama is Satyaha. Teshu Satsu Sadhuriti Satyaha. He is the one who helps accomplish, who helps attain the wishes of his devotees. So if the devotees wish for something legitimately for the benefit of their family, their society and their nation, based on their karma, the Lord will offer fruits to them. He is called as Satyaha. Teshu Satsu Sadhuriti Satyaha. So the one who accomplishes the wishes of his devotees. Next, Samatma. Teshu Gunadibihi Nimnonnateshvapi Analochita Viseshamanaha Samatma. The Lord does not see who is inferior, who is superior in his devotees. I can give you a befitting example of how the Lord has treated his devotees in Srimad Ramayana. Vedanta Deshika, the poet, dramatist, dietitian, mathematician, acharya par excellence, states, Nishadanam neta kapikulapatihi kapi shabari kuchela kubjasa vrajayuvatayoho malya kridati. So, who were Rama's friends? Rama was born as the son to the very richest king of Ayodhya called as Dasharatha. That Rama, while on exile, made friends with commoners, with the chief of the entire hunter clan. They were bereft of any orthodoxy. He made friends with Sugriva, the excommunicated monkey brother of Vali. He made friends with Vibhishana, the excommunicated, wealthless brother of Ravana. So through this we understand that he doesn't see the community, caste, gender, because he accepted the devotion of Shabari, gender. So thereby he doesn't see who is superior, who is inferior. There used to be a great pontiff, Acharya, in the South Indian Parampara, the Sri Vaishnava Parampara. He lived in the last decades. He was the pontiff of Srimad Srirangam Andavan Ashramam. One day, there were lots of devotees who offered their samarpanams to the Acharya. Some offered gold, some offered silver, some offered money, some offered fruits. So as they offered, the Acharya blessed them. A few minutes later, one lady walked into the room. She kept 1 rupee there. The people around the Acharya frowned at her. What will you get for 1 rupee? But the moment that lady left upon receiving the blessings of the Acharya turned to his Sishyas and said, to me, that 5 grams of gold which was placed before and this 1 rupee are the same. To me, I don't see the difference. So the one who doesn't see the superiority or the inferiority is called as Samatma. The next nama is Sammitaha. Taihi Sammitaha Asmat Hastastha iti Samyak Parichinnaha. The one who is subservient to his devotees. Just a few minutes back, I spoke about the line, Aham Bhakta Paradhinaha. I am subservient to my devotees. How can we understand this? On the banks of river Chandrabhaga, in the state of Maharashtra, is a beautiful abode of Lord Krishna, who is in the form of Vithala. In the Vithala Kshetram, how did he arrive? There was a poor boy called Pundalika. He used to be serving his aged and diseased parents. At one point in time, to be witness to this boy's devotion to his parents, the Lord appeared in person and stood outside the hut. This boy inside knew that somebody had come, but he was attending to his parents. So he immediately asked, who has come? The Lord outside said, I am Krishna. People call me Madhava. People call me Keshava. People call me Pundarikaksha. Hey Pundalika, I have come. The boy knew that it was the Lord who had come, but he did not want to get out of the place. He threw a brick stone outside and said, till I come, you stand on it. Vithala. So the moment the brick was received, the Lord stood on it because he felt, my devotee has ordered me, I have to follow. So he acted as per the orders of his devotees. So he is called as Sammitaha. Rupa pahata lotsani sukh jale o sajani toha Vithala barva toha Madhava barva toha Vithala barva toha Madhava barva toha Vithala barva toha Madhava barva Vithala Madhava Madhava Vithala 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 Madhava 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 Vithala 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 Madhava 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 Vithala Vithala Rupa Pahata Lochani. Devotees have sung praises about Vithala, who acted upon the orders of his devotees. The 110th nama is Samaha. Teshvapi Parichita, Aparichita, Atitivra, Manda, Samvegitvadi, Aviganaya, Gaurave Sama Iti. Now, the Lord does not show any differentiation. For example, treatment meted to common people. How will people see, oh, you are very fair, good skin, I will respect you. You are dark skin, I will not respect you. That is why the world saw racism, white and black people. Some people will say, you are very rich. Sir, please come. You don't have money? You sit there. So there is a disparity based on money. Then there is a disparity based on the jati. Oh, you are from that jati. Great. You are from that jati. You are wrong. So based on caste, based on race, based on creed, based on gender, there is differentiation. Based on the acquaintance level. I know this sir for 10 years. He can eat with me. I have known you in the last 1 week. I will not eat with you. But the Lord does not see any of these differences amongst his devotees. Parichita, aparichita, atitivra, manda, samvegitvadi, aviganaya, gaurave, sama. He treats everyone equally. So he is called Samaha. The next nama is Amoghaha. Tesham Avitasthasparshaha. Now, if we show our relationship with the Lord in some way or the other, through some emotion or the other, this relationship will never go waste. Gopyaha kamat bhayat kamsaha dveshat chaidyo dayonripaha sambandhat vishnaya snehad yuyam bhaktya vayam vibho. This is a Srimad Bhagavata shlokam where Narada Maharshi tells Yudhishthira what are all the relationships that each of them have with Krishna. Gopyaha kamat, through love, the Gopika Stris. Bhayat kamsaha, Kamsa through fear. Dveshat chaidyaha, Chedi Desha Raja, who Sishupala, through dvesha, disgust. Sambandhat vrishnayaha, through physical relationship, that is through blood relationship, vrishnayaha, vrishnis. Yuyam bhaktya vayam vibho. So both of us attain through love and bhakti, says Narada. Next, Pundarikakshaha Nitya Vaikuntha Vasinam Drishta Bhuta Ityartaha. What is Pundarikam? Generally, in common parlance, Pundarikam means lotus. But if you look into the Sanskritam dictionary, Pundarikam does not denote the common lotus that we see. The white lotus is called Pundarikam. But there are other meanings to Pundarikam. For example, Ayodhya is a city in Uttar Pradesh, the birthplace of Rama. But what are the other names for it? Ayodhye aparajiteti vidita nakamparena sthita saketapuri, Ayodhya, Naka. Whatever are the names for Vaikuntha are the names for Ayodhya. Whatever are the names for Ayodhya are the names for Vaikuntha. Similarly, if we look at Pundarika, here he says Pundarikam denotes Sri Vaikuntham, the eternal abode of the Lord. So, to those people, he is the one who is visible. So, the one who is in Vaikuntham is made visible to his devotees. Pundarikakshaha, because they can see, he is visible. Akshi, what is Pundarikam? Vaikuntham. So, the one in Vaikuntham is visible to us. Pundarikakshaha. Next, Vrishakarma. Evam prakrishtasyapi asmadadinam api purvokta disha shreyaskaratvat dharmarupam asya karmeti vrishakarma. Now, he says, even for people like me, see, the commentator is writing, even for people like me, he is the one who blesses immensely. The catchword is even for. So the commentator who has drafted this Vyakhyanam Bhagavad Guna Darpanam is a great scholar. He was a great devotee, very accessible, a repository of the best auspicious attributes. He was called the walking Panini. His grammatical skills were beyond imagination. He lived close to 1,000 years from now, before. So, from in the last 1,000 years, around the time period of Ramanuja, this Acharya Parashara Bhatta lived. One day, he went to Srirangam temple. The administrative officer stopped him. He immediately asked, why shouldn't I be getting inside the temple? Every day I have the habit of visiting the temple. The watchman said, sir, by mistake, a dog stepped into the temple. So the priests who saw the dog coming into the temple thought that the temple premises has now been polluted. So they are doing punyaha vachanam, purification rites to the temple because the dog had come. The Acharya started weeping. The watchman asked, did we hurt you, sir? Acharya said, no. All these days I was coming, you did not do punyaha vachanam. Just because a dog came, you thought the dog alone to be impure and you are doing punyaha vachanam. Why didn't you do punyaha vachanam when I came every day? I am lower than that. So this Acharya has always been thinking the Lord is the best. I am not at all worthy enough to reach him. Even for such people, the Lord will come down and bless. So he is called Vrishakarma. The next nama, Vrishakritihi, Tapatraya Nirvapana Sudhaseka Sheetala Cheshtita Charurupatvat Vrishakarma Vrishakritihi. So, Let us take the Tapatrayas. The Tapatrayas are Adhyatmika, Adi Deivika, Adi Bhautika. There are three kinds of fevers, says Shastram. One could be because of the bhutas, the animals and the insects that we see around. There could be a fever that could come to us because of the fear instilled by nature through tsunami, earthquakes, cyclones, thunderstorms, hurricane, tornado, and so on. Then there are certain aspects in us, within us, which become the reason for our fever. Adhyatmika, Adi Deivika, Adi Bhautika. This is called Tapatraya. So Tapatraya Nirvapana Sudhaseka Sheetala Cheshtita Charurupatvat Vrishakarma. So the Lord becomes the medicine, the panacea to cool down, to bring the nectar, ambrosia to those people who are suffering from Tapatraya. So the one who is the medicine for those suffering from these kinds of fevers is called Vrishakritihi. The next nama is Rudraha. Evam vidharupa vividha cheshtita druta hridayana sananda bashpan kurvan rodayatiti Rudraha. So Rodayati generally denotes the person who cries. But who is the one who is crying? Sananda bashpan kurvan. It is not the normal tears of sorrow. It is the tears of happiness. So when Rama's life history, biography was composed by Valmiki in the form of Ramayana, Valmiki ensured that he taught this to the sons of Rama, who are Lava and Kusha. Lava and Kusha sang before Rama and received his acceptance. Later, in the years to come, in the millenniums to come, in the yugas to come, Hanuman made a vow. Wherever, in whichever place a person resides, a devotee resides, Sundarakandam or Srimad Ramayanam in general, I will be there. So, it is a practice that in houses, wherever and whenever they recite Sundarakandam, they will keep a special place for Hanuman to sit. Because, Yatra Yatra Raghunatha Kirtanam, wherever Rama's praises have been sung, Tatra Tatra Kritamasta Kanjalim, in those places, Hanuman will be present with his head down. Bashpavari Paripurna Lochanam, his eyes will be coming, will have tears rolling down as an exemplification of the happiness that he has got upon listening to the pastimes of the Lord. So the one who sheds tears of joy upon listening to the Lord's pastimes is called as Rudraha. The next nama is Bahushiraha. What does Bahushiraha mean? Shiras means head. Bahu means many. Let us see what the commentator says. Bahuni shiramsi parasahasram phana asyeti bahushiraha. Phana means the hood of a snake. So, if there are 1,000 hoods, Sahasra Shiraha, which means many Shiraha, Adisesha is referred to as Bahushiraha. So, the Lord exists in the form of Adisesha with 1,000 heads. So, he is called Bahushiraha. Next, Babruhu. It's not Babruhu, it's Babruhu. So, what does Babruhu mean? Tatha vidhasan bhibarti iti babuhu. Now, he is the one who bears the world, who supports the earth, especially as Adisesha. How do we understand that? In Srimad Ramayanam, in Balakandam, King Sagara, who is to perform Ashwamedha, finds the sacrificial horse missing. He asks his sons, who are 60,000 in number, to go in search of the horse. They start digging Mother Earth. As they dig Mother Earth, in certain places, they are able to spot the mastakam of the elephants that are supporting Mother Earth from the within. And as they dig further, they are able to see the hoods of Adisesha beneath the earth. So, Adisesha, who is the Lord himself, is there to protect his dear wife Bhuma Devi from the below. Since he is in the form of Adisesha and supports the earth, he is called as Bhabruhu. The next nama is Vishwayonihi. Vishvesham Bhejusham Svena Mishraya Iti is called as Vishwayonihi. He is the one who treats the devotees who have attained him in unison with him. He will not keep them at different level. He will ensure that they are able to enjoy the same comforts as him. So he is called as Vishwayonihi. The next Atma, the next Nama is Shuchishravaha. The one who is very happy to listen to the soft words, pleasing words, nice words of his devotees. Taduktan vayashyam shrunoti iti shuchishravaha. The one who enjoys the stutis done by his devotees. When Adi Shankara says, Geyam Gita Nama Sahasram, he enjoys. When Ramanuja says, Bhagavan Narayana Abhimatanurupa Rupa Swarupa Sthiti Pravritti Bheda Rasaika, so he enjoys that. In Nakhastuti, when Madhvacharya sings, he enjoys that. Sata Patala Bhishane Sarabhasa Attahasudbhate, when Vedanta Deshika says, he enjoys that. Sandrananda Vabodhatmakamanupamitam Kaladeshavadibhyam, when Bhattadri says, he enjoys that. Since he enjoys the nice words of his devotees, he is called as Shuchishravaha. The next Nama is Amritaha. Sada Sevayam Api Atripti Karatvena Amritaha. Now, how much ever we have a glimpse of him, how much ever darshanam we have of him, we will never feel bored. So today I have visited the temple, I have seen the Lord, I have come home. Tomorrow there is no reason to prevent me from going to the temple again, because I feel the more I see him, the more I relish him. Every minute, every moment, he presents the most beautiful form of him to me. So the one whose darshana or our interest to have his darshana is never satiated. So we want to have an anubhavam of him again and again. There is an abode of Lord Vishnu in the south of Tamil Nadu. It is in a temple town called as Kumbhakonam. In Kumbhakonam, the Lord is called as Aparyaptamrita. Aparyapta, Paryapta means enough. Aparyapta, you won't feel enough because he is Amrita. Aparyaptamrita. Here Vedanta Deshika says, Mridu hridaye daye mriditaka mahite mahite drida vibude budheshu vitatat madhure madhure. Madhura is sweet, that which is consumable. That is called amudu in Tamil. Aparyaptamrita in the Tamil language is translated as Aravamudu. So here the Nama is Amritaha. Now, the next Nama is Shashvatasthānuhu Swayam Nityam Bhoktribhyaha Anapaharyascha Apunaravritti Bhogyatvat. The one who is Nitya, Swayam Nityaha, eternal. Then he says, he is not unstable like the nectar that we know. The nectar that we know is unstable. He is not like that. He is very stable. There are things that we know in this world which is impermanent, which is temporary. He is not like that. He is permanent. So the Nama is Shashvatasthānuhu. The next Nama Vararohaha. Varam Utkrishtam Arohanam Swaprapti Asya Iti. So the one who makes those who attain him also great. For example, the word Brahmam, what does it mean? Brihatvacha, Brahmanatvacha. The one who is big, the one who also ensures that the person who attains him also becomes big. So he is called Brahmam. Likewise, Vararohaha, Varam Utkrishtam, Arohanam Swaprapti Asyeti. So he is the one who ensures that he adds that mammothness, that largeness to those who attain him. Next, Mahatapaha. Mahat Pujyam Jnanam Asya Iti. The one who has got excellent Jnanam. Now I will have to take a break here to tell you what it means. There are different states of the Lord as per Agama Shastram. Let us take H2O, water. Water in its normal natural state exists in the liquid form. In those Scandinavian and cold countries, during the winters, water starts freezing Because the temperature comes down, the mercury comes down, and it starts getting cool. The cooler it is, or it touches the freezing or below the freezing point, water H2O reaches an other state. It is called ice. It is called a solid state. Now let us imagine it is severe summer. Water in the lakes and in the streams start getting evaporated. So at that point in time, H2O exists as steam in gaseous state. So water exists in solid state, liquid state, and gaseous state. Likewise, Paramatma has 5 states. The first is called Param. The second is Vyuham. Third is Vibhavam. The fourth is Antaryami. Fifth is Archa. Now these are the 5 states of the Lord. How do we understand that? Paraswarupam, the one who is in the eternal abode. Tripadasyaamritam divi. Sada pashyanti surayaha. Tat Vishnoho paramam padagum sada pashyanti surayaha. That param state. That state is the first. Second is Vyuhamurti. He will come down to the next state where Brahma, Shiva can offer their namaskarams, and he will be able to engage himself in creation, protection, and dissolution. This is called Vyuha, the state. The third is when he is born through a mother and father, is born, nurtured, grows, studies, marries, and lives like one of us. It is called Vibhavavataram. Fourth is where he is within each of us. It is called Antaryami. And the fifth is when he comes down in the form of either wood, stone, or other shapes inside the temple through mantra, and through that Divyamangala Vigraha, he stays there permanently. It is called Archa. Param, Vyuham, Vibhavam, Antaryami, Archa. So these are the 5 states. Nama 1, Vishwam, to Nama 122, which is Vararohaha, describes the first state of the Lord, which is Paraswarupam. Now we are going to go to the next, which is Vyuhamurti. Now in Vyuhamurti, the 123rd Nama describes that. So there are 3 Murtis. Sankarshana, Pradyumna, Aniruddha. They are responsible for destruction, creation, and protection. For each of these deities, there are 2 gunas which are assigned. Jnana Bala, Aishwarya Virya, Shakti Tejas. These are the 6 gunas. Now we are going to see the split up of the gunas. The first one denotes Sankarshana, who is responsible for dissolution. Mahat Pujyam Jnanam Asya Iti. He has to possess an attribute in him, which is Jnanam, which does not attain Sankocha Vikasam. For example, you are listening to the lecture. Let's assume you are liking the lecture. You will be able to absorb the content and retain. But maybe 2 days later, if somebody asks you, can you tell the gist of what you have learned? We may fumble. There are chances. In that case, Jnanam was acquired, but later Jnanam went away. So there is a concept of Sankocham and Vikasam. There is a concept of it blossoming. There is a concept of it disappearing. His Jnanam is unlike that. It is beyond that. Hence he is called as Mahatapaha. The next nama is Sarvagaha. Balena Atmavat Dharayan Samhritan Sarvan Gachati Iti Sarvagaha. So now through his bala, strength, he is able to move anywhere and ensure that all the activities in the creation come under his balam, his control. Hence he is called as Sarvagaha. Gaha. So he walks, Gachati. So Sarvagaha, he goes everywhere. So he is called as Balena Atmavat Dharayan Samhritan Sarvan Gachati Iti Sarvagaha. The next nama, the next 2 namas deal with Pradyumna. Here it goes like this. Sarvavit. Sarvakaryam Vindati Srishtya Labhata Iti Sarvavit. So, now, after the dissolution is over by Sankarshana, Pradyumna starts creating. For that creation, he ensures that all the requirements that are there are kept ready so that the creation can begin. That is through one of his rich attributes called as Aishwaryam, the one which does not see a ksharam, the diminishing, deterioration, disappearance of any of the requirement objects. So it is called as Sarvavit. Next is Bhanuhu. The nama is Sarva Nirmane Api Apyavikurvano Bhiti Bhatiti Bhanuhu. Bhanuhu generally could denote that something which radiates, that which something which glistens. So here it has to do with Viryam. He is able to remote control objects. That is called as Bhanuhu as well. Dyausya Chandrarka Nakshatraha Kamdisho Bhurmaho Dadihi Vasudevasya Viryena Vidrutani Mahatmanaha. So he is able to control the astronomical bodies, be it the sun, be it the moon. They all don't fall from their places. The question is asked, how are they placed in that very positions and they are unmoved? So which the Acharya tells, Dyausya Chandrarka Nakshatraha Kamdisho Bhurmaho Dadihi Vasudevasya Viryena, with the Viryam of Vasudeva. That attribute Viryam with the previous attribute of Aishwaryam are these two names that denote Pradyumna. So it is, now he says it very clearly, which is Sarvavit. Next is Bhanuhu. Bhanuhu has also been seen where he sees no change. There is no change in his Swarupam or Rupam. Next is Vishwaksenaha. Anena Rakshakavanto Jantavo Vishwak Anchaya Asti iti Vishwaksenaha. So now he talks about the next two attributes for Aniruddha, Shakti and Tejas. So for Shakti he says, the one who has got the power, Anena Rakshakavanto Jantavo. So he accepts and protects those devotees that seek asylum in him. So that shows the Shakti that he has got. Next is Tejas. Janardanaha. Tesham Raksha Pratikshapan Pratipakshan Janan Anapekshodarya iti Janardanaha. Now, for those people who seek asylum in him, if there are obstacles and impediments, he ensures that there are no such impediments by removing them. Since he removes it through his tejas, he is called as Janardanaha. The first two spoke about Sankarshana, Jnanabala, then they spoke about Pradyumna, Aishwarya Virya, and then they spoke about Aniruddha, which is Shakti Tejas. So the 6 attributes as mentioned by the Shastras is Jnanabala, Aishwarya Virya, Shakti Tejas. Since these 6 attributes are seen in him, he is called as Shadgunya Paripurna. Since he is Shadgunya Paripurna, he is Bhagavan. So this has been denoted. Now, let us go to another set of namas, a larger set of namas that describe his association with knowledge, the source of knowledge. In that, the 129th name is Vedaha. Vedaha Srishti Lambhita Karana Vindati Tasmin Iti. Now, he is the one who gives the source of knowledge, the Shabda Shastram, through which mundane people like us can know the knowledge which is associated with the presence of the Lord in this world and with the presence of devotees in this world. So he is called Vedaha. Now Vedaha, the name denotes him as Vedaha. Now let us go to the Vedam that we know. In Vedam, this Vedaha is mentioned. Hope you are able to get the connection. The next one is Vedavit. Vedartham cha avishaya viparyasam veti iti Vedavit. So what he says is, Vedam is on one side. For example, we say Ajaya Mano, the one who is unborn. Bahudha Vijayate is born many a times. So isn't this statement confusing? Ajaya Mano, the one who is unborn. Bahudha Vijayate is born many a times. How could the unborn person be born many a times? If he is born many a times, he should not be called unborn. If he is unborn, he shouldn't be born many a times. Such cryptic statements in Vedas may cause little confusion. The one who is able to get into the right commentaries of Vedas and remove us from any illusion, delusion or any miscommunication is called as Vedavit. The next nama is Avyangaha. What does this denote? The commentator says, Tadangais Chandaha Kalpadibihi Swakalpitair Avihinaha Avyangaha. So, initially we spoke about Vedam, then we spoke about Vedartham, Now, to understand the Vedam and Vedartham, we should be aware of the Vedangam. So, what are the Angas, the limbs of Vedas? Siksha, Vyakaranam, Jyotisham, Kalpam, Niruktam, Chandas. So, if we have to understand the prosody, the meter, the Tatparyartham, the ways to recite it, then after the Tatparyartham, after the Siksha, after the Niruktam, it is also important to understand the Chandas, and after that we need to understand what is the grammar that goes beyond it, and then in the Vedas we need to understand the Jyotishya Shastram which has been approved by our Purvacharyas. So the very process of understanding the 6 limbs, Shadangam, all the Shadangam, to understand the Veda and the Vedartha, that Lord who blesses and who is in the form of the 6 limbs is called as Avyangaha. The next nama is Vedangaha. Vedascha Anantashakha Asya Angam Shariram Antaranga Vyanjakatvaditi Vedangaha. Now, he is the one who has the Vedam, the Vedangam, and the Upangam as his very body. So they become his body. He is Vedamayo Shariraha. His Shariram, his body, is the quintessence of Vedas. He is called Vedangaha. Next, Vedavit. Vedair Vedyata iti Vedaha. Tadartho Dharmaha. Tamanushtapanena Vindati iti Vedavit. Vedair Vedya iti. So, the one who realizes the quintessence of Vedas, the one who realizes the quintessence of Vedas through the Vedartham, the one who understands and realizes the quintessence of Vedas through the Vedangam, to that people he will ensure that he gives and injects the jnanam of performing rituals, of performing rites, of performing those rites and rituals which are akin and adhering to the Shastram. So he blesses them with the knowledge of Anushtanam. So he says, Tamanushtapanena Vindati iti Vedavit. So that Lord who induces the knowledge of Anushtanam is Vedavit. The next nama is 134th nama, which is Kavihi. Sa eva Kranta Darshitvat Kavihi. The one who knows everything about Vedam, the Vedartham, the Vedangam, and those who are following Anushtanam. He knows everything about that. So he is called as Kavihi. Next is Lokadhyakshaha. What does Lokadhyakshaha mean? Lokaha dharmadi karinaha tesham adhyakshaha. So the one who presents himself in pure perception levels, in pratyaksham, to those who perform anushtanams as desired and mentioned in the Shastrams and the Vedas, is called as Lokadhyakshaha. So he presents himself to them. So Alvars, the mystic saints of the south, Bhadrachala Ramadas, Tyagaraja, Purandaradasa, Kanakadasa, Tunjat Ramanuja Yedutachan, Eknath, Tukaram, then there was Namadev, Jnaneshwar, Nasim Mehta, Bhanu Bhaktacharya, Krittibasa, Tulasidas, Surdas, Mirabai, Jayadeva, they were all able to see the Lord because he is Kavihi and Lokadhyakshaha. Now, coming to those people, here he says that Sadhanam Vaidyam, Suradhyakshaha, 136th nama, Suradhyakshaha, Suraha Tadaradhyaha Devataha Tesham Adhyakshaha. So to those people who have sought asylum in him, after knowing the quintessence of Vedas, Vedangas and Upangas, Suraha Tadaradhyaha. So let us now take Devas on one side and those people who have the ability, the qualities to become Devas, to them Devataha Tesham Adhyakshaha. To those he presents himself. So in the previous nama Lokadhyakshaha, for the Loka his presence. For Suradhyakshaha, for the Suras he presents. So in the 137th nama, we are going to call him Dharmadhyakshaha. That Sadhanam Vaidyam Vaidham Tesham Adhyakshaha. Now the one who blesses the devotees with the knowledge of Dharma and the fruits associated with performing certain dharmic actions is called as dharmadhyakshaha. The next nama is kritakritaha. Pravartakasya nityaphala pradanetvopacharaat kritaha nivartakasya nityaphala pradatvena akritascheti sa eva kritakritaha. Now, there are certain fruits which are anityam in nature, which are not eternal in nature. They are very impermanent. There are certain phalam, fruits, which are permanent in nature, which are always those that give us good future. For example, the Lord blesses us with moksham, dehavasane mukti syat. By the end of this life, where the Atma departs from the body, he will take us through the path of light, which is Archiradi Margam, Nitya Phalam. He gives me a car, it is Anitya Phalam. Whether Nitya Phalam or Anitya Phalam, he is the one who grants. So he is called as Krita Kritaha. The next nama from here will be in sets of 4. So Chaturatma. I did speak about Vyuha Murtis, right? So he is talking about Chaturatma. Who are the Chaturatmas? He says, Chaturatma Vasudevaha Sankarshanaha Pradyumnaha Aniruddhaha iti. You can see him as the Samhara Murti Sankarshana, as the creating Murti Pradyumna, as the protecting Murti Aniruddha, and the one who controls all the three, who is Vasudeva. Since he exists in these 4 forms, he is called as Chaturatma. If we want to take a witness of this, we can go to the beautiful abode of Lord Srinivasa, of the Lord in Nachiyar Kovil. It is a small town in the south of Tamil Nadu which is famous for making brass lamps. In that very town, you will find a wonderful temple where the Lord in the Sanctum Sanctorum Garbhagriham is seen as Vasudeva with his wife Venjulavalli, and on either sides you can see Sankarshana, Pradyumna and Aniruddha. So he is called Chaturatma. The next nama is Chaturvyuhaha. Jagryadhyavastha chatushtaya visishtabhimurtir bhishchaturdha vyuhata iti. Now let us take the 4 states that is associated with us. He says Jagryadavastha. So Jagrita, you are awake. Then Swapna, you are dreaming. Then you are in slumber, deep sleep. And then finally you are in a state where you can realize the Lord. That is called as Turiya. So all these 4 states are seen in a devotee. The one who blesses a devotee with the realization of the 4 states is called as Chatur Vyuhaha. The next nama is Chatur Damshtraha. Vyuhamulena parena rupena Chaturdramshtaha. Chaturdramshtritvam Mahapurusha Lakshanam. So you can see the Lord with 4 canine teeth. So the tooth will come out, the canine tooth will come out. There are 4, so it's canine teeth. And he is the one who blesses us with that shape, with that form. So he says, Mahapurusha Lakshanam. To say that this is Parabrahmam, it seems from the Vedic derivatives, he should be having Damshtra. So the one who has got 4 Damshtras is called as Chatur Damshtraha. The next nama is Chatur Bhujaha. Tatha Chaturbhujaha. Tatha hi param rupamahuhu. The one who stays as Paravasudeva with 4 hands. He is the one as Paravasudeva with 4 hands becomes Chaturbhujaha. The next nama is Bhrajishnuhu. What does Bhrajishnuhu mean? Upasitribhyaha Prakashana Shilaha. Now, for those of them who meditate upon him, he comes with 4 hands. Tamadbhutam Balakam Ambujekshanam Chaturbhujam Shankagadaryudharyudam. So he comes with 4 hands and blesses them in meditation. He is called as Bhrajishnuhu. Now coming to Bhojanam. Tair bhunjate sukhonanubhuyate iti bhojanam. Now, he becomes the food, it seems, for the bhaktas to consume and enjoy. We may be wondering, if we eat the Lord, what will happen to the Lord? It does not denote literally. It means when I go and see the Lord in certain temples, he is so handsome that I feel that he is actually getting into me. There is a Tamil verse in the south of India by the Alvars. Kandavartam Manambalangum Kandaburatten Karumaniye. He is so very charming and so very replete with all the auspicious attributes. When I look at him, I feel that he is coming in me. So this Lord who becomes the Bhogam and the one who makes himself enjoyable to his devotees is called Bhojanam. Next is Bhokta Swayamapi Tadarpitasya Prapanaderamritasyeva Bhokta. The one who enjoys the offerings given to him. The one who is able to enjoy the offerings given to him is called Bhokta. Next, Sahishnuhu Svenapi Dussahanam Swabhakta Vishayanam Chanavadhikanam Aparadhanam Sahishnuhu. So here he says, the devotees may end up committing mistakes knowingly or unknowingly. At the same time, they may end up committing those mistakes either on him or on his devotees. So he says, Svenapi Dussahanam Swabhakta Vishayanam Cha Anavadhikanam Aparadhanam Sahishnuhu. So the Lord is able to accept, withstand and forgive the mistakes committed by his devotees knowingly or unknowingly on him or his devotees. So he is called as Sahishnuhu. Sahishnuta means the ability to withstand. So he is called Sahishnuhu. The 147th nama is Jagada Nijaha. So what he says is Jagada Nijaha. Jagadadi Bhutasu Trimurtishu Anyatamatvena Jata Iti. Now, amongst the names of the Lord which denotes Mahavishnu, from 147th nama it begins so. So from 147 we will be seeing the names of Vishnu, before which again a point has to be made. Like how water exists in solid state, water exists in liquid state, water exists in gaseous state, we need to understand that the Lord also exists in various states, which is Para, Vyuha, Vibhava, Antaryami, Archa. For Paraswarupa we discussed till Nama number 122. For Vyuha Swarupa 2 we have denoted till the Nama that we see here, Sahishnuhu. From now on it will be Vibhava Avataram, the avatars he has taken. A poet mentions Atimanusha Sheela Vritta Veshaihi Ativritta Amara Vikrama Pratapaihi Atilangita Sarvaloka Samyam Baraye Vaishnava Vaibhava Avataram. So for this Vibhava Avataram, here we see that in the three Murtis, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, they say Jagadadi Bhutasu Trimurtishu Anyatamatvena Jataiti. So he does his duty different from the other two and he stands apart. So he is called as Jagadadijaha. Next is Anagaha. Evam Samsara Madhye Janitva Api Anagaha Papa Pratispardhi. Though he has made up his mind to be born amongst us as one of the avatars, he is untouched by any sins. So, evam samsara madhye janitva api anagaha. Despite being born in the samsaram, he is untouched by blemishes. So, he is anagaha. Next, 149th nama, which is Vijayaha. Murtyantyayorapi srishti samharadibhir jagad vijayo asmat iti Vijayaha. So, he brings success to the work performed by Lord Shiva and Brahma in their respective departments. So, the one who ensures phalam, success to the both of them, is called Vijayaha. The 150th nama is Jeta. Tayorapi Jeta Swabhiv Prayeshu Avasthapayita. Now, to those people whom he has blessed immensely, he will ensure that they will always stay in his memory and in return he stays in their memory. So the 150th nama is here. 151st nama, Vishwayonihi. Tanmukhena Vishwasya Karya Prapanchasyapi Karanam. Now, he performs the remaining functions of creation and destruction through the remaining murtis who are Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva. Since he does that, he is called as Vishwayonihi. The next nama is Punarvasuhu Punastat Prabhrutishu Antaratmataya Vasati Cheti. Now, he is the one who stays as Antaryami, the inner Antaryami, the soul within, to protect his devotees. So, the one who stays within, generally when we do a mistake, we will always see if somebody is around. Shastram tells, don't see it that way, see it here, because there is one who is witnessing you. So he is called as Punar Vasuhu. Punastat Prabhrutishu Antaratmataya Vasati Cheti. So he ensures that he stays as the Antaratma of his devotees. So through this, we have also seen in Vibhavavataram how Mahavishnu has been described. The next Nama, which is the 153rd Nama, from this Nama onwards, we will be able to relish 12 names of the Lord that denote his Vamana and Trivikramavataram. Be it Srimad Ramayanam, in the Balakandam, which is the first canto, Vishwamitra leads the way with Rama and Lakshmana quickly following him. On their sojourn, Vishwamitra explains the avatara of Vamana in Siddhashramam. Similarly, in Srimad Bhagavatam, before the Dashamaskandam, where Lord Krishna's pastimes are being described, Vamana Trivikramavataram have been described in detail. Here, the 12 names of the Lord have a combination of Vamana and Trivikrama. 153rd Nama, Upendraha. Adityeshu Jaganyajaha Upendraha. Anujatvendra Indramupagataha. So there are Dwadasha Adityas. So we have got 12 Adityas who are ruling us. Corresponding to every Aditya, we have the name of the Lord. For example, Keshavaya, Narayanaya, Madhavaya, Govindaya, Vishnave, Madhusudanaya, Trivikramaya, Vamanaya, Sridharaya, Hrishikeshaya, Padmanabhaya, Damodaraya. So these are the names that we all recite every day. It is called Dva Dasha Namam. Dva, 2, Dasha, 10, Dwadasha, 12 namas that we recite every day. These Dwadasha names or namas of the Lord are associated with the 12 Adityas. So he was born as the last Aditya to Aditi and Kashyapa. So he was called as a Vamana. Here, Jaganyajaha Upendraha Anujatvendra. So he was born as the Anuja. So he is called as Upendraha. Who is he? The next Nama, Vamanaha. Sayeva Indrasantranaya Balimakhe Vamanaha. So, for the sake of his brother Indra, who sought asylum in him, the Lord had to go to the Yajnavatika where Bali Chakravarti was performing. So, the one who went as Vamana, Vamanatvam means very short. So, dwarf. You actually call that as a medical disorder, where the pituitary gland, which is responsible for the growth in a person, malfunctions. When it malfunctions, you become very, very short, not commensurate with your age at all. So then it is called Vamanatvam. So he went as a dwarf. So this dwarf is called as a Vamanaha. The next Nama, Pramshuhu. Tatraiva Pramshuhu. So the one who grew up as Trivikrama and started pervading and permeating this universe. So he is called Tatraiva Pramshuhu. He is called Pramshuhu, the one who became Trivikrama and pervaded. Next, Amoghaha. Nasya Vyarthosti iti Amoghaha. Balivasa Vayor Aviseshena Kritarthi Karanat. But at the same time, he did not want to cheat one person and be partial to the other person. He wanted to ensure that he gave fruits, phalam, to both of them. So thereby going to the Yagavatika, eventually Indra gained his kingdom. As Bali lost, he had the Lord as his watchman, says a Purana. The Lord said, I will become the watchman of your house in the lokas below. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Rasa, Atala, Tala, Atala, Maha, Atala, Patala. As he pushed Bali, he became the watchman. So he ensured that he gave fruits to both of them who could relish, enjoy and sustain with them. So he is called Amoghaha. Next, Shuchihi. Idrugu Upakareshु Pratyupakara Nirapekshatvat. Shuchihi. he will help somebody. He will offer his helping hand, but will not expect anything in return. When his elder brother Indra said, go get my wealth, he said, I will do it. But he did not do it with the assumption that Indra will give something back. The one who rests his case by not expecting anything in reciprocal or return is called as Shuchihi. The next nama is Urjitaha. Namuchi prabhritibi paripanthi vadha bandhanadau balamurjasya sanjata iti urjitaha. The one who has got the ability to put somebody in check and control if they try to overpower him, like Namuchi, the son of Bali. Bali's son did not want the Lord to grow. He held his foot. That is why either if you see Namuchi on the wall of cave number 1 or cave number 3 in Badami caves of the Chalukya architecture of the 6th and the 7th century in North Karnataka, you will see one character holding the foot of the Lord. That is Namuchi. Similarly, that has been mimicked in the beautiful cave of Mahabalipuram or Mamallapuram near Chennai of the Pallava architecture of the 7th and the 8th century. Here, Urjitaha refers to that ability of the Lord. Next, 159th nama, Atindraha, Indranujattvena apyaishwaryena apadanena tamatikkrantaha Atindraha. Though he is the younger brother to Indra, he, through his actions, appears as if he is more mature, magnanimous, generous, knowledgeable, and very seasoned to the people who approach him, though he is younger to Indra. In Vamanavataram, though he appears as a younger brother to Indra, he is greater than him in most attributes. He is called as Atindraha, greater than Indra in all these aspects. 160th nama, Sangraha, Atha Bhaktair Ayatnena Sangrihyata iti Sangraha. The one who is very easily accessible to his devotees. You don't have to worry about the prerequisites to meet him. He is always there. You don't have to worry about what to carry for him. He doesn't expect anything. You don't have to worry about how he will treat you, because he showers love on us. The one who is so accessible becomes Sangraha. Next is Sargaha. Trivikrama Kramana Sugraha Pada Padmo Hyasau Tebhyaha Srijyata iti. Now, he says that the lotus feet of the Lord is so very accessible to all his devotees. The one who ensures us his lotus-like feet, Gambhiramba Samudbhuta Sumrishtanala Ravika Ravikasita, that kind of a feet which is akin to the lotus which is freshly blossomed with the long stalks, akin to the cool waters of the lake by receiving the rays of the sun in the early morning, his feet are also like that. Since his feet are so fresh and accessible, he is called as Sargaha. Now, the next nama is Dhritatma. Evam Atmadanena Dhrita Atmanon eti Dhritatma. Now, thereby he gives himself to his devotees. When the devotees present their Atmas to him, Anukulyasya sankalpam, Pratikulyasya varjanam, Rakshishyati iti vishwasaha, Goptrutva varanam, Karpanyam. With all these panchangas, when the devotee says Atma Samarpanam, so even in Bhakti Shastram, in the 7th canto, Skandam, Prahlada says, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnoho, Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakhyam, Atma Nivedanam, to present the Atma. So the devotees say, this Jivatma is yours, we submit to you. The moment the devotees say that, the Lord feels very, very hurt. He says, I should be surrendering myself to you. And he submits himself. He is called as Dhritatma. So this Dhritatma leads us to Niyamaha. Tat pratibala bali prabhritayaha api niyamyanyeti aneti niyamaha. Now, he is the one who's able to intelligently put down the over smartness, the smartness that is not legally tenable, morally tenable, even to people like Bali. So if Bali tries to be over smart, then the Lord is able to control them through an iota of his great attributes. He is called as Niyamaha. Then the next nama is Yamaha. He says, Evam Akhilam Kantakanukulam Yaschatiti Yamaha. Now for the devotees who want to attain him, there will be many obstacles, there will be many impediments. For them, Evam Akhilam Akantanukulam. Akantanukulam means, for example, there could be impediments, but he will ensure that he removes those obstacles, removes those impediments. In such a case, he is called as Yamaha. So, till now, we have been able to witness the greatness of the Lord through Vamana and Trivikrama avatarams. From now on, we will check how beautiful his attributes are. What is his greatness through a few other namas. The first is 165th nama, which is Vedyaha. Evam Avirbhuya Prakatita Atindriyam Mahimatvat Sarvair Veditum Shakyo Vedaha. Now, all the attributes and the greatness that we have seen in him have to be realized by us. How will we realize this? We will realize it through our senses. So, the one who activates the senses in his devotees so that they can realize him, internalize him, experience him is called as Vedyaha. The next nama is Vaidyaha. So, Veditru Bhava Bhanjanim Vidyam Adhite Veda Veti Vaidyaha. So he says, the one who meditates on him, those devotees who meditate on him, with that concept that he will be able to present himself to us, the one who will be able to showcase all his greatness to us, to those devotees, the Lord will ensure that he cuts the vicious cycle of birth and death. Punarapi jananam, punarapi maranam, punarapi jananam, punarapi maranam, punarapi janani jathare shayanam. Iha samsare bahudustare Kripaya pare pahi murare bhaja govindam govindam bhaja mudhamate. The one who is able to cut that cycle of birth and death because of the love that he has for those devotees who have sought asylum in him is called Vaidyaha. The next one is Sada Yogi. Evamatra Satata Jagarukaha Sada Yogi. So, he does cut the cycle of birth and death, but does he do that with no interest? Oh, he has sought asylum in me. It is my duty to cut him of the cycle of birth and death. No, he does it with love. Only if he cuts that vicious cycle of birth and death for his devotees will the devotee attain him in Sri Vaikuntham. Will the devotee be able to reach the permanent abode? So he does that with love. Since he does that with love, evamatra satata jagarukaha. Always he is alert to perform this function. So he is called Sada Yogi. Next nama, Veeraha Swavedana Vihirtrin Haituka Veerana Hatavan iti Veeraha. So, he is able to destroy the evils that will prevent his devotee from thinking about all these permanent benefits that he will get. So, he kills all those impediments. At the same time, grants jnanam. Since he grants that jnanam, he is called Veeraha. Swavedana Vihantrun Haituka Veerana Hatavan. The next nama is 169th nama, which is again a repeat, but the meaning will not be repeated. Madhavaha had the position of Mahalakshmi's Dhavaha, husband there. Here Madhavaha means Svavishaya Paravidya Pravartanat Madhavaha. Now, he is the one who blesses us with the knowledge. What knowledge does he give? Does he give the knowledge about the sofa set? Does he give the knowledge about the chairs? Does he give the knowledge about the mic? Does he give the knowledge about the audience? No. He gives the knowledge about himself, which is Paramatma. Today, all of you are listening about Paramatma's gunas. I am also speaking about Paramatma's gunas. I am telling you what is told by our Acharyas. You are listening to the content delivered by me as told by our Acharyas. But what is the knowledge about? About Paramatma. Since he gives the knowledge and seasons that knowledge and facilitates that knowledge, he is called as Madhavaha. Next, 170th Nama, Madhuhu, Labdha Vidyebhyaha Swadamanatvat Madhuhu. Now, to his devotees, he is just like a sweet. For Bengalis, Roshagulla, Champakili, Roshamalai and Shondesh are very, very emotional and very close to their hearts. Such sweets. You go to the state of Maharashtra, they will say, nobody can make Puran Poli like us. You go to Gujarat, sweet is just not found in sweet. Sweet is also found in other dishes which may be spicy. So there is a tinge of sweet everywhere. So they make wonderful milk sweets. You come to Karnataka, you will have very tasty sweets. The very famous one which starts with the name Mysuru, Mysore Pak. If you go to Andhra Telangana, you will have Putarekulu, Kakinada Kaja, then you will have as a Bandar Laddu and so on. You come to Tamil Nadu, you will be having Manoharam, you will be having Adirasam, you will be having Vellachidai. These are all sweets in the state of Tamil Nadu. You go to Kerala, people are experts in payasam. You have Adapradaman, Pal Payasam, Chakkavarati and so on, made from jackfruit, made from coconut, made from sweets. So you have such states where people celebrate sweets. If you go to the north, you have the Motichur Laddu. So in this case, who is the Lord to us? He says, Labhya Vidyebhyaha Swadamanatvat Madhuhu. To the devotees who desire to experience his qualities, he very well becomes their Madhu, their nectar, their sweet. So to devotees, the Lord is the sweetest. So he is called Madhuhu. Next, from the next namas, around 10 namas, we will be experiencing the Lord's general auspicious attributes. Now, the 171st nama, here it goes like this, Atindriyaha. It says, Atindriyaha Jnanopa Atikrantaha. To our senses, he may not be attainable. Sometime back we said we can realize him through our senses. But if we go with the thought that I will be able to see him, no. He has to give the power. If I think that I can see him through my eyes, I can experience the presence, his presence of smell through my nose. I can taste what he has left over with my tongue. I can feel him with my skin. I can listen to what he says. We will not be able to do, because we precede it with, I can do it. So he may not be attainable through our senses with that arrogance. So he is called as Atindriyaha. Next, Mahamayaha. Aprapanna Nikhila Janamohini Tiraskarini Van Maya Asya Iti Mahamayaha. So he says, to those people who have surrendered, there is no problem. But those people who have not offered their unconditional surrender to the Lord, till then he will keep a veil, a wall, a curtain. It is called Yavanika, Tiraskarini, Tirodhanakari. So the one who keeps a veil between him and us, thereby for us we won't be able to experience his Swarupa, Rupa, Guna, Vibhava, Aishwarya, Sheeladinam. So at that point in time, if we are not able to experience this, then there is a veil between us. That is why in the Telugu marriages and Kannada marriages, between the bride and the groom, a thin screen is drawn. Tyagaraja says, Marugu yelara o Raghava, Marugu yelara o Raghava, Marugu Yelara. Yelara Raghava, why is there a screen between you and me, he asks. Very similar to the Nama which is presented here. Mahamayaha. Next, Mahotsahaha. Mahane Utsahaha Utsahanam Kartrutva Lakshanam Aishwaryam Asya Iti. Now, he is the one who is able to create the entire universe as a matter of play. In that state, he comes with a sovereign power, unquestionable power, unfathomable power. We will not be able to sense how big that creation power is. He is called as Mahotsahaha. So he comes with that enthusiasm too. He does not do it because he is ordained to do. He does it because he loves it. He has that zeal in him. He has that enthusiasm in him. So he is called Mahotsahaha. Next is Mahabalaha. Sahaya Peksha Kartrantra Vyavartakam Mahadbalam Asyeti Mahabalaha. While he does so, generally when we do an activity, we'll say, Mother, please come and help me with this. Father, come and help me with this. If I'm married, I will call my wife. If I have friends, I'll say, come on, let us lift this together. So in most activities, barring a few, we will need our people's support. Now he has to create the entire universe. Whose support he requires? Asahaya Shura. Vedanta Deshika says, Asahaya Shura. He doesn't require anybody's aid. It is not out of arrogance. Because his sovereign power and the divine will, Sankalpa Shakti, is so high, he doesn't require anybody's help. Mahabalaha. Next is Mahabuddhihi. Mahad Jnanamasyeti Mahabuddhihi. So he says, in all places, at all times, he is the one who is aware of what his devotees want. Mahajnanamasyeti Mahabuddhihi. In the forests, while they went on Vanavasam, Draupadi and the Pancha Pandavas lived a very simple and a pious life. Surya Deva blessed them with a vessel. It was called Akshaya Patram. Whatever you cook in that, you will never be able to empty that patram, because that patram is said to have been producing more and more food. But the moment you wash it for the day after consumption and keep it, the pot will not be able to give food for that day. After the pot was washed, it was kept for drying, so it will not produce more. At that point in time, Duryodhana had instigated Durvasa Maharshi to go along with his Sishyas. Yudhishthira, even without inquiring from Draupadi, assured them that you all can come and eat. But there is no way to cook. That is when Draupadi thought of Krishna, and Krishna came there. He said, I am hungry. Draupadi was wondering, why is everybody saying that they are hungry today? Then she said, see, my food is over. Krishna said, no, I am sure that you are not good at washing utensils. Bring that Akshaya Patram to me. The moment Krishna saw that Akshaya Patram, he saw a small piece of food. Some say it is annam, which is rice. Some say it is shakannam, which is a small piece of leaf, which is a spinach or something. So that is when Krishna said, I will take this. He consumed this and he burped. As he burped, Durvasa and the other students felt their stomachs also full and left over from that place. So the point is, Krishna is able to realize it everywhere, even in his Vibhava Avataram. The Lord who is able to sense at all points in time, everywhere, what his devotees want, and thereby the knowledge is rested in him. He is called as Mahabuddhihi. 176th Nama, Mahaviryaha. Dadhi bhavam apadyamana dugdhadi karanebhyo bhedakam satyapi hetavi vikara lakshanam mahadviryam asyeti mahaviraha. Now, we must have heard of so many children who are lactose intolerant. What does lactose intolerant mean? Lactose intolerance is not a new term. There have been people who have been allergic to milk. But if you quietly go and ask them, are you allergic to milk? They'll say, no, I am allergic to milk and milk products. So milk becomes curd, from curd comes butter, from butter comes ghee. So there are houses, I'm not talking the concept about vegan, being vegan. Even lactose intolerant people will not be able to take any of the stuff. But we may be wondering, lactose, here is ghee, how is it associated? No. Shastram tells, where did the ghee come from? The ghee came from butter. Where did the butter come from? Curd. Where did the curd come from? Milk. So the mystic saint says, Karanda palul neyye pol. Alvar tells, inside the milk that you consume is the ghee that you will be extracting. So the ghee is a subset of milk. So in all these products you find milk and its varieties. So in that case, there is only one padartham, which is milk. But when milk becomes curd, the state changes, because there are dishes that you can make with milk, there are dishes that you can make with curd. You cannot interchange. But the nature of that padartham doesn't change. That is why the lactose intolerant person cannot withstand ghee, though the ghee starkingly looks different from the milk. Thereby, the Lord also creates this world without affecting his nature. The padartham, which is the Lord, nothing happens to him. That tattvam, nothing happens. But the world attains changes. So, dadhi bhavam apadyamana dugdhadi karanebhyo. Dadhi, curd. Dugdha, milk. Bhedakam satyapi hetava vikara lakshanam mahadviryam asyeti. But his nature doesn't change. Why? Because he is Mahaviryaha. Next nama, Mahashaktihi, Upadana Shakti Vikala Nimitta Matra Vyavartika Mahati Shakti Asyeti Mahashaktihi. What changes then? If the world that is constituted of Jivatmas, which is Chetana, and Achetana Tattva, which is Prakriti, is his body, what undergoes change? It is only the Prakriti which goes from the subtle state to the gross state, from Sukshma Shariram to Sthula Shariram. Hence it is called Mahashaktihi. Next, Mahadhyutihi, Sahakaryapeksha Karana Vailakshanyakaram Tadanapeksha Lakshanam Cha Tejo Mahad Asya Iti Mahadhyutihi. So he says that while doing so, while his body from the subtle state goes to the gross state, there is no help required. In that state too, even while expanding from the subtle state to the gross state, he doesn't require any aid. He is called Mahadhyutihi. Next, Anirdeshya Vapuhu. Etat Shadgunya Vigrahatvat Anirdeshya Vapuhu Anupama Vapuhu. So he is the one who is the repository of 6 auspicious attributes. Jnana Bala, Aishwarya Virya, Shakti Tejas. So all the 6 rest in him. How is his Divya Mangala Vigraham? The external feature, he says, Anupama Vapuhu. To that body, Vapuhu, Anupama. Upama is comparison. Anupama Vapuhu. There is no comparison at all. He is called Anirdeshya Vapuhu. Next, Shriman. For Shriman he says, Tadanurupaya Divya Bhushana Sampada Nityayuktaha Shriman. Now, for that Divya Mangala Vigraham that we have seen, internalized and described, there should be suitable ornaments. So, ornaments can suit a person only if the person checks whether for his features or her features the ornaments go well or not. For some, antique jewelry will suit. For some, matte finish will suit. For some, terracotta jewelry will suit. For some, silver jewelry will suit. For some, flower jewelry will suit. So, you will have to go with abharanams which are respective to your body. To him, the abharanams will come competing that I am eligible, aham ahamikam. So, to that person, he is called Shri Man. Shri itself, herself is Harinim, Hiranyavarnam Harinim, gold. So, here are ornaments competing with each other to be suitable to him, which is Shriman. Next nama, Ameyatma, Itham Vividha Guna Rupa Anurupa Rupa Ambodhir Gambhira Bhavaha. Ameyatma. So, his attributes, his Gunatishayam, Rupam, Vaibhavam is so high, it is spread at a distance and it goes deep. You will not be able to find the other shore nor the bottom to say that I have completed. It is an ocean. That ocean, he is Ambodhi. In that case, he is Ameyatma. Next nama is Mahadhritik. Mahantam Mandaram Mathane Dhritavan. So, while the oceanic waters were churned he was able to support. See, from the Nama, from 182nd Nama, we are going to describe the various avatars in short to see in which avatara he did which special act. He says, Mahantam Mandaram Mathane Dhritavan Mahadritak. While Mandara Parvatam was kept as a Manthanam, Manthanam is a churning rod, and Vasuki became the churning snake, he supported the mountain. He is called Mahadritak. Next, Maheshwasaha, Mahan, Manohari, Ishunam, Asaha, Kshepaha, Sindhu, Bandha, Dashakandhara Vadadau, Yasya Saha. So he is very pleasing to look at. Ramayatiti Ramaha. What did he do in Rama Avataram? Ishunamasaha, Kshepaha, Sindhu, Bandha, Dashakandhara Vadadau, Yasya Saha. To annihilate the one who abducted his wife and who tormented the society, who is Ravana, he built a beautiful bridge to Lanka. Hence, he is called as Maheshwasaha. Next, 184th Nama, Mahi Bharta, Lalita Dharani Bharana Sheelaha Mahi Bharta. What it means is, he lifted Mother Earth. For us, she is Mother Earth. To him, he is his wife. Vande Vrishagirishasya Mahishim Vishwadharinim Tatkripa Pratighatanam Kshamaya Varanamyaya. To that Bhumi Devi, while she was distressed, he came with Varaha with two crescent moon-like tusks and lifted her from the oceanic waters. He is called as Mahi Bharta. So, thereby he becomes Bhuvaraha. Next is 185th Nama, Srinivasaha. Srinivasaha iti Mathana Samanita Lakshmi Chatukara Vaksho Adhiropanadi Divya Cheshta Param. So, when the oceanic waters were churned with Mandara Parvatam, Vasuki as the rope by Devas and Asuras, there were many objects of enjoyment, temporary in nature, like Uchchaishravas, Airavatam, Kalpaka Vriksham, Kamadhenu, Chintamani, Halahalam, Amritam, which arose. Alongside, there was this Amritam which is never depleting, not deteriorating, permanent in nature, called Sudha. Sudha means Amritam. There is another Sudha. This is Sudha Sudha, the Amritam of Amritams, who is Mahalakshmi. So thereby he got her out of the oceanic waters so that both of them can become a divine couple. Hence he is called as Srinivasaha. Srinivasa denotes the presiding deity of the world's famous temple, Tirumala Tirupati, in the south part of Sri Andhra Pradesh state. So there the Lord is Srinivasa, a very beautiful nama. Bhagavad Ramanuja, at the commencement of his magnum opus Sri Bhashyam, invokes the Lord's mercy as Srinivasa. Akhila Bhuvana Janmas Thema Bhangadi Lile, Vinada Vivida Bhuta Vrata Rakshaika Dikshe, Shruti Shirasi Vidipte Brahmani Srinivase. To that Srinivasa, he says, 186th Nama, which is Satam Gatihi. So he says, Satam Gatihi Swachanda Cheshtitairapi Pranata Priyankaraha. Through his playful activities, light activities, just playful activities, he jumped into the waters of Yamuna, the oxbow lake caused by Yamuna waters, as a play. Thereby, he drove away Kaliya and protected his devotees. He playfully lifted the mountain, thereby bringing the arrogance of Indra down. He does it playfully, but every act will benefit his devotees. So he is called as Satam Gatihi. Next, Aniruddhaha. Evam Nirdhuta Nirodha Niravadhika Jivaloka Jivatu Divyacheshtitaha Aniruddhaha. Now, he is the one who protects all the Jivatmas through his activities. He does not want to torment any Jivatma. You cannot torment, but the Jivatma is in a body, right? You can torment that. He has no intent like that. But we may be wondering, he protects Prahlada, that is okay, sir. But why should he kill Hiranyakashipu? In this world, killing is wrong. There is no doubt about that. But from the Lord's perspective, He has two children, Prahlada and the father Hiranyakashipu. He keeps giving opportunities for Hiranyakashipu to correct himself. At one point in time, when he feels that retaining Hiranyakashipu in this world is going to cause more harm than advantage, at that point in time, he brings back Hiranyakashipu to his abode. It is not killing. He brings him back. So this is the way Shastram views it. Next is, we are going to describe the names of the Lord associated in the Hamsavataram. Hamsamatsya Kamatadhyavatarashata. He came as the Hamsa bird. Traditionally, Hamsa is a mystic bird, which our literature says, had the ability to distinguish the milk from water. If you mix these two padarthams and keep it, it seems it had the ability to consume only the milk portion and leave the water portion. Now we may be wondering, where is that Hamsa bird? I do not know. There is one entire kavyam of 110 verses written by Vedanta Deshika on Hamsam. Vamshe jata savituranaghe vanayan manushatvam deva shriman janakatanayan veshane jagarukaha pratyayate pavanatanaye nishchitarthasakami kalpakaram kathamapi nishama vibhatam vishehe Sanchinvana taruna tulasi damabhi swamabhikyam tasyam vedyam anuvidhadati shyamalam havyavaham bhogaishwarya priya sahachare kapi lakshmi katakshaihi bhuyashyama bhuvana janani devata sannidatte ishadastryan adhigatavatam kshatriyanam prabhavat Karavasa smarana chakitai sikta sasyam payodaihi Pashyanyaya paramalakaya spardhamanai rajastram Punyavasaif purajanapadair manditan pandya deshan. The ragam that I have sung is Hamsanadam. The work is Hamsa Sandesham. Hamsa is the name of the bird that can distinguish. That is why our acharyas, preceptors are called Paramahamsas. They can distinguish good from bad. The Lord appeared as Hamsa. So the Hamsavataram names are here. 188th Nama, Suranandaha. Apatsakatvena Sura Anandatya Asmad Iti Suranandaha. So he is the one who will be able to help his devotees during the times of calamity. When they are facing problems, he is able to help them. So he is called Suranandaha. When they have trouble, he will come and help them. So that is the moment you call the Lord, he is there. Suranandaha. 189th Nama, Govindaha. Govinda is a name that we use frequently. The Kannada composition goes like this. Govinda ninna namave chanda Govinda ninna namave chanda Govinda ninna namave chanda Anurenu trinakashta paripurna Govinda Nirmalatmaganagi niniyuvude ananda Govinda. You go and stand in the queues of Tirumala Tirupati, people from villages, people who do not have the comforts that we all have, they will all stand in the queue and so innocently, filled with devotion, take the name of Lord Govinda. That call is enough for the Lord to protect. That name of the Lord Govindaha means Tat Gavam Stutigiram Vindaha Govindaha. To those devotees who could be even Devas, who could be even celestials, if they even call out the name Govinda, he is ready to come and help the devotees. In the north of India, there is a habit of saying Govind. In the south of India, we call him Govinda. Neither Govind nor Govinda is right. It is Govinda. So Govindaha tat gavam stutigiram vindaha Govindaha. So he is being praised by his devotees. Govidam patihi gavaha vedagiraha tad vidam jnaninam jnana yajnaradhatvena pata. So people who have understood the essence of Vedas, they internalize that knowledge, and by them this Lord is celebrated. So the one who is celebrated by those who have internalized the Vedas is called Govidam Patihi. Next, Marichihi. Evam Janushasthanebhyopi Jantubhyaha Prakashita Nirmala Rupaha. To his devotees, he shows his blemishless, errorless form of the Lord. So he is called as Marichihi. Next is Damanaha. Kanti Mandakini Bhavatapam Damyati iti Damanaha. By his very form, that form which sends out cool rays, that form which is a medicine and a panacea to us, through that form, through the cool radiance from his form, he is able to bring down the diseases and the disorders that we have. Hence he is called Damanaha. Damyati means to bring down. Through his presence, he brings down our problems. He is called Damanaha. Next is Hamsaha. I said all these namas denote Hamsavataram. Hamsaha. Manoharam Hanti Gachati. Smayata iti va Hamsaha. So, in Hamsavatara, as a bird, the Lord Gachati, he walks with a gait. That is why, be it the man or the woman, especially for the women we saw, we call it Hamsagati. So the way the woman walks, it seems in those days, Hamsa birds used to come and watch the woman walk. And from them they used to learn Hamsagati. It's not the other way. So Hamsagati, with that gait. So he walks with that majestic attribute. Next, Smayata itiva Hamsaha. When he smiles, he gives you that pleasure. I used to be wondering, because I have never seen the Hamsa bird, and to imagine that smiling, I didn't know how to think. That is when I came to a very a childlike comparison. We watch Donald ducks, right? So the Donald ducks, two parts, the upper part and the lower part together, when they stretch it in animation, it looks to us as if the particular bird is smiling. Likewise, probably he could have smiled as in Hamsavatara. So, Smayata itiva Hamsaha. So he smiled. So he is called Hamsaha. The 194th nama is Suparnaha. Suparnaha means, here he says, Shobhana Paranatvat Samsara Paranayanadva Suparnaha. He has got wonderful cool feathers in his wings. So the one who has got a plumage, a great feather stalk with him is Suparnaha. Alongside, the one who is able to rescue us from this samsara ocean, Jananam Maranam. Jananam Maranam. It's a vicious circle which is in the form of samsara Ambodhi, ocean. He is able to rescue us. So he is called as Suparnaha. Now, we are going to deal with 5 names of the Lord in Padmanabha Avatara. Amongst the avatars, we say Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Nrisimha, Vamana, Parashurama, Rama, Balarama, Krishna, Kalki. This is one general order of Dashavataram. But the order of avatarams as per our Puranas unanimously is not this way. They say that Padmanabha Avatara is one of the earliest forms of the avatars of the Lord. How do we know? The 13th century a poet and Acharya extraordinaire Vedanta Deshika says, Padmanabhadi Asankheya Avatarangal Panni Arulina Bhagavan. The first avatara is Padmanabha. So there are 5 names that denote that avatara. He says, Bhujagottamaha. Bhujagottamaha. What does Bhujagottamaha mean? Bhujagasya Seshasya. So the one who serves is the Sesha. Who is the Sesha here? The snake. Bhujaga. Now, Uttamaha. He is the best amongst them. Seshi Ananta Bhoga Paryanka Shayanaha. You go to the capital city of Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram, the Lord is called Ananta Padmanabha because he rests on the Ananta, Bhujagendra. So he is called Bhujagottamaha. The best of the one who is resting on the best of the snakes is Bhujagottamaha. Next is Hiranyanabha. Hiranyanabha sa yeva. To that Padmanabha who is reclining on Adisesha, he has got a Nabhi. That Nabhi is very, very beautiful to look at. So he is called as Hiranyanabha. Next is 197, which is, here they say, Sutapaha. What does Sutapaha mean? Sutapascha tapojnanam samhrita sakshi. The one who has got the divine knowledge in that state, divine knowledge, complete knowledge, the knowledge that can protect the entire universe, is called as Sutapaha. So his meditation, it may seem to us as if he is sleeping on an Adisesha, but Acharya say he is actually doing yoga internally to protect the universe. On the other hand, it is for us. We say we are doing yoga, but internally we may be sleeping. He is actually sleeping, but internally he is doing yoga. So that is why they say, Yatra Yogeshwara Krishnaha, even in Krishna Avataram, he is the best amongst yogis. Here, Sutapaha. Next, 198th Nama, Padmanabhaha, Padmamanabhascha Purvavat. Now, in his Nabhi, there is a beautiful lotus, the Padma, upon which is Brahma. So he has given rise to the Padmam, so he is Padmanabhaha. Alternatively, people say that the Nabhi is as fresh as the lotus. So the Nabhi, the navel itself looks like the lotus. From the lotus-like navel, there is a lotus. So he is Padmanabhaha. 199th Nama, the last of the Namas which describes the 5 Namas describe Padmanabhavatara. In that is the last Nama, which is Prajapatihi. Tat Padmodbhava Prabhritinam Prajanam Patihi Nayakaha. Now, we have said that he is Padmanabhaha. From the Nabhi comes Padmam. On the Padmam is seated Brahma. So, Brahma, who gives rise to Prajaha, to his children, to his creation, he has been created by the Lord. So, whom we think as Brahma, who is as Prajapati, has a Pati to him, the Lord or leader to him. So, Brahma is also treated as a Praja. Remember this very carefully. So, the entire world is filled with creations, Prajaha. For the Lord, even Brahma is one of the Prajaha. So, for all others, led by Brahma, Prajaha, he is the leader. So, he is called as Prajapatihi. As per Sahasranama, Prajapati doesn't refer to Brahma. It refers to Brahma's Brahma, Brahma's Lord, Brahma's Patihi, which is Prajapatihi. So 199th, Tat Padmodbhava Prabhritinam Prajanam Patihi Nayakaha is Prajapatihi. This is the 199th Nama. In Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam, we will be now experiencing the artham, the meanings as presented to us by the commentator Swami Sri Parashara Bhatta from the 200th Nama. So there are 11 names that Parashara Bhatta has grouped, has categorized to come for Sri Nrisimhavataram here. In them, the first name is Amrutyuhu. What is Amrutyuhu? Atha Nrisimhavataraha. Mrityu Virodhi. Mrityu Mrityutvat. There is an Upanishad that speaks about the glory of Lord Nrisimha exclusively. It is called Nrisimha Tapini Upanishad. In fact, Vedanta Deshika invokes this. Tapana Indu Agni Nayanaha. Tapan apachinotunaha tapaniya rahasyanam saraha kamasika harihi. Kamasika harihi, this unique extraordinary lion, tapana indu agni nayanaha, has 3 eyes that denote the sun, the moon and the fire. Tapana indu agni nayanaha. What are these meant for? These are meant for removing or annihilating the 3 kinds of tapas, the fevers that we have, Adhyatmika, Adi Daivika, Adi Bhautika. So he says, Tapana Indu Agni Nayanaha, Tapan Apachinotunaha. But where is this Nrisimha mentioned? Tapaniya Rahasyanam. In Nrisimha Tapini Upanishad he has been mentioned. So in Nrisimha Tapini Upanishad is the famous mantram, Ugram, Veeram, Mahavishnum, Jwalantam, Sarvatomukham, Nrisimham, Bhishanam, Bhadram, Mrityur Namamyaham. For Mrityu, who is regarded as the cause or the death itself, he is the death to death, which means he will be able to grant us moksham. When he is able to destroy death, eventually he will be able to destroy birth. When he is able to destroy birth and death, it means he has granted us moksham. So, mrityu, mrityutvat, that is amrityuhu. 201st nama, sarvadrik, sa eva sarvanu anukula pratikula tatasthan yatharham niyantum pashyati iti sarvadrik. So, he is the impartial judge. Amongst his devotees, he doesn't see who is his friend, who is his enemy. So, he does not see this. How do we understand this? In Srimad Bhagavatam, Shukabrahman puts forth a question to Parikshit. Parikshit thinks about it, and then later Shukabrahman meditates and starts answering. In that process, Parikshit poses a question in return. He says, Hey Shukabrahman, you have said that the Lord is impartial. He does not see who is his friend and who is his enemy. In that case, why are the treatments meted out to his devotees different? He then questions, Samahpriya Suhrid Brahman Lokanam Abhayankaraha. You say that he is Samaha, he is impartial, but he offered a very loving treatment to Prahlada. He was very ruthless with Hiranyakashipu. Why? So, this is 201st nama, which means that he is not the one who shows partiality, he is impartial. The answer given by Shukabrahman sounds very convincing to Parikshit, which is a later story meant for detailing. Now we will go to the next nama, which is Simhaha. Mahan Simha Samhananaha. He comes in the form of a great lion. Andal, the very famous mystic poetess in the south of India, mentions in her work Tiruppavai, Mari Malaimulanjil Mannik Kedandurangum Shiriya Singam Arivuttu Thivittu Verimayir Ponga Yapadum Perdudari Mori Nimirndu Mulangi Purappattu. Similarly, when we speak of Vijayendra Tirtha, he says, Bhukhandam Varanandam Paravara Damba Damporu Dampam Dim 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 Didimbam Dahama Pidahamais Jampa Jampais Cho Jampais Tulyas 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 Dhuma 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 Kai Kumkumankai Etate Purna Yuktam Aharakara Harah Patumam Narasimha. Narayana Bhattadri in Narayaniyam says, Stambhe Ghattayato Hiranyakashipo Stambho Samachurna Channagurna Jagadanda Kunda Kuharo Ghorastava Bhudravaha Shritvayam Khila Daitya Raja Hridaye Purvakadapya Shrutam Kampak Kaschana Sampapata Daitosma Amboja Bhuvishtarat. So, Vedanta Deshika says, Sata Patala Bhishane Sarabhasa Attahasodbhate Spurat Kridhi Parisputat Bhrukutikepi Vaktre Krite Kripa Kapatake Sarin Danujadimba Dattastana Saroja Sadrusha Drusha Vyati Bishajyate Vyajyate. All these descriptions denote this avataram of Nrsimha, who is called Simhaha. Next, Sandhata Ripudvisha Nishpesha Bhishanopi Praneyanam Prahlada Prabhritinam Samsleshayita. He open-heartedly, with open arms, accepts devotees who are extremely intent, sincere, honest, like Prahlada Prabhritinam. So he accepts devotees like Prahlada, so much so that he changes his name. He says, you know what my name is? Prahlada Varada, the one who gave boons to Prahlada. So that is his name. So this is the 203rd nama. 204th nama, Sandhiman Sachai Tais Sandhir Nityaha Asyeti Sandhiman. So he ensures that there is no separation between him and his bhaktas. Next, 205th nama, Sthiraha Tat Sandhane Tadapachara Durvichalyatvat Sthiraha. So, in case his devotees who are actually devout, honest, by mistake, unknowingly commit a few errors, he will not immediately punish them. He will have a soft corner to them, ensure that he gives an environ for them so that they are able to realize the mistakes they have committed, so that they are able to take the corrective action for those mistakes. In fact, there is a beautiful conversation as reported in this regard by one of the mystic saints. He says that after the family deity of of Ramachandra, of Ikshvaku lineage, who was a family deity? He was Lord Ranganatha in Ayodhya. Then that deity was given as a return gift to Vibhishana by Rama. So the Lord was installed in the little islet. On either sides is flowing Kaveri in the south of India in the state of Tamil Nadu. This place was later called as Srirangam. So there is an imaginary conversation as invoked by the mystic saint between the goddess Ranganayaki and the god who is Ranganatha. Ranganayaki, it seems, stopped pressing the legs of the Lord. He asked why. She said, "You are not taking any revenge or action on your devotee." The Lord asked, "Who? Why should I take revenge?" She said, "Vibhishana, you are sleeping, looking at him, he is there in Sri Lanka, you are facing south. But I have a doubt, my Lord. When I was stationed in Sri Lanka, at that point in time, this Vibhishana is said to have gone to Ravana and said, 'Give away Sita to Rama. She is not your wife, she is his wife.' Until then she spoke right. Then later he said, 'My dear brother Ravana, give her back to Rama, because from the moment she stepped into Lanka, we have been facing calamities. She is not a good omen. Send her away.' Ranganayaki said, 'Hey Ranganatha, people think that I am the personification of auspiciousness and he calls me an ill omen. How can you bless him?' The Lord said, 'No, he wouldn't have said such a thing. God has said, I have heard him say.' Okay, in that case, even if he has said so, he would have said it for the right reason. So the Lord starts defending his devotees. In this case, he is called as Sthiraha, the one who is very, very careful to turn a blind eye to the errors committed by his devotees. Ajaha, Stambha Sambhavatvena Itaravat Najayata iti Ajaha. Ja in Sanskritam denotes somebody who is born. That is why words that have ja will somehow be related to the process of birth. How? Janma, birth. Jani, the cycle of birth. Janani, the one who has given birth. Ja or ja, the man or the woman born of. For example, from the head, hair is born. Murdhaja. Bhumi, Mother Earth is called by various names. Kshiti, Bhumi, Avani. Now Sita is born of Mother Earth, so Avanija, Kshitija, Bhumija. So Ja or Ja has to do with birth. Ja, if it has to do with birth, Aja means the one who is not born. So you call him Ajaha, but how is this associated with Nrisimhavataram? Ajaha doesn't mean only the person who is not born. It means the person who is not born like us. We are all born from a mother's womb. She has supported us and taken us for 9 months, and after that we were born. Whereas the Lord was born out of the pillar. Nobody is born out of the pillar. The one who is not born through a process like how we were born and is born in a different way is called Ajaha. Who is the mother to Nrisimha? It is the Stambham, which is the pillar. Who is the grandmother to Brahma? It is Lord's mother, which is the pillar, which is the grandmother to Brahma. Sthuna Pitamahya Bhut. So Ajaha denotes Nrisimha, who was born out of the pillar. Stambha Sambhavatvena Itaravat Najayata idi Ajaha. Next, Durmarshanaha. Pratipair Dushkaram Marshanam Asyeti Durmarshanaha. Now, he cannot be tolerated by people who think him as enemies, because he will become a Kala Purusha. He will become death to them. The way he comes out, Mimam Samanasya Samuthito Grato, Nisimmarupas Tadalam Bhayanakam, Pratapta Chamikara Chandalochanam, Spuratkata Kesara Jurumbitananam, Karala Damstram Karavada Chanchala, Spuranti Juhwam, Brukuti Mukolbanam, Stabdodhvakaranam, Girikandharadbhuta, Vyatattanasam, Hanubheda Vishanam. So the way he comes out will instill a fear. So he is called Durmarshanaha. Next, 208th Nama, Shasta. Evam Sarvakantakam Sadhu Shastiti Shasta. Now, this way he will be able to come out and give punishment to those enemies who cause harm to the society, who cause harm to Bhagavatottamas, who do actions which have not been ascribed by the Vedas. So he is called Shasta. He is able to control them. Next, Vishrutatma. स एव सर्वदा सर्वत्र सर्वैः विस्मयेन विश्रुतः सैंहापदान स्वभावः. Now he has got the great anecdote or illustration of Nrisimha. Now in Nrisimhavataram, how Kayadhu, the wife of Hiranyakashipu, got pregnant, how her child in the womb was protected by Narada from the Vajra of Indra, how Hiranyakashipu received boons from Brahma, how he misused those boons, how he was not able to withstand the intense devotion of his son, how he tormented his son by using the trident, the venomous snakes, by pushing a top from the cliff, and how finally he asked his son where the Lord is, and how the Lord appeared, tore open Hiranyakashipu and protected Prahlada, is all mentioned in Nrisimhavataram. This Nrisimha Charitram is the one that gives us purity. So the one who has or owns the story is called Vishrutatma. Next, 210th Nama, Surariha. स एव सुरारिं हिरण्यकशिपुं उरोविदारं हतवान इति सुरारिहा. Now he tore open the chest and the abdomen area of Hiranyakashipu, who was the enemy who had vowed to oppose the Devas. So he is called Surariha. Now let us go to the names that talk about Matsyavataram, in which the 211th Nama will be Guruttamaha, Gurur Guruttamaha. What does Guru Guruttamaha mean? In Matsyavataram, Asesha Vidya Paramacharyakaha Guru, Tasyaiva Viseshanam Guruttamaha. Now, for all the forms of knowledge, if Brahma owns the copyright or has custody of all the knowledges, for Brahma there should be an Acharya, a Guru. So the Lord, who is the Guru to Brahma, who is the master of all knowledges, is Guru Guruttamaha. So this Guru Guruttamaha is the 211th Nama. 212th Nama, Dhama. Samharanashvara Charachara Bijadhara Naukarnadharatvena Tadashrayatvat. Now, during Pralayam, during deluge or dissolution, the Lord wants to protect certain specific species. So in that time period, samples from all the species is collected, compiled together and taken on a boat. So who is the boat? The Lord is the boat. The Lord who ensures that he personifies into a boat that can help take these species is called Dhama. 213th Nama, Satyaha. Manvadishu Tatkala Samashruteshu Satsu Sadhur Iti Satyaha. Now, during the Pralaya time, which is during the time of dissolution or deluge, even great people who have got the best of knowledge like Manu have come and surrendered to him, and they have sought asylum in him. The one who is able to protect even very valorous people like Manu during the Pralaya Kalam is called Satyaha. Now the 214th Nama, Satya Parakramaha. Teshu Satyo Kaitavaha Parakramo Vrittir Asyeti Satya Parakramaha. Now, he ensures that he does not spend a lot of effort and energy in dealing with great people like Manu. He knows that they are adept. He knows that they are repository of talents. So he will ensure that he will channelize. This is very similar to a mother. A mother, when she wants to nurture her children in a certain way, ensure that she gives the best of all worlds to them, ensures that she also teaches them how to do their mundane work, she will teach them At one point in time, she will step back and see how they do. She will not spoon feed them. Likewise, the Lord will watch how Manu is able to perform. He will not want to spend his time and energy. Such a person, the Lord, is called as Satya Parakramaha. Next nama is Nimishaha. Tat virodhishu nimishati na katakshayatiti nimishaha. Now he ensures that he blesses even the enemies of sadhu. Tat virodhishu nimishati. Why should he bless the enemies to his devotees? Because the enemies to his devotees have been tormenting the devotees. One of the only ways is to ensure he gives knowledge and prosperities to the enemies so that they correct themselves and do not trouble the devotees. So the one who is so magnanimous enough to bless the enemies of his devotees is called Nimishaha. The next nama, Animishaha. Satsu na nimishati jagarti ati animishaha. Divya meanas tanuhu. So he, without any interruption, without taking any break or sabbatical, he keeps blessing his devotees. So that is animishaha. Then he continues, Divya meena tanuhu. He has got the Divya Mangala Vigraham, the auspicious external characteristics along with the Rupam of a beautiful fish. So Divya meena tanuhu. Next, Sragvi. Tiryaktvepi paratva suchani vaijayanti sragyasya nityayogini iti. Now, even while taking the avataram of mean, which is Matsya, so while he took the avataram of Matsya, even then, to show that he is Parabrahmam, he sported the Vaijayanti garland. So it says, Tiryaktvepi paratva suchani vaijayanti sragasya nityayogini iti. So Vaijayanti is the divine garland sported by the Lord, that is Parabrahma Suchakam, which will tell that he is Parabrahmam. In fact, in Krishna Avataram, he wore Vaijayanti. How do we know? Vedanta Deshika begins his beautiful large poem Yadava Bhyudayam with this verse. Vande Vrindavanacharam Vallavi Janavallabham Jayanti Sambhavandhama Vaijayanti Vibhushanam. So he does adorn himself with Vaijayanti. Hence is called as Sragvi. Next, Vachaspatihi. Generally, Vachaspati, some people could think it is Brihaspati, some people say it is Brahma. But Vachaspati, as per our Acharyas, indicates Lord Mahavishnu. Sayeva Shriman Matsya Purane Vedopa Brahmanat Vachaspatihi. So, the one who is able to reveal knowledge, the limbs of knowledge, the intricate details in the knowledge, along with the anecdotes and illustrations to his devotees while being in the form of Matsya. So Matsya is the one in his avataram gave a detailed account of the happenings. So that compilation is Matsya Purana. So in Matsya Purana he has given content. So he is called Vachaspatihi, the best of the speakers. Next, 219th nama. Udaradhihi evam sarvopajivya sarvajñatvat udaradhihi. Now, he has got the knowledge so very all-encompassing that anybody who calls himself or herself an expert in this world will also have to seek asylum at his feet, because he is replete with complete knowledge at all points in time. Since he is sarvajñatvat, knows about everything at all points in time, he is called Udaradhihi. So this Udaradhihi ensures that he is the Sarvajña, Sarvajñatvam, Sarvavyapakatvam, then Niyantritvam. These are all the essential characteristics of Parabrahmam. He has got that. Next, 220th nama, Agranihi, Tena Prakarena Agrimam Paschima Padam Nayati iti Agrinaha. Now, he ensures that he instills the interest in his devotees that Vaikuntham Paramapadam Nitya Vibhuti is their destination. So as he instills his knowledge, the devotees are also enlightened and they start performing ways, upayams, the means to attain moksham. So the one who instills their confidence in them, allows them to follow a certain upayam, and then finally ensures that moksham is granted, is called agranihi. Next nama, Gramanihi. What does Gramanihi mean? Tatra cha nityasiddhanam gramam samajam nayati iti gramanihi. So he says, while in the Sri Vaikuntham, the Nitya Vibhuti, he is the one who gets work done compassionately from his eternal servants called as Nitya Suris. Ananta, who's Adisesha, Garuda, Vishwaksena, the commander-in-chief. These are all Nitya Suris in Sri Vaikuntham, and the Lord will ensure that he gets work from them. So he is called Gramanihi. Next is Shriman. We have already gone through this name Shriman elsewhere, but the meaning will change here. Matsyaha Kamala Lochanaha iti Spashta Paravibhutihi Shriman. Matsyaha. While in Matsyavataram, what does the Lord's eyes look like? Kamala Lochanaha. Even during the avataram of Matsya, his eyes look like the lotus which is blossomed with the long stalks that is found in the cool waters of a pond. Gambhira Samudbhurta Sumrishtanala Ravikaravika Pundari Kadala Amala Ayate Kshanaha. So whenever Shastram has to describe him, let's take Chandogya Upanishad. It says, Tasya Yatha Kapyasam Pundarikam Eva Makshini. So his eyes are like that of a blossomed lotus. So he says, Matsyaha Kamala Lochanaha iti Spashta Paravibhutihi Shriman. So he is called Shriman. Next, Nyayaha Evam Bhresha Hetuhu Yuktakari iti Nyayaha. Now, his actions are in such a way that in no way unknowingly it will cause any harm to his devotees. So he will ensure that their path is on by their free will. I will not cause any problems to them. This world should be of such people. I may not be of help to you. You may not be of help to me. But one thing we must ensure is I shouldn't be the cause of problems for you. You shouldn't be the cause of problems for me. This mentality when in us will help us be very, very just. Nyayaha. So, evam bhreshahetuhu yuktakari iti nyayaha. Next comes the nama neta. Niyuktam karoti iti neta. So, he is the one who listens to what his devotees say with passion and does that work. For example, there is a small kshetram in Kanchipuram, the silk city of India, which is Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, there is a city called Kanchipuram. There in Kanchipuram, there is an anecdote which goes in the Puranas that the king was very, very upset with a Vedic student for not heeding to his request of turning his body young. So he asked the student to get banished from the kingdom. Eventually, the student sought the permission of his acharya, who was Bhakti Sara. Bhakti Sara Kula Shekhara Yatindra Bhattanata Bhuta Munivahana Bhakta Pada Dhuli Madhura Kavi Sara Parakala Mahadahvaya Pramukhaira Virala Samstuyamana Tadramidagana Sollasa Kinchit Unmilita Nayanam Palita Bhuvanam Kelita Ranga Purandara Bhavanam Shrihi Ranganatham Anisham Vande. So Bhakti Sara's student was banished from the kingdom. Bhakti Sara said, when my student is not there, I will also not stay in the city. He left. While he was leaving, he thought of the Lord and said, O Lord of beautiful lotus-like eyes, I have been asked to go out of the kingdom because my student has gone. In that case, I give you a choice. If you want, you can also follow me by taking the serpent couch of yours, rolling it like a mat, holding it here and coming with me. Kanigannan pohinnan kamarum punkachi tamarai kanna ni ingu irukka venda. Ni undan painaha paayai shuruttikkol, tells the mystic saint. So the one who follows what his devotees say is called Neta. Next nama is Samiranaha. Evam Ishta Cheshtaha Samiranaha. He says, he does activities which are very relishable for his devotees. His devotees will start feeling, well, he has done good actions. So the moment he starts engaging himself in activities that pleases his devotees, the activities should be as sweet as the honey. Then it is called as Samiranaha. Next nama is Sahasramurdha. So he say from this nama, the nama which is 226th nama, from this nama onwards, we will be dealing with names that will come some way or in the other associated with Purusha Sukta. So he says Sahasramurdha. So he has got many thousands of head. So this comes from Purusha Suktam. Sahasra Shirsha Purushaha. He has got thousands and thousands and thousands of heads. What does the head do? The head is able to turn itself and show its perception based presence. So if he has got thousands and thousands of heads, he is everywhere. So he is looking at us. So that is Sahasramurdha. Next, Vishvatma Jnana Jnanakashanabhyam Vishwavyapanat Vishvatma. So, through his jnana, shakti and such attributes, he is able to pervade the entire universe. So, I spoke about the previous nama where he ceases from everywhere. Why? Because he has pervaded everywhere. So, he is called Vishvatma. The next nama is Sahasrakshaha. Again it comes from Purusha Suktam. Sahasra Shirsha Purushaha, Sahasrakshaha. Sahasra denotes thousand. Akshi denotes eyes. 1,000 eyes. But a question will come. He has got 1,000 heads. Each head will have 2 eyes. Why should it be 1,000 eyes? Shouldn't it be 2,000 eyes? I can't even imagine 1,000 heads with 1 eye each. Why are you saying? This is just allegorical. The eyes are not to denote that there are only 1,000, 2,000 or 3,000. It says that you have believed that only if a person sees you, he or she will know about what activities you are doing. The one whom you are imagining as Almighty has got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of eyes. So he is there seeing you. So he is called as Sahasrakshaha. Then the next nama is Sahasrapat. Sahasrapat means one who has got thousands of legs. So wherever you go, you say the Lord is with you. Wherever you go, you say that the Lord follows you. How does he do that? He has got thousands and thousands and thousands of legs. So he is called Sahasrapat. Next nama is Avartanaha. Samsara Ghatiyantra Parivartanat Avartanaha. Now, he will ensure that the entire life and death circle. So he says samsara ghatiyantra parivartanat avartanaha. If he wishes to change the cycle of us, either by cutting it open and giving moksham or by changing the prosperity course of our life, he can do it at any point in time. The one who does that is called avartanaha. Ghati yantra. So you must have seen a giant wheel-like structure with buckets everywhere. So the giant wheel-like structure will get into the water body, fill all its cups with water, and as it goes up and comes down, the cups will start inverting and then the water will fall into the fields. So the one who is able to intelligently, here he says, he will be even able to take away the samsara chakram from his devotees. So he is called Avartanaha. Next nama, Nivritatma. Tat samsara mahavibhutehe tripad vibhutikattvena nirvrittam udgatam swarupam yasya saha nivritatma. So he says, though he is a part of the creation of this world, though we see him as one amongst us, he is still different from us. Tripadasyaamritan divi. So this Tripadasyaamritan divi denotes that the eternal abode of Vaikuntham will be thrice the size of what universe you have imagined. So there is no shortage of space. But he is still different from it. Though he is a part of the world, he is still different from it. Like the waters of the on the lotus leaf will still be on it, will not get absorbed, but will be different from it. So he is called as Nivritatma. Next, Samvrittaha. Yasyam avasthayam tamasanam mudhanam gudhatvat samvritaha. Now, for those of them, of the devotees who have deteriorated because of, he says, tamasanam, because of tamasa guna, to them, for those of them who are filled with tamasa guna, enveloped with tamasa guna, he will ensure that he will hide himself so as to show them in a small time period from now on that only with his intervention will the tamo guna go. So the one who is able to give an experience to his devotee and then later bring him on the correct track is called samvritaha. Now the next nama is the 233rd nama. So it says sampramardanaha samvaranam tamaha swavidyaya sampramardayatiti sampramardanaha. Now, for his devotees, he will ensure that he removes the maya. What is maya? It need not be the illusion concept as stated by Adi Shankara in his great Advaita Siddhantam. It could also mean, from Parashara Bhatta's angle, something that is hiding the Jivatma from realizing the Paramatma. So, avidya, vasana, karma, ruchi, prakriti sambandham, this is a vicious circle. So, if there is some veil, he will ensure that he will remove the veil. So, it says, samvaranam tamaha swavidyaya sampramardayati iti sampramaha. So, he will ensure that he will remove the maya. Next is ahat samvartakaha. Ahat samvartakaha is ahar upalakshana kshitakala parivritti hetuhu. Now, he is the one who will ensure that the regular processes of the day and the night and the day and the night, which begins with the rise of the sun with the setting of the moon, which concludes with the setting of the sun and rising of the moon, be it Suryodayam and Chandra Astamanam, or Surya Astamanam and Chandrodayam, he will ensure that this process of day and night cycle is maintained. So he is called as Ahasamvartakaha. Next, Vanhihi. Desharupena Vishwam Vahati iti Vanhihi. So we have got Panchabhutas. Akashad Vayuhu. Vayor Agnihi. Agner Apaha. Adbhyav Prithvi. Prithvyam Oshadhayaha. So Kamban, the Tamil poet, while mentioning of Hanuman, says, Anjile Ondru Petran, Anjile Ondrai Tavi, Anjile Ondrai Araga, Aruirkaga, Yegi, Anjile Ondru Petra, Anangai Kanda, Ayalar Uril, Anjile Ondru Vaitan, Avannamai, Alithu Kapan. So he says, Vanhihi, Desharupena Vishwam Vahati iti Vanhihi, Deshavadivil Ulagai Tanguba. So what he says is, in the form of space or ether, he is able to support the entire world. So Akasham, generally when we speak of Akasham, people will look to the sky. No, all that we are surrounded by is space. Space is Akasham. But we say there is air in it. Air has pervaded the space. So there is already void space. Air has pervaded that space. So the one, here it says, the one who is able to take the innate characteristics of Akasham and is able to present himself as Akasham is called Vanhihi. Next nama is Anilaha, 236th nama. Evam esham ananadujjivanat Anilaha. The one who is able to give emancipation to those devotees who see him in the form of Vayu. So, in that circumstance, he is called as Anilaha. Dharani Dharaha. Anyadapi Dharakam Dharayati iti Dharani Dharaha. The one who is able to support earth and many other creations in this universe just by his divine will is called as Dharani Dharaha. So he is the one who lifted Bhumi Devi, literally is Varaha, Udhritasi Varahena Krishnena Shatabahuna. So lifting Mother Earth, restoring her status, understanding and conceptualizing the concept of universe is all in him. Since he does that, he is called Dharani Dharaha. Next nama is Suprasadaha. Sa evam samvidhaya sammukheshu Suprasadaha. He is the one who has granted favors to his devotees. When the devotees go and seek at his feet, give me this, legitimately. Give me that legitimately. When she was in her periods, menstruation, Draupadi was dragged to the court, and the moment she was dragged to the court, she had nobody to help. She did not have one, she had 5 husbands. None of them came to her rescue. There were great people like Bhishma, Drona, Kripacharya, Vidura. None of them came to her rescue. But she sought favor from Krishna. Dhyayassadha savitumandala madhyavarti Narayana sarasijasana sannivishtaha Keyuravan Makarakundalavan Kiriti Hari Hiranmaya Vapuhu Dhritashanka Chakraha Sri Dwaraka Nilayachuta Govinda Pundarikaksha Rakshamam Sharanagatam. The Lord came and helped. So when the devotees ask for favors, he is always there to help. So he is called as Suprasadaha. Sayevam Samvidhaya Sammukheshu Suprasadaha. Next comes the Nama Prasannatma Swata Evapta Samasta Kamataya Ragadyanu Anupalupta Manaha. So he ensures that he has attained the wishes, what he has desired, avapta samasta kamaha. He will also ensure that his devotees attain those wishes. Besides that, he will be very, very clear and will not be turbulent in nature. He will not get confused and let others confuse. He was always very clear about what to grant to which devotee at what point in time, so that bhakti is nurtured. In that case, he is called as Prasannatma. Next Nama, Vishwadhrik. It says Vishwasrik. So Vishwadhrik, remember, it's called Vishwadhrik in the Patham of Adi Shankara and Madhva Sampradayam. In the Sri Vaishnava Sampradayam, it is referred to as Vishwasrik. Guna dosham anapeksha dakshinyatvat Vishwam srijati iti Vishwasrik. So he ensures that he creates the world of various species by not looking at either their good qualities or bad qualities. For us, a snake is venomous. For us, a snake is something that will not be a good omen. For him, he doesn't see it that way. It is the body makeup of a snake to have a poison sac, to have teeth that could induce pain. So what he does is, he will ensure that he does not show any partiality. He will be completely disinterested when he takes over creation. This has been mentioned in Vishwasrik. Next, Vishwabhuk Vibhuhu Tathaiva Vyapya Bhunakti Palayatiti Vishwabhuk Vibhuhu Ekam Nama. So he is able to protect his devotees by pervading the entire space, so that he is able to tell his devotees that he is always there. Trailokyam etadakhilam narasimha garbham. Except the pillar from which he rose, the poet says that most other places in this world, Trailokyam etadu narasimha garbham. It is as if they were all still under gestation. If the pillar has not broken, Narasimha is there in it. If there is a door, there is Narasimha there in it. Just one example of him coming out of the pillar doesn't mean he is not there in other places. He is there elsewhere. So this point has been presented here by Vishwabhuk Vibhuhu. Next comes Satkarta. Evam sarpiyo danda pupikaya sataha satkarta. Now, he ensures that he worships the sadhus, the men of great enlightenment who have a simple life with jnanam, vairagyam as the abhushanams. He will go and ensure that he will worship his devotees. Is that a possibility? Yes. At one point in time, when the Parama Vaishnava, the great devotee Lord Shiva said, "You have been granting me boons. Now I wish to grant you boon one day." In Krishna Avataram, while having married Jambavati and they wanted a children, they wanted to obtain the blessings of Shiva. So Lord Krishna, along with his wife, takes up Kailasha Yatra, goes and takes the blessings of Shiva, and then comes back. So the one here, it says, he is the one who worships the great men. So he is called as Satkarta. Next is 243rd Nama. So it says, Satkritaha. What does Satkritaha mean? Sahi tad Shraddhapitena Swalpenapi Swamahimanuguneva Apratipanna Pratyupakaraha Paritushyati. Now, Even if the devotee gives the smallest of the small things, it need not be precious at all. It could be very petty. But when he accepts it, he accepts as though he has seen the best diamonds from South Africa. Why so? Because he says, Satkritaha. Satkritaha means, Swalpenapi swamahimanugunenaiva apratipanna pratyupakaraha. He does not expect anything in return. If someone offers to him whatever it is, he will accept it with love. So it is Satkritaha. Next is Sadhuhu. Tadapekshita dutya sarathyadi sadhyati sadhaya iti sadhuhu. Now, there were two professions in the ancient world which the society did not regard as something very superior, nor it respected such people. One is being the sarathi, the charioteer to either the king, the queen, the Rajakumara, Rajakumari, or to the Pandits. So, there is a person who becomes the charioteer. That was one. And second, carrying the message from one place to another. So, Krishna did both this for his devotees. For example, if you look at Sarathitvam, he became the Sarathi to Arjuna. So, he is called Partha Sarathi. He became the Duta, that is the messenger who carries the message. So, it is said that he was also the messenger. So, be it being a messenger or a charioteer, he ensures that he serves his devotees. So, he is called Sadhuhu. Next is Janhuhu. Abhakteshvatma Mahatmyam Abahunta iti Janhuhu. Now, to his devotees, to ensure that they sustain their worshipping abilities, he will now try to hide himself. He will try to hide the great characteristics and talents that he possesses so that they do not feel inferior. The one who is able to create an envelope around him by not showcasing his skills, he is called Janhuhu. Next, Narayanaha. Upanishatsu pratishakham parasya vastunaha murtyantara vyavartaka taya Nirdishtam asadharanam nama aha narayanaha. In all our Vedic contexts, the Acharya says, in all our Vedic contexts, it is always mentioned somewhere or the other that Narayana Shabdam denotes Paramatma, it denotes Bhagavan. Now comes the question, what is so special about this Narayana? See, remember, Narayana Shabdam has a unique Panini rule. Purva padatu sanyayam agaha. When the first word has ra and not ga, and the second letter has a and na, then the resultant word will have na becoming na. For example, nara, it has ra, it has no ga. Ayana, it has na, it has a. So nara plus ayana is Narayana. So in that case, Narayana cannot be a common noun, it has to be a proper noun. It has to denote a specific person. So based on our analysis of Itihasas and Puranas, Hey Vishnu, Hey Narayana, it denotes you. There was an arduous task taken by a great poet and a philosopher par excellence. His name was Appaya Dikshita, who lived around the 15th, 16th centuries in the south of India. He was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. He wanted to prove that every nama in Vishnu Sahasranamam does not denote Vishnu, it denotes Shiva. He took up this task. Vishwam, he gave a meaning. Vashatkaraha, he gave a meaning. He gave a meaning to almost all names. When the name Narayana came, he got stuck. Because Nara plus Ayana, which is Narayana, denotes only one particular person and cannot be overinterpreted to another person. In that case, the person whom Shastras refer to is this Narayana, so he is Parabrahmam. So he is, Appaya Dikshita is said to have said, Natve bhadatvam. This na is coming as an obstacle in my entire life. So this is Narayana Shabdam. Now coming to the 247th nama, Naraha. Idam eva gudham vyachaste anashvara chidachit vibhuti kaha. So he says, Chetana Vargam is where knowledge becomes touches the base, the substratum of another knowledge personified entity, which is the Jivatma. So that is the Chetana. The Achetana Vargam is those where there can be no Dharma Bhuta Jnanam. So be it Chetana or Achetana Vargam, for both of them, Idameva Gudham Vyachashtehe. So he will ensure that the entire Vibhutis is under his control, since he is called Naraha. Interestingly, the previous name was Narayanaha. Here it is Naraha. There are 2-3 incidents associated with this. So Narayana denotes the Lord. Naraha also denotes the Lord in the form of a student. So Narayana is the teacher, Naraha is the student. This Naranarayana avataram, as per our Puranas, is said to have happened in Himalayas, especially in Uttarakhand and in particular in Badrinath. It's called Naranarayana Parvat. So this particular avataram of the Lord as Nara and Narayana also ensured that he showed to the world that I can produce the most beautiful of men and women. That is why Uru was born from the thigh of the Lord. See, she is called Urvashi. So be it Urvashi, be it the very concept that the Lord has extreme beauty and all the qualities in Naranarayana Avataram. One more thing that has been mentioned in Bhagavatam is Naranarayana Avataram helped get rid of a Sahasra Kavacha, an Asura who was covered with armors and armors together. Ultimately, this Naranarayana Avataram also is mentioned. Here it is not Avatara reason, it is mentioned about in another reason, but the names come one after each other, Narayana and Nara. The Namas from 248 denote that the Lord tells his devotees that you are my possession. At the same time, I am the one who is within you and you are my possession. It is like telling the Antaryami Tattvam, at the same time denoting that everything in this world belongs to him. How does he say that? Through his Namas from 248. The 248th Nama is Asankheyaha. Sankhya denotes number. Asankhya denotes that is which is beyond number, which is innumerable. Asankheyaha. Tat samuhascha asankheyaya iti asankheyaha. So he has got innumerable chetana, innumerable achetana. So the innumerable chetana, achetana forms the body of the Lord. So this innumerable chetana and achetana comes from the very word innumerable, asankheyaha. Asankheyaha doesn't mean he is zero, he is infinite. So this infinity is brought in this name, asankheyaha. Next, aprameyatma tesham asankheya namaika kashaha api aprameya nama anavadhikanam antarbahischa vyapanat. So now we know that he is innumerable, whether Chetana or Achetanas that are owned by him, that are his possessions. At the same time he says, Antarbahischa Vyapanat. So be it within the object or be it outside the object, inside and outside, he is the one who has pervaded. Antarbahischa Tatsarvam Vyapyanarayana Sthitaha, says Upanishad. And he is greater than the greatest and smaller than the smallest. So in whichever way we see, he is there everywhere. This Antarbahischa Vyapanat is denoted by Aprameyatma. For example, in Krishna Avataram, he wanted to tell Brahma that I am the one who is seen in my friends. So even if you steal my friends and the cows, I will be them. Even if I am them, I will not stop with being only them. I will become their possessions. So even if it is a small tiffin box, he will be the tiffin box. Even if it's a cow, he will become that cow. So he is the one who has pervaded within and outside. So he will be able to check himself in any object. So this is called as Aprameyatma. The next nama is Visishtaha. Swata yeva tadanapeksha vailakshanyatvat visishtaha. Though he is present and pervaded in all the sentient and the insentient, Chetana and Achetana matter, he is still different from them. So he is different from the Achetana. He is different from the Baddhatma, which is a Jivatma. He is different from Muktatma. He is different from Nityatma. He is the Ishvara Tattva, under whom the Chetana and Achetana are under his control. He is different from them, so he is Visishtaha. The next nama is Sishtakrit. The Sishtakrit has the meaning Apitu Swasambandhena Tan Swanuguna Kalyanan Kurvan. Now, since he is associated with these objects, the sentient, and sentient is the Jivatma, Achetana is the Padarthas, what we see around, even some of his Kalyana Gunams and an iota of it start coming on those objects. So he says, Apitu Swasambandhena, since because of his personal association, Tana Swanuguna Kalyananu Kurvan. So his gunas, the Kalyana gunas will also be felt as Lavalesham there. So he is called Sishtakrit. Next is Shuchihi. Now in the previous nama, I wanted to make a small reference. Let's take the Lord as mentioned in the Upanishads. It says, Hiranya Varna. Apranaghat sarvayeva suvarnaha hiranya smashruhu hiranya keshaha. It talks about the radiant Lord who glistens like gold. Now gold can be denoted in our food objects by turmeric, which is curcumin. It is yellow in color like the yellow metal gold. Now curcumin is called haridra. So when he is gold hued is seen in yellow, and yellow is the color where we see in turmeric, and then turmeric comes all the way to our position, then he is called Haridra. So the Lord rests in such objects, which is Sishtakrit. Next nama is Shuchihi, Anadheya Deeptihi. Now, he does not need another object or another entity to purify him. He is purity himself. So, Pavitranam Pavitramyo Mangalanam Scha Mangalam. He is the one who ensures that there is auspiciousness and Mangalatvam to all the objects that we see around. So, he is called Shuchihi. That is purity. That is why in Sri Krishna Avataram, when Putana, the demoness, came to kill Krishna, she had smeared her bosom with a virulent poison. When the Lord started sucking, he sucked the poison and later sucked the milk, little milk that she could generate. And later he also took away her Jivatma. Now while she fell dead, people in that village had now to think various options of how to dispose her body. They started cutting one limb after the other. At that time, the blood and the mamsam should have flown, but they didn't do. It smelled with incense sticks. Why? Because the Lord had touched her body, Shuchihi had touched her body, hence she became pure. That is why Shuchihi is this. Next nama is Siddhartha. Siddhartha means Swata Yeva Avapta Kamatvat Siddhartha. Avapta Samasta Kamaha. He doesn't desire the way we desire. He thinks. The very thought process will ensure that he will attain what all he wishes to. So, avapta samasta kamaha, not leaving one. Everything, samasta kamaha, avapta, not leaving anyone, he is able to attain. So, he is called as Siddhartha. The next nama is Siddha Sankalpaha. Swatantriyena Prayuktataya Swechaya Sadhita Sarvarthaha. Now, because he has desired to attain certain things and he has just thought it in his mind, it says Swechaya Sadhita Sarvarthaha. Now, if I wish to attain something, I will do it myself. At the same time, there are many tasks where I will require the entire support system to be with me. So if I have to cook, I need the earthen pot, I need rice, I need the water that I need to cook it with. So it should be at the right temperature. There should be logs of wood, either it is gas or any of the other entities that we use to cook food. So I need the help of so many materials to accomplish a certain task. So it is not as if I am doing it myself. I am doing it, but I need the help of so many things. So here it says Siddha Sankalpaha. So the one who has vowed to attain whatever he has in his mind. So this is called as Siddha Sankalpaha. That is Siddhartha. Siddha Sankalpaha follows the same meaning. Swatantriyena prayuktataya swechaya sadhita sarvartaha. So he attains it swechaya, through the icha of his own. So Siddhartha, Siddha Sankalpaha follow close meanings. One says avapta kamatvad, he attains what he wishes to attain. Second one says swechaya, with his icha. Next is the 255th nama. It says Siddhidaha. What does Siddhidaha mean? Anima garimadhyadi siddhihi sadhakebhyoho dadatiti siddhidaha. So the one through anima, then it is garima. These are all the ashtama siddhis. So these are all part of, I wouldn't say magic, but yogic practices, where with extreme practice you can bring down the size of certain objects, increase the size of certain objects, go to the place where you wish to. So all these are called as Ashtama Siddhis. So the one who has pervaded the Ashtama Siddhis and ensures that the knowledge goes to the practitioner who does it sincerely is called as Siddhidaha. Anima garimadhyadi siddhihi sadakebhyo dadati iti siddhidaha. Dadati, he gives it to the sadakebhyo, to those who practice it. Next, 256th nama. Siddhi sadhanaha. Yasya sadhanam api anusthana velayam api priyankaratvat siddhi rupam na saha siddhi sadhanaha. Now, to those of them who meditate upon him, he says here, siddhi rupam cha siddhi sadhanaha priyankaratvat, to those who do it with love, with sincerity. Was there someone who could do that? Hanuman is the best example. Sukshma roop dhari se ahe dekhava bikata roop dhari lank jarava bhima roop dhari asure sahare ramchandra ke kaj savare laye sajeevan lakhan jiyaye Shri Raghubir Harashyur Laye Raghupati Kini Bahut Badai Tuma Mama Priya Bharata Samabhai Sahasa Badana Tumaro Yashagabe Asakahi Shripati Kantalagabe Sanakadika Brahmadi Munisa नारद शारद सहित ईसा यम कुबेर दिगपाल जहाँ ते कवि कोविद कही सके कहाँ ते तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीन्हा राम मिलाय राजपद दीन्हा. So all these lines Goswami Tulasidas says how much of devotion Hanuman had. So what could he do with that? Anima, Garima, Ashtama Siddhi, Sukshma Rupa Dharisi Yahi Dikhava. So he was able to exercise the knowledge of Ashtama Siddhis, and then Siddhi Sadhanaha denotes that he ensures he gives the fruits to those who desire in a very happy way. For example, I ask someone, can you give me this? They deny. I feel very upset. I start crying. Then after 2 days when I'm completely upset, if he comes and gives, I won't feel the excitement. I will tell him, all these days I was worried. You did not give me. Now you are giving. So when the Lord gives, he will ensure that he gives it happily by creating a good environment. So this is that nama. Now going to the 257th nama. Vrishahi Nikhila Mangalankurarpana Dinatvat Vrisha Rupa Dharma Rupa Maharasya Pratamabhigamana Divasam Vrishaha tadasya astiti vrishahi. Now, when the devotee finally makes up his mind that I have to follow the path of dharma, satyam vada, dharmanchara. So after he vadati, after he speaks, dharmanchara, he has to walk on the path of dharma. Nikhila mangalankurarpana dinatvat. Now he decides, today I am going to surrender to the feet of the Lord. I am going to decide that this is the day from which I will be enlightened. Then that day, which is the auspicious day, that moment becomes the auspicious, our auspicious moment. Who makes it auspicious? One is, of course, the intent of the devotee. Second is the one who grants the wishes of his devotees. So he is Vrishahi. The best example is Vibhishana, who said, Ravano nama durvritto rakshasaha rakshaseshwaraha ityuktva cha gadapanihi chaturbihi saha rakshasaihi. Vibhishana tried advising Ravana, please do not mishandle or misbehave with somebody else's wife. Give her back. Ravana did not listen. His son Indrajit did not listen. They all ridiculed Vibhishana. So Vibhishana thought, this is the high time where I leave this place with 4 of my friends who have assured that they will join me. Ityuktva cha gadapanihi chaturbihi saharakshasaihi. While he came to Bharatadesham, monkeys, which is Sugriva, who was the leader, and the other monkeys asked him to stop where he was. They said, we will go and check with Rama and come. That time Sugriva goes running to Rama and says, Ravana's brother Vibhishana has come. Rama was excited. Then he asked, what is your opinion? Sugriva said, no, he has deserted his brother. How can he come and join our party? Rama did not want to hurt Sugriva back. But the truth was, Sugriva had also somewhere or the other deserted his brother Vali. So the pot is calling the kettle black. He did not say a word. He just listened. And then he said, now that you have all spoken, I will voice my opinion too. When a devotee makes up his mind and then feels that this is the hour, this is the day that I have to surrender to the feet of the Lord, that moment is auspicious hour. We should not be suspecting him. We should not send him back. So he is the one who accepts his devotees that very moment that they surrender. So he is called Vrishahi. Next is the Nama Vrishabhaha. Evam abhigachato bhavadagdhan varshatiti Vrishabhaha. So when the entire life of ours, when I say life, the way we live and the Jivatma housed in the Panchabhautika Shariram is burning high because of the fever caused by our existence in this world. Fever need not be because of a pandemic. Even our mental thoughts, the mental agony that we have, that fever, if it is within us, that fever will go, it seems, when the Lord showers His grace. Like how a burning forest needs water, we need the Lord's grace. That is our rain. So the one who showers grace and cool rays on his devotees who are burning because of tapam is called as Vrishabhaha. So this is that Nama. Next Nama is Vishnu, 259th Nama. Evam Varshayan Veveshtatiti Vishnu. So, to those of them who have sought surrender at His feet, to those of them the Lord has given His grace, showered His grace in the previous Nama Vrishabhaha, to those devotees, He never gets separated from. He doesn't seek separation from them. He's always with them. Hence, He is called as Vishnu. This is the Nama. Next is Vrishaparva. Vrisha Varnashrama Dharmate Tadarohana Sopana Parvani Iti. So, to those of them who have completely believed in Veda, Vedanga, Upanga, Itihasa, Purana, Agama, Samhita of all the Acharyas and the Rishis, and to those of them who believe that surrendering to Him is the only way, and to those of them who have received the grace of the Lord, for those of them, He will instill the right way of practicing Varnashrama Dharma. He will say that this is the Varnashrama Dharma, this is how you will have to follow it. Since He does that, He is called as Vrishaparva. That is the name. Varnashrama Dharmate Tada Rohana Sopana Parvani Iti Vrishaparva. Next is Nama Vrishodara. It says Vrishodaraha Aradhakanam Yathalabda Haviradibhis Supuratvena Sarvartarpasya va Dharmikodaratvat. So, if the devotee offers simple food and that food is obtained in the dharmic way, he will ensure that that food offered by the devotee with all humility and devotion is accepted by him with the same sentiment, and then he keeps it in his udaram, in his stomach, thinking about the goodwill of the devotee. Now Kuchela or Sudama, the poor friend of Krishna who lived in Porbandar, was living a life of destitution. Upon the insisting of his wife, he goes to Dwaraka to seek Krishna's help. But he does not open his mouth and ask. In turn, he asks Krishna's welfare, about Krishna's family. That night, Krishna calls Kuchela and says, "Can you give me something?" After having had a lavish feast in Dwaraka, Kuchela feels, how can I offer what I have brought to him? It is nothing. But Krishna says, I love what you have brought. He takes the fistful of puffed rice and then blesses Kuchela. So whatever food or whatever offering the devotee gives through dharmic way becomes the food for him in his udara. So he is called Vrishodaraha. Next is Vardhanaha. Matruvat tanu udare kritva vardhayatiti vardhanaha. Now, those devotees are born by him, are now supported by him in his stomach. When I say stomach, he owns us. We are within him. In that case, Matruvat tanu udare. But how does he protect? See, a lady who is pregnant, the to-be mother, she will be very careful about her fetus. She will ensure that she will walk carefully, sit carefully, sleep carefully, eat the right thing, rest, listen to lectures. So a mother does all of this. So by having us in his womb, the Lord is also like a mother. That is why Bhakta Jana Vatsale Vithole Bhakta Jana Vatsale Vithole Bhakta Jana Vatsale. So the Abhankarta says that Bhakta Jana Vatsale, with the Vatsalyam, the motherhood of a lady, what a mother has, I can see that in Vithala. So Vithala is Vishnu. He is like a mother to us. So he is called Vardhanaha. The next nama is Vardhamanaha. Tan Vardhayan Swayamapi Vardhata iti Vardhamanaha. By ensuring that he brings improvement in the thought processes of his devotees, it seems he also grows along with us. When I say grow, not in size, not in knowledge, but he starts maturing in the way he handles his devotees. See, even for parents who have one child, they will have some challenges. As you keep getting more number of children, your thought processes will change. You will know how to handle a particular situation. So he sees people of various tastes and behavior. Loko bhinna ruchihi. As he graces them and lets them grow, he also matures along with them and grows with them. Tan vardhayan swayamapi vardhata iti vardhamanaha. That is Vardhamanaha. Next, going to the nama, Viviktaha. Evam Sarvalokottara Swaikanta Vrittantatvat Viviktaha. Now, he has got interesting anecdotes with him. His charitrams, his avatar charitrams are themselves a huge topic of research. At the same time, he has also heard various narrations while he was Rama and he went along with Vishwamitra to the forest on an internship for getting Tataka killed, Subahu killed, Marichana to be driven away, and then after Maricha to give Uddharanam to Ahalya. As he went, Kushika Sutta, that is Vishwamitra, started explaining to him about how Parvati performed penance to Shiva, how Shiva blessed Parvati, how both of them got married, how to accomplish the task of the gods, the celestials. Kartikeya was born, and then the concept or the anecdote with respect to the Utpatti of Ganga with Bhagiratha Prayatnam, Sagara Chakravarti's Ashwamedha Mahayajnam, about the history of Vishwamitra as told by Shatananda. So there are 9 stories which he has heard in a contemporary way. Vedanta Deshika says, Kushika Sutta Katitha Vidita Nava Vividha Katha. So the one who heard the stories from Acharyas and Rishis is Rama. But there are interesting tales and anecdotes and illustrations about the Lord in his various avatarams. Be it Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Nrsimha, Vamana, Parashurama, Balarama, Rama, Krishna, Kalki, Hamsa Avatara, Hayagriva Avatara, Naranarayana Avatara, Dhanvantriyadi Avatara, Mohini Avatara. So many avatarams. The one who possesses such interesting anecdotes which can inspire his devotees is called as Viviktaha. The next is the Nama Shruti Sagaraha. Evam Prakara Gunapravananam Shrutinam Sagara Iva Sarido Ghanam Parama Paryavasana Bhumir Iti Shruti Sagaraha. Let us take the clouds. So, Sarvopajivyam is clouds. So, the clouds do not see disparity. They generally want all of them in this world to be flourishing and prosperous. For that, they have to shower rains. So, these clouds that shower rains on hilltops, then it becomes waterfall, river, and those rivers come at various places. Let us take rivers that start from the Himalayas. We could have Alakananda, Bhagirathi, we could have Yamuna, and then we have the mighty Ganga. Ganga has been spoken so beautifully. Gange ma pahi girisha shira sthite gambhira gaye sangeeta vadya priye amba gange ma pahi Angajata mude asivaruna madhye akrura pujite akhila jananande sakala tirtha mule sadguru guhalile varajanhu bale vyasadi kripale gange. So all these rivers, be it the rivers in the north of India or Tapati, Narmada, Mahanadi, Godavari, Tungabhadra, Krishna, Penna, Payaswini, Kaveri, Tamraparani, these are all rivers that are there in India. And from the other side we have Brahmaputra too. Where do these rivers go? All the rivers which come on hilltops and then become rivers, and then they have to go to the Sagara, the ocean. Akashat patitam toyam sagaram yatha gacchati. Likewise, all the Shruti Vakyams that we know of in Rig Vedam, Yajur Vedam, Sama Vedam, Atharvana Vedam, in some way or the other, Vyakhyatas have said they will all come and converge in Parabrahmam Sriman Narayana. So he is called as Shruti Sagaraha. Evam Prakara Guna Pravananam Shrutinam Sagara Iva Saridoghanam Parama Paryavasana Bhumir Iti Shruti Sagaraha. Next Nama Subhujaha. Prapanna Bhara Durya Shobhana Bhujaha Subhujaha. Now, Prapanna Bhara Dhurya Shobhana Bhujaha. Now, if we all go and surrender at the feet of the Lord, there he says, Bhara Dhurya. So, and we submit our bharam, whatever burden we have and whatever sins we have, we surrender to him. He will uplift those burden on him and will act as if the burden is not on us but on him. So he takes that burden from us. Thereby he says, once you have submitted to me, surrendered to me, do not worry. Nirbharo, nirbhayosmi. Person who has given the bharam to me should not worry. In fact, before performing Sharanagati, what is the qualification? We should have worry. That is why Krishna says, Ma shuchaha. Do not worry, Arjuna. Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam braja aham tva sarva papebhyo mokshaishyami ma shuchaha. I will be there to bless you. So the moment he says, I will be there to bless you, he says, leave away fear, abandon that fear. So the fear has gone, the bharam has come to him, so he is called as Subhujaha. He takes it on his arms. You generally say, right, I take your burden on my arms. So he has taken it on his arms. Next is Durdharaha. Tadrik Bhujabalena Samvarta Samudravego Balakrida Saikata Setu Bhiriva Parair Durvaravego Durdharaha. Now, the entire sea is unstoppable. Look at the waves. Look at the way it flows. So he is Tadrik Bhujabala Samvarta Samudravego. Now, with so many qualities and shaktis in him, he says he cannot be controlled. The moment he decides to protect his devotee, he is like a mighty ocean. Like how the mighty ocean will have continuous waves, he will also come with one quality after the other in such a way to protect his devotee. So he is called as Durdharaha. Anything he will do to protect his devotees. Initially he shouldered their burden. Now he will do one quality of the other to showcase and implement to protect his devotee. He is called as Durdharaha. Vagmi. Tatha prashasyataya vagasya astiti vagmi. Now, he is very eloquent. He knows what to speak. In the Telugu Kriti, Tyagaraja tells, Samaya nikita gumadala-adene Samaya nikita gumadala-adene Hare Ramachandra Raghukulesha Mrudu Subhasha Sesha Shayana Varanari Zoda Raja Viraja Duraka Raja Raja Nudani Ramaya Varana Sarasi. So he says Rama is very eloquent. How do we understand? Valmiki says, Purva Bhashi, Madhura Bhashi, Raghavaha. He is very, very outspoken, very neatly spoken, he uses the right words. But how do we understand? He is eloquent. See, while he performs this oath, vow, that I will not get up from this place for 3 days until the ocean king, Samudra Raja, comes and tells me that I will give you permission, Rama, to construct a bridge to go to Lanka. I will not eat anything, I will be in a vow. In those days, it was mandatory that after 3 days, if the officer does not respond, you can raise a complaint. Immediately, Rama got angry after 3 days. Chapamanaya Saumitre, hey Sumitra's son Saumitre, get me the quiver of arrows and my bow. Lakshmana was worried. Nevertheless, he brought. Rama inserted the arrow in his bow and was about to exactly shoot at the ocean so that he can cause some turmoil in the ocean. The ocean king came running. He said, Sir, please do not do this. Pahimam, Pahimam, I surrender to you, Rama. Why this anger on me? Rama said, who said I am angry on you? No, I had raised the arrow and inserted it into my bow. I was sure that you will come. I wanted to ask you, hey Samudra Raja, is there someone who is tormenting you and your possessions? I will kill them. He turned northwest and shot at them, and which they say is Thar desert today. The point is, Rama too was so eloquent, who knew how to manage the situation. That person who is able to manage the situation with his eloquence efficiently, effectively, is called as Vagmi. Next nama is Mahendraha. Evam Sarvato Mukham Prasritatvat Pujya Paramaishwaryo Mahendraha. Now he has got the sovereign power to be Parameshwara. Evam Sarvato Mukham Prasritatvat. Now the entire world will be sincere only to the power center. They will all be subservient. So the one who assumes the role of the sovereign power, of the controller, of the one who pervades, is Ishvara. So he becomes Mahendraha. The one who becomes the unquestionable leader is Mahendraha. Next nama is the 270th nama, Vasudaha. Evam Satyapyana Bhavaniye Mahendratvena Mahatve Lagubhyo Dhanayadbhyo Dhanam Dadati Iti Vasudaha. Now he will ensure that he will keep helping his devotees with the required amount of prosperity in the form of objects, possession. So he will keep giving dhanam dadati, the required wealth for the devotees to sustain the other devotees in this world. So he is called as Vasudaha. Next is Vasuhu. The Nama, 271th Nama is Vasuhu. Gariyasam Swayameva Dhanam iti Vasuhu. Now, even for those who are intelligent, common people like us may have a question. People who are scholars, even for them, he will bless them with the required Vasuhu. There was a great Carnatic Vagayakara, a composer in the 18th and the 19th century in the south of India. He was called as Muthuswami Dikshita, a great scholar. But his family was in destitution. His family said, "You have such great power. Why don't you request Mahalakshmi?" Hiranmayim Lakshmim Sada Bhajami Dhinamanavashayam Tyajami Chiratara Sampat Pradam Kshirambudhi Tanayam Harivakshasthalayam Harini Charana Kisalayam Karakamala Dhrita Kuvalayam Maragadamani Valayam Hiranmayim. So when it comes to Mahalakshmi, he prayed. Mahalakshmi is the Sakshat Vishnu Patni, as Vedam says. So she is no different from the Lord. He blessed with Vasuhu. The other way is when Adi Shankara said, Angam Harehe Pulaka Bhushanam Ashrayanti Bringhanganeva Mukula Bharanam Tamalam Angi Krita Kila Vibhuti Rapanga Leela Mangalya Dastu Mama Mangala Devatayaha. Here is the lady who with such devotion is praying. Offer her your grace, mother. As he sang Kanakadhara, Mahalakshmi, who is also the Lord, blessed her with wealth. Yogarambhat Tvaritamanasaha Yushmadaikantya Yuktam Dharmam Praptum Pratamamihaye Dharayante Dhanayam Tesham Bhume Dhanapati Grihat Ambaradambuderva Dhara Niryanti Adikam Adikam Manchitanam Vasunam, says Vedanta Deshika in his beautiful poem Sri Stuti, where he requests the god and the goddess to shower a man with prosperity. So there are so many instances where the Lord does. So he is called as Vasuhu. The next Nama onwards, from 272nd Nama, it describes about the cosmic form of the Lord. So in that, the 272nd Nama is Naika Rupaha. Tat tat sarvav pratiti yogya rupo Naika Rupaha. So now at various instances, he assumes and takes various forms and shapes. So whichever form, in Skanda Puranam it is said, to protect his devotee, he did not come as Deva, Manusha, Gandharva, Tiryak. He came as a tree because the devotee wanted shade. He was suffering from the scorching sun. So he came as a mango tree so that he could also be useful as fruits. So then Mahalakshmi also came with him. She was called Kubjamram. So the Lord comes in many forms, many ways to help his devotees. So he is called as Naika Rupaha. The next Nama is Brihat Rupaha. What does Brihat Rupaha mean? Aishvaikameva Dig Vyomavakasham Vyapnuvat Brihat Rupam Asyeti. For every form he takes, be it Vamana, Trivikrama, Nrisimha, Varaha, Matsya, Kurma, Naranarayana, Hamsa, Hayagriva, Dhanavantri, whichever form he takes, Yeshvaikaikameva Dig Vyomavakasham Vyapnutvat. Every avatara, every form he has the ability to pervade till the sky. Vyomavakasham Brihad Rupam Asyeti. Since he can go till that form which is huge, Brihad, he is called Brihad Rupaha. Next is Shipivishtaha. Shipayaha Rashmyaha. What does Shipayaha means? The rays of the sun. It's Rashmyaha, light. Now, Tana Sampravishto Vyaptavaniti. In those rays of the light also he has pervaded. He is just not the sun. He is within the rays of the sun. Next, Prakashanaha Idam Yeva Divyarupam Didrikshubhyaha Arjunadibhyosau Prakashayatiti. Now, while he showed his huge cosmic form on the battleground of Kurukshetra, Arjuna couldn't see it. Then the Lord said, I will give you a set of pair of divine eyes. Divyam dadami te chakshuhu. Now look at me. The one who can bless his devotees with the divine eyes, thereby making them experience his cosmic form. Like how he did with Arjuna in Krishna Avatara. In that case, he is called Prakashanaha. Next is 276th Nama. Ojas Tejos Dyutidaraha. Ojaha Balam. Strength. Tejaha, which has got Paramarthinam, which has got Parakramam. Bhavana Samarthyam Kirtiva. Then Dyutihi Aujvalyam. So in that case, he will come with immense light. So be it the strength, be it the Paramarthyam, the immense valor he has, or be it the radiance he has, all of them will come at one go. He doesn't need another object to show where he is. He's Swayam Prakasha. He comes with all these attributes. Ojas Tejo Dyutidaraha is this Nama. Next is 277th Nama. Prakashatma Mukhairapi Sampratipanna Paraprabhavaha Prakashatma. Now, even for people like me who are fools, even for fools, Mudhairapi, even for us, he will showcase his magnificent form. He will showcase his radiant, effulgent form. So, Murkhairapi, even for people like me, Sampratipanna Paraprabhavaha Prakashatma. He will ensure that he will showcase himself in full. Pratapanaha. Bhasasta vograha pratapanti iti pratapanaha. Now, he will ensure that he will remove the fear of all the entities around him. At the same time, he will give radiance to it. Radiance is heat. He will also cool it down. So at one point in time, he will ensure there is radiance. Bhasasta vograha pratapanti. If he wants, he will let everything burn, be radiant. So he is called Pratapanaha. If he wants, he will let everything be radiant and be burning. Next is Ruddhaha. Evam Kulam Udvahat Parnarnava Iva Ruddhaha. Now, in certain times, see, the ocean, sea and beaches that we go is constant in a certain way. That is, we will know this is the shore, that is water. But what may change on certain days? Let's take the full moon day, Paurnima, and then let us take the new moon day, which is Amavasya. Be it on Amavasya or Paurnima, generally there will be a weather indication, there will be an alert. Do not go near the sea, the tides will be very high. Since the tides are very high, it will look as if the ocean is disturbed. But who actually controls that ocean? He says, Evam Kulam Udvahat Parnarnava Evam Ruddhaha. In those Parvani, he will make even the sea waters rise. He is called Ruddhaha. Next, Spashtaksharaha. Anayadvarya Pratipadyaya Spashtikrita Vedakshara iti Spashtakaraha. Now, he is clearly seen with his Rupam, Swarupam, Gunam, Vibhavam, just not in many temples or in our Puranas, in every Aksharam of the Vedam. So if you say Antar Bahischa Tat Sarvam, he is there in An, Tar, Bha, Vis, Cha, Ta, T, Sarvam. He is there in Prati Aksharam. Since he is replete, complete, fully present, absolutely decked and a repository of qualities in every letter of Vedam, he is called as Spashtaksharaha. Next is the 281th Nama, Mantraha. Tan Mantaram Trayati Iti. To those of them who meditate upon him, for them, he will make them realize the way to attain him or meditate upon him, which is mantra. And in the mantra, whatever is the meaning will be clearly seen to the devotee. to the practitioner, since he opens up with the mantra and its meaning and showcases or illustrates to him, he himself is the mantra. So that is why it says, Tan mantaram trayati iti mantraha. So he is the mantra himself. Mantra is no different from the Lord. Be it the Ashtakshara Mahamantram, Dvaya Mahamantram, Charama Shlokam, all these mantras, Dvadasakshari, Panchakshari, everything, he is the mantra in it. Now, 282nd Nama, Chandram Shuhu, Tesham Mantrinam Klamahara, Ahladana Tejastvatu Chandram Shuhu. So, for those of them who are burning because of the heat, for them all, he is the cool nectarine like rays of the moon. Since he is the moon, he gives the radiance of the moon, and the moon has come from him. Chandrama Manaso Jataha, he is connected with the moon. So, he is called Chandram Shuhu. Now, the moon is over. Then the next one will be waiting. Bhaskara Dyutihi. So Paresham Paribhavuka Prabhavatvat Bhaskara Dyutihi. For those of them who trouble the devotees of this world, he will ensure that he showers his hot scorching rays and drive them away. So he is the one who protects his devotees from the enemies by being Bhaskara Dyutihi. Initially he was Chandramshu, he is Bhaskara Dyutihi. Chandra Kshetram is Mayavaram in the south of India. It is called as Indu Kshetram. There is another Kshetram called Kumbhakonam, which is the Bhaskara Kshetram. So one is Bhaskara Kshetram, Bhaskara Dyutihi. Mayavaram is Indu Kshetram, Chandramshuhu. This is the way we can understand. We can go to the next Nama. Amritam Shudbhavaha. Sarvatapaharapyayana mrita sanjeevana amritayamshuschandropi tanmanaha shaityadi gunopasnehat tatodbhavatiti amritam shudbhavaha. Now, he will be present in the minds and hearts of people, of those who meditate upon him, with two important characteristics: nectarine like rays, at the same time cool rays of the moon. So amritam shudbhavaha. So it says tatod bhavatiti amritam shudbhavaha. So he will ensure that there is a feeling of amrita and shitamshuhu in the heart. Now coming to the next nama, which is bhanuhu. Atibhasvarena sahasramshuna api upajivya teja bhatiti. Now he is the one who gives the power to the sun to brighten up the world. Remember this, the Lord is present as a Madhyavarti of the sun. Dheyas sada savitri mandala madhyavarti. He is there within it. Then he radiates the entire place with the rays. So he is called Bhanuhu. Next is Shasha Binduhu. Shashanam Kutilagatinam Binduhu Apalapita. So, for those of them who go in a different path, there he will ensure that they are annihilated for a variety of reasons. For example, Sishupala, he went on misbehaving with women, disrespecting elders, disrespecting the very parents of Krishna. He had promised to forgive Shishupala's 100 mistakes. At one point in time, Krishna in the Rajasuya Yajna with his Sudarshana Chakram killed Shishupala. Now, after this, listening to this episode, one Shishya asked his Acharya, see, you say that Shishupala was given the final abode of Vaikuntham, but after he is scolding Krishna, whereas you say it will take janmas together for a bhakta to attain Vaikuntham. Why can't we follow Shishupala's path? Well, Shishupala was against Krishna. He did so, but he attained Vaikuntham. How? The Acharya said, Krishna did not grant Vaikuntham or Moksham or did not kill him because he was impressed with Shishupala. But he thought, if I leave Shishupala for some more time on this earth, he is capable enough to create many more Sishupalas, so I have to release him from the clutches of this earth. So this was done. So Shashanam Kutila Gatinam. So for those of them who are in the crooked path, Binduhu Apalapita. He will ensure that he annihilates them. Next is the Nama, 287th Nama, Sureshwaraha. Tatha Riju Gatinam Nirvahakaha Sureshwaraha. For those of them who walk in the righteous path, who walk in the path adhering to Dharma, in that place. He is always a support to them. Aushadam bhavati bhavativra vishapaha prabhavatvat aushadham. Now, he will ensure that the poison in our samsara, which is forcing us to enjoy samsara, but at the same time not giving us the enlightenment that this is bad for us, for them, for us. In that case, when there is a poison, we need a medicine. So the Lord becomes the medicine. The medicine is, the moment His grace falls on us, we will know that the samsaram is not the place to be, and we have to attain Him. So He is the medicine. Aushadam. Next is Jagadas Setuhu. Evam Sadasadvarga Sankara Virodhitvena Jagatas Setuhu. So there are certain acts which are good, there are certain acts which are bad. So here the Lord will become the Setu and tell us which is to be separated from what. So He acts like a Hamsa bird or the Paramahamsa, who are the Acharyas. Since He demarcates the good from the evil and actually constructs a demarcating wall saying that do this, do not do that. So He does the Setu there. So He is called Jagata Setuhu. He is not specific to any geography or any community. He is the Jagata Setuhu for the entire world. Satya Dharma Parakramaha. Evam Vidha Dharmaha Kalyana Gunaha Parakramaha. Cheshtitani cha Satya Avitatha Yasya Saha. So there is dharma which coupled as Kalyana Gunas, and then there is Parakrama which then shows in his activities. Cheshtitani, both together are combined here. Satya Dharma Parakramaha. So is Parakrama, Satyatva is combined. Satya Dharma Parakramaha. Next is Bhuta Bhavya Bhavan Nathaha. 291th Nama. Evam Prayam Swamyaishwaryam Va Na Kevalam Adya Kintu Trikaleshu Iti Bhuta Bhavya Bhavan Nathaha. So, in all three periods of time, be it the past, be it the present, or be it the future, Trikaleshu Swamyaishwaryam Va Na Kevalam Adya. He will show that He was Swami. He will ensure there is prosperity at all points in time. Since He is the controller, it is said, Bhuta Bhavya Bhavan Nathaha. You should remember the fourth name that I spoke before. Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhu. There He is a Prabhu. He is Bhuta Bhavya Bhavan Nathaha. He is the leader. So, the meaning could be similar in all points of time, past, present, future, but there is a slight difference in the way He distributes His activities. Next is Pavanaha. Evam Sarvada Sarvatra Swabhavadeva Punatiti Pavanaha. Now, He is the one who naturally, casually goes to every nook and corner and spreads Himself as air. So He is called as Pavanaha. Next is Pavanaha. Tatha Swasambandhino Gangadine Jagat Punanat Prayojatiti Pavanaha. What is the way to purify us? What is the way to purify our minds? It is only through Ganga. He says, Bhagavad Gita Kinchita Dhita Bhagavad Gita Kinchita Dhita Ganga Jalalava Kanika Pita Bhagavad Gita Kinchita Dhita Ganga Jalalava. Ganga Jalam is so important because it has the association of Narayana's feet, Brahma's Kamandalam, and Shiva's hair. So, matted locks. So, Ganga has association with all the three. She flows in three directions, Tripathaga. So, that Ganga, equivalent to that Ganga, he says, Gangadine Jagat Punanat Prayojatiti Pavanaha. So, he is the one who can give purity, more purity than what Ganga does. It is Pavanaha. The verse I recited was from Mohamudgaram Bhajagovindam by Adi Shankara Bhagavatpada. Next is 294th Nama, Analaha. Evam Bahumukham Upakritya Chanalam Na Paryaptam Asyanugraham Mahimeti. So, now, for his devotees, he says, Paryaptam. He wants to bless his devotees, he does that. But after that also he feels, I have not done enough, I should do more. Towards the end of Krishna Avataram, Uddhava goes and asks Krishna, Krishna, you have taken one of the best avatars till date. You were an acharya, you were a friend, you were a husband, you have played every role. How do you feel about this avataram? Have you achieved your purpose? Krishna says, I have not achieved one small purpose. When Draupadi called out my name, Hey Govinda, Hey Krishna, Hey Dwaraka Nilayachyuta, while she was about to be humiliated, I took a few extra minutes to respond to her. I should have responded immediately. A few seconds or minutes I came delayed. I feel I shouldn't have delayed that. So at every moment the Lord feels what he has done is not enough. He wants to do more. This process of the Lord thinking of doing more is called Analaha. Next is Kamaha. Evam prakara swaguna darshinam vishayantara vishayaspriham hantiti kamaha. Now, to those of them who start desiring the Lord, he will ensure that their mind doesn't go elsewhere and is controlled within this ambit of the Lord, spirituality and devotion. So that Lord who helps in keeping the devotee under a certain periphery to lead a disciplined way of life is called Kamaha. Next is Kamakrit. Anyad api bhogamokshadikam swayameva kamyam karoti. Now, he will ensure that those who have surrendered to him will have moksham one day or the other. If not today, one day before this Janma is over, based on the upayam that they have done. So he starts thinking in the lines that the Kaustubhasthananiya Jivatma, which is now in the Panchabhautika Shariram in this world, has to attain him back. This thought in him makes him work for the welfare of the devotees. So he is called Kamakrit. Next is Kantaha. Swayam Saundarya Saukumaryadi Rupa Gunaihi Kantaha. He will ensure that Saundaryam Saukumaryam, Saundarya Saukumaryadi Rupa Gunaihi Kantaha. Because he showcases Saundaryam. Saundaryam is entire beauty, part by part beauty, Avayava Shobha. Lavanyam is entire beauty, Samudaya Shobha. So if part by part a person is beautiful, eyes are beautiful, nose are beautiful, a nose is beautiful and the ears are beautiful, he has got a broad chest, if she is there, she's got a thin hip. All these individual forms of appreciating the beauty in a person, be it a man or the woman, is Saundaryam. Overall, if the person is good, it becomes Lavanyam. So this here it says Saundarya Saukumaryadi Rupa Gunaihi Kantaha. So he is the one who showcases all these gunas and is very handsome. Kantaha. Next is Kamaha. Shilaudarya Dayadibihi Atma Gunaischa Nikama Kamaniyatvat. Shila means good quality. Here it means Saushilyam. His ability to be accessible to his devotees. Dayadibihi, mercy. Paradukha Nivartakatvam. That ability in him where he wants to remove the fears in his devotees. So that is Daya. So where his mercy comes naturally. Atma Gunaischa Nikama Kamaniyatvat. So this is that meaning. And 299. Kama Pradaha Swakamebhyaha Kshudrakamyebhyascha Yatharham Kamyam Pradadati Iti Kama Pradaha Swakamebhyaha Kshutrakamebhyascha. Now, there are devotees who may desire the Lord himself. There are devotees who may desire moksham, for which they have to attain Vaikuntham and then do Kainkaryam, services to him. There are certain devotees who may say that I am happy in this mundane world. I want 1 or 2 cars. I want 1 or 2 houses. I want little things that I desire in this life. material life. So whether be it the wishes of the devotees in the material life or in Vaikuntham, which is moksham, emancipation, whichever way it is, the Lord grants it. So he is kama pradaha swakamebhyaha kshutrakamebhyascha yatharham kamyam pradadati iti kama pradaha. 300th name, which is Prabhuhu anaya nitanta kantataya sarvahridaya harane prabhava iti Prabhuhu anaya nitanta kantataya. Now, because of the gunas that he has expressed and exhibited, anaya nitanta kantataya, he brings about that affection and love in his devotees as the one who is a repository of qualities. Sarva hridaya harane. With his qualities, he will be able to steal the hearts of people. One of the mystic saints in the Tamil tradition was actually a ruler in Kerala. His name was Kulashekara. So he says, while visiting one of the abodes of the Lord, he says, if I go to this temple, after having a glimpse of the Lord, I come back. Then I realize that I have forgotten something. What is it? He asks. He answers, while having a glimpse of the Lord, without my knowledge, I left my mind and heart there and came. Kandavartam manam valangum kandaburatten karumaniye. So he says, Prabhuhu anaya nitanta kantataya sarva hridaya harane prabhavati iti Prabhuhu. So he is the Prabhuhu. So this is the name that beautifully talks about how sarva hridaya harane, how he is able to captivate the hearts of his devotees. Karara vindena padara vindam Mukharavinde viniveshayantam Vatasya patrasya puteshayanam Balam mukundam manasasmarami. Who will not know this beautiful verse of Bala Mukundashtakam as presented to us by Sri Adi Shankara Bhagavatpada? He speaks about the Lord's incarnation as a little boy who rests on the banyan leaf. So, the names that will come from now, a group of names, will denote the Lord's association with the banyan leaf in the avataram of Bala Mukunda. He is also called Vatapatrashayi. So, the first nama here, which is the 301th nama, 301. So, it says Yugadikrit. What does Yugadikrit mean? Nyagrodha Shayyavatare Yugasyante Apyadim Karoti Iti. Now, during the Pralaya, during the time of deluge, when Markandeya Maharshi was performing penance at the precincts of Naranarayana Parvatam in Badarikashramam in Uttarakhand, the state in north of India, he wished to see and understand how the world would look at the time of dissolution. So, he prayed to the Lord and the Lord appeared in front of him. The Lord did say that if you want to see Pralayam, close your eyes, Markandeya. The moment he closed his eyes and then opened it again, he could see the hills burst. The trees were uprooted and they were pushed by the flowing waters of the rivers. The rivers that were filled got merged with the ocean and there could be no difference seen between the rivers and the oceans, for they all looked one. Objects floated and later they drowned. It all looked like a large ocean where the banks can never be seen. This was the ocean of deluge. Yugasyante apyadim karoti iti. So the one who appears at the end of the yugas as if to denote that the sign of deluge is called as Yugadikrit. The next nama, Yugavartaha Swadharma Vyavasthaya Kritadi Yuganam Paunaha Punyanena Avataranat. Now, each yuga, let's take for example the Chatur Yuga, Krita, Treta, Dwapara, Kali. It is said that Krita Yuga is amongst the most perfect of the 4 yugas. Krita in Sanskritam itself means perfect. So, Krita, that is the yuga where dharma is at the peak. Then it loses little steam. It becomes Treta. Further, Dwapara. Further, Kali. So here he says, Swadharma vyavasthaya kritadi yuganam paunaha punyena taranat. So for every yuga, during every yuga, he ensures that dharma in its level keeps getting generated and exhibited again and again. So he is called Yuga Vartaha. Next is Naika Mayaha. Mugdha Sishurupa Rimita Jagannikarana Niralambanaikodaka Vatadala Shayanadyanekatyaschascharyaha. Now, when there was an ocean of deluge, there was no one but him who survived. There was this little boy. You may be wondering, if he is the one who survived, who's the other one who's seeing him? Markandeya had the vision by the God's grace. So here there was only one leaf of the Vatadala, and on it was sleeping a blue-hued, sapphire stone-like boy with sharp features. And when Markandeya went close, he asked the boy who he was. The boy took the foot, one of the foot in his hand, and started sucking the large finger, the toe. The moment he sucked, he wanted to denote and tell, hey Markandeya, though I may look small to you, the entire world is now in my stomach. Shri Vasudeva Andakotla Kukshi Undi, says the Telugu poet Tyagaraja. So here Naikamayaha means Mugdha Sishurupa Aparimita, the little boy who exhibits such extraordinary characteristics. Jagannigarana Niralambanaiko Vatadala Shayana Dhyanekanta Ascharyaha, the boy who just sleeps on the Vatadala. In Tamil, the language Tamil, he is called as Alin Ilayai. Ilai means leaf. Alin Ilai means banyan leaf. Alin Ilayai means the one who sleeps on the banyan leaf. So, Alin Ilayai, in a very, very lighter vein, many acharyas have remarked, the entire universe is in him, all is in him, the all is in one, all in one, all in Ilayai, they would say in a lighter vein. So, Naikamayaha, the one who exhibits such extraordinary characteristics by sleeping on the banyan leaf. In fact, there is a compendium in the classical music called as Sri Krishna Leela Tarangini, where the composer Narayana Tirtha, a scholar and a composer par excellence, asks this question: why does the Lord want to suck his finger from the foot? For which he says, it seems devotees go up to him and say, "O Lord, your feet is like lotus, your feet is like jangri, your feet is like jalebi, your feet is like gulab jamun, your feet is like shondesh, your feet is like peda, your feet is like adirasam. So these are all sweets, your feet is as sweet as that." The Lord was a bit confused. Does my foot taste so? Let me suck and taste. And he sucked, it seems. Say Krishna Leela Tarangini's Narayana Tirtha. Similarly, he's Naikamayaha. The next nama is Mahashanaha. Nikhila Jagannigarana Asyeti Mahashanaha. Now, the one who swallowed the entire universe. So when Markandeya went and he asked who you are, he sucked. Later he was not sure who this boy was. He asked again, like how a vacuum cleaner would absorb. The Lord absorbed. So Markandeya went into the Lord's foot pipe, then his stomach. When he went to the stomach, he should have seen some food, right? No. He saw the entire world there. Badarika Ashramam, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, everything was visible there. So Shri Vasudeva Andakotla. So the one, Mahashanaha, who now absorbs the entire universe as his food, is called Mahashanaha. Next, it is Adrishyaha. Atarkya Vrittantaha Adrishayaha. So he says, the one who is beyond our perception of understanding. We will have so many questions. Sir, you say that the entire universe is within his stomach. How was Markandeya outside? You say the entire universe is in stomach. Then where does the ocean of deluge on which the banyan leaf comes? Comes the next question. You say the entire world is in his stomach, but you also say he was sleeping on a banyan leaf. Then why is the banyan leaf out of his stomach? Lot of questions will come. we will also feel the questions are right. There is no doubt. But it says, Atarkya Vrittantaha. You will not be able to get answers to most of these questions because it is beyond our understanding and logical reasoning. So he is called as Adrishayaha. The next nama is Vyaktarupaha. Abhigacchato Markandeyadehe Vyaktarupaha Sugraha Divya Vigraha. So he says, now the one who shows a very effulgent, a very radiant body form, like how he did for Markandeya. Abhigacchato Markandeyadehe Vyaktarupaha Sudivya Vigraha. So he says the external characteristics of the Lord look so attractive, like as ever, in Vatapatrashai, in the form of the boy on the banyan leaf, that everybody will be attracted. So how is Markandeya an exception? The next nama is Sahasrajit. Sahasra Yuga Sankhyam Kalpantam Shayano Jayatiti Sahasrajit. Now he says Sahasra Yuga Sankhyam, for thousands of yugas together, Kalpantam, and then that 1,000 Chaturyugas make the daytime of Brahma, which is one kalpam. Another set of Chaturyugas make the night time of Brahma, which is another kalpam. So he says Sahasra Yuga Sankhyam Kalpantam Shayano Jayatiti Sahasrajit. So he now reclines on the Vatadala to just suggest that he is a Shayano Jayatiti. So this denotes that he is just there for yugas together, for time periods together, which is the 307th nama. The next nama is 308th. Anantajit Paramita Sishurupasya api asya kaschit kadachit kathanchidapi mahimavadhi prakarsho nastiti anantajit. Now, though he is small as a little boy, he says, Kadachit Kathanchidapi Mahimavadhi Prakasho Nastiti. He is a little boy. See, the mother will understand her child, be the boy or the girl. The mother will be able to understand he is crying because he wants something. The father will be able to understand he wants something. But if, despite being the boy, if one is not able to comprehend the intent of the Lord, the activities of the Lord, and it is beyond our perception, he is called Anantajit. He has won over our very realm of understanding. He has gone beyond, despite being small. So, Paramita Sishurupasya, even if he is small, api asya kaschit kadachit. So, he is called Anantajit. The next nama is Ishto Vishishtaha. Evam udarena dhrutair mukhyair api aviseshena janayitriva vanchita iti ishtaha avisishtaha. So he is the one who is very unique. He is the one who is very unique, very different from us, but liked by all. So he says, Param evam udarena dhrutair mukhairapi aviseshena janayatriva vanchitaha. So he is liked by all his devotees. So he is called Ishto Visishtaha. The next nama is Sishteshtaha. So what does Sishteshtaha mean? Tatha Panditagraganyam Markandeyadinam Parama Purusharthatvena Ishtaha Sishteshtaha. Even for great scholars, people who have gone through the Jnana Marga, the Bhakti Marga, the Karma Yoga, for those people, for example, Markandeya, Panditagraganyam Markandeyadinam Parama Purusharthatvena Ishtaha Sishteshtaha. So this Ishtaha has to be added here. Ishtaha Visishtaha. Ishtaha Sishteshtaha. Ishto Visishta Sishteshtaha. This is how we say, right? We say Sahasrajit, Anantajit. So when we look at these namas, Yugati Krityuga Varto Naikamayo Mahashanaha Adrushyo Vyakta Rupasya Sahasrajit Anandajit Ishto Visishta Sishteshtaha. Ishto Vishishtaha Sishteshtaha. But when we understand the meaning, Ishto Visishtaha, Ishto Sishteshtaha. So he says, Ishtaha Sishteshtaha. He is loved by great sages of scholastic achievements like Markandeya. Next is Shikhandi. अपरिमिता अपरिमिता प्रधृष्यमैश्वर्यं परं तेजः शिखण्डम् अस्याति शयितमिति शिखण्डी. Now, he has got the crest jewel, that which is worn at the top. What is that crest jewel? That crest jewel, which is is the one where he cannot be won over by anyone. Not being won over by anyone, indestructible, being a nulli secundus, that is his crest jewel. So the one who has got that attribute as the crest jewel is called as Shikhandi. Next, Nahushaha tatha swamayaya jivan nahyati badhnati iti Nahushaha. Now, through his unique abilities of being quiet, being witness to the little free will that lets the Jivatmas in the Panchabhautika Shariram to do their own activities, he notices them. So he says, Tatha swamayaya jivan nahyati badhanati iti Nahushaha. He lets that avidya, vasana, ruchi, karma, vasana, ruchi, prakriti sambandham take over the Jivatma. And he sees how this Jivatma in the Shariram is able to go forward, either through Bhakti Yoga or through the mundane ways where there is only the process of getting birth again and again. So, Swamayaya Jivan, he just ensures how the Tirodhana Karim, Viparita Jnana Jananim, says Bhagavad Ramanuja, how he takes over. So, he is called Nahushaha. Nahushaha means who lets how the Maya is going to operate. This Maya is Atyascharya Leela Cheshtita Bhuta Maya. It is that quality of the Lord where he is able to exhibit the greatest of qualities. On the other hand, Maya in the Advaita Siddhanta of Adi Shankaracharya means an entity which is different from Chit and Achit. So that kind of envelopes the Jivatma, at times even Paramatma. There is a slight difference of opinion amongst scholars to understand how the life can be taken ahead. That is a different concept. Here Maya is Swamayaya Jivan. That unique ability of the Lord is Swamayaya, which is the 312th Nama. The next Nama is Vrishaha. Sa evamritopamaya swakantya vacha cha sagarasya udaratana shrantamashvasayan sinchati iti Vrishaha. So, Markandeya was in search of the child. He could see somebody floating atop a leaf and he wanted to get a closer look at the child, at the entity, and understand whether it was a child or what it was doing. So, he started swimming. And as he started swimming in this ocean of deluge, all that he was able to see in front of him was not the child. It was a personification of Amritam. So, sa evamritopamaya swakantya vacha cha sagarasya udaratana shrantamashvasayan sinchati iti Vrishaha. Parashara Bhatta, the famed commentator, takes us through the next set of namas where the Lord incarnated as Parashurama. Krodhagnim, Jamadagni Pidana Bhavam, Sandarpaishyan Kramat. So, here Vedanta Deshika says Krodhagnim Jamadagni Pidana Bhavam. So, this quality of anger is always associated with this avatara, though it is not a Purna avatara, it is a respected Aveshya avatara. So, from Parashurama, his mother Renuka Devi becomes inseparable. There is a unique kriti in a very different raga called as Kannada Bangala, and composed by the 19th century towering personality called Muthuswami Dikshita. He celebrates Renuka Devi, the motherhood, the mother and the motherhood in her, as the mother of Parashurama. Renuka Devi samrakshitoham anisham Renuka Devi samrakshitoham anisham Renuka Devi Venuvadya Dinuta Vijayanagara स्थिते वेणुवद्यादिनूत विजयनगर स्थिते माणिक्यभूषणी मधुररसभाषिणी माणिक्यभूषणी मधुररसभाषिणी बाणसदृशाक्षिणी परशुरामजननी बाणसदृशाक्षिणी परशुरामजननी कोणत्रयवासिनी गुरुगुह विश्वासिनी कोणत्रयवासिनी गुरुगुह विश्वासिनी कन्नड भंगळे गंधर्वभञ्जनी रेणुका कोणत्रयवासिनी गुरुगुह विश्वासिनी कन्नड भंगळे गंधर्वभञ्जनी रेणुका देवी संरक्षितोऽहम् अनिशं रेणुका रेणुका with our obeisances to Parashurama's mother. Here the first nama in our list, 314th nama, which is Krodhaha Trisaptavaram Narapati Nirasakaram Krodham Kaschapa Prarthana Matrena Hatavan Krodhaha. The one who was extremely angry at Kartavirya for having killed his father and went on to kill him, and subsequently Rajas, just not Haihayas but other Rajas, Kshatriya Rajas, who were very similar in nature to him, but later stopped because Kashyapa Maharshi in Panchasyamantaka Kshetram said you should not go any further into this barbaric acts. So he is called Krodhaha, who had anger but brought it down for the sake of Kashyapa. The next nama is Krodhakrit. Purvam tebhyaha Krodhakrit cha. Now, before having cooled down because of Kashyapa's words, he was extremely angry with the Kshatriyas for having been so barbaric towards the common people, which forced Parashurama to get angry. So the one, Purvam Tebhyaha Krodhakriticha. Before that, he was very angry. So that anger is being put forth here as Krodhakriti. The next nama is Karta. Tatha Vidha Krodhahetoho Kartaviryasya Cheta Karta. Because of that anger that he had for Kshatriyas in general, because of their anti-social thoughts, because of their barbaric acts, and because there was a personal reason that his father was killed, Jamadagni was killed and punished for no reason, he got angry with Kartavirya Arjuna. So, the reason has been explained, and the one who has got this reason to feel angry at Kartavirya Arjuna and then killed him is called Karta. The next one, Vishwabahuhu. Evam Kantakodharena Vishwasmai Bahu Yasya Saha. Now, he helps the world by annihilating such evil forces. So, Paritranaya Sadhunam Vinashaya cha Dushkritam. You will have to protect your devotees. At the same time, you should be able to annihilate your enemies, is the Lord's dharma. Because if one has to survive in this world, he has to fall into Shastra Vakyam and has to adhere to the rules. But if he starts tormenting the other devotees, the Lord will not be able to withstand. So he is called Vishwa Bahuhu, one who has the power to annihilate such people. The next nama is Mahidharaha. Evam Bharavatarane Mahim Dhatta iti Mahidharaha. Now, he ensures that he annihilates such rajas. Trisaptva Kritya Kshaman. So, three into 7, 21 times he is said to have done that. At the same time, 21 generations of Raja, maybe there were only 21 kings whom he destroyed, we don't know, because in Ikshvakukulam he did not kill the king. The king in turn went and hid behind the women in his harem. Since he used the women as his kavacha, that king later was called as Nari Kavacha. So there were some kings who managed to escape from him, but the one who is able to ensure prosperity in this world by giving peace, by withstanding the world without the bhara elements, he is called as Mahidharaha. The next nama is Achyutaha. Brahmadi sadharmyena avatarepi svaishvarya prachuti vaidharmyat. Now, though he stands along with the other two Trimurtis, who is Lord Shiva and Brahma, he is still greater than them, and at no point, just because he is treated amongst them, his significance will come down. Brahmadi sadharmyena avatarepi svaishvarya prachuti vaidharmyat. So he ensures that he stays at par with them. At the same time, is different from them. Now, the next nama is Prathitaha. Prathitaha means tathatvena prasiddhaha pratitaha. So the one who is extremely famous because of this aspect, that he treats his child and grandchild at the same level as him but different from them. So he is called as Prathitaha. The next nama is Pranaha. Tatropa jivinam jivita rupatvat pranaha. So for those of them who seek asylum at his feet, for those of them who surrender at his feet, tatra upajivinam jivita rupatvat. Now, he is the life to those people who have surrendered their atma at his feet. So, anukulyasya sankalpam, pratikulyasya varjanam, rakshishiti vishwasaha, goptrutva varnam, karpanyam. With these 5 angas and atma nikshepe, by having Atma Ikshepam as the Angi, if he surrenders, then he is called as Pranaha. Pranadaha. From now onwards, we will be dealing with namas that will be exclusively describing us and taking us to another level of Kurmavataram. Now the 322nd nama is Pranadaha. अथ कूर्ममूर्तिं सूचयति मरुतां मथनोचित बलप्रदः प्राणदः. Now, the Devas and Asuras had to churn the milky ocean to receive the wealth that they had lost. So, at one point in time, while they had to lift the Mandara Parvata and keep it elsewhere, they got tired. They started churning, they got tired. The one who gives the essential power, strength to the Devas and Asuras to bring forth the process of churning is called as Pranadaha. The next nama is Vasavanujaha. Amritarthinam Vasava Manu Tam Samvidhaya Tat Samvidhaya Jata Iti. Now, he says that the one who wanted to bless Indra, but at the same time solve his problems, he was born as the younger brother to Indra. So he is called as Vasavanujaha. Vasavanujaha is the one who is the younger brother to Indra, but he was born to serve Indra. He wanted to take away the problems from his brother. The next nama is Apam Nidhihi. Mathyamana Maharnava Dharanat Apam Nidhihi. Now, when the Mandara was used as a churning rod and the Vasuki was used as the rope and it was churned, Mathyamana Maharnava Dharanat, the entire ocean had to be borne. Remember, the mountain was borne by Kurma, but the entire world was borne by the Lord again, especially the oceans. So the one who is able to support by lifting up the oceans, Mathya Mana Maharnava Dharanat. Maharnavam is a great large ocean. He was able to support Apam Nidhihi. He is called as Apam Nidhi. The next nama is Adhishtanam. Mandaradrehe Adhishtanam. So what he says is, Now, besides supporting the entire world, besides supporting the ocean, he supported the mountain. So he is called as Adhishtanam. He becomes the substratum, a support for that particular mountain. The next nama is Apramattaha. Evam vidhanam traneshu apramattaha atyantam avihitaha. So he says that the one who is able to protect his devotees at the same time has the enthusiasm in him. Since he has the enthusiasm, the zeal, the real intent to protect his devotees, apramattaha, evam vidhanam traneshu apramattaha. So this way he is able to protect his devotees. Next, pratisthitaha. Manyana apekshaya swe mahimna pratisthitaha. Now, he is not dependent on others for support. Because of his significance, he spreads it over. Since he spreads it over, he is called as pratisthitaha. The next nama is Skandaha. So here the Acharya says, Swayam Asuradina Skandayati Shoshayati iti Skandaha. He ensures he kills the enemies, those of them who are non-adhering to the Vedas, those who torment the devotees. Since he brings about a destruction to the enemies who are not beneficial to the society, the nature of the world, he is called as Skandaha. The next nama is Skandadharaha. Tadrisham Surasenyanyapi mepi. Then he says, Sopi hi tasya vibhutihi. So, there is a Deva Senatipati. He is the commander-in-chief of all the Devas. Senatipati is Guha, Shanmuka, Kartikeya, Sharavana. So these are all the names given to Lord Muruga, who is called in the south. So the one who ensures that he protects even Skanda is called as Skandadharaha. Great works have described the pastimes of Lord Kartikeya. But here it is said that the Lord protects Kartikeya, Skandadharaha. The next one is Dhuryaha, Bhuvana Bhrite iti mantravarnat Dhuryaha. Now, how does he protect the world? He just protects the world through his yoga. How does he do yoga? By continuously meditating on mantra. So, mantram trayate. So, it is said, mantram yatnena gopayet. It has to be kept as a secret. So, the one who is able to grant the fruits to the people based on the mantra shakti that they have acquired. Bhuvana bhrite iti mantra varnat dhuryaha. Then he is called Dhurya. The next is Varadaha. Anyebhyopi lokakarya. Anyebhyopi lokakarya duryebhyo devebhyastan varan varad dadati iti varadaha. The one who is able to engage with Lokakarya Dhuryepi. So he is able to engage with the celestials, and as he keeps reviewing their caliber, Devyabhyastantan varan dadati iti varadaha. He grants boons to them. So thereby he grants boons. Arthitartha paridana dikshitam sarva bhuta suhridam dayanidhim devarajam adhirajamashraye, says Vedanta Deshika. Varadarajamupaasmahe vanajasanadi pujitam. Varadarajam upasmahe Nilameghajita shariram Niratishayanandakaram Kanchi Nagara Viharam Kali Rakshita Choram Kalidosha Haratitha Prabhava Guru Guhadinatam Kapila Shukadi Salnuta Garuda Vaharudam Varadarajamupaasmahe Vanajasanadi Pujitam Varadarajam Upasmahe. So here it is said that he is Varadaha. Varam dadati iti Varadaha. The next nama is Vayu Vahanaha. Jagat Pranam Vayum Vahayati iti Vayu Vahanaha. Now, for the entire world, he does say that he is the life breath. We say that the breath is different. He is Vayu, the Lord is different. The Lord rests within the breath. He is the very breath for all our acharyas and mystic saints. So he is called as Vayu Vahanaha. So if we say that there is a medium that carries it, it is the Vahanaha. What does it carry? Vayu. Who rests in it? The Lord. So Vayu Vahanaha is the name that concludes with the names of the Lord that are associated with Parashurama Avatara, and previously we have seen the other avataras. The names of Vasudeva have been described in a set of 12 namas from now on. The first, which is the 333rd nama, is Vasudevaha. Atha Dvishashtakadhyatma Vishayaha Vasudevaha. So whatever is going to be described now is that of Vasudeva. Vasuscha asau devascha iti vishvam swasmin savitriva vasayan pakshabhyam avichadayamscha tasmin vasatiti vasuhu evam kridati vijigishate atha cha dhyotate sthuyate gacchati cheti devaha ato vasudevaha. So he says, Vishwam swasmin savitriva vasayan. So in this entire world, we see so many creations. We see from Chima, in Telugu Chima is ant. Kita, again the same category. Then we see birds, we see trees. We see in the birds, the little ones, whatever we see in this world, be it the birds, the insects, the animals or the humans or whatever categories of people, he says, Tasmin vasatiti vasuhu, the one who stays within them entirely, controlling them, is called Vasuhu. Then he goes on to say, Evam kridati vijigishate atha cha dhyotate stuyate. So along with them he starts playing. He ensures that all these creations are puppets in his hands, and then he plays with them. Then he internalizes them, and then ensures that based on the karma they will have to experience activities. So all this put together makes him Vasudevaha. This name, Nama of Vasudeva, holds immense significance because Vasudeva could simply mean Vasudeva's son Vasudeva, Krishna. But in Paniniya Sutras and later the Mahabhashyam by Patanjali Bhagavan says that Vasudeva is not a common noun that you can associate. It is a proper noun that denotes the presence of Paramatma, who is recognized as now in the avatara as the son of Vasudeva. So this Vasudevavum is very, very important in terms of Paniniya Vyakaranam. Here, the next nama is 334th nama, Brihad Bhanuhu, Tatra Yad Bhoga Vibhutya Dyotamanatvam Tadaha Brihad Bhanuhu, Brihanto Bhanavaha Nityadiptaha Asya Iti. Now, when the sun shines, we see the beautiful rays coming. So, the one who is present as the quality of shine in the sun's rays. Now we have taken sun as the object which dispenses rays. Then he is called as Brihad Bhanuhu. The next one is Adi Devaha. Yadavara Vibhutya Kridati Tadaha Adi Devaha. Now he is the one who treats the entire creation that he has done as a sport, as his play. Akhila Bhuvana Janmasthema Bhangadi Lile Vinata Vivida Bhuta Vrata Rakshaika Dikshe Shruti Shirasi Vidipte Brahmani Srinivase Bhavatu Mama Parasmin Shemushi Bhakti Rupa, says Bhagavad Ramanuja. There he says Akhila Bhuvana Janmasthema Bhanga Adi Lile. Likewise, amongst the transcreations of Ramayana in the regional Indian languages, one of the foremost and the oldest is the Tamil Ramayanam called as Kamba Ramayanam. There, while introducing the work, the poet Kamban tells, Ulagam Yavayum Tam Ula Akkalum Nilai Peruttalum Nikkalum Ningala விளையாட்டுடையாரவர் தலைவர் அன்னவர்க்கே சரணாங்களே. விளையாட்டு, there he does quote the word Leela. For that one, where Leela is very, very important, the entire creation is his Leela, is Adidevaha. Next is Purandaraha. Asura Purani Dharayatiti Purandaraha. So, Asuras have, let's say that they have acquired many forts, and these forts or cities are built of various metals. When we say of Lord Shiva, Namaste Astu Bhagavan Vishweshwaraya Mahadevaya Trayambakaya Tripurantakaya Trikagnikalaya Kalagni Rudraya Mrityunjayaya Sadashivaya Shriman Mahadevaya Namaha. So there we say Tripurantaka. Lord Shiva is referred to as the one who brought an end to the three Puras. So there were three Asuras. In three metals they constructed Puras. Their boon was all three of us should die simultaneously. And simultaneously when we are dead, we should all be in a straight line. So when you have 3 points, to bring them to the line of best fit is possible, but suddenly bringing them to the same set of coordinates and then drawing a line is tough. So the Lord was waiting for the opportune moment. At that point in time, Lord Shiva got on to earth, which was treated as the chariot. The sun and the moon became the wheels. Brahma became the Sarathi, and then Lord Vishnu became the arrow. So it says Purandaraha. What destroyed it? The Lord with Vishnu as the arrow, with the end, the tip being Sudarshana, Harapura Ploshakarana. So then Purandara, the one who's Purandara, destroyed the cities of Asuras. So Asura Purani Dharayati iti Purandaraha. So he's called Purandara. The next nama is Ashokaha. Adhyatmikanam Shoka Mahashanayadinam Virodhi. So he will ensure that he will destroy the shokam, the moham of all the devotees, so that he can bring them to the path of righteousness and bhakti. In fact, the line is being said every year by many performing Vedic scholars. Kamo karishit, manyuva karishit. I should win over desire, I should win over anger. So this is being said. Kamo karishit, manyuva karishit. So here Ashokaha, he destroys the desire which is not applicable for the one who seeks moksham. So he is called Ashokaha. The next nama is Taranaha. Adhi Bhautikebhyascha Vairichora Bhayebhyaha Tarayatiti Taranaha. Here he mentions about Adi Bhautikebhyascha. Adi Bhautikebhyascha are those kind of fevers or diseases that we have because of organisms, about our enemies, and at the same time with respect to thieves. In such a case, Vairichora Bhayebhyaha Tarayati, the one who helps us cross the problems that we are facing because of germs. Now we are in pandemic, so that he helps us cross that. At the same time, because of animals, then he is called as Taranaha. The next one is Taraha. So the meaning is Sannidhanascha Sarva Samsara Bhayat Tarayatiti Taraha. Now, what is that which causes fear? The entire cycle of birth and death, and now that we are in samsaram, causes the fear. So the one, Sarva Samsara Bhayat Tarayati iti Taraha, the one who is able to get rid of the fear that we have because of samsara, is called Tarayati iti Taraha. Now let us understand where Taraha can be used. This Taraha helps us cross the cycle of births and deaths. The one that helps us cross is Taraka. Specifically, it is Taraka Mantram. Taraka Mantramu Korina Duri Kenu Dhanyudanaiti Nivoranna. Taraka Mantramu. So Bhadrachala Ramadas, who lived, Kancharla Goppanna, says Taraka Mantramu. Ramanamam is Tarakam. That is why Adi Shankara says to a person who's dying in Kashi, the Lord with the Trishula, Lord Shiva will go and stand near his right ear and tell, hey, Jivatma in this body, tell the name of Rama. If it's not possible, I will speak for you. So this Taraka Nama is the one that helps us cross the cycle. So he is called Taraha. The next Nama is Shuraha. Yadvijigishutvam tadaha Shuraha iti. The one who has victory with him, the one who ensures that he is always victorious, the one who ensures that he shows his valor by showing his victory is called Shuraha. So he has been successful in handling Hiranyakashipu, Hiranyaksha, Ravana, Kumbhakarna, Indrajit, Malyavan, Subahu, Maricha, Kharadushana Trishiras, then Putana, Trinavarta, Shakatasura, Keshi, Pralambhasura. He has been able to put the arrogance of Kaliya down. He lifted the Govardhana, thereby winning over Indra. All such attributes make him to be called as Shuraha. The next Nama is Shaurihi. Shurasya Vasudevasya Apatyam. So, this Shuri was none other than Vasudeva. Since he is the son of Vasudeva, he was called Vasudeva. And since he is the son of Shura, he is called Shaurihi. Because the same Nama will come elsewhere in Sahasranamam. That time it does deal with Archavataram. So, Utpalavatake Divye Vimanam Pushkarekshanam Shauriraja Mahammande Sarda Sarvanga Sundaram will be the Vakyam there, Purana Vakyam from there. But here we have him, he is called Shaurihi. The next Nama is Janeshwaraha. Evam Sarva Samplavano Aujvalya Aishwarya Mahoghaha Janeshwaraha. Now, for all those who are present in this universe, not leaving even one, not sparing even one, he is the one, he who is the Ishwara, the Lord of them all. So he is called as Janeshwaraha. The next Nama is Anukulaha. Nisarga Mahatvena Vismaya Madamanavarjanada Advelaha Anukulaha Kulam Anuvarta Iticha Anukulaha. Now, since he is naturally replete with all the essential characteristics like Jnana, Bala, Aishwarya, Virya, Shakti, Tejas, Anukulaha Kulam Anuvartata iti. Now, because of this, there is no garvam that comes in him. There is no arrogance or ego that comes in him. How does that not come in him? Because only if we imagine that something has come to us in the middle, we have never had it, it comes in the middle, we will feel very proud of it. Now, he is already replete with these attributes. So, the one who is bereft of arrogance and ego, despite having been a repository of all these auspicious attributes, is called as Anukulaha. In fact, in the mundane world, if a person is able to cooperate with us, a person is able to see a joint vision with us, we say, he is a Anukula. Anukula means he will think in our lines. When he does not do so, he is called Pratikulaha. The Lord is called Anukulaha for a reason. The next Nama is Shatavardhanaha. So, he says, Shatamavarto Asya iti. Avarta Shabde Naishwarya Vijrumbitani Lakshyate. So, he has got waves and waves, continuous flow of Avartana Shabda Aishwarya Vijrumbitani. So, he has got feet which are very auspicious. At the same time, his feet is like a continuous flow of grace. It will not stop in one moment. Like the waves in the ocean, it keeps following. So he is called as Shatavartaha. The next Nama, from this, for a set of 6 Namas, we will be experiencing Vasudeva and his various forms. So the first, which is the 345th Nama, which is Padmi. Leela Padmena Nitya Yogat Padmi. Now, if he keeps a lotus, what does that lotus denote? We will have to denote a quality in him. He's called Leela Padmena Nitya Yogat. I spoke about his entire ability to treat the creation as his play. Leela. Lokattu Leela Kaivalyam, says Badarayana. Here, Leela Padmena Nitya Yogat Padmi. He is inseparable from the eternal lotus of Leela. So he is called as Padmi. Next is Padmanibhekshanaha. Amala Kamalas Palananibam Shramapaham Vikshanam Asya Iti Padmanibhekshanaha. His eyes are like that of the lotus. It oozes beauty. How do we understand? When he came as Varaha, Mahavaraha Sputa Padmalochanaha. When he came as Nisimha, Saroja Sadrisha Drisha Vyatibhishajyate Vyajyate. His eyes are compared to that of lotus. When we take Rama Avatara, Father Dasharatha says, Unashodasha Varshome, Ramo Rajiva Lochanaha. Shurpanaka goes and tells Karadushana and Trishiras, Tarunau Rupa Sampannau Sukumarau Mahabalau Pundarika Visalakshau. Now, we will have Mandodari who says, Vyaktamesha Mahayogi Paramatma Sanatanaha Anadi Madhya Nidanaha Mahataha Paramo Mahan Tamasaf Paramodata Shankha Chakra Gadadharaha. So, as we go to the etc., it also carries lotus. And this lotus is akin to that of the Lord's eyes. Now, let us take Krishna Avataram. Tamadbhutam Balakamambujekshanam Chaturbhujam Shankagadar Yudharyujam. So, Shukabrahmam says, Ambuja Ikshanam. Later, when we go towards Mahabharatam, Duryodhana says, Bhishma Drona Vratikramyamam Shaiva Madhusudana Kimartham Pundarikaksha. So again Pundarikaksha, Aravindaksha, Pundarikaksha, Nalinayataksha, Kanchadalayataksha. All these names refer to the Lord with eyes to that of lotuses. Amala Kamalas Palananibham Shramapaham Vikshanam Asya Iti Padmanibhekshanaha. The next nama is Padmanabhaha. Nabhischa Padmanibho Asya Iti Padmanabhaha. So he has got a nabhi, a navel, which is as tender and as soft as that of a lotus. From that emerges a lotus, and seated upon it is Brahma. So the one who has got a navel which can be as supportive as the Lord with that of a lotus is called Padmanabhaha. Next, a very, very nice name, Aravindakshaha, 348th nama. Aravinda Sundare Akshini Asyeti Aravindakshaha. So he says, with respect to a lotus, Gambhiramba Samudbhuta Sumrishtanala Ravikara Vikasita Pundarikatala Amala Ayatekshanaha. He has got beautiful eyes. And how are his eyes? Like that of lotus. Where do we see it? Pankajanetram Parama Pavitram Shankachakradhara Chinmayaru Pau Venkatachala Nilayam Vaikuntha Puravasam. Pankaja Netram. Pankaja, the flower which grows up in the marshes, which is the lotus. Pankaja Netram, he has got eyes to that of lotuses. Even Chandogya Upanishad, which is an integral part of Samaveda, says, Tasya yatha kapyasam pundarikam eva makshini. So, he is called as Aravindakshaha. So, Swati Tirunal of the Kerala Music Center says, Pankajalochana Pahi Murare Pankajalochana. Tyagaraja of the Telugu tradition says, Yochana Kamala Lochana Yochana Kamala Lochana. So Kamala Lochana is Aravindaksha. Rajiva Lochana is Aravindaksha. But what about the previous name Padmanabhaha? Is it found only in Vishnu Sahasranama? No. In Lalita Sahasranama, which is an integral part of Brahmanda Purana, while referring to the Devi from the Shakta side, it is said, Padmanabha Sahodari Unmesha Nimishotpanna Vipanna Bhuvanavali. So Padmanabha deals with lotus, the Lord's navel being as tender and as sensitive as the lotus, and from the Nabhi we get transferred. We go to Aravindakshaha. He has got lotus like eyes, lotus petal like eyes. So he is called Aravindakshaha. The next nama is Padma Garbha Swasadrushena Surabhikomalena Asana Padmena Upasakamanasa Sarasijena Vagiryate Swatantra Vyavasthapyata Iti Padma Garbha. Now he has got attributes which are copies of the lotuses. For example, Surabhi Komalena Upasaka Manasa Sarasijena. Finally, where does that lotus with that great fragrance sit? It sits here in the heart. That is why we say Shantakaram Bhujagashayanam Padmanabham Suresham Vishwadharam Gagana Sadrisham Meghavarnam Shubhangam Lakshmi Kantam Kamala Nayanam Yogi Hriddhyanagamyam. Kamalanayanam is Aravindakshaha. Padmanabaha is Padmanabaha. Yogi Hriddhyanagamyam is Padma Garbhaha. So he says Swatantra Vyavasthapya iti Padma Garbhaha. The next nama is Sharira Bhrit. Idrishena Subhashrayena Swasharira Bhutam Upasakam Pushnati iti Sharira Bhrit. So he says the devotees will nurture the Lord in their very hearts and then always try to be as conducive towards Him, as agreeable towards Him. Then they say, Sharira Bhutamidam Upasakam, and they will start experiencing Him. Since for all the deities in the Sharira Bhutamidam Upasakam, He is important. He is called Sharira Bhrit. The next nama is Mahardhihi. Mahardhihi is Tadyoga Kshema Akshema Nisima Vibhutihi. Now, for the yogis who are now in yoga, he says Mahardhihi. So he says he will give undepleting, undeteriorating wealth. So the wealth will be infinite. So since he gives, he is called Mahardhihi. The next nama is Ruddhaha. Tat samriddhaya swayamapi samriddhaha ruddhaha. Now he says tat samriddhaya. Tat denotes the devotees, because we have been discussing the devotees. Swayamapi samriddhaha. So he is the one who also has that samriddhi in him. Since he is blessed with that samriddhi in prosperity, he is called Ruddhaha. The next nama is Vriddhatma. Imam Mahantam Mahimanam Chulakayanniva Pravriddha Atma Swarupam Asya Iti Vriddhatma. Now, he comes with a Mahantam Mahimanam, a great Vapu, a great Divyamangala Vigraha with all necessary characteristics. Pravriddha Dha Atma Swarupam Asya Iti Vriddhatma. So, he will give an image as if within this small scope, I come with such large powers, I come with such large significance. So, when he is able to get accustomed and customize himself into the periphery, he is called as Vriddhatma. So, within this, he is able to bring out a significance. The next nama is Mahakshaha. Mahana Pujyoksho Yasya Saha Mahakshaha. Now, what is the sign of prosperity for the Lord? The Lord is being carried by Garuda. Angeshwananda Mukhya Shruti Shikharamila Dandakam Gandapurvam Prage Vabhyasya Shatsu Pratidishamana Ghamnyasta Shuddhastra Bandha. So this is a shloka from Garuda Panchashat of Vedanta Deshika. When Garuda comes, all of them will rise, because Garuda is the incarnate of Veda. Garudan Uruvam Marayin Purulam Kannan Karigiri Mel Nindra Anaithum Kakindrane, says Vedanta Deshika. So Rupam Asya Iti Vriddhatma. The next nama is Mahakshaha. Mahana Pujyoksho Yasya Saha. Now, he is the one who has Garuda as his Vahana, the celestial vehicle. Since he has Garuda as a celestial vehicle, Garuda is treated as the quintessence of Vedas. Vedas can be divided into two: Brahmanam, Aranyakam, Samhita. All this forms Karma Kandam, and thereby Karma Mimamsa arrives. The last part, which is the Upanishad, is the Jnana Kandam, which is also the Vedanta. So we will have to marry the two here. So which is Mahakshaha, and then we have got Garuda Dhwajaha. So when we speak of Garuda Dhwaja, Saha Yeva Dhwajo Yasya Saha Garuda Dhwajaha. So he carries the Garuda, that celestial vehicle, who is now the personification of Vedas. So the Vedic personification is seen in Garuda, and Garuda carries the Lord. So he is called as Garuda Dhwajaha. So he says, Payyudai Naga Pagai Kodiyanukku Pallandu Kuruvane, says Periyalvar. Pai Udaitadu Nagam. So the snake has a pack full of poison. Payyudai Naga Pagai. Who is the enemy to that snake? Garuda. Kodiyanukku. So Garuda stands atop the Dhwajaha. So he is called as Garuda Dhwajaha. Atulaha. Evam Atulaha Anupamaha. So he is the one who has no comparison at all. So he is matchless, peerless, extraordinaire. So he is called as Atulaha. The next nama is Sharabhaha. Swayam Maryadati Vartinaha Shrinati iti Sharabaha. For those of them who cross the rules, who work diametrically opposite or tangential to the views, in that case he becomes the animal with fears, ferocious. He will just pounce on them to correct them. He is called as Sharabhaha. Next nama is 358th nama, which is Bhimaha. Ataste tasmat bibhyatiti Bhimaha. Now, for those of them who do not listen to the Shastra Vakyam, for those of them who ridicule the Shastra Vakyam, for them, ataste tasmat bibhyati. He does cause a fear in them. This fear is called as Bhimaha. Samayajnaha Bhaktebhyaha Swatmadavana Vasara Samayaha Tad Abhayadana Vratam Veti. Now, for the devotees, Swatmadavana Vasara Samayaha Tad Abhayadana Vratam. Now, he does give prosperity, blessings at the appropriate time. So, the one who blesses with prosperity at the appropriate time is him. The next nama, he causes fear in the minds of the demons. So, Havir Arihi Shruti Siddha Samayam Nyatva Tebhyaha Diyate Tairadiyate Cheti Havihi. So he does follow every step as prescribed by the Vedas and then performs a yagam. Then he says, Tad Vignam Apaharati iti harihi. And he also ensures that the impediments for the Upasaka to reach Parabrahman is removed. So he is called Havir Harityekam Nama. The next Nama is Sarva Lakshana. So he says here, Sarva Lakshana Lakshanyaha Atha Lakshmipatihi. Names from this will describe the Lord's association with Sri Mahalakshmi. He says, Atha Lakshmipatir Bhumihi Sakshar Lakshmi Lakshmi Satata Lingana Saubhagya Suchakaihi Sarvair Lakshanai Lakshane Jnana Sadhuhu. Shri Mahalakshmi, when she came and hugged Rama, Tam Drishtva Shatruhantaram Maharshinam Sukhavaham Babuva Krishta Vaidehi Bhartaram Parishasvaje. It was an act where she was completely embracing the Lord and the Lord accepted it. She is a repository of all auspicious herbs and medicinal herbs. Since she hugged Rama, the very embrace did cause the diminishing of the pain and the scars on his body, says Shastram. Then the next nama is Lakshmivan. So what does Lakshmivan mean? Tathaiva Lakshmiya Nitya Yogavan. He is inseparable from Mahalakshmi. The Tamil mystic poet Nammalvar tells, Agalagille Nirayumenna Alarmel Mangai Urai Marba Nigaril Pugadai Ulahamunudaya Ennai Alvani. Now coming to Telugu. Bhadrachala Ramadas tells, Nanu brova mani chepave Sitamma talli Nanu brova mani chepave. So then Annamacharya says, Ksheerabdi Kanyakaku Shri Mahalakshmi Kini Nirajalaya Munaku Nirajanam. So the presence of Mahalakshmi has been inseparable, has been there, which is Lakshmi Van. The next nama is Shamitanjayaha. Shamitanjayaha. Taya Jagat Pita Pitruvat Nivritti Karoyam Jivanam Spadasya Vivada Klesham Jayati Iti Samiti Vyajaha. Samitinjayaha. So he says, why should Brahma think twice to offer his namaskarams? Because he is the very sun. After creation, he can have a clear glimpse of the Lord so as to sustain the creation. So it has to do with the obeisances offered by Brahma and accepted by the Lord. He is called as Samitinjayaha. Next nama is Viksharaha. So when we look at Viksharaha, Yathokta Bhakta Pranayaksharanat Viksharaha. He, towards the devotees, he says, he has got love which is inseparable again. So, Yathokta Bhakta Pranayaksharanat Viksharaha. So, next is Rohitaha. Kamala Garbha Bhavatvat Rohitaha. Now, looking at the lotus from within, you will find beautiful petals, you will find a light pink color. So, the one who has got the hue as that of those petals which comes with that color is called as Rohitakshaha. The moment the Ocean King did not appear after 3 days, Valmiki says, Ramo Raktankalochanaha. His eyes became red. So you can think about that example here, which is Rohitaha. The next nama is Margaha. Upasakair Margyata iti Margaha. He is sought by Upasakas for those of them who want to attain Paramatma, for those of the Jivatmas who wishes to meditate and then attain upon Paramatma. It says that for them, he is the one who is searchable and who will be giving us a result. He is called Margaha. The next one is Hetuhu. Tad Hetuhu Hetuhu. Now, for those devotees who desire certain fruits, he ensures that he accomplishes for them some way or the other, maybe based on the karma of that person. So he is called Hetuhu. Next is Damodaraha. Udare Damani Asya iti Damodaraha. Now, he says that he succumbed to the pressure of the lady called Yashoda, who tied him to the mortar. She said, Yadi Shaknoshi Gachatvam Atishanchala Cheshtita Sachakara Kutumbini. A lady who does not know which hand to use, whether it is left or whether it is right, today is telling Krishna, if you move out of this place, you will know who I am. So the entire world sees him as the creator, but to him the creator becomes Yashoda. So here he says, Damodaraha. Yashoda, Udare Damani Asya iti Damodaraha. She tied it around the abdominal region, so he is called Damodaraha. Next is Sahaha. Evam Tad Bandhanatarjana Batsaranadikam Sahitaha iti Sahaha. Now, if someone starts ridiculing him, if someone shouts at him, then he will be able to listen to it patiently. Since he has got the ability to withstand if something is posed against him. If it is towards his devotees, he will come as Nrisimha, he will come as Varaha, he will come as Rama. So he is called as Sahaha. The next nama is Mahidharaha. Sa eva bhubhara dharanena Mahidharaha. So here he says, so eva bhubhara dharena. So the earth is burdened by such antisocial elements. From the antisocial elements, he is able to get through the process of annihilating them and restoring peace. The next nama is Mahabhagaha. Vallavi Neela Shodasha Sahasra Divya Kanyaka Rukmini Satyabhama Jambhavati Prabhritinam Swayambara Saubhagyavatvat Mahabhagaha. So the one who has won over so many women, extremely beautiful and talented. He says, Divya Kanyaka Rukmini Satyabhama Jambavati Prabhritinam Swayambara Saubhagyavatvat. He won them through his valor, through his knowledge, through his looks. All of them he has attained. Then he says, Saubhagyavatvat Mahabhagaha. So he is a very, very fortunate man. He is called as Mahabhaga. The next one is Vegavan. Manushya dharmalile balyepi durvara paramaishwarya prasaratvat is called Vegavan. So he will ensure that Manushya dharmalila balyepi durvara paramaishwarya. So right from the childhood there is an exemplification of such qualities. Such qualities get exhibited, and later when the child realizes the bhavartham and then starts following it, it is Vegavan. The next nama is Amita Shanaha. Aparimitam Gopair Indraya Parikalpitam Ashnam Asyeti Amita Shanaha. So in certain cases the other person will come very close, whereas here Amita Shanaha, he will ensure that he becomes greater than Indra in all his aspects. And for all the activities that he does, we will not be able to comprehend. He brought all the folks of his village before Govardhana, asked them to cook food and said, go on a parikrama. By the time they finished parikrama, he swallowed the entire food, saying, even if it is kept to a mountain, I am the Antaryami to the mountain, so the Havis has to come to me. So he is called as Amita Shanaha. The next one is Udbhavaha. Swa Bandhanu Sandhainam Bhava Bandha Nirdhutanedvo Yadvo Bhavaha Asmad Iti Udbhavaha. So he is the one where Yashoda has tied him. Bhavaha asmaditi udbhavaha. The moment she will release him, and this anecdote when heard will release anybody from the bondage of karma, is called udbhavaha. So whatever is applicable then is applicable now when we meditate upon udbhavaha. The next nama is Kshobanaha. Anyana bandharhana bandhanim cha prakritim kshobayati iti kshobanah. Now he ensures that the jivas, the jiva vargas, the chetanas, bandhanim cha prakritim kshobayati. But they are all bound by prakriti, this mundane world. So the prakriti is bound to jivatma. Jivatma tries establishing a rapport with the Paramatma. So the Paramatma Jivatma relationship, the Jivatma Prakriti relationship has been brought together in this nama called as Kshobanaha. The next one is Devaha. Maya Pashena Vyagra Varahadiva Jivana Badhva Divyata iti kridati. Even animals like boar, even animals like tiger, for them he ensures that the Jivatma is there. Since they may not be getting food in certain occasions, they will reach their very own abode. In such cases also he helps. So he is called Devaha. The next one is Shri Garbha. Evam Praya Bhoga Krida Sahityena Vartamanasya Shririti Shri Garbha. Now, coming to the activities associated with the Lord, he says, like how he supports, a mother supports the child, he too supports Mahalakshmi. See, he says, Shrir iti Shri Garbha. Shri Mahalakshmi rests in him, which means that he is able to protect his wife despite so many activities going on. The next nama is Parameshwaraha. Evam Lakshmi Swayam Grahana Saf Prayojana Parameshwaryaha. Parameshwaraha. He is called Parameshwaraha. Now there may be a slight doubt. Shiva Bhaktas may say Lord Shiva is called Parameshwaraha. Vaishnavas may say that Parameshwaraha is not a name for us because it is kept by Lord Shiva. Not true so. In Vishnu Sahasranamam, Parashara Bhatta, Vedavyasa, Bhishmacharya referred to Lord Vishnu as Parameshwaraha too. So what will be the meaning? Sav Prayojana Parameshwariyaha. Parameshwaraha, Sav Prayojana. So there is a certain reason associated with Parameshwaraha. What is that reason? He will ensure that the qualities that he has impresses Mahalakshmi. That is why in Srimad Ramayana, while he had to introduce Guha, he says, this is my brother. So Sita, this is your brother. Should have been his dialogue. He doesn't say so. He is your brother Sita. If he is your brother, in that case, I will also treat him, because when only you accept somebody, will I accept somebody. Then he says, Sugriva has received the grace and then he received the kingdom. How? Because when Mahalakshmi was flying, her grace fell on him. Yasyam yasyam dishi viharate devi drishtistvadiya tasyam tasyam ahamahamikam dhanvate sampadogaha. So this very concept of having Sri Mahalakshmi as an inseparable person from him has been reflected here. Now, we will go to those names that denote the Lord as the very instrument who will let the creation of the world happen and who will let be a part of it. The 379th Nama is Karanam. Swafpraptehe sadhaka tamatvat Karanam. Now, he is the best instrument for us. One of the best means for us to attain him. We don't have to depend on somebody else. He is the Siddha Yoga. He is always there. Siddhopayam. So we can fall at his feet. He is called Karanam. The next Nama is Karanam. Tais dvata satat karyayati iti Karanam. Now, for those of them who have got senses, he will be able to give and dispense that quintessential knowledge based on the capacity of the indriyas of that person. Since he does that, he is called as Karanam, the cause. The next one is Karta. Tatra Swatantraha Karta. The person who does, being the instrument, the means to attain Paramatma, at the same time dispenses knowledge that is required to understand Paramatma. Finally, the one who combines this and is independent in a way is called as Karta. The next Nama is Vikarta. So initially we saw that the senses help understand the pleasure and pain for a devotee. At the same time, we also ensure that the person who rules it shuns that. Here in Vikarta, he says that the pleasure and pain may not be harming the Lord because he is bereft of it. So he is called Vikarta. The next Nama is Gahanaha. Evam sarvesham jnanayatana bhoga tadupakarana swarupeshu tadabhinna tantrabhinamatmake Manatmake Mahagune Gahanaha Ati Bhumihi. Now, the qualities of Jivatma are certain different. The qualities of him are certain different. Now, he tries to understand both the set of parallel streams and act upon it. So, he is called as Tadupakarana Swarupa Swarupeshu Tadabhibinna Tantrat Bhinatmeke. So in that case, he ensures that he does not let the qualities collide with each other. The next Nama is Guhaha. Evam Guhati Rakshatiti Guhaha. This way, he protects the entire Prakriti Mandalam with the Chetanas and he protects the Jivatmas with it, which is the Chetana. Since he does both the protection very adeptly, he is called Guhaha. The next set of few namas will describe the Lord. It describes the Lord as the one who is the creator of the Dhruva Mandalam. Thereby in the Dhruva Mandalam, what all sovereign power he has. So it begins with the Nama, which is the 385th Nama, which is Vyavasayaha. Atishayena Siyate Badhyate Asmin Jyotis Chakramiti. Let us understand the various stars that are there. Let us understand the Bhumi which is there. Let us understand the Surya and the Chandra who are there. Not a single day we say that the moon fell by itself and fell on this earth and then got immersed into the earth. No, it is where it is. Sun is where it is. Now comes the question, who controls all of them? He has a remote control called as Sankalpa Shakti. Dyausya Chandrarka Nakshatraha Kham Disho Bhurmaho Dadihi Vasudevasya Viryena Vidhrutani Mahatmanaha. So to that Vasudeva, Vyavasayaha denotes the one who is able to control the entire creation adeptly. Then the next nama is Vyavasthanaha. Tan Mulaha Kalaha Kala Muhurta Dhyatma Tatraiva Vyavatishteti. Now, let us take Muhurta, Kala. These are all notifications for time. In that case, he is able to manage, divide and present time to the devotees, thereby telling for Kala Chakram too, he is the leader. He is called Vyavasthanaha. The next nama is Samsthanaha. Sarvam yetasmin santisthate samapyata iti samsthanaha. Now, all these activities that we know of in the astronomical world will all converge to the Lord. He may look as a small part to it, but the entire universe is in him. So, he is the one who is able to converge all these activities to one place. He is called Samsthanaha. The next nama is Sthanadaha. Sayeva Paramapada Prapti Hetave iti mantra varnanat Sthanadaha Tat Vishnoho Paramam Padam. So we keep describing the highest abode where the Jivatma is yet to go. So he says, iti mantra varnat Sthanadaha. So he pervades himself in the mantra, and through the recitation of the mantra by the practitioner, at one point in time, he gives a glimpse of Vaikuntha and later he takes him there. So he is called Sthanadaha. The next nama is Dhruvaha. Sakhalu Tunga Pada Pradhanena Arvachinam Dhruvamapi Dhruvichakara Ato Dhruvaha. So here we have Dhruva. This Dhruva was the son of Uttanapada and Suruchi. Dhruva is the son of, is the half brother to Suruchi and Uttanapada's son Uttama. So Uttanapada had a wife called Suruchi, whose son was Uttama. Uttanapada had a wife called Suniti, whose son was Dhruva. Dhruva was very hurt by the words of his aunt, who is none but Suruchi. So he went and sought asylum at the feet of Narada, as per Srimad Bhagavatam. He went and sought asylum at the feet of Saptarishis, as per Vishnu Puranam. So combined with this, he goes to the forest, recites Dwadasakshari, the 12-letter mantra. Just some time back, we did speak about Sthanadaha. He pervades within the mantra. As this boy was performing, the Lord appeared, graced him through the palm that supposed the Shankasparsha Karam with Kapola Deshe, with the nice chins. As he did that, the boy started singing praises of the Lord, which is called as Dhruva Smritihi. Now, Dhruva means something which is steady. Here, Dhruva Santana Rupa, that is why they say after his time, the very remembrance, the art of remembrance was called as Dhruva Smritihi. To that Dhruvaha, Sakhalu Tunga Pada Pradhanena Arvachinam Dhruvamapi Dhruvichakara Ato Dhruvaha. So, he is there in that highest position where he has reached that place, Dhruva Mandalam, which is the highest of the abodes that we see in this universe, because of having his steadfast devotion to the Lord. So, this is the 389th nama called as Dhruvaha.
Jayatyashrita Santrasa Dhvanta Vidvamsa Nodayaha Prabhavan Sitaya Devya Parama Vyoma Bhaskaraha. In the names of the Lord that describe Sri Rama as the reviver, as the rejuvenator of the distressed and the dead, these are the namas that begin. 390th nama, Parardhihi. सर्वैश्वर्यादपि parasya kalyana guna samriddhir iti parardhihi. So there are certain gunas, qualities that define the Parabrahman. Jnana bala, Aishwarya virya, Shakti tejas. Now, if these are the essential characteristics, now Shastram speaks of Swarupa Nirupaka Dharmam. Satyatvam, Jnanatvam, Anantatvam, Anandatvam, Amalatvam. These are called as the defining gunas. Now, over and beyond this, there are gunas that will further describe the Parabrahman. They are the Kalyana gunas, for example. Saulabhyam, Saushilyam, Mardavam, Marjavam, Sauhardam, Vatsalyam, Karunyam, Gambhiryam, Sthiryam, Dhairyam, Viryam, Parakramam, Satyakam. These are all Kalyana gunas. Now, Kalyana guna samriddhir iti parardhi, the one who's a repository of such Kalyana gunas is referred to by the name Parardhihi. The next nama is Paramaspashtaha. Kincha Paramaspashtaha Spashta Pratyaksha Drishtasva Paramyaha. Now, while he is born as Rama, he is living as Rama, there are certain characteristics, there are certain anecdotes that may be related to that he is Parabrahmam. So, Kincha Paramaspashtaha Spashta Pratyaksha. It is very clear. One. Tatascha dvadashe maase chaitre navamike tithau nakshatre aditi daivatye swachcha samstheshu panchasu. As Valmiki describes, he says, graheshu karkate lagne. As he begins describing the grahas, he starts speaking about 5 grahas exalted. Pancha uche lokanayakaha. So, these 5 grahas which are exalted will relate that he is a world leader. This is just step 1. Whereas in Kishkinda Kandam, when Hanuman meets up with Rama for the first time, he says, Ayatascha suvrittascha bahavaha parighopamaha sarvabhushana bhusharhaha kimarthamna vibhushitaha. So while describing Rama, he says, bahavaha, for which the commentator Govindaraja says, Yadva Hanumato Chaturbhuja Veshena Drishyo Abhavat. So he says, only for the sake of his great devotee Hanuman, Rama showed 4 hands. Why is this important? Because in Vyakaranam, in Sanskrit grammar, if it is 1 hand, it is Bahu. If it is 2, it is Bahu. If it is more than 2, it is Bahavaha. If Rama was present there, it should have been called Bahu. But here Valmiki refers to the word Bahavaha, which denotes that the 2 extra limbs that carry the Shankham and Chakram was visible only to Hanuman. The one who makes his divine characteristics explicit is called as Paramaspashtaha. The next nama is Tushtaha. Adhikritadhikaratva paratvadapi atishayena samasta manushyadi adhikarayor dasharathitva jagat palanayor labhat pritaha tushtaha. So, even while he chooses to be born on the earth, he chooses his father, Ichchadinam. So, he chooses his father. Samasta manushyadi adhikarayor dasharathitva jagat palanayor palanayor bhat pritaha tushtaha. Now, despite choosing to be born as a human and despite being wanting to be a normal human, Atmanam Manushamanye Ramam Dasharathatmajam, he has chosen his father. In such a case, he goes completely in adherence to the Shastram. Because when we say Dasharathi, the entire avataram focuses itself on the Samanya Dharmam, which is Pitruvakya Paripalanam. The second thing is, in Srimad Ramayanam, Rama said that Sita is not the lady whom I chose. It was chosen by my father. Dara Pitrikritaha iti. So here, it is the very concept of the Lord who chooses to be the son of Dasharatha, who is Tushtaha. The next nama is Pushtaha. Evam Mahagunaihi Paripurnaha Pushtaha. The one who is a repository of great qualities. very soft spoken. Purvabhashi, Madhurabhashi cha Raghavaha. Then he used to respect the elders. Vayovriddhaihi, Jnanavriddhaihi, Sheelavriddhaihi. He was an exemplification of valor. So, Viryavan, Samarthaha, Vidwan, Jitakrodaha. These are all gunas that describe him. In fact, the first few shlokas of Ramayanam, Valmiki poses them as questions. Konasmin sampratam loke gunavan kascha viryavan dharmajnascha kritajnascha satyavakyo dridhavrataha charitrena cha ko yuktaha dharmabhuteshu kohitaha vidwan kakkas samarthascha kaschaika priyadarshanaha atmavan ko jitakrodaha dyutiman ko anasuyakaha kasya bibhyati devascha jataroshasya sanyuge. So in such a case, we have the nama which is Pushtaha. The next nama is Shubhekshanaha. Swakarmakam swakartrikam cha darshanam atishubham asyeti shubhekshanaha. Now, in Srimad Ramayanam, Valmiki says, when Rama used to walk on the streets, he makes a remark. He says, those of them who lived at that point in time on earth, they would criticize themselves, they would mock themselves if they have never had the opportunity to see Rama, or if they have never had the opportunity to be seen by Rama. Yancha Ramam na pashyetu, yancha Ramo na pashyati. So, people will ridicule such people, it seems, if you have not been seen by Rama or you have not seen Rama. So he says, Swakarmakam, Swakartrikam cha, Darshanam ati shubham asyeti shubhekshanaha. So the one who is the treat to our eyes by having had a complete auspicious form is called as Shubhekshanaha. Now, the next nama is Ramaha. We will all be wondering, why does Lord Shiva say Sri Rama, 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 iti rame rame manorame? Is that Ramanama a part of Vishnu Sahasranamam? See, we have got Ramaha, Ramaha. Ramyate asmin sada sarvaihi guna rupa vashikritaihi iti Ramaha. So there is a shloka by Valmiki which goes like this. Chandrakantananam Ramam ativa priyadarshanam rupa audarya gunaihi pumsam drishtichittapaharinam. He says Chandrakantananam Ramam. Rama's Ananam, which is face, Chandrakantananam. It is like the full moon. Chandrakantananam Ramam ativa priyadarshanam. He is very handsome to look at. Rupa audarya gunaihi pumsam. Through his qualities like Rupa, Audarya, Guna. So these are all gunas that he showcases. Rupam is his form. Audaryam is his innate ability. So his external form impresses the eyes. His innate quality impresses the mind. Rupa, Audarya, Gunaihi, Pumsam, Drishti, Chitta, Apaharinam. The other point is, his beauty and his qualities are so relishable that if men themselves fall prey to it, what to speak of women? So Ramaha Ramyate asmin sada sarvaihi guna rupa vashikritaihi iti Ramaha. The next nama is Viramaha. Viramyate asmin varapradair brahmadibhir varaishchavadhyatvadibhir varaischa ravanadibhir iti Viramaha. So boons were given to Ravana by Brahma. Later, Ravana started tormenting the other devotees and the other citizens. That is when the Lord, who wanted to respect Brahma by keeping up the boons, at the same time bringing about the annihilation of Ravana, thereby saying that both the boons, what Ravana has acquired, and Ravana, who is the person, and the one who has given boons, Brahma, they all come under me. So, as here, he starts resting in them. So, he is not overtly exerted or taxed. He says, I will take care of it. And he rests. When does he rest? He feels, Brahma has given boons, Ravana is misusing, I will take care, I will take care. But he says it very casually. So, he is called Viramaha. So, Ramaha, Viramaha. Next, the next nama, the 397th nama is Virataha. Nisarga nairapekshena kripanat rajyadehe virataha. So,
he was told by Dasharatha, Kintu chittam manushyanam anityamiti me matam. You do not know, Rama, how people's thoughts will vary. So I wish to see you as the king. I wish to see you as the heir apparent first. So now I announce that you will become the heir apparent. Just a few hours later, he calls up Rama and says that we will not give you the Rajyam. It would have been a big shock for any normal person. But Rama accepts that too. So he accepts Labha, Alabha, Jaya, Ajaya. Labha, Labhau, Jaya, Jayau, says Krishna as Gita Charya in Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Rama worked towards that concept and showcased it. Hence, he is called as Virataha. So he is not interested in the Rajyam. The next one, 398th Nama, Margaha. Bharadwajadi Munibhir Margyata iti Margaha. So Bharadwaja. So we have got many rishis. Bharadwaja, one who is a very senior person who was a Sishya to Valmiki. Later Rama goes and accepts the hospitality of Bharadwaja in Ayodhya Kandam. Now the one who is being sought after by sages even like Bharadwaja. So if Bharadwaja and other rishis have been trying to meditate on Rama, imagine his greatness. He is called as Margaha. The next Nama is the 399th Nama. Neyaha. Suhridam niyoga hartvat neyaha. So when his devotees who have excess love towards him say that you have to do this, he will do it. Let us take for example Bhakti Sara, who was asked to go out of the kingdom, whose student was asked to go out of the kingdom. At that point in time, Bhakti Sara felt that I will not stay here, even I will leave. But when he told the Lord, you should also come with me, the Lord went along with him, it seems. Likewise, the one who can even be commanded by devotees on condition that their love is unconditional, then he is called as Neyaha. Bhadrachala Ramadas constructed a beautiful temple for Lord Rama on Bhadrachalam. But at the same time, he was imprisoned. He prayed to the Lord. He prayed to the goddess. Then the Lord, in order to observe the Agnya, the order given to him, he came as Ramoji and Lakshmanoji. So, Anupamanamai ati sundaramai dhanarucha kramulu dhaga dhaga meri sedi adigo Bhadradri Gautami idigo chudandi. Mutamulo Sita Mudita Lakshmanulu Kalisi Koluvaga Raghupati Undedi Adigo Bhadradri Gautami. So Bhadrachala Ramadas, one of the greatest devotees that we might have seen, to him the Lord succumbed to. He says, I will follow your order. If the devotee is filled with devotion, the Lord tries to follow his orders. So he is called as Neyaha. The next Nama, 400th Nama, is Nayaha. Techa Tayasmin Niyata iti Nayaha. Now, he has made a promise that he will protect the rishis living in the forest from the demons. Tevayam bhavataraksya bhavad vishayavasinaha nagarastho vanasthova tvamno raja janeshwaraha. The rishis said, Rama, you will have to protect us from the demons. It seems Rama asked, see, I am now in the forest, I am not in the city. How can you ask me? The rishis said, Tevayam bhavataraksya bhavad vishayavasinaha. How does it matter? Nagarastho Vanasthova, whether you are in a Nagara, a city, or Vanasthova, or in a Vana, Tvamno Raja Janeshwaraha, aren't you the Lord for us? So the one who has promised to protect the rishis and has acted by it is called Nayaha. Techa Tayasmin Niyata iti Nayaha. The 401th Nama, Anayaha Sayeva Asuhrid Asuhrid Bhirna Nayo Asyaditi iti Anayaha. So, he cannot be commanded or he cannot be driven away by the enemies. He will teach them a lesson. Karadushanadi Yuddham.
For example, Vedanta Deshika says, Viradha Harina Shardula Vilulita Bahupala Maka Kalama Rajanichara Mriga Mrigayaramba Chirabrita Nuroda Trishira Shiras Tritaya Timira Nirasa Vasarakara Dushana Jalanidhi Soshana Toshita Rishigana Goshita Vijaya Ghoshana Karatara Utkandana Chanda Pavana Visapta Rakshas Sahasranamam Vilolana Mahakalabha Asahaya Shura Anapaya Sahasa. So he says, Viradha Harina Shardula, to the demon who was Virada, who came in the who was like a deer, Rama became the tiger. Trishira Shirastritaya Timira Nirasa Vasarakara. Two Trishiras, who was with 3 heads, all his 3 heads were cut. Timira Nirasa Vasarakara, like the sun that dispels darkness. Dushana Jalanidhi Soshana Toshita Rishigana Goshita Vijaya Ghoshana. So, 2. Dushana, who was another demon, he was like an ocean, but the Lord's powers were like the powers to evaporate the entire ocean, dry up the entire ocean. Karatara Karataru Kandana Chanda Pavana. Kara, the Asura, was like a tree. And the Lord Rama was like a Chandamarutam, was like a cyclone. He drove away the tree. Karatara Karataru Kandana Chanda Pavana. So the one who does all this is called as Anayaha. The next nama is Veeraha. Rakshasam Atibhaya Chalana Hetutvat Veeraha. So, Asuras, they will start struggling, they will start trembling before Rama. It seems there was one Asura, when we say Asura, now for example, let us take him to be a Rakshasa because he has come dispatched by Ravana. So his name was Akampana. Kampanam means trembling, shivering. He was called Akampana. He will never tremble or shiver. But when Rama had to fight, even he had to escape from the battlefield by wearing a sari because Rama thought we should never be disrespecting or hurting the woman. So he drove him away. The other very example that we all can think of where people trembled, one was Maricha. Maricha was seated, Ravana came, asked him to go as a deer. To whom asked Maricha, he said, you'll have to go to Rama. Rakara adini namani. Don't ever say names with begin with Ra. I start trembling because that Rama, while he was at the age of 12, he shot me and I'm sitting here. I don't know whether what will happen to me now. Don't take that name. So the one who brings about that fear or shivers is called as Veeraha. So Rakshasam Atibhaya Chalana Hetutvat Veeraha. The next nama is Shaktimatam Sreshtaha. So he says, Shaktimatam Suradinam Atishayena Prashasya Iti. Now, he is greater than the most of the powerful devas. If we think Agni is most powerful, he is greater than that. If we think Vayu is most powerful, he is greater than that. If we think Indra is more powerful, he is greater than that. If we think Shiva and Brahma are powerful, he is greater than that. In such a case, he is called Shaktimatam Sreshtaha. The next nama is Dharmaha. Abhyudaya Nishreyasabhyam Sarvasya Sakshadvaranat Dharmaha. So he says, the one who blesses his devotees both with Ihaloka Saukhyam, which is wealth, and Paraloka Saukhyam, which is Moksham, is called as Dharmaha. So he supports all the devas this way. He is called as Dharmaha. The next nama is Dharma Viduttamaha. Dharma Vitsuttamo Dharma Viduttamaha. Dharma Jnane Vasishtha Vamadeva Markandeyadinam Sishyaha Api Ujjivyaha. So he is a repository of Dharma Shastram, Dharma Jnanam and Dharma Gunam. And he is also a Sishya who has learnt great meanings from Vasishtha, Vamadeva, Markandeya Dinam. So from these rishis he has learnt. At the same time, he is so steadfast with dharma that at one point in time, he will end up teaching dharma to all these rishis. So he is called Dharma Viduttamaha. The next nama is Vaikunthaha. Here it is said, Sarvesham Samsleshayita Vaikunthaha. So, In certain cases, he will fill the gap between him and his devotees. On the first day when Guha offered him fruits, Rama did not accept. But the next day he accepted. How could he change his mind so often? He thought the first day I am not accepting because Guha is reaching me directly and is without a guru. But now I have decided that I will fill the gap by being the guru to Guha, and at the same time I will accept him as well. So he is called as, here, hence it goes as Vaikuntha. The next nama is Purushaha. Parama Pavanatvat Purushaha. He is the purity personified. Pavitranam Pavitramyo Mangalanamscha Mangalam. He is the repository of Mangalatvam, auspiciousness. He is the repository of Pavitratvam. So thereby purity and auspiciousness are there in him. Purushaha. The next nama is Pranaha. Sarva Pranat Pranaha, the one who is actually the life breath, the one who rejuvenates everybody whom we see. So on the battlefield of Yuddham in Sri Lanka, when all of them fell, he asked for Hanuman's help. Hanuman came and helped. At one point in time, Garuda came and helped. In whichever way help he was, when Rama used to look at someone, they used to feel rejuvenated. So he is called as Pranaha. The next nama is Pranadaha. Prasiddhanam api pranan dadati iti pranadaha. So he says dadati iti pranadaha. So he says he is the one who bestows people with the dharma bhuta jnanam and the life in every body, in a pancha bhautika shariram. Since he does that, he is called pranadaha. The next one is pranamaha. Swagunaischaracharan namat pranamaha chara achara namanat. So he says he is the one who is recommended and is deserved to be worshipped. So he is called as Pranamaha. So if you take up great temples even in the south of India, Valmiki would have come and worshipped Rama. So in such cases, worshipping Rama becomes mandatory because he is a repository of all the qualities that define Parabrahmam. He is the one who tried leading a life that could set example in certain ways. So he is called as Pranamaha. The next one is Yashasamapi Vistirna iti Prituhu. And at every form that he takes, he spreads his fame. The greatness of him is that the fame or the aura that is spread to all the devotees. He is called as Pruthuhu. So when Guha had to meet up with Rama in Shringiberapuram, which is his place, Rama didn't have to introduce himself because Rama's activities and gunas were so pure that people around in all the regions knew of it. In fact, Vali questions him. வாய்மையும் மரபும் காத்து மண்ணுயிர் துறந்த வள்ளல் தூயவன் மைந்தனே நீ பரதன் முன் தோன்றினாயே. Your father was such a great man, Rama. Your brother Bharata is such a great man. How are you like this? So the point is, people knew of Dasharatha, people knew of Bharata. When these people have a fame, Rama was a person who was central to it. The next one is Hiranya Garbha. Hitaramaniyasya Dhyatru Hridayasya Shubhashrayattvena Nirgiyatvat Hiranya Nidhi Samyada. So he is the one in those people who do meditation in their hearts. For those people, he will be the very Amritam. It says Subhashrayattvena Nigiryatvat Hiranya Nidhi Samyada. He is the one who is a Hiranya Nidhi. He is the one who is the treasure trove. So he is called as Hiranya Garbha. The next nama is Shatrughnaha. Vishayeshu Vikshepanat Tesham Ravanacham Indriya Varga Viveka Sharair Hanti Shamayatiti Shatrughnaha. If the senses that we have, Darpo, Dagra, Dashendriya, Namanaha, Naktaccharadishtite, Dehesmin Bhavasinduna, Madigate, Dinam Dashamasthitaha, Adhyatve, Hanumatu, Sameta Guruna, Prakyapitarthav Puman, Lanka, Ruddha Videha, Rajatanayan, Nyayena Lalapyate, the Dashendriyam, Pancha Jnanendriyam, Pancha Karmendriyam that torments a Jivatma is akin to that of Ravana. And the only way to destroy that particular impediment we have is to use the arrow of Viveka. In Sankalpa Suryodayam, Vedanta Deshika deals with this elaborately. So he is called as Shatrughnaha. The next nama is Vyaptaha. Tadhyane Mugdha Vridra Bhartru Bhritya Shatru Mitradishu Vatsalya Viseshat Vyaptaha. So, he in turn, without differentiating, he ensures that he channelizes his grace and love equally to all of them. So his love and aura pervade everywhere. He is called Vyaptaha. The next nama is Vayuhu. Swayameva tatra tatra tanu gachatiti Vayuhu. So, for those people who are genuinely devoted towards him, he goes to their house and blesses them. To the house of Guha and Shringiberapura, Rama, along with Sita and Lakshmana, went to that place to bless. He wanted to bless Hanuman and Sugriva. He went all the way to Kishkinta to bless them out. He wanted to bless Shabari. So he went to her ashramam and blessed her. So the concept is Vayuhu, like how it pervades everywhere, the Lord will also go to that particular place to bless them. Next, Adhokshajaha Evam Amrutodadhivat Sarvaihi Sadopajamanopi Adhonakshiyate Jatu Yasmat Tasmat Adhokshajaha. Next he says, like how his qualities are like an ocean, how much ever you start experiencing the waters of that guna ocean, it will never get dried because it is so deep. The one that is so deep, he says, Adhonakshiyate jatu yasmat tasmat adhokshajaha. So his qualities are so deep that even if a few of them are being experienced, the volume does not come down and it will not dry up. The next nama is Rutuhu. Sadapya purvai sarvollasa karair uttarottara gunair upayair richati iti ruchuhu. So he says, now he says that Sadapya, so so if all his gunas have been envisioned as water, sea waters, one guna after the other comes, so that we don't give a gap for the devotee or the person who's experiencing to take some time. One guna after the other comes. In such a case, he is called as Rutuhu, to just show the person whom you are meditating is no ordinary person. The next guna is Sudarshanaha. Guna Prabhavan Abhijnanam api Darshanamatrameva Shobhanam iti. Now, he is the one, on one side he is showing his qualities, he is the one who is also showing his nice beautiful form. When he shows his nice beautiful form, so it says, Abhijnanam api darshanamattrameva. So what is the insignia here? His entire body, which is a repository of qualities as well as very beautiful to look at. So he is called Sudarshanaha. The next nama is Kalaha. Evam bhutair gunair atmani charachara sankalanat kalaha. So, in the characharas, he ensures that he showers love on them, gives them the knowledge, and finally makes sure that they all reach towards him. He is called as Kalaha over a period of time. Next, Parameshti evam rakshasa mrigagaya jagadrakshane cha atra vihritya punaha parame sthane tishtati iti parameshti. Now, after killing the demons, he has gone to Vaikuntham. So the one who has completed his avatara mission is called so. Atimanusha Shila Vritta Veshaihi Ativrittamara Vikrama Pratapaihi Atilangita Sarvaloka Samyam Varaye Vaishnava Vaibhavavataram. So after this avatara, he goes back to his abode. The next nama is Parigraha. Atra tatra cha parito grahaha asya iti parigrahaha. Swasambandhi paurajana pada tat sambandhinam tad devata tadarama duradvorapi paramapada prapanat. Now, while he left to Vaikuntham, he ensured that he took all of them along. He did not want to differentiate between the plants, the flora and the fauna. He did not want to segregate human beings based on the varna. He took all of them Alvars mention about this. Annu characharangalai vaihundathetti adalaravappagayeri ashurar thammai vendru. Kulashekara Alvar of Kerala says this. There is another Alvar who also says, who is Swami Nammalvar. Karpari Ramabiranai allal mattum karparo purpa pullerumbado ninniye narpal ayothiyil vaazhum characharangal muttravum narpalukku uithanan naanmuganar petra naatule. So in whichever form he is, he will take all the chara and acharas along with him during the end of Ramavataram. Hence he is called as, it says here, Parigraha. So he says, Tada Ramata Durvadairapi Paramapada Prapanati. They will get even Paramapadam, says this Nama of 421. In the next set of Namas, Parashara Bhatta takes us through a very interesting avatara, which is the Kalki avatara. There have been many rumors as to if this man is Kalki, if that man is Kalki. But as per the prophecies stated in our Puranas, Kalki avataram is slated to appear only towards the end of Kali Yugam, when dharma becomes zero. There will not be a single person who will adhere to dharma. Only then it is said Kalki avatara will come. It is said on a lighter vein by many of our acharyas that we are living in the best of the times of Kali Yugam, where there is only dharmam. So if this is what is dharmam, then just imagine how the state of adharmam will be. So the nama is Ugraha. Yugavasane papadif prasangishu sankirna varna shrama vyavastheshu ugraha prachandaha. So towards the end of the Yugam, he says there will be a rise in the sins committed and the sinners who committed. So in that state, the one who is going to bring an annihilation to such people will be Ugraha. Next nama is Sambatsaraha. Patale samhara parikaraihi kalaf pratikshonante samvasatiti Sambatsaraha. So he says he will wait for the right time. He is waiting for the right time. At the same time, where is he waiting? Patale samhara parikaraihi. So he is waiting in the Patala Loka, reclining on the serpent couch of Adisesha. Next is Dakshaha. Dasyuvadhe dakshate shigrakari iti dakshaha. So those of them who come with a thought of destroying the Vedic civilization from countries and from nations which do not believe in dharmam, for nations which do not believe in Vedam, and they come over to a land not to establish more than to establish their civilization, they will want to annihilate the existing civilization. In that case, Dasyuvadhe dakshate shigrakari. In that case, he becomes the daksha, the destroyer to those people. Next is Vishramaha. Papat tatphala Papa tat phalati prasanga shranta jantu vishrama bhumihi vishramaha. For the sins and thereby the associated actions which are associated. So a sin is committed through an action. So there is a papam, there is a one who commits it, and there are circumstances. In that case, he will become the shade for those people who have committed sins, but at some point in time seek remorse. They feel that I have committed the sins, I need a shade, I need somebody to provide me asylum where I can correct myself. Then he is called as Vishramaha. The next nama is Vishwadakshinaha. Vishwasmin anishta nishta karinya viseshena dakshata iti. So he says, for people who do good acts, for people who do evil acts, for both of them, if they want to seek asylum in the Lord, then he becomes the resting place and he will ensure he showers his grace. So he is called as Vishwa Dakshinaha. The next nama is Vistaraha. Kali Prabala Samharena Kritam pravartayosmadveya maryada prathata iti vistaraha. Now, there is an intent in him that during the Kali Yuga, during the Yuga where Dharma is the lowest, he wants to establish the best of the times of Krita Yuga in it. There is one portion in Raghuvira Gadyam where Vedanta Deshika states, Rama, through his administration and intent, despite being Treta Yuga, made it like Krita Yugam. Treta Yuga pravartita Karta Yuga vrittanta. Likewise, here Kalki Avatara tries to restore Krita Yugam in Kali Yugam. So he is called as Vistaraha. The next nama is Sthavara Sthanuhu. Evam dharme sthavari shame sthasyati sthasyatiti sthavara sthanuhu. After restoring dharma like that of Krita Yuga, in Kali Yuga he rests for some time. So he is called as sthavara sthanuhu. The next nama is pramanam. Atha karta yuganam hita hitayoho pramanam vyavasthapakaha. Now, for those of them who wish to understand what are those acts which are good, karta yuganam hita ahitayoho. What is hitam? What is good? Ahitam, what is bad? So people have to be told what is good and what is bad. In such a scenario, he comes as Kalki and shows and explains to his devotees what is good and what is bad. Hence he does that and he is called as Pramanam. The next nama is Bijam Avyayam. Evam Kalikaladhyavagraha avasaneshu punah punaha dharma prarohanat bijam avyayam. Towards the end of Kali Yuga, he will come time and again to sow seeds of dharma. So imagine that there is adharma which is spread everywhere. He will appear time and again at various places, sow the seeds of dharma, thereby ensuring that even during the larger times of adharma, there are smaller sprouts of dharma here and there. So he is called as Bijam Avyayam. The next nama is the 431st nama, which is Arthaha. Eka Bhakter Visishtyadi Karina Samyagnaninaha Swayam Prayojanatvat Arthaha. For a Bhakta who adheres to Shastram, to that Bhakta, the Lord becomes the Phalam or the Artham. He is also of course you will have to reach him, for which he becomes the Upayam. We will have to meditate upon him, and at the end of it, through the meditation, through the Upayam, there is a Phalam which is obtained. There is a fruit which is obtained. In that case, he is that very fruit. He is that very Phalam. He is called as Arthaha. The next nama is Anarthaha. Manda Sukrite Narthartina Nirvyajam Nartyata iti Anarthaha. Now, he is not worshipped by unfortunate people. So, for example, people who are not fortunate enough to worship him, who have never had the opportunity, then such unfortunate people do not worship him. And for those people too, the Lord wishes good for them. Manda Sukrite Narthartina Nirvyajam Nartyate iti Anarthaha. So those people do not worship him. The corollary is, for those people too, the Lord thinks good for them. Next. Mahakoshaha Sada Sarvebhyaha Sarvatha Danepi Akshayatvan Mahantaha Shanka Padmadi Nidhi Ratnakara Rohana Girivaradayaha Koshaha Bhandagaranya Asya iti Mahakoshaha. So he says, be it the Nidhi of Shankanidhi, Padumanidhi, these are all Nidhis as granted by Yakshas and especially Kubera that ensures the supply of wealth and prosperity. The one who also gives the knowledge of such Nidhis and who is also the one who is the Acharya for such Nidhis ensures that there is an incessant supply of such knowledge, Vidya and Phalam to his devotees. Hence, he becomes the treasure house of such wealth, of knowledge and prosperity. So he is called as Ratnakara Rohana Girivaradayaha Koshaha Bhandagaranya Asye iti Mahakoshaha. He is called Mahakosha. The next nama is Mahabhogaha. Arthasadhyaha Kamabhogopi Mahan Asmad iti Mahabhogaha. Now he gives pleasure to the devotees based on the pleasure that is derived from material wealth, from the artham. Artham is generally wealth that we see around. It could be in the form of metals, gold, silver, brass, or it could be in the form of money, the notes, the currency that we see, or it could be in the form of clothing, apparels. It could be in the form of dhanyam. In such cases, it could be in the form of land also, bhuhu. So in such cases, the one who restores and gives such a prosperity to his devotees is Mahabhogaha. The next one is Mahadhanaha. Anirupyati kripana pradeyam anantam dhanam asya iti mahadhanaha. So, for the poor people who aspire for wealth, he becomes the treasure trove. Since he is the treasure trove for people who desire wealth, the poor people who are in destitution, let's take a Kuchela, let's take the man who came and sought grace from Vedanta Deshika in the 13th century while he was seated outside the sanctum sanctorum of Sri Mahalakshmi in Kanchipuram, or to the lady who was in destitution suffering in her family throughout in Kaladi while Adi Shankara Bhagavatpada went on a bhiksha, unchavritti, on the day of Dvadashi. So be it the lady who was in destitution, graced by Mahalakshmi through Adi Shankara, be it the man who was in destitution, graced by Mahalakshmi through Vedanta Deshika, be it Sushila and Sudhama or Kuchela couple who were graced by Rukmini and Krishna in Krishna Avatara, all of them had the blessings of the Lord. So he is called as Mahadhanaha. The next nama is, now when I start describing these namas, from now on we will be describing about the stars, the Simshumara Chakram, and how the Lord becomes the one who sustains all of them. So the 436th nama, Anirvinnaha. So it says, Evam Srishtyadyeta Dishtadhanasya cha Asakrit Prayuktasyapi Samsarishu Vishayon Madada Samuttakhineshu Vaiphalyepi Punastata Davarjuna Durashaya Anirvinnaha Analasaha Ata Yevahi Asya Anadyanto Jagadvyaparaha. So he says, the Lord has created the universe. How did he do that? He was the only one. Sadeva Somya Idamagrasit Ekameva Dvitiyam, says Shastram. Sadeva Somya. What does Somya mean? People will think it is beauty. Saumya means beauty. That is Saumya. This is Somya. Sadeva Somya Idamagrasit. When Vedam tells Somya, it means Somam Arhati iti Somyaha. The one who is capable of consuming Somam is called as Somya. Sadeva Somya Idamagrasit. The father is telling the son, there was only one. Ekameva Advitiyam. There was no second to him. At that point in time, the Lord said, Bahusyam Prajayeti. May the one become many. One, he said. At that point in time, there was neither Brahma nor Shiva. He created Brahma. Brahma created Shiva. Narayanat Brahma Jayate. Brahmat Rudro Jayate. Then as soon as they were created, the other gods were created. The Panchabhautika Tattvams were put in the Sthula Shariram, and then various objects came into existence, and we had the stars. At that point in time it tells, Asakrit Prayuktasyapi Samsarishu Vishayon Madadi Samuppakanneshu Vaibhalyepi Punastata Davarjuna Durashaya Anirvinnaha. So, while creating this world, the stars, he might have got tired, so he should have stopped creation. No. He says, the Nama says he never gets tired. So the one who is never tired, is untiring to reform his devotees, is called as
Anirvinnaha, because after he creates the universe and creates us, we will surely create problems for him. At that point in time, the Lord ensures that there is no problem and he never gets tired of correcting us. He is called as Anirvinnaha. The next nama is Sthavishtaha. Taram Simshumara Kriti Staraf Prakarena Staulyat Sthavishtaha. So, what has he created? He has created the various stars and he has also created a mandalam. It is believed to be called as Simshumara Chakram. So it looks, many acharyas say, it looks like the inverted dolphin. So this is called Simshumara Chakram and there are beautiful stars there. This entire constellation, this galaxy of stars and the astronomical entities that we see is his creation. Since he has done that, he is called as Sthavishtaha. The next nama is Bhuhu. Dhruvanubandhena Sarvadharo Bhavatiti Bhuhu. Now, in that constellation, there is this Dhruva Nakshatra. So, along with Dhruva Nakshatra and the constellation, he bears it, he supports it, he is the substratum, hence he is called as Bhuhu. The next nama is Dharma Yupaha. So, for the concept of dharmam which has been recommended by our Purvacharyas, he is the very crown. So, dharma is his crown. To dharma, he is the very crown. Dharma tattvam shiro avayavataya yautiti dharma yupaha. So, it becomes the headgear, dharmam. The next one is mahamakhaha dharma sharirataya pujyo yajnosyavayava iti mahamakhaha. So, the very dharma that we have spoken of becomes his body. And next, yajna which is performed, yajno hai vishnuhu. So, for all the yajnas which is formed, those yajnas becomes his angam, limbs. So, yajnas become the limbs and dharmam becomes his body. So, he is called as Mahamakhaha. The next nama is Nakshatra Nemihi. Jyotish Chakram Nayatiti Nakshatra Nemihi. Now, he is the one who lets the constellation of stars, the Dhruva Mandalam, all let it be by itself. If a certain star has to go around another star, like how it may be happening in galaxies, like how if a planet has to go around a certain star, like how Earth goes around the sun, in such cases he lets those entities be the way they are and is just a witness. After he has created, is a witness. By their free will, he wants to check how they are doing. Hence, this Nakshatra Mandalam and its administration being given independence by the Lord, he is called as Nakshatra Nemihi. Next nama, 442nd nama, which is Nakshatri, which means Tasya Adharaha Swayam Hridi Iti Nakshatri. Now, for those nakshatras, for those stars, he becomes the very substratum. He becomes the adharam. So, he is called as Nakshatri. The next nama is Kshamaha. So, he says, Evam Akhila Bhuvana Bharam Anayasena Kshamate Vahatiti Kshamaha. So, the entire universe, what we see with the astronomical bodies, he supports it. He supports it untiringly without much concern. He does it just like a child's play. He is called as Kshamaha. The next one is Kshamaha, which is Avantara Kshaye Nakshatrantaraihi Sheena Tishtatiti Kshamaha. So during the Avantara of Pralayam, he ensures that certain nakshatras are grouped and they all get into the Sukshma Sharirams, so that in the next process of creation they all get expanded and they all come. So it is in him that nakshatras converge and then they all diverge from him. So everything goes into and then comes back from him. So that is called as Kshamaha. Avantara Rakshaye Nakshatrantaraihi Kshinas Tishtatiti Kshamaha. So, this is Kshamaha. Next is Samihanaha. So, the Samihanaha is Atha Srishtau Sarvana Sarvada Sveshva Vadhikareshu Samihayatiti Samihanaha. Now, during the creation time, he assigns respected duties whatever duty has to be assigned for that particular deity. Here you take creation from now on. Here you take dissolution from now on. Here you take precipitation to the living matter from here on. You ensure burning from now on. You ensure cooling from now on. You ensure movement from now on. You take records of people who are dying and who have died from now on. So he assigns duties. That is why he is called as Samihanaha. Now let us go through the namas. From 446th nama, we will be describing the Lord in terms of a yajna. So it goes like this. Yajnaha, yajna tat sadhana tat phala pala avadhikatvena pratipaditaha. Ato yajnaha. So a yajna is performed as laid by the mantras and the rules in our Dharma Shastram and Vedam. As the yajna is performed, the yajna is the Lord. The one who stays as antaryami to the one who is performing is the Lord. The one who gives the phalam is the Lord. The one who is the phalam is the Lord. So be it the yajna, be it the antaryami to the yajna performer, be the one who grants the phalam for the yajna, be the one who is the phalam for the yajna. He is called as yajnaha. The next nama is ijyaha. Kamadhikara indradi dware jatya mahartiri ijyaha. So he is worshipped by Indra. Since he is worshipped by Indra, there are circumstances where some of the devotees may aspire for lesser gains. They will not be interested in Paramapurushartham, which is moksham. Just ihaloka saukyam. They say, right, jyotishto me swargakamo yajeta. They will be desiring for impermanent, very, very petty desires. In such a case, when yajna is performed, you see the Lord as Indra. So even for Indra, he is the antaryami. In Vedam, you should remember, wherever there are nouns like Indra, Agni, Vayu are referred, it doesn't denote the deity, it denotes the antaryami to the deity. Those of you who were undergone extensive Vedanta study will know of Indra Pranadikaranam in Brahma Sutra Bhashyam. So he is the antaryami to everyone. At the same time, if you want lesser desires, you worship him in the form of Indra. So he is called as Kamadhikarair Indradi Dwarejyar Mahatiti Ijjaha. The next nama is Mahejyaha. So he says, Akamahata Mahatijya Asya Vyavadhane Neti Mahejyaha. So he becomes the object of meditation. So Akamahata. Now, for those people who may desire other objects or other things in their life, Akamahata, Mahatijya, they are not interested in those things we have mentioned now. They are interested in certain other things. For them too, he becomes the object of meditation. If I have to close my eyes and meditate on someone, I should have an object in front of me. I start realizing its characteristics. I start listing down its innate qualities. Then it is meditation. Then he is called as Mahejyaha. 449th nama, Kratuhu. So the meaning is Panchamaha yajnaha aupasanadayaha saptapaka yajnaha Shritra Agnihotradayaha sapta havir yajnascha yajnapadena upattaha Agnishtomadayaha saptasoma samsthaha kratavaha tairaradhyaha kriyata iti. Be it yajnas like Agnihotra and be it yajnas like Saptapaka yajna, Saptahavir yajna, Agnishtoma, Soma samsthaha, Soma yajna. In all these cases, he is the one who is the yajna. He is seen in the variety. He is the one who grants the knowledge about those yajnas. He is the one who grants the fruit for those yajnas. It is called as Kratuhu. Then it is Satram. Tatra aradhyataya satatam sidati iti satram. So even for the yajna, which is a satram could, it's a very traditional yajna. It is not a single day yajna. It could last anywhere between 5 to 100 days. So there is a satram. In that satram, for example, we come across Parikshit, who performed Sarpa Satram. So Sarpa, that Satram was exclusively meant for snakes, where snakes will come and die. Sarpa Satram. Then these are all not yajnas which is meant for the good or the welfare of the world, but this comes under the Satram category. So there was another Satram which was called Rakshasa Satram, performed by Parashara the moment he knew that his father Shakti was killed by a Rakshasa. There are many satrams in the life history of Narayana Bhattadri of Kerala in the 16th century. Bhukhande Kerala ke Sarita Nihanilam Uttare Naivanava Sampada Vyutamatne Punaruparinava Gramanamni Swadhamni Dharmishtad Bhattatantrat. So for that Narayana Bhattadri's Charitram, if we get into it, he has performed and participated in many satrams. Even in the form of satram, it is Lord Vishnu himself. Tatra satre aradhyataya satatam sidati iti satram. The next set of namas from now on, 451th nama, will deal with Naranarayana avataram. 451th nama, Nirvritti dharma niratanam satam gatihi. Now, for those of them who are won over their senses, who are the sadhus, they come and converge in the Lord. So if you are won over a senses, you reach a certain status. Let us give the status of sadhu. There is not one, there are many. It is not in one place, but in many places. People who have won over their senses, who have become sadhus at different points in time, at different place, mentally converge in the Lord. Since he is the one who is a fulcrum of convergence, he is called as Satam Gatihi, Nirvritta Dharma Niratanam Satam Gatihi. Next is Sarvadarshi, Sarvau Dvividhavapi Dharma Vyakshittum Sheelam Asyeti. So there are two kinds of dharmas, Pravritti and Nirvritti. So from Nivritti Dharma, you try to stay away. So when Nivritti Dharma comes, you start doing upayams which are less complicated, which start giving you the detachment and then leads you to moksham. Pravritti increases it, be it pravritti or nivritti. So he says, Dvividhavapi dharma vadhyakshayitum sheelam asyeti. For both kind of dharmas, he is the one who distributes himself and grants phalam. Next is 453rd nama, which is Nivrittatma Tatra Nivritti Dharmacharyo Naranarayanadihi Parama Vairagyakya Panaya Vishayebhyaha Patya Hritamanaha. So then he says, in the Nivritti Dharma, one of the essential attributes needed is Vairagyam. Ragam is love. Viragam is devoid of love, which is devoid of attachment, which is detachment. That quality develops into Vairagyam. In such a Nivritti Dharma, when the Vairagya develops, Naranarayana incarnate and become an exemplification, become an example to all the rishis and those aspirants that this is how Nivritti Dharma should be performed. Naranarayana Avatara is said to have happened in Badarikashramam in Uttarakhand. One of the earliest structures that we know of Naranarayana is found in Devgad. The temple in the middle of India is a beautiful example of how Agama Shastra was studied and integrated into temple architecture. One of the earliest forms of Naranarayana we see there. At the same time, the 5th century Andal, the saint poetess, mystic poetess of Tamil tradition tells, நாமமாயிரம் ஏத்த நின்ன நாராயணா நரனே உன்னை மாமீத்தன் மகனாக பெற்றாள் எமக்கு வாதை தவிருமே காமன் போதருக்காலமென்னு பங்குனி நாள் கடை பாரித்தோம் தீமை செய்யும் ஸ்ரீதரா எங்கள் சிற்றில் வந்து சிதையேலே. She mentions of நாமம் ஆயிரம் ஏத்த நின்ற, the one who is celebrated in நாமம் ஆயிரம். Namam is name. Ayiram in Tamil means 1000. So in the celebrated 1000 names, which is Sahasranamam, Namamayram, who is celebrated? Etaninna Narayana Narane. Narayana Narane means Naranarayana, who is celebrated. 1500 years before, Andal mentioned this. 2000 years before, this has been incorporated in the Devgad temple. Hence, adhering to all this, we find this nama here. Next is Sarvajnaha
Tatha sarvatmanatmanam janatiti sarvajnaha. So, he is the sarva antaryami. We have discussed about paraswarupa, vyuha, vibhava and dealt with various avatarams. We also need to intersperse it with antaryami tattvam. So, he is the one who is the antaryami. Tatha sarvatmana atmanam. So, for all the jivatmas, he is the atma within it, which is the antaryami. Janatiti sarvajnaha. The one who gives the knowledge that he is the Atma to the Atmas is called Sarvajnaha. Next is Jnana Muttamam. Jnatesmin sarvaha paro Vaishnava dharmo iti Jnana Muttamam. There are so many jnanas. Now which one to follow? Know all of them. Love one and follow that. Which is the best that the Vyakhyata, the commentator says, which is Vaishnava dharmam. What is Vaishnava dharmam? In one way, it could be the devotee of Vishnu. But the major important way is, if another person is suffering, genuinely suffering, and we are unable to withstand, we want to go and help that person in kind or physically. In such a case, we are following Vaishnava Dharmam. Vaishnava Janato Tene Kahiye Je Peed Parai Jane Re. Peed Parai. So if someone else is suffering, I go just not sympathize, but I also empathize. So this concept of understanding somebody else's problem and helping out is Vaishnava Dharmam. Vaishnava Dharmam is a Uttamam. So he says, Jnanam Uttamam. The knowledge incurred by understanding the Uttama Dharmam, which is Vaishnava Dharmam, the Lord who bestows that knowledge is called as Jnanam Uttamam. The next Nama is 456th Nama, which is Suvrataha. Kevala Pararthatvat Shobhanam Vratam Asya Iti Suvrataha. He follows Dharma first. For example, if he wants people to follow, he will follow the Dharma first. He will practice and then only preach. So for the one who speaks about Dharmas, follows it first and then gives a lecture, is called as Suvrataha. The next Nama is 457th Nama, which is Sumukhaha. Japadav Vikrita Prasanna Manohara Mukhatvatu Sumukhaha. So he has got a serene face. From now onwards, we will be talking about the Lord who is the very elixir who came upon the churning of the Milky Ocean. So he has got a serene face that destroys the worries and the fears that we are all facing. He is called as Sumukhaha. The next Nama is Sukshmaha. Nirupadhika Samadhi Sakshatkrita Susukshma Swarupatvat Sukshmaha. Now, through intense meditation, we will be able to see that Sukshma characteristic feature of the Lord, and at that point in time, we will try to comprehend his qualities, Rupam and Swarupam. In such a case, he becomes so subtle, only through meditation we will be able to meditate upon him. So he is called as Sukshmaha. Next is Sughoshaha. Aupanishadaha Swadhyaya Gosho Asya Iti Sughoshaha. So he becomes the quintessence of the Upanishadic statements and the voice of Upanishads. So Aupanishadaha Swadhyaya Gosho Asya Iti Sughoshaha. So they all unanimously speak high about the Lord. So he is called as Sughoshaha. Next is Sukhadaha. Evam Sadachara Samadhyanu Anushtapanena Tannishtebhyaha Phalam Paramasukham Dadatiti Sukhadaha. Now, he will ensure that those who follow the dharma to the T, every dharma that he is mentioned in the Shastra Vakyam, every rule that is mentioned in our Dharma Shastram, if the devotee follows, he is the one who brings about happiness to that person. So he is called as Sukhadaha. The next one is Suhrit. Anupakari Rishvapi Kimasya Bhavishyatiti Kim Karavaniti Shubhasamsha Shobhana Hridayatvam Suhritvam. Now, even to the person who thinks the Lord is his enemy, his adversary, I hate him, I hate the Vedas, I don't like Dharma, even to that person, the Lord will ask, it seems, Kim Karavaniti, what can I do for you? So if our belief is you believe in God,
he will bless you. You hate him, he will punish you, is wrong. There are circumstances where the Lord will come and ask, what can I do for you? But why does he get angry? Despite, if I tell that I don't believe in him, he's still okay. But if I start attacking people who believe in him, saying that how can you believe in him? Then if the atheists start physically, mentally abusing the theist, that is when he will try to think of bring an annihilation to that person. So he is called as Suhrit. Next Nama is 462nd Nama, which is Manoharaha. Evam Nisarga Sauhardena Tesham Manoharatiti Manoharaha. He comes up with a natural love to serve his devotees, to shower upon his devotees. That natural love generally comes for the mother. The mother is treated as the one who comes with Vatsalyam. How is the Lord getting it? He is the mother of all mothers. The mother who has given birth to her, to us, will give milk for a few months. She will support us for a few months. After that, we will be allowed to fend ourselves. But the mother whom I am talking about is the Lord who stays within us throughout. So he is the mother of all mothers. So in that case, he is called as Manoharaha. The next Nama is Jitakrodaha. Jitascha Tesham Krodhadayo Anena Iti Jitakrodaha. Now, he will ensure that our anger which comes out unnecessarily at inappropriate times on irrelevant people will go away, because he is the one who has won over anger. Remember, winning over anger doesn't mean not getting angry. Winning over anger means getting anger for the right reason at the right time in the right proportion, and has the ability to rein in that anger. Some people will say, don't get me angry. If I get angry, I do not know what I will do. If you are getting angry and you do not know what you will do, you are unfit to get angry. So, the person who gets angry for the right reason, but is able to control that anger. Konasmin sampratam loke gunavan kascha viryavan dharmajnascha kritajnascha satyavakyo dridhavrataha charitrena cha koyuktaha dharmabhuteshu kohitaha vidwan kakkas samarthascha kaschaika priyadarshanaha atmavan ko jitakrodaha, asks Valmiki. Who is the one who has won over anger? But later in Srimad Ramayanam, looking at the ocean, Rama gets angry. Raktankalochanaha, Andal tells, who do you think destroyed Ravana? It is not Rama, it is Rama's anger. Shinathinal tennilangai komanai chetta manattikiniyanai padavum nee vaithiravai. It is not that he will give that ability to control anger to his devotees. He has also done it. So he is called as Jitakrodhaha. The next Nama is Veerabahuhu. Spurat Kataka Keyuramala Mathanakhela Ahamaham Iki Vyatihara Vikrantabahavaha Sahasram Asyeti Veerabahuhu. Look at his two arms, well built. He has put them with nice ornaments, and not with two, but with 1,000 hands he is letting the Vasuki snake go around the Mandara Parvatam. In that case, he is called as Veerabahuhu. The next Nama is Vidaranaha. Divyahetibihi Rahumukhan Vidaritavaniti Vidaranaha. During the process of the churning, Rahu and the other demons tried to bring hindrance, tried to bring impediments, obstacles to the process. In that case, he uses Divya Hetibihi, all the divine ayudhams that he has got. Shankhabrin, Nandaki, Chakri, Sharanga Dhanva Gadadharaha. All these ayudhams are used to bring about an end to those demons headed by Rahu. So he is called as Vidaranaha. The next Nama is Swapanaha. Nashta Sishtan Api Charu Chatura Smita Madhura Kataksha Bhru Vilasaihi Swapayati Paravashayati Iti Swapanaha. So, with the nice smile that he has got, it's called Punmuruval in the Tamil language. He has come with a nice smile. He has got dimples. He has got sharp eyes. He has got ornaments. With all of this, he says, he is able to bring the asuras largely under his control just with all of this. He doesn't have to fight. With the ayudhams that he has got, with his Divya Mangala Vigraham, with his beautiful smile, he is able to do a Vashikritam. He is able to bring them under the control. So he is called as Swapanaha. Next is
467th Nama, which is Swavashaha. Teshu Supteshu Swakiyehi Saha Swaira Viharat Swavashaha. Now, when they all fainted, when the Asuras fainted, at that point in time, he was able to spend some useful, productive moments with his devotees. In that case, he is called as Swavashaha. Next is Vyapi. Sura, Asura, Mandara, Vasuki, Prabhutishu, Shaktyapyayanaya, Vyapanat, Vyapi. While there are Asuras and the Suras on either sides, there is a Mandara Parvata, there is a Vasuki, and then there is a churning. He becomes the one who pervades them all, who has permeated them all. Then he is called as Vyapi. So this Vyapakatvam of pervading is seen in this Nama. The next is Naikatma. Tada Tanair Brahma Kaur Brahma Kaurma Mohini Mukhaihi Rupaihi Naikatma. During that process, he became the tortoise at the bottom, he became Ajita at the top, he became Mohini, he became Dhanavantri. So he took so many forms just for one instance. It is called as Naikatma. Next is Naika Karma Krit Mathana Dharana Vairi Vidarana Sudadana Dyeneka Karma. Now, during the process, what were the activities? He had to bring them, he had to churn them, he had to distribute, he had to dance as Mohini. So many activities he does. So the so many activities he does in various forms becomes as Naika Karma Krita. Earlier he was Naikatma. Now he is a Naika Karma Krita. The actions have been done by him. Now we are going to see names which are related to the Lord, which showcases that he is the icon, the personification of Dharma. Dharmo Vigrahavan, we say of Rama. How does it come? 471th Nama. Vatsaraha. Atha Dharmatma. Purushartha Vyavasthapanaya Sarvantar Vasatiti Vatsaraha. Now, for those of them who desire phalam, especially of dharmam, he becomes the antaryami to all of them by staying in them and inducing more knowledge and interest towards dharma. Since he is the antaryami to all and induces them into dharma, he is called as Vatsaraha. The next nama is Vatsalaha. The earlier one was Vatsaraha. This is Vatsalaha. The Ra becomes La. Now, Chiram Parichiya Maneshvapi Sharanagateshu Kasyapi Hetoho Sadyaf Prasuteshviva Vatseshu Sahunkaraha Sapana Samstvanatana Vedanaha Kinkaravyakula Dhenava Iva Sambhramyatiti Vatsalaha. Now, like a cow that has given birth to a calf, how much of love it will shower on that calf? It will start licking it, it will start kissing it, it will start moving over it, milk will start coming. Like the cow which has delivered a calf, even the Lord who has delivered us will act like the cow, showering love on us. Since he has got that inbuilt, innate, natural love like a mother flowing towards a child upon us, he is called as Vatsalaha. The next nama is Vatsi. Evam Nityaposhyatma Varga Bhuyastvat Vatsi. So, for those of them who have been nourished by the love, he becomes the one who provides that love to nourish those children who are dependent upon him. So, this love gets transformed by distribution amongst his children. Since he does that, he is called as Vatsi. The next one is Ratna Garbhaha Teshu Dhanartibhyaha Pradeya Dhanadhikyat Ratna Garbhaha. For those of them who desire riches, I want the sapphires of Sri Lanka, I want the rubies of Myanmar, I want the pearls of Tuticorin, I want the corals of the reef of Australia, I want the diamonds and gold of South Africa, Kimberley and Johannesburg. So, if people desire the wealth in these forms, the Lord grants it. Since he grants it, he is called as Ratna Garbhaha. The next nama is the 475th nama, which is Dhaneshwaraha. tattadishta dhanadane ashukaritvat dhaneshwaraha. He grants wealth to those people who desire it, so that now they will experience the wealth that they have got. At one point in time, they may realize that this wealth is impermanent and devotion to me is permanence. Then I will guide them to him. So, he initially grants wealth. This process of granting wealth will come as per our Purva Janma Phalam, or the Dasha which is happening in our Jatakam. Nevertheless, he is the one who grants it. So, he is called as Dhaneshwaraha. Next is Dharma Gup. Dattavapyarthakamau durvishayan nirvatya tabhyam hita dharma rakshanat dharma gup. So he protects dharma so that artha and kama are given more importance initially and they are granted. Since he is able to showcase dharma only when required and gives the rest, he is called dharma gup. The next nama is dharma krit. Evam sarvan dharmikayan akaranad anugraha hetum dharmam karoti iti dharmakrit. Now, he ensures that the devotees who have sought asylum in him, as much as possible, he induces the knowledge in them to follow dharma. Since as much dharma is performed here, he is called as dharmakrit. Next is dharmi. Prasiddhopi dharmasya sarvasadharanopakaranam iti dharmi. Now, he uses the dharma as the one that will tame all of his devotees. Now, he also feels prasiddhopi dharmasya sarvasadharanopakaranamiti. So he uses this as an instrument. So dharma is used as an instrument to correct all the wrongs in the world. So the one who uses dharma as an instrument to correct and bring about a rejuvenation to the world is called as dharmi. The next nama is sat. Ukta dharma prashasta tattvat sat. The one who is the personification of the best of all things, which is dharma. Dharma is not in him. Dharma is him. Dharmo vigrahavan adharma viratim. In this is Srimad Ramayanam. In Sri Mahabharatam, there is a vakyam. Yecha veda vido vipraha, yecha adhyatma chetasaha, te vadanti mahatmanam, Krishnam dharmam sanatanam. Yecha veda vido vipraha. For those of them, yecha veda vido vipraha, those brahmanas who desire knowledge. Yecha adhyatma chetasaha, those who are interested in initially the action. The first part was action, now in the knowledge associated with the action. Yecha veda vido vipraha karma yogam. Yecha adhyatma chetasaha jnanam. Both together, te vadanti mahatmanam Krishnam dharmam sanatanam. For Rama we say dharmo vigrahavan. Here we say sanatana dharma is Krishna. So as personified as dharma is sat. Next is aksharam. Evam nitya nirupadhika sadbhava sadgunyabhyam sadaksharam. Now, he is the personification or a repository of all dharmas and gunas that we know of. Since he is the treasure trove of gunas and the dharma, he is called as aksharam. There is no deterioration. There is no diminishing. He will not become volatile. He is there, here to stay. Avikaraya, Shuddhaya, Nityaya. So he is called as aksharam. Next one is 481st nama, which is asat. Aprashasta papa prasakteshu asat. So, he who does not stay permanently with those people who indulge only in sins. Sins he has indulged. If he seeks remorse, the Lord is there to help him. If he doesn't seek so, many chances will be given. The Lord will not stay. I am not saying he will not be antaryami. His mind will not be there in presence of such devotees. So, he is asat. Next is aksharam. Sadasaksharam. So we say sat aksharam, asat aksharam. So asat aksharam. So how is this asat coming? Aprashasta papa prasakteshu asat. He does not stay with those people who commit sins. So the one who does not stay is asat. Next is asat aksharam. Ksharam cha asatam nitya niravadhika bhavadurita pradatvat. So, if they continue to perform sins which is not only affecting them but the family, society and the nation, in that case when the person becomes the cause of turmoil for the other person, he gives trouble to them. So he is called as Asataksharam. Next is 483rd Nama, which is Avijñata. What does Avijñata mean? Sadhushva paradhanantanapi drishtva cha dandayati kshamate cha iti naitavadeva kintu tesham avijñata. When his devotees who are very intense, true, honest, sincere, loving, by mistake if they perform mistakes, the Lord will not turn and say that I have noted your mistakes. He will just overlook them. He is not aware of whether such things have happened. So the one who does not know whether the things which are not desirable to him have happened because in connection with the devotees is called Avijñata. Next is Sahasramshuhu. Athacha Sarvajnaha Sahasramshuhu Sahasra Parimita Amshavo Jnanani Asya Iti Sahasramshuhu. So whatever is left, which is not cognizant to our mind, which we have discussed with respect to dharma, artha and kama, whatever is left, in that case he becomes the knower of all. So he is called as Sahasramshuhu. So next is Vidhata. Na chaivam papa phala niyata tanniyamaka yama tadyadanayo bhavat kshamayam api kritaparadham badheran tesham api tadadhinatvat. So he will ensure that yama does not trouble us, because our jurisdiction, the jurisdiction of a Vaishnava comes under Vishnu himself. So Yama Bhattas, the servants who serve Yama, are not at all important. In that case, the concept of Yama is not important, says Adi Shankara. Kriyate tasya yamena na charcha bhaja govindam. Bhaja govindam, bhaja govindam, bhaja govindam, bhaja govindam, bhaja govindam, govindam, bhaja mudhamate. Kriyate tasya yamena na charcha. You don't have to debate with Yama. So that concept has been put here as Vidhata. Next is Kritalakshanaha. Kritam hi tena lakshanam upadeyanam. Now, for those of them devotees who want to seek asylum at his feet, he gives the insignia to them. Let us take the Shankha Chakra Lanchanam, which is Samasrayanam. That is an insignia of his. He is holding the Shankham and Chakram and asking his devotees to wear insignia as a part of the process. Hence he is called as Kritalakshanaha. Next is Gabhasti Nemihi. Gabhasti Nemihi is Bhaswara Sahasrara Chakraha Gabhastir Deepyate Jyotirmayam Nemi Lakshitam Chakram Yasyeti Gabhasti Nemihi. So what does Gabhasti Nemihi mean? The 1,000-spiked, huge chakra which exudes fire and radiance, that is held by him. So he is called as Gabhasti Bihi. Gabhasti Nemihi. Next is Satvasthaha. What does Satvasthaha mean? He says, Bhaktanam Hridaye Sthitaha. Once he has recognized that these are the devotees to me, he stays in the minds and hearts of them. So he is called as Satvasthaha. 489th Nama is Simhaha. Yadida mavadinto yamadayaha tan prakritavat dharshayeyuhu tan hinastiti simhaha. So, towards his devotees, he will ensure that Yama and the other deities do not trouble them, torment them in their life. He will ensure that for his devotees, he creates a conducive environment to channelize their thoughts on meditation, acquiring knowledge. So the one who becomes the Simha, the lion to those who torment his devotees, is called Simha. The next one is 490th Nama, which is Bhutamaheshwaraha. Bhuteshwaranam Brahma Yamadinam Apiniyanta. The one who controls Brahma, Shiva, Indra, Yama, and the other deities, so that he gives a very peaceful world and a peaceful life to his devotees, is called as Bhutamaheshwaraha. Next is 491st Nama, which is Adi Devaha. Tesham api karanam tadabhi bhava patu pratyapascha Adi Devaha. For all of them, he becomes the karanam. He becomes the cause. Since he becomes the cause for all, be it Brahma, Shiva, Indra, Agni, Vayu, Yama, and so on, he is called as Adi Devaha, the first one who is said to have come for all these deities. Next is 492nd Nama, Mahadevaha. Taihi Kridanakaihi Kanduka Dibhiriva Kridatiti Mahadevaha. He uses them as balls. Like how a child plays with balls, he uses all the gods that I've mentioned as balls. So the one who treats this as a game becomes Mahadevaha. Next is Deveshaha. Tesham Swami Cha Deveshaha. Once things have settled and they are known, he becomes the Swami, the leader, the one who accepts services. So he is called as Deveshaha. Next is Devabhrit. Tesham Yatharha Viniyoga Kshamaha Tan Bibhartiti Devabhrit. Now, based on his interest, what lasts and what doesn't, what is good and what is not, based on his interest, he tries to channelize their work. He tries to manage their work. Hence he is called as Devabhrit. Next is 495th Nama, which is Guruhu. Tesham Vedaihi Swaswadhikara Bodhanat Guruhu. So he becomes the teacher, the Acharya, Swaswadhikara Bodhanat. Now, in the Vedas, which is given instructions and knowledge common to the entire society, he is the one who dispenses that knowledge. The knowledge will not come by itself. Somebody has to tell us. Somebody has to explain to us. Somebody has to beautifully bring out the nuances. Then he becomes the one he is called as Guruhu. Swa Andhakaraha Rutan Nirodhakaha. In Sri Ramavataram, he gave importance to a guru. That is why the guru's grace, Matanga's grace fell on Shabari. That is why Rama did not grant moksham to Shabari. He thought, let her guru's grace itself take her. Shabari moksha sakshi bhuta, says Vedanta Deshika. He was just a witness. In Krishna Avataram, we see him rise as a Gita-charya, the one who dispensed the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita. Hence he is called as Guruhu. The next one is 496th Nama, which is Uttaraha. Evam Brahma Dera Surapaduttaranat Uttaraha. Now, for those risks, disadvantages that come because of Brahma and Shiva. For example, Brahma granted boons to Ravana. Brahma granted boons to Kumbhakarna. Brahma granted boons to Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu. Then they start tormenting the world. Then there are worries. The Lord is who is able to put an end to all of this. Lord Shiva gave boon to a Bhasmasura who thought, I will give Shiva in return. So in such cases too, the one who is able to bring solutions to the problems is called as Uttaraha. The next one is Gopatihi. Asesha Chandobhasha Veshavang Nirvahakaha Gopati. Go is Vak, the ability to speak. So he says, Gopatihi, the one who is able to bless his devotees with the knowledge of the speaking, the vocabulary, the grammar, the chandas, the niruktam, the articulation. All of this, the shadangas of Veda, is called as Gopatihi. Go denotes speaking, so it is all associated with eloquence. The next one is the 498th Nama, Gopta. Evam Sarva Vidya Palanat Gopta. For all the forms of knowledge, he is the one who controls and supports them. He protects them. Since he protects all forms of knowledge, he is called Gupta. Next nama is Jnana Gamyaha. Paravidya Vedyaha Samadhi Gamyo Jnana Gamyaha. For to a person who wants to realize the Lord, he becomes the one who showcases Paravidya. There are so many kinds of Vidyas. And when our Acharyas have quoted, they say 32 Brahma Vidyas. Through one of them, through two of them, or through all of them, he is able to give that realization to his devotee. Since he gives that, he is called Jnana Gamyaha. Next nama is Puratanaha. Nedam Vidya Pradyotanamadhyaiva Kintu Pratikalpamiti Puratanaha. In the earlier kalpams, in the earlier stages, he is the one who has come over and shown and explained every Vidya. It is not as if he has given a book. In earlier times, every Vidya was explained by him. So, he is called as Puratanaha. The next nama is Sharira Bhuta Bhrit, which is Sharira Bhutam Tattvajatam Bibharti Iti Sharira Bhuta Bhrit. Now, in his body, what does he support? The Chetana Tattvam, which is the Jivatma. The Prakriti Achetana Tattvam, which is the Achetana. So, be it the Chetana or Achetana, he supports this Prakriti Mandalam. So, he is called as Sharira Bhuta Bhrit. Next is Bhokta Hayashiro Mahat Havya Kavya Bhujo Vishnur Udakapurve Mahodade. For whom is Havya given? Devas. Who is Kavya given? The Pitrus. Havya Kavya Bhujo. So, he is the one through the Hayashiro. Haya is horse, Shiro is head, neck. Hayagriva denotes through the form of Hayagriva. When Havya and Kavya is offered in a yajna, the Lord accepts it. So he is called as Bhokta. He consumes it. Jayatyashrita Santrasa Dhvanta Vidvamsa Nodayaha Prabhavan Sitaya Devya Paramavyoma Bhaskaraha. Lord Rama is referred to as the very sun, who through his rays, which is the grace, can dispel the darkness of ignorance, which can bless us with a quintessential knowledge. Dharmo Vigrahavan Adharma Viratim, say our Acharyas. He is the very embodiment of Dharma. So, he is the one who defends Dharma, who says that Dharma should be there in this world. Interestingly, for Srimad Ramayanam that talks about the life history of Sri Rama and Sita, there is a commentary called as Dharmakutam, where the commentator says that these are the junctures where Dharma is followed. These are the places where Dharma is revered. So to that Rama, who is the defender of Dharma, we have certain names that denote him as the very protector and defender of Dharma. I am now going to take you through those namas, which is the 503rd nama, 503, Kapindraha. Kapirupam Prapannanam Devanam Indraha Kapindraha. Now, the Devas who went and surrendered at the feet of the Lord in Kshirabdi said, "Please, Lord, you should be born on this earth to annihilate the evil demoniac forces." The Lord then gave Abhaya Pradhanam. Siddhagandharva yakshascha tatastvam sharanam gataha. At that point in time, he delegated the responsibility for the Devas, Indra, Agni, Vayu, Varuna, Surya et al. To be born as Kapihi, as the monkeys. While they were born as monkeys, he defended their rights, he tried protecting them. He assumed the responsibility of being the leader of monkeys. Kapirupam Prapannanam, to those monkeys, Devanam Indraha Kapindraha. To them he became Rama, the leader. So it is not the leader of monkeys within the monkey clan. Though Rama was a Nara and monkeys were Vanara, he is treated as the chief of monkeys, so he is called Kapindraha. The next nama, Bhuri Dakshinaha. Sayeva Jagadacharyakaya Hayameshadi Bhir Yajamano Bhuri Dakshinaha.
he became the role model for performing many yagas like Pushkaraksha Yajna, then Jyotishtoma, then Ashwamedha. So in such homas, he became the role model for how to perform, when to perform, by being the very Jagadacharya. In one way, he led the world. He became a role model to the world. So he's called as Jagadacharya. That's why he's called Bhuri Dakshinaha. The next nama is Somapaha. So for Somapaha, the Vyakhyata states, Tatraiva Somapithi Somapaha. So during the Somayaga, there is a rasa, there is a juice called as Soma juice, Soma rasam. That is generally the juice extracted out of a creeper called Somalata. So this Soma juice is given to those who perform the Somayaga, and it can be consumed. It will not be consumed in liters and liters. People who generally read assume this to be alcohol. That the content of alcohol or liquor is referred to generally as Varuni. That is a different juice altogether. This is Somapanam. This has nothing to do with intoxication. It is given as a prasadam for a yajna, which should be consumed in a few drops. Those of them who were eligible to consume Somarasa were called Somya. Somam arhati iti somyaha. Sadeva somya idamagra asit yekameva dvitiyam, says Upanishad. So here we have Tatraiva Somapithi Somapaha. Even he would have consumed, being the defender of Dharma. So he is called Somapaha. The next nama is Amritapaha. So Swanushthananu vidhaibhyaha Swanurupam Amritam Parame Vyomni Patiti Amritapaha. Now, for those of them who follow the Anushtanams, for those of them who follow the rules as laid in the Shastras, in the scriptures, in the Samhitas, in the Agamas, to those of them, he will become the very elixir like Amritam when they attain Paramapadam, when they attain Vaikuntham. So he says, Swanurupa Amritam. So his Rupam itself is the Amritam. Parame Vyomni Patitis Amritapaha. He will deliver that while they are in Sri Vaikuntham. Hence he is called Amritapaha. The next nama, 507th nama, Somaha. Swasmai Swanubhavritribhyascha Amritayamanaha Somaha. Now, to those of them who wish to experience his external characteristics, that is a beautiful combination of Saundaryam and Lavanyam, those of them who wish to experience his innate characteristics, which are his gunams, for those of them who wish to experience the Rupam and Swarupam with the Vibhavam, he himself becomes the Somarasa. So he is the very one who is to be experienced, consumed, relished, internalized, and felt blissful about. So he becomes Somaha. So before that we saw Somapaha. Now he is Somaha himself. Next, Purujit, 508th nama. Bahunam Jayata Purujit. Now he has won over a lot of people to defend Dharma. We should not leave that below point. He has defended Dharma by fighting against various demons and demonesses. He killed Tataka, he killed Subahu, drove away Maricha, and later killed him in Aranyakandam, in Dandakaranyam. He also killed Khara, Dushana, Trishiras, and the hordes of antisocial elements that they nurtured. He killed Kabandha, Viradha, Ravana, Kumbhakarna, Indrajit, Malyavan, and so on. So all these people were killed not to be jingoistic about the process of killing. They were people who, despite giving chance, were not able to give the society peace and prosperity. So in order to ensure that the common citizens are not affected by their antisocial activities, he had to kill them. Bahunam Jayat Purujit. So he won over all of them by ensuring victory. That victory, the triumph that he had over all of them, makes him Purujit. Next nama is Purusattamaha. Swagunamrita Samudra Pipasishu Hanumadadishu Mahatsu Astitama iti Purusattamaha. Now, to his devotees, he ensures that through his gunas, people are able to experience him, relish him, understand him. Like for whom? For Hanuman and others. So Hanuman is treated here. బాలార్క బింబము ఫలమని బట్టిన అలరి చేతల హనుమంత తూనరి బ్రహ్మదుల చేవరములు ఒలిచే కొనినా ఓ హనుమంత Mangabudi Hanumanta. So here Annamacharya, the very great Telugu composer, pays his obeisances to Hanuman. Nasai rog hare sab pira japat nirantara Hanumat bira sankat se हनुमान छुड़ावे मन क्रम भजन ध्यान जो लावे सब पर राम तपस्वी रज तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे चारों युग प्रताप तुम्हारा है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा साधु संत के तुम रखवारे असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे अष्ट सिद्धि नवनिधि के दाता अजबर दीन जानकी माता राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा. So Hanuman is the one who is said to have experienced along with other devotees. So he gives that experience. He is called Purusattamaha. The next nama is the 510th nama. Vinayaha. Marichadayopi Viryadina Asmad Viniyante Damyanta Iti. So even to people who wanted to showcase their magical skills, like Maricha, who came as a gem-studded golden deer, Rama was able to run behind him, and despite all his illusionary magic tactics, Rama was able to win over them, showing his prowess. Hence he is called as Vinayaha. The next nama is Jayaha. Ashritair jiyate vidheyi kriyata iti Jayaha. Now, he is the one, even if his devotees they have extreme love on him and they command him to do this and that, despite Rama being Paramatma, he does that. While he had to strike a cord of friendship with Sugriva in Kishkinta Rajyam, Sugriva wanted to test the prowess of Rama, test the valor of Rama, and then accept him in his camp. So he said, looking at the 7 Shala trees, he said, my brother used to hit upon every Shala tree. That is when Rama took his arrow, struck in one arrow, he was able to pierce all the 7 Shala trees at one go. Second thing, there was the carcass, the skeleton of a Rakshasa called as Dundhubi that was lying. So Rama was asked to prove his prowess by moving it. With just one of the fingers in his foot, he was able to push that miles away. Dundubi kankala kuta dura vikshepa daksha dakshine tarapada angushtadara chalana vishwasta suhridashaya, says Vedanta Deshika. So if Sugriva tests the Lord is able to accept that. If he commands the Lord is able to accept that. He becomes so accessible that even the best of his devotees can command him, can order him. Then he is called as Jayaha. Next is Satya Sandhaha. Teshu Satya Sandha Pratignya Asyeti Satya Sandhaha. So, if he promises his devotees to accomplish certain things, he does not betray them. He strikes a very good chord with them and he ensures that he accomplishes them. Sita Kapindraha Kshanada Charanam Rajiva Hemo Jwalanopamani Sugriva Ramah Pranayah Prasange Vamani Netrani Samam Sphuranti. So, Here Valmiki says that there was a memorandum of understanding between Rama and Sugriva that each of them will help in rescuing their wives. But who was the first one to accomplish that task? It was Rama. He killed Vali, he gave back the kingdom to Sugriva for good administration, and he brought back Sugriva's wife Ruma from the clutches of Vali. So he accomplishes what he promises, what he commits. So he is called as Satya Sandhaha. The next nama is Dasharhaha. दाशो दानं भक्तैः स्वस्मै स्वात्मनिवेदनरूपं तेभ्यः वा स्वात्मसमर्पणरूपम् अर्हति इति दाशार्हः. Now, to those devotees who come seeking Rama's grace, to those devotees who wish to experience Rama's great characteristics, at one point in time, Rama becomes so benevolent to his devotees that he submits himself to his devotees. For example, there is a general question which people ask. If you have to get atop the elephant, what is the way? You catch its foot, it will bend, and upon that you touch and rise over it. To sit atop the elephant, the only way is to catch its feet or foot. Likewise, the only way where you will be celebrated by Rama is when you catch his feet, he will ensure that he keeps us above his head as a crest jewel. He does that. So he is called as Dasharhaha, like how he did for great devotees like Guha, for Sugriva, for Vibhishana. Nishadanam neta kapi kulapatihi kapi shabari कुचेल कुब्जसा व्रजयुवतयोः माल्यकृदति अमीशां निम्नत्वं वृषगिरिपतेर् उन्नतिमपि. So he comes as one of the best lords to protect his devotees by submitting himself to them. So he is called as Dasharhaha. Now, we will be seeing the next set of 6 names which indicates that he is the one who protects those who are devoted to him. So these are 6 names. 514th nama, which is Satvatam Patihi. The meaning is Satvan Brahmavit Satvikaha. Tasyedam Karmashastram Satvatam. Satvataha Bhagavataha. Tesham patihi satvatam patihi. Satvan brahmavit satvikaha. That one who has taken steps to realize Brahman is satvikaha. Tasyedam karma shastram satvatam. The shastram that he refers to is satvatam, like Pancharatra. Next. Satvataha bhagavataha. Now those bhagavatas are satvatas. Tesham patihi satvatam patihi. To those of them who have taken steps to realize Brahman through the process of studying and realizing Pancharatra texts, to them he is the leader, Satvatam Patihi. He is also referred to as a Yadavas here. Nevertheless, the next nama is Jivaha. Tane Bhagavatane Atmanashadvaryavartya Swaparicharyaya Jivayati iti Jivaha. Now, he will ensure that devotees who worship him sincerely, at no point in time they lose track and they will go astray, thereby taking away the swarupam of a jivatma. Akinchitkarasya seshatvo anupapattihi. The Atma is filled with jnanatvam, of seshatvam. And if it goes astray, there is atmanasham. From preventing the destruction of Atma, do not assume Atma can be crushed. That is a different destruction. The Atma is not able to realize the concept of subservience to Paramatma, then isn't that Janma a big waste? So he will not let that happen. Hence he is called as Jivaha. So that is the 515th nama. The next nama is Vinayita. Tan Rajakumara Lalanena Rakshatiti Vinayita. So, like how the father, the king, will be very protective of his princes and princesses, both the son and the daughter, he will also take care of his children as the very prince and princesses. Since he does that, he is called Vinayita. The next nama is Sakshi. Sakshi states, Tadartham Tadvritta Sakshatkaratvat Sakshi. he sees and witnesses the rules adhered to by the devotees as laid in the Shastram. If he sees them following the rules, he becomes very happy and he is witness to it. So he is called as Sakshi. The next nama is Mukundaha. Tairaikantya Garimna Prarthitaha Swayam Mukti Bhumim Dadati Iti Mukundaha. So he grants access through the following of an upayam, later granting of that of phalam, and then through the path of light of Archiradi, he ensures that the Jivatma gets moksham. Hence he is called as Mukundaha. The next nama is Amita Vikramaha. Amita Vikramaha is Tesham Dhyana Aradhananusandheya Tattva Nikaradhara Shakti Dharanat Amita Vikramaha. So, he is the one who is the substratum. So the Jivatma has understood its Swarupam. The Jivatma has realized the Swarupam of Paramatma. The Jivatma has also realized the connection between it and the Paramatma. The Jivatma also realizes that as much it is being supported, the Lord also supports Achetana. So the Achetana and Chetana keep that substratum as the Lord. Since he is the very substratum to both Chetana and Achetana Vargam, he is called as Amita Vikramaha. This is the nama. From the 520th nama, we will be dealing with names that denote the Lord as Adisesha and Kurma. The 520th nama, Patalambhasi Akhila Jagadadhara Pitha Kamathatmana Nidhiyata Iti Ambho Nidhihi. So what he says is Patalambhasi Akhila Jagadadhara Pitha Kamathatyatmana. So we believe in Paramapadam in Sri Vaikuntham. There is a Kurma Avatara that supports the entire abode there. Kurmadin Divyalokam Tadumanimayam Mantapam Tatrasesham Tasmin Dharmadipitham Taduparikamalam Chamaram Grahinischa is a beautiful dhyana shloka done before Aradhanam of the Lord. Kurmadin Divyalokam. So Kurma Adin, it is the Kurma that supports. So he is the one who becomes the Adhara Bhuta in the form of tortoise. So Patalambhasi Akila Jagadadhara Pitha Kamathatmana. But now we are not discussing only Vaikuntham. We are discussing even Leela Vibhuti, Anitya Vibhuti. Anitya Vibhuti or Nitya Vibhuti, which is Vaikuntham, it is Kurma that supports. Hence he is called as Ambho Nidhihi. Next is Anantatma Tadupari Jagadadhara Stambha Bhogindrasya Atmataya Tishtati Iti Anantatma. So he says there is a Kurma and over and above which there is an Adisesha. The multi-hooded Adisesha gives protection to those below him. Since he rests on Kurma Avatara and gives protection, he is called as Anantatma. So be it Adisesha, himself he is the Lord. How do we understand this? If you go to the beautiful silk city of Kanchipuram in Tamil Nadu, there is a beautiful temple which is called as Tiruvuragam. There if you go to Tiruvuragam, you will find a huge, maybe about 40-50 feet, large murti of Trivikrama who has measured the worlds. And at the bottom, if you see, below his foot is the head of Bali. We may be wondering, why is this? Because in Trivikrama Avatara, he had to ask for the third piece of land and pushed Bali. That time Bali asked, Hey Bhagavan, I am not able to see your form at my eye level. You are over and above me. Can you show yourself to me? At that point in time, the Lord appeared as Adisesha. Adisesha is no different from the Lord. He appeared as Adisesha and showcased himself to Bali. That is why when you go to the temple, in the Garbhagriham, the sanctum sanctorum, you will see the Lord. And when you sit down, crawl and go to the little sanctum nearby, you will see the Lord as Adisesha. So he is the very Adisesha, Anantatma. The next nama is Mahodadhishayaha. What does Mahodadhishayaha mean? Sa evantakale tasmin eva ananta bhoga paryanke mahodadhau shete iti Mahodadhishayaha. He now reclines on Adisesha. Adisesha appears, right? He reclines on Adisesha, cool, composed, Very, very cultured form. So Adisesha supports him. The one who reclines on Adisesha, Bhogindra Shayinam Purukushaladayinam Purusham Sashwatam Kalaye Bhogindra Shayinam Bhogindra Shayinam Bhoga, Bhogi is snake. Bhogindra, Bhoginam Indraha, Bhogindraha, the leader of snakes, Adisesha. Bhogindra Shayinam, the one who reclines on that serpent couch, is called as Mahodadhishayaha. The next nama is Antakaha. Tada sarvasyantam karoti iti antakaha. During the time of dissolution, during the time of pralayarnavam, there is huge jwala of fire that comes upon out of his mouth. Mukhamapi dahano yasya vasteyam abdihi antastham yasya vishwam sura nara khaga go bhogi gandharva daityehi chitram ram ramyatetam tribhuvana vapusham vishnumisham namami. So we said, Mukhamapi dahano, he has got flames in his mouth. You can see that in a kshetram called as Thirumayyam. It's a beautiful Divyadesham, a temple very, very close to Pudukkottai in the south of Tamil Nadu. There if you go to Thirumayyam, you will see the Lord reclining, and there you have got lots of flames coming from Adisesha in a beautiful granite fresco. So he is the one who lets off that flames during the time of dissolution. He is called Antakaha. Now, we will be discussing those namas that deal with pranava, omkara, and associate themselves with the Lord. So, we have 524th nama, which is Ajaha. At Vishnoho Ajayata iti kamaha Ajaha. Now, in pranava, we have got A, U, Ma. Akara, Ukara, Makaram. What does Akaram denote? Akaram denotes Paramatma. What does Makaram denote? It denotes Jivatma. What is the connection established between Paramatma and Jivatma? It is the Ukaram, which is the Ananyarha Seshatvam. That is why to denote this, Valmiki says, Agratav prayayau Ramaha, Sita madhye su madhyama, Prishtatastu dhanushpanihi laksh manaha anujagamaha. Akarartho a. Makara ukarartho akarartho Vishnu Jagadudaya Raksha Pralayakrit. Then we have got Sita Madhye Sumadhyama. So you have got Agratav Prayayau Ramaha A, Sita Madhye Su Madhyama Ukaram, Prishtatastu Dhanushpanihi Laksh Manaha Makaram. So Akara, Ukara, Makaram can be seen when all the three people walk in the forest, says the poet. Likewise, here it is Ajaha. So the one who rests within the meaning, the bhavartham of Akara is called as Ajaha. The next nama is Maharhaha. Tatra pranavena maham atma nivedana purvakam pujanam arhati iti Maharhaha. Now, to that Jivatma, which keeps meditating on the Paramatma as the very form of the Akara sound, he is the one who comes and blesses that Jivatma housed in that material body. So he becomes Maharhaha. The next nama is 526th nama, Swabhavyaha. Evam anena mantrena swabhutaihi atmabhihi swamitvena abhimukhyena avashyam bhavaniyatvat swabhavyaha. Now, he meditates on the Jivatma, and thereby he will ensure that all of them, when I say that he is meditating on Jivatma, what is the concept? The Lord will keep thinking about us. So, we are always in his mind. In return, what should the Jivatma do? The Jivatma should take steps to realize Brahman. That is through various upayams or Brahma Vidyas as enlisted. So those evam anena mantrena swabhutaihi atmabhihi swamitvena abhimukhyena avashyam bhavaniyatvat. So he becomes the idea of compulsory meditation. Then he is called Swabhavyaha. Thereby he comes default. So he is called Swabhavyaha. Next nama is Jita Mitraha. Etad rahasyavabodha virodhi ahankara mamakara kamadayo jitas tesham anena iti Jita Mitraha. he helps his devotees. How can he help his devotees? By helping them win over ahankara mamakara. Ahankaram is not ego in one meaning. That state where you think what is not I to be I. What is aham? Aham is not this very body. Aham is not the Atma, because the Atma is also subservient to the Lord. But what I still keep thinking, that both my body and my Atma are subservient to me. And I may also assume that this body is the only Aham. So if you think what is not to be thought as I, you are called Ahankaram. Then that which does not belong to me, but I think that as mine, is called a Mamakaram. So to overcome obstacles like Ahankaram, Mamakaram, Kama, Krodhadayo, so be it anger or desire, he helps us win. So he is called Jita Mitraha. The next nama is Pramodanaha. Swasambandhinam tat prathama anusandhana praharshaha prayojanam iti pramodaha. So, now he is the one who impresses upon his devotees who try to realize him through the proper prescribed meditation techniques, dhyanam. So, swasambandhinam tat prathama anusandhana praharshaha prayojanamiti. So he guides them in the right path, and at the same time, if they follow the rules and meditate upon him, he is the one who becomes very impressed because of that. So he is called Pramodanaha. The next set of namas, 10 namas, will describe the Lord who has taken the avatara of Kapila. Anandaha atha Kapilamurtihi Anandavalli Mimamsyamana Vang Manasa Durgraho Mahanando Asya Astiti Anandaha. So he is the one who is not able, for example, we cannot reach him. Through what? Through our mind nor our faculty of speech. He is very much beyond our concept of mind and speech. Bachama gochara mahima virajite. So he is beyond that. So Anandavalli Mimamsyamana. So even Taittiriya Upanishad, under which there is a subset called Anandavalli, based on that, he is the one who is to be beyond our thought, faculty of speech and thinking. Since he is that, he is called Anandaha. The next nama is Nandanaha. Tamanandam yathoktayam muktau prapya nandati iti nandanaha. So what does Nandanaha mean? Nandanaha means he is the one who grants Paramapadam. So if you follow a certain Brahmavidya, Yathoktaya Muktau Prapaya Nandati iti Nandanaha. So he is the one who ensures happiness by granting the moksham that the Jivatma has been aspiring for. So this one who grants what the devotee asks is called as Nandanaha. The next nama is Nandaha. Evam ananta bhogya bhoktribhoga tadupakaranaih samruddhyante tasmin iti nandaha. So he becomes the one who becomes the object, the instrument and the experiences of those who have wanted to realize him. So evam ananta bhogya bhoktribhoga tadupakaranaih samruddhyante tasmin iti. Since he does so, he is called as Nandaha. The next nama is Satya Dharma. Evamacha prakramat acha swapraptehe arjavat Satya Dharma. Now, right from the start till the end, he ensures that he follows dharma, and those of them who wish to follow dharma too, he is the one who takes care and assures that their dharma following, their adherence to dharma right from the start till end. Evamacha prakramat acha swafpratehe arjavat. He ensures that the process is very, very clear and they all follow. So he is called as Satya Dharma. The next one is Trivikramaha. Idrishena Mahamahimna Vachyena Vikranta Trivedaha Trivikramaha. Now, because of the greatness that is associated with him as Kapila, he is able to pervade the three Vedas, Rig, Yajuhu, Samam, and he is able to assure that the quintessence of the Vedas is given to his devotees. So, Vikranta Trivedaha Trivikramaha. Why the Tri Vikramaha? Is it because of the three worlds? No. This meaning says he has pervaded the three Vedas. So, Vachena Vikranta Trivedaha Trivikramaha. Now, the next nama is Maharshihi. Yathokta Veda Darshanat Maharshihi Kapila Murtihi. If you are a Maharshi, you are a mantra drashta. You can see the quintessence of that mantra right in front of your eyes. Here, there were many rishis, but he was a Maharshi. He was able to see the greatness of the mantra right in front of his eyes. So he is called as Maharshihi, and thereby he is Kapila Murtihi. The next nama is Kapilacharyaha. Kapilaschasavacharyas Kapilacharyaha. He is the one who is very much the Kapilacharya. He shows his position as Kapilacharya. Kapila explained a lot of nuances to his mother Devahuti. Devahutyai Nyagadihi says Narayana Bhattadri in his magnum opus called as Narayaniyam. Since he does that, since he is the very Acharya, he is called Kapilacharya. Maharshihi Kapilacharya. What is the next nama? Kritagnaha. Saparadha Sagarapatyepi Amshuma iti Swabhinnamratva Utsukritayemev Nyatavan iti Kritagnaha. So, he is so benevolent that the 60,000 sons of Sagara Maharaja, while they were searching on earth and again below the earth to check where that cow is, the sacrificial horses, at that point in time, Indra had tied the horse to Kapilashramam, and these devas got really angry. They thought it must be this man and they wanted to attack him. He burnt all the 60,000 people to ashes. Later, Amshuman, Asamanjas came, and later Amshuman came. At that point in time, pointed by Garuda, they come and seek remorse at the feet of here, and then he says, Amshuman, that is, Amshuman is the one who asked Kapilacharya, please give us a way out. That is when he said, you will have to get the heavenly waters called as Ganga on earth. Then Amshuman, through his lineage, where we have Bhagiratha, performed intense penance and brought the waters, thereby allowing it to flow from the Lord's foot, Brahma's Kamandalam, Shiva's matted locks, and then reached here, clearing Jannu Ashramam, became Janhavi, and gave emancipation to the 60,000 sons of Sagara. Here what is happening? They have committed a mistake, but the Lord as Kapilacharya does not take it to heart. He gives a way out. Since Amshuma iti swabhinnamratva sukritameva jnatavan iti kritagnaha. So he becomes kritagnaha. The next nama is Medhini Patihi. Medini Patihi denotes Yasyeyam Vasudha Sarva Vasudevasya Dhimataha Kapilam Rupamasthaya Dharayat Yanisham Dharam. Yasyeyam Vasudha Sarva Vasudevasya Dhimataha. The entire earth that we see as Vasudha is because she has supported the Lord who is Vasudeva. Next, Kapilam Rupam Asthaya Dhiryat Yanisham Dharam. So Kapilam Rupam Asthaya, thereby he obtained the form of Kapila and supported Mother Earth. So he is called as Medini Patihi. The next nama is Tripadaha. Bhogya Bhoktru Niyantritani Tatvani Nyaptataya Padani Asya Iti Tripadaha. So he is the one who grants knowledge to both Chit and Achit. So it is through his power of Dharma Bhuta Jnanam that some of the objects get life and they are able to interact. Achida Visishtan Pralaye Jantun Avalokya Jata Nirveda Karanakalaye Barayogam Vitarasi Vrishashailanatha Karunetvam, says Vedanta Deshika. Here, he is the one who grants them the threefold knowledge of Achitta Chitti Ishvara. Since he does, he is called as Tripadaha. The next nama is Shari. Here, Tridasadyakshaha. What does Tridasadyakshaha mean? From here onwards, we will see namas that denote Varahavatam. Sayeva Brahmadehe Pralaya Pat Sakhalatvat Tridasadyakshaha. Now, he is the one who is said to have protected Brahma and the other demigods while they were in Paramapadam. So since he protected them from complete destruction, he is called as Tridashadhyakshaha. The next nama is Mahashringaha. Agralagna Mahimandala Damshtraha Mahashringaha. Now, the entire earth that the Lord protected as Varaha looked like a small mustard attached to his tuber-like face with crescent-like horns. So it was like a drop. Imagine how big he would have been. Mahavaraha Sputapadmalochanaha, says Vedanta Deshika. So being such a great Lord, Mahashringaha, the one who is getting attached to or having the Shringam where Bhumi Devi gets attached to is called as Mahashringaha. The next nama is Kritantakrit. Kritantam antakabham hiranyaksham kritavan iti Kritantakrit. Now there were demons who tormented the people at that point in time. One of the foremost was Hiranyaksha. It is said that Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu were born to Diti Devi, and Diti Devi, after giving birth, she had her own household work. This Hiranyakashipu child, we don't know his name, he started crawling, and he went and sat on the fifth seat meant in the yaga for a certain position. Since he sat on the seat that was made up of gold, he was called Hiranyakashipu. Since he had large eyes with that of shining or molten gold, he was called Hiranyakshaha. Here, he says that he has won over Yama in many places. Since he has won over Yama, and he was also won over demons who are like Yama as powerful, he is called Kritantakrit. Kritantam antakabham hiranyaksham kritavan iti Kritantakrit. The next nama is Mahavaraha. He is the one who is in the form of a large Varaha Murti. Since he comes with that large form of being a Varaha Murti, he was called Mahavaraha. The next nama is Govindaha. Nashtam cha dharanim purvam avindam cha guham gatam Govinda iti tenaham iti. Now, when Bhumi Devi was suffering at the hands of the demon, it was he who came as Varaha and protected her. Udhritasi varahena krishnena shatabahuna, says Vedam. Here, the one who is able to protect Go, which is Mother Earth. Nashtam cha dharanim purvam avindam cha guham gatam Govinda iti tenaham. Since he protects Go, Mother Earth, he is called Govinda. The next nama is, from here we are going to see those which are going to address him as the very ambrosia and the very name that protects his devotees, that speaks of his greatness. There are going to be 25 namas. The first one is Sushenaha, Shobhana Shuddha Sattvamayi Baddha Muktya Nitya Vijayopakaranatvat Seneva Panchopanishatkayaha Asya Iti. For those who are led by Baddha, Mukta and Nitya. Baddhatmas are those Jivatmas who are in bondage. Muktatma are those that follow a path of Upayam as laid in the Brahma Vidya, attain it, and then cross the path of light and reaches Vaikuntham. That is Muktatma. Those who are permanently staying there are called Nityatma. Here, Shobhana Shuddha Sattvamayi Baddha Mukta Nitya Vijayopakaranatvat. So he has won over all the three categories of Jivatmas. Through what? Through Panchopanishad that he has. Since he has that Panchopanishad, he is called as Sushenaha. Next is Kanakangati Tanmayaihi Uktarupa Saundarya Sandhukshanaihi Angadopalakshitaihi Divyabhushanair Nityayogat Kankanadihi. Now, for all those ornaments that have to adorn him, he says, Sandhukshanaihi Angadopalakshitaihi Divyabhushanaihi. He is wearing all divine ornaments. That which comes here, that which comes here, that which comes here, that which comes here, that which comes here. He is wearing something which is very, very divine to look at. Since he does so, he is called as Kanakangati. The next nama is Guhyaha. Yevam Paramopanishad Vishayena Vapusha Guhyaha. Now, with respect to the Panchopanishad, when the devotee masters it, understands it word by word, understands the sentences, the panktis, and then is able to internalize and produce, Guhyaha Evam Paramopanishad Vishayena Vapusha, he becomes the one that bridges the gap between the practitioner and the one who has to give him darshana. Guhyaha. Next is Gabhiraha. Tadabhakti. Tadabhiktischaishwarya Mahagambhiryaha Gambhiraha. Now, people may want to realize him as much as possible, but he's actually beyond our perception of understanding how much of energy he has, how much of potential he has. The one who beyond a certain point cannot be described, cannot be internalized, but he is beyond our very imagination of thoughts. He is called as Gabhiraha. The next one is Gahanaha. Duravagaha nahi swachha sugrahantar vrittopi ratnakaro janudagnaha. Now, at the superficial level, it may seem that as if we can measure him and see him. But as we get into him, he will be like the river or ocean. If you go to Brahmaputra, if you go to Amazon, if you go to Nile, these are all rivers. Even Godavari, you will not be able to understand what is the depth. At the superficial level, it will seem as if we can perceive it. As you go deeper, the darker it gets. You don't know how deep it is. Since he is so, he is called as Gahanaha. So Gahanaha tells he may be visible, but he is very deep. You will not be able to quantify him, measure him in the process. So that is why he is called as Gahanaha. Next is 549th Nama. So for 549th Nama, we have Guptaha. Guptaha tad Gauravajnaihi Purva Gurubihi. So he is protected by the very gunas of the Lord and as well as the grace of Purvacharyas, the one who is able to give an opportunity to his devotees to be able to be protected by the grace of Purvacharyas is called as Guptaha. The next Nama is Chakra Gadadharaha. Ukta Nitya Rupa Vibhushanavat Panchashaktimaya Nitya Divyayudhaha. So, by the very reading and understanding of the Panchamahonishad. So you have got the Pancha Upanishad, right? From that, Panchashaktamayi Nitya Divyayudha. He is the one who will always carry the Panchamahayudham. Be it Spurat Sahasra Rishikari Tibram Sudarshanam Bhaskara Koti Tulyam Suradvisham Pranavinasa Vishnoho Chakram Sadaham Sharanam Prabhatye. Samanasaram Kaumodakim Daitya Kulaigrahantim. So be it the Shankam, Chakram, Gada, Sharngam and Nandakam, Panchayudham, he is the one who blesses his devotees. If you want to go to an abode like Tirumalirunjolai, which is Vrishabhadri near Madurai in the south of India, you will find the Lord sport 5 Divyayudhams. Same is the case with Gosakha Swami, the Lord form of Krishna, in a place which is called Terezhundur, where Uparichara was blessed by the Lord. So he holds Panchayudham. Shankhabrin, Nandaki, Chakri, Sharanga Dharma, Gadadharaha. So we have these names explained. Now in one verse we have more than 2 Ayudhams. Ari Madekkanna, Onnani Kaigaravel, Ari Ulpukku, Muhandu Kodaitteri, Uri Mudalvan, Uruvam Pol, Meikaruthu, Pariyam Toludaya, Parpanaban Kayil, Aribol Minni, Valamburi Nindradirdu, Tadade, Sharga Mudaita Sharamare Pol, Vada Ulaginil Pedidai. Of the 5 Panchayudhams, the saint poetess, the mystic saint poetess, Andal mentions of 3 Kshetras with 5. You have got Panchayudha Stotram. Hence, through the Pancha Upanishad, you are able to realize the Lord of Panchayudham. So he is called as Gahanaha. And later, we also call him Chakra Gadadhara. Chakra Gadadhara refers to this concept of the Lord having all these weapons. Srimad Bhagavatam says, Tamadbhutam Balakamambujekshanam Chaturbhujam Shanka Gadharyudhayudam Srivatsalakshmam Galashobi Kaustubam Pitambaram Sandra Payodi Saubhagam Maharha Vaidurya Kirita Kundala Tvisha Parishvakta Sahastra Kuntalam Uddhamakanchi Gadakankanadibir Virochamanam Vasudeva Maikshata. Since he does so, he is called as Chakra Gadadharaha. In continuation, we have the 551st Nama, which is Vedaha. Evam Vividham Ananta Mahavibhavam Nityam Vidadhati Iti Vedaha. So, he ensures that there are a series of auspicious events that happen to his devotees. That nama, which upon recitation gives us a series of auspicious events in our lives as well as in the society and in our family, is called Vedaha, not Veda, Vedaha. The next nama is 552nd nama, which is Swangaha. Yatha tatraiva samagra sadharana mangalam charachamaradi sarvadhirajya paribarha jatam nityam asya iti swangaha. He always being the greatest of the lords. He is the Paramatma, Bhagavan, Swamin. So he has to show his royal insignia everywhere. Samagra swasadharana mangalam chatra chamaradi, be it chatram or chamaram, be it the umbrella, be it the fanning service, it is always associated with him. That is why, while being in Rama's form, there is this beautiful kriti in Sanskritam of Muthuswami Dikshita who tells, Chatra chamara kara dhrita bharata Lakshmana Shatrughna Vibhishana sevita. So as he continues, who all saw him? There were many people who witnessed him, but how was he? He had the royal insignia with him. He had the ornaments, he had the garments, he had the chatram, he had the chamaram. So in whichever state he is Vibhavavataram or Paramapadanatha, he will have his royal insignia. Swangaha. So he says, Sadharana Mangalam Chatra Chamaradi Sarvadhirajya Paribarha Jatam Nityam Asya Iti Swangaha. It is always associated with him. The next nama is 553rd nama, which is Ajitaha. Prakritair Utpatti Maranadibhir Najita Yathokta Dravyopadana Puri Ajita Asyasti Iti Ajitaha. Be it the concept of creation, be it the concept of sustenance, be it the concept of destruction. In whichever way the cycle goes, there are some jivatmas, through the grace of their acharyas, through the understanding of Brahma Vidyas, are able to perform an upayam, a means to attain the Lord. Once they attain, where will they be? There will be in a lokam which is called Ajita. Ajita means that lokam which can never be won. That is why with the same meaning you have a counter meaning, similar meaning called as Ayodhya. Ayodhye aparajiteti vidita nakamparena sthita is a line. So Ayodhya, that which cannot be won over by Yuddham. Since it is Ayodhya in Uttar Pradesh, how did it get its name? It got its name from Vaikuntham, which is also called Ayodhya. Vaikuntham or Paramapadam is also called Ayodhya, since it cannot be won over by a Yuddham. A replica of it was made by Manuna Manavendrena Yapuri Nirmita Swayam. Hence it is called Ayodhya. So this Ayodhya is that Ayodhya, and that Ayodhya is also referred to by the name Ajita, which can never be won. Since the one who rests in that Ajita grants us that ability to go there and see him, he is called Ajitaha. Ajita is that lokam, Ajitaha is the Lord. So we have many names, people call themselves Ajit. So Ajit comes from this name Ajitaha. The next nama is Krishnaha. Tanmaya Megha Mecha Tanmaya Megha Mechaka Charuvarnaha Krishnaha. He comes with a beautiful hue, which is Krishnaha. We generally think it is dark. But if you go deeper, many acharyas have said it may seem dark, but there is a tinge of two other colors. One is dark green and the other one is dark blue. To understand which color the Lord is, whether he is dark, which is black, or dark blue or dark green, while Rama was walking in the forest and the sun's rays were falling on him, the Tamil poet Kamban, while presenting Kambaramayanam, thought, I will now check what color, what hue he is. Beyyonnuli tanmeniyil virijotiyil maraya பொய்யோ எனுமிடையாளொடு மிளையானொடும் போரானது மெய்யோ மறிகடலோ மழை முகிலோ. Whether he is dark green, Whether he is dark blue or he is black, I am not able to sense. In each angle, he seems to show a different color. So when the green and the blue get mixed in a darker black color, there is one color that arrives, which rarely will showcase tinge of green and blue. So he is called Krishnaha. Krishna Megha Janitam Janitapaharam. This nama of Krishnaha, Anakaram, is very important. It has been, this nama is the name of the Lord in Krishna Avataram, which we will be discussing in detail later. This Krishna has been called upon by his devotees. Krishna ni begane varo, Krishna ni begane varo, says one poet in the Kannada language. There is another poet called Kanakadasa who says, Baro Krishnaya Ninna Bhaktara Manegiga Krishnaya Baro Krishnaya. Again another poet in the Kannada language. Surdas says, Sabha beech Krishna Krishna Draupadi Pukari. So Krishna, whichever language you go, it has been used. So this nama denotes the hue of the Lord. So he is called Krishnaha. The next nama is the 555th nama, which is Dridhaha. Anayaiva Nitya Vyaktavupasaka Namanugrahaya Vyuhopi Kinchit Sthulaha Dridhaha. Even in the states of the Lord, we have got 5 states as recommended by Agama Shastram: Para, Vyuha, Vibhava, Antaryami, Archa. So Archavataram is the Lord who stays in Sri Rangam, Tirupati, Kanchipuram, Melukote, Guruvayur, Puri Jagannath, Pandarpur, Dwarika, Gokul, Vrindavan, Mathura. You've got Kurukshetra. These are all places where the Lord has come and is not going to move. That is Archavatara. There is the Lord who stays within us, Antaryami. There is the Lord who has incarnated, Ramavatara, Krishnavatara, Balaramavatara. That is all Vibhavam. There is the Lord who comes, who stays in Paramapadam, the eternal abode, Paraswarupi, Paravasudeva. There is a Lord who comes as Vyuhamurtis, Aniruddha, Sankarshana, Pradyumna, Vasudeva. So in these Vyuha forms, Vyuhopi Kinchit Sthulaha Dhridaha. In the Sthula form, in the very form, gross state, the Lord rests. Nitya Vyaktavupasakanugrahaya. So to bless upon his devotees who are upasakas of his Vyuhamurtis, he is always there, unmoved and unshaked. So he is called as Dridhaha. He is there. He isn't moved. So he is called Dridhaha. The next nama is 556th nama. Samsare Chit Achitoratmani Samam Karshanat Samam Karma Nayati Iti Sankarshanaha. Now, Achit, which is Achetana, Chit, which is Jivatma, both are of different qualities, both are of different sizes. How are they coming together? The Lord will ensure that both of them, despite the disparity, through their qualities, he becomes the substratum. He becomes the very support. So he is called Sankarshanaha. He is able to attract both of them and he becomes the substratum. So he is called Sankarshanaha. The next nama is Achyutaha. Vyuhepi Yasmanna Chavase Sthanat Tasmat Sankirtyase Achyutaha. Now, iti Achyutaha, what he says is, the one who does not allow any slipping, any kind of leaving off that place. So something that slips and comes out is called Chavana. So he does not allow that Chavati process, the process of slippage. He stands dridham even in that state. So he is called Achyutaha. There is another meaning. He does not betray his devotees. That is the meaning which we gave before. That was for another Achyuta. Since there should be no Punarukti dosham. See, suppose Govindaha, 4 times it comes in Sahasranama. Achyutaha, twice it comes in Sahasranama. Ajaha comes 4 times in Sahasranama. If Parashara Bhatta, the commentator says, I have given the meaning of one Ajaha, the remaining 3 Ajaha, you just ditto mark it, like how we do in our colleges. Ditto, ditto, ditto. Then it will lead to a dosham, a flaw called as Punarukti dosham. You should not keep repeating the same meaning, then it will lead to a big flaw, a blemish in the name of Bhishmacharya. Since he was lying on the bed of arrows, he did not know what name he said. Hence he kept repeating the name Govinda 4 times, Ajaha 4 times, Achyutaha twice will be the name. So to ensure that there is a consistency in delivering the meaning as per the rules of Vyakarana Shastram and Nirukti Shastram, Parashara Bhatta, using the same root, assigns different meanings. One such meaning is the one who does not let himself slip from the Vyuha position is called as Achyutaha. The next nama is the 558th nama, which is Varunaha. Yenavritam Kancha Divam Mahim Cha Teno Davamritam Iti Varunaha. Let it be earth, Bhumi, which is Kancha Divam, be it the space. Divam Mahim Cha Tene Davamritam. So he becomes the very elixir, be it space or earth. Now, at the same time, he will keep that under his control, because during the creation process, they are all in the subtle state. Then they come to the gross state. So he allows them to be condensed. Akashad Vayuhu Vayor Agnihi Agner Apaha Advyaf Prithvi. You may be wondering, out of the 5 Panchabhutas, you have mentioned Akasham and you have mentioned Prithvi, which is Bhumi. What happened to the rest of the 3? See, if I say as a South Indian, I began eating with the salad, then sambar rice, and a few minutes later I say I concluded with the curd rice. What is implied? I must have had a rasam rice in the middle. So if I say the start and if I say the end, I started with this starter, I ended with a dessert, then I don't have to worry that I would have eaten or not in the middle. Likewise, Akasham is mentioned, Bhumi is mentioned. So all of the Panchabhutas put together, Teneda Vamritam. Now, he is the one who keeps all this in a hidden state and reveals them only during creation. Since he does so, he is called as a Varunaha. The next nama is Varunaha. Tam Swamitvena Vrunuta iti Varunaha. Tatra Bhavo Varunaha. Now, he does that. Now, he also ensures that he provides the knowledge of this process to his devotees. He is Varuna. He ensures that this knowledge of the Panchabhutas, Panchikarana Prakriya, there is something called Panchikarana Prakriya. If the Lord has to create, how does this process go? Each of the Panchamahabhutas is 100%. Let's keep it. Now divide, let's say Akasham 100%, divide it into 2 halves. So you will have 50% Akasham, another 50% Akasham. Divide the remaining 50% Akasham into 4. 12.5% Akasham, 12.5% Akasham, 12.5% Akasham, 12.5% Akasham. There is already another 50%. That 50% of Akasham will retain its innate characteristic and be there. But how do we combine the rest? We have to similarly distribute the remaining Panchabhutas. So there is a 12.5% Akasham. It will now react with the 12.5% Bhumi. There is another 12.5% Vayu, it will react with 12.5% Agni. So similarly, you will get permutations and combinations. That is why you are able to witness a lot of events. They say that there is fire within water. Shastram tells there is fire within water. How did both the elements come into being? Through Panchikarana Prakriya. They say that there is some amount of water content within earth. How did this water and Prithvi come together? Through Panchikarana Prakriya. So Panchikarana Prakriya is a process, and that is the secret of him bringing about the 5 gross elements into existence. So he is called as Varunaha. The one who is adept with that knowledge, blessed by the Almighty, becomes as Varunaha. The next nama is 560th nama, which is Vrikshaha. Teshu Chaya Taru Vada Vritanam Upajivya Sarvasva Tat Kritopamarda Sahasra Saho Vrikshata iti Vrikshaha. Now, he is the one where all the devotees come to him and he provides the very shade for them. They may be suffering because of tapatrayam, they may be suffering because of ajnanam, they may be suffering because of karma, they may be suffering because of vasana, they may be suffering because of prakriti sambandham. Whatever reason the devotee is suffering from, the Lord becomes the very large tree that offers cool shade. So he is the vriksha, he is the very tree. There is one anecdote given in Skanda Puranam which tells that once a devotee was traveling from the south of India to the north of India, where the Lord stays in a kshetram called Badrinath, which is called Badarikashramam. So on his way, on a sojourn from the south, it is said at one point in time while he was crossing Andhra Pradesh, it was very hot, scorching rays of the sun, no tree. He sat atop a boulder and thought to himself, "Oh Lord, I am coming to have a darshan of you, but here I am suffering without shade. Won't I get shade?" The very moment he said, the next minute he got shade, because the Lord appeared as a mango tree so that he gives him the shade as well as gives him the fruits for him to sustain. So he became the mango tree, and Mahalakshmi, the very mother, came as a smaller mango tree. So she was called Kubjamram. Kubja means short. Amram means mango. Kubjamram means a short mango tree. So the Lord is the very vriksha. So he is called as vrikshaha. 560th nama. The next nama is Pushkarakshaha. Tesham prasada varshena poshake akshini yasya saha pushkarakshaha. So he says, Tesham prasada varshena poshake. When the Lord looks at us, his eyes should be like that of a mother. When the child cries, the mother will come and see it, look at the child. Just by looking at the mother's eyes, the child will be able to quench his or her thirst. So the eyes should be able to do that magic. Since the Lord, Tesham prasada varshena poshake, he through his grace, he through his daya, he through his karuna, Akshini yasya saha pushkarakshaha. He is able to nurture his children. So he is called as Pushkarakshaha. The next nama is Mahamanaha. Teshvagado gadhodara vistrita manaha mahamanaha. He has got a large heart. He is so magnanimous to his devotees. If they don't ask, he gives. If we ask, he gives multiple times. So we should be able to differentiate those periods where we want to ask and not ask. If we have to get moksham, we have to request him, please grant me. So he does that. He's got a large heart. He's got a large mind to accept his devotees sans any discrimination. He's called Mahamanaha. The next nama is Bhagavan. So this is a very important nama, because be it Parameshwaraha, Paramatma, Bhagavan, where we refer to Parabrahmam, he is the one who is referred to. In Vishnu Sahasranama, he is the one who is referred to. Adi Shankara has written, Parashara Bhatta has written, and Dvaita Sampradaya, Satyasanta Tirtha has written. For this nama, I am going to read out all the three commentaries. It's a very important nama. Aishwaryasya samagrasya viryasya yashasaha shriyaha jnana vairagya yoschaiva shannam bhaga itirina sosyastiti bhagavan. This is Adi Shankaracharya's commentary. Jnana bala, Aishwarya virya, Shakti tejas. These are the 6 gunas that define Parabrahmam. Jnana bala, the first 2 are denoted by the letter Bha. Aishwarya virya by the letter Ga. Shakti tejas by the letter Va. Bhagava. So the one who has dhanam is called dhanavan. The one who has called buddhi is buddhiman. The one who has got 6 qualities, Bhagava, is called Bhagavan. The other interpretation is Bhagava means he is a repository of 6 qualities, Jnana Bala, Ishwarya, Virya, Shakti, Tejas. At the same time, does he have any errors? Does he have faults? Does he have flaws? Does he have blemishes? No. He doesn't have any blemishes. How do you say no in Sanskrit? Na. How do you get na? A plus an, when a plus in becomes an, and when that is reversed, that becomes na. So that na is denoted by the letter an. Bhagava plus an is Bhagavan. So you have to derive that word. So Adi Shankara uses this line from Puranas and says all the 6 qualities are only in Vishnu, in Paramatma, in Bhagavan. The second is Parashara Bhatta's commentary. Evam asesha dosha vidvesha kalyana swarupataya paramapujyo bhagavan. He is the one who is to be worshipped by all of us because he does not have any bad qualities. He is a repository of all good qualities. He thereby becomes the object of worship. Next, Aishwaryadi Shad Gunaha. Very simply, Dvaita Sampradayam says, you begin with the first guna, Aishwarya, all the six are in him. So we have discussed many a times in Shastram, the one who has all the six is Bhagavan. So it is only this Lord who is called Paramatma, who is called Narayanaha, who is called as Vishnu, who is called as Bhagavan. It is not right upon us, not justified on our part, to use this Bhagavan for any guru we have. So Bhagavan is exclusively reserved for one. So that alone should be retained, has been our Purvacharya's statement. The next guna that we are going to talk about is 564th nama, which is Bhagaha Aishwaryasya Samagrasya Viryasya Yashasaha Shriyaha Jnana Vairagyayoschaiva Shannam Bhaga Itirina Tam Hanti Gacchati. The one who has got all the six gunas in him. The previous nama Bhagavan Adi Shankara used. Now in this nama Bhagaha, Parashara Bhatta states that all the six rests in him. Shannam Bhagaitirina. There used to be a work called as Shadgunya Vivekam, that which gives us knowledge about the one who has got six qualities. It is now not in usage, but Vedanta Deshika of the 13th century in his work called as Tattva Tika refers to this work. Now, next is 565th nama, which is Nandi. So, what does Nandi mean? Here he says, Evam asau vyuhena sankarshanaha swavatare nandagopena pitruman. So, amongst the Vyuhamurtis of the Lord, Aniruddha, Pradyumna, Sankarshana, Vasudeva, Sankarshana, that form of the Lord, became Balarama in Dwapara Yugam. And that Balarama was born as the son of Vasudeva, but was nurtured as the son of Nandagopala. Since he was nurtured as the son of Nandagopala, as being Balarama, who was earlier Sankarshanamurti, he is called as Nandi. The next nama is Vanamali. Now, Swasrijya Bhuta Sukshmasara Saurabhyabhimaninya Vaijayantya Nityayogi Vanamali. So he says, there are 5 bhuta, the panchabhutas that he has done, Akashad Vayuhu, Vayoragnihi, Agne Rapaha, Adhyav Prithvi. Bhuta Sukshmasara Saurabhyabhimaninya. Now each of these elements will have a smell. Now if you go to scents and perfumes, they will say lavender smell. From the lavender flowers we have collected and extracted the smell. Rose, tea rose smell, they say, right? So they extract that essence from each of this and present to us. Likewise, from the Panchabhutas, whatever is the exclusive characteristic feature of the smell, the Lord puts it together. Vaijayantya Nityayogi Vanamali. Then the Lord sports that as Vanamali. So there is a verse, Purudan Manivaramaha Ponnamula Pragradi Maruvaga Mantandaga Iridigangal Shargam Shangaga Irubhutamalai Vanamalayaga Irubhutamalai. So Vedanta Deshika says this in Tamil 750 years before. Irubhutamalai Vanamalayaga. What is that Vanamala? Vanamala is nothing but the extract of the bhutas. So the one who sports the Panchabhutas and its extract as a garland which is inseparable from him is called as Vanamali. 566th nama. Next is 567th nama. Hala Yudha. So, Ukta Bhuta Samriddha Krishivala Hala Parikaraha. Hala Yudha. Halam is plow. What does the plow use for? For plowing the land, for tilling the land, for keeping it at a place which is conducive for laying down the seeds, the bijam. The farmer plows the land first. Either he does it with the help of animals or he does it himself. In whichever case, you need the hala, the plow. So, in our lives, we need somebody to plow our minds so that the seeds of knowledge could be sown. Who does that? Hala Yudhaha, the one who holds the plow as an instrument or as a weapon and plows the land, which is our mind, to sow the seeds of knowledge, is called Hala Yudhaha. Krishivalam dhinoti, says Vedanta Deshika and Dayashatakam, to denote the occupation of a farmer. Next is, there are 6 namas. Next group is the 6th set of namas that we are going to see from the Shanti Parva of Sri Mahabharatam. Vyasacharya's Sri Mahabharatam has 18 parvas. It begins with Adi Parva, Sabha Parva, Vana Parva, Virata Parva, Udyoga Parva, and so on. As we move towards the 2 large parvas, one is Anushasana Parva, the second is Shanti Parva. Shanti Parva has to do with a lot of what Bhishma has said. In Shanti Parva, we have got many adhyayas that deal with the Lord's qualities, of which 6 namas are linked to the essence of Shanti Parva in Mahabharata. So the first one is the 568th nama, which is Adityaha. Bhutapurva Aditi Bhavayaha Devakyaha Apatyam iti Adityaha. In one of the Janmas where it was Prishni and Sutapa, that time they prayed to the Lord and requested him to have a child like him. The Lord said, there is no one like me. If I have to choose, I have to be born. So since they asked thrice, like Avritti, you have to be born, you have to be born, you have to be born, to accomplish what they had asked, first to Prishni and Sutapa, the Lord was born as Prishni Garbha. The second, while Prishni and Sutapa were born as Aditi and Kashyapa, he was born as Vamana Rupendraha. Next, the same couple were born as Devaki and Vasudeva, he was born as Lord Krishna. So be it with the beginning of Aditi till Devaki, whichever cycle you go, if you take this as a cycle, Prishni, Aditi and Devaki. So if you start with if the row starts with Aditi, Devaki and you complete the circle, it will come at Prishni. So in whichever way you go, she was blessed to be the mother from Aditi. Now, whichever way you turn, if you end up at Devaki, then the Lord who is born in that cycle to those mothers is called Adityaha. Bhutapurvaditi Bhavayaha Devakyaha Apatyam iti Adityaha. This is the first. The second is 569th nama, which is Jyotiradityaha. Atha Narayana Vishayaha Divyascharya Jyotirmayatvad Apurvaha Prasiddho Hyadityaha Tat Tejasitam Ayeti iti. So, the sun helps the world dispel the darkness. Night we have darkness, when the sun rises, the darkness goes away. Now, who is the one who grants the power to Aditya to dispel that light? See, Aditya is an entity, he dispels light. How? There must be somebody who is within him who is giving him that energy. Dhyayas sada savitra mandala madhyavarti narayana sarasijasana sannivishtaha Keyuravan Makrakundalavan Kiriti Hari Hiranmaya Vapuhu Dhritashanka Chakraha Sri Dwaraka Nilayachyuta Govinda Pundarikaksha Rakshamam Sharanagatam. He is the one who stays within the sun to give that light. So the Jyoti comes by the Lord who is within the Adityaha. So he is Jyotiradityaha. So this is the Nama. In fact, there is a Kriti that describes the Lord as Surya and talks about the Antaryami. Surya Murte, says Muthuswami Dikshitar. So every line he describes the Surya as Tejas Purte, the one who gives us Tejas. But he also, between the lines, refers to the Lord who is a Madhyavarti. There is a work by a Kavi who has given us called Surya Shatakam. There are 100 verses that describe the Surya. That is also very beautiful, which is 569th Nama. Next is Sahishnuhu. Tatra Tadaparadha Sahanat Sahishnuhu. Devotees commit mistakes. We are meant to commit mistakes. When have we done the right things? But the Lord is able to tolerate us. He, of course, gives us ways to mend ourselves. He gives us acharyas who can correct us. Later, He gives us chances to correct us. So that is why He did not kill Ravana. He gave many chances to him. Had it been Ravana instead of Vibhishana who had sought asylum, Rama would have granted that very happily. He gives many chances. He is very, very tolerant. He does not punish, because as a mother, the mother will never want to punish the child and will take the happiness out of it. She will try giving as many chances as possible. One day the child is unbearable, she gives him a beat. That too, that beating is not because she likes it. She wants to correct the child. Likewise, the Lord is able to tolerate his devotees. So he is called as Sahishnuhu. The next nama is Gati Sattamaha. Sa eva Parama Dharmadva Deshikatvena Gati Sattamaha. Now, be it the path of dharma, he is the one who comes and explains the path of dharma, the nuances in it to his devotees in all his incarnations. So he is called as Gati Sattamaha. The next one is Sudhanva. Sudha Nimitta Sura Asura Samara Samhari Sharasanatvat Sudhanva. So he holds a great bow. The Dhanva, he holds a great bow. When there was a fight between the Devas and the Asuras, the Lord had to lift his bow and bring the war to a close by proving his prowess. Humkaratvena, the way he does, you must have seen the wrestlers. Hum, 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 they will hit. That humkaram is enough to say. The way they say humkaram will give a lot of motivation to the others who are fighting. The Lord, when he did humkaram, many of the bows had cracks. The Asuras ran. The Devas felt that the yuddham is already over. So the one who holds that bow and gives that humkaram to denote the victory, the triumph that comes along with him, is called as Sudhanva. The way he holds his bow itself tells that he is very capable. The next one is 573rd nama, which is Khanda Parashuhu. Parashuna Raudra Sangrama Khandanat Khanda Parashuhu. By being Lord Shiva, he has the axe in him. With many battles, the axe would have also broken. That broken axed Lord, with the broken axe as a mark of his valor during yuddhams, is called as Khanda Parashuhu. So if you see the Ayudham called Parashu, it is owned by Sudarshana, the divine discus of the Lord. He has got 16 weapons. Shodasha Yudha. Swasankalpa Kala Kalpaihi Ayudhaira Yudheshwaraha Jushtaha Shodashabhir Divyai Jushatam Vav Parapuman Yadayattam Jagat Chakram Kala Chakram Cha Sashwatam Patu Vastat Param Chakram Chakra Rupasya Chakrinaha. So as we describe the Ayudhas that are held by Chakra, the divine discus of the Lord, one of the Ayudhas is Parashu. Parashu Palayetavaha, says Vedanta Deshika, let it come and protect me. So Sudarshana has 16 weapons, and he, being the Lord himself, has given Parashu to Lord Shiva, and Lord Shiva blessed the Lord when he incarnated as Bhargava Rama, and since it was given back to the Lord, from that day onwards he was called Parashurama. Khanda Parashu denotes that Parashu in the hands of Parashurama while he had to fight many people, and especially even Ganesha in one of the Puranas, because of which Ganesha had a broken tusk, says one of the Puranas. So he is called Khanda Parashuhu. The next nama is Darunaha. Evam Bahyabhyantaradi Daranat Darunaha. Now, he is the one who is able to help the devotee destroy the external enemies and the internal enemies. There are many internal enemies for us, Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Madamatsarya, and there are external enemies too. The one who is able to help the devotee get rid of the external and the internal enemies, Bahya Bhyantaradi Daranat Darunaha. He is called Darunaha. The next nama, set of namas, will be 15 names. 15 names that denote the Lord as Vyasacharya and the contribution he has made to Sanatana Dharma. 575th nama, Dravinav Pradaha Atha Vyasavataraha Samagram Shastrarthadartha Rupa Dravinam Pradadati Iti Dravinav Pradaha. he is the one, by being Vyasa, he blesses the followers, the students, the Sishyas, the devotees with various kinds of Shastras, the meaning within the Shastra, and the prosperity in the knowledge that will be incurred because of the meaning of such Shastras. Since he grants that knowledge to his devotees, he is called as Dravina Pradaha. The next Nama is the 576th Nama, which is Divisprik. Paravidyaya Divicha Paramapade Sthitam Swatatvaraha Sprishati iti Divisprik. Now, because of Paravidya, because of so many Parama Rahasyas that have been mentioned in the Brahma Vidyas, in Paramapadam, he is able to hide his Swarupam for a few seconds and showcase various pastime to his devotees there. Since he has the ability to mask that and then unmask later, he is called Divisprik. Next Nama is Sarvadrik. Anyadapi sarvam vaibhavam pashyati iti sarvadrik. Now he is able to allow his devotees to witness all the types of mahima, the significance that he has. So Vyasacharya will guide the devotees in the world to show his original form and exhibit all the greatnesses associated with those forms. Since he does that, he is called Sarvadrik. The next Nama is the 578th Nama, which is Vyasaha. So Vyasaha Nama comes here. Vibhajanstu Chaturdha Vai Vedam Ekam Trikalavit iti Vyasaha. Like how we have a box in the Indian kitchens. There will be a small katori in it, a cup in it that will have mustard seeds. Another katori that may have sesame seeds. Some which may have jeera. Some which may have the pulses. While we are cooking, the fingers will be moist. I take little mustard and put it into oil. That will start bursting here and there. On the other side, with the same wet fingers, if I put it into the sesame, mustards will get into the sesame. So one day I have time. I want to ensure that this box is clean. So I sit and start separating the mustards from the sesame, the jeera from the sesame, the pulses from the jeera, and I put them into the respective cups. This process of separating, categorizing, bucketing is called Vyasam in Sanskritam. Since he has done that for Veda, he is called Veda Vyasa. There are some mantras which are in the Rik format, some in the Yajus format, some in the Sama format where they have to be sung. So they have been differentiated, Trayi Vedaha, and whatever remains has been compiled into Atharvana Veda. Since he does the Vyasa, he is called Vyasaha. The next Nama is 579th Nama, Vachaspatihi. Panchama Veda Rupayaha Vachaha Swami. So, the quintessence of Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, Atharvana Veda, the quintessence, the saram, has to be compiled together and should come in the form of the fifth Veda. It is called as Vachaspatihi. Since he has come up with this work called as Mahabharata. So in Mahabharata only there is VISHNU SAHASRANAMA. It is very important on my part to tell you. Some of them have been spreading rumors in this world that if you have Mahabharata Pustakam, the book of Mahabharata series in your house, we will all keep fighting. For us to fight, either inside our house, in our family or in the society, we don't need to learn from Mahabharata. As such, we are great fighters. So no book has to teach us. Probably books have to learn how to fight from us. So this is a misconception. Second thing is, people say you should not read Mahabharata, which is again a misconception. If you say you cannot read Mahabharata, you should not read Yakshaprashnam, because Yakshaprashnam is a part of Mahabharata. You should not read Sanat Sujatiyam or Viduraniti, because it is a part of Mahabharata. You should not be reciting Bhagavad Gita, because Bhagavad Gita is a part of Mahabharata. You should not be learning or reciting VISHNU SAHASRANAMAM, because this is a part of Mahabharata. So then you cannot be selective. No. These 5 chapters alone we can read, the rest we cannot read. No. So Mahabharata can be kept, Mahabharata can be read, Mahabharata can be enjoyed, Mahabharata can be relished. So there is no doubt. So that Mahabharata, which is the Panchamo Vedaha, has been given by Vyasacharya. So he is called as Vachaspatihi. The next nama is Ayonijaha. Saraswatavatare Bhagavad Vakya Sambhavat Ayonijaha. So, during the avatara of Vyasacharya, though he may have been born out of the womb of Satyavati, who was called Matsyagandhi, by the process of fathering, where he was fathered by Parashara Maharshi, though he was born in a dvipa, his knowledge is beyond our cognizance. It is beyond our level of understanding. This jnanam was not born out of somebody's womb. So we all say, I got this art from my mother, I got this art from my father, I got this art because they tutored, they got me learnt under Acharya. But his knowledge was not like that. It was that which nobody could have born or could have undergone gestation. So he is called Ayonijaha. Vakya Sambhavat Ayonijaha. Next is Trisama. Trisama, these are three kinds of sounds associated with the Veda, the way we recite it. It is said that Lord Garuda has it within him and even Vyasa has it within him. Swagayaka, Brihad Antara, Vamadevya Pradhana Samakatvat Trisama. Be it Rantharam, be it Brihat or Vamadevyam. These are the three forms. This has been associated with the Lord. So he is called Trisama. Next is Samagaha, which is Swayam cha Swanubhava Pritya Tadrushim Gayatiti Samagaha. Now, he ensures that he enjoys the Samagana of Samaveda. Samagayan naste ha vuha. So, ahamannam. So, this kind of sound which is associated with Samaganam, which is Samavedam, he relishes it. He says, Vedanam Samosmi, I am Samaveda of all the Vedas. Since he is a part of the singing process, he is called as Samagaha. Next, Sama. One was Samagaha, now it is Sama. Swagayakanam api papam syasyatiti Sama. Now he is the one who destroys the sins committed by those devotees who seek asylum in him. There are devotees who go seek asylum in him, but they may be committing papams for which they are remorseful. So the Lord is able to destroy those sins. Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja aham tva sarva papebhyaha. So he destroys all the sins. So he is called Sama. The next nama is Nirvanam. Evam apahata papmanam paramagati nimittam nirvanam. Ippadi. Now he says, he gives a moksha to people for those whom he has destroyed sins. What is Krishna's statement? Aham tva sarva papebhyaha. I shall destroy the sins you have committed. What will I get after that? Moksha mishyami. I will give you moksha, where you don't have to be born on this earth. So since he does that, it is called Nirvanam. Next is Bheshajam. Ato sadhya sankhya Atho sadhya samsara vyadehe parama beshajam. So in this world, mundane world, because of our family, because of adhyatmika, adi deivika, adi bhautika, because of viruses, because of bacteria, because of pathogens, because of insects, because of reptiles, because of animals, because of natural calamities, we are all suffering. One day or the other, we will not have peace. In such a case, there is this Lord who becomes a medicine to our sufferings. So since he is a medicine, he is called Bheshajam. Who will give us that medicine? The next nama, Bhishak. The surgeon has to tell, see, generally we say there is a medicine that can take away this disease, but don't take it. Let the doctor say. Only if the doctor says, we will have confidence because he is trained in that art. Bhishak, samyak vidita nidana chikitsako bhishak. So he becomes Dhanavantri. Alvar, the Tamil mystic poet, says, Maruttuvanai ninna mamani vanna. The Lord is the very surgeon, physician. Now let us take Dhanavantri. Dhanavantri is regarded as the lord of Ayurveda Shastram. The lord is Dhanavantri. He has Amrita Kalasham, that which gives us elixir, Rasayanam, which will give us that state where our old age reduces. For example, if I have to become old by 60, by that Amritam I may become old at 65. Doesn't mean I will not die. I will die. That process is slightly elongated, extended. At the same time, there are many toxins. What can take away a leech? A leech will take away all the toxins. So, Ayurveda Shastram says there is a Raktamochanam because of leech, Amritam because of the Lord. So, Dhanavantri has both of it. Who is he? The doctor. Who is he? The physician. Who is he? The Lord himself. So, he is called Bhishak, which is the 586th Nama. The next Nama is Sanyasakrit. Satvikena Sanyasena Rajastamasi Kritantiti Sanyasakrit. So, by allowing the devotee with great knowledge to perform Satvika Tyaga, Aham Madrakshana Bharaha Madrakshana Phalam Tata Namama Shripatereve Tyatmanam Nikshipet Bhutaha Nyasyamya Kinchana Shriman Anukulonya Varjitaha Vishwasav Prarthana Purvam Atmaraksha Bharam Tvai Swamin Swasesham Swavasham Swabharatvena Nirbharam Swadatta Swadiya Swartham Swasmin Yasyasi Mam Swayam Shrimannabhishta Varada Twamasmi Sharanam Gataha Yetaddehavasane Mam Tvatpadam Prapayasvayam Tvatseshatve Sthiradiyam Tvatprapyeka Prayojanam Nishiddha Kamyarahitam Kurumam Nityakinkaram, says Vedanta Deshika. Kartrutva Buddhityagam Phalatyagam, Mamatatyagam, abandoning the thought that I am performing for this fruit, and the concept that I am doing. So this is the tyaga that we have to do, which is Satvika Tyaga. When we do Satvikena Sanyasena, Sanyasam is to abandon. Rajas Tamasi Kritantiti, Rajas and Tamas also have to be abandoned. When I say Satvika Buddhi Tyagam, Sattva Guna should be there. Only the Tyagam should be done. With respect to the other gunas, Rajas and Tamas, both gunas have to be abandoned. Sanyasakrit. So he is called Sanyasakrit. Next Nama is Shamaha. Tadartham. Icha Bhayakroda Shantyupayam Achashtata iti Shamaha. How to control anger? How to control desire? So the one who helps the devotee control the internal enemies is called as Shamaha. The next Nama is Shantaha. Now, Satyapi Samudraka Hetau Mahima Samudre Nistaranga Samudra Vadudrakta Taddarshinam Hi Prabhavaha. So he is the one who has got countless qualities. Through his grace he can bring any change in us. But at the same time, he doesn't give an iota of an understanding that he is doing it with us. That is why we ask, I became like this, how is he involved? He does that without any noise. Like how you have one wave after the other in the ocean, but imagine no wave creates noise. So he is a soundless, always a waving ocean of qualities. Since he is that, he is called Shantaha. Shantaha. Next is Nishtha. Nishtha is, these are the names that tell that he grants phalam to his devotees based on dharma. So, the 590th Nama is Nishtha. Tato vyuthita chittaihi shubhashraya bhutair asmin nishthiyata iti. Now, for those of them who are able to control the passions, the desires in their mind, in their thought, he always rests. He is unmoved from there. He is unshaken. He is always there. Nishtha. So, he is called Nishtha, that Namam. He is Nishtha. He is always there. So, he is called Nishtha. The next one is Shantihi. Tatra Paramasamadhau Vismrita Sarvadhikaraha Shamyanti iti Shantihi. In the 8th state of Ashtanga Yoga, in the state of Samadhi, Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyanam, Samadhi, in that state where all the Indriyas are controlled, and then he is in the Samadhi state where he is able to realize that Lord who is present in that state to his devotee and grants phalam is called as Shantihi. The next one is the 592nd Nama, Parayanam. Samahitanam
parama ayanam vyavahita prapika parama bhaktir asmad iti parayanam. He is the one who grants the ability and opportunity for the devotee to enjoy and perform bhakti yogam to attain moksham. So, parama bhaktir asmad iti parayanam. So, he grants that opportunity. So, he is called parayanam. Next, it is about the Ashtanga Yoga, which is an integral part of sadhana or upasana or bhakti yoga. If I have to reach the Lord, there is a bhakti yoga. There is Ashtanga Yoga in it, the eightfold path, which is evam swabhakti bhavana shubhani yama samadhya avadhinya ashta angani tasmaditi shubhangaha. So he gives the ability or opportunity to perform all the 8 angas of Ashtanga Yoga. So he is called as Shubhangaha. He becomes the facilitator. The next nama is Shantidaha. Evam nishpanna bhaktibhyo prati prasava nirmulita bhavoplavam swasayujya rupam shantim dadati iti Shantidaha. So, to that devotee who performs the eightfold discipline called as Ashtanga Yoga, and at the same time, he helps the devotee attain Sayujyam. There is Sarupyam. When you reach Vaikuntha, the Jivatma with the Sharira will have Sarupyam, the same Rupam of the Lord. Samipyam, close to the Lord. Salokyam, in the same Loka of the Lord. Then we have Sayujyam. So this is Sayujyam, this is Chaturvidham. So this ability given by the Lord is called Shantidaha. The next nama is Srashta. Evam mumukshun munchan samsrikshun prachita chiranta karma vaichitryochita parikaryair yojayan srijati iti srashta. There are devotees who desire in this world to perform an upayam and attain moksham, go to Vaikuntham, Nitya Vibhuti. There are some people who feel that this world, the pleasures and the experiences of this world is unique and want to stay back in this world. Be it for a mumukshu or for a bhuvukshu. For that who enjoys this world and the one who enjoys the other world. Mumukshun munchan samsrikshun prachita chiranta karma vaichitryochita parikarya yojayan srijati iti Srashta. So based on that, he will allow them to perform papam or punyam that will help them either go from this world or stay in this world. So he is called Srashta. The next nama is Kumudaha. Bhumihi ku prakritamandalam tatra bhoktrun bhojayan modayata iti Kumudaha. So Kumudaha, ku denotes Bhumi. Ku denotes Bhumi. Kutapakalam. Kuja. Ku denotes Bhumi. So, by staying in this world, he gives them an opportunity to understand the beauty of Prakriti Mandalam. This world consisting of Chetana, Achetana. So, he is called as Kumudaha. The next nama is Kuvaleshayaha. Tatrakau kutsitam va valanta asamsaram bhramyanti iti kuvala jivaha te swadehendriyadave pekshika bhimanika ishachati kuvaleshaha tamsthata niyanchan yatiti kuvaleshaha. Now, to that Prakriti Mandalam which we saw before, Kumudam, and at the same time the Jivatmas, he gives the knowledge to the devotees that he is the one who bears both the Prakriti Mandalam and the Jivatma. So that knowledge of him being the Adhara Bhuta for the Chetana and Achetana is given. So he becomes Kuvaleshayaha. Next nama is Gohitaha. Goho prakritehe samsara bhijavape kshetri bhutaya hito vyavasthapakaha. So, now for this world, which is the Prakriti Mandalam, which is the substratum for samsara, for the cycle of birth and death, he becomes the very seed, the thought process for laying down this Prakriti Mandalam. Since he ensures that he becomes the cause and the bijam for the Prakriti Mandalam, he is called as Gohitaha. Next is 599th nama, which is Gopatihi. Bhoga bhumehe swargasyapi patihi Gopatihi. Now,
There is a bhoga bhumi from this prakriti mandalam, samsara mandalam. If one wants to enjoy higher pleasure, there is a swargaloka where with the punya papam that you have done, you will go and enjoy there. There is an anecdote which says one person who had gone to Swargam was watching an Apsara Stree pushing another man down. He went and asked her, why are you pushing him? She said, see, all the punyam that he has committed, has performed is all over. So for all that punyam he has performed, he was able to experience pleasure in Swargalokam. Now that it is over, we are pushing him down to earth. This man asked, oh, if you are pushing him, are you pushing me also now? She said, no, 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 I will not push you today. I will push you tomorrow because your punyam account is getting over. Tomorrow it will get over, I will push you. So your punyam, when higher, will take you to Swargalokam. Who gives you that phalam? The Lord gives that phalam. Bhoga bhumehe swargasyapi patihi gopatihi is the Lord for that bhoga bhumi, for that swargam. Next is gopta. Asya karma phala chakrasya rakshita. So for our karma, I perform an action, thereby there is papam or punyam. Based on papam or punyam, I may get this birth, enjoy it, next birth, enjoy it, or suffer, or go to Swarga Narakadi Lokam. So who is that who maintains the account of our karma? The karma chakra, it is the Lord. So he does that, he is called Gopta. The next one is 601st nama, which is Vrishabhakshaha. Tacha dharmadvarene iti Vrishabhakshaha. Now, because of the dharma which is attached, based on that, he is able to grant the fruits for our karma, be it punyam or papam. Since he does that based on dharma, he is called as Vrishabhakshaha. Next is 602nd nama, Vrishapriyaha. Evam pravartaka nivartaka dharmau priyavasya iti Vrishapriyaha. Be it pravritti dharmam, which leads more to the existence in this world. Nivritti dharmam, which withdraws our presence from this world. Be it pravritti or nivritti dharmam, priyava asya iti vrishapriyaha. Now he has got interest in both the kind of dharmams and thereby gives us an opportunity to showcase what these dharmams are. So he is called vrishapriyaha. Next is anivarti. Tatra pravritti karma ratana dhumadi pitriyana punaravritya samsaranna nivartayati iti anivarti. Now, for those of them who are interested in pravritti dharmam, which grows an attachment to the world, existing world, to those people, he will take them after the Jivatma departs from their body through the path of smoke, dhumadi margena. Now he will either take them to Pitrulokam or Gandharva Lokam or whichever Lokam, and again he will keep them being born on this earth because he is interested in Pravritti Dharmam, which takes us on attachment to this world. So it's a cycle that the Jivatma takes. Since he does that, he is called as Anivarti. The next nama is Nivrittatma. Tato Nivrittaha Nivriti Dharmanopya Atmano Asya Iti. So there is Nivritatma. What does Nivriti mean? Nivriti takes us from the path of detachment. I don't want to live in this world. Whatever dharma or upaya helps in that is called Nivriti. Since he takes the interested devotees in that path, he is called Nivrittatma. Next, Sankshepta. Tatra pravrittan sankuchita swabhavika jnana bhavan kartum sheelam asya iti sankshepta. So, for those who are in pravritti margam, if they are and they are interested in pravritti margam, in that case, why should the jnanam about nivrittatma come, about nivritti come? So he will try to reduce and shrink that jnanam which is opposite to his pleasure. So it is called sankshepta. Now the next nama is kshemakrit. Nivrittanam tat sankochana vimochanam kshemam karoti iti. He is called Kshemakrit. So this Kshemakrit is where for a Nivritti Dharma following devotee, he has to enrich him with knowledge that will give him more knowledge, exposure to what is the Dharmam or Upayam if I follow will lead me to Vaikuntham. Since that knowledge is given, is called Kshemakrit. Sankshepta is for the Pravritti Marga person. Kshemakrit is for the Nivritti Marga person. So Pravritti, Nivritti are the paths taken in the last few namas. So till 606th nama we have discussed.
Kalyananam avikala nidhihi kapi karunya sima Nitya moda nigama vachasa mauli mandara mala Sampat divya madhuvija inaha sannidhattam sadame Saisha Devi Sakala Bhuvana Prarthana Kamadhenuhu. This verse beautifully describes the presence of Sri Mahalakshmi. Her grace, her presence, her union with the Lord makes a lot of difference for the Chetano Jivanam, for the resurgence of the Jivatma. The namas that we are going to witness from now, that group will describe in Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam the association of Sri Mahalakshmi with the Lord's sovereign power that rests in him because of her presence. 606th nama is where we had completed. Now it is 607th nama. Shivaha. Evam sarva bhubukshu mumukshu shivankaratvat shivaha. Now, for all the bubukshus, who are bubukshus? People like me who desire to only eat. Who are mumukshus? Who are fed up of eating, who are fed up of living in this world and want Nityavasam in Sri Vaikuntham, who want moksham. Those who desire to live here in this world to experience the ihaloka saukhyam, the material pleasures, are bhubukshus. Those who desire moksham are mumukshus. Evam sarva bubhukshu mumukshu shivankaratvat shivaha. Be it people who desire material pleasure, people who desire moksham, for all of them only good things will happen. You may all doubt, sir, there is a pandemic in this world and you are telling good will happen. Remember that the world and our life is full of ups and downs. At times, personally, I may have ups and downs. At times, as a family, we will have ups and downs. At times, as a district, we may have ups and downs. At times, as a state, we may have ups and downs. At times, as a nation, we may have ups and downs. At times, very rarely, the entire world will be engulfed with a problem. If Indonesia has forest fires, we in India may not be bothered because that is specific to one country. If there is an epidemic in a certain area, we in the south of India may not be concerned whether it may happen in north, northeast, we don't know. There are certain places which will be affected because of terrorism, like some of the countries in the Middle East. We may not be affected. But there are cases where a pandemic-like situation will affect the entire world. So nobody will be spared. Everyone's life and livelihood will be affected somewhere or the other. But life needs positivity, optimism. So that nama which tells that we will all be prosperous is Shivaha. The next nama is 608th nama, which is Shrivatsa Vakshaha. Ishitavyadi Vibhajaka Lakshmi Vallabhya Saubhagya Chinnham Shrivatsaha Asya Vakshasa Iti Shrivatsa Vakshaha. So there is a mole for the Lord. That mole is said to be a conglomeration of thick hair which has got together, condensed and formed a mole. That mole of the Lord is referred to as Shrivatsam. And on that Shrivatsam is a light red tinge that is there because Mahalakshmi has kept that as her seating pedestal. She keeps the lotus and she has got feet which is filled with laksha, which is a hue. Some of them call it maridani. So that chinnham causes the redness on the Lord's chest because she is dancing on it. Padalaksha rasankam nishpratyuha pranaya ghatitam devi nityannapayam vishnustvam chet yanavati gunam dvandvam anyonya lakshyam, says Vedanta Deshika. That Srivatsam, that mole, becomes her seating place. Since she sits on it, he is referred to as, he has got Srivatsam, she sits on it. Srivatsa Vakshaha is the Nama. 609th Nama, Srivasaha. Srivasaha, Shriyo Nitya Swaira Vihara Kalpadrumodhyanam. So, for Sri Mahalakshmi, this becomes the very Kalpadrumam. This is the place where she comes in the morning and evening walk. So the Lord is the very garden for Sri Mahalakshmi. Generally in this world, wives will go along with their husbands to a garden, or the wives will leave their husbands at home and go to the garden. But here it is different. The Lord himself is the garden for Sri Mahalakshmi. So he is called Srivasaha. The next Nama is Shri Patihi, 610th Nama. Tasyaha Samuchito Nitya Swayam Varapatihi Shri Patihi. So, she is the one, Sri Mahalakshmi is the one who has chosen the Lord through Swayamvaram. Where has this happened? While Sri Mahalakshmi was within the oceanic waters being nurtured by the king of oceans, it is said that the Devas and the Asuras started churning the ocean. As they started churning the ocean, there were many things that arose. Kalpaka Vriksham, Kamadhenu, Uchchaishravas, and so on. What emerged out of the oceanic waters later is Sri Mahalakshmi, Lakshmi, Kshira Samudra Raja Tanayam Sriranga Dhameshwarim, Dasi Bhuta Samastadeva Vanitam Lokaika Deepankuram, Shrimanmanta Katakshalabda Vibhavat Brahmendra Gangadharam, Tvam Trailokya Kutumbinim Sarasijam Vande Mukunda Priyam. So as she came out of the oceanic waters, she had a garland given to her by her father. She saw all the celestials standing. Despite having seen such macho men with good body, with extreme power, with fame, she went straight, walked and embraced the Lord who was there. Pashyetam Sarvadevanam, says Parashara Maharshi in Vishnu Puranam. While all the others were looking without any hesitation, without any doubt, she walked straight to the Lord, embraced him and garlanded him. So she married the Lord by her wish through Swayamvaram. Tasyaha Samuchito Nitya Swayam Varapatihi Shripatihi. Since he is chosen by her through Swayamvaram, he is called as Shripatihi. The next Nama is Shrimatam Varaha. Tasyaha Sadara Purna Nivarnana Nityapatram Bhagavan Brahmadayastu Tannantariya Kataksha Shikara Kshana Lakshyam Tasmat Shrimatam Varaha. Now, what he says is, even for people, the Chetanas, Baddhatmas like Brahma, Lord Shiva, Indra and so on, she has graced them. So she has graced Brahma, Indra, Shiva. At the same time, she is the one who graces the Lord also. Tadingita paradhinaha. One, she looks at him to grace him, to bring him prosperity. The second is, she is trying to get her things done. In many of the strong couples, they will not talk. The wife will look at the husband, with her eye gestures, the husband will be able to complete work. So she is the role model for that. So she blesses her children through her eye grace. She is able to get things done through the grace of her eyes. So since she does that, the Lord who has that Mahalakshmi within him, owns that particular Mahalakshmi, who has all these characteristics. He is associated with Mahalakshmi who owns all these characteristics. So the Lord is referred to as Shrimatam Varaha. The next is Shridaha. Nitya Nutana Nirvyaja Pranaya Rasa Shriyam Tasyai Dadati Iti Shridaha. Now, the Lord who's Sri Mahavishnu and Sri Mahalakshmi as a couple, he says, Nirvyaja Pranayarasa Shriyam. They start admiring each other. Every second they admire. They have been an eternal couple. Generally in couplehood, in Dampatyam, first few years probably the wife will like the husband and the husband will like the wife. Over a period of time, they may start relishing each other. She will say, I know him, he is like that. He will say, she is like that, I know her. But here in the case of Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi, it seems every second they relish each other for no reason. They have started loving and they keep loving throughout. This pranayam, Pranaya rasa shriyam tasyai dadati iti Shridaha. Now both of them enjoy that, but the Lord with this nama Shridaha will also ensure that the couples in this world enjoy that particular pleasure. So he is called Shridaha. The next nama is Shri Shaha. The meaning is Tasya api tatha swanidhanatvat Shri Shaha. Yadva Shrirevasyapisha sarvavastha vyavasthapiketi Shri Shaha. Now he says that the Lord is the one who is always associated with Sri Mahalakshmi. Thereby, if he is the Ishvara Tattva, Isha means the one who controls. Ishwari means the one who controls. When Ishvara and Ishwari are together, will there be a conflict of opinion? No. Whatever she thinks, he controls and implements. Whatever he thinks he is going to fetch good, she also implements. So they are a very understanding couple. Kantaste Purushottamaha Phanipatihi Shayyasanam Vahanam Vedatma Vihageshwaraha Yavanika Maya Jaganmohini Brahma Ishadi Surabrajaha Sadaitaha Tvaddasa Dasi Ganaha Shrihi Ityevachanamate Bhagavati Bhrumakkatam Swambayam, says Yamunacharya. While concluding his composition on the beautiful union of the God and the Goddess, he says, Shantananda Mahavibhuti Paramam Yad Brahma Rupam Harehe Rupam Yatyadbhutam Yanyanyani Yatha Sukam Viharataha Rupani Sarvani Tani. He concludes, Ahuhu Swaihi Anurupa Rupa Vibhavaihi Gadhopa Gudhanite. They are a union. So this Lord, who is always in union with the Ishwari, who is Sri Mahalakshmi, is called as Shri Shaha. The next nama is Srinivasaha. Divya Vallabha Iva Kalpadrumastaya Nityopagnaha. For example, there is a creeper. A creeper is called as Valli or a Lata in Sanskritam. So this Valli or Lata, which is a creeper, adds beauty to the garden and it needs a support. So Vedanta Deshika, while describing the mystic poetess Andal, tells Shri Vishnu Chitta Kulanandana Kalpavallim Shri Rangaraja Harichandana Yoga Drishyam Sakshat Kshamam Karunaya Kamanavimanyam Godamananya Sharanaha Sharanam Prapadye. He says Andal, Goda Devi, is just like a creeper. She needs support. So she is twined herself around the sandalwood tree, who is none but Hari Chandana. The Lord is the sandalwood tree. Similarly, Mahalakshmi intertwines and goes around the support of her husband. It doesn't mean she is dependent on him. It means that both of them are mutually dependent on each other. So, Srinivasaha says that she is the creeper who goes around the support, who is the Lord, who is called as Srinivasaha. This name has been used time and again by Jagadacharya Bhagavad Ramanuja. Akhila Bhuvana Janmasthema Bhangadi Lile Vinada Vivida Bhuta Vrata Rakshaika Dikshe Shruti Shirasi Vidipte Brahmani. Who is the Brahman? Brahmani Srinivase Bhavatu Mama Parasmin Shemushi Bhakti Rupa, says Ramanuja. The next nama is Shri Nidhihi. What is the meaning? Ratna Manjirava Manjushayam Shri Asmin Nihetiti Shri Nidhihi. Now, a very, very precious gem.
Just take Kohinoor diamond. It has to be kept within a box. So the best of the gems has to be kept within the box. The box may not have much value, but the box will acquire value because of the presence of Ratnam in it. Likewise, the most valuable is Sri Mahalakshmi. The one who stores Sri Mahalakshmi in him, like the box, is Vishnu. As such, Mahavishnu without Lakshmi has no value. Only when he supports Sri Mahalakshmi, he has value. So he becomes the container to store the invaluable, precious, peerless gem called as Mahalakshmi. Hence he is called as Shri Nidhihi. The next nama is Shri Vibhavanaha. Saivasya Vibhavani Prakhyopakya Hetur iti Shri Vibhavanaha. Now, how does he acquire fame and name? How does he acquire prosperity? It is because of her presence. Only after her presence, he acquires fame. In Sri Rama Avataram, where do we see it? Rama chased Maricha. Maricha at the age of 12. So, Rama was at the age of 12 and he chased Maricha. Then Maricha later, while he was performing tapas, Ravana goes and tells him, my dear uncle, you should go in the disguise of a gem-studded golden deer to lure Sita. That time, Maricha tells, I will not go. While Rama was at the age of 12, he hit me and I had to fall here. Now, his power has gone multifold because he is married to Sita. Now, when I see Rama as the husband of Sita, I don't think I will be able to survive even for a minute. Point number 1. The other way is, when Vali was dying, he accused Rama. Rama, I thought you were a person who used to stick to rules, dharma, adhere to dharma. Now that you have killed me, I feel one of the primary reasons could be that the mercy incarnate, fame giving, prosperity giving, Sita is not there with you. She has been abducted by Ravana. Hence you have lost all your prosperity, the fame and the name that you had. That is why you are killing. So be it a Rakshasa or a monkey, they too know that Mahalakshmi's presence only adds fame to the Lord. Since it adds fame to the Lord, he is called as Shri Vibhavanaha. The next nama is 617th nama. Shri Dharaha. Tam Ratnamivarchisham Pushpam iva Surabhim Induriva Chandrikam Amritamiva Swadutam Outpattikena Sambandhena Dharatiti Shri Dharaha. So, for a gem, what makes us remindful that this is a gem? The luster, the radiance, the effulgence that shine for the gem makes us call the gem. So, the shine, the radiance is inseparable for the gem. Similarly is the fragrance of a flower. Similarly is the taste of any particular food product, either be it sweet or bitter. So like the taste of a food product which is inseparable from it, like the radiance which is inseparable from the gem, like the smell that is inseparable from the flower, so is Mahalakshmi, the apritak siddha viseshanam from the Lord. In fact, in the Vaishnava Sampradaya, they say from Vyasajya Vritti, a certain technique that we need to deploy using the science of logical reasoning, we can even prove that she is inseparable at all points in time. So this inseparable entity of the Lord gives fame to the Lord. Since she is like this, he acquires the name Shri Dharaha. The next nama is 618th nama, which is Shri Karaha. Tam Paratva iva vyuhavatarādishvapi swanurupam karoti iti Shrikaraha. Now, be it the state of Paravasudeva, she is there as Sridevi, Bhudevi, Neeladevi. Take the Lord in the Vyuha state, she is there with him. Take him during the Avatara state, as Rama, she becomes Sita. As Krishna, she becomes Rukmini. Parashara and Vishnu Purana states, Nityaivesha Jaganmata Vishnu Shri Ranapayini Devatve Devadeheyam Manushyatve Cha Manushi Raghavatve Abhavat Sita Rukmini Krishna Janmani. So for Rama, she is Sita. For Krishna, she is Rukmini. There have been many poets who have brought the quintessence of this in their beautiful composition. Bhumi Janayakam
भुक्तिमुक्तिदायकं नाम कीर्तनतारकं नरवरगतमायिकं रामचन्द्रं भावयामि रघुकुलतिलकम् उपेन्द्रं सीतं ममायं श्रीरामुडु माकु तंड्रि सीतं मयम्मा. So be it Sita for Rama, for Rukmini, पूतनादि संहारं पुरुषोत्तमावतारं शीतलहृदयविहारं श्री रुक्मिणीदारं चेत Sri-Bala-Krishnam. So here they mention about Cheta Sri-Bala-Krishnam, who is the husband of Rukmini. So she is the one who accompanies him everywhere. Since he is accompanied by her everywhere, he is called as Shri Karaha. The next nama is Shreya Shriman. What is the meaning? Shreyase Sarva Purusharthaya Shrayaniya Shrihi. Shreyaha Shrihi Sasya Niyoginiti Shreyaha Shriman. Now, for all the phalam that she has to grant along with the Lord for her devotees, she does that with the permanent union with the Lord. Since she is always with the Lord, she blesses the devotees with phalam. Since she along with the Lord and the Lord in her presence blesses, he is called as Shreyaha Shriman. The next nama is the 620th nama, Lokatraya Shreyaha. Saha Taya Jaganmatra Pitruvatsarvashrayo Lokatraya Shreyaha. What he says is Jaganmatra Pitru, for all the children in this world, whether they believe in Sanatana Dharma or not, whether they are followers of other religions like Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Jainism, Zoroastrianism, Judaism and so on, whether they are people who have no opinion about religion like agnostic people, or they are people who don't believe in God, whichever is the case from the devotee side, they consider Mata Mahalakshmi and Sri Mahavishnu consider themselves as the very parents. The children may disagree with the parents. Parents will never do that. However you disagree, how much ever you disagree, I am duty bound because of my love to protect you, my child. So this couple becomes the father and mother for the entire world. Tyagaraja says, Sitamma Mayamma Sri Ramudu Makutandri. Going further, we have to understand that we keep telling children, look at the moon, he's Chanda Mama, Ambuli Mama. Mama in most of the Indian languages means or relates to the one, the brother, who is born along with the mother. If Chandra, moon, becomes the Mama, the one who is born with him is my mother. Who is the one? Chandram, Chandra Sahodarim, who is Sri Mahalakshmi, who is born from the ocean. So he is my Mama, so she is my mother. Since she is my mother, the Lord is my father. So, this is a very interesting relationship, and that has been brought together by a beautiful nama, Lokatrayashrayaha. For the entire lokam, they are the parents, they are the ashrayam. The next nama is Swakshaha. Tat Saundarya Sudhod Dadhiparina Divya Karanaha Swakshaha. Now, the eyes of the Lord are filled with love for Shri's beauty. She is so beautiful, tells Shastram. Vedanta Deshika in Shri Stuti puts forth the beauty of Sri Mahalakshmi, where he tells her eyes are enough to bring about the prosperity in a person. He says, Yasyam dishi viharate devi drishtistvadiya tasyam ahamahamikam dhanvate sampadoghaha. Interestingly, Adi Shankara Bhagavatpada in Kanakadhara Stotram tells, Angam harehe pulakabhushanam ashrayanti bhringhanganeva mukula bharanam tamalam anki krita kila vibhutira pangalila mangalyadastu mama mangala devatayaha. So she is the one who is filled with mercy and grace in her eyes. This grace is witnessed by the Lord. Since it is witnessed by the Lord,
as a product of full love, he is referred to as Swakshaha. The next nama is Swangaha. Asya api sprihaniya divya dehaha Swangaha. He has the body which she likes. So, no husband can suffice this condition. My wife may prefer that my husband should look like a Bollywood hero, like a Hollywood hero, six-pack, should have biceps. She may expect, can I fulfill that? So, every wife will have a certain picture of how her husband should look. How many of the husbands in this world can accomplish that deal? Not possible. Maybe few can do. But the wife will also desire that he should come with brains. At times it may be beauty with no brains or brains with no beauty. But the Lord is a beautiful combination of beauty and brains. So he is the perfect model for the way her idea has been executed. Since he suffices and satisfies Mahalakshmi's ideal picture of being a husband, this nama is Swakshaha. The next nama is Swangaha. Swangaha means Asya api sprihaniya divya dehaha Swangaha. So he comes with the body like that. The next nama is Shatanandaha. Paraspara pranaya pravahad aparimitanandaha Shatanandaha. One loves the other. He says, Paraspara pranaya pravahad aparimitanandaha. So the husband, Mahavishnu, loves the wife Mahalakshmi. And she competes him in that love battle. She tells, I love you more. So her steps taken to prove that she loves him more is beautiful. In return, he will prove certain steps. So the competition is between the husband and wife as to how much they love each other. It may be the contrary in the current yuga, where they want to tell how much they hate each other. Here, Mahalakshmi and Vishnu are telling how much they love each other. Since he is the one who witnesses this beautiful, incessant, perennial, uninterrupted relationship with his wife, he is referred to as Shatanandaha. The next nama is Nandi. What does Nandi mean? Evam sarvada sarvatra sarvatha chanaya samriddhyatiti Nandihi. So, he is always associated with Mahalakshmi. He is inseparable from her. How do we understand this? In Vamana Avataram, he was born as the little child and grew up as a dwarf child, a lesser privileged child, a handicapped child, because he is dwarf. He doesn't grow. He was called as Vamana of Aditi and Kashyapa. While he had to go and protect his elder brother Indra and restore his wealth, he went all the way walking to the Yajnavatika where Bali Chakravarti was performing a yajna. While he went to the Yajnavatika, he had to pose himself as a brahmachari. But Mahalakshmi is in his heart, she is inseparable. So he covered her with a deer skin. Krishna jinam yavanikam kritavan priyayaha. And every minute she used to peep out of the deer skin and check. Then he used to push her. Mahalakshmi, don't come out. I am a brahmachari now. They should not see me with a woman. He will keep pushing her. So his association with Mahalakshmi is permanent. They are inseparable. So the nama that is given here is Nandi. The next nama is Jyotir Ganeshwaraha. This is one nama. If you have been looking for an unused nama in this world for your grandson or son, use this. Jyotir Ganeshwaraha is the nama. So, Ubhayanukulo Jvala Sesha Seshashanadi Nitya Paricharaka Gana Paricharaniyatvat Jyotir Ganeshwaraha. So, we have people in Sri Vaikuntham who keep serving the divine couple, the Divya Dampati. Who are they? One is Ananta. So the 1,000-hooded Adisesha is the serpent couch for the god and the goddess. See, it is not as if the Lord is reclining on the snake and he is telling Mahalakshmi, you go and sleep on the floor. No. As much as he serves the Lord, Adisesha, he serves the goddess too. The second is Garuda. Garuda is the Vahana for Mahalakshmi too. So he sits along with her and both of them take off. Like how we have seen in Krishna Avataram where Krishna and Satyabhama took off. So he is always there. And Garuda serves the couple. The third is Vishwaksena. Vishwaksena is the commander-in-chief who helps
in organizing things in Sri Vaikuntham. So be it Ananta, Garuda, Vishwaksena, they are all there to serve the divine couple. Since he ensures that he accepts services from the Nitya Suris, he is called as Jyotir Ganeshwaraha. The next nama is Vijitatma. Lakshmi Kamaniyatva Sampat Ucha Shrinkhalamapi Manosya Pranamraihi Pravina Kritam iti Vijitatma. So he says that the Lord, who is the Lord of Shri, he is the one who is even being served and loved by Shri. But at one point in time, he is also subservient to his devotees. Aham bhakta paradhinaha. Once while Mahalakshmi was embracing him and reclining on his chest, that is when Bhrigu Maharishi came. He said, Hey Narayana, Hey Hari, Hey Sarvottama, Hey Janardana, I have come. He was immersed in the bliss with being with Shri. So Bhrigu Maharshi took his foot and kicked on the chest of the Lord. You know what the Lord did? He said, Bhrigu Maharshi, your padam, your foot is so mrudu. Bhrigu, your foot is so mrudu. I will give a massage to it. Mahalakshmi was angry. I am massaging your feet. That man has kicked you with his feet. You don't have any audacity to shout back at him, and you're telling me. She knew that her husband is always subservient to the devotees. Since his nama denotes that, he is referred to as Vijitatma. The next nama is Vidheyatma. Tesham Vidheyam hi iha agacha, iha tishtha, ihasva, idam bhungshva iti vidhatum cha yogyam. Swarupam asyeti vidhatma. So the devotees will keep commanding him. He will get things done. How will they say? Iha agacha. Come here. Like how Bhakti Sara of the Tamil tradition told the Lord, see, the king has asked me to go out, my student Kanikandan has left, if you want, you also come with me. So he tells, iha agacha. Then, ihatishta, sit here. The devotee will tell, Lord, sit here. He will sit. Next, ihasva idam bhungshva, eat this. So whatever we give, he eats. Wherever he tells, he sits. Wherever we tell, he stands. So he does what all his true devotees tell him. Since he accepts orders and commands from his devotees with all love, the Lord is called as Vidheyatma. The next nama is Sat Kirtihi. Yidrisha Saushilya Satvenasya Atimahati Kirtir iti Sat Kirtihi. So he says, if he has to show his real prosperity and fame, he starts showcasing his qualities, one of which the most important is Sheelam quality, Saushilyam. That is why at the commencement of Srimad Ramayanam, Valmiki asks, Konasvin Sampratam Loke Gunavan. Who is the one who has got Gunam? What does Gunam means? Asks the commentator Govindaraja, and he replies that Gunam here denotes Saushilyam. Mahato Mandaihi Nirandrena Swabhavaha. So even if it is at a high level, it gets down low and starts moving and becoming accessible to people. The Lord also has that gunam. Vedanta Deshika tells, Saushilya Sagara, Nishadaraja, Sauhrida Suchita, Saushilya Sagara is the very ocean of Saushilyam, which is his prosperity and fame. Hence he is called as Sat Kirtihi. The next nama is Chinna Samshayaha. What does Chinna Samshayaha mean? Evam Saushilya Prathaya Swavishayaya Sujnana Durjnana Susadha Dussadha Sulabha Durlabhavats Asamshayaha Chinnon Anena Iti Chinna Samshayaha. Because of his quality of being accessible to his devotees, he is able to clear away the doubts. Because some people have the doubts. Can I worship him? He is so great. He will give anugraham. He will be blessing only Valmiki, Vasishtha, Vyasa, Shakti, Parashara, Shuka, Atri, Bhrigu, Kashyapa and great rishis. For learned people, he is the Lord. Will he bless commoners like me? Don't worry at all. Yevam Saushilya Prathaya Svavishayaya Sujnana Durjnana, with good knowledge, with bad knowledge. Susadha Dussadha, with people with these knowledges. Sulabha Durlabhatvadi Samshayaha Chinnon Anena Iti Chinna Samshayaha. He is able to destroy the doubts that occur in the minds of his devotees about whether he is worshipable or not, whether he is accessible or not, whether he is approachable or not, whether he is kind or not. All these doubts are vanished. Since he vanishes all these doubts, kills all those doubts, he is called as Chinna Samshayaha. The next nama onwards, we will be dealing with the third, another important form of the Lord. There are 5 forms. Para, Vyuha, Vibhava, Antaryami, Archa. Paraswarupa Lord we already dealt. There will be a few more rupas which will come. Next is Vyuha. For Vyuha also we have done the 6 gunas and then corresponding devatas like Aniruddha, Pradyumna and Sankarshana. Later we will also deal with the namas Chaturmurtihi, Chaturbahu, Chaturvyuha, Chaturgati. There we will be dealing. So Vyuha. Third is Antaryami. We have been dealing with Antaryami every now and then. The fourth one is Vibhavavatara. We have witnessed some of the names of Rama. We have witnessed some of the names of Naranarayana Avatara, Varaha and so on. Now the fifth one is Archavatara. Wherever he is there, Guruvayur, Srirangam, Tirupati, Pandarpur, Puri Kshetra, he is able to come and bless his devotees. So what are the names that denote that? So the first one is 630th nama, which is Udirinaha. Charma Chakshusham api Pratyaksha Yogyatvena Udirinaha Ullasitaha. Now, even for people, devotees, who want to see him from their external eyes, forget the internal eyes, external eyes, he is able to come and bless them. Pratyaksha Yogyatvena. Yogyatvena Udirnaha. He is able to come and bless his devotees in person. One of the best examples in Archa I could remember is the Dashavatara Sannidhi. The Sannidhi that has all the 10 avatarams in Srirangam, which is said to have been constructed during the times of Tirumangayalvar. So this is a beautiful temple that makes me remindful of Udirnaha. The next nama is 631st nama. Is Sarvatak Chakshuhu. Atosmad iti Chakshushasyapi tat sakshatkara karmani iti Sarvatak Chakshuhu. Now, for our eyes, he is able to be seen. Why? Because we, with the grace of Acharyas, we are able to witness the Lord. Now, we will have to see him in a form which is accessible to our eyes. Suddenly, he envelops the entire world, we may not be able to see. 2 places that we can think of. I am giving you examples from the temples in the south of India that I have seen time and again. If you have been listening from the north of India, you are free to imagine any particular kshetram, because the Lord in the north and south has no difference. It is the same Lord in different forms. So here I am reminded of 2 kshetras, one in the central Tamil Nadu called as Tirukkovalur, Gopapura. So in that Gopapuri is the Lord who comes as Krishna and also comes as Trivikrama. He is in a huge height, maybe say 35-40 feet. You can see him 1 foot upwards and 1 foot down. So this form, despite enveloping the world, to my eyes I can see. Another is the next Trivikrama that you see within the periphery of Kanchipuram. There you can see the Lord again as Trivikrama. So these forms remind us of this nama of the Lord, Sarvata Chakshuhu. The next nama is Anishaha. So what does Anishaha mean? Tat pareshu anishaha tat adhina snana parikarma goshthyadi sarvavasthatvat. Now, in all the temples that we have known, in the Murti of Utsava Murti, that is the processional deity, he listens to what his Bhattacharyas tell him. He listens to what they decorate with him. So for example, we say Sahasra Shirisha Purushaha Sahasraksha Sahasrapat. The child in my house will say, don't put water now, I am feeling very cold. The Lord doesn't say. He listens to the priest when he wants to give him a bath. Now, we offer him food. In our house, the child will say, give me pasta, give me Maggi, give me lasagna, give me Mexico nachos. The child will tell all of that. Whereas the Lord doesn't say anything of that in Archa Vigraham. Whatever we give, however good or badly we have cooked, he accepts it. Since, and if you see the processional deities in temples, the Utsava deity is there, they will tie one rope very tightly to that Vahanam. So, he is Archaka Paradhinaha. Yashoda tied him once. Today in temple, every day the priest is tying him. He listens to what all the devotees tell him. So he is called as Anishaha. The next nama is Shashvata Sthiraha. Tata Sakrit Pratyakshīkrita Sadananda Bimbadiravyaya Hitascha Tishtati Iti Shashvata Sthiraha. So, if his devotees tell
that this is the place where you have to sit, this is the place where you have to stand, this is the place where you have to be, this is the place where you have to come. He walks. Bhakti Sara said, you come with me. The Lord went. Bhakti Sara said, go back to your place. He went there. So he listens to what his devotees tell. Yatha ukta kari. Yatha, like how they say he does. Yatha ukta kari is yathokta kari. So in Tamil tradition, the same Lord is referred to as the one who listens to what his devotees say. Shonnavannam Shaida Perumal. So here, he is called as Yathoktakari, and that Yathoktakari reminds us of the Lord's Nama, which is Shashvata Sthiraha. The next Nama is Bhushayaha. Sannidhinyanchataya tad darshita yatadi yatanadi bhumishu swayam vyakta siddha manushyadi lakshasu tadanugraha sukhena sheta iti is called as Bhushayaha. Suppose his devotees say, this is the idol, this is the particular vigraha that you have to get. It could be made of granite, it could be made of soapstone, it could be made of wood, it could be made of marble. Anything that the devotee chooses, the Lord will come and rest in him. He will not say, I will not get into granite, I will not get into marble, that is black, this is white. No, he will come. Moreover, if the devotees tell, we don't have any bed for you, you have to sleep on the floor, the Lord will say, okay. If my devotee says, I will sleep on the floor. The best example is the presiding deity of Mahabalipuram, very close to the capital city of Tamil Nadu, Chennai. There you will see in Mahabalipuram, which is also called Mamallapuram, the presiding deity is called as Sthala Shayana. Sthala is Bhumi, Shayana is to sleep. The Lord is not sleeping on the serpent couch, he is sleeping on Mother Earth. Hence he is called as Bhushayaha. The next Nama is Bhushanaha. Evam Vishwa Janinena Shilena Shriyaf Patimatmanam Bhushayati iti Bhushanaha. Now, because of his accessibility, because of his association with devotees, the devotees of all classes, all castes will keep thinking of him. There is no disparity in his mind. There is no disparity in the mind of the devotees. They all get associated with each other. With which kshetra could he be referring to? In my mind, Bhishmacharya could have been referring to Pandarpur. Rupa pahata lochani सुख जाले वो साजनी तोहा विठल बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा विठल बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा विठल बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा विठल माधव माधव विठ्ठल 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 माधव 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 विठ्ठल 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 माधव 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 विठ्ठल विठ्ठल. There is another beautiful abhang which goes like Amritavuni godh Amritahuni godh नाम तुझे देवा नाम तुझे देवा मन माझे केशवा का बनेगे का बनेगे. There is another beautiful abhang. जिते जातो ते थे तू माझा संगती जिते जातो ते थे तू माझा संगती. The Abhang composer says, wherever I go, you are coming along with me. This accessibility across people, I can think of Pandarpur. The next Nama is Bhutihi. Sarvabahyantaropaya riktanam tesham yeva sarva samriddha vibhuti riti. He should be a treasure trove. So how much ever wealth I extract from him, be in the form of material pleasure, be it in the form of jnanam, be it in the form of bhakti, he should be one treasure trove which is not at all depleting, which is not deteriorating, which can never be lessened. Since he is that treasure trove, I could think of one kshetram. In the southern part of India, in the southern part of Tamil Nadu, is a beautiful temple town called as Tirunelveli. Near Tirunelveli is the beautiful river that flows called as Tamraparani.
Bhagavatam says, Kvachit kvachit mahabhaga dramideshu cha bhurishaha tamraparni nadi yatra kritamala payasvini kaveri cha mahapunya pratichi cha mahanadi. So Tamraparni is the river. On the banks of Tamraparni is a kshetram, in Tamil referred to as Tirukkolur. There the Lord is referred to as Vaitamanidhi. He is that nidhi, treasure, where if we keep taking, he will not get depleted. He is full. Purnamadav, Purnamidam, Purnat. Since this nama describes that Lord, I was reminded of Tirukkolur. Next nama is Vishokaha. What does Vishokaha mean? Evam kasya chidapyanathar syahanath tad vishaye ashokaha vishokova. So what the commentator tells is, for example, when will I get a sorrow with respect to another person? He or she is suffering. This is what is happening in pandemic. We hear news about our near and dear suffering. The only thing that we have is, see, they are suffering. I am not able to go and help them out. I am so helpless. So then only sorrow will come. Sorrow for the Lord will never come. He is Vishokaha. He is without shoka. Why? For him, there is no situation where he feels, I want to help you, but I am not able to help you. See, our karma will decide whether the Lord has to help or not. Ultimately, if the Lord decides to help us, nothing is going to stop him. In that case, why should he have shokam, sorrow? So, sorrow as a quality will not be associated with the Lord, because he will not have this feeling, because he is going to help his devotee. Hence, he is called as Ashokaha or Vishokaha. Both namas are right, says the commentator. Interestingly, the goddess, he is called Ashokaha. The goddess in Lakshmi Ashtotram is called Ashoka. Now you may be wondering, what is this Ashoka? It could either be the Ashoka Vatika, Ashoka Vriksham and so on, or without worries. There is a sweet in the south of India called Ashoka Halwa. It has dal in it, moong dal in it. Moong dal as per Shastram is denotive of Mahalakshmi. So Mahalakshmi is called Ashoka. Ashoka Halwa has moong dal, which is essential for Mahalakshmi. So the person who has given name to this sweet called Ashoka Halwa must have had idea about Lakshmi Ashtotram and Vishnu Sahasranamam. That is why he has given. So even our sweet names are remindful of Vishnu Sahasranamam. See, when you're listening to this lecture, you should make it as a point to note down all the activities around you and where all you can associate Vishnu Sahasranamam. Now, where do I find this Lord who is Vishokaha or Ashokaha? The Lord who comes to the rescue of his devotees and later is not worried whether I will have sorrow or not, and at that moment he appears, is Nisimha. For me, the Nisimha Kshetram, which is the Kshetram, is Ahobilam, which is in the forests of Andhra. Jwala, Ahobila, Malola, Kroda, Karanja, Bhargavaha, Yoganandaha, Chatravataha, Pavano, Navamurtayaha, says this beautiful shloka. Ahobile, Garuda Shaila Madhye, Kripavashat, Kalpita Sannidhanam, Lakshmiya Samalingita Vamabhagam, Lakshmi Nisimham Sharanam Prapadye. So this is another shloka that describes the union of Sri Mahalakshmi with the Lord in Ahobila Kshetram. The next nama is 638th nama, which is Shokanashanaha. Tesham Swasambandha Vyatireka Shokam Nashayati iti Shokanashaha. So, while the devotees come and witness the Lord, they are unable to bear the separation from the Lord. For example, you go to the beautiful Krishna's abode in Kerala, in north part of Kerala, called as Guruvayur. So you go see the Lord. He is a little Krishna whom you can never take off your eyes from. He is so captivating. In fact, the poet who has composed on him says, Drishtamatre Sandrananda Vabodhatmakam Anupamitam Kaladeshavadibhyam Nirmuktam Nityamuktam Nigamashata Sahasrena Nirbhasyamanam Aspashtam Drishtamatre. When you look at him, Punaha Urupurusharthatmakam Brahma Tattvam Tattavat Bhati Sakshat Guru Pavana Pure Hanta Bhagyam Jananam. The poet says, Narayana Bhattadri of the 16th century, how blessed are the people to live in Guruvayur and see the beautiful form of the Lord, head to toe, Keshadi Padam,
throughout the day, which is Udayastamana Puja. So you cannot take your eyes off him. And it seems the Lord will tell, you have seen me now, when are you planning to come again? It seems he will ask his devotee, because the Lord cannot be separated from his devotees. There is a Malayalam composition which says that, Innum Guruvayuril Thorudu Nilkumbol Munnilorunni Undennu Thonnum Unni Punjiri Thookunnadayum Thonnum നാമം ജപിച്ചു നമസ്കരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഹരിതതു നിൽക്കുന്നതായും തോന്നും ഉന്നിക്കാതോത്തു നിൽക്കുന്നതായും തോന്നും തൊഴുതു അടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ after you worship him തൊഴുതു അടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ ഇനി എന്നു വരുമെന്നോർ അശരീരി കേൾക്കുന്നതായും തോന്നും തൊഴുതു മടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ after you worship him and you're about to part from that place, ഇനി എന്നു വരുമെന്നോ, when are you going to come back? അശരീരി, the ethereal voice, അശരീരി കേൾക്കുന്നതായും തോന്നും ഉന്നിക്കാത്തിരുപ്പാൻ എന്നതായും തോന്നും. It seems he will keep waiting for us. So this nama tells, Shokam nashayatiti, that sorrow which comes out of parting, the Lord will remove. So he is called as Shokanashanaha. The next nama is Archishman. Tatra Gudha Prabhavo hi tad Bahyantara Chakshur Nayana Kshama Divya Tejo Atishayaha cha Archishman. Now, he is the one who is able to open our internal eyes and external eyes. For example, if Arjuna wanted to see Krishna, he said, I am seeing fire in front of me, light in front of me, I am not able to see you, Krishna. That time the Lord gave him divine eyes. Divyam dadami te chakshuhu. Even to see an eclipse you are using three special glasses, right? Likewise, the Lord is the one who is going to open our internal eyes. For an acharya we say, Ajnana timirandhasya jnananjana shalakaya chakshurunmilitam yena tasmai shri gurave namaha. So he is the one who is going to open our internal eyes. He is the one who is going to open our external eyes. Since he grants grace, rays, light, knowledge by opening our eyes externally and internally, he says, Bahyantara Chakshur, Bahya Antara, external and internal eyes, he is called as Archishman. So where do we see the one who gives us light? Only when we see him as a lamp. What is lamp? Deepa. What do you get out of it? Prakasha. Deepa Prakasha. So if you go to the silk town of Tamil Nadu called as Kanchipuram, one of the earliest places in a hamlet called as Tupul, where Vedanta Deshika was born, the Lord blesses his devotees in the name of Deepa Prakasha. The next nama is 640th nama, which is Architaha. Sarvametat sambhava yan udaharati architaha archarchavataaraha sasya sanjateti iti. So he says, he is the one who is to be worshipped from great kshetras to the house. How do I bring the Lord to my house? Either through prayers or he is within me. How do I bring him in the form of a Divyamangala Vigraha? One of the places which all the devotees and Vaishnavas revere is a place called as Shalagramam. It is called Muktinath in the country of Nepal. The earliest poet who is said to have described that place in the classical language Tamil is Parakala Nayaka, who was called Tirumangayalvar. He says, Kalayum Kariyum Parimavum Tiriyum Kanam Kadandu Boy Shilayum Kanayum Tunayaga Shendran Vendri Sherikalathu Malegondalami Danegatti Malanir Kondu Valarakar Talaivan Talai Pattum Aruttuhandan Shalakiramam Adainenje. So in Shalakramam, he comes in the form of a stone. It's a shining stone, light-weighted stone, but that isn't a stone. That is a Vigraham in itself. He will come as a Matsya Murti, Kurma Murti, Varaha Murti, Nisimha Murti, Sudarshana Murti, Parashurama as Rama, as Santana Gopala in various shapes, various forms. There he is called Shalagrama. That Shalagrama is Architaha. The next nama is Kumbhaha. Tatra taihi
Parichita Sajatiya Saundaryadina Kamyata iti Kumbha. Now, he is the one who is so captivating to our eyes. You cannot just take your eyes off him. He is so captivating. Saundaryadina. He has got Saundaryam. What is Saundaryam? It is just not beauty. Every part of the body, if it is beautiful individually, that is Saundaryam. Look at the nose, very sharp, Saundaryam. Look at the eyes, like the newly blossomed lotus, Saundaryam. You look at the ears, beautiful, spread out, Saundaryam. You look at the neck, it is corn-shaped neck, Saundaryam. You look at the chest, broad chest, Saundaryam. You look at the hands, Ajanubahum, Saundaryam. So individually, if he is beautiful, it is Saundaryam. Overall, he is beautiful, it is Lavanyam. So he is Saundarya. So it says Saundaryadina Kamyata iti Kumbha. He is absolutely captivating with Saundaryam. Where is he found? In the earliest port city that we know in history. It is a port city in the state of Tamil Nadu by the Bay of Bengal. It is called Nagapattinam. In Nagapattinam, the Lord is called Saundarya Raja. A Sanskrit composer of the 19th century says, Nandana Rajam Nagapatina Rajam Shri Saundarya Rajam Upasmahe Gajabrun Davana Sarangarajam Nandanandana Rajam Nagapattina Rajam. In Nagapattinam, he is so beautiful. So much so that the greatest of the Tamil poets called Parakala was unable to get and was fumbling for words. So he said, Acho, wow. Wow, Acho Oruvar Alagiva. He was so handsome. So that is the Nama. 642nd Nama. Vishuddhatma evam asesha ashriteshu niravaseshita sarvasvatvat Vishuddhatma. He gives credit to his devotees. Evam asesha ashriteshu niravaseshava sarvatvat. So if he sees one good quality in his devotee, he gives the credit to his devotee and he accepts what his devotee gives. In the beautiful Kshetram, Bhaskara Kshetram, the temple town Kumbhakonam in Tamil Nadu. So you may all be wondering, sir, we are Kannada speaking, Telugu speaking, Malayalam speaking, Odia speaking, Bengali speaking, Hindi speaking, Gujarati speaking, Marwari speaking, Marathi speaking, Nepali speaking. But you are not giving most examples from our states. You are going only to Tamil Nadu. See, we call it the mother tongue, right? Because that language is very close to us. Likewise, that language speaking state will be close to me. So you will have to adjust with the examples I give. You imbibe the qualities and you associate with the kshetras in your state. God is the same everywhere. There is no doubt. But since you are used to your geography, you can associate with your state. Here in Kumbhakonam, the Lord is called as Aparyaptamrita. What happened? He gave half of his name to his devotee. So he was called as Aravamu. So the devotee was called Thirumarishai Alvar. The Lord was called Aravamuda Piran. So he exchanged his name. He got the Alvan name from his devotee and made it Aravamud Alvan. He gave the word Piran. Piran means the one who is a protector. Piran named to his devotee, so his devotee was called Thirumarisai Piran. Instead of Thirumarisai Alvar, he was called Thirumarisai Piran. Instead of being called Aravamuda Piran, he is called Aravamud Alvan. Because he was so delightful with his devotee, he exchanged his name. That Lord who is so accessible to his devotees is called as Vishuddhatma. The next nama is Vishodhanaha. Tatra kshetreshu nyastadehana swapraptarhan vishodhayati iti. So in that case, he is called as Vishodhanaha. So here he says that for the devotee's Atma which is going to leave that body, Nyastadehan, it is going to leave that body. It needs that Atma needs some support. It needs to be guided by the Lord. So that Lord who is able to guide the departed Atma from the gross body into the subtle body to the path of light, that Lord is the one who is going to come with the
departed Atma. So this Lord is called as Vishodhanaha. And where do we see him? In a kshetram called as Tirmohur, which is a kshetra about half an hour, 30 minutes journey from Madurai, which is another interesting town, classical town, heritage town in the state of Tamil Nadu. So there the Alvar, the mystic saint tells, the Lord who is here is the one who is going to accompany me in my final journey. So that Lord is called Kala Megha. He looks like the dark clouds because he is filled with mercy. That Kala Megha Lord is the one who is referred to as Vishodhanaha. The next nama is Aniruddhaha. Janardanakhya devastvat aniruddho jagat prabhu bhubhage vasubhandakhe nityasannihitaha sthitaha iti aniruddha. So he says Janardakhya. So he is the one who cuts the jani, the cycle of births and deaths for his devotees. As Janardana, he is the Jagat Prabhu and lives in a place called as Vasubhanda. So the commentator 1000 years before refers to this place. We don't know where that Vasubhandaram is. Which place it is, I do not know. If some of you know, you may type in your comments and send it back to us. Because there are many kshetras which were called by different names. For example, Hyderabad was called Bhagyanagaram. It was not called Hyderabad. So new people in the current generation will be amazed. Was it called Bhagyanagaram? Similarly, Allahabad was called Prayagraj. Prayaga Kshetram. Likewise, we do not know how many kshetras have changed names and how many kshetras have disappeared. So 1000 years before he refers to a place called Vasubhandaram. To me, I am reminded of Aniruddha in two places. One is a town which is excellent in manufacturing brass lamps. It is called Nachiyar Kovil. There in that kshetram, the Lord is Vasudeva who gives darshana to his devotees as a family. There is Aniruddha, Pradyumna, Sankarshanas and Brahma and his consort Venjula. So as a family he blesses with Aniruddha. That is one kshetram. Another kshetram where he has his grandson Aniruddha with him is the city, is the town where our firecrackers are manufactured. It is called Shivakashi. In Shivakashi, the kshetra has a Vishnu temple and inside the sanctum sanctorum next to the god you will find Aniruddha there. So this Aniruddha nama should be referring to that kshetram. This is 644. The next nama is 645th nama, which is Apratirathaha. Sa eva janardanakyatvat anishta janardane apratipakshatvat. So he is the one He is the one who blesses his devotees as Janardana Murti. So Janardana is the one who is able to drive away the enemies of his devotees, external, internal, and bless them with no birth, next birth. So he is called Janardana. If you go to a kshetra which is lying by the Arabian Sea in Kerala, in South Kerala, it is called Varkala. Varkala kshetra has Janardana Murti in the Achamanam posture. It is said as a legend by the devotees that every year there is a rice in his hand. The moment he completes Achamanam, it is said that the world will undergo Pralayam. So that kshetram is Varkala. The Lord is called Janardana Murti, who is invincible. The next nama is 646th nama, which is Pradyumnaha. Pradyumnaha is Atma Pradyotanat Pradyumnaha. Now, he is the one who comes with the radiance with his presence. The very presence of the Lord is able to radiate that entire place. So he is called Pradyumnaha. That radiance is so high. Where does he radiate with so much of effulgence? Where does he come with so much of light? It is a kshetra called Purushottama Kshetra. In all our Shastra Pustakam, it is called Purushottama Kshetra. What is it? Puri. In Odisha, Puri Kshetra is referred to as Purushottama Kshetra, where the Lord is called as Jagannatha Murti. So he is the Jagannatha, and through his presence in Puri Kshetra, he is able to give that radiance to the entire region. So he is called as Pradyumnaha. The next nama is Amita Vikramaha. Trailokye Apyaparyavasita Vikramatvat Trivikramaha Amita Vikramaha. So, like how he came as Trivikrama and pervaded the entire world. With 1 foot he measured the earth. With 1 foot he measured all the worlds above. With the 3rd foot he measured Mahabali. So he is able to pervade this world. But we are not able to see it.
Our mind is very limited. In that case, where do I see him? I see him as a small Trivikrama in one kshetram. It is called Sirgali on the banks of Bay of Bengal in Tamil Nadu, where the kshetra, for those of you who may not be speaking Tamil, this word may be a bit complicated. It is a complicated Tamil word. Thiru Kalichirama Vinnagaram is the name of that kshetra, where he is called as Tadalan, where he is in the form of Trivikrama Murti. The second that I have already spoke of Trivikrama is Tirukovalur Gopapuri in the central Tamil Nadu, where he is Trivikrama. The third is the silks town of Tamil Nadu, which is Kanchipuram, he is Trivikrama. These three kshetras, he comes as Trivikrama Murti. Since he has pervaded this world and space, but for our eyes he is able to condense himself, so he is called Amita Vikramaha. Next, Kalanemi Niha. The name of the Lord is Kalanemi Niha. What does Kalanemi Niha mean? Yeteshu kshetreshu sthitva kalikalmashapaha Kalanemi Niha. So by staying in these kshetras, he is able to destroy the sorrows faced in Kali Yuga. As I said, there is pandemic. How is he facing? See, when we hit nature with all our might by destroying forests, killing animals for our food's sake, and overtly utilizing nature, polluting mud, polluting sand, polluting water, and we expect the nature not to retort, we are all fools. So one day the Lord hits it back with us. We are not able to take with all our might. Today, we have to go place after place for searching for oxygen. Oxygen which is to be found in air. Oxygen which is to be let out by the leaves during the breathing process day in and day out. We are searching for it. Why? When we have chopped the trees, we had no realization of it. Today when there is no oxygen, we are searching for it. So the Lord is very merciful. But if we keep being people who are exploiting nature, he gives one hit back. We are not able to withstand that hit. So here, he's Kalanemi Niha. If he's fighting the enemies in Kali Yuga, the enemies are nobody but human beings. We are the enemies to Kali Yuga. He's fighting us. Since he's fighting us, he's called Kalanemi Niha. For Kali Yuga, where is he present? There is one kshetram that I can think undoubtedly is Tirumala Tirupati. In Tirupati, he is Venkateshwara Swami, Vem, sins. Hatam, to remove. Venkatam is the one that helps us remove the sins. Since he is Venkateshwara, Srinivasa, Balaji, he is the one for Kali Yugam. The next nama is 649th nama, Shaurihi. See, Shauri refers to the one where you have hair locks. If you have got hair locks, it is called Shauri. Bharatanatyam dancers will have lot of hair locks that they will attach. It is called Shauri. So Shauri is attached. There is one kshetra where the Lord is said to have shown his devotee of beautiful hair locks. Chikuram, Bahulam, Viralam, Brahmaram, Mrudulam, Vachanam, Vipulam, Nayanam, Adharam, Madhuram, Badanam, Lalitam, Chapalam, Charitam, Kadanubhave says, Bilvamangalam, Leela Shuka. It seems the hair should be curly, without putting rollers. It should be beautifully curly, it should be dark, it should be shining, it should smell naturally, smell good, it should jump as he jumps. In shampoo advertisements you might have seen the hair jumps, even his hair has to jump. In which kshetra? On the banks of Kaveri, there is a kshetram called Kannapuram. There the Lord is called Shauri Raja. He comes with hair. So this Shaurihi denotes that Lord. Utpalavartake divye vimane pushkarekshanam Shauri Raja Mahambande sada sarvanga sundaram Minnuma maharakundalangal vilvishum yengunnalal Kalailangu muriyalar Kannapurat ammanai kandalhalo, tells Alvar, with the glisten that comes out of his makarakundalam when he walks on the streets. Oh dear devotees, come and see my Lord. So he is called Shaurihi. The next nama is 650th nama, which is Shuraha. Dharadhare chitrakute rakshaha kshayakaro mahan samsthitascha paroramaha padmapatrayate kshanaha. Upon listening to the advice given by Bharadwaja Maharshi, Rama, Lakshmana and Sita built a Parnakashala and stayed on the banks of Mandakini in a beautiful
beautiful place called Chitrakuta. All these kshetras that I'm telling, I have visited and taken devotees. I can tell you with experience. This is on the border between Uttar Pradesham and Madhya Pradesham. So there, if you see, it's a beautiful small forest hamlet called Chitrakutam. If you go there, you will never feel like coming back. That Chitrakuta is the place where this Lord resides, called Shuraha. The next nama is Shura Janeshwaraha. Sayeva Viseshyate Shura Janeshwaraha. For those people who have sought asylum in him, be it Sugriva, be it Vibhishana, be it Hanuman, he blesses. Which could be the kshetram? I could think of one or two. One is Kishkinta, which is Bellari or Hampi in North Karnataka. There, if you see, there is a beautiful Vithala temple. Maybe that is one reference. The second thing is where he blesses Hanuman and Vibhishana, which is again Tirupati. When you get inside the sanctum sanctorum, you find Srinivasa, Balaji. If you just turn left, you will see Rama, Sita and Lakshmana. Sir, but you said Sugriva, Hanuman, they are all there outside. When you do a Pradakshina in Tirupati, to receive the Punya Tirtham, there you will find the Divya Mangala Vigraham of Vibhishana, Sugriva and others. So it could be referring to Tirupati Kshetram. Next nama is Trilokatma. Magadha Mandale Samsthito Lokanathatma iti Trilokatma. In the Kshetram of Magadha Mandalam is current day Bihar. In Bihar, Samsthito Lokanatha Atma. He comes as Lokanatha, as Jagannatha Murti, as Janardana Murti, which is that kshetram. It is called Gaya. Gaya is that kshetram where where the commentator refers to as Trilokatma. In Gaya kshetram, all the devoted Astika men and women should go as couples and perform Pinda Pradhanam for their deceased ancestors. Now people think, after Gaya Pinda Pradhanam, I don't have to do Shraddham. No, you have to continue doing. But Gaya Kshetram is a Punya Kshetram where you can go. But don't ask me, can you go now or not? Let normalcy return, then you can go. It is called Trilokatma. The next nama is Trilokeshaha. So he says, Trilokeshaha Shubham Asadya Bhubhagam Pragjotishapure Tatha Devam Vishveshwarakyam tu Sthityam Yetya Swagocharat iti Trilokeshaha. So in Trilokeshaha, what he says in Pragjyotishapuram, Vishveshwarakyam is, he is a Vishveshwara ruling from there. So there have been two opinions about this. Where is Pragjyotishapuram? So Pragjyotishapuram is the place where Narakasura lived, and Krishna from Gujarat went all the way there, annihilated him, rescued the devotees and came back. Some scholars opine that Pragjyotishapuram could be the current day Assam. A few other scholars opine that it could be the current day Thailand, because Thailand has one or two volcanoes. So it could have been the volcanoes being so demoniac that Krishna could have vanquished, and from that burst of volcano, Jyoti could have come, light. So that could be Pragjyotishapuram, which is Thailand. And the beauty is, we have Dwaraka in Gujarat where Krishna lived. Dwaravati is the current day Thailand. They call it Dwaravati. So Pragjyotishapura could either be Assam or Thailand. So that could be a kshetram. I have not been to Thailand. I have neither been to Assam. So this is a kshetram which he refers to. He says Pragjyotishapure Tatha. Next nama is Keshavaha. 654th nama. Keshavaha Keshiha Loke Dvairupyena Kshitau Sthitaha. Mathura ke Mahakshetre Varanasyam Apidvija iti Keshavaha. Kaha iti Brahmano nama Ishoham Sarvadehinam, says Mahabharatam. Kaha is Brahma, Isha is Shiva, the one who has got Brahma and Shiva in his body is called Keshava. That Keshava who blesses his devotees throughout the year, throughout the yuga, in kshetras like Madhura. Madhura, this, you may be wondering why you are not calling it Mathura. Many books call it Madhura. Madhu is honey. Madhura. The second is Varanasyam, which is Kashi Kshetram. So in these kshetras, he blesses his devotees as Keshava Murti. So it is called as Keshavaha. The next nama is Keshiha. You saw Keshavaha. Now the next nama is Keshiha.
Keshavam Keshihantaram itivat swayameva nirvachanantaramaha Keshiha iti. So there was a asura, a demon called as Keshi. So the one who brought the destruction and the end to Keshi is called Keshiha. So this Keshiha is the name which is being referred to here. So if I think of Keshiha, the one who brought a destruction to Keshi, that incident happened in Vrindavanam, which is in Uttara Pradesh. So Vrindavanam could be the kshetram and the Lord inside that kshetram whom the commentator is referring. The next is the 656th nama, which is Harihi. Giri Govardhana Ketu Devaha Sarveshwaro Harihi. Samsthitaha Pujitaha Sthane iti Harihi. So one denotes the green hue of the mountain. Because of the green pastures is why all the cattle folk went and grazed there. So it is green. Imagine it is raining on the hill and there is flowing waters. So there are beautiful streams of waters and there is vegetation. It will look green hued. With that green hued, which is the mountain that helped raise the cattle, Go Vardhana Parvatam. Govardhana Giridhara Govinda Gokula Palaka Paramananda Govardhana Giridhara Shri Vatsankita Shri Kaustubhadhara Pavaka Bhayahara Pahi Mukunda Govardhana Giridhara Giridhara Gopala Pala Giridhara Gopala. How many great composers in various languages have sung about the one who lifted Govardhana. Mirabai says, More to Giridhar Gopal, Dusro na koi. More to Giridhar Gopal, Dusro na koi. तात मात बंधु भ्रात अपना न कोई प्रभु छाड़ गई किल की कहानी क्या करेगा कोई मोरे तो गिरिधर. Who is that Giridhar? Who is that Giridhar Gopal? The one who has lifted Govardhanam. Where is Govardhanam? Uttara Pradesh. So Hari refers to the Lord in Govardhanam. Next, Kamadevaha. Kamadevastu Bhagavan Sarvesham Sarvakamadaha Shankaralayam Asadya Samsthito Apsararchitaha iti Kamadevaha. Kama means love. But Kama could be in various forms. The mother loves the son and daughter. That is love one. The father loves the son and daughter, love two. Love one and love two are very related. The husband loves the wife loves the husband, that is love three. Now, the children love their parents, that is love four. So there is so many types of love, but all come under one word, kamam. So kamam cannot be construed as only husband and wife love. Now, the one who induces this love in us is Kamadeva. Where is he? He is not the Kamadeva who is burnt by Lord Shiva. He is the original Kamadeva. So this Kamadeva is original. A part of it was given to the Kamadeva we know. So that person was burnt. But he is the Kamadeva's Kamadeva. Who is he? This is the 657th nama. Where is he? Shankaralayam Asadya. The commentator says that he is in a place called Shankaralayam. I personally do not know where this Shankaralayam is. So let us now keep that Shankaralayam is in a safe place which we do not know. If you find out that place, let me know. So Shankaralaya, now I said it is Shankaralaya. I have one suggestion. Here the shloka says, Shankaralayam asadya samsthito apsararchitaha. He is being worshipped by the Apsara Stris. So Apsaras are the celestial nymphs which Indra owned, like Menaka, Tilotama, Ramba, Urvashi, Punjikasthala. So one option is
Totadri, which is called Vanamamalai in Tamil, which is very close to the temple town of Tirunelveli, where the Lord Totadri Natha, Devanayaka, is worshipped by Tilottama and Urvashi. If you go to the temple, you will see Tilottama and Urvashi worshipping him in the Sanctum Sanctorum. One option. Second is Siam Reap in Cambodia, Kambuja Desham. So there you will have Apsarastris worshipping Ashtabhuja Narayana. So that could be another kshetram. These are my guesses. Next one is 658th Nama, which is Kamapalaha. Sa eva Dattanupalanat Kamapalaha. The one who doesn't only protect his devotees, he also protects the boon given to his devotees. See, for example, if the Lord grants me one slate and chalk, He will leave it there and I have to protect the slate and chalk. But God is not like that. He will give me the slate and chalk and He will also stay with me to protect that slate and chalk. So if He promises His devotees that I will stay, He will stay and He will keep up that boon. Which kshetram is it? Near Chennai, which is the capital of Tamil Nadu, is a smaller town called as Tiruvallur or Tiruyavvalur. There in that kshetram, the devotee was called Shalahotra Maharshi, and the Lord came to his house and said, "Do not worry, I will not go out of your house," because the devotee asked for a boon. "Please do not go out of my house, I want you to be with me." So he promises his devotee Shalahotra Maharshi that I am always there with you. He keeps one hand over him and then rests there. So the one who protects the boons given to his devotees is called Kamapalaha. The next nama is Kami. Pradeyati Shayat Kami. So the one who is so tired of giving boons over boons over boons. So whatever you ask, he gives. Srinidhim nidhim aparam arthinam artithartha paridana dikshitam sarvabhuta suhridam dayanidhim devarajam adhirajam ashraye. There used to be a time when we used to buy oil from oil shop, clothes from garment shop, groceries from grocery shops. Then came the concept of having clothes, groceries, oil and everything in one shop. It was called mall. You know what is the Tamil word mall mean? It means Vishnu. So Mal is Vishnu and he has got all the boons in him. So he grants us whatever we ask. So he is called Varam Dadati Iti Varadaha. The one who gives boons is called Varadaraja. Srinidhim Nidhim Aparamarthinam Arthitartha Paridana Dikshitam Sarvabhuta Suhridam Dayanidhim Devarajam Adhirajam Ashraye. नीलमेघजित शरीरं निरतिशयानन्दकरं काञ्चीनगरविहारं काळी रक्षितचोरं कलिदोषहरतीर्थप्रभावगुरुगुहादिनतं कपिलशुकादिसन्नुतगरुडवाहादिरूढं वरदराजमुपस्महे वनजासनादिपूजितं वरदराजं. That Varadaraja of Kanchipuram is called Kami. The next one is 660th Nama, which is Kantaha. Sayeva Swayameva Kamaniyaha Kantaha. The one who is able to attract his devotees with his very presence. You go to the temple, you stand before him, you cannot just move. When you move out of the Garbhagriham, you would have come, but you would have left something there. Sir, what I would have left in the temple? Your mind and heart, you will leave it to the Lord and come. So he is so attractive. I was thinking, which Lord could be as attractive? It is a beautiful kshetram called Mannar Gudi in central Tamil Nadu on the banks of river Kaveri. Lord Krishna rests there as a Rajagopala Swami, the king of Gopalas. You know, this kshetram is called as Dakshina Dwaraka. Dwaraka we know in Rajasthan, Navadwaraka, you have got Dakur Dwaraka near Ahmedabad, you have got Moola Dwaraka, Mukti Dwaraka, Bed Dwaraka, Rukmini Dwaraka, Sudhama Dwaraka. Then you have got two Dwarakas in Rajasthan, Natha Dwaraka of Srinathji and Kankroli Dwaraka. Navad Dwaraka you have got in Rajasthan and Gujarat. For people who cannot travel that far, the Lord comes as Dakshina Dwaraka Adipati, the southern Dwaraka, which is Mannar Gudi or Champakaranyam. Maninupurādhari Rajagopala Maninupurādhari
కంకణ కింకిణి కణమణిను పురధారి. He is Rajagopala as Krishna in Mannargudi. So those of you who have never visited these kshetrams, note it down. When normalcy returns, after how many ever waves we have, please visit these kshetrams and have a glimpse of the Lord. Now, the next set of namas is the namas which describes the Lord as an avatara called Shaktisha Avatara. 4 namas. 661st nama, which is Kritagamaha. अथ शक्तिशावतारः नानामन्त्रमयीं दिव्यां व्यञ्जयत् मलात्मनाम् इति कृतागमः. So for the pure hearted devotees, for devotees with neat hearts, no kalmasham, he will reveal the meaning of various mantras, it seems. Since he reveals the meanings of various mantras, Ashtaksharam, Dvadashakshari and so many other Mahamantrams, he is called as Kritagamaha. Next nama is Anirdeshya Vapuhu. Tat Yuga Gunanugrahaka Rupa Vaichitriyat Anirdeshya Vapuhu. As per the Yugam, whether be it Krita Yugam, Treta Yugam, Dwaparam or Kali, based on what Yugam it is, Gunanugrahaka Rupa, based on how he has to bless his devotees. It is a small child, he will come as Krishna. If he is an Asura with antisocial thoughts, he comes as Sata Patala Bhishane Sarabhasa Attahasodbhate Spurat Kridi Parisputat Brukutikepi Vaktre Krite, as Nisimha. So for that person, he comes with that quality. For innocence, he comes as Krishna. This kind of a spectrum he gives in his forms. So he is called as Anirdeshya Vapuhu. The next nama is Vishnuhu. See, we have already dealt with the nama Vishnuhu. Vishvam Vishnuhu Vashatkaraha. This is a repetition of the name but different meaning. Evam Vyapti Niyamanadi Shakti Dwara Vishwavyaptehe Vishnuhu. So, through his very presence, his form, his innate characteristics, he is able to pervade the entire universe. In Sanatana Dharma, we don't believe God is atomic. He is the one who he present in every atom, but he is not positioned to only one place. He pervades the entire world. So he is Vibhu. So this Vibhutvam lies in Vishnutvam. Since he pervades, he is called Vishnuhu. The next nama is 664th nama, which is Agnya Pratikshekena Gada Chakradvayena tu Preritena Hinastyashu Sadhu Santapa Karinaha Iti Viraha. Who is a Veera? He has got Shankam, Chakram, Gada, Padmam. Why is he having the Ayudhas? It is not to be a showcase element. See, I've got Shankam, I've got Chakram. No. When his devotees call for help, he comes and protects. When Draupadi was not being protected by the Panchapandavas, when she was not given asylum by Bhishma, Drona, Kripa, Vidura, Dhritarashtra, she said, Dheyasada Savitramandala Madhyavarti Narayana Sarasirasana Sannivishtaha Keyuravan Makarakundalavan Kiriti Hari Hiranmaya Vapuhu. She stopped and then she said, Krishna, you have got the Sudarshana Chakra. Why? To showcase it to your devotees with the color. You have got Shankam to blow. Why? Just to blow it within your house or to bring a person for the warfare. You have got Gada to hit him or just have it as a showcase piece. Dwaraka Nilayachyuta Shankha Chakra Gadapane Dwaraka Nilayachyuta Govinda Pundarikaksha Rakshamam Sharanagatam. She lifted her hands. So the one who protects his devotees through his Divya Ayudham is called Veeraha. The next set of namas, from now onwards, 90 namas, we will be seeing the Brahman, the Lord, who is a repository of noble qualities. 665th nama, Anantaha, Nasya Deshakala Vastutaha Avadhasyantati Anantaha. So, bereft of time, space, and all the conditions that we put, he has pervaded everything. Was he there yesterday? Yes. Is he there today? Yes. Will he be there tomorrow? Yes. So he is there in all points in time. Is he there in America? Yes. Is he there in Scotland? Yes. Is he there in Bharatadesham? Yes. Is he there in Australia? Yes. Is he there in Earth? Yes. Is he there in Mars? Yes. Is he there in the sun? Yes. Is he there in the moon? Yes. He is there everywhere. This kind of a pervasion and this kind of a presence everywhere is called as Anantaha. So the next nama is Dhananjayaha. ಪ್ರೇಪ್ಸೋಪಾರ್ಜನ ಲೋಭ ಗೂಹನೋಪಜೀವನಾದಿ ಯೋಗ್ಯತ್ವಾಧಿಕ್ಯೇನ ಹೇಮರತ್ನಾದಿಕಂ ಧನಮಧಃ ಕರೋತಿ ಇತಿ. So, by meditating upon him, the devotees who are filled with riches, who have got bunches of diamonds, who have got sacks of gold coins, who have got acres of land, they will also feel that I should abandon all of them and go to his feet. That Lord who makes even the richest of the men abandon all their riches and surrender to him is called Dhananjayaha. The next nama is Brahmanyaha. Jivatmapi Brahmochyate Tabhyam Sthitibhogadi Sarvavastha Hetutvena Hitaha Brahmanyaha. So, for all the Chetana Vargas, for all the Jivatmas in this world, he is the one who blesses them with knowledge. He is the one who blesses them with happiness. Since he does that, he is called Brahmanyaha. The next nama is Brahmakrit Brahma. That is one nama, Brahmakrit Brahma. Brahma yasya sarvatha niyamyaha Brahmakrit Brahma. Even the Brahma, whom we all think as Chaturmukha Brahma, who is said to be creating this world, even that Brahma will be listening to every letter what the Lord speaks. He is the Brahma to the Brahma. Brahmakrit Brahma. He is the Lord of Brahma. Next, Brahma. See, with respect to Vishnu Sahasranamam, we have seen certain strong names like Bhagavan, Paramatma, then we have seen Brahma, Narayana, all these Shabdams, Parameshwara, associated with Vishnu. Now, the next nama is Brahma. Evam Vyakta Avyakta Purushan Brahmayati Niratishaya Kalyana Gunaganaihi Swarupa Guna Vibhavaihi Swayam Cha Brahmati Iti Anapekshikam Vedanta Vedyam Param Brahma. So, now, the one who is a repository of all Kalyana Gunas, all auspicious qualities, at the same time, he is able to bless his devotees by giving them grace, by giving them love, and helping them reach him. That person who is big and who makes those who attain him also big, which is Brihatvacha Brahmanatvacha, he is called as Brahma. So this Brahma Shabdam has nothing to do with the Chaturmukha Brahma. He is Brahma. This is Brahma. So the next nama is Brahma Vivardhanaha. Sarvasyasya nimittam tapa upalakshito dharmopi Brahma tam vivardhayatiti Brahma Vivardhanaha. He is the one who nurtures tapam. He is the one who keeps telling perform tapam. When Brahma was clueless where he was created and who has created, in Srimad Bhagavatam there is a shloka where the ethereal voice says, recite the 16th letter and the 21st letter together. Ka kha ga ga nga cha cha ja ja nya ta tha da da na ta tha da da na. Ta is the 16th letter. Pa pha ba bha ma pa is the 21st letter. 1625 is ta pa, do tapa. That is why in Srimad Ramayanam it begins Tapaswadhyaya niratam tapasvi vagvidambaram naradam paripapracha valmikir munipungavam. The one who guides his devotees into tapa is called as Brahma Vivardhanaha. The next nama is Brahmavit. Tat pratipadako vedopi Brahma Tanapyavadhina Vettiti Brahmavit. The one who gives the knowledge of the Vedas to his devotees and also blesses them with opportunities to know the meaning of the Vedic lines. So I recite Vedam, but I don't know the meaning. No, the Lord will give Vedam, the knowledge, and the meaning of that Vedam. Since he gives that, he is called Brahmavit. Next. He is called as Brahmanaha. Vedya Vyasthapyanartham Swayam Atrigotradau Dattatreyaadi Rupena Brahmano Bhavatiti Brahmanaha. With a complete knowledge, the quintessence of Brahmanyam, he was born as the very son of Atri and Anasuya. Since he was born in the clan of Atri, he was called Atreya.
Since he was named Datta, he was called Dattatreya. Dattatreya in his childhood acquired Brahman knowledge and later became a Tridandi sannyasi, says Vedanta Deshika in Sankalpa Suryodayam, an allegorical play. So this Dattatreya is the one who is referred to by the Shabdam Brahmanaha. You may be wondering, sir, I am a Brahmin, am I called Brahmana? No. So a person who knows Vedam, follows Vedam, knows the meaning and adheres to it completely is called Brahmana, who is Dattatreya. Next, Brahmi. Sarvametat pramana prameya rupam Brahma swayamiti Brahmi. The one who has pervaded the pramanam and the prameyam, the scriptures that speak about him and him who is being spoken about in the scriptures. Both the pramanam and the prameyam is him. He is called Brahmi. Next nama is 674th nama. Brahmajnaha. Vedanartha paryantam sakshat karoti iti brahmajnaha. So now he is the knower of Veda, the inner part of Veda that speaks about the secret of this creation. So the entire creation's process, the thought process is in Vedam. He is the one who knows of it. So he is called as Brahmajnaha. That is why Vishwamitra tells, Aham Vedmi Mahatmanam Ramam Satya Parakramam. I know of him. Krishna tells, Vedaischa Sarvam Ahameva Vedyaha. So it is Brahmajnaha. Next nama is Brahmana Priyaha. Tad Adhikarino Brahmanaha. Priya Asya iti Brahmana Priyaha. Now, those Brahmanas who adhere to the Shastram, who have completely learnt the Vedas, who have learnt the associated meaning with the Vedas and are able to practice it and approach it in their life in the perfect manner, such Brahmanas with noble thoughts, who do not treat other beings, human beings, as inferior, who respect every creation in this world, who are very good hearted, such kind of people who become the leaders of the society and make the society noble and good, such Brahmanas are loved by the Lord. So he is called Brahmana Priyaha. Next nama is Mahakramaha. Paramatungamaatmanam paramanimna Bhava Patala Jivanarohayato Mahatyarohana Sopana Parvanu Purvi Asya iti Mahakramaha. So we as Jivatmas are somewhere in the rock bottom. We have to go to Vaikuntham. Can we construct one ladder from here? How long do we construct? We do not know. So the Lord, by His grace, by His qualities, with His grace, makes the ladder of grace and allows us to climb one step after the other by relishing the human beings around, serving the Bhagavatottamas, giving us the knowledge and making us climb one step after the other. Since He is the ladder for our spiritual progress, He is called Mahakramaha. The next nama is Mahakarma. Krimikitadi bhave durjara parochishta siktyar drapsamatram jantum swamaha vibhavanubhava yuktam karoti iti vismayaniyam mahadasya karmeti mahakarma. Even for the simplest of the beings, ants, scorpions, snakes, flies, mosquitoes, birds of various types, of animals, of human beings, of various other categories, He gives them body. So He has given me the human body, He has given you the human body, He has given the ant its body. Now in whichever form they are, He gives them knowledge based on their Purva Janma Karma to worship Him. See, in Gajendra Moksham, the elephant worshipped the Lord. In many other, for example, monkeys worship the Lord. So in many other anecdotes, we see animals also worship. See, because I don't see the elephant worshipping, it doesn't mean it is not worshipping. In its form, it will be worshipping. Since He gives bodies which are tailor-made for them to be worshipped, He is called as Karma. So the previous name was Mahakramaha. This is Mahakarma. The next nama is Mahatejaha. Evam Tamasanamyapyanadi Avidya Tamaskaratejastvat. The one who brings about the annihilation of the Tamo Guna to the Tamo people and gives them knowledge, gives them radiance, is called as Mahatejaha. The next nama is Mahoragaha.
Katham ayamahitan kshodiyasam nediyan vishayantaravaat tat karananupravishya tatrantah karanaha anupraveshat mahoragaha. He is very big. Anoraniyana mahato mahiyana aprameyana ಆಡಿಸಿದಳು ಯಶೋದೆ ಜಗದೋ ಉದಾಹರಣ ಅಣೋರಣಿಯಾನ್ ಮಹತೋ ಮಹಿಯಾನ್ says Vedam, and Purandaradasa had put this in the Kannada composition. He's the smallest of the small, biggest of the big. Though he is the biggest of the big, to bless me, he has come within me as Antaryami. Since he is able to access me from the within, he is called as Mahoragaha. Next nama is Mahakratuhu. Mahat Sarva Sukaram Aradhanam Asya iti Mahakratuhu. How do I worship him? Get 32 types of flowers. Get about 40 types of honey. Get about 20 types of milk. Get about 40 kinds of fruits. Make about 60 types of sweets. Get up at 3 in the morning and then start. By the time I bring out all this for the puja, I'll become tired. How is he? Very simple. Patram, pushpam, phalam, toyam, yome bhaktya prayachati. Get out of your house. Take one tulasi. Put it inside. Sir, tulasi doesn't grow in our climate. We are in a very Scandinavian climate. Don't worry. Bring one fruit. Sir, till yesterday I had fruit. I ate away everything. I don't have fruits. Don't worry. You get one flower. Sir, here in our country, the conditions are such that you won't get flowers. You have water? Nobody will say no. Because for their sustenance, they need water. Keep that water in front of him. Patram, pushpam, phalam, toyam, yome bhaktya prayachati. Madhvacharya says, let us assume you are in desert and you don't have water also. What do you offer to him? You can just shed 2 drops of tears, it seems, telling that I don't have anything. That is also enough for him. So he is so simple. The one who is so easily worshipable, Aradhanam, is called Mahakratuhu. The next nama is Mahayajva. Swayajinam anyayajibhyaha api atyutkarshat Mahayajva. Now, he only expects one thing. Maybe it is a bad habit in him. Mam ekam sharanam braja. If you plan to worship me, worship only me. If you go to 10 other people, you will get confused. Monday to one God, Tuesday to one God, Wednesday to one God, Thursday, then next week I will even forget the timetable. So, like how the child knows that she is my mother, like how the mother knows this is my child, like how the husband knows this is my wife. Such a simple relationship with God. I know he is my Lord. No sir, today I will worship him. By mistake, if he forgets to protect me, I will tell 2 others and keep, so that let it be like a backup electricity in my house. God doesn't work that way. Tvai rakshati rakshakaihi kimanyehi. Your confidence should be so high. If Lord has promised to protect you, he will protect. Nobody can stop him. If he has decided not to protect you, nobody can stop him. Tvai rakshati rakshakaihi kimanyehi. Tvai cha arakshati rakshakaihi kimanyehi. So, this concept, he says, Mahayajva. Mahayajva. In Mahayajva, he says, the one who exclusively worships him, to that person, he is very much attached. Then he is called Mahayajva. The next nama is Mahayajnaha. Abhigamana bhoga madhuparkadi sashtangadi yogya anabhyasyeti iti Mahayajnaha. Now, he is greater than the pujas that we do. He is greater than the abhishekams that we do. He is greater than the greatest of the yajnas that we do. He is unattainable even through that, but he makes him accessible for us. So he is called Mahayajnaha. Next is Mahahavihi. Ahimsa Satvikopanishadani Havimshasyeti Mahahavihi. The one who prefers that his devotees do yajnas, worship, based on ahimsa based Upanishads. It should not be himsa based Upanishads. Get 2 cows, cut them out. Get 4 goats, cut them. Get about 6 buffaloes, cut them. He he is not interested. He says, Ahimsopanishad, whatever is ahimsa, which doesn't cause violence to others, through that if you worship me, I am attainable. Mahahavihi. Now, the next set of namas will be the 13 namas which says that he is worthy of accepting our prayers. I pray to him. Is he worthy of accepting that? Yes. If I am giving his prayers, he is more worthy than anybody. Which is that 684th nama. Stavyaha. Atha vachaha. Stavyaha. Stavamarhatiti yat. Now, for people who want to praise him, so he becomes the one who is the object of their prayers. Since he allows them to be singing about his praises, he is called as Stavyaha, worthy of being worshipped. Next is Stava Priyaha. Now, Yatha Kartyachadyati Kichit Bhashaya Yena Kenapi Tejaskara Tiraskari Va Gunasankirtana Abhimanena Kriyamanastavaha Swavishayaha Priyatamosya Iti. See, while I was speaking all these classes, you must have worshipped. Sir, in certain places you are making one or two mistakes. If I recite a shloka, one or two mistakes will come. And you will also be equally worried. Sir, I recite Vishnu Sahasranama, but I do not know whether I am reciting it correctly or not. What if I commit mistakes? There is a general rule given. In India, we have this practice in our families of adding little water to the milk. But the good point about this process is, as such, the milkman has already added water. We are just adding more water. But the beauty of adding water is this. I keep my vessel full of milk. Let's assume that is A2 organic milk, thick milk. I am keeping it under the tap. I am opening the tap. As long as it comes in the pipe, it is H2O water. As I open the tap, it is water. As it gets out of the nozzle and comes out, water, water, water. It touches milk, that very minute that water will turn into milk. So, even our words, however committed with mistakes they are, however infused with mispronunciations they are, the moment we focus on the Lord and say that, that will also become pure. It doesn't mean you have to continue doing mistakes. Even if we commit mistakes, we don't have to worry because the Lord is forgivable. Imagine your 2-year-old child, Mama, it says. It doesn't say it clearly, but the mother knows, it says it with love and accepts it. Like how a 2-year-old child says and the mother accepts it, while we say it, the Lord will also accept like the mother. Since he forgives the mistakes that we commit, he is called as Stava Priyaha. The next nama is Stotram. Swastotram api prasannena nena karanabhuten nishpadya iti stotram. He is the one who is the very verse himself. See, I worship Vishnu through a composition called VISHNU SAHASRANAMAM. So, who is the object of my worship? Vishnu. How am I worshipping him? Through a stotram called as VISHNU SAHASRANAMAM. What is that stotram? That stotram is also Vishnu. You are getting the meaning? Now, for example, Bhagavata Pustakam, Srimad Bhagavatam. Whom does it talk about? Krishna. And what is Srimad Bhagavatam? It is Krishna himself. So the book is also Krishna and it talks about Krishna. Vishnu Sahasranamam is about Vishnu and Vishnu Sahasranamam itself is Vishnu. Since he is the very form of the stotram, he is called stotram. The next one is Stutaha. Sahasrapanatrayi mayadibihi suribhir anantaihi brahmadibis samadadibis cha viseshena navidhau kale tattabhilashas siddhaye stuta iti stutaha. Now, who is he? He is the Lord who is being worshipped by Nityasuris like Adisesha, who is Ananta, Garuda, Vishwaksena. He is also being worshipped by Brahma, Shiva, Indra and other deities. Since he makes him worshipable by all of them without seeing any disparity, he is called as Stutaha. The next nama is Stota. Swastotaram stotum sheelam asya iti stota. He is the one who will love being praised. He is also the one who will grant that quality in the devotee to worship him. See, if I have to worship the Lord, somebody has to grant me that particular quality. He is the one who grants. Sheelam asya iti. So, he will ensure that he gives that quality in us. So he is called as Stota. The other thing is, if we worship him, it seems one day he will desire that I should also be singing praises of my child. Suppose, for example, as a child, the child says, "Mother, today you have made very good pasta." What will the mother say? Thank you, my child. One day, when the child makes a small thing, she'll say, "You have made it wonderfully." So there is a reciprocation of love and praises. When Lord Shiva praises him in Mantra Rajapada Stotram in Ahirbudhya Samhita, the Lord accepts. In return, the Lord praises his son and devotee called Shiva in many places. So it is a return reciprocation. It is called Stota. The next nama is Ranapriyaha. Srimad Ramayana Mahabharata Prabhritya Bishtuta Bhishta Divya Cheshtitaha Ranapriyaha. Suhut Prena Naranardi Cheshtito hi Saha. So, for the sake of his devotees, for the sake of the celestials, he had to fight Ravana. For the sake of Vishwamitra, he had to fight Subahu, Maricha and Tataka. For the sake of the rishis, he had to fight Viradha, Kabandha, Khara, Dushana, Trishiras. For the sake of Sita, Sugriva and many others, he had to fight Ravana, Kumbhakarna, Malyajit and Malyavan and so on. So for the sake of his devotees, he does in Srimad Ramayanam. For the sake of the Gopas and the Gopijana Vallabhas of Vrindavanam, Ayodhya and Madura, he had to fight Putana, Trinavarta, Keshi, Pralambha, Agha, Baka, Kuvalaya Pita, Mushtika Chanura, and later all the kings of the Kuruvamsha for the sake of his devotees. Since he fights and restores dharmam, he is called as Ranapriyaha. He loves that battle. The moment he comes to Rana, why does he love? Because he wants to restore dharmam. The next nama is Purnaha. Bahuvyaya satkara virahepi stotradi matra sadhyo ayam kutaha yataha purnaha swata eva avapta samasta kamaha. Eva avapta samasta kamaha. Whatever he has desired, he achieves. He doesn't have to take efforts. He desires, he achieves. Since he does that, he is easy to be worshipped. Since he is easy to be worshipped, he is called as Purnaha. The next nama is Purayita. Kim tarhi Puraniyavat Stotradikam apeksheta tanmanoratha Purana Shilatvat Purayita. Why? Here he says, now he is the Purna. For him, Puraniyavat Stotradimekam apekshata. See, he is complete. He doesn't personally desire the stotras coming from his devotees. But the devotees desire, sir, though you are complete, for our satisfaction, for our happiness, we want to sing praises about you. Though despite being complete, he gives an opportunity for his devotees to sing about him. Tan manoratha purana shilatvad. Manoratham, for their desire, he is called Purayita. Next, Punyaha. Patakinopi swastur arhan punati iti punyaha. Now, for those people who have committed sins, papam, he will ensure he gives them opportunities to eradicate those sins so that they get good opportunities to sing praises about him, thereby getting mental peace. He is called Punyaha. Next is Punya Kirtihi. Sankirtanapapi tatheti Punya Kirtihi. Now, by singing Nama Sankirtanam about the Lord. Narayana Hari Narayana Hari Narayana Hari Narayana Narayana Hari Narayana Hari Narayana Hari Narayana. 1. Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare. 2. Vithala Vithala Panduranga Vithala Vithala Panduranga Vithala Vithala Panduranga. 3. Whichever Nama Sankirtanam we do, he is the one who is impressed by it and gives phalam for it. So he is called Punya Kirtihi. Anamayaha. The next nama, 694th nama. Evam swa samsparsha divyaushadhena anamayaha
samsara mahavyadhi virodhi, for this cycle of birth and death, for all the problems that we undergo in our life. Suddenly there is an epidemic, suddenly there is a pandemic, suddenly there is an endemic, suddenly there is an earthquake, suddenly there is a hurricane, there is a tornado, there is a forest fire, there is a cyclone, then there is famine, there is drought, there is floods. Among so many these, there are worries about animals around us, reptiles around us. So in this samsaram, the only one who can bring a ujjivanam, who can be the medicine for us, upon whom if you think you will feel happy, that medicine is the Lord. So he's called Anamayaha. Next is Manojavaha. Ukteshu Shighrakaritvatu Manojavaha. Whatever we have mentioned above, he will ensure that it is done at a lightning speed. See, Hanuman did that for Rama. He did not say, sir, you have explained to me, give me about 3 months' time, I will take rest, develop my body, and then go to Lanka. He didn't say that. Immediately he went. Manojavam marutatulya vegam. Immediately he went. Like this he went. So the Lord also helps us get out of problems. If we keep meditating upon him for the welfare of us, the family, the society, the nation, and the world. So he is called Manojavaha. 695th Nama. 696th Nama is Tirthakaraha. Atmavat Smarana Kirtanadimatrena Sarvapavananam Ganga Pushkaradi Tirthanam Hetutvat Tirthakaraha. Sir, I keep thinking about him. I keep meditating upon him. But I want to get my sins destroyed. How? I should go to Tirtham. Now don't go to Kumbh Mela. I'm telling you, in normal circumstances, we go take bath in Kaveri, we go take bath in Godavari Pushkaramalu, then we go take bath in Brahmaputra Pushkaram, in Narmada Parikrama, then we go to Ganga Yamuna Sangamam with Saraswati in Prayaga Kshetram. So be it in the forms of all these Punya Nadis or in the form of a lake. There is a kshetram called Pushkara Kshetram in Rajasthan, where the Lord is in the form of a lake. Be it in the form of Pushkara, which is a lake, or be it in the form of rivers, which is like Ganga, Kaveri, and all these rivers. He is the one who is present and helps remove our sins. Since he does so, he is called Tirthakaraha. He is the Tirthakaraha. He is the one who is in the form of Tirtham, will help us eradicate our sins.
Upavitinam urdhvapundravantam trijagat punyaphalam tridandahastam sharanagata sarthavaha mide shikhaya shekharinam patim yatinam. This verse celebrates one of the greatest philosophers that we have seen in Bharata Desham. Bhagavad Ramanujacharya was born in 1017 AD, and then he lived for a span of 120 years. In his lifetime, where he propagated the quintessence of all our Bharata scriptures, he also trained 74 prime disciples called as the Simhasanadipatis. Similarly, Bhagavad Ramanuja's grace has fallen on the commentator Parashara Bhatta, who through the 74 namas from now celebrates Krishna. Who is Krishna? He is Balarama's Anuja. He is also Ramanuja. Now, from the 697th Nama, we are going to witness a set of 74 Namas that delineate about Sri Krishna Avataram. 697th Nama. Vasuretaha. Tatra Krishna Avataraha. Divyajoti Rupadana Hetutvat Vasuretaha. So he was born with a divine luster, effulgence, radiance, prabha. So that particular effulgence was accompanying Krishna's birth. Since he was born with such radiance, Divyajoti Rupadana Hetutvat, he was called as Vasureta. The next nama is Vasupradaha. Parama Nidhim Atmanam Devaki Vasudevabhyam Putratvena Pradadati iti Vasupradaha. The Lord who gave himself, him being Paramatma, he is Bhagavan, he is Brahman, but he gave himself to Devaki and Vasudeva. Since he presented himself to Devaki and Vasudeva in his birth, how did he do it? Shuka Brahman says, Tamadbhutam balakamambujekshanam chaturbhujam shankagadharyudharyudam Srivatsalakshmam galashobhikaustubam pītāmbaram sandra payodi saubhagam Maharha Vaidurya Kirita Kundalatvisha Parishvakta Sahasra Kuntalam Uddhamakanchi Gadakankanadibhir Virochamanam Vasudeva Maikshata. Vasudeva, along with Devaki, were able to see Paramatma with his 4 hands. Shankha Chakra Gadharyudhayudam. So that Lord who was born and presented himself to Devaki Vasudevabhyam Putratvena Pradadati as his very son. He is called as Vasupradaha. The next nama is Vasupradaha. Now this is a Punarukti. He is repeating the nama again. Vasupradaha, Vasupradaha. What is the meaning assigned for the next Vasupradaha? We have to see. Tabhyam Jagat Pituhu Swasya Pitrutva Rupam Mahattejaha Pradadati iti Punascha Vasupradaha. He gave fame to his parents. Now, generally, any child, be it the son or the daughter, will always give fame to their parents only when they grow up. Here, he added fame to his parents while in his birth itself. He says, Tabhyam Jagatpituhu Swasya Pitrutva Rupam Mahattejaha Pradadati. Why was he giving fame at the birth? Because on a lighter vein, Acharyas say, when a son is born, he alone is born. Whereas when Krishna was born as a son to Devaki and Vasudeva, they were blessed with a grandson too. Because Bhagavatam says, Tam Adbhutam Balakam. Kaha is Brahma. Balaha Kaha Yasya Saha Balakaha. The one Brahma who is the son, the boy, to the Lord is called Balakaha. So when Krishna was born, he was born with his son, thereby making Devaki a grandmother too. So she became a mother and a grandmother simultaneously. Similarly, in his chest, Srivatsala Vaksham Galashobhikaustumam, Srivatsa Vakshaha. So he has got Srivatsam, the mole seated on which is Mahalakshmi. So thereby Mahalakshmi being there, Devaki became a mother-in-law while she became a mother. So Krishna added fame by making his mother a grandmother and a mother-in-law simultaneously during his birth. Hence he is called Vasupradaha. The next nama is Vasudevaha. Vasudeva apatyatvacha Vasudevaha. Since he is the son of Vasudeva, one of the greatest devotees, he was called Anaka Dundubhi. Hari Hari Madhava Madhusudana Jaya Anaka Dunduvi Bhagyapate. So that Vasudeva's son is Krishna, so he is called Vasudevaha. The next nama is the 701th nama, which is Vasuhu. Yetad avataragamam kshirarnavaniketanatvamaha Vasuhu tatra vasati iti Vasudevaha. Where was he earlier before Krishna avataram? He was in the Milky Ocean, Kshirabdi. That is why Puranam says, Yesha Narayana Shriman Kshirarnavaniketanaha Nagaparyankamutsrijya Hyagato Madhuram Purim. He came to Madhura. Who? The Lord who sits in, rests in Kshirabdi. Yesha Narayana Shriman Kshirarnavaniketanaha. Since he has come from the Milky Ocean to being Krishna, he is called as Vasuhu. The next nama is Vasumanaha. Tatra Lakshmi Janma Bhumau Vasato Api Vasau Vasudeve Manosyeti Vasumanaha. Now, he was born, he rests always in Lakshmi's place, which is Kshirabdi, because Lakshmi was born out of Milky Ocean. Lakshmim Kshira Samudra Rajatanayam Shrirangadhamishwarim. Since she is born out of the Milky Ocean, he has also accepted her birthplace as his Vasasthanam, the place where he lives. Despite being born in such a prosperous, sophisticated place, he has also been accepted. He has also accepted the very fact that he is born in a jail in Madhura. So Vasatopi Vasau Vasudeve Manaha Asya Iti Vasumanaha. Hence he is called Vasumanaha. The next nama is Havihi. Devaki Vasudeva Samipavasa Ruchir Apyapada Premakulabhyam Tabhyam Kamsat Guptaye Nanda Yashodabhyam Adiyateti Havihi. Now, what he says is, he, despite being born to Vasudeva and Devaki, he was handed over to the custody, to the guardianship of Nandagopala and Yashoda. Andal, the mystic poetess, puts this in a beautiful Tamil verse. ஒருத்தி மகனாய் பிறந்து ஓரிரவில் ஒருத்தி மகனாய் ஒளிர்த்து வளர ஒருத்தி மகனாய் பிறந்து. He was born to one lady and was nurtured by the other. Since he has given the bhagyam, the delight, to two sets of parents, he is called as Havihi. The next nama is Sadgatihi. Jayamana eva surakrita pada apanodanaha satam gatihi sadgatihi. Even while he was born, during his birth, he had achieved those activities that prove that in the future months and years to come, he will be annihilating the evil forces. What has he done? The moment he was born, the chains that were meant to tie the legs of Devaki and Vasudeva, they opened by themselves. So the chains were opened. Next, the watchmen who were put at guard to check when the child is born, which gender it is born, who is born, when he is born, the watchmen swooned. The chains broke open, the watchmen swooned. And at the same time, for Kansa, he was worried about the child's birth. In his stomach, he was able to find some tension, like acidity. So Andal tells, Nerupena Nerupena Kanjan Vayitil Nerupena Nindra Nedumale. Kanjan Vayitil, in the stomach of Kansa, it felt as if he was holding a ball of fire. So he was able to achieve the purpose of this avataram even while at his birth. Hence he is called Sadgatihi. The next nama is Satkritihi. Satyaha Sakala Sansara Nigalachendinyo Dadhi Navanita Chorano Ulukala Bandhana Rinkara Rasakridadi Mugdha Kritayo Asya Iti Satkritihi. So all his activities, whether he is being tied to a mortar, Ulukala Bandhanam, or if it is Navanicha Chauryam, or it is Rasakrida, whichever activity he does, these activities, when described by our Maharishis and then internalized by the devotees and studied upon in our Puranas, be it Vishnu Purana or Bhagavata Purana, it will help achieve Chetano Jivanam. The Chetana will be relieved. How? When we hear to his story where he was tied to the mortar, when we listen to it with devotion, we will never have an opportunity where karma bandhanam will tie us. We are all tied by karma. That will never happen in the future because we have heard of Krishna's Ulukala bandhanam. Rasakrida, where he danced with the women, proves that he is the Shariri and we are the Shariram. When we have realized the symbiotic relationship, there is no birth. Next, Dadhi Navanita Chauryam. So if he has stolen butter, curd, it tells us that he has come here to steal our mind, hearts and our Jivatma, because the Jivatma belongs to him. Since he allows all these philosophical meanings to come out of his activities, he is called as Satkritihi. The next nama is Satta. Sattadi Sattam Swayameveti Satta. So, he is the one who becomes the nutrition to the one who keeps meditating upon him. The very famous Alvar, the mystic saint in the Tamil tradition, is Swami Nammalvar, who is referred to as Mara or Shatakopa. To that Shatakopa, while he fell in many places wound, it is only by the revival of Krishna's thoughts that he could survive. Since he is the nutrition to such great Krishna devotees, he is called as Satta. The next nama is Sadbhutihi. Satam putro mitram bandhuhu dutaha sarathin yaccha tad bhavana sadbhutihi. For the one who comes with the utmost love, whether Arjuna, he becomes his mitram, friend, bandhuhu,
Mitra Bandhu, people who, a friend in need is a friend in need. Some people who hear your thoughts. Some people who are able to solve your problems. Then Dutaha, he became the messenger. Sarathincha, he became the charioteer. Just to prove that he is extremely attached to people who shower unconditional love upon him. So he is called Sadbhutihi. The next nama is Satparayanaha. Krishnaha Parayanam Tesham iti Satparayanam. Santosya Parayanam iti Satparayanaha. Now, for all those sadhus who are dependent upon him as a substratum, for all those of them who are dependent upon, for their sustenance based on his pastimes and his bhakti, he is the one who gives them the right path. He is called Satparayanaha. The next nama is the 709th nama, which is Shurasenaha. Yadava Pandavadayo Bhubhara Vatarana Sahaya Asya iti Shurasenaha. So, to annihilate the evil forces, to remove the evil forces on this earth who are troubling the society, who have been anti-social elements, who have been against flora and fauna, who trouble those people who are very innocent and helpless. To such people, he will ensure that he begins the battle. Like how Yadava Pandavadayo, using whom will he get this done? Through Yadavas and through Pandavas. He gets such activities done. Since he gets this done, he is called Shurasenaha. The next nama is Yadusreshtaha. Gopalo Yadavam Vamsham Magnam Abhyudhara Ishyati. Iti Yadusreshtaha. Yadu was a king. He was cursed by his very father that he will not have a very strong and a very famous lineage. But the Lord wanted to uplift Yadu and his clan. So he was born into the Yadu clan. He became a Yadava with his existence, with his preachings, with his practice, with his captivating effort and power. He was able to take away the bad name attached to Yadu race and he was able to uplift them. Hence he is called the best among Yadus. So he is called Yadusreshtaha. The next nama is Sannivasaha. Manushya Dharmashilatvepi Satam Sanakadinam Vishranti Bhumihi Sannivasaha. Even great rishis like Sanaka and Sanat Kumara keep meditating upon him. Their only purpose is to attain that level where in Samadhi state they are able to visualize Parabrahman. Since it is so, he is called as Sannivasaha. The next nama is Suyamunaha. Shobhanam Pavanam Manoharam Yamuna Sambandhi Jalakrida Pushpachaya Rasakridadi Yasyeti Suyamunaha. So, to show that he is very calm and composed and is able to relish his avataram, he does that by Yamuna Sambandhi Jalakrida Pushpachaya Rasakridadi Yasyeti Yamunaha. By doing Rasakrida, by doing Jalakrida, he tells that he is a very cool and a calm and a composed avatara. Since he does that, he is called Suyamunaha. The next one is Bhutavasaha. Krishnatve Nirhrita Parabhavatvat Bhutavasaha. Now, he is the one who envelops his huge Paramatma power and acts as if he is a common man. Since he is able to access his devotees by the very will of a common man, he is called as Bhutavasaha. The next nama is Vasudevaha. Vasudeva Apatyatve Dvishatka Dhyatmanam Niyaschatiti Vasudevaha. To ensure that the essence of this avatara goes into the minds of his devotees, he has pervaded the 12-lettered Dvadasakshara mantram. Pranavam Namaha Bhagavate Vasudevaya is the Dvadasakshari. But in comparison to Ashtaksharam, Dvadashakshari is placed next. Narayanaya Vidmahe Ashtaksharam. Vasudevaya Dhimahi Dvadasaksharam. Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. So here he enables himself as the one who is encompassing the 12-lettered mantra, syllabled mantra. So he is called as Vasudevaha. The next nama is Sarvasu Nilayaha. Evam Sarva Pranalambanam Sarvasu Nilayaha. Now, for all kinds of pranas that we discuss in Yoga Shastram, for them, he is the prana. Now he is the life breath for all the Jivarasis that we see along. So he is called Sarvasu Nilayaha. The next nama is Analaha. Teshameva sarvakarma karatvepi analaha na kinchit kritamesha maya itya vitruptaha swabhakta vishaye aparadham sodhum nalamiti va. Now, he is the one who keeps feeling, I should have done more to my devotees. For the devotion that they have attached to me, I think I am not doing enough. The best example is Draupadi. She called Dhyaya Sada Savitrimandala Madhyavarti Narayana Sarasijasana Sannivishtaha Keyuravan Makarakundalavan Kiriti Hari Hiranmaya Vapuhu Dhritashanka Chakraha Shri Dwaraka Nilayachyuta Govinda Pundarikaksha Rakshamam Sharanagatam. The Lord came and rescued her. But it was the saris that came, he didn't come. So they say more than the Nami, it is the Nama of the Lord that protected her. But later, after Mahabharata Yuddham was over, Krishna called up Uddhava and said, Hey Uddhava, this Avatara Vishayam, the aim and the mission of this Avataram, of Krishna Avataram, is accomplished. But there is one regret. Uddhava asked what? When that lady Draupadi called out my name in the Sabha, I was a few minutes late in blessing her. That few minutes late is always troubling me. I should have gone and helped her immediately. The one who feels that his devotees have to be helped at the right time. Vatsalyat, abhayapradana samayat, artarti nirvapanat, audaryat, agasoshanat, aganita shreyaf padaprapanat, sevya shripati reka eva jagatam, yetecha shatsakshinah, prahladascha, vibhishanascha, karirat, panchali, ahalya dhruvaha. In that case, here we have Analaha. The next nama is Darpaha. Govardhanodharana Parijatapaharana Bana Banadoshanda Khandanadau Devanam Darpamatram Hatavan iti Darpaha. By lifting Govardhanodharanam and holding it for 7 days, he brought down the arrogance and the ego of Indra. Then Parijatapaharana. Later, when he had to go with Satyabhama to Amaravati to their Udyanam, she and her husband Indra refused to part with one flower. At that point in time, Garuda lifted the entire tree and planted it in Dwaraka. He brought down Indra's ego. When Banasura had to be fought, Lord Shiva with his 2 sons came and he had to win them over to prove that even if Banasura was devoted to Shiva, he was not following the path of Dharma. Since he was won over, he is called Darpaha. The next nama is Darpadaha. Yadavebhyo madhupanadi darpam dattavan iti Darpadaha. Now, for the Yadavas, later, after the Yuddham, it is said that the Yadavas started drinking liquor. One Yadava after the other, the entire Yadava clan, by drinking liquor, by falling into malpractices, wrong practices and abuses, they started tormenting each other. So the basis is intoxication through liquor. Who is inducing that? Because as per karma, Gandhari has said that Krishna, your kulam should fight against each other and die. So to keep up the words of a Shiva Bhakta Gandhari, the Lord put them into that intoxication mode. Hence he is called Darpadaha. The next nama is Atriptaha. So, there is 2 ways of looking at it. Triptaha, Atriptaha. What does Triptaha mean? He is the one, Athapi, Swayam, Adriptaha. So, this Adriptaha, Driptaha, Adriptaha. What does it mean? Yashodanandalalana Driptova. So, he has no pride that I have all these relatives, these are my powers. So, he has no pride attached to it. So, he becomes Adriptaha. Driptaha. When does he become Driptaha? They say, Athapi Swayam Adriptaha Yashodanandalalana Driptova. At that point in time, he is the one who doesn't have even an iota of arrogance. So he is called as Adriptaha. The next nama is Durdharaha. Bala Leeladif Prasangeshu Matta Matangavat Tabhyam Durdharaha. Durvara Chanchala Cheshtitaha iti. Duratmanamba Durdharaha. Now, he cannot be controlled even by his parents. If his parents say, do this, he will not do that. The one who cannot be controlled even by his parents is Durdharaha.
Next is aparajitaha atha bharata sangrame nija parigrahapi tat parigrahat panchapi pandava shatenapi bahupakarana rudha moolairva dhartarashtraihi na parajita iti aparajitaha. Now, by being on the side of Pandavas, Bharata Sangrame, Panchapi Pandava Shatenapi Bahupa Karana Murudha Moolairva. Whether it was 5 on his side or 100 on the other side, with his strategic mind, he was able to bless Pandavas and win over the war. So he is called as Aparajitaha. The next nama is Vishwamurtihi. Sarvasya Tachariratvat Nahi Swashariram Swanishte Cheshtyate Idam abhipretyaha Vishwamurtihi. So he is the one who has the Chetana Achetana as his body. Since he is the one who is a substratum to the entire Chetana and Achetana Vargam, he is referred to by the name Vishwamurtihi. Next nama, Mahamurtihi, 723rd nama. So he says, Vishwashraya Murtihi, Mahamurtihi, the one who has got the entire world without any disparity, as his body is called Mahamurtihi. Next nama, Deeptamurtihi. Yat kinchit kenachit gunena deeptam tadasya viseshena murtir iti Deeptamurtihi. Now, he has got a Divyamangala Vigraham, the body, which is so radiant and so blessed that it will take away the eyes of the person. It is so attractive. Hence he is called Deeptamurtihi. The next nama is 725th nama, Amurtiman. Amurtayo avyakta purushadayopi evamasya swayamiti amurtiman. So, what are his possessions? Suppose we say, this house is owned by me, this particular car is owned by me. What is his possession? We, the Jivatmas, the Chetana Vargam is one possession, all the Achetanas is the next possession. So, he possesses Chetana and Achetana Vargam. So, he is called as Amurtiman. The next one is Aneka Murtihi. Krishnatve Apyara Sahaja Vasudevadi Chaturmurtitvat Aneka Murtihi. Even in Krishna Avatara, he being Vasudeva's son Vasudeva, he had Balarama as Sankarshana Murti, and then Aniruddha and Pradyumna became his sons. So in Vyuha Murti we have Vasudeva, Pradyumna, Aniruddha and Sankarshana. Similarly in Krishna Avataram we have Vasudeva's son Krishna as Vasudeva, his son Pradyumna, his grandson Aniruddha and his brother Balarama as Sankarshana. Hence he is called Aneka Murtihi. The next nama is Avyaktaha. Idam Manushyattvena Guhata iti Avyaktaha. Now that the Lord with that infinite power has now taken as the form of Krishna as a human being, he has restricted all his mahima, his significance into that body, into that shariram. Hence, it is very important that he becomes very accessible to his devotees. So that he is very accessible. If he is simple and humble, he becomes accessible. So he is called as Avyaktaha. The next nama is Shatamurtihi. Atha Didrikshave Arjunaya Vyakta Vaishwarupyaha Shatamurtihi. So he has got so many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of forms through which he is able to give darshanam to Arjuna. Arjuna was not able to see. He said, Divyam dadami te chakshuhu, give me those divine eyes. With that divine eyes given by the Lord to Arjuna, Arjuna was able to see the Lord. So he is called Shatamurtihi. The next nama is Shatananaha Tatraiva Charjunaha Aneka Vaktranayanam. Now, he has got, this Lord who has got many heads, many mouths that open, many legs. So, as described in the Purusha Sukta, this Lord too has. Hence, he is called Shatananaha. The next nama is Ekaha. So, Ukte Mahimni Sajatiya Sankhyeya Sambhavad Vaidbhritam Gachatiti. So the one who through his Rupam, Swarupam, Vibhavam, all these external, internal characteristics with Swarupa Nirupaka Dharmam, with Narupita Swarupa Viseshanam, with all the obeisances and the prayers that are done to him, he is the one. He is the only one. He is unmatched. He is unparalleled. So all this unsurpassed, all this go to him. Who is he? The one. Ekaha. Now, this is the meaning when we speak in Tamil language. Ondru means one in Tamil.
But oruvan, oruthi means doesn't mean only one. It means the unique one. If we say ayirathil oruvan, in a number of thousand, he is the one, which means 999 people don't have any speciality. He is the one who has it. Ayirathil oruvan. So that oruvan is referred to as ekaha. So he is the unique one, which is ekaha. The next nama is naikaha. Vibhutitaya vijatiyena sarvena dvitiyavana viti naikaha. If the Lord chose to be the one, only one, then there will be no world. He chooses to be many. Bahusyam praja ye yeti. Since he has branched into countless number of possessions or beings, he is referred to as naikaha. The next nama is saha. See, remember, Adi Shankara has taken this as one word, savaha. Whereas Parashara Bhatta takes it as saha and vaha. So the first one is saha. Yeshva Kumaram Akhilav Prasiddhaya Swavishayam Jnanam Asya Iti Saha. So, beginning from small children to the greatest of philosophers, they all have one thought in unison, that Krishnam Dharmam Sanatanam. Yecha Veda Vido Vipraha, Yecha Adhyatma Chetasaha, Tevadanti Mahatmanam Krishnam Dharmam Sanatanam. So he is the one, Saha. Now what is Vaha? Prasiddhi Sarvavasitvat Vaha. So the entire creation that we see rests in him. It is within him. Hence he is called as Vaha. The next nama is Kaha. Generally Kaha denotes Brahma. Let us see what it denotes here. Mali Maseshu Vasanna Api Kanatiti Kaha. Now, imagine that we say that God lives everywhere. Prahlada's episode says, Trailokyam Narasimha Garbham. He is there everywhere. Now there will be some children, there will be some friends for us who may want to understand the truth, but they will ask very blatantly, okay, you say God is there everywhere. Is he there in wash basin? Is he there in commode? Is he there in mixie? Yes, he is there. No sir, if you say God is there in mixie, my mixie is very dirty. If you say he is in wash basin, my wash basin is full of stains. So if you say God is there, isn't he dirty? No. Though he lives within every object, every atom, the dosham, the blemish, the error that is attached to the object will not get attached to him. So despite being in such objects, he is very clean. Hence he is called as Kaha. The next nama is Kim. Tat sarvepsita bhubutsunam nirupadhika prashtavyat Kim. Now, devotees will keep asking him questions. Why this? Why that? Why only me? Why only him? So the one who is accessible to his devotees through the art of questioning, tadvidbhiv pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninaha tattvadarshinaha. Since he makes it accessible, he is called as Kim. The next nama is Yat. Tesham rakshaye yatata iti yat. Now, he takes all the efforts to protect his devotees. Sabhabi Krishna Krishna Draupadi Pukari. In the Sabha Madhyam, when Draupadi called for help, he came. In Vanaparva, when she said, I have no food, when Durvasa come, what will I offer? Hey Krishna, come. He came. So when his devotees call for help, he comes. Hence he is called as Yat. Next is Tat. Tesham swajnana bhaktim tanoti iti tat. Once he comes to the place to help his devotees, he will now think, now I will start inducing jnanam about the scriptures in the devotee. Now I will induce the jnanam that is related to bhakti yogam in this devotee. The one who induces the knowledge of jnanam, of bhakti in his devotees, is called as Tat. The next nama is Padamanuttamam. Tesham paramaprapyatvat padamanuttamam. Padyate prapyate iti padam. So that particular abode, padyate prapyate iti padam, that abode, tat Vishnoho paramam padagum sada pashyanti surayaha. We talk of Vishnu padam, right? Tesham paramaprapyatvat padamanuttamam. The one who makes it conducive enough for his friends and devotees to reach that paramapadam, like Gopika Stris, is called as padam anuttamam.
Next nama is Loka Bandhuhu Evam Viseshena Aseshanugrahe Varjaniya Bandhavam Nibandhanam. So he says, as he continues Nibandhanam, Aha Loka Bandhuhu Lokanam Swajanaha. The one who treats the entire world, the residents of this world, as his very friends is called as Loka Bandhuhu. Next one is Loka Nathaha. Tan Moolam Asadharanam Swabhavikam. Cha sambandhamaha lokanathaha iti swami. So, the one who is the Swami, who accepts services by showing this relationship to all of them, is called Lokanathaha. So he says, Lokanathaha iti Swami, the one who accepts our services. So he is called Swami. The next one is Madhavaha. Bandhava Viseshamaha Mata Pitrutvam Shriya Sahayasya Suchayati iti Madhavaha. Madhukulodbhavatvadvaha. So he is the one who vanquished Madhu. So he is Madhavaha. The one for us. He is the father, she is the mother. Mata Devi Tvamasi Bhagavan Vasudevav Pitame Jata Soham Janani Yuvayo Rekalakshyam Dayaya Dhatto Yushmat Parijanataya Deshikairapyatastvam Kimte Bhuyaha Priyamithi Kelasmera Vaktra Vibhasi. So he is called as Madhava. Madhava Mamavadeva Krishna Yadava Krishna Yadukula Krishna Madhava. So he is called Madhavaha. The next nama is Bhakta Vatsalaha. Bhakta Vatsalaha Tallaba Sambhrama Vismritanya Kamaha. So he came as the messenger of the Pandavas. He said, I will not stay in the house of Bhishma, Drona and Duryodhana. Bhishma Drona vratikramya mamschaiva Madhusudana kimartham pundarika bhuktam vrishabhabhojanam. Duryodhana asked, you have left my house, you have left Bhishma's house, Drona's house, and why are you staying in his house? Krishna said, it is only in Vidura's house that I see bhakti. So he went there. He was so involved with Vidura. Vidura opened the peel of a banana, took the banana peel and gave it to Krishna and threw the fruit down. Krishna did not realize, Kuchela did not realize. Krishna kept consuming the peel of a banana, the banana peel. So he becomes so attached to devotees that he keeps serving them. So he is called as Bhakta Vatsalaha. The next nama is Suvarna Varnaha. Kanaka Nishkarshana Nirdoshodjvala Divya Varnaha Suvarnaha. Suvarna Varnaha. That color, the gold hue that rests in him. Kanaka Nikasha Nirdoshodjvala Divya Varnaha. So all his gold ornaments are so beautiful that he comes with the golden hue, the entire body. So he is called as Suvarna Varnaha. The next nama is Hemangaha. Nityam Divyam Sattvamayam Angam Asya Iti Hemangaha. The one whose limbs is made of gold, which is Shuddha Sattvamayam. It is a component called Shuddha Sattvamayam, which doesn't have any concoction of Rajogunam and Tamogunam. That particular gunam is called as, it leads us to the name of the Lord called Hemangaha. The next nama is Varangaha. So he says, Tadeta Daupanishadam Devakya Vriyamanam Atinihruta Divyachinham Avishkaram Iti Varangaha. The one who comes with a Divyamangala Vigraham, with that form which is so very beautiful, which is so very attractive, is called as Varangaha. The next nama is Chandanangadi. Chandanani Ahladanani Divya Bhushanadyangadini Bhuyisthani Asya Iti Chandanangadi. So he has got beautiful armlets which glisten. It adds so much glisten that proves his valor, that proves the concern that he has for all his possessions. Since he has, so he's called Chandanangadi. The next one is Veeraha. Ati Mugdhastan Stanandhayopi Putana Shakatarjunadin Suradin Vanchakan Samulaghatam Jaganoti Iti Veeraha. So even in his childhood, he was able to kill Putana, who had come and smeared her bosom with virulent poison. He killed up a Trinavarta, an Asura who came in the form of a hurricane, a cyclone. Then he killed an Asura called Shakatasura. Even while being a child, which is being fed with the mother's milk, he has the valor to vanquish such enemies in the war. So he is called Veeraha. Next nama is Vishamaha. Evam Ruju Kutilashayeshu Ksemankara Bhayankara Vishama Vrittatvat Vishamaha. So, for people who desire to be adhering to the Dharma Patham being good, he does good for them. For those of them who want to do bad things for themselves, their family and the society, he becomes a very cause of fear. So, he becomes a good factor or the fear factor based on the devotee state of mind and his contribution to the society. So, he is called as Vishamaha. The next nama is Shunyaha. Manushyatvepi Asesha Doshaihi Vivarjitaha Shunyaha. He was born as a human. Atimanusha Sheela Vrittaveshaihi Ativrittamara Vikrama Pratapaihi Atilangita Sarvaloka Samyam Varaye Vaishnava Vaibhavavataram. He was born very much. But at the same time, it says that he, despite being born a human, he has no flaw in him, no mistake in him. Since he is mistakeless, blemishless, how much ever you search, you cannot find. So he is called Shunyaha. The next nama is Ghritashihi. Gopagrihagavye Ashasti Asya Iti Ghritashihi. Every morning he will go with his friends and start stealing the butter, the ghee, and the curds that have been stored in pots after so much of hard work by the Gopika Stris. The one who goes secretly and starts stealing is called Ghritashihi. The next one is Achalaha. Duryodhanadibihi Duratmabihi Abhedyaha Achalaha. The one who's unshakable. You cannot cheat him, you cannot dupe him, you cannot shake him. Even if it is a person like very powerful Duryodhana, Dushasana. Duryodhanadibihi Duratmabihi Abhedyaha Achalaha. He does not move. Chala is moving. Achala generally denotes a mountain. He is bigger than a mountain. So he is called Achalaha. The next nama is Chalaha. What does Chalaha mean? Pranata Pandavadehe Prayojanaya Satya Samayadaschelati Iti Chalaha. So, Bhishmacharya wanted to understand what was Krishna's thought. Krishna had promised that he will give his army to Duryodhana and he will be on the side of Arjuna. So, that very moment, he was asked to promise that he will not raise a weapon in this yuddham. He said, I will not raise a weapon in this yuddham. Then what is the position he can get? He said that I will be the Sarathi of Arjuna. The moment Bhishmacharya from the opposite camp heard that Krishna has pledged that he will not take a weapon, Bhishmacharya did a counter challenge. He said, I will ensure he lifts the weapon. On the 10th day and the 11th day while the yuddham was happening, at that point in time, Krishna got really angry. He said, see, I have left all my administrative work and come here for a shorter span to serve you. Arjuna, you are doing a child's play with your great-grandfather, who is Bhishmacharya. See what I am going to do now. And he took his chakram and ran towards Bhishma. Bhishma put down all his weapons and said, hey Krishna, for upkeeping the promise your devotee like me has made, you have broken your promise. Since you break your promise for the sake of your devotees, you are called Chalaha. The next nama is Amani. Bhakteshu Anahanyuhu Amani. Atohi Dutyadi Danavapatra Vishnuhu Adhichakara. So he went with positions that were not meant for kings to be done. He said, for the sake of Pandavas, for the sake of my friend Draupadi, I will go as a messenger. So he went with a messenger with a message tied in a sheet around his neck and started walking. So he proved that he is very, very accessible to his devotees. He is ready to accept any devotion, any position for the sake of his devotees. So he is called as Amani. Next nama is Manadaha. Arjuno Ugrasena Yudhishtiradibhyo Rathitvadhirajya Bahumanam Dattavan. So, he gives dignity to his devotees. So he says, Rathitva Rajya Bahumanam Dattavan. So even for great brothers like Arjuna, for the sake of Yudhishthira, he grants that state where he is able to give dignity to them. Since he gives so, he is called Manadaha. The next nama is Manyaha. Tadiyatvena Sammantavyaha Manyaha. Tatha Hyamatmanam Bahumansta. So he is the one who becomes the charioteer to Arjuna. Arjuna could have taken anybody else, but Krishna said, you may regard that work as good or bad. I don't regard so. I will be your charioteer. So he does the work of a charioteer. He is called Manyaha. The next nama is Lokaswami. Eka Yevam Karmakaraha.
What work does he do? He is Lokaswami. The entire world of Chetana and Achetana are being supported by him. He becomes the Adhara Bhuta for the entire world. He is the one who accepts the services of the entire world. He is the one who has pervaded the entire world. Who is he? Lokaswami. The next name is Triloka Dhrik. Triloka Dhrik Aseshanam api dharana poshana yor dharakatvat. Now he is the one who supports the entire world. He is the one who nurtures the entire world. He is the one who ensures that all living beings at one point in time get food. So this one who is the controller of this entire process is called Triloka Dhrik. The next nama is Sumedhaha. Aradhaka Susadhu Buddhihi Sumedhaha. So for those of them who meditate upon him, for those of them who worship him day in and day out, he becomes the phalam, he becomes the destination, he becomes the upayam. So you think about him as a destination, you attain him as the very fruit. So he becomes the means, he becomes the destination, he becomes the fruit. So he is called Sumedhaha. The next nama is Medhajaha. Medhe Devaki Putriya Vratarupe Yagne Jata iti Medhajaha. Devaki took an intense penance. It is said that in her previous janma, in Prishni's Sutapa, they worshipped the Lord so intensely. At the end of that tapam, the Lord was petrified. He came to that place and said, I will give you varam, which is a boon. They asked, you should be like person like you should be born as a son, like you should be born as a son, like you should be born as a son. As a result, he was born as Prishnigarbha to Prishni Sutapa, as Vamana to Aditi and Kashyapa, as Krishna to Devaki and Vasudeva. So this process, here he says, that he was born as a result of Devaki's penance. So he says, Devaki Putriya Vratarupe. So it seems she had observed a vratam that she should have a very valorous son, and he is the one who granted that particular phalam. So he is called Medhajaha. The next nama is Dhanyaha. Tad Janma Dhana Labhat Dhanyaha. So he is the one, for his entire avataram, he is the one who carries the prosperity along with him. Even if a Sudhama and Kuchela comes and doesn't ask for wealth, he is able to dispense wealth. Even if Indra and others come and ask for wealth, he is able to showcase his power by lifting Govardhana and so on. So the one who is able to transfer prosperity is called as, so it is said here, Dhanyaha. The next one is Satyamedhaha. Vallava Vasudevadi Sajatya Bhimanini Medha Satyasya na Natana Matram iti Satyamedhaha. So he is very, very true. He is true to his birth. Vallava Vasudevadi Sajatya Abhimani Medha Satyasya. So Sajata Abhimani. He was born in the same human clan. The people in his clan started loving him. Na Natana Matram iti Satyamedhaha. While he became Krishna as a commoner, he moved along like them with the commoner. He did not have this thought that I am Parabrahmam, I cannot move with him. He was so accessible that people started feeling he is one amongst us. Since he gave that kind of an environ to all his devotees, he is called as Satyamedhaha. The next nama is Dharadharaha. Govardhanam Dharam Adhadat Dharadharaha. The one who lifted Govardhana and proved to Indra that he can protect the entire creation. What is about getting saved from the clouds like Pushkala Vartaka and Samvartaka Megham? He lifted the mountain. He lifted that which is upon Dharani. Dharadharaha. The one who lifted the mountain without any much strain is called Dharadharaha. The next nama is Tejo Vrikshaha. Evam Suhrit Palanakshanam Tejaha Varshati iti Tejo Vrishaha. He is the one, for the sake of the cows and the calves and the people who were taking care of them, he was ready to go to any extent. That is why he said, follow me. They were all trembling in cold. It seems that their 2 rows of teeth were generating a noise which was like the veena which has been swallowed. Vedanta Deshika says, Danta Veenaha. They all went and sought Krishna's protection. The little boy came and said, I will lift the mountain, just stand under me. And he did that. Since he does that, he is called Tejo Vrishaha. The next nama is Dyuti Dharaha. Tena Tarunye Pindradi
abhibhavukam atimanushim dyutim dhritavan iti dyutidaraha. Now, he has the power to even vanquish Indra. When Indra was the one who sought asylum and the Lord agreed to help, he should have been quiet. Whereas he said, how dare Krishna instigate the people to do Govardhana Puja and not my puja? I will teach him a lesson. How dare Krishna ask for a flower? Krishna taught him a lesson. So this way he has been able to control and bring in the rains, pull in the rains of Indra. So he is called as Dyutidharaha. The next nama is Sarva Shastra Bhritam Varaha. Naraka Jarasandhadi Samareshu Sarva Shastra Bhritam Varaha. While fighting Narakasura, while asking Bhima to fight Jarasandha towards the end, but previously while fighting him in the outskirts of Madura, he proved that he was able to adeptly use the Shastram and Astram. So he is called as Sarva Shastra Bhritam Varaha. The next nama is Pragrahaha. Arjunaha Sarathi Anena Rashmibhiriva Pragrihyata iti Pragrahaha. So, the one who is able to control even the slightly confused mind of Arjuna, telling that Arjuna, this is Jnana Yogam, this is Bhakti Yogam, this is Karma Yogam. You will have to keep Karma and Jnana as the Angam for Bhakti Yogam and follow this. But Arjuna was not sure. So, he was able to control Arjuna's mind and his senses completely under his magic. Since he does that, he is called as Pragrahaha. The next nama is Nigrahaha. Arjuna Paurusha Nirapekshena Sarathya Vaichitryena Nigrihyante Shatrava iti Nigrahaha. So, when the warfield was going out of control, people were not sure which side will win. How much of Sainyam does Yudhishthira have left over, because Bhishma has been able to destroy all the armies. When they were all confused, Krishna said, I will help you win over each of them. He asked Shikhandini to come here, Arjuna to stand here, looking at Shikhandi, who is neither a man nor a woman, having more women characteristics. Bhishma refused to fight, and then Arjuna had to shoot arrows at Bhima. When Ashwathama Hato Kunjaraha Hataha, the elephant has been killed, the word elephant was not heard by Dronacharya, who sat in fatigue, and Drishtadyumna came and chopped off his head. When Karna, who is the one who humiliated Draupadi, had to be humiliated and killed now, when the wheel of his chariot was fixed in the bhumi, and while he was lifting it, the arrow was shot at him. Well, all these incidents prove that the mastermind, the strategist behind Mahabharata Yuddham is Krishna. The person who is able to invest so much of thoughts into the Yuddham for the protection of his devotees is called as Nigrahaha. The next nama is Vyagrahaha. So he says, Arjuna Vairi Nigrahe Yuddha Karma Asahamano Vyagraha. Now, he did not wait for Arjuna to take over one action of the other, because Arjuna said, how can I kill this person? How can I do this act? When you have come to the warfield and you have decided to fight, you will have to win to restore dharma. So Arjuna could not do that. So Krishna instigated and ensured that he was brainwashed to do it. Since he does that, he is called Vyagraha. The next nama is Naika Shringaha. Buddhi Yoga Sarathyana Yudha Grahana Vyajaha. Praptakale tat grahanam iti bahuvairi badhakam asyeti naikashringaha. The one who is able to play the mind tactics. He is able to tell Duryodhana, hey Duryodhana, just because your mother Gandhari says, I am going to take off that eye gear and look at you, and with all the tapo shakti I can give you a kavacham, just for the sake, will you be leaving your private parts uncovered? Should you undress yourself, you should be covering your private parts and the thigh, and then go stand before your mother and get the remaining parts with the kavacham. While he went and stood before Gandhari and she opened her eyes, kavacham was formed for the entire body except his private parts and the thighs. It is with this reason that he is able to tell Bhima to shoot at his thigh. That is why Gada Yuddham was done towards the end. Now the point is, he is able to decide what is there for that situation. We may be wondering, he should have gone by the rule. When they humiliated Draupadi, did they go by the rule? When Bhishma and Drona had to defend Draupadi, did they go by the rule? When
Karna had to keep quiet. Instead, he called her by various names, like a prostitute. In such words, did he follow the rule? When in the midst of Chakravyuha, a young little boy who was just then married, all people, 10 to 15 people were shooting at him at one go. Was that according to the rule? When you do not follow the rule, I will also not follow the rule, is Krishna's rule. So this Krishna's rule is brought together in this nama, which is Naikashringaha. The next nama is the 770th nama, which is Gadagrajaha. Gadanamno Agrajo Gadagrajaha. So Vasudeva had many wives. Through a wife called as Sunamayi, like how he had Rohini and Devaki as his wives, there was a wife called Sunamayi. Through Sunamayi, Vasudeva had a son called Gada. So this Gada was the elder brother to Krishna and Balarama. Since Gada's brother is Krishna, he was called Gadagrajaha. So Gada Namno Agrajo Gadagrajaha. He is called Gadagrajaha. The next set of 16 namas describe the Vyuha Murti of the Lord. In that, the 771st nama, Chaturmurtihi, Balabhadra, Vasudeva, Pradyumna, Aniruddhabhikhyaha, Chatasro, Murtayaha, Yadukulepyasyaha, iti Chaturmurtihi. In Vyuha form of the Lord, we have seen Aniruddha, Pradyumna, Sankarshana and Vasudeva. Similarly, in Krishna Avatara, we are seeing the four. So there is a samyam, there is an equivalence in Vyuha Murti and Krishna Avataram. He is called as Chaturmurtihi, who appears in the four forms. The next nama is Chatur Bahuhu, Vyuha Mulena Nirupadhika Pararupena Devakya Avatareti Chatur Bahuhu. While he was born to Devaki and Vasudeva in the jail. How was he born? Tamadbhutam balakam ambuja ikshanam chaturbhujam. He was born with 4 hands. That is when Devaki says, my brother may come and kill you, my child. Till he is there, keep the other 2 hands in the hiding. Hence, till Kamsa's death, Krishna has only 2 hands. After Krishna's death, Kamsa's death, he has got 4 hands. How does Krishna have 4 hands after Kamsa's death? Because in Bhagavad Gita, when he shows his cosmic form, Arjuna says, hey Krishna, I cannot withstand this cosmic form. Like always, like how you have always been, come with 4 hands. Svenaiva rupena chaturbhujena. So before Kamsa Vadham, it was 2. At birth, it was 4. After Kamsavadham, it was 4. So he has got 4 hands. So Chatur Bahuhu. The next namam is Chatur Vyuhaha. Atrapi Tathaiva Samasta Vyasta Shadgunya Avasthatvat. Even in Vibhavavataram, like in Vyuhavataram, he is replete and he is a repository of the 6 essential attributes. Jnana Bala, Aishwarya Virya, Shakti Tejas. Since he has got all the 6 attributes, he is called as Chatur Vyuhaha. The next nama is Chatur Gatihi. Upasakabhi Yogataratamya Kritakramachatastra Praptayos Asman iti Chatur Gatihi. So, for those of them who seek the Purusharthas, we begin the Hanuman Chalisa with this. Shri Guru Charana Saroj Raja Nija Mana Mukura Sudhara Bharano Raghubara Bimalayasha Jodayaka Phalachar. So he gives 4 phalam. Dharma, Artha, Kamam and Moksham. So the one who grants all the 4 phalam is denoted by the name Chatur Gatihi. The other meaning to understand is, he walks with the gait of a Gajasimha Gati Virau Shardula Vrishabhopamau. He has those 4 gates in him, so he is Chatur Gatihi. Next is Chaturatma Tenaivadhikari Taratamyena Pradushkrita Sthula Sukshma Jagradadi Chaturatmya Sputikarana Chatvara Atmano Asya Iti Chaturatma. While the Jivatma is resting in this Panchabhautika Shariram, which is the Sthula Shariram, there are 4 states at which it can be found. The first one is Jagrat Avastha, awakened state. Next it will go to this, once it starts sleeping, it will go to the Swapna Avastha, which is dream. Next is Sushupti, complete deep sleep. Next is Turiya Dasha, where at one point in time the Jivatma and Paramatma will be so closely associated, one is getting charged from the other. So these four states is the one which is granted to the Jivatma by the Lord, who is called Chaturatma. The next nama is Chaturbhavaha. Evam Shodashatmani Chaturvyuhe Adhikrita Jagadvyapara Shastriyadanadi Sthula Sukshma Vyuha Prayojana Punjam Vyanjanat Chaturbhavaha. Now, the one who is able in both his Vyuha form and Vibhava form, able to perform the four main activities, which is creation, sustenance, dissolution and propagation. So there is a creation. Akhila Bhuvana Janma Sthema Bhanga Adi Lile. Sthema Bhanga Adi Lile. So there also creation, dissolution, protection and propagation has been spoken by Bhagavad Ramanuja. Ulagam Yavayum Tamula Akkalum Nilai Peruttalum Nikkalum Ningala Alahila Vilayatudayaravar Talaivar Annavarke Sharannangale tells about the four functions of Parabrahman. In the invocatory verse, Kamban, the very early poet who had brought the first, earliest known regional transcreation of Ramayanam in Tamil called Kambaramayanam, says this. So the one who performs these functions here is called as Chaturbhavaha. Next nama is Chatur Vedavit. Vyuha Vibhavayor Vibhavitam Idam Mahavaibhavam Mahavibhuti Maharnava Valava Matram Parapara Vibhava Kovidanam Chaturveda Vidam Pratibhati Iti Chaturveda Vit. Now, those of them who have understood the essence of all four Vedas, Rig Vedam, Yajur Vedam, Sama Vedam, Atharvana Vedam, even after having undergone detailed training in all the four Vedas, and after understanding the meaning of all the four Vedas, even then, they will not be able to understand an iota, a drop of this Lord, because he is beyond the perception of our Vedas. Hence, he is called as Chatur Veda Vit. Next nama is Ekapat. Now he says, Ekapat, Atohitam Yevamahuhu, Amshavataro Brahmarishe Yoyam Yadukulodbhavaha iti. So, to understand how great Narayana or Parabrahmam or Paramatma or Bhagavan is in Vaikuntham, one of the rishis says, see, one small part of that Narayana is Krishna. For us, Krishna is complete, Purnavatara. But the Rishi says, when you go to Vaikuntham, you will see the bigger form. He will be replete with all the qualities. If the pilot project itself is so beautiful, how will the main project be? So he says, Atohitam Yevamahuhu Amshavataro Brahmarishe Yoyam Yadukulodbhavaha. Since it is said, he is called Ekapat. The next nama is Samavartaha. Etadrisham sada sarvatra sarvatha samantadvaya vyuha vaibhavavartanam asya iti samavartaha. Now, he comes again and again to help the devotees either in the Vyuha form or in the Vibhava form. One after the other. There is no linear process. It is a cyclic process. He comes in the form of a Vyuha and Vibhava time and again. Hence he is called as Samavartaha. The next nama is Nivrittatma. Kripalu Tayaisha Jagat Samvalitodhikaraha Swatastu Tadasamatta Manaha Nivritatma. Now, he is attached in certain cases when we see. It may seem in certain incidents that he shows attachment. But the truth is, he is detached. So for us, when we see in superficially, it may seem like attachment. When the rishis and the jnanis see him internally, he is called, he is the one who is detached. So the one who shows that detached attachment, when we see it, review it carefully, is called Nivrittatma. The next nama is Durjayaha. Sura Naradi Shaktyadi Ashakyo Vashikartum iti Durjayaha. No one with the best of powers can also tie him up. If a person thinks that he is powerful, valorous and has all the worldly powers, they cannot even tie him to a second. But he is the one who always gets tied up for love. When Yashoda had to tie him to the mortar, he said, Mata, tie me up. Madhura Kavi Alvar, a mystic saint in the Tamil tradition says, Kanninun Shirutambinal Kattunna Panniya Perumayan. He made himself accessible for the mother to tie him. That is why Vedanta Deshika tells, हर्तुं कुम्भे विनिहितकरः स्वादु हय्यङ्गवीणं दृष्ट्वा दामग्रहणचटुला मातरं जातरोषां पायादीशतुः प्रचलितपदो नाभगच्छन्नतिष्ठन् मिथ्या गोपः सपदि नयने मीलयन् विश्वगोप्ता. The one who is able to cheat the entire world, why can't he cheat Yashoda? When Yashoda said, stand like that, he froze. When she said, I'm going to tie you up, he got himself tied. One who says that I will tie will not be able to tie him. The one who says it with love, he himself will come and get tied. So he is Durjayaha. The next one is Duratikramaha. Atha sarvasya swapadamoolam atikramya na gatyantaram iti Duratikramaha. No one can even bypass him. Well, he has powers. I will go to another deity and get my things accomplished. Vedanta Deshika says, Tvai rakshati rakshakaihi kimanyaihi. O Lord Narayana Nrisimha, when you have assured that you will protect me, there is no use of me going to other deities. Nobody can stop you from helping me. So when you assure me that you are going to protect me, I don't have to go to others. When you have made up my mind looking at my karma and actions that you are not going to help me, then also there is no use of going to others. Because when you have decided, who can come and help me? When you have decided to help me, others are not needed. When you have decided not to help me, others may prove irrelevant. So in whichever case, I can never bypass you. So he is called Duratikramaha. You can never go over and above him. Duratikramaha. The next nama is Durlabhaha. Tasyapya ananya manaskasya sulabho na janardanaha iti durlabhaha. Even for other forms of people, for example, he says, he is the one who becomes the Janardana Murti. So the one who is the Janardana Murti and can help us through these namas is called as Durlabhaha. The next nama is Durgamaha. Netra durbalanam iva Madhyahna Bhaskaro Pradhrishya Steja Durgamaha. The one who is unattainable to our eyes, because our eyes will be masked with his luster. We cannot see him. The one who goes beyond the perception of our eyes. So, Netra Durbalanam Iva Madhyahna. For example, in the afternoon you want to look at the sun. Will you be able to look at it? It will be so scorching. It will be so bright. So, even his lustrous form is so bright, 1,000 times lustrous as the sun, that a normal devotee cannot look at. So, he is called as Durgamaha. The next nama is Durgaha. Avidyadyavaranair dushpraveshascha Durgaha. So, in front of the devotee, there is avidya, a fortress. Karma, another fortress. Vasana, another fortress. Ruchi, another fortress. Prakriti Sambandham, another fortress. So, we have so many Durgas. Durga means fortress. So we have got so many impediments. The one who is able to break all these fortresses before the devotee and helps the innocent person to reach him is called as Durgaha. Interestingly, in Lakshmi Ashtotram, Mahalakshmi is called Navadurga. She is called a new kind of fortress, because if the Lord chooses not to protect the devotee, she comes in the middle as a fortress and says, see, I am there to protect him. So kindly protect him. With her beauty, with her love, with her grace, with her compassion, she becomes a fortress. So there is a competition between him, the Lord, and her, Sri Mahalakshmi. The next nama is Duravasaha. Evam cha dure dushkaraha. Tat padavasa iti Duravasaha. So, he is the one, here he says, the one who's unattainable. He seems unattainable because of all these fortresses before the devotees. But at one point in time, if the devotee seeks prapatti or sharanagati, then the Lord becomes attainable. Since he is unattainable till that spot, he is called as Duravasaha. This is the 786th nama.
Attihi bikko akadayam Nattuyetasya jantuno sattam Manasa sunnaratanam sampajjayi. All of you may be wondering, which language am I speaking? This is a language which is an outcome of Sanskritam called Pali. This was largely spoken by the Buddhists. Buddha, the very title, reminds us of a person who is seated in a meditative pose and with a serene face. This is the person whom we refer to as Buddha. Daruna Buddha Kaliki Dashavidha Avatara Daruna Buddha. So Annamacharya also mentions of Buddha. Same is the case with Jayadeva in Ashtapadi, who talks of Buddha too. Buddha is a title. There have been many personalities who have adorned this title. One famous Buddha is Gautama Buddha or Siddhartha. Buddhism as a philosophy and as a religion, some historians opine, could be about 2500 years old. Some others feel that Buddhism in the very philosophy and tenets existed even before this period. In whichever case, Buddhism is of two types, Hinayana and Mahayana. They are further classified into four, Vaibhashika, Sautrantika, Yogachara and Shunyavada. So this Buddhism in its principles has been criticized and has come under the criticism by scholars of Sanatana Dharma like Adi Shankara Bhagavatpada, Bhagavad Ramanuja, who was quickly followed by Swami Vedanta Deshika, and Madhvacharya, who is also known as Purna Prajna too. Nevertheless, though its philosophy, its tenets is diametrically opposite to that of Sanatana Dharma, Buddhism and its propounder, Buddha, is largely regarded as one of the incarnations of the Lord. Why so? Because the Lord is said to have wanted to take people with thoughts which are not aligned to Sanatana Dharma in a path which will not grant them moksha. So one of the ways is to correct the person. The other way is to give many opportunities to the person to correct himself or herself. Else, direct them in the wrong path. We must have seen so many boards that will ask us to take a detour. And the detour will end up being such a big mistake. Same is the case with Buddhism and Buddha. Here, Parashara Bhatta, the commentator, has attributed close to 14 names to Buddhavatara. I will begin that now. 787th Nama, Durariha, Durmarga Gamino, Durarinaha, Tan Trayi Marga Tyajanadibihi, Taistair Upayair Hatavan Iti Durariha. He would divert the people with the wicked thoughts away from the religion that propagates the Vedic tenets. So he is called Durariha. The next Nama is Shubhangaha. Katham tan anupravishtaha Shubhangaha. Ayam Parama Pratyayita iti Asura Vipralambha Kamaya Mohana Vigraha. So he is so captivating. His looks are so captivating that the wicked people will be diverted to the path where he shows. He is just like Mohini to the Asuras. So he is called Shubhangaha, very handsome. We need to remember here that the Buddha whom we know and see today, a very gym-bodied Buddha, is not the Buddha that Shastras know of. They know him to be a pot-bellied person with a tonsured head, with a smiling face, very similar to the laughing Buddha today. Now, I will take you to the next Nama, which is Lokasarangaha. Kidrik Vipralambaha. Lokasarangaha lokeyat saram nyayat anapetam bhoga mokshat vartma tat gacchati iti lokasarangaha. Be it people who desire bhogam or be it people who desire moksham. So he is the one who says bhoga moksha vartma tat gacchati nyayat anapetam. He will direct them to either of the paths or both of the paths or any one of the paths based on their desires. Since he does so, he is called as Loka Sarangaha.
The next nama is Sutantuhu. Shobhano na pratilanghyah tat grahanava guratantuhu kritrima shanti bhavanadi rupo asyeti Sutantuhu. So he says, if you get caught in his trap, for example, the Lord has come as Buddha, through tenets that could be confusing and could cause pandemonium, he directs a set of people, and we fall prey to that and we fall into that trap. We will not be able to get out of that trap. We will continue believing that Avaidika Matam Buddhism and its tenets is the only right thing in this world. So, that nama which makes people fall into the trap so that they don't get out is called Sutantuhu. The next nama is Tantu Vardhanaha. Evam Paparuchibhir Amshubhiriva Samsara Tantum Santanoti Iti Tantu Vardhanaha. So, he is the one who will ensure that people who fall into the tenets and bondage of Buddhism, the Buddhist thoughts, will be somewhere or the other caught in the mesh of illusion in this world of the earthly bondage. They will never seek a path to moksham. So the one who ensures that, for all the namas before, we have seen how much of efforts the Lord takes to bring the Ujjivanam for a Chetana, a Jivatma. Now we are ensuring names that will make him feel that those people have to live here, experience the toughness of life. So, this is the nama which is Tantu Vardhanaha. The next nama is Indra Karma. Sharanagatendradyartham evam vidhavyaparatvat Indra Karma. So, he is the one who gave asylum to Indra who fell at his feet and took consecutive steps after that for Buddhism. So Indra may also be involved in this process. How do we prove this? If you go to Sanchi Stupa, which is one of the earliest monuments existing in India in the historical period, you will find that there is a lady reclining on a bed with another lady fanning her and the other lady showing dhupam. You will see one person seated on an elephant and walking upside down towards her, especially her belly. What is it? It is said in most of Buddha's charitrams that Buddha's mother dreamt of Indra's elephant Airavatam approaching her. So if Indra's elephant Airavatam is approaching her, Indra has a role to play. That is why here it is said Indra Karma. The next nama is Mahakarma. Evam Prapanna Paripalanarthatvat Durachara Dandanarthatvacha Kalu Paramakarunikasya Vipralambha Sambhavaha Evam Nyayavrittatvat Mahakarma. He is the one who is assured to protect the good. He is the one who is assured to punish the bad. Now, even when he is adept, Evam Nyayavrittatvat Mahakarma. But now he is getting into acts which are beyond what he has preached. The person who is adept enough in performing activities beyond his scope of rendering is called as Mahakarma. The next nama is Krita Karma. Tat Vipralipsaya Swayamapi Anushtita Tadacharaha Krita Karma. So, to cheat the people who have fallen into his trap, he will also follow the acharam that they do. If their anushtanam is bad, he will ensure that he also follows that anushtanam to make them believe that he is a part of them. So he is called Krita Karma. The next nama is Kritagamaha. Tatasthemne pranita buddha arhatadi samayikagamaha Kritagamaha. To establish ways that could divert the mind of people, that could put them into a trap, he is born as Buddha and Arihanta, who is Mahavira. Since he is born so, he is called as Kritagamaha. Be it Buddha, the propagator of Buddhism, or Arihanta, Mahavira, who is the propagator of Jainism. In both such cases, he is the one who will ensure that they give tenets which are against the tenets of Vedic religion, to put a set of people into a trap. So he is called Kritagamaha. The next nama is
udbhavaha. Muktyupadesha natitakena bhavadudgata iva udbhavaha. So, he will show a false pretense of moksham. See, follow these tenets what I say, follow the steps what I say, and here you get moksham. He will assure them and he will give them a false pretense as if this is moksham. And he will make it appear as if they are all bereft of worldly bondage. He will not give them the right path to relieve themselves from worldly bondage. He will act as if they are relieved of worldly bondage. In such a case, he is called as Udbhavaha. The next nama is Sundaraha. Tad drishti manoharaha Sundaraha. Now, to accomplish all of this, shouldn't he be smart? Shouldn't he be charming? Shouldn't he be the one with good looks? So he is called Sundaraha. The next nama is Sundaha. Tenam asuramanamsi sushtun attiti Sundaha. Now, he is the one who softens the hearts of people through his beauty. Since he does that through his beauty, he is called as Sundaha. The next nama is Ratnanabhaha, which is the 799th nama. Panditya Vidambhana Mrishtodara Vyakta Ramaniya Nabihi Ratnanabaha. So, he has got a tummy. Generally in this mundane world, if you have a tummy, people will say a sign of prosperity, a sign of happiness. One, the doctors may say something wrong with your body. But here, he comes with a tummy to prove that he's a scholar, it seems. So, in other words, if you are a scholar, you should have a tummy. One. Second, he says, he has got a nabhi, the navel, which looks so attractive and looks from far as if stones have been embedded on that nabhi. Ratnanabhaha. So he has got a tummy and tummy has that navel. The navel looks so resplendent. So he is called as Ratnanabhaha. The next nama is Sulochanaha, the 800th nama. Tatha Hridayalu Chora Lochanaha Sulochanaha. The one who has got mesmerizing eyes. Rama has lotus-like eyes. He too has beautiful eyes, but they are mesmerizing. Like how Mohini could lure the Asuras and the Devas, he too has eyes that are charming and mesmerizing. So he is called Sulochanaha. The next nama is Arkaha. Aho Mahatma Atidharmika iti taihi stutaha Arkaha. So he is a Mahatma, and when I say Mahatma, he is performing his own deeds, whatever he has planned for the avataram. And then he poses himself to be a dharmika. See, in Bauddha Matam, people are reminded, Buddham Charanam Gacchami, Sangam Sharanam Gacchami. So I will now seek asylum at the feet of Buddha. I will walk by the path where he has trod. So you go upon Buddha, but Buddha is the one who says there is no God. But the one who says no God becomes the God in many cases of Buddhism. In that case, he is called Arkaha. Arkaha in general terms could mean the sun. But here Arkaha means the one who does so. Mahatma and Dharmika. Next is Vajasanihi. Nastikyavade naihikam annadikam eva sambhajatiti Vajasanihi. So, the one who is able to, what he says is, for those who keep telling that there is no God, there is no special abode for God, there is no way for the Jivatma to reach God, people who talk so, Nastikya vade naihikam. Now, for them, what do they think as the greatest achievement in their life? If they get good food. So he ensures that good food is available for even Nastikas. So he is called as Vajasanihi. The next nama is 803rd nama, Shringi. Shringamivahimsa vidambana pinchikasya kare astiti Shringi. So, Barhita Patra Dharaha. So what he does is, he holds a fan made out of peacock feathers in his hands and keeps fanning it. So he says, this is the sign of ahimsa. Why does he say so? He says you don't have to kill the animal. But how did he get the peacock feathers? It seems one people say the peacock feathers are fallen on the ground, so he makes a fan out of it. The second, peacock flesh was also a delicacy. Even in Ramayana, while describing Ravana's kitchen, Hanuman says, Mayuranam cha bhagashaha. Peacock's flesh was cooked.
Even in India, till about 1960s or 70s, peacock was hunted, poached and killed for its flesh. Then later an amendment was brought in stating that this is a national bird and we cannot kill it. So peacock can be consumed. So either you kill the peacock and take the feathers, or the feathers have fallen on the ground. He says this is a sign of ahimsa. So he says, Pinchikasyeva kare astiti shringi. So ahimsa vidambana. So he holds that peacock feathers in his hands to be indicative to his students. So he is called Shringi. The next one is Jayantaha Astikyavadinaha Samvit Atmatva Prapancha Mityatva Mithya Vadai Jivanatiti Jayantaha. So he wins the Astikas by saying that Jnanam is Atma. There is nothing called Atma. Jnanam, knowledge is Atma. And then he says the world is false. Whatever you see around is all false. It doesn't exist. Sir, I see a tree. No, it appears to you as a tree, but the tree doesn't exist. Sir, I can see a road. See, there is no road there. It appears to you as if there is road. Sir, this is a stick. No, it is not a stick. It appears to be as a stick. So he will keep telling his students that the world is illusionary, false, and he will say Jnanam is Atma. Since a person who says that and confuses his students, he is called Jayantaha. The next nama is Sarva Vijjayi. Katham Chaitan Pramana Viruddham Pratyayati. Sarvajna apihi Jaya. So he goes on to say Astyeti Sarva Vijjayi. So with his oratorical skills, Buddha had very good oratorical skills. With his oratorical skills, he can even put down the most logical and bhakti-filled statements made by Vedic people. So if he can bring down the Vedic people even through his oratorical skills, he is called Sarva Vijjayi. The next nama is Suvarna Binduhu. Sarva Shaktitvat Patutara Padakavarnaihi Astika Tapalapat Suvarna Binduhu. Now, he condemns the Astikas. He doesn't even win over them. He doesn't stop there. He starts condemning the Astikas through his oratorical skills. He'll put them down through his oratorical skills. Since he does so, he is called as Suvarna Binduhu. The next nama is Akshobhyaha. Gambhira Shayatvena Vikaryaha Akshobhyaha. Now, he is unperturbed. He remains unmoved because the philosophy what he is projecting is so deep and is so intertwined that he is unperturbed. Whatever you ask, I will not be able to get convinced because my philosophy is so deep. A person who with this mentality is called as Akshobhyaha. The next 808th nama is Sarvavagishwareshwaraha. Ato Vaditva Vagmitvayoho Param Gataha. So, if there are good speakers in this world, speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3, speaker 4, speaker 5, speaker 6, he is the speaker of all speakers. His oratorical skills is unmatched. So, he is called Sarvavagishwareshwaraha. The next nama is 809th nama, which is Mahakladaha. Yatra, Mahahradaha means Yatra Papakarmano Punarusthanam Nimajjanti Yatra cha Punyakrito Gaham Tripyanti Saha Mahahradaha. So, he is like a lake where if there are people who have committed sins, the sinners, they will all go and they will all drown. If there are people who have committed virtuous deeds, good deeds, they will keep bathing again and again and again and again in him. So people who do bad deeds will drown, whereas people with virtuous deeds will be able to bathe and survive. Since he is so, he is called Mahahradaha. The next nama is 810th nama, which is Mahagartaha. Evam Bahya Kudrishti Vini Vishtanashtatmanam Rauravardigarta Asmaditi Mahagartaha. He will ensure that he pushes the Nastikas. He will not leave until he does that. Nastikas to worst of the Narakalokams like Rauravanam, Asitapatravanam, Kumbhipakam, Kirimi Bhojanam and so on. Since he does so, he is called as Mahagartaha. The next nama onwards, 811th nama onwards, it says that Lord is so bountiful, generous, magnanimous to Sattvikas. 811th Nama, which is Mahabhutaha. Mahanto Mahatmanosya Swabhuta iti Mahabhutaha. He is worshipped by the greatest of the great. Since even Satvikas with Sattva Guna keep worshipping him, he is called as Mahabhutaha. The next Nama is Mahanidhihi. Te Nidhi Vadati Priya Asya iti Mahanidhihi. Now, he treats devotees with immense sattva guna as his very own treasure. Hence, since he treats the devotees as a treasure, suppose you come and ask me, treasure, what I have? I'll say 2-bedroom apartment, 2 cars, so much of gold, so much of shares. If you go and ask the Lord, what is your treat? He will say, my treasure are my devotees. Since he treats his devotees as a treasure, he is called Mahanidhihi. The next Nama is Kumudaha. Kau prakriti mandala eva taisaha modata iti kumudaha. Now, in this world, he will come and enjoy with such bhaktas. He will ensure that he spends his time with his devotees. Since he does so on this earth, in this prakriti mandalam, he is called kumudaha. Ku is bhumi vachakaha. Next is kundaraha. Kum mukti bhuvam dadati iti va kunda kusuma kusuma vaidva malyadva kundam paratatva jnanam dadati iti kundaraha. He is the one who grants jnanam, paratatva jnanam to his devotees. He is the one who will also grant the knowledge about Paramapadam to his devotees. At the same time, he is as fresh and beautiful as a flower. Since he combines all these aspects one within him, he will give jnanam, he will give jnanam about Paramapadam. At the same time, he is as resplendent and fresh as a flower. Since he is so, he is called Kundaraha. The next Nama is Kundaha. Jita Purva Apurva Jnana Vairagyadi Bhumikebhyaha Uttarottaram Parabhakti Parajnanadi Bhuvam Dadati iti Kundaha. For those devotees who have engaged themselves in their lives through activities that grant them jnanam, that grants them vairagyam, that grants them bhakti, swajnana vairagya sadhya bhakti eka gocharaha narayanaha param brahma gita shastre samiritaha, says Yamunacharya in Gitartha Sangraham. Swajnana, Vairagya, Sadhya Bhakti. So this Jnana, Vairagya Bhakti become the abhushanams for a good devotee. Now, for such a devotee who has reached that level, he gives them 3 other things as a special offer. Parabhakti, Parajnana, Paramabhakti. Since he gives so, he is called Kundaha. The next Nama is Parjanyaha. Swa Tattva Jnapanena Tritapapaha Parjanyaha. He removes through his cool glance and rays 3 different kinds of fever that Jivatmas suffer. Adhyatmika, one within one's own body, what all complications could come. Adi Daivika, tsunami, earthquake, forest fire, this is Adi Daivika. Adi Bhautika, through animals or through pathogens, like how COVID has come, through a pathogen. He will cause one kind of the fever or the other. Adhyatmika, Adi Daivika, Adi Bhautika Tapam. The one who is able to remove the Tapatrayam through his grace is called Parjanyaha. The next Nama is Pavanaha. Tatha Pavata iti Pavanaha. Pavirgatyarthaha. He is the one who purifies the mind of his devotees. Purifies the mind of his devotees with his very presence, just like air. Since he does so with his pure presence, he is able to purify. He is called Pavanaha. Pavana Rama is a beautiful kriti. So, Anilaha Tadanugrahe Preraka Nirapekshatvat Anilaha. So, to bless his devotees, he doesn't need any recommendation. You may be wondering, no sir, Mahalakshmi, his consort, will come and do the Purushakaram. She will tell, please bless this child, do not forgive him, do not punish him. But this thought of Mahalakshmi being always with him is not debated at all. She is always there with him. Even in his thought, he does not want to punish. So the thought is he does not want to punish. Thereby, he doesn't need any recommendation. To grace, he doesn't need any recommendation. Hence, so he is called Anilaha. The next Nama is Amritashaha. Tane Swagunamritam Ashayati iti Amritashaha. Now, he has got a repository of auspicious qualities. Jnana Bala Ishwarya Virya Shakti Tejas. Then you have got Saundarya Mardava Arjava Sauharda Karunya Madhurya Gambirya Sthairya Dhairya Virya Parakrama Satyakama Satyasankalpa Apachaka Kakutsa. So many auspicious qualities. He gives an opportunity to his devotees to experience the amritam of his auspicious qualities. Since he makes his devotees drink the sudha, the nectar of his auspicious qualities, he is called Amrita Shaha. The next one is Amrita Vapuhu. Rupam Apyamrita Asyeti Amrita Vapuhu. Now, he has got a form, a beautiful Divya Mangala Vigraham that will also become an elixir to his devotees. Since he does so, he is called Amrita Vapuhu. The next nama is Sarvajnaha. Tesham Shakya Ashakya Sadhya Asadhyadika Anusandhatta iti Sarvajnaha. He knows the strengths of his devotees. He knows the weaknesses of his devotees. He knows what is possible by them. He knows what is not possible by them. He knows that Vyasacharya and Valmiki can do years of penance. He knows that. He knows that people like me will not be able to do penance. He knows the strengths of great people like Atri, Vasishtha, Vamadeva. He may know that I won't have any such strengths. So he knows both the pluses and minuses of his devotees. And since he does so, he is called as Sarvajnaha. He knows everything about us. See, a mother generally knows very well about her children. She knows when the child says, I want to study, what he means. He may be wanting to watch a cricket match after that. That is why he is asking. So the mother will know the mentality of the children. Likewise, the Lord knows about us. So he is called Sarvajnaha. The next nama is Sarvato Mukhaha. Tesham anenaiva mukhena sugraho nanyen iti niyamam nirdhuya yena kenapi vyajena supraveshatvat sarvato mukhaha. He is attainable in all possible ways. There is nothing that you can attain him only through bhakti margam. There is nothing that you can attain him only through sharanagati. In whichever way as pointed by the Shastras and the Brahma Vidyas, he is attainable. And even if the path has certain impediments, some obstacles, he will remove those obstacles and make the path very, very easy for the follower. Hence he is called Sarvato Mukhaha. The next nama is Sulabhaha. Anarghopi Mulyabhasena Swikartum Shakyaha Sulabhaha. He is priceless. Yet there is no price for him. He is beyond our understanding. Yet for the petty things that we offer, he will come down and grace us. I take one rose flower. Let's say I buy about 40 rose flowers for 10 rupees. Then what will one rose flower cost? Not even half a rupee. For that rose, he will become so happy. My devotee has given. He is priceless. Avapta samasta kamaha. He has got everything. But yet for whatever I offer, he comes down and accepts it. So he is called as Sulabhaha. Very, very easy to reach. That is why it's called Saulabhyam. Sheela is called Saushilyam. Sulabha means very easy to attain. The next nama is Suvrataha. Yatha katanchit pravishthanam sarvatha paripalana dridhavrataha suvrataha. For Yathartha kinchit pravishthanam sarvata paripalanaya. So at all points in time, he has made a vow. I will protect my devotees. So he says, Sakrityeva prapannaya tavasmiti cha yachate abhayam sarvabhutebhyaha dadami yetad vratam mama sarvatha paripalana dridhavrataha. I vow to protect my devotees. The moment he makes the vow, he stands by it. So he is called Suvrataha. He has made the correct vratam. The next one is Siddhaha. Swa tattvasthiti sthiti vidam siddhaha ayatna sadhyaha. So it is there is no way for people who do not want to realize him and who do not want to attain him to reach him, because whatever efforts you take, it will not be possible. So in that case, he has to be ready and he has to accept us. So that very existence of the Lord is called Siddha. That is why he is always ready. The next nama is Shatruchit Chatrutapanaha. So he says, Shatrujidbhihi Kakutstha Purukutsadibihi Swa Divyatejasa Apyayityarthya Paripanthinaha Tapayatiti Sharva Shatrujit
chatrutapanaha. So he infuses strength, he infuses energy into his devotees like kakutstha, purukutstha, so that they can fight the war. Since he induces and infuses strength and valor and energy, he is called as Shatrujit Chatrutapanaha. The next one is Nyagrodo Dumbaraha. So he says Nyagbhutair adhakritanjalibihi rudhyate swafprasadaunmukhena vyavasthapyata iti nyagrodaha sarvagunagambaram param dhama tadupalakshita lakshmi parijanadayaha asya iti udumbaraha. So he says, even for people who seek the lowest of the low, he comes down, bows before them and gets them achieved. Even for people who desire the greatest of the great Paramapadam, he grants them. If people like Aishwaryam, the Ihaloka Saukhyam, he grants them. Since he grants people Aishwaryam, Aksharagatim, Paramam Padam Va, he is called as Nyagrodo Dumbaraha. From now on, from 828th Nama, we will be checking out names that denote his presence in numbers and alphabet. Here, Adya Sthitamatina Shvaha Anityam Indradityadi Padam Yesham Teshu Niyama Kataya Tishtati Iti Ashwathaha. So the Nama is Ashwathaha. So he permeates Indra. Now, Indra's position and his powers may be impermanent. Even then, he will permeate and go inside Indra to grant the wishes of his devotees. Hence, he is called Ashwathaha. The next Nama is Chanurandra Nishudanaha. Tad Virodhinam Chanura Namanam Asurandra Mallam Nishuditavan Iti Chanurandra Nishudanaha. Now, he will bring about the annihilation of his the enemies of his devotees like Chanura. Mushtika Shura Chanura Malla Malla Visharada Kuvalaya Pita Nadana Kalinga Nadana Gokula Rakshana Sakala Surakshana Deva Sishta Janapala Sankalpa Kalpa Kalpa Shatakoti Asamaparabhava, says Utkad Kavi. In the 16th and 17th century. So, Mushtika Chanura Malla. So, he has killed Chanura to prove that Chanurandra Nishudanaha. The next Nama is Sahasrarchihi. Pachana, Soshana, Pratyapana, Prakashana, Dharmanyadhyekshanopakarani, Sahasrarchishyanena, Surye, Nishiktani, Iti Sahasrarchihi. So, he is the one who brings forth the light rays required as sun. But at the same time, he will ensure that this world realizes the presence of Surya. So, he will make things dry, he will make things nourished, because without sun there can be no photosynthesis. Since he makes the devotees realize his presence through the sun, he is called Sahasrarchihi. The next Nama is Sapta Jihvaha. Tathagni Jihva Devapyayaka Ahuti Grahana Vahanadhikaraha Kali Karali Prabhritayaha Sapta Asya Iti Sapta Jihvaha. We believe in Sanatana Dharma that Agni, fire, has 7 tongues. What are they? Kali, Karali, Sumanojjava, Sulohita, Sudhumravarna, then Spulinga and Vishwarupa. So these are the 7 tongues of Agni. Now this 7 tongues of Agni resting in Agni is because the Lord is present within Agni as Antaryami. So Sapta Tantuhu says Vedanta Deshika and Hayagriva Stotram. Here you have got Sapta Jihvaha. The next Nama is 832nd Nama, which is Saptaidhaha Indhanani Pakaha Vissoma Samsthani Pratyeka Sapta Sankhyaani Ishtapurta Rupani Saptavanaspathyaha Samidhosyeti Saptaidhaha. There are 7 kinds of sticks that we need to offer as fuel for performing a yajna. So there are 7 kinds of sticks. So he says some of them. Indhanani Pakaha Vissoma Samsthani Pratyeka Sapta Sankhyaani Ishtapurta Rupa. So he says
pakam, havis, and so on. These are 7 kinds of varieties of sticks that are used. So he is called as Saptaidhaha. The next nama is 833rd nama, which is Saptavahanaha. Tat prakashaka gayatriyadi chandaska vaidika mantriyabhimanini raviratha duryani saptavahanani asya iti saptavahanaha. So through the 7 horses he is able to control the chandas. These are the 7 horses which Aruna, the charioteer to Surya, uses. So Aruna has the control of all of this. So he is called as Saptavahanaha. The next nama is Amurtihi. Sthula Bhautika Murti Vyavrittaha Ityartaha. Though he has got a form, he is different from the 5 Panchabhautika bodies that we see of. He has got a Aprakritaka Shariram. It is not like this. Since it is not like this, he is called Amurtihi. The next nama is Anagaha. Akarma Vashyattvena Tan Magna Jiva Vilakshanaha Anagaha. We, the Jivatmas, are bound by a body that is because of karma. If I get pimples, it is because of my karma. If I become fat, it is because of my karma. Of course, a large part of it is to do with exercises. Nevertheless, the body constitution that we have is because of our karma. Whereas the forms that he takes is bereft of karma. It is only because of his ichcha. So he is called as Anaghaha. The next nama is Achintyaha. Muktopamayapi durnirupaha achintyaha. Now, he is beyond the comparison. So, we see so many bodies, we see so many qualities. He is beyond our understanding. In Tamil, there is a word called Oppu, means comparison. He is the one without Oppu, matchless. Oppavarilla, Oppilla Vappan. So, there is a temple called as Vyomapuri, Uppiliyappan Kovil in the central Tamil Nadu by the banks of Kaveri. There the Lord is called as Lavanavarjita, the one who has bereft, who has left salt and who doesn't take salt in his food. At the same time, he is the one who doesn't have a match. Thus, he is called as Achintyaha. The next nama is Bhayakrit, Swashasanati Vartini, Bhayakrit. So, he will terrorize those people who do not walk by the tenets mentioned in the Shastra. Now, you may be asking, sir, do you so? I don't. So, he will terrorize me also. If Shastram tells 10 things, we have to follow that. If we are not following that, he terrorizes. So, he induces that fear, Bhayakrit. The next nama is Bhayanashanaha. Swashasananuvartini Bhayanashanaha. If we follow the rules as mentioned in the Shastram, he does not cause any fear, he will remove our fear. So he is called as Bhayanashanaha. Abhayam sarvabhutebhyaha dadamyetad vratam mama. Lord Rama says, don't worry, I am there. Abhayam sarvabhutebhyaha. So he says that do not fear. There is a work exclusively written by Vedanta Deshika called as Abhaya Pradana Saram. So he says, do not worry, I am there. So the one who says is called Bhayanashanaha. The next nama onwards, we are going to see how the Lord is the one who bestows his devotees with 8 kinds of wealth. Ashtama Siddhi. Ashta Siddhi Navanidhike Data Asabara Dina Janaki Mata Ram Rasayan Tumhare Pasa Sada Raho Raghupati Ke Dasa Ashta Siddhi. So he describes about the Siddhis. Ati Sukshma Daharakasha Vyakta Jivanupravesha Samyarthyat Anuhu. So, he is smaller than the smallest. If we think atom is the smallest, he is smaller than that. He is inside that. He is greater than the greatest. Anoraniyana mahato mahiyana. So, he is small than the smallest. So he is Anuhu. So this is called as Anima. This Siddhi is called Anima Siddhi. The next one is Brihat. Vyaptya Vipula Paramavyomadi Chulaki Krityadi Mahata Mahimna Brihat. So if there is something called the greatest in the world, he is greater than the greatest of that. So since he is smaller than the smallest, he is Anima. Now we have got the Ashtama Siddhi called Brihat Tattvam. Next is Krishaha. Tula Niladyatishayaina
Laghimna Sarvatra Vyahagata Gatvaraha Krishaha. He is lighter than the lightest. So he can fly like cotton or wool or anything that you keep. He is lighter than the lightest. Since he does, it is called Laghima. So this Laghima Siddhi is another Siddhi. Since he is made available to be light, he is called as Krishaha. The next nama is Sthulaha. Sarvam avyavahita kekamatra sthitva spashtum bhumishthasya cha chandramasam parimarshtum shaktehe praptihi taya atiprakrishtaya visishtaha sthulaha. So, he is there in one place. He is situated only in one place. But he is able to touch all the objects in this world by staying in one place because of his power of Garima. Garima is that power in that Ashtama Siddhi where you are stationed in one place but you are able to feel the objects of the entire world which are at distances. So, he is called Sthulaha. The next nama is Gunabhrit. Swasankalpena sarvam swaguna bhuta sarvavastham kurvan bibharti iti gunabhrit. So he supports all of them, the entire world, by his mere willpower. Dhyausa chandrarka nakshatraha khamdisho bhurmahodadihi vasudevasya viryena vidrutani mahatmanaha. So if there are stars, constellation of stars, the moon, the sun and all the other planetary bodies, they are all positioned in their places. They do not move here and there. We don't say sun has moved his position from point A to point B today. They stay in those places. How? With his divine will he is able to maintain them. So he is called Gunabhrit. And this Shakti is called Ishitva. The next nama is, it says Nirgunaha. Atadvaishtataya tat samsparshepi asprishtat tad gunaha nirgunaha paramaswatantra iti. So he is bereft of the three gunas. We may say is Shuddha Sattva, but he is beyond that. No Sattva, no Rajas, no Tamas. He is beyond our understanding of gunas. Hence he is called as Nirgunaha. Now remember, Nirguna Shabdam in Advaita Siddhantam of Adi Shankara states that the one who is replete with auspicious qualities in reality does not have any quality. Whereas in Visishtadvaita of Ramanuja, where we are referring to, it means the one who does not have bad qualities, the one who does not have qualities that will affect us. So that person is called as Nirgunaha. The next nama is Mahan. Prakamyam icchan abhigataha bhumavunmajjati nimajjati cha yathodaketasya paramaprakarshat mahan. Now, if the earth gets immersed in the oceanic waters, he jumps into it and lifts her like Varahamurti. But here there are objects that could get immersed in earth itself. Earth getting immersed in water is different. Here there are many objects that could get immersed in earth. Then he goes into it as if it's water and is able to uplift that part which has been gone into earth. Since he does so, he has that ability. It is called Prakamya. So he is called Mahan. The next nama is 846th nama. Adhritaha. Tadrisha Vaishwarupya Prakarshena Kvachit Dhruto Niyamito Neti Adhritaha. Now, he cannot be controlled by our thoughts and our processes. Since he is so powerful who cannot be controlled, this particular Shakti is Prapti. Now, the next nama is Swadhritaha. Swabhavato Dhritamiti Swadhritaha. So, he cannot be attained even through prayers. He is so at such a great distance. But at the same time, for mortals like us, he is able to come down and grant us. Now you see, we have discussed the Ashtama Siddhis. For people like us, will he give an iota of Ashtama Siddhis? Not for us. But some of the Acharyas, you might have heard of them performing certain acts which may be called miracles in our language. How? They would have mastered some of the Ashtama Siddhis because of the grace of the Lord. So he will dilute and give a small portion of that Ashtama Siddhis knowledge to his devotee. So the devotee is able to perform acts which are beneficial to society. So he is called as Swadhritaha. The next nama is Swasyaha. Asya asanam sa shobhanam asya iti swasya. Now he is the one who has got a superior position. That superior position is to ensure that he graces his devotees. He gives blessings to his devotees. When the devotees seek asylum, he should be able to grace them. Since he does so, he is called swasya. The next nama is Pragvamshaha Anadi Muktaha. So the namas from now will describe the Lord as the ruler of the jivas. So there are 14 names that do so. Anadi Muktaha Pranchaha Tesham Vamsha Samudbhava Bhumihi Nitya Swarupabhir Bhava Nibandhana Bhuta Iti. So he is the one who adds glory, attaches glory for the Nitya Suris. Ananta Garuda Vishwaksena are in Sri Vaikuntham. He attaches great deal of importance to them and glory for them. Since he gives glory, be it Adisesha, be it Garuda, to bring forth the service that they do, Yamunacharya says, Kantaste Purushottamaha Phanipatihi Shayyasanam Vahanam. Phanipatihi Shayyasanam Vahanam Vedatma. So Garuda is celebrated as the incarnation of Vedic quintessence, and he is called as a Shayya. For all of this, he is the one who grants the grace. So he is called as Pragvamshaha. The next one is Vamshavardhanaha. Vamsham Anantaroktam Swasantana Bhutam Nityavarga Siddhavargam Vardhayati Iti Vamshavardhanaha. He nurtures the Vamsha. What is the Vamsha? So the Vamsha that stands there is the Nityasuris Vargam. There are some eternal residents, like how we say the Aborigines, like how we say the Native Americans. There are a group of people who belong to that land. So in that particular land, he is able to increase their devotion towards him and nurtures their Vamsha. So he is called as Vamshavardhanaha. The next nama is Bharabhrit Muktanam cha Bandhana Samsrana Swarupabhir Bhava Swafprapti Bharam Bibhartiti Bharabhrit. He frees the Baddhatma from all these deeds that could be preventing him from going to Vaikuntham. Since he frees the Baddhatma, puts him to the right path, puts him to the right upayam, puts him under the right acharya, and ensures he reaches him, he is called as Bharabhrit. The next one is Kathitaha. Uktavakshyamana Gunavattaya Sarvashastreshu Kathitaha. He has been mentioned of a repository of all good qualities in all the scriptures, be it Rigvedam, Yajurvedam, Samavedam, Atharvana Vedam. Rigvedam says, Araikane Vikate Girim Gacha Sadanveshirim Bitasya Chebishtve Chatayamasi. So Rigveda says, walk towards that hill which will help you annihilate the sins. Talks about Tirumala Tirupati. Keshi Vishasya Patrena Rudrena Apibatsaha. He is the one who is the Antaryami to Rudra while he drank the poison. Rigveda talks about him. So then it says, Tatvishnoho Paramam Padam Sada Pashyanti Sureyaha. Attain that Vaikuntham, which is the Paramapadam. Then we have Sahasrakshaha Sahasrapat Sabhumim Vishwato Vritva Atyatishthadashangulam. It talks about him as the Purusha who is able to create that world. Then it comes to Mahabharatam. It comes to Ramayanam. It talks about him in detail in all scriptures. Since he is being mentioned in all the scriptures, undoubtedly as Parabrahmam, he is called as Kathitaha. The next nama is Yogi. Yujyate anena iti yogaha aghatita gatanartham mahaprabhavaha saha asyatishayena mahaprasadena cha. Now, he makes the impossible possible, and that which cannot be thought of, he will ensure that it happens. Since he brings forth those things which are opposite. A person who gets angry will not be able to shower mercy at the same time. A person who is soft and merciful will never want to get angry at that point in time. Whereas when he came as Nrsimha, he tore open Hiranyakashipu's chest. At the same time, he was showering the motherly grace on Prahlada. Sata patala bhishane sarabasa attahasod bhate spurat kriti parisputat bhrugudike bivaktre krite. Kripa kapatake sarin danujadimbadatastana saroja sadrishadrisha vyatibishajyate vyajyate. So there is a aghatita ghatana samarthyam in him. Hence he is called as Yogi. The next one is Yogi Shaha. बद्धेष्वपि सहज समाधिकानां सनकादि योगिनामपि धुर्यः योगीशः. He grants the yogis and ensures that he is able to impart the perfection in them to performing yoga. Yoga here is just not the body exercise, it is an upayam. Bhakti yoga, Sharanagati yoga. So he will ensure that the yoga is performed to perfection. So he is called Yogishaha. The next nama is Sarvakamadaha. Yoga Skalitebhyopi Animadadi Akantarataya Dadati iti Sarvakamadaha. Now, he will reward the yogis who have left the yoga shastram, be it bhakti yoga or sharanagati, in the middle, and he will grant the phalam. How? Indradyumnaha pandyakhandadira Indradyumnaha pandyakhandadirajaha Tvadbhaktatma chandanadrau kadachit Tvatsevayam magnadhiraluloke Naiva agastyam praptamatithyakamam, says Narayana Bhattadri. Indradyumna was a Pandya Raja. He was performing bhakti yogam to the Lord. Apparently one day, thinking that he was overlooking him and was not respecting him, Agastya told that you should be born as an elephant. That Indradyumna was born as a Gajendra and was worshipping the Lord. Then, when the crocodile with its jaws was able to catch hold of one of the legs of the elephant cried in help. Adi Bijaya, Adi Avyaktaya. So it cried out for help. How can an elephant know the essence of the Lord? Because that bhakti yoga which was performed then, it was continued by the Lord's grace here in Gajendra Moksham. Since he does so, he is called Sarva Kamadaha. The next nama is Ashramaha. Tato Nivritya Subhiksha Paravidyeshu Vaishnava Geheshu Tesham Vishranti Hetuhu Ashramaha. He is the one who makes those who want to attain him at the same time a Vaishnava. So he will ensure that he grants them that Vaishnava Tattvam. Hence, he is called Ashramaha. People who have left their yoga in the middle, people who have fallen the way, he will ensure that he gives a Sattvika Jnanam, makes him a Vaishnava where he is able to be empathetic to creatures and people around him. Since he is so, he is called Ashramaha. The next nama is Shramanaha. Bhoga Janmabhyad Anupa Kshina Sarvai Samskarais Tatra Samadhi Seshaha Anayasena Shramyate Abhyasta iti Shramanaha. So, if they have left in their previous births the yoga, in the current birth, he will ensure he grants the knowledge about that yoga and will instill the interest in the person to continue that yoga. Bhakti yoga can be continued. Sharanagati can be practiced in that janma only. If I perform Sharanagati, it will give me phalan in the same janma. It will not be a carryover. Bhakti yoga could be a carry forward. Since he is called as Shramanaha. The next nama is Kshamaha. Evam Swayogabhimukhyamatreణ te yoga bhrashta api durgam taritum kshamante asmat iti Kshamaha. So, it may so happen that people who have fallen off the yoga shastra in their life, he will ensure that he will grant the grace for them to perform the yoga. Thereby they will become a baddha to a muktatma. So there is moksham guaranteed in that case as well. Since he is able to mend those errors which happen in the practitioner's yoga, he is called as Kshamaha. The next nama is Suparnaha. Evam Pratyapanna Samadhin Samadhi Vipakadvara Tamasaha Param Nayati iti Suparnaha. A person who says, I will perform Ashtanga Yoga, Yamam, Niyamam, Asanam, Pranayamam, Pratyaharam, Dharana, Dhyanam, Samadhi. In the 8th stage of Ashtanga Yoga, when one person keeps all the external senses inactive, the senses will not be able to pick up any signals. Now the internal mind is fixed. It will not have any attachment to the outside world. There is a body, but the mind is completely with the Lord. At that point in time, the eyes will keep focused on the nose and it is slightly open. In that case, you can see the Lord in this gap. The person who is able to visualize the Lord in the Samadhi stage by removing the darkness around him, is called as Suparnaha. The 860th Nama, Vayuvahanaha, Tancha Prabala Hetubhihi, Patitan Api, Vayuna Anupamagatvarena, Patagapatina, Vahayatyuttarayati iti Vayuvahanaha. He is the one who's able to lift those people who have fallen off the yoga trap. People who have fallen off the yoga means and have fallen and do not know what to do. In that case, with the help of Garuda, he lifts them. How he does so? There are many cases where Garuda has played a role in Ramayanam. While they were all fallen because of Naga Pasham, which is the Astram because of Naga, it was Garuda who came to the rescue. Gaganachara Kanakagiri Gari Madhara Nigamamaya Nija Garuda Garudanila Lavagalita Vishavadana Shara Kadana, says Vedanta Deshika. So Garuda came to the rescue. So using a Nityasuri like Garuda to uplift such people, he is called as Vayuvahanaha. The next nama is Dhanurdharaha. Idrig upasakanam kantha kodharanaya swayameva dhanurdharaha. To protect his devotees, he has to have a weapon. What is the weapon he holds? He holds the weapon called Sharanga. The way he holds Sharanga describes how beautifully he is able to adjust himself. Since he holds the Sharanga, in the beautiful city of Kumbhakonam, Bhaskara Kshetram, the Lord is referred to as Sharangapani. It is not Sarangapani, it is Sharangapani. So since he holds the Sharanga, as always, with such great ease, he is called as Dhanurdharaha. Later we will come across names. We have already come across Sudhanva. Here there is also another name, Sharanga Dhanva. So Sharanga Dhanva Anukampa says Vedanta Deshika. That Sharanga Dhanva is Dhanurdharaha. The next nama is Dhanurvedaha. Anyepi Suranarendra Dhanuradikam Tattat Shastra Pravartake Asmin Vindati iti Dhanurvedaha. He is the one who revealed the necessary text along with its meaning, along with the panktis as required by the Devas. So this person who's able to dispense this nama, which will help dispense the knowledge of Dhanurveda to the interested students at the right point in time, is called Dhanurvedaha. Now we will be dealing with 8 names from now on that will bring about a death knell to the evil-minded people. What are they? 863rd nama, Dandaha. Veda dharma kshemankaran rupati mukhena dandanitya dushtan damyatiti dandaha. He is able to bring forth the end of his enemies. If they cause, he doesn't have any enemies. But if they cause any tormenting or any kind of punishment to the good people, the Lord will not be able to tolerate them, and then he will not withstand them and bring an end to them. So he is called Dandaha. The next nama is Damayita. Swayancha Ravanadina Tachilyena Damayita. When Ravana wanted to make the sun and the moon and the stars and the devas his servant, he wanted the entire world to function as per him. He wanted the nature only to listen to him. In such a case, the Lord thought, he is not able to have a symbiotic relationship with nature. He is not treating human beings in the right way. Then I will show him what power I have. And he did that. So he is called Damayita. The next nama is Adamaha. It's not Adamaha. That has a different meaning. This name is Adamaha. Na chasyanyaha kaschit evam iti Adamaha. He cannot be controlled. The only way that you can control is through bhakti. Otherwise, if you try to show your power or valor, he cannot be controlled and brought in. So he is called as Adamaha. The next nama is Aparajitaha. Evam sarvato mukhe prashasane kvachit kadachit kutanchit apratihataha aparajitaha. He cannot be conquered by anyone. Since he cannot be conquered by anyone, at some other time can we conquer? No, you cannot conquer him at any point in time. Can we conquer him at different place? No place. So be it the geography, be it the time, be it the method that you use, you will not be able to conquer him. Since we will not be able to conquer him, win over him, he is Aparajitaha. The same nama is given to a city called Ayodhya. Ayodhye Aparajiteti vidita nakamparena sthita. It was also called as Aparajita. Aparajita is just not Ayodhya. Ayodhya or Aparajita are names of Vaikuntham. So in Aparajita, which is Vaikuntham, lives Aparajitaha, who is the Lord. So neither the abode can be one,
nor can it be destroyed. Neither can the Lord be one, nor he be destroyed. So he is called Aparajitaha. The next nama is Sarvasahaha. Swashasanena Sarvam Devatantaramapi Mandadhikarinam Aradhyataya Sahate Bibharti Iti Sarvasaha. He is tolerant to those people who will always, even if they worship the other deities, be it Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, Goddess Saraswati, Goddess Parvati, the Navagrahas, Indra, he is still tolerant towards them, and he will bless them by keeping him as the Antaryami there. So whichever deity is being worshipped, he is the one who grants phalam. Akashat patitam toyam sagaram yatha gacchati sarvadeva namaskaraha keshavam prati gacchati. Next nama is Niyanta. Tatra tattadruchine prarochayan niyachattiti niyanta. He waits for them to reach them. Now, for example, people have become devotees of Goddess Parvati. That is Shaktism. People have become devotees of Lord Ganesha, Ganapatyam. People have become devotees of Lord Kartikeya, which is Kaumaram. People have become devotees of Lord Shiva, which is Shaivam. So whichever way they take, at one point in time, the commentator says, they will all come back to the path of Narayana. Narayana-yeti samarpayami. They will finally say that, it seems. How? So he will wait till then. The one who patiently waits for every devotee to reach him is called as Niyanta. The next nama is Niyamaha. Tat phalam cha jatyayuhu bhogadikam niyamyeti asmin iti niyamaha. Now, he even grants good life, heritage to those bhaktas who are worshipping other deities. Though the other deities form a part of his shariram, his body, he will grant them good life and heritage so that they are able to realize one day or the other. So he is called as Niyamaha. The next nama is Yamaha. Tattat phala niyamakan yamadinamapi yachhatiti yamaha. He grants boons to those deities who are being worshipped. Now to the devotees who are asking, now he is the one who grants grace and boons to the deities who are being worshipped. Hence he is called as Yamaha. Now we are going to discuss namas that will nurture Sattva Guna in us. So he is the one who nurtures Sattva Guna. We will discuss those names. There are 10 such names. 871st nama, which is Sattvavan Parama Prakasha Laghava Sukha Sampada Mokshamulam Sattvam Sakshat Adhishteyam Asyeti Sattvavan. So he is the one who is characterized by pure Sattva quality. Since he is characterized by pure Sattva quality, he is referred to as Sattvavan. Sattvam Sakshat Adhishteyam. The Sattva quality is there in him, that is keeping him as his base. Since it does so, he is called Sattvavan. The next one is Satvikaha. Dharma Jnana Vairagyaishwarya Rupa Phalaniyamanena cha Sattvam Arhati iti Satvikaha. So those of them who adhere to Dharmam, Jnanam, Vairagyam, Aishwaryam. Now, for all of them, he will be able to instill the Sattva Guna in them. For a person who follows Jnana, he will be able to instill that Guna. Person who follows Vairagyam, he will be able to instill that Guna. So, he is able to induce that particular great, superior Sattva quality in his devotees. So, he is Satvikaha. The next nama is Satyaha. Satvika Shastra Pratipadyataya Yathartha Vaibhavaha Satyaha. Now, he has been mentioned as the grantor of Sattva Guna to Satvika people in Satvika Shastram. So, we have got Puranas itself classified into 3 groups. Satvika Puranas, Rajasa Puranas, Tamasa Puranas. The shlokas will be constructed, the conversations will be compiled, the anecdotes will be told in such a way in Satvika Puranas that it will instill Sattva Guna in the devotees. Vishnu Puranam, Srimad Bhagavata Mahapuranam, Garuda Puranam, these are all Puranas that talk about Sattva Guna. There are Puranas like Matsya Purana, Kurma Purana, Vamana Purana, Agni Purana, Shiva Purana, Linga Purana, Brahmanda Purana that may instill Rajo or Tamogunam. Not that it will instill only that gunam, but the constructs will be in such a way that it may pave way for increase in rajogunam or tamogunam. Whereas the one who instills sattva-guna in his devotees through sattvika scriptures is called as Satyaha. The next nama is Satya Dharma Parayanaha. Nirupadhika Sattvika Choda Nadhikarika Phalaka Uttama Dharmaha Asya Parayanam Parama Prinamiti Satya Dharma Parayanaha. Now, only for the Shastra's sake, what he says is only for the Shastra's sake, Uttama Dharmaha Asya Parayanam. So, even for people who are practicing Nivritti Dharmam, even for them who want to get detached, he is the one who grants that phalam. Since he grants that and he likes such people and engages with them, he is called as Satya Dharma Parayanaha. He accepts the Nivritti Dharmam that they do. So what he says is, Parama Prinanam iti Satya Dharma Parayanaha. He accepts that with love. So he is called Satya Dharma Parayanaha. The next nama is Abhiprayaha. Satya Dharma Nishtena Nirupadhika Uddeshyataya Abhipreta iti Abhiprayaha. Since Sattvikas, that is people who perform the Sattva Guna, people who are infused with Sattva Guna, people who nurture the Sattva Guna, people who read those scriptures that will increase their Sattva Guna, to those people, he himself becomes the fruit. So, he is the fruit that is to be attained. He is the phalam who is to be obtained. So, abhipreta iti abhiprayaha satya dharma nishtena nirupadika uddeshyataya. He becomes the uddeshyam, the destination, and the phalam. He is called abhiprayaha. The next nama is priyarhaha. Evam aidamarthya jnaninam priyameva arhati iti priyarhaha. Now, he will ensure that a jnani who comes to him, jnani tvatmaiva me matam astitaha sayuktatma mameva anuttamam gatim, says Gitacharya and Bhagavad Gita. So here he says, for the one who does not have any other interest but the Lord, for that jnani, priyameva arhatiti priyarhaha. He is very close to him, it seems. So he is called as priyarhaha. So Krishna tells, Samoham sarva bhuteshu Arjuna. I treat the entire world the same. But jnani tu atmaiva me matam. But the person who loves me unconditionally, a person who doesn't cause any damage to the society, a person who serves the society, to him I have a special treatment. I like him more. So here comes priyarhaha. The next nama is arhaha. Ananya sprihanam tesham apyayameva yogya iti arhaha. Now, people, the bhaktas who do not like anything else, what they say is ananya sprihanam tesham. The devotees do not like any other thing. They may not like eating in a 5-star hotel. They may not like going to a theme park, but they are interested only in him. To such people who are interested only in him, he will ensure that he keeps developing and improving himself so that they start liking him more. As such, they don't like any other thing and they like the Lord. He will improvise himself so much so that they will start liking him more every second. So he is called Arhaha. The next nama is Priyakrit. Anyaparanapi bhajataha tat chandanuvartena priyan karoti iti Priyakrit. Now, he will ensure that his devotees will work towards becoming sattvikas. Anyaparanapi bhajataha. So, the other devotees will also now start thinking that he will start making me also like his sattvika devotees. If there is a normal devotee with a mix of rajogunam and tamogunam, they will think, see, those sattvika devotees are worshipping the Lord. Lord Vishnu has made them sattvikas. Even I aspire to be like them. So when that aspiration comes, he is able to accomplish that. So he is called Priyakrit. The next nama is Preeti Vardhanaha. Athottarottara gunavishkarena
tam pritim vardhayati iti priti vardhanaha. He is the one who increases the bhakti in them. So the one who is able to increase the bhakti in such devotees, the one who is able to induce that bhakti in such devotees, the one who is able to nurture. See, bhakti is like a plant, it will not stay still. As it keeps growing, the devotee's mind also matures. As that plant of bhakti keeps growing, the service mentality to the society will also grow. So, service to mankind is service to God. Service to Bhagavatottamas is service to Bhagavan. This concept will be increased when you call him Priti Vardhanaha. He increases, he nurtures that bhakti. So, he is called Priti Vardhanaha. The next nama is Vihaya Sagatihi. Vihaya Sagatihi denotes Tatha Niruda Bhakti Parakoti Bhir Vihayasam Parama Vyoma Padameva Gamyate Asmad Iti Vihaya Sagatihi. So, for those of them who want to reach the Paramapadam, the ultimate abode, Tat Vishnoho Paramam Padam, Nasapunaravartate, from where there is no coming back, for that he becomes the means. So for bhaktas who aspire to be sattvikas, by reading sattvika Puranas, by engaging themselves with sattvika people, by nurturing bhakti, by nurturing jnanam, by nurturing vairagyam, the one who is able to give them the thought of the path to Paramapadam is called as Vihayasa Gatihi. Now, we will have namas that will describe the path of light. Archis means fire. Fire thereby emits light. So, Archiradi Margam means the path made of fire which is light, the path of light. So, the Jivatma has to exit the body. When the Jivatma exits this Pancha Bhautika Shariram, which is the Sthula Shariram, it acquires a smaller body called as Sthula Shariram. So, the Sthula Shariram with the Jivatma exits the body. There are 101 nadis that go from Hridaya Kamalam above. If the Jivatma exits through the first 100 nadis, then there is every possibility that it will go to Swarga Naraka Adi Lokam and will be born on this earth again. Whether as human being or an animal is a different question. There is birth again. But if the Jivatma with the Sukshma Shariram goes out through the 101st nadi called as Sushumna nadi, then it travels through the path of light and reaches Vaikuntham. So there is no coming back. How does it travel? What does it travel? What all it crosses is the next set of 11 namas. I will take the 881st nama. So it is like a ladder, how the Jivatma exits. The 881st nama is Jyotihi Tadarohana Nishrenya Archiradigatehe Prathamam Padam Archiraha Jyotihi. So in the path to reach the Lord, he becomes the first step called the light. So he says, Tadarohana Nishrenya Archiradigatehe Prathamam Padam Archiraha. So fire or light becomes the first step. After that, Suruchihi Suryodayadrochata Ruchiraha Masya Shobhaneti Suruchihi. So as the rays of the sun start coming, it spreads across 12 hours of the day. It could vary place to place. So this portion where there is light during that particular duration is called the day. So from the light or fire he goes through the day. Shobhaneti Suruchihi. Next is Hutabhug Vibhuhu. Hutabhug Vibhuhu is Amrita Parinamam Hutam Bhunjanaha Somo Yasmin Shukla Pakshadvara Vibhuhu Purno Bhavati Saha Hutabhug Vibhuhu. So as this Jivatma crosses, it travels through the day, that period when the moon goes from Amavasya, from new moon, to full moon, Purnima. So here it takes the 15-day travel. So this particular portion is called as Shukla Paksham. That is why we have been told time again by our ancestors that during Shukla Paksham, if the Jivatma departs, then there is no waiting period. In Krishna Paksham, there is a waiting period and then it has to wait for the Shukla Paksham. This is what we have been told. Now don't ask me whether I have seen the Jivatma. I am believing in what our Acharyas have said. I am believing in what the Pustakam says. Next, Ravihi उत्थानकालयत योग गयनद्वारा रूयते प्रशस्यत इति रविः. He then goes to that period from the middle of January roughly, where the month begins till the mid of July. This is the period where the sun's rays traces the path around the northern hemisphere. It's called Uttarayana Punyakalam. So Uttarayana Punyakalam is the next step. That is why we have been told by our ancestors that Bhishmacharya on the bed of arrows, he recited Vishnu Sahasranama, Moksha Dharma, Rajya Dharma. He waited for, because he had the boon of Ichamrityu, he waited for the period when Uttarayanam will be born. That is why even in the beautiful temple of Angkor Wat, constructed in the 12th and the 13th century by Suryavarman II of the Khmer dynasty in Siam Reap in Cambodia, there is one wall which is dedicated to Mahabharata exclusively. There you will have Bhishma lying on a bed of arrows. And the beauty is, on the day of Uttarayana's birth, around the mid of January, the sun's rays falls exactly on Bhishmacharya. It's an architectural marvel. So the point is, Uttarayana Punyakalam is being waited for. That is the 884th nama. Next nama is Virochanaha, 885th nama. Dvabhyam ayanagatisbhyam sambatsaro rathenadityam virochayati iti Virochanaha. Dvabhyam ayanagatisbhyam. After crossing the two ayanas, Uttarayana, Dakshinayana, Sambatsaropi rathenadityam. So Adityam, sun, has a Rathi, he is the Rathi, and Sarathi is Aruna. There are 7 horses, and his chariot has only one wheel. That one wheel is a completion of 1 year. So that is why we call it Sambatsaram. Vikari Nama Sambatsare, Vijayanama Sambatsare, Jayanama Sambatsare. So we call it by the year. So that is Virochanaha. So Virochanaha denotes the Sambatsara path taken. Next is Suryaha. Vayuhu sada saratyasmat iti Suryaha. The one who always keeps moving. Who is he? Vayu. Hence Vayu, since he keeps moving like the Vayu, the Lord is referred to as Suryaha. The next nama is Savita. Suryadvara vrishti sasyadikam suta iti savita. Sun, what it does, it absorbs water through its rays. Kam pibati iti kapihi. So Surya is called Kapi because he starts drinking water. He retains the consumed water in the clouds and at the right time showers that water so that there can be cultivation. So there is absorption and precipitation. So there is taking of water and giving of water. He does that through a medium called the sun. So he is called as Savita. The next nama is Ravilochanaha. Ravi Rashmi Sankrantyadi Mukhyena Chandra Vidyud Varunan Lochayati iti Ravilochanaha. So he says, now the 8th, 9th and the 10th steps taken by the Jivatma to go in the Archiradi Margam. So he says, Chandra, that is moon. Next is Vidyut, which is lightning. And then we have Varuna Lokam. So we have got Chandra Lokam, Chandra Mandalam, then Vidyut and Varuna Mandalam, which has to be crossed by the Jivatma. Next, it is the 889th nama, which is Ananta Huta Bhuk Bhokta. What does Ananta Huta Bhuk Bhokta mean? He says, Sapta Tantushu Hutam Bhunkta Itindro Huta Bhuk Prajabhunakti Palayati iti Prajapatir Bhokta Tau Mahantavasyeti Ananta Huta Bhuk Bhokta. Or the yagas that we perform, largely we say Indra Yaiswaha. So the Havis is given to Indra. So Saptatantushu Hutam Bhunkta. Through Saptatantru, through fire we give the Havis to Itindro Hutabhuk for Indra. Praja Bhunakti for the sustenance of all the Praja who have been created. Who does that? Prajapatir Bhokta. So there is a Prajapati called Brahma. Then the Jivatma has to cause Indralokam and Brahmalokam. So this Hutabhuk Bhokta denotes Indralokam and Brahmalokam, which has to be crossed. The next nama is 890th nama, which is Sukhadaha. Amanava mukhena sprishtva savasanam samsaram utsarya swapti sukham dadati sukhadaha.
So, this is the 13th step where there is a person called Amanava. Now, the moment the Jivatma reaches through the Sukshma Shariram there in Sri Vaikuntham, he will come and touch. When Amanava Karasparsham happens, the body will attain Sarupyam with the Lord. So we will have a body which is similar to that of the Lord. If he is Nilatoyeta Madhyastha, we will also become Nilatoyeta Madhyastha. If he has a certain hue, we will also have the certain hue. If he has Shankam Chakram, we will also have Shankam Chakram. This Sarupyam is got or received by Amanava Karasparsham. So he is called Sukhadaha. The next nama is 891st nama, which is Naikadaha. Ekam dadati tyekadaha tadviruddhaha naikadaha asankheya malanjana vasaha prabhriti brahmalankaradinyo muktabhyu utthana vido divya apsarasyosyeti naikadaha. So once the Jivatma has a Amanava Karasparsham and enters Vaikuntha Lokam, then he is received with Purna Kumbham. He is given various flowers. You may be asking, sir, flowers are grown there also. Whatever is the equivalent of flower in that Lokam will be given. So you have to be very careful when understanding it from the metaphysical state. So here he says, Malabjana Vasaha, so Chandanam will be given, flowers will be given, then they will be welcomed with Purna Kumbham, then there will be Apsara Stris who will be welcoming. Now you may be wondering, why should Apsara Stri come, why can't Apsara Purusha come? It moreover has nothing to do with male or female. It has to do with the very concept that he is being welcomed with such great fanfare. So he is called as Naikadaha. So Naikadaha is the last of the namas in the set of 11 namas that speak about the Jivatma's journey in the path of light from the Hridaya Kamalam, starting from Sushumna Nadi, exiting it, crossing the sun, crossing the day, crossing the Shukla Paksham, crossing the Uttarayana Punyakalam, and then there is a Chandra Mandalam, there is a Vayu Mandalam, there is a Varuna Mandalam, Indraloka, Brahmaloka, and then Amanava Karasparsham, and then finally it gets welcomed with various objects. When I say objects, those padarthams which are equivalent there, that the Jivatma has entered Sri Vaikuntham. So these set of 11 namas, 881st to 891, 11 namas denoted. If you remember, the 880th nama said, the Lord will become the means and will showcase the path to the Muktatma, to the one who was a Baddhatma and is going to Paramapadam. Those namas, how is the path going to be, has been denoted in these set of 11 namas.
We have had the opportunity to discuss the path traced by the Jivatma in the path of light, which is called the Archiradi Margam. And in that path, we have made us realize how the Jivatma crosses one lokam after the other. From now on, 892nd Nama onwards, we will be witnessing a set of 20 Namas that will describe the land of Paramapadam, where there is limitless joy. There is no presence of worries. So this particular abode that the Jivatma attains is going to be the point of discussion through the names as presented by Bhishmacharya to Yudhishthira. Agrajaha evam praptavata muktanam agresaha savaishwarya sarvaishwarya shriya yatha paryanka vidyam paramabhogyo jayata iti agrajaha. So the Jivatma, which was a Baddhatma before, by performing an upayam like Bhakti Yogam or Sharanagati, during the time of departure, attains a Sukshma Shariram and gets released from this Pancha Bhautika Shariram, which is the Sthula Shariram, and goes in the path of light. The moment it reaches that abode, it becomes a Muktatma. So the Muktatma enjoys all kinds of pleasures. Sarvaishwarya Shriya, all kinds of pleasures. Hence, it is the Lord who grants that kind of a pleasure to the Muktatma is called as Agrajaha.
The next nama is Anirvinnaha. Evam ashrutam mahata pranidhanena samsaragarta uttaryamaatmanam prapayya cha tamashotyam pashyan anirvinnaha. So, the Lord who is worryless, he has taken all the efforts to get the lost Jivatma, because the Jivatma is as close as the Kaustubha gem. Kaustubha sthananiya Jivatma. He has taken all the efforts to get the Jivatma back. Since he takes all the efforts to get the Jivatma back, he is now worryless because the Jivatma has reached his abode. Now, after uplifting of the Jivatma, when the Jivatma reaches his abode, the Lord is worryless. Hence, he is called Anirvinnaha. The next nama is Sadamarshi Tataha Prabhriti Sarvakalam Tena Krita Pratikritam Marshayitum Nirvodhum Sheelam Asyeti Sadamarshi. So, when the Jivatmas that become Muktatmas come to Sri Vaikuntham, they render services to the Paramatma. Since he is in a state where he accepts the services rendered by the Muktatmas in Paramapadam, he is called Sadamarshi. Hence, he is very happy since he is accepting services, thereby giving pleasure to the one who is performing services and he, the one who is accepting the services. Hence, the nama Sadamarshi. The next nama is Lokadhishthanam Muktabhogyanam Nityashrayaha Lokadhishthanam. So, now the Muktas have reached Sri Vaikuntham. While they were Baddhatmas, he is the one who has supported all of them, because he, in the form of Bhumi, Vishwambhara, has supported. Now the Muktatmas have reached Sri Vaikuntham. Who is that who supports them? He is the one who supports them even in their Mukta Dasha state. Even while their state being Muktatmas, the Lord is the one who is a substratum, the one who supports. Hence he is called Lokadhishtanam. The Loka here refers to the Nitya Vibhuti, not the Leela Vibhuti. Of course, the Leela Vibhuti is also a state which is also called Anitya Vibhuti, where he accepts and is the substratum to the Jivatmas. But they are in the Baddha state. The Baddhatmas will not realize that the Lord is supporting them. Whereas when they become Muktatmas, they too realize that the Lord is the one who is supporting them. So he is called Lokadhishthanam. The next nama is Adbhutaha. When Krishna was born, the shloka begins, Tam adbhutam balakam ambuje kshanam Chaturbhujam shankha gadar yudhar yudham Shrivatsalakshmam galashobhi kaustubham Pitambaram sandrapayodi saubhagam Maharhavaidurya kirita kundalatvisha parishvakta sahasra kuntalam Udhama kanchi gadakankanadibhir Virochamanam vasudeva maikshata. Vasudeva maikshata. Vasudeva was able to see. Who? Adbhutam balakam. Now, there it is an adjective. Adbhutam, the wonderful child. Here, Adbhutaha is the name of the Lord. It is a proper noun. Let us see what Parashara Bhatta says. Sarvada, Sarvaihi, Sarvatha, Anubhavepya Purvavadita Vismayaniyaha. He is being experienced by the Muktatmas and the Nityatmas at all points in time. There is nothing like they experienced him yesterday and today they don't have time. It is not that they are experiencing him today and tomorrow that they won't have time. At all points in time, past, present and future, the Suris, be it the Nitya Suris or the Muktatmas, they keep experiencing the Lord. They have an Anubhavam of the Lord. But the general Anubhavam in this world is, I experience something, after a minute it gets boring for me. I won't keep looking at it, however interesting the object is. For the hero, it is the heroine. For the heroine, it is the hero. For a child, it is the toy. We keep looking at it. The moment we lose interest, we turn our eyes towards some other object. Whereas Vedam says, Sada Pashyanti Surayaha. Surayaha Bahuvachanam. What do? Keep saying Pashyanti. When? Sada. Always. So the one who is able to engage his onlookers all throughout in three phases of time, without giving them an iota of boredom, because he appears so wonderful at every second. Hence he is called Adbhutaha. Sarvada sarvaihi sarvatha anubhavepya purva vadati vismaya niyaha. Vismaya, he causes that wonder, that awe. Hence he is called Adbhutaha. The next nama is Sanat. Tesham Sambhajanat Sanat. Now, he is being shared between the Muktatmas and the Nityatmas, and both the groups have a similar Anubhavam. There is no Taratamyam here. In certain philosophies, it is mentioned that there is a Taratamyam in the Anandam, the bliss which is experienced. For example, from the elephant's body the Jivatma has gone, that will have a different Anubhavam vis-a-vis an Anubhavam of a Jivatma from an ant. This is called Anandatil Taratamyam. There is a disparity or a difference in that Anandam. Whereas Vedam doesn't say that. Those philosophies may say. But Vedam says, be it the Jivatma in an ant which has become a Muktatma, or the Jivatma in an elephant that has become a Muktatma, or the Jivatma in any other Acharya that has become a Muktatma. The Anandam level is the same. The Lord does not differentiate in Sri Vaikuntham. There is no Taratamyam. Here, the Anandam that is being experienced is equally shared. There is nothing like the Anandam of Muktatmas is better than the Nityatmas, or the vice versa. Since it is the same, he is called as Sanat. The next nama is Sanatana Tamaha, 898th nama. Sana Purane Tanapi Rupam. Purana Tamaha. Pura api Navaha Puranaha. Sada Tanatvepi Tada Tanatva Nityam Nutana Bhogyaha. So what he says is, Sana Purane Tanapi Rupam. His Rupam, his form, is very old. Purana Purusha Nriparatmaja Shruta Paradidina Karaviradhara Vana Viravana Naga Parasharamano, says the great Vagayakara composer Saint Tyagaraja. Vedanta Deshika says, Purushav Puranaha in Godastuti. He is a very old man. Is he very old? Sana Purane Tanapi Rupam. No, he continues. Purana Tamaha Pura api Navaha Puranaha. But though he is being old, despite him being old or ancient, he appears contemporary or new. So, Navaha Puranaha Tada Tanatvepi Tada Tanatva Nityam Nutana Bhogyaha. So, he presents himself in that form which may be on the records ancient or old, but it appears new, fresh, youthful and contemporary. The one who is able to mend himself and present according to times is called Sanatana Tamaha. The next nama is Kapilaha. Madhyasthani Layo. Madhyasthani Latodaya Vidyut Lekhojjvala Varnaha Kapilaha. So he is the dark blue cloud that is present amidst lot of glistening and bright lightnings, Vidyut. So what does this lightning indicate? The lightning indicates the presence of Sri Mahalakshmi, and the cloud denotes the Lord. Why is the lightning giving way to the cloud? Because it is only through the grace of the lightning that you will be able to visualize the cloud in the dark night. Hence, with the aid of Mahalakshmi, with her grace, with her anugraham is what the Lord is understood. Hence, Madhyasthani Lato Yadad Vidyut Lekhojjvala Varnaha Kapilaha. So amidst that is shining this beautiful cloud called the Lord. Hence, he is called Kapilaha. The next nama is Kapiravyayaha, which is the 900th nama. Swayamapi tadanubhava sukhan nirvritim pati pibati itiva Kapiravyayaha. So, he gives an opportunity to the Muktatmas to enjoy the bliss without doing any modification. He says, Sukha nirvritim pati pibati itiva Kapiravyayaha. So, there is no kind of adulteration or change that is required in the Anubhavam. Hence, he gives that experience. He is called Kapiravyayaha. The next nama is Swastidaha. Evam Mahan Mangalam Dadati Iti Swastidaha. The one who grants Mangalatvam, auspiciousness, is called Swastidaha. the auspiciousness that he grants is to a very great extent. So he is the embodiment of auspiciousness, hence he is called as Swastidaha. The next nama is Swastikrit. Swagunaihi Swabhoga Shisham Karoti iti Swastikrit. Now, he blesses the Muktatmas to see him as a repository of all auspicious qualities. Asankheya Kalyana Gunaganam, Padmavanalayam, Shriyam Devim, Nityanapayinim, Niravadyam, Devadeva Divyamahishim, Akhila Jaganmataram, Asmanmataram, Asharanya Sharanyam, Ananya Sharanaha, Sharanamaham Prapadye. So I surrender to the divine couple where the goddess and the god will give me refuge. He is a repository of countless groups of auspicious qualities. Asankheya Kalyana Guna Ganam. So he has got gunams. That is why Tyagaraja says, Suguna Jivana Rama Suguna Bhushana Rama Sujana Jivana Rama Suguna Bhushana Suguna Bhushana. For him his qualities are the Abhushanam. Suguna Bhushana. So the one who is a repository of auspicious qualities is called Swastikrit. The next nama is Swasti. Swayameva Mahan Mangalam. So he is the one who becomes the Divya Mangala Vigraham. Even looking at his form will bring auspiciousness to us. He is a repository of auspicious qualities. The Lavanyam, the Saundaryam, everything that has been coupled, and you see him in his form. Either as Lord Rajagopala of Mannargudi in central Tamil Nadu, as Lord Rama of Bhadrachalam in Telangana, as the beautiful Vithala in Pandharpur, as the very good Krishna in Guruvayur in Kerala, as Srinath ji in Nathadwaraka, as Jagannatha in Puri Kshetram, whichever form you see. He is the one who blesses us with Mangalatvam. Hence, here it is said, Swasti. The next nama is Swasti Bhuk. Sarvametat Swasti Bhunakti Palayati iti Swasti Bhuk. Now, he ensures that none of these qualities that have been listed, the Mangala qualities, Sarvametat Swasti Bhunakti Palayati, he does not allow them to be destroyed. He does not allow them to be deteriorated. He does not allow them to be decayed. He ensures that they are consistent all throughout the same way they were seen before. Since he maintains this consistency in the texture of these qualities, he is called as Swasti Bhuk. The next nama is Swasti Dakshinaha Anyadapi Swaparicharananurupam Divya Sharira Shaktyadi Swasti Swatmadana Dirghar Satre Ritvibhyo Deya Dakshina Asyeti Swasti Dakshinaha. He gives a divine body. Then the power in his devotees. Now, for example, if his devotees have to envision him in their hearts also, they have to see them in their hearts. He will give them the necessary power, the necessary knowledge, the necessary experience to see all of this. Hence, he is called as Swasti Dakshinaha. The next nama is Araudraha. Paramaishwaryepi Guna Shitalimna Araudraha. So, he has got the excess strength. Now, because of his excess strength, he appears huge, he appears very powerful, he appears unattainable. At the same time, Shita Limna Araudraha. But he, with his absolute grace, becomes so cool that devotees start thinking he is attainable. Yet he comes with a great strength, but he is still attainable with his aura or grace. Since he has got these two opposing things coming in one person, very strong, but still accessible, very powerful, yet admirable. So this kind of Aghadita Gatana Samarthyam is seen in him. So he is called Araudraha. The next nama is Kundali. Yathochita Divya Bhushanaha Kundali. Now, he wears kundalam as a sign of sophistication, and the kundalams are not the normal ones, they are the Makara kundalams. So that is why there are one or two compositions. One I can take you through. Tirumangayalvar. who was called Parakala, one of the greatest Tamil mystic saints in the 5th to 7th century, he says, looking at the Lord of Tirukkannapuram, Minnuma Makarakundalangal Vilvishum Yengunnalal Kalailangu Muriyalar Kannapuratammanai Kandalhalo. Why can't you, oh you people, come and see my Lord of Tirukkannapuram, who has got Makarakundalam that glistens and makes even the sun feel shy during the daytime. The Kundalam is very pretty, hence he is called Kundali. The next nama is Chakri. Tadrisha Divyayudhaha Chakri. He has got the Divyayudham, the best of all weapons. Swasankalpa Kala Kalpaihi Ayudhaiga Yudheshwaraha Jushtaha Shodashabhir Divye Jushatam Parapuman Yada Yettam Jagat Chakram Kala Chakram Cha Sashvatam Patuvasta Param Chakram Chakra Rupasya Chakrinaha. Vedanta Deshika says, Ayudhaha Ayudheshwaraha, amongst the Ayudhams, which is the leader? Chakrayudham. Since he holds the Chakrayudham, he is called as Chakri. The next nama is 909th nama, Vikrami. Gambhiryanukula Vilasaha Vikrami. With all these kundalams and all these ornaments and the weapons, what is he going to do? He is going to showcase divine pastimes. Gambhiryanukula Vilasaha. All his pastimes will be so full of victory and triumph and motivation that every devotee will want to listen to. So he is called Vikrami. Vikrami doesn't mean only the victorious one, the one who will ensure he gives that experience through his pastimes. He is called Vikrami. The next nama is Urjita Shasanaha. Virincha Purandaradyalanghya Agnaha Urjita Shasanaha. Now, he is the one through whose command even Brahma and Indra cannot overrule or bypass. They have to listen to him. The one who makes even Brahma, Chaturmukha and Purandara, Indra, listen to his orders is called as Urjita Shasanaha. They cannot bypass his orders. In Sri Krishna Avataram, we see during Vatsapaharanam how Brahma's pride, arrogance was brought down. Through Govardharodharanam and Parijata Apaharanam, we come to know how Indra's Garvabhangam is done. So they all ensure that they are subservient to the Lord. If not, the Lord teaches them a lesson. So the one who is able to keep them in his orders is called as Urjita Shasanaha. The next nama is Shabdatigaha. Shabdatigaha is Ananta Jihvena Anantena Ananta Shakhairamnayehi Sakshat Saraswatyacha Durudhara Mahima. Even the 1,000-tongued, 1,000-hooded Adisesha cannot sing praises of the Lord. So while describing the importance of Padukas in Srimad Ramayanam, Vedanta Deshika says, Nissesham Ambaratalam Yadipatrika Syat Saptarnavi Yadisametya Mashi Bhavitri Vakta Sahasra Vadanaha Purusha Swayam Chet Likheta Rangapati Padukayor Prabhavaha Nissesham Ambaratalam Yadipatrika Syat. The skies will have to become the paper. Nissesham Ambaratalam Yadipatrika Syat. How do I write with? I need ink. Saptarnavi, the 7 oceans blue color. Saptarnavi yadi sametya mashi bhavitri. They will all become the ink. Bhakta sahasra vadanaha. Now, after I got the paper, I've got the ink, I have to write and somebody has to speak. Vakta, the one who speaks. Sahasra vadanaha, the one who has got 1,000 heads, hoods. Purusha swayam chet Likheta Rangapati Padukayor Prabhavaha. Either Vedanta Deshika could have meant Sahasra Shirisha Purushaha as a Purusha or Adisesha. Here he says Ananta Jihvena, the one who has got 1,000 tongues. Anantena Ananta Shakhair Amnayehi Sakshat Saraswatyacha Durudahara Mahima. So even the thousand-hooded Adisesha or Saraswati Devi, they will not be able to speak about the greatness of the Lord. So the one who has become a repository of such auspicious qualities, which is beyond the ambit of even Adisesha and Saraswati, is called as Shabdatigaha. The next nama onwards, 34 namas. This is one of, next to Krishna Avataram and Rama Avataram, this particular Avataram where the Lord rescued Gaja, which is Gajendra, the leader amongst the elephants, from the jaws of a crocodile, comes for 34 namas here from now on. 912th nama, Shabda Sahaha, Atha Gajendra Mokshanam, Aspashta Shabdanam Tiryancham Api Artha Shabdam Atibharamivi Sahate Iti Shabda Saha. So, even if the animals that are calling out for help, see, we have all been told in Srimad Bhagavatam, the elephant, when it wanted to cry for help, it cried in the form of 7 or 8 shlokas. I have been telling time and again in discourses, to make it more realistic, acceptable to the next few generations, we need to look at Puranas and read them between the lines. The Rishis have given a lot of homework to us. It doesn't mean the elephant opened and in like one of the cartoon movies, the elephant was speaking. The elephant had reminiscences of its past, the past birth, where it was a Raja called Indradyumnaha. Indradyumnaha Pandya Khandadi Rajaha Swadbhaktatma Chandanadrau Kadachit Tvatsevayam Magnadhi Raluloke Naivagastyam Praptamatithyakamam, says Narayana Bhattadri. So, the elephant had remembrances of its past. Such unique creations are called Jatismaraha. Now, with that remembrance, the elephant was able to think of the Lord. Whatever the elephant thought, being a person who could mind read, Shuka Brahmam has put in the form of shlokas. So, we don't know how the clarity of thoughts would have been for the elephant or for a bear or for a tiger. They will also be talking to the Lord. We don't know how clear they are. But the Lord, despite the lack of clarity of thoughts amongst animals, will accept their devotion in totality. Hence, he is called as Shabda Sahaha. The next nama is Shishiraha. Artha Shabda Shravanantaram Atitvaraya Gataha Shishiraha. So, he is the one who will speed and come to the place of distress to rescue the elephant's leg from the jaws of the crocodile. So, the one who is able to speed, Parashara Bhatta tells in Rangarajastavam, Bhagavatas Tvarayai Namaha, I don't want to celebrate the Lord, I want to celebrate the Lord's speed. So, the one who comes with that speed to protect his devotees is called Shishiraha. The next nama is Sharvari Karaha. Sharvari Himstra Paravidarini Panchayudhi Tata Karasya Iti Sharvari Karaha. He has got all the 5 Panchayudhams. Shankam, Chakram, Gada, Nandakam, which is a sword, and Sharangam. Why? To protect his devotees, to protect Gajendra. Sir, for protecting the Gajendra from a crocodile, the Lord has to bring all his weapons. He is like a mother. He doesn't know what will work and what not will work. Even forgetting for a moment that he is Parabrahmam, he wants to protect the child. So he takes all possible weapons with him. The one who takes it is called as Sharvari Karaha. The next nama is Akruraha. Gaja Parijihirshaya Karasthairapi Ayudhair Grahamapi Jatitya Krittavan. So his motive is to protect the elephant, from saving the elephant from the jaws of the crocodile. But at the same time, he wants to give multiple chances to the crocodile because the crocodile is also his child. He does not want to punish that child. So in his mind, he keeps thinking of how to protect the elephant by not harming the crocodile. So the one who has got such a great compassion and magnanimity towards his creations is called Akruraha. The next nama is Peshalaha. Sambhramadaya Taya Yathastrag Bhushanambara Ramaniyaha Peshalaha. Now, while he heard the cry of the elephant, he jumped out of his serpent couch. As he jumped out of the serpent couch, the ornaments were disarrayed. The hair became disheveled. So they were all flying in one direction. The ornaments were moving in one direction. He did not take up all the entire clothes like Angavastram. So the one who comes for protecting his devotees, not concerned about how he looks, is called as Peshalaha. The next nama is Dakshaha. Kshipram Aganta Dakshaha. So the one who came very fast to that place. He just came in a flash of a second to protect his devotee. Hence he is called Dakshaha. The next nama is Dakshinaha. Tathagatya dhik mam duragatoham tvam iti santvanaihi gajendrasyanukulaha dakshinaha. So, he is the one who apologizes to his devotee. So, he used to take the elephant's leg and used to give it massage, and then used to say, see, please forgive me, O elephant. I think when you called for help, I should have come to the place immediately. I caused a few minutes of delay. Please forgive me. Look at his position and him asking sorry. He is not bothered. If he feels that he should have reached out to his devotees, he does. There is a beautiful shloka that describes how the Lord is merciful to 6 people. Vatsalyat abhayapradana samayat artarti nirvapanat audaryat aghasoshanat aganita shreyaf padaf prapanat sevya shripati reka eva jagatam yete cha shatsakshinaha prahladascha vibhishanascha karirat panchali ahalya dhruvaha. So here he apologizes for his delay. So it is called Dakshinaha. The next nama is Dakshinam Varaha. Tad darshanena dhritatma kshaminam Varaha. The one who is patient despite seeing how much Gajendra has suffered. He should not lose his cool. So he is looking at his devotee. At the same time, he knows what the situation is. He who acts with total conditioning and maturity of the mind is called Kshaminam Varaha. He will not get angry immediately at the crocodile. The crocodile is also his child. So he should know how to handle the situation. Since he knows how to handle, he is called Kshaminam Varaha. The next nama is Vidvattamaha. Tat chikitsayam vidvattamaha. He knows what kind of medical support is to be offered. For example, in the current pandemic situation, we do not know what to offer. If a person is suffering, we can't go to that place. They cannot call us there. So we are all helpless. We don't know what drugs will work, what drugs will not work, what comorbidity conditions are there for the patient and what we should be giving. They should consult only the doctor. We are all helpless. Whereas the Lord can never say I am helpless. He is the one who comes with a lot of maturity and lot of jnanam in medicine. That is why Vishnu Sahasranamam is the only panacea for diseases. Remember that. In Kadambari, in the oldest grantham, one of the oldest literature, while describing the labor room in those days when women used to deliver, they say that 3 or 4 people will be permanently seated in the room to keep reciting Vishnu Sahasranamam again and again for normal delivery. So for all health purposes, the panacea is Vishnu Sahasranamam. You may be asking another question, sir, do you mean to say that people who have died have not recited Vishnu Sahasranamam? Not like that. They might have recited, but maybe the Lord's mind is, instead of making them suffer more, He would have wanted them to reach His abode. We do not know what is there in the Lord's mind. As long as we are here, we can follow what our Purvacharyas have said. So He is the best medical practitioner in the medicine. So He is Vidvattamaha. The next nama is Vita Bhayaha. Tat samagamam atulo anunulopambat vitam bhayam gajendrasya iti vita bhayaha. He removes the fear that Gajendra had because his leg was caught in the jaws of a crocodile. See, however mature the person is, when they are suffering on the deathbed, they will have that fear. So the one who is able to remove the fear, abhayam sarva bhutebhyaha, with his abhaya shastram, is called Vita Bhayaha. The next nama is Punya Shravana Kirtanaha. Shrutena hi kurusreshta smritena katithena va. Gajendra mokshenaiva sadhyaha papat pramuchyate. Iti Punya Shravana Kirtanaha. Either listening what you are doing now, or speaking about it, what I am doing now, and thinking about it like what both of us will be doing after this class. If we think, listen and speak about Gajendra Moksham, the Lord says, Papat pramuchyate, all the sins we have committed will get destroyed, it seems. Since it helps getting us rid of those sins and attaching punyam, he is called as Punya Shravana Kirtanaha. The next nama is Uttaranaha. Tau Sarasa Uttaritavan Uttaranaha. The one who lifted both the elephant and the crocodile from the lake first. See, first of all, he has to perform a surgery. They are in the wrong place. So he lifted both Gajendra and the crocodile from the lake and brought them onto the land. So the one who is able to uplift, what it means is he is able to do upliftment for both the crocodile and the elephant. He did not bother only about the elephant and left the crocodile one way or the other. No, he thought that is also the child. I should ensure that the crocodile reaches its own abode. So he ensured that there is safety for both of them. Whatever was their future, based on that he decided. Hence he is called Uttaranaha. The next nama is Dushkritiha. Sthalastham Darayamasa Graham Chakrena Madhavaha iti Dushkritiha. The one who with his chakram, despite giving a chance to the crocodile was not leaving the elephant's leg from its jaws. So when the elephant was crying for help, the crocodile did not leave. So the Lord thought, it is high time that I bring about an illustration as a lesson to say that if I get angry, I bring the annihilation of the person. The crocodile was nothing in front of his eyes, but he wanted to prove his point. So the one, Sthalastham Darayamasa Graham Chakrena Madhavaha Chakrena, with the graham, with the crocodile, what did he do? He killed it off. Iti Dushkritiha, because that particular creature did not cause any good to others around him. So it is called Gajendra Moksham, whereas Graha Vadham. So the one who killed the Graha is Dushkritiha. Next is Punyaha. Anaya kirtyad asmadinam api punatiti punyaha. So through this process he has proven that he will destroy our sins. Now Tiyinil Tushagum Sheppu tells Andal, the mystic poetess, in her Tamil Prabandham Tirupavai. Similarly, he destroys our sins. Since he destroys our sins, he is called Punyaha. He is such a caring person that he will destroy our sins. Our sins is the big impediment for us in our spiritual growth. He will ensure that. Next, Duswapna Nashanaha Yemam Tvam Cha Saraschaiva Ityupakramya Duswapno Nashyate Tesham Iti Duswapna Nashanaha. Now, there is this charitram which has been mentioned of Gajendra Moksham. The Lord says, Yemam Tvam Cha Saraschaiva Ityupakramya. It begins like that, his verses. Duswapno Nashyate Tesham. He tells, those of them who listen to this charitram, they will not have bad dreams at all. Remember, dream is just not a state. Dream stays in our mind as memory. When that memory is haunting, that day or that week or that month gets spoiled. So to have good dreams or no dreams is our desire. So the one who will destroy the bad dreams is called as Duswapna Nashanaha. The next nama is Viraha. Viram Tad Badhakam Hatavan Viraha. So the one who killed the elephant, Bhagavatotama elephant, Gajendra's enemy, is called as a Viraha. Now, for him it was not a valorous act, it was just a simple act. But he wanted to prove the point to the elephant that if you cry in help, thinking of me, I will come and protect you. It doesn't mean he will not protect those who don't ask for it. But being a Jivatma, we have been given the intelligence to ask for help. Non-living things won't ask, but we are Jivatmas. What is that which differentiates us from them? When we are able to internalize and open our mouth. Same thing the Gajendra did. So, Purandaradasa, one of the greatest composers in the Kannada language, 600-700 years back, tells in one kriti, see, I have been singing one kriti after the other, so that you're able to give me Uddharakam, salvation, moksham to me. But Krishna, you are not looking at me at all. You tell me, how much gold did the elephant give you for this work to be done? You may be wondering, is this bribe, sir? That is how Purandaradasa is asking. Kariraja yeshtu kottano helo hariye yake nirdayanadiyo Ajamilanu annano. You came and helped Ajamila. Is he your brother? Ajamilanu annano. You came and gave asylum to Vibhishana. Vibhishananu tammano. Rukmangada, Nija Rukmangada ninage mommagano. Is he your grandson?
Adarilla idareno na ninage anyano. Am I a person alone in this world whom you are not bothered about? Nyayavallave tande Purandara Vithala. This is not justice at all, my Lord. Come and save this Purandara Vithala, says the composer. Here the Lord was able to prove his point by being Veeraha. The next nama is Rakshanaha. Tam Sparshana Parirambhana Santvanadibhihi Rakshitavan Rakshanaha. The one who was able to console, the one who was able to embrace, the one who was able to bring solace for the elephant. So the elephant was suffering. First, what he should do? He should have come, killed the crocodile and gone away. No, he first embraced. See, when somebody is suffering, what do? You first give them an embrace. Of course, not during the pandemic. We have to stay distances apart. In normal times, in pre-COVID times, post-COVID times, I don't know when that is going to come, we will be able to embrace someone. Rama embraced Hanuman. Apara, paravara, parikha, parivrita, parapura, parasrita, davadahana, javana, pavana, bhava, kapivara, parishvanga bhavita, sarvasvadana. He hugged Hanuman. So we embraced, the Lord embraced the elephant and then consoled him and gave him solace. Don't worry, I am there. So the one who gives such sweet, consoling words is called Rakshanaha. The next nama is Santaha. Yevamashratan santanotiti santaha. Tesham astiti va tebhyaha ishtam dattavan iti va. So the one who nourishes, stays and grants what they've asked. Initially he consoled, now he grants what they want. If they want moksham, he gives moksham. Moksham icchet janardanat, arogyam bhaskarad icchet, shriyam icchet hutashanat, ishvaraha jnanam vicchet, moksham icchet janardanat, says Purana Vakyam. He will grant moksham. So whatever they ask, it is granted. Aishwaryam aksharagatim paramam padam va. Whether it is ihaloka saukhyam, material pleasure, or the anubhavam of jivatma kaivalyam, or Aishwaryam aksharagatim paramam padam va, or paramapadam moksham, he grants it. So the next nama is Jivanaha. Swahastena hananat grahamapi gandharvatvena jivayan jivanaha. So he gave moksham even to the crocodile. How? The crocodile was a Gandharva called Hu. Now you may be wondering, what is this name, sir? It looks like Chinese names. Hu, ha ha. So Gandharvas had very astonishing and very funny names. One name was Hu. So this Gandharva, while going to one water theme park, he pulled the legs of a rishi called Devala Maharshi. Devala Maharshi said, since you are performing pranks like the crocodile that pulls with the legs, you will be born a crocodile. Maharishi's words used to become true. So the next Janma, he was born as a crocodile. So by Chakra Yudham, the Lord was able to annihilate the Graha, the crocodile, and the crocodile attained its original form of Gandharva called Hu. So the one who gave relief to Hu is called as Jivanaha. The next nama is 931st nama. Paryavasthitaha. Vatsalyat Gajendram Paritovasthita iti Paryavasthitaha. So the moment Gajendra was relieved from the jaws of the crocodile, the Lord came and enveloped it. He just hugged, embraced Gajendra and said, I am there for you. Like how we do for our child. See, our child has fallen. You kiss the child. I am always there for you. I am your father. I am your mother. You tell such consoling words to the child, right? The same way the Lord did to Gajendra. So he is just like a mother. The mother showers her motherhood, love. It is called Vatsalyam. So, Vatsalyat Gajendram Paritovasthita iti Paryavasthitaha. He was able to give that Vatsalyam. The 932nd nama. Ananta Rupaha Idrimshi Sadhyaha Sampadyani Anantani Rupanya Asya iti Ananta Rupaha. So, he has got various forms. So it is just not in one form he will come and protect the devotees. I want him to come on a Garuda Vahana and protect me. He will come. I want him to walk and come and protect me. He will come. I want him to protect me in the form of a swan. He will come and protect me. So he takes different forms based on the inner desire of the
devotee. If the elephant had wanted the Lord to protect him while being seated on a Garuda, the Lord comes on a Garuda Vahana. Kalidosha Tirtha Prabhava Guru Guhadinatam Kapila Shukadi Salnuda Garuda Vaharudam Varada Raja Mupasmahe Vanajasanadi Puji Tam Varada Raja Mupasmahe. So he comes in a Garuda Vahana and protects. So he's called Ananta Rupaha. The next nama is Ananta Shrihi. Tebhyo Deyaha Swafprapti Paryantaha Anantaha Shriyopi Asya Iti Ananta Shrihi. So, till they reach him, they all regard him as a treasure. And after attaining him, they regard him as a treasure, and he too reciprocates that. Tebhyaha Deyaha Swafprapti Paryantaha Anantaha Shriyopi. He is that unmeasurable, huge, endless treasure. So he is called Ananta Shrihi, treasure, limitless treasure. The next nama is Jita Manyuhu. Yaha Sharanagata Gajendra Dveshine Jalakitaya Krodhaha Sa Idanim Jita Iti Jita Manyuhu. Now, he is the one who gave asylum to Gajendra. At the same time, he wanted to ensure that the crocodile, Graha, also reaches a certain position. Just because he has caught the leg of the elephant by his jaws, it doesn't mean the crocodile is bad. That is his jati dosham. If a crocodile is meant to eat such food, it will eat. So he had to console the elephant as well as give a good state to the crocodile. The one who does that is called Jita Manyuhu. See, he was able to control his anger. Had he not been able to control his anger, then what would have happened? He would have given a good state to the elephant, not bothered about the crocodile. But the one who is able to control his Manyu, which is anger, and win over it, is called Jita Manyuhu. The next nama is Bhaya Pahaha Asmadadinamapi Swavatsalyena Tadrishanathatva Bhayam Vadhyatishyantas Narhaha Bhaya Pahaha. So, he is the one who is able to remove the fear in his devotees. The one who is able to dispel the fear in his devotees, saying that I am there to protect you. So, he says, I am there to protect you and remove your fear. So, this Abhaya Pradhanam, Bhayam, fear. Abhaya Pradhanam, do not fear, I am there. So, the one who gives this Abhaya Pradhanam is called Bhaya Pahaha. So he is able to instill the fear in the person who opposes his devotees. At the same time, he is able to give Abhaya Pradhanam to his devotees. So next one is Chaturashraha. So what does Chaturashraha mean? So he says, Yadyapi swa mahimamochitam garjate gajaya shlathambara bharanamalam jagama yadyapi kshudra jalakitaya chukrodha tatapi Chaturashraha Samavetakari Ashritarthaha Sambhramohi Sampratam. The one who is able to perform, what he says is, the one who is able to perform Kshudra Jalakitaya, the one who is able to take care of multiple things in the avataram. What he says is, on one side he has to go at the right time to protect the elephant, and on the other side he has to ensure that he has come to protect the elephant, because then only elephant, Gajendra, will believe. At the same time he had to take care of the crocodile and give it a good state. So with all this he had to control his anger as well. The one who uses this opportunity to do multiple things without giving any scope for mistake. So it was blemishless the way he performed. Since he does that blemishlessly, errorlessly, combining all these acts together, he is called Chaturashraha. The next nama is Gabhiratma. Anyesham Chaturmukha Mukhanam Apradhrishya Gambhiryaha Gabhiratma. So even Brahma cannot understand what is the thought that is running behind the Lord. So what all thoughts run behind the Lord, even a seasoned person who has created the world under the Lord's instructions like Brahma will not be able to understand. He's that deep. His thoughts are so deep. Pradrishya gambhiryaha gabhiratma. So he's that person whose depth cannot be fathomed. It cannot be understood. It cannot be realized at all. The next nama is Vidishaha. Tesham vinaya gadgata stuti girasya dure vividha disha desha iti vidishaha. So he is beyond. For example, I keep praying to him. Devotees, many of the devotees will keep praying to him. It doesn't mean just because we are praying, he has to answer us. He is beyond our restriction and rules of prayers. He will answer because of his vatsalyam, because of his motherhood, because of his grace, because of his daya, because of his anukampa. But no rule can bind him. He is beyond the restrictions and compulsions of our prayers. We do it for our solace, but he is beyond that. Hence he is called as Vidishaha. The next nama is Vyadishaha. Tesham abhimatam tat tat padam atisrijati iti vyadishaha. So the one who is able to reach out to his devotees, understand what they desire legitimately, and then is able to grant them based on their karma. Tesham abhimatam tat tat padam. Whatever they desire, abhimatam, which is their desire, atisrijati iti vyadishaha, who is able to grant that very judiciously, is called vyadishaha. The next nama is dishaha. Natan gajendravat antarangi karoti kintu ajñapayati iti dishaha. So the one who is able to accomplish the task that has been entrusted or given to him, at the same time he will be so very accessible that his devotees can command what he has to do. So the one who is able to accomplish what is asked of him, and at the same time is able to be subservient to his own devotees. Devotees are subservient to him. To such devotees he becomes subservient. There is a beautiful example that I can give. In the Tamil transcreation of Ramayana called Kamba Ramayanam, Kamban, the poet, says, I salute Rama who is like the elephant. So he says, Irugai Vedathu Raghavan Tankadai Tanigai Meenda Dayaradan Tanporul Kurugai Nadan Kuraikadal Kapadai. Why does he compare Rama to an elephant? He says Rama is like Parabrahmam. An elephant, if you want to sit on the top of it, the only way is if you get hold of its feet, it will bend. With that you can stand on it, hold its ear, and then get at the top of it. So the only way to ensure that Rama listens to us is first reach his feet and seek asylum in it. The moment we do Sharanagati, he is overwhelmed. He'll say, you tell me what I have to do. So the one who does so is called Dishaha. The next nama is Anadihi. Evam Tiryakshvapi Bhakteshu Vivashaha Brahmadishu Phal Guphalameva Prayachati Yasmat Anadihi Tairanta Paryena Swamittvamena Diyata iti. So the one who is able to grant wonderful boons from the lowest of the creatures to the, from the ants, birds, animals to Brahma. So it doesn't matter in which state you are, Brahma Kita, whether you are the ant or Brahma, he is able to grant their desires. So he grants even petty boons. When Brahma asks, if he asks for petty boons, he grants that also. The one who can give moksham is also the one who can grant petty boons. So he is called Anadihi. The next nama is Bhur Bhuvaha. Bhavatiti Bhuhu. Swadasya Jnanena Atmalabhavan Tasya Bhuvaha. Swayameva Bhuhu. Padam Bhavati Iti Bhur Bhuvaha. So he becomes the first. For all the devotees who want to seek asylum, he is the one under whose feet we can seek asylum. Then, for those of them who have understood the Shastras and have understood that he is the only way, for such Paramaikantis, for such Prapannas, he becomes the resort, the final resort. So he is called Bhur Bhuvaha. The next nama is Lakshmihi. Tesham Lakshmihi Sarva Sampacha. So for all his devotees, he becomes the treasure. Since he is the treasure house to all his devotees, a treasure trove, he is referred to as Lakshmi. Lakshmi is his Dharmapatni. He himself is the bank of all auspicious qualities, because of which that Lakshmi likes this Lakshmitvam in him. So he is called Lakshmi. The next nama is Suviraha. Tesham Vinipati Prakaraha Suviraha. So he removes the fears in his devotees. He ensures that he does not cause calamity in his devotees. You may be wondering, so many people see deaths, then how can you say so, sir? It will be based on their Purva Janma Punyam and Papam. There is no doubt. But at the same time, prayers, the only thing that we can do as Jivatmas is pray. So only through prayers, most of the desires that we want can be accomplished. At the same time, they should be legitimate, as well as our planetary positions should be good. Acharya's kataksham is important. There are so many factors that will help one act getting achieved. But at the same time, he will ensure, based on our papam and punyam account, that a calamity doesn't strike us. So he is called as Suviraha. Suviraya Namaha is an important nama that you can all recite for bringing some positivity in your family. The next nama is Ruchirangadaha. Tebhyasvam Ruchiramati Manoharam Anubhava Yogyam Angam Dadati Iti Ruchirangadaha. So the Divyamangala Vigraham of the Lord, let's take the Lord of Guruvayur or the Lord of Mannargudi, Rajagopala, so captivating. It is so relishable. For the devotee, they will feel as if they are consuming him. He becomes so sweet and tasty that people will want to look through their eyes as a ball of butter or sweet. So the one who enables that, Bhattadri tells, hey Krishna, Pavanapurapate Krishna, Karunya Sindho, I am falling at your feet. He concludes his Narayaniyam. Yogi Indranam Twadangeshwadhikasu Madhuram Mukti Bhajam Nivaso Bhaktanam Kamavarsha Dyutaruki Salayam Nathate Padamulam Nityam Chittassthitam Me Pavanapurapate Krishna Karunya Sindho Krishna Karunya Sindho Kritva Nisheshatapan Pratishatu Paramananda Sandoha Lakshmi. He is Madhuram. He is the Lakshmi. So Lakshmi is the 943rd nama. 945th nama is he is very relishable, which is Ruchirangadaha. The next nama is Jananaha. Tadanubhava Ksamakarana Yukta Nanyanapi Janayatiti Jananaha. So even for people who say that I am not a bhakta of the Lord, I am not interested in performing bhakti to the Lord, even for such non-bhaktas, he makes himself conducive so that they can also enjoy him. Hence he is called as Jananaha. So from this nama, 946th nama onwards, we will be able to discuss, appreciate and internalize the benefits of his avatarams, his manifestations and his playful pranks. All the leelas that he does, we will be able to relish that. The next nama is 947th nama. Janajanmadihi Tesham Jananam Janmana Adir Nirmitam Prayojanam iti Janajanmadihi. So he is the one who becomes the objective or the goal for even non-bhaktas. For people who do not have bhakti or not interested in bhakti, he becomes the one who becomes the objective and the goal as well. So he is called Janajanmadihi. The next nama is Bhimaha. Evam Vidha Mahanugraha Vimukhanam Bhimaha Garbha Narakadi Hetuhu. So to those of them who do not like the process of bhakti, for them birth or naraka is being given. So the next janma is given. Some of them will say, I am not interested in bhakti, I am not interested in moksham. Then the next janma comes because they are happy with their birth. The next janma will come. Towards the end of the janma, if based on their papam and punyam, If they are ordained to go to Narakam, the Lord blesses them with Narakam as well. So be it the next birth or Narakam, for non-bhaktas who are very particular about receiving one of the two, He grants that also. So He has the audacity to say, you ask for the next birth, I will give you the next birth. If you don't want the next birth, I have the power to say you won't have the next birth. So He gives the choice. So He's called Bhimaha, the powerful one. The next nama is Bhima Parakramaha. Anyeshvapi Jagadahita Nirateshu Hiranyadishu Bhima Parakramaha. He shows how terrorizing he can be, how fearful he can be. The one who can instill that fear and that bhayam to Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha. The one who is able to prove that by being the Varaha or the Nrisimha is called as Bhima Parakramaha. The next nama is 950th nama, which is Adhara Nilayaha. So he says, Dharmikataya Jagadadharaha Prahlada Vibhishana Pandavadayaha Tesham Nilayaha Adhara Nilayaha. While we have spoken of non-bhaktas, why can't we talk about bhaktas? So he says, Prahlada, the devout son of Hiranyakashipu, born in the lineage of Kashyapa, he being a Kashyapa, that Prahlada, Vibhishana, the devout brother of Ravana, so who came seeking asylum at the feet of the Lord, abandoning all his wealth, Tyaktva Putramscha Dharamscha, wife, children, wealth, position, kingdom, country, everything he abandoned and came. Next, Pandavadayaha, those Pandavas who loved Krishna more than their life. For all of them, he is able to bless them abundantly. So he is the one who supports them. For Prahlada, he was in the form of Nrisimha. For Vibhishana, he was in the form of Rama. For Pandavas, he was in the form of Krishna. So in whichever form, he is the support to his devotees. So he is called Adhara Nilayaha. The next nama is Dhata. Swayam cha dharmacharyakena dhata. So he is the one who preaches. But he practices? Yes. He practices first and then preaches. He practiced as Rama in Treta Yugam. He preached as Krishna in Dwapara Yugam. He practiced in the Yugam before. He preached in the Yugam later. He practiced the life of Bhagavad Gita. Then he preached Bhagavad Gita. Since practice and preach, both the processes go hand in hand, he is called Dhata. The next nama is Pushpahasaha. Evam Nishpadita Swanubhava Shaktinam Sayamiva Pushpasya Haso Bhogyatollaso Asya Iti Pushpahasaha. So, like the flower that blossoms, with that smell, he too is present with the same kind of fragrant qualities to his devotees. So he presents himself in a very pleasing, accepting manner to his devotees. Since he does so, like the flower that impresses the women, when women see the beautiful flowers blooming with that fragrance, their minds and hearts are swayed. Likewise is the Lord, who through his qualities will captivate the minds of his devotees. Since he does so, he is called Pushpahasaha. The next nama is Prajagaraha. Sasyeshviva Krishivalasteshu Ratrim Divam Prajagarti Iti Prajagaraha. So, like the parents who want to protect their children, he too wants his protect to devotees. So, day and night, without any sleep, he keeps protecting his devotees. So, Animishena, you may think Mahalakshmi is massaging his feet and he sleeps well. No, internally he is performing yoga. How to protect my children? Alvar tells, the mystic saint in Tamil, Uranguvadu pol yoga seyyum perumal. It may appear as if he is sleeping. Yoga seyyum, he is doing yoga it seems. So, he is always day and night thinking about the welfare of his children. We are his children. So, he is called Prajagaraha. The next nama is 954th nama, which is Urdhvagaha. Kutastadarthamanidraha yata urdhvagaha svabhava tungaha. So since he is being exalted with the sense of his duty, he doesn't sleep. Animishena, he is not ready to sleep. No, sir. If you go to so many kshetrams in the south of India, he is reclining. You go to Mahabalipuram, he is Thalashayana, he is sleeping. You go to Tiruyavvalur, he is Vaidhyaviraraghava Swami, he is sleeping. You go to Srirangam, between the two tributaries of Kaveri, he is sleeping. You go to Appakkudattan, he is sleeping. You go to Srirangapatna, again in Kaveri, in Karnataka, he is sleeping. You go to Madhyarangam, he is sleeping. You go to Adirangam, he is sleeping. You go to Bhaskara Kshetram, Kumbhakonam, as Aravamuda or Aparyaptamrita, he is sleeping. You go to Thiruvananthapuram, the capital city of Kerala, as Anantapadmanabha, he is sleeping. You go to Nellur, as Ranganatha, he is sleeping. So many kshetrams he is sleeping. You are saying he has sleepless nights. It may appear as if he is sleeping to us, but he is not sleeping. Like, for example, we may be sitting for a lecture. It may appear as if we are listening, but we are not. Likewise, it may appear to us as if he is sleeping, but he is not. Hence, he is called as Urdhvagaha. The next nama is Satpathacharaha. Tan mahatva phalam satpathe swabhavika dasya marge acharanam tesham pravartanam asyeti satpathacharaha. So he guides all his devotees. We are his devotees. Whether we agree or not, he treats us as devotees. So he guides all his devotees in the right path. He will not come directly and guide us. Through some acharyas, through some abhimanis, through some great devotees, he will guide us in the right path. Since he guides us in the right path, he is called Satpathacharaha. Next is Pranadaha. Evam Vishaya Vishamurchita Nashtatmabhya Atmojjivanam Dadati iti Pranadaha. So, he is the one who breathes good life, good thoughts into those of us who have been poisoned by the Kali Yuga. We all have negative thoughts. We open the TV, switch on the TV, some negative news keeps coming. We open the newspaper, negative news. 3 people come to our house, negative news. So the negative news slowly in us will start making the negative person in us. So who is the one who can breathe positivity into us? It is only the Lord. So he is called Pranadaha. The next nama is Pranavaha. See, he is Paramatma. We are Jivatmas. How do I understand? How am I linked to him? Sir, if you put one X-ray or one machine, you can see the connection. No. When we recite Pranavam, which is Omkaram, I am not using the word Omkaram because I should not say it. It is called Pranavam. It should be recited in the mind, not openly in the mic. So in Pranavam, there are 3 sounds. Akara, Ukara, Makara. A, U, Ma. Together makes that sound. You know what that sound is, which is Pranavam. So this Akaram, A, stands for Paramatma, Akarartho Vishnuhu. The third, which is Ma, stands for Jivatma. A stands for Paramatma, Ma stands for Jivatma. Now both have to be connected. What is it connected with? With Ukaram. So Ukaram is the bridge that connects the Paramatma and the Jivatma. A, U, Ma. When Rama walked, he was like Paramatma. When Lakshmana walked, he was like Jivatma. Sita is in the middle. So she is connecting Paramatma and Jivatma. So that is why we say, Agrataf Prayayau Ramaha. Valmiki says, Agrataf Prayayau Ramaha. Akaravachya Rama was walking. Agrataf Prayayau Ramaha. Who was walking last? Lakshmanaha. Prishtatastu Dhanushpanihi Lakshmanaha Anujagamaha. Ma. Makara Jivatma is walking. Akaravachya Rama is walking. Who's connecting them? Sita Madhye Su Madhyama. Su Ukaram. She is connecting. So Sita is connecting the both. So all 3 come in the form of Pranava. So Pranavaha. Pranave Nedrisha Sambandhanam Avabodhya Mam Namaskuru iti Swacharanaravindayosthan Pranamayati iti Pranavaha. So this is the meaning of Pranavaha. So his name is Pranava because in the form of Pranava he is able to bring the knowledge of Paramatma and Jivatma to the devotees. The next nama is Panaha. Evam tesham swamyadasya vyatiharena vyavaharati iti Panaha. So to those of them who say that, oh Lord, I am your devotee, to such people he becomes their devotee. So, if there is a Pundalika who says, "Oh Lord, I am your devotee," he comes as Pandharpur Vithala to say that I am a devotee of Pundalika. So, he is the devotee to devotees. Hence, he is called Panaha. The next nama is Pramanam. एवं निस्संशय विपर्यय वेद रहस्य परमार्थ प्रत्यायकत्वात् प्रमाणम. So by reading all the scriptures, there is a certain rahasyam in it. Like how in Srimad Ramayanam, the Acharyas have spoken about 18 rahasyas. So they say, Vidya sarvapi bahya tyajana makhala saddharma adhyatmikartaha Arthanam panchakam Sri Raghupati Paratatvam Prapattihi Pumartaha Seshatvam Paratantriyam Tadavadigatistvam. So these are all the 18 rahasyas. Bahyakshepaha Kalartaha Bhavavayam Sadvrittam Acharyavatta Gayatri Artaha Hitamuchita Param Tattva Arthamscha Pancha Karpanyam Seshabhavaha Ghataka Vidhipalam Paratantriyam Tata Tat Kashta Kalaf Pratiksha Vasati Padamiti Prahuhu Ashtadasharthan. 18 rahasyas in Srimad Ramayanam. How do we know? Acharya will learn and tell it to his Sishya. The Sishya will tell it to his Sishyas. Likewise, in all our scriptures, there are many Veda Rahasyam. Veda Rahasya Paramartha Pratyayakatvat. So the Rahasyam with the related correct meaning, he will be able to hold it in him and will be able to pass it on to the devotees who desire it. Since he does so by bringing the quintessence of our scriptures, he is called Pramanam. Next, Prana Nilayaha. Pranantiti pranaha anye api jivaha te swanida iva shakuntaha asmin liyante iti prana nilayaha. For example, when the night comes, wherever the birds are, shakuntaha, dhavanti, they will all come flying, running, and they will all come to one nest. So the nest becomes one asylum, one place where all the birds come flying. Similarly, for all the jivatmas in this world, the Lord is the nest. So all the jivatmas one day or the other will have to come to the Lord. Since he is the shelter for all the jivatmas, he is called Prana Nilayaha. The next nama is Pranadhrit. Tana Matritva Dharayati Cheti Pranadhrit. Now, he looks after the jivatmas just like how a mother takes care of her children. If something happens, she comes running out of care and concern. She protects the child. If she is very happy with the child, she'll keep looking at the child performing the activities. Since a mother's role is similar to that of the Lord's role, the Lord now takes the nama Pranadhrit. The next nama is Prana Jivanaha. Tanna paniya divajivayati iti prana jivanaha. So he is able to rejuvenate the Atma. If the Atma doesn't need any kind of a tonic or energy, but the Atma cannot live alone. It has to stay in a body. Body is susceptible to fatigue. So if the Jivatma in the body has lost all ways of rejuvenating itself, the Lord with his mere eye grace, the grace that comes from his eyes, with his mere presence is able to rejuvenate the Atmas. Hence he is called Prana Jivanaha. The next nama is Tattvam. Dadhi dugdhayoriva dadhisaraha chidachitor vyapti prayojanabhyam saramshaha tattvam. For example, you look at the milk. What you will see? Milk. But a philosopher will say the butter is inside the milk which you are not able to see. You are seeing curd. What do you see? Curd. The philosopher will say the butter is inside the curd, because no new object can be created. The butter inside, the butter component inside the curd, the butter component inside the milk is being extracted. Like how the butter component inside the milk and curd is generally not visible to our eyes. Likewise, he has pervaded the world. People will keep asking, you're telling God is here, God is there. Tell me where. Like how a knowledgeable person can see that the butter is there within the milk or curd, only a great jnani or a bhakta can say, I can see the Lord here. Aren't you able to see? Why? Because with our eyes we cannot see the Lord who has pervaded the world. Hence, he is called as Tattvam. So there are three tattvas. Achitta, Chitti, Ishvara. It is called Tattvatrayam, which is very important. The next nama is Tattvavit. Tatha Tattvamatmano Veti iti Tattvavit. So the one who has the complete realization, knowledge about the Tattvam is called Tattvavit. So he knows that. That is why he, in the form of Krishna and Krishnavatara, was able to clearly demarcate what is Achit Tattvam, Chit Tattvam and Ishvara Tattvam. So he was able to explain and pass on that knowledge of Upanishad Saram, Sarvo Upanishado Gavaha, Dugdha Gopalanandanaha, Partho Vatsaha Sudhir Bhokta Dugdham Geetamritam Mahat. He was able to give the essence, Amritam, called as Geetamritam, to Partha. The next nama is Ekatma. Sarvasya Chidachid Vargasya Ayameka Eva Seshi Bhokta Abhimani Cha Iti Ekatma. So for all the Jivarasis in the world, he is the sole sovereign ruler. He is the only Swami. He is the only Seshi. He is the one who doesn't have the second. Ekameva Dvitiyam. Since he is the enjoyer, well-wisher, master, sovereign ruler, he is called Ekatma. Andal, interestingly in Tamil, Oruvan means one man. Oruthi means one lady. Ondru means one. But in Tamil, the way you use it determines what meaning it is attached to. You can say one book, Oru Puttagam. Whereas, if you say, Oruthi Maganai, Olirthu Vadara, you are saying that he is a unique one. So, based on the circumstance and the context, you will be able to determine whether it is the normal one or the unique one. In Hindi, we say ka, la, kal. दो अक्षर जब मिलते हैं क और ल, कल शब्द जो है उसका दो अर्थ होता है. One is yesterday, the other one is tomorrow. How will you know which one to say? Based on the sentence. कल मैं आया था, past tense, so it is yesterday. कल मैं आऊंगा, future tense, so tomorrow. Likewise, we will be able to determine the meaning here as well. Hence, he is the sole ruler, Ondru, Ekatma. The next nama is 966th nama. Janma Mrityu Jaratigaha. Tathapi Tadubhaya Vida Dharmatma Janma Mrityu Jaratigaha. So, he is different from the Achetana Tattvam. He is different from the Chetana Tattvam. He is the one who is beyond the cycle of birth and death that we all undergo. Hence, he is called Janma Mrityu Jaratigaha. I was born, I was young, now I am getting old. That is why they ask, how many years you are old? People will get offended. No, I am 10 years young. No, every day you become only old. You can never become young. So, Jara, old age will always set. Even for the normal child, he becomes one day old. He cannot be young. Likewise, and people say, assume that the word old is very bad. No, sir, I am very young at heart. Why? Whether you are young at heart or young at liver or young at intestine, it doesn't matter. What it determines is one day you will have to die. Next time you will have to be born. So the one who is bereft of the birth, of birth, death and jara is called Janma Mrityu Jaratigaha. The next nama is Bhurbhava Swastaruhu. Bhurbhuva Swastataruhu. So Bhurbhuva Swasta Rupa Lakshyataihi Pakshi Pathikairiva Pranibhirupa Jivyamanachaya Patrala Parijataha Bhurbhuvastaruhu. So for all beings that we see, be it the ones that crawl, ants, then scorpions, snakes that crawl, then we see so many terrestrial animals like four-legged animals like cows, buffaloes, goat, donkey, then we see horses, and then we see the wild animals like lion, tiger. List out all the animals that you all know, and then the birds that can fly. For all the aerial beings, for all the crawling beings, terrestrial beings, aquatic, whatever you say, even for pathogens, virus and everything, here he is the one who becomes the final resort. So the one who is the final resort, the asylum for all creatures is called Bhurbhuvastaruhu. The next nama is Taraha. Tesham samsara taranat taraha. The one who is able to help people cross the samsara mandalam. This life of circle of birth and death is called Taraha. The next nama is Savita. Sarvesham Sakshat Janayita Savita. So, the one who is able to give birth to all kinds of creatures. See, Jivatma can never be given birth, but it can be instilled with Dharma Bhuta Jnanam. The one who instills the Dharma Bhuta Jnanam to all Jivatmas so that they can function in their bodies is called as Savita. Sarvesham Sakshat Janayita. He is the true creator. So he is called as Savita. Next nama is Prapitamaha. Pitamahasyapi Janakatvat Prapitamaha. So we all believe that the entire creation is all because of Brahma. For Brahma, who is the creator? No, sir, Brahma was created on his own. No. There is a Brahma to Brahma. We believe that the entire world was created by Chaturmukha Brahma. To that Chaturmukha Brahma, there is a Lord called Narayana, who created him. Narayanat Brahma Jayate, says Upanishad. Tirumalizhai Alvar in Tamil, who was called Bhaktisara, says, Nanmuganai Narayanan Padaittan. So, Prapitamaha, who is the creator to Brahma. Pitamahasyapi Janakatvat Prapitamaha. This is Visishtadvaita commentary of Parashara Bhatta. What does Advaita commentator Adi Shankara state? Pitamahasya Brahmano api piteti Prapitamaha. Who is the father for Brahma? He also agrees in the same meaning. Let us go to Dvaita Siddhantam, who says, Pitamaha Chaturmukhastasya Pitrutvat Prapitamaha, the father to Brahma. So all the three philosophies, the commentators have agreed that Narayana is the father of creation, who is Brahma. The next nama onwards, we are going to see the Lord who is going to be associated with Yajna. 971st nama. Yajnaha. Swaradhana dharma samriddhi riktanam tadarthinam swayameva yajnaha. So, for those of them who cannot afford to perform an elaborate yajnam, the Lord is the yajnam for them. They don't have to perform. It doesn't mean we are telling them not to perform. If they can't, the Lord is the yajna. So he is called Yajnaha. The next nama is Yajnapatihi. Swayajna phalapradaha Yajnapatihi. By performing the yajna, I should receive a phalam, the fruit. So he becomes the fruit. The next nama is Yajva. Ashaktanam swayameva yajamanaha Yajva. Think that there is one person who has no body strength, money strength to perform a yajna. However simple you perform, you need some money to buy the samagris, right? He doesn't have. Then who becomes the performer? See, he is able to aggregate a few materials, but he doesn't get people for the affordability that he has. Then the Lord becomes the performer. So he becomes the yajnam, he becomes the phalam for the yajnam, he becomes the yajva. So he is called Yajva. Ashaktanam swayameva yajamanaha. So he assumes the role. So he is called Yajva. The next nama is Yajnangaha. Samarthanushtitamapi yajnantaram asya sesha bhutam iti yajnangaha. So he performs, when the yajnam is performed, he thinks that I have become the yajnam, the yajna phalam, the yajva. Now whatever the devotee is performing, that is an angam to me, that is a shariram to me. So that is secondary. The intent is more important. The yajnam becomes my body. So he is called Yajnangaha. That becomes his angam. The next nama is 975th nama. Yajnavahanaha. Tesham shakti shraddhadikaradhanena yajnam vahayatiti yajnavahanaha. So he gives the necessary strength, shakti, shraddha, sincerity, then adhikaram to the person who wishes to perform the yajnam. So he needs power. Second, he needs shraddha, sincerity, and at the same time he needs the knowledge, complete knowledge and right to perform the yajnam, adhikaram. So the one who grants that is called Yajnavahanaha. The next nama is Yajnabhrit. Vikalamapi yajnam swasmarana purnahutibhyam pushnati iti yajnabhrit. So the one who is able to rectify the defects in a yajna. See, when a yajna is performed, how much ever the karta desires, there will be some defects. There will be some blemishes in the yajna. If you pray to the Lord as yajna bhrita, he will be able to rectify the defects in the yajna and be able to complete the yajna. When Daksha yajna was performed, in halfway there was huge violence. Daksha ill-treated Shiva devotees. Shiva devotees barged into the yajna. Daksha's head was cut. The head of a ram was attached. So all this happened. But who concluded the yajna? The Lord had to stay and complete the yajna. So he is called Yajna Bhrit. 977th nama. So it is Yajnakrit. Jagadhitaya Yajnamadau Srijati iti Yajnakrit. So during the creation of the world, na brahma na ishanaha na medhyava prithvi sadeva somya idamagrasi tyekameva dvitiyam. When he alone was there with Swadha, with Mahalakshmi, who performed the entire yajnam of the world? Because that also needs a performance, right? He is the one who performed the first Adi yajnam. So he is called Yajnakrit. The next nama is Yajni. Sarva yajnanam Seshi Yajni. For all kinds of yajnams, he is the leader of all yajnams. So he is called as Yajni. The next nama is Yajnabhuk. Tanu bhunkte bhunakti veti Yajnabhuk. He safeguards the yajnas that are performed by his devotees. He will ensure that the yajna gets cut off in the middle, because it will lead to viparita phalam for the karta. So he will ensure that the sacrifices, the yajnas, are performed completely. So he is called Yajnabhuk. The next nama is Yajna Sadhanaha. Tesya Jnanadvara Siddhyupaya iti Yajna Sadhanaha. So, yajna in its own way is a form of knowledge. So, when Karma Kandam deals with yajnas, that is also equally important. So, there is nothing like Karma Kanda is not important and Jnana Kandam is important, which some of the Vedantins think. And it is not the other way around, where Karma Kandam alone is important and Jnana Kandam is not important, like how Purva Mimamsakas think. Like a perfect Vedanti, Ramanuja says, Eka Shastram. So the Karma Kandam and Jnana Kandam is Eka Shastram. So for that people, he becomes the way of knowledge. So he is called Yajna Sadhanaha. Next nama is Yajnantakrit. Yajna Paryavasanam Swatattva Jnanam Karoti iti Yajnantakrit. So he is the one who will grant the Tattva Jnanam. He is the Tattvam. Now the Tattva Jnanam will have to be granted to the Karta, so that he realizes the importance of Yajna as laid in our Dharma Shastras and Vedam. So the one who is able to grant that necessary Tattva Jnanam is called Yajnantakrit. The next nama is Yajna Guhyam. Yannirapekshopi sapekshatvat yajneshu purodashadikam bhuktva triptyam starpayati tadya vidhigati sadhana vida eva vidanti na sthula drisha iti yajna guhyam. So he is the very underlying secret. Why is the yajna performed? Sir, because I want lot of wealth. That is your desire. So you are performing the yajna. How will the fire grant you the phalam? No, sir, if I put for fire, fire will grant. How will fire grant on its own? So there is an antaratma to the fire who's there in you, who knows your intent. So as you offer, the recordings are made. So the secret of a yajna is, though you may be using different sadhanams, the antaryami to every sadhanam is the Lord. Inside the water, for the tirtham that you keep in a pot, the Lord is there. In the mud pot, in the mud, the Lord is there. In the fire that is radiant, the Lord is there. In the mantra that is being recited, the Lord is there. The one who performs the yajna, the Lord is there. The one who initiates the yajna, the Lord is there. In the mantra, the Lord is there. The one we are going to give the havis to him, he is there. The one who accepts it, the Lord is it. The one who grants the palam, he is the Lord. So he is the secret behind the entire process of a yajnam. So he is called Yajna Guhyam. He is the secret. From now onwards, we will be seeing the names that denote the Lord as the son of Devaki. Devaki Nandana. So, 983rd nama, which is Annam. Evam Nishpadita Bhoktru Shaktribhir Bhujyata iti Annam. He is enjoyable to his devotees, like how they enjoy food. See, when we eat, we enjoy the food, right? Likewise, he becomes our Annam. He becomes our Bhokta. So, he is the one Bhogya Vastu for us. So, he is called Annam. The next is Annadaha. Tanscha tatha bhunkta iti Annadaha. We have enjoyed him. He enjoys us in return. So, we enjoy him, we are enjoyers. He enjoys the enjoyers. So, he is called Annadaha. The next nama is Atma Yonihi. Dugdheneva sitavalaya atmana bhoktaram mishrayati iti Atma Yonihi. Like how sugar, when taken separately, is tasty. Milk, tasty. You mix milk and sugar, it will be so tasty. Likewise, he ensures that his experience is not separate. He mingles with the devotees to give that experience. Hence he is called as Atma Yonihi. The next nama is Swayam Jataha. Prarthana Nirapekshataya Jataha Swayam Jataha. So he is the one who's born without expecting anyone to pray. If someone prays, he accepts it. But he is not born here just because we are praying. He is there to protect the world. He comes on his own like a mother who comes for the child. Since he does so, he is called Swayam Jataha. He comes on his own to redeem this world of its sins, to redeem us and take us back to Sri Vaikuntham. He is called Swayam Jataha. The next nama is Vaikhanaha. Janitva Bhavadukka Vikhananat Vaikhanaha. So after taking avatarams, he removes the worries of his devotees. The moment he was born, the rishis felt happy. The moment he walked into the forest, the rishis felt happy. The moment he was born, Dasharatha was relieved of his sins. Pitrurina Charamaruna Vimochana, says Vedanta Deshika. Even his last debt was removed. So he is the one who gives that happiness to his devotees by his avatarams. So he is called Vaikhanaha. The next nama is Samagayanaha. Svafprapti madhupanena havu 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 iti samani gayamano muktasya asyati iti samagayanaha. So once from Baddhatma state we all become Muktatmas, we go to Sri Vaikuntham. What will we do? Upanishad says Samagayan naste havu havu ha ahamannam ahamannam ahamannam. So we say, oh Lord, I have sung Samaganam. I am your food. Come and consume me. I am going to relish you. So this is how we do Samaganam. So that is why he is called Samagayanaha. The next nama is Devaki Nandanaha. The great Lord that we have experienced in 988 namas. Such a great Lord, sir. He has pervaded the entire world. He has got all the power. Who is he? He is Devaki Nandanaha. He is Devaki's son. Sir, this little boy, Krishna, is that Lord. The great Lord whom I am speaking about, he has now come as Krishna, as Devaki's son. Devaki Nandanaha. Evam vidha na paravasthaha kintu Devaki Nandanaha. The next nama is Srashta. Paravasthopi sa eveti Srashta. He is that Paravasudeva. Today he is coming as Vasudeva's son, so he is called Vasudeva. But he is the proper person who is the one who has created, sustains, dissolution, everything he does. He is Paravasudeva. So he is that Srashta. The next nama is Kshitishaha. Sarvashatve Paryaptir Bhuyishtatvat Bhuyishtam Bhumirishaha Kshitishaha. He is the Lord for all the worlds. But when he is born as Rama and Krishna for this mundane earth is called Kshiti. So he is the Lord of Kshiti. Since goddess Sita was found on earth by Janaka, she is regarded as the daughter of earth. It doesn't mean she is Bhumi Devi, she is Sri Devi only. She is regarded as the daughter of earth. She was found on earth. Bhumi is Kshiti. So goddess is called Kshitija. Bhumi is Kshiti. The Lord is the ruler. So he is called Kshitisha. So Kshitishaha. So he is the Lord of this mundane Bhumi. Well, he takes incarnations on the Bhumi. The next nama is Papanashanaha. Atra Dadhi Navanita Stainya Rasakridadi Kathamritena Paresham Papanashanaha Avatarepi Vaishnavanam Bhahyabhyantara Shatru Nashanaha. So by listening to these pastimes, what did Krishna do? He quietly went, took some balls of butter and ate. What did Krishna do? He did Rasa Krida. What is the benefit of all of this? When we listen that he has stolen butter and consumed it, it means he will also steal our hearts, our minds and Jivatma and will give us moksham. By listening to that pastime, we are paving way for our moksham. By listening to Rasa Krida, where the entire Gopika clan was his Shariram, he is a Shariri. We all agree that we are a part of his body and he will grant us moksham. By listening to these pastimes, all our sins are destroyed. Hence he is called Papanashanaha. The next nama is, from now onwards we will be witnessing those names where the Lord will hold his weapons as his ornaments. See, for people who are shooting, they will not wear some great gadgets. For them, gun is their ornament. Likewise, for the Lord, all his panchayudhams are his ornaments. The first one, Shankabhrin. So how do we say this name? Shankabhrit. So Shankabhrit is Paramaishwarya Chinha Divyayudhatvat Shankabhrit Swadhara Vidruma Sudhaya Panchajanyam Pushnati iti. You must have all heard like how Mirabai is an epitome of devotion in the north of India. In the south of India, one of the earliest composers, Mirabai came much later, in the 5th to 7th century AD, in the beautiful town near Madurai was Srivilliputturu, where Goda Devi called as Andal was born. So, in order to convey her love to the Lord, she looks at the white conch and she says, "O conch, you only can tell me how is the Lord. I wish to marry him. How is he? Does he smell good?" You see so many advertisements where the heroine goes near the hero. The moment he starts talking, she does like this because he's not smelling good. How is my Lord? Does he smell like the fresh lotus flower? Does he smell like the camphor? Or how is his taste? Is it sweet, his saliva? Karupuram narumo kamalappu narumo Tiruppavala Shevvaittan Tittittirukkumo Maruppushitha Madhavantan Vaichuvayum Nattamum Viripputru Ketkindrain Sollari Vensange. Beautiful Tamil verse. If you are a non-Tamil speaking person, at least to relish this Tamil verse, learn Tamil. When I speak about Meera bhajans and you are a Tamil speaking person and you don't know Hindi, learn Hindi to relish Mirabai's Hindi. So, we should all be connected by languages through one thread called as Bhakti. Here, interestingly, the son, illustrious son of Vedanta Deshika called Kumara Varadacharya in the 14th century, composed over 100 verses in chaste Sanskritam called Shankha Shatakam. 100 verses on Shankam. So, the one who holds Shankam is called Shankabhrit. The next nama is Nandaki. Bhagavatapi Mamayam Nandyaditi Prarthyo Nandakaha. Sosya Nityayogi iti Nandaki. So the one who is able to take the sword out of the scabbard and roll it. When Nrisimha came, it seems his tongue rolled like the sword which the enemy holds in the war. So he has got this Nandakam. It is said in the South Indian tradition that the Amshavatara, Nandaka, the Divyayudham of the Lord, was born as Talapakka Annamacharya in the 14th century. So the sword that brings delight to the devotees, saying that my Lord has come, my Lord has arrived, he is there to protect me, is called Nandaki. He is able to give that happiness, Nandanam. So he is called Nandaki. The next nama is Chakri. Nitya Sudarshanaha, Swabhritya Sura Pratibhatak Raksho, Asurakshonita, Kalmashati Jwala Lanchita, Chakramapi Tathaiveti Chakri. Pratibhata Shreni Bhishana Varaguna Stoma Bhushana Jani Bhayasthana Tarana Jagadavasthana Karana Nikhila Dushkarma Karshana Nigama Saddharma Darshana Jaya Jaya Shri Sudarshana Jaya Jaya Shri Sudarshana Shubha Jagadrupa Mandana Suraganatra Sakhandana Shatamaka Brahmanandita Shatapatha Brahma Vandita Pratita Vidvatsa Pakshita Bhajata Hidbudnya Lakshita Jaya Jaya Shri Sudarshana Jaya Jaya Shri Sudarshana. So there are stages to Lord Chakra, Sudarshana. So there is a Jwala, fire. Then there is a circumference, Nemi. Then there are spokes, Aram. Then there is an axle, Aksham. Then there is a central part, Nabhi. And then there is a Purusha within, which is the Lord himself with 16 hands and 16 Ayudhams. This is Sudarshana for us. So, in a work called as Sudarshana Shatakam, the composer called as Kuranarayana Jiya says, when the chakram is released, it will tear away the wicked enemies, antisocial elements, and the blood will start going into the spokes of the chakram, it seems. So, chakram can bring happiness, can also protect the devotees. That is why in most houses we perform a homam, a havan called as Sudarshana Homam, so that we can bring positivity in the house. When things settle down, when we are all able to move to each other's houses, let us all begin with a Sudarshana Homam, at least a Sudarshana Japam, so that we are able to bring positivity in our house after the pandemic. So he is called Chakri. The next nama is Sharanga Dhanva. Sharangam cha Vispharita Jaghosha Sharavarshanati Tasesha Vidveshivartam swasadrisham dhanusya asya iti sharanga dhanva. The one who holds the bow with all that valor and shows that how I can hit arrows from it as if the raindrops were coming during a cyclone. He will be that fast. He is called Sharanga Dhanva. Sudhanva holds the bow beautifully. What is the bow's name? Sharga. So he is called Sharanga Dhanva. 997th Nama. Gadadharaha. Gadadhi Patnim cha Sarvataha. Samudva Kalpantana Kalpanta Nalaspulingini Nitya Sammodinim Kaumodakim Dharayati iti Gadadharaha. So when he holds the mace called as Kaumodaki, it will emit flames as if during Pralaya Kala, Mahapralayam, how that flames will come. That is how he holds the Gada, it seems, Kaumodaki. So he is called Gadadharaha. Next is Rathanga Panihi. Yathochitam Rathangam cha Panavasyeti Rathanga Panihi. Chakrityenena Swaswabhavabhibhava Sambandha Uktaha. Adya Sadyotvatvamiti Apunaruktihi. So he held the chakram, so he is called Chakri. In the Yuddham of Mahabharata, when he was vexed with Arjuna fighting playfully with Bhishma and not coming to a close of the Yuddham, he saw the chariot broken in front of him. He took the wheel from it and started going around thinking and giving a feeling that he can convert even the Ratha's Angam of the chakram into a real chakram. So he is called Rathanga Panihi. So the next nama is Akshobhyaha. Prapanna Abhayadana Dadhridyat Swamahimnapi Akshobhyaha. He has vowed to protect his devotees in whichever way or the other through his ayudhams, through his grace. Since he is the one who has vowed to protect his devotees. Akhila bhuvana janmas thema bhangadilile vinada vivida bhuta vrata rakshaika dikshe. Sakrideva prapannaya tavasmiti chayachate abhayam sarva bhutebhyaha dadamyetad vratam mama, says Rama. He has made a vow, a pledge to his devotees. So he does not waver away from that promise. So he is called Akshobhyaha. The last nama, 1000th nama, Sarva Praharana Yudhaha. So the Sarva Praharana Yudhaha, what does it mean? Swanishtana Sarvanishton Mulya Trinya Asankheyan Mardhyada Samarthyani Atmochitanyatani Abharana Vikalpyani Sada Sarvatra Sarvata Sarvaprakara Samashrita Samraksha Dirga Satra Dikshitani Sarvaishwarya Durandharanyanyanapi Divyayudhani Asyeti Sarva Praharana Yudaha. The one who is able to remove the fear in his devotees, the one who is able to instill the fear in those people who are affecting the devotees, the one who is able to judiciously use his ayudhams, the one who is able to assign his grace and mercy judiciously, the one who shows his body form, Divya Mangala Vigraham, the one who is able to showcase his countless gunams, Asankheya Kalyana Gunam, the one who has been celebrated by 1000 names, the one who can use anything as his ayudham, is called Sarva Praharana Yudhaha. Interestingly, Adi Shankara gives another meaning to it. He says he is Shankhabhrit, Nandaki, Chakri, Sharanga Dhanva, Gadadharaha. He knows how to use his chakram, he knows how to use his shankham, he knows how to use his gada, he knows how to use his sharangam, he knows how to use his kaumodaki, nandakam, everything. But if case is warranted, if situation warrants, he can even use his nails as weapons. In Nrisimhavataram he says, Etan eva yudhan asyeti na niyamyate apitu sarvanyeva praharanani ayudhani asya iti sarva praharanayudaha. Ayudhatvena aprasiddhanyapi karajadini asyayudhani bhavantiti. Whatever is born in his karam. Ante, so he is reminded of Nrisimhavataram when he concludes the last namam. Thereby what does he prove? Asks Adi Shankara, he says, Ante sarva praharana yudha iti vachanam satya sankalpatvena sarveshwaratvam darshayitum. It proves that he is the master of the entire universe. Sarveshwaratvam satya sankalpena, the one who can achieve anything by his sankalpam, by his free will. So Adi Shankara says he is Nrisimha who can use his nails. Parashara Bhatta says he is the one who is adept at using all these weapons for the protection of his devotees. What does Satyasanta Tirtha says? Satyasanta Tirtha, who comes in Dvaita Sampradayam, says, Sarva Praharana Yudha Sarvesham Shatrunam Praharanartham Ayudhani Yasya Sa Tatha. So to bring about the destruction of the wicked people, to protect the good people, paritranaya sadhunam, vinashaya cha dushkritam, dharma samsthapanarthaya, he is the one who is adept in using that weapon, all kinds of weapons. So he is called Sarva Praharana Yudha. This is the 1000th nama.
Shuklambaradharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadhanam Dhyayet Sarva Vighnopashantaye Yasya Dvirada Vaktradyaf Parishadyaf Parashatam Vignam Nighnanti Satatam Vishvaksenam Tamashraye Vyasam Vasishthanaptaram Shaktef Pautramakalmasham Parasharatmajam Vande Shukatatam Taponidhim Vyasaya Vishnu Rupaya Vyasa Rupaya Vishnave Namo Vaiv Brahmanidhaye Vasisthaya Namo Namaha Avikaraya Shuddhaya Nityaya Paramatmane Sadaika Rupa Rupaya Vishnave Sarvajishnave Yasya Smarana Matrena Janma Samsara Bandhanat Vimuchyate Namastasmai Vishnave Prabhavishnave Om Namo Vishnave Prabhavishnave Shri Vaishampayana Uvacha Shrutva Dharmana Seshena Pavanani Cha Sarvashah Yudhishthira Shantanavam Punarevabhyabhashata Yudhishthira Uvacha Kimekam Daivatam Loke Kim Vapyekam Parayanam Stuvantah Kam Kamarchantaha Prapna Yurmanava Shubham Ko Dharma Sarva Dharmanam Bhavatah Paramo Mataha Kim Japan Muchyate Jantur Janma Samsara Bandhanat Shri Bhishma Uvacha Jagat Prabhum Deva Devam Anantam Purushottamam Stuvannama Sahasrena Purusha Satatothitaha Tameva Charchayan Nityam Bhaktya Purushamavyayam Dhyayan Stuvannamasyamscha Yajamanastamevacha Anadinidhanam Vishnum Sarva Loka Maheshwaram Lokadhyaksham Stuvan Nityam Sarva Dukkhatigo Bhavet Brahmanyam Sarva Dharmajnam Lokanam Kirtivardhanam Lokanatham Mahadbhutam Sarva Bhuta Bhavodbhavam Yesha me Sarva Dharmanam Dharmo Adhikatamo Mataha Yadbhaktyav Pundarikaksham Stavairarchair Narasada Paramam Yo Mahattejaf Paramam Yo Mahattapaha Paramamyo Mahadbrahmah Paramamyah Parayanam Pavitranam Pavitramyo Mangalanam Cha Mangalam Daivatam Devatanam Cha Bhutanam Yo Vyayah Pita Yatas Sarvani Bhutani Bhavantyadi Yugagame Yasminscha Pralayam Yanti Punareva Yugakshaye Tasya Loka Pradhanasya Jagannathasya Bhupate Vishnur Nama Sahasram Me Shrunu Papa Bhayapaham Yani Namani Gaunani Vikhyatani Mahatmanaha Rishibhif Parigitani Tani Vakshyami Bhutaye Vishnur Nama Sahasrasya Veda Vyaso Mahamunihi Chando Nushtup Tatha Devo Bhagavan Devaki Sutaha Amritam Shudbhavo Bijam Shaktir Devaki Nandanaha Krisa Mahridayam Tasya Shantyarthe Viniyujjate Vishnum Jishnum Mahavishnum Prabhavishnum Maheshwaram Aneka Rupa Daityantam Namami Purushottamam Asya Shri Vishnor Divya Sahasranama Stotra Mahamantrasya Shri Veda Vyaso Bhagavan Rishihi Anushtup Chandaha Shri Mahavishnu Paramatma Shriman Narayano Devata Amritam Shudbhavo Bhanuriti Bijam Devaki Nandana Srashteti Shaktihi Udbhavaha Kshobhano Deva Iti Paramo Mantraha Shankabhrannandaki Chakriti Kilakam Sharngadhanva Gadadhara Ityastram Rathangapanir Akshobhya Iti Netram Trisama Samagasamiti Kavacham Anandam Parabrahmeti Yonihi Rutussudarshana Kala Iti Digbandhaha Shri Vishwarupa Iti Dhyanam Shri Mahavishnu Prityarthe Shri Sahasranama Jape Viniyogaha Dhyanam क्षीरोदन्वत्प्रदेशे शुचिमणिविलसत्सैकते मौक्तिकानां मालाक्लुप्तासनस्थस्फटिकमणिनिभैर्मौक्तिकैर्मण्डिताङ्गः शुभ्रैरभ्रैरदभ्रैरुपरि विरचितैर्मुक्तपीयूषवर्षैः आनन्दीन पुनीयात् अरिनलिनगदा शङ्खपाणिर्मुकुन्दः भूपादौ यस्य नाभिर्वियदसुरनिलश्चन्द्रसूर्यौ च नेत्रे कर्णावाशाः शिरोद्यौर्मुखमपि दहनो यस्य वास्तेयमब्धिः अन्तस्थं यस्य विश्वं सुरनरखगो भोगि गन्धर्वदैत्यैः चित्रं रम्यते तं त्रिभुवनवपुषं विष्णुमीशं नमामि। ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। शान्ताकारं भुजगशयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं गगनसदृशं मेघवर्णं शुभाङ्गं लक्ष्मीकान्तं कमलनयनं योगिहृद्ध्यानगम्यं वन्दे विष्णुं भवभयहरं सर्वलोकैकनाथं मेघश्यामं पीतकौशेयवासं श्रीवत्साङ्कं कौस्तुभोद्भासिताङ्गं पुण्योपेतं पुण्डरीकायताक्षं विष्णुं वन्दे सर्वलोकैकनाथं नमः समस्तभूतानाम् आदिभूताय भूभृते अनेकरूपरूपाय विष्णवे प्रभविष्णवे सशङ्खचक्रं सकिरीटकुण्डलं सपीतवस्त्रं सरसीरुहेक्षणं सहारवक्षस्थलशोभिकौस्तुभं नमामि विष्णुं शिरसा चतुर्भुजं छायायां पारिजातस्य हेमसिंहासनोपरि आसीनमम्बुदश्यामम् आयताक्षमलङ्कृतं चन्द्राननं चतुर्बाहुं श्रीवत्साङ्कितवक्षसं रुक्मिणी सत्यभामाभ्यां सहितं कृष्णमाश्रये। हरिः ॐ। विश्वं विष्णुर्वषट्कारो भूतभव्यभवत्प्रभुः भूतकृद्भूतभृद्भावो भूतात्मा भूतभावनः भूतात्मा परमात्मा च मुक्तानां परमागतिः अव्ययः पुरुषः साक्षी क्षेत्रज्ञोऽक्षर एव च योगो योगविदां नेता प्रधानः पुरुषेश्वरः नारसिंहवपुः श्रीमान् केशवः पुरुषोत्तमः सर्वशर्वशिवस्थाणुर्भूतादिर्निधिरव्ययः सम्भवो भावनो भर्ता प्रभवः प्रभुरीश्वरः स्वयंभू शम्भुरादित्यः पुष्कराक्षो महास्वनः अनादिनिधनो धाता विधाता धातुरुत्तमः अप्रमेयो हृषीकेशः पद्मनाभोमरः प्रभुः विश्वकर्मा मनुस्त्वष्टा स्थविष्टस्थविरो ध्रुवः अग्राह्य शाश्वतकृष्णो लोहिताक्षः प्रतर्दनः प्रभूतस्त्रिककुद्धाम पवित्रं मङ्गलं परम् ईशानः प्राणदः प्राणो ज्येष्ठश्रेष्ठः प्रजापतिः हिरण्यगर्भो भूगर्भो माधवो मधुसूदनः ईश्वरो विक्रमी धन्वी मेधावी विक्रमक्रमः अनुत्तमो दुराधर्षकृतज्ञकृतिरात्मवान् सुरेशः शरणं शर्म विश्वरेता प्रजाभवः अहत्संवत्सरो व्याळः प्रत्ययः सर्वदर्शनः अजः सर्वेश्वरः सिद्धः सिद्धिः सर्वादिरच्युतः वृषा कपिरमेयात्मा सर्वयोगविनिसृतः वसुर्वसुमना सत्यः समात्मा संमितः समः अमोघः पुण्डरीकाक्षो वृषकर्मा वृषाकृतिः रुद्रो बहुशिरा बभ्रुर्विश्वयोनिः शुचिश्रवाः अमृतः शाश्वतस्थाणुर्वरारोहो महातपाः सर्वगः सर्वविद्भानु विश्वक्सेनो जनार्दनः वेदो वेदविदव्यङ्गो वेदाङ्गो वेदवित्कविः लोकाध्यक्षः सुराध्यक्षो धर्माध्यक्षकृताकृतः चतुरात्मा चतुर्व्यूहश्चतुर्दंष्ट्रश्चतुर्भुजः भ्राजिष्णुर्भोजनं भोक्ता सहिष्णुर्जगदादिजः अनघो विजयो जेता विश्वयोनिः पुनर्वसुः उपेन्द्रो वामनः प्रांशुः अमोघ शुचिरूर्जितः अतीन्द्रसङ्ग्रहः सर्गो धृतात्मा नियमो यमः वेद्यो वैद्यः सदा योगी वीरः माधवो मधुः अतीन्द्रियो महामायो महोत्साहो महाबलः महाबुद्धिर्महावीर्यो महाशक्तिर्महाद्युतिः अनिर्देश्य वपुः श्रीमानमेयात्मा महाद्रिधृत् महेश्वासो महीभर्ता श्रीनिवासः सतां गतिः अनिरुद्धः सुरानन्दो गोविन्दो गोविदाम्पतिः मरीर्चिद्दमनोहंसः सुपर्णो भुजगोत्तमः हिरण्यनाभः सुतपा पद्मनाभः प्रजापतिः अमृत्युः सर्वदृक्सिंहः सन्धाता सन्धिमान् स्थिरः अजो दुर्मर्शनः शास्ता विश्रुतात्मा सुरारिः गुरुर्गुरुतमो धामः सत्यः सत्यपराक्रमः निमिषो निमिषस्रग्वी वाचस्पतिरुदारधीः अग्रणीर्ग्रामणी श्रीमान् न्यायो नेता समीरणः सहस्रमूर्धा विश्वात्मा सहस्राक्षः सहस्रपात् आवर्तनो निवृत्तात्मा संवृतः सम्प्रमर्दनः अहत्संवर्तको वह्निरनिलोधरणीधरः सुप्रसादः प्रसन्नात्मा विश्वसृग्विश्वभुक् विभुः सत्कर्ता सत्कृतः साधु जह्नुन्नारायणो नरः असङ्ख्येयो प्रमेयात्मा विशिष्टशिष्टकृच्छुचिः सिद्धार्थः सिद्धसङ्कल्पः सिद्धिदः सिद्धिसाधनः वृषाही वृषभो विष्णुः वृषपर्वा वृषोदरः वर्धनो वर्धमानश्च विविक्तश्रुतिसागरः सुभुजो दुर्धरो वाग्मी महेन्द्रो वसुदो वसुः नैकरूपो बृहद्रूप शिपिविष्टः प्रकाशनः ओजस्तेजोद्युतिधरः प्रकाशात्मा प्रतापनः रुद्धस्पष्टाक्षरो मन्त्रः श्चन्द्रांशूर्भास्करद्युतिः अमृतांशुद्भवो भानुः शशबिन्दुः सुरेश्वरः औषधं जगतः सेतुः सत्यधर्मपराक्रमः भूतभव्यभवन्नाथः पवनः पावनो नलः कामः कामकृत्कान्तः कामः कामप्रदः प्रभुः युगादिकृत्युगावर्तो नैकमायो महाशनः अदृश्यो व्यक्तरूपश्च सहस्रजितनन्दजित् इष्टो विशिष्टशिष्टेष्टशिखण्डी नहुषो वृषः क्रोधः क्रोधकृत्कर्ता विश्वबाहुर्महीधरः अच्युतप्रथितप्राणः प्राणदो वासवानुजः अपान्निधिरधिष्ठानम् अप्रमत्तः प्रतिष्ठितः स्कन्दस्कन्दधरो धुर्यो वरदो वायुवाहनः वासुदेवो बृहद्भानुरादिदेवः पुरन्दरः अशोकस्तारणस्तारः शूरः शौरिर्जनेश्वरः अनुकूलः शतावर्तः पद्मी पद्मनिभीक्षणः पद्मनाभोरविन्दाक्षः पद्मगर्भः शरीरभृत् महर्दिरुद्धो वृद्धात्मा महाक्षो गरुडध्वजः अतुलशरभो भीमः समयज्ञो हविर्हरिः सर्वलक्षणलक्षण्यो लक्ष्मीवान् समितिञ्जयः विक्षरो रोहितो मार्गो हेतुर्दामोदरः सहः महीधरो महाभागो वेगवानमिताशनः उद्भवः क्षोभणो देवः श्रीगर्भः परमेश्वरः करणं कारणं कर्ता विकर्ता गहनो गुहः व्यवसायो व्यवस्थानः संस्थानस्थानदो ध्रुवः परर्धिः परमस्पष्टस्तुष्टः पुष्टः शुभेक्षणः रामो विरामो विरतो मार्गो नेयो नयो नयः वीरः शक्तिमतां श्रेष्ठो धर्मो धर्मविदुत्तमः वैकुण्ठः पुरुषप्राणप्राणदः प्रणमपृथुः हिरण्यगर्भः शत्रुघ्नो व्याप्तो वायुरधोक्षजः ऋतुः सुदर्शनकालः परमेष्ठी परिग्रहः उग्रः संवत्सरो दक्षो विश्रामो विश्वदक्षिणः विस्तारस्थावरस्थाणुः प्रमाणं बीजमव्ययम् अर्थोऽनर्थो महाकोशो महाभोगो महाधनः अनिर्विण्णस्थविष्टो भूर्धर्मयूपो महामखः नक्षत्रनेमिर्नक्षत्री क्षमः क्षामः समीहनः यज्ञयुज्यो महेज्यश्च क्रतुः सत्रं सताङ्गतिः सर्वदर्शी निवृत्तात्मा सर्वज्ञो ज्ञानमुत्तमं सुव्रतः सुमुखः सूक्ष्मः सुघोषः सुखदः सुहृत् मनोहरोजितक्रोधो वीरबाहुर्विदारणः स्वापनस्ववशो व्यापी नैकात्मा नैककर्मकृत् वत्सरो वत्सलो वत्सी रत्नगर्भो धनेश्वरः धर्मगुब्धर्मकृद्धर्मी सदसक्षरमक्षरम् अविज्ञाता सहस्रांशुः विधाता कृतलक्षणः गभस्तिनेमि सत्त्वस्थः सिंहो भूतमहेश्वरः आदिदेवो महादेवो देवेशो देवभृद्गुरुः उत्तरो गोपतिर्गोप्ता ज्ञानगम्यपुरातनः शरीरभूतभृद्भोक्ता कपीन्द्रो भूरि दक्षिणः सोमपोमृतपः सोमः पुरुजित्पुरुसत्तमः विनयोजयः सत्यसन्धो दाशार्हः सात्वतां पतिः जीवो विनयिता साक्षी मुकुन्दो अमितविक्रमः अम्भो निधिरनन्तात्मा महोदधिशयोऽन्तकः अजो महार्हः स्वाभाव्यो जितामित्रप्रमोदनः आनन्दो नन्दनो नन्दः सत्यधर्मात्रिविक्रमः महर्षिः कपिलाचार्यः कृतज्ञो मेदिनीपतिः त्रिपदस्त्रिदशाध्यक्षो महाशृङ्गकृतान्तकृत् महावराहो गोविन्दः सुषेणः कनकाङ्गदी गुह्यो गभीरो गहनो गुप्तश्चक्रगदाधरः वेधास्वाङ्गोजितकृष्णो दृढः सङ्कर्षणोच्युतः वरुणो वारुणो वृक्षः पुष्कराक्षो महामनाः भगवान् भगहानन्दी वनमाली हलायुधः आदित्यो ज्योतिरादित्यः सहिष्णुर्गतिसत्तमः सुधन्वा खण्डपरशुर्दारुणो द्रविणः प्रदः दिवि स्पृक्सर्वदृग्व्यासो वाचस्पतिरयो निजः त्रिसामासामगस्साम निर्वाणं भेषजं भिषक् सन्न्यासकृच्छमः शान्तो निष्ठा शान्तिः परायणं शुभाङ्गः शान्तिदस्रष्टा कुमुदः कुवलेशयः गोहितो गोपतिर्गोप्ता वृषभाक्षो वृषप्रियः अनिवर्ती निवृत्तात्मा संक्षेप्ता क्षेमकृच्छिवः श्रीवत्सवक्षा श्रीवास श्रीपति श्रीमताम्बरः श्रीद श्रीस श्रीनिवास श्रीनिधि श्रीविभावनः श्रीधर श्रीकर श्रेय श्रीमान् लोकत्रयाश्रयः स्वक्षस्वङ्गशतानन्दो नन्दिर्ज्योतिर्गणेश्वरः विजितात्मा विधेयात्मा सत्कीर्तिर्छिन्नसंशयः उदीर्णः सर्वतश्चक्षुरनीशः शाश्वतस्थिरः भूषयो भूषणो भूतिः विशोकः शोकनाशनः अर्चिष्मान् अर्चितः कुम्भो विशुद्धात्मा विशोधनः अनिरुद्धो अप्रतिरथः प्रद्युम्नो अमितविक्रमः कालनेमिनिः शौरिः शूरः शूरजनेश्वरः त्रिलोकात्मा त्रिलोकेशः केशवः केशिहा हरिः कामदेवः कामपालः कामी कान्तकृतागमः अनिर्देश्यवपुर्विष्णुर्वीरोऽनन्तो धनञ्जयः ब्रह्मण्यो ब्रह्मकृद्ब्रह्मा ब्रह्म ब्रह्मविवर्धनः ब्रह्मविद्ब्राह्मणो ब्रह्मी ब्रह्मज्ञो ब्राह्मणप्रियः महाक्रमो महाकर्मा महातेजा महोरगः महाक्रतुर्महायज्वा महायज्ञो महाहविः स्तव्यस्तवः प्रियस्तोत्रं स्तुतिस्तोतारणः प्रियः पूर्णः पूरयिता पुण्यः पुण्यकीर्तिरनामयः मनोजवस्तीर्थकरो वसुरेता वसुःप्रदः वसुप्रदो वासुदेवो वसुर्वसुमना हविः सद्गतिः सत्कृतिः सत्ता सद्भूतिः सत्परायणः शूरसेनो यदुश्रेष्ठः सन्निवासः सुयामुनः भूतावासो वासुदेवः सर्वासु निलयो नलः दर्पः दर्पदो दृप्तो दुर्धरोऽथापराजितः विश्वमूर्तिर्महामूर्तिर्दीप्तमूर्तिरमूर्तिमान् अनेकमूर्तिरव्यक्तः शतमूर्तिः शताननः एको नैकः सवः कः किं यत्तत्पदमनुत्तमं लोकबन्धुर्लोकनाथो माधवो भक्तवत्सलः सुवर्णवर्णो हेमाङ्गो वराङ्गश्चन्दनाङ्गदी वीरः विषमः शून्यो घृताशीरचलश्चलः अमानीमानदो मान्यो लोकस्वामी त्रिलोकधृत् सुमेधा मेधजो धन्यः सत्यमेधाधराधरः तेजो वृषोद्युतिधरः सर्वशस्त्रभृताम्बरः प्रग्रहो निग्रहो व्यग्रो नैकशृङ्गो गदाग्रजः चतुर्मूर्तिश्चतुर्बाहुश्चतुर्व्यूहश्चतुर्गतिः चतुरात्मा चतुर्भावश्चतुर्वेदविदेकपात् समावर्तो निवृत्तात्मा दुर्जयो दुरतिक्रमः दुर्लभो दुर्गमो दुर्गो दुरावासो दुरारिहा शुभाङ्गो लोकसारङ्गः सुतन्तु तन्तुवर्धनः इन्द्रकर्मा महाकर्मा कृतकर्मा कृतागमः उद्भवः सुन्दरः सुन्दो रत्ननाभः सुलोचनः अर्को वाजसनिशृङ्गी जयन्तः सर्वविज्जयी सुवर्णबिन्दुरक्षोभ्यः सर्ववागीश्वरेश्वरः महाहृदो महागर्तो महाभूतो महानिधिः कुमुदकुन्दरकुन्दः पर्जन्यः पावनो निलः अमृतांशोऽमृतवपुः सर्वज्ञः सर्वतोमुखः सुलभः सुव्रतः सिद्धः शत्रुजिच्छत्रुतापनः न्यग्रोधोदुम्बरोऽश्वत्थश्चाणूरान्ध्रनिषूदनः सहस्रार्चिः सप्तजिह्वः सप्तैधा सप्तवाहनः अमूर्तिरनघोचिन्त्यो भयकृद्भयनाशनः अणुर्बृहत्कृशस्थूलो गुणभृन्निर्गुणो महान् अधृतस्वधृतस्वास्यः प्राग्वंशो वंशवर्धनः भारभृत्कथितो योगी योगीशः सर्वकामदः आश्रमश्रमणक्षामः सुपर्णो वायुवाहनः धनुर्धरो धनुर्वेदो दण्डो दमयिता दमः अपराजितः सर्वसहो नियन्ता नियमो यमः सत्त्ववान् सात्विकः सत्यः सत्यधर्मपरायणः अभिप्रायप्रियार्होर्हः प्रियकृत्प्रीतिवर्धनः विहाय सगतिर्ज्योतिर्सुरुचित् हुतभुक् विभुः रविर्विरोचनः सूर्यः सविता रविलोचनः अनन्तहुतभुग्भोक्ता सुखदो नैकदोऽग्रजः अनिर्विण्णः सदामर्षि लोकाधिष्ठानमद्भुतः सनात्सनातनतमः कपिलः कपिरव्ययः स्वस्तिदस्वस्तिकृस्वस्ति स्वस्तिभुक् स्वस्ति दक्षिणः अरौद्रकुण्डलीचक्री विक्रम्योर्जितशासनः शब्दातिगः शब्दसः शिशिरः शर्वरीकरः अक्रूरः पेशलो दक्षो दक्षिणक्षमिणाम्बरः विद्वत्तमो वीतभयपुण्यश्रवणकीर्तनः उत्तारणो दुष्कृतिः पुण्यो दुःस्वप्ननाशनः वीरः रक्षणः सन्तो जीवनः पर्यवस्थितः अनन्तरूपोऽनन्तश्रीर्जितमन्युर्भयापहः चतुरस्रो गभीरात्मा विदिशो व्यादिशो दिशः अनादिर्भूर्भुवो लक्ष्मी सुवीरो रुचिराङ्गदः जननो जनजन्मादि भीमो भीमपराक्रमः आधारनिलयो धाता पुष्पहासः प्रजागरः ऊर्ध्वगः सत्पथाचारः प्राणदः प्रणवः पणः प्रमाणं प्राणनिलयः प्राणधृत् प्राणजीवनः तत्त्वं तत्त्वविदेकात्मा जन्म मृत्युजरातिगः भूर्भुवस्वस्तरुस्तारः सविता प्रपितामहः यज्ञो यज्ञपतिर्यज्वा यज्ञाङ्गो यज्ञवाहनः यज्ञभृत् यज्ञकृत् यज्ञी यज्ञभुक् यज्ञसाधनः यज्ञान्तकृत् यज्ञगुह्यम् अन्नमन्नादयेव च आत्मयोनिस्वयं जातो वैखानः सामगायनः देवकीनन्दनः स्रष्टा क्षितीशः पापनाशनः शङ्खभृन्नन्दकी चक्री शार्ङ्गधन्वा गदाधरः रथाङ्गपाणिरक्षोभ्यः सर्वः प्रहरणायुधः श्रीसर्वः प्रहरणायुध ॐ नम इति वनमाली गदीर्षार्ङ्गी शङ्खी चक्री च नन्दकी श्रीमान्नारायणो विष्णुर्वासुदेवोऽभिरक्षतु वनमाली गदीर्षार्ङ्गी शङ्खी चक्री च नन्दकी श्रीमान्नारायणो विष्णुर्वासुदेवोऽभिरक्षतु वनमाली गदीर्षार्ङ्गी शङ्खी चक्री च नन्दकी श्रीमान्नारायणो विष्णुर्वासुदेवोऽभिरक्षतु श्रीवासुदेवोऽभिरक्षतु ॐ नम इति इतीदं कीर्तनीयस्य केशवस्य महात्मनः नाम्नां सहस्रं दिव्यानाम् अशेषेण प्रकीर्तितं य इदं शृणुयान्नित्यं यश्चापि परिकीर्तयेत् नाशुभं प्राप्नुयात् किञ्चित् सोमुत्रेह्य च मानवः वेदान्तगो ब्राह्मणः स्यात् क्षत्रियो विजयी भवेत् वैश्यो धनः समृद्धः स्यात् शूद्रः सुखमवाप्नुयात् धर्मार्थी प्राप्नुयात् धर्मम् अर्थार्थी चार्थमाप्नुयात् कामानवाप्नुयात् कामी प्रजार्थी चाप्नुयात् प्रजाः भक्तिमान् यः सदोत्थाय शुचिस्तद्गतमानसः सहस्रं वासुदेवस्य नाम्नाम् एतत् प्रकीर्तयेत् यशः प्राप्नोति विपुलं ज्ञाति प्राधान्यमेव च अचलां श्रियमाप्नोति श्रेयः प्राप्नोत्यनुत्तमं न भयं क्वचिदाप्नोति वीर्यं तेजश्च विन्दति भवत्यरोगोद्युतिमान् बलरूपगुणान्वितः रोगार्तो मुच्यते रोगात् बद्धो मुच्येत बन्धनात् भयान्मुच्येत भीतस्तु मुच्येतापन्न आपदः दुर्गाण्यतितरत्याशुः पुरुषः पुरुषोत्तमं स्तुवन्नाम सहस्रेण नित्यं भक्तिसमन्वितः वासुदेवाश्रयो मर्त्यो वासुदेवपरायणः सर्वपापविशुद्धात्मा याति ब्रह्मसनातनम् न वासुदेवभक्तानाम् अशुभं विद्यते क्वचित् जन्म मृत्युजरा व्याधि भयं नैवोपजायते इमं स्तवमधीयान श्रद्धा भक्तिसमन्वितः युज्येतात्मसुखक्षान्ति श्रीधृतिस्मृतिकीर्तिभिः न क्रोधो न च मात्सर्यं न लोभो नाशुभामतिः भवन्ति कृतपुण्यानां भक्तानां पुरुषोत्तमे द्यौसचन्द्रार्कनक्षत्राखं दिशो भूर्महोदधिः वासुदेवस्य वीर्येण विधृतानि महात्मनः ससुरासुरगन्धर्वं सयक्षोरगराक्षसं जगद्वशे वर्ततेदं कृष्णस्य सचराचरम् इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिः सत्त्वं तेजोबलं धृतिः वासुदेवात्मकान्याहुः क्षेत्रं क्षेत्रज्ञ एव च सर्वागमानाम् आचारः प्रथमं परिकल्पितः आचारः प्रथमो धर्मो धर्मस्य प्रभुरच्युतः ऋषयः पितरो देवा महाभूतानि धातवः जङ्गमाजङ्गमं चेदं जगन्नारायणोद्भवं योगो ज्ञानं तथा साङ्ख्यं विद्या शिल्पादिकर्म च वेदाशास्त्राणि विज्ञानम् एतत् सर्वं जनार्दनात् एको विष्णुर्महद्भूतं पृथग्भूतान्यनेकशः त्रीन् लोकान् व्याप्य भूतात्मा भुङ्क्ते विश्वभुगव्ययः इमं स्तवं भगवतो विष्णोर्व्यासेन कीर्तितं पठेद्य इच्छेत् पुरुषश्रेयः प्राप्तुं सुखानि च विश्वेश्वरमजं देवं जगदः प्रभुमव्ययं भजन्ति ये पुष्कराक्षं न ते यान्ति पराभवम् ॐ नम इति अर्जुन उवाच पद्मपत्रविशालाक्ष पद्मनाभसुरोत्तम भक्तानामनुरक्तानां त्राता भवजनार्दन श्रीभगवानुवाच यो मां नाम सहस्रेण स्तोतुम् इच्छति पाण्डव सोऽहमेकेन श्लोकेन स्तुत एव न संशय ॐ नम इति व्यास उवाच वासनाद्वासुदेवस्य वासितं ते जगत्त्रयं सर्वभूतनिवासोऽसि वासुदेव नमोऽस्तु ते श्रीवासुदेव नमोऽस्तुत ॐ नम इति पार्वत्युवाच केनोपायेन लघुना विष्णोर्नाम सहस्रकं पठ्यते पण्डितैर्नित्यं श्रोतुम् इच्छाम्यहं प्रभो ईश्वर उवाच श्रीराम राम रामेति रमे रामे मनोरमे सहस्रनाम तत्तुल्यं राम नाम वरानने श्रीराम राम रामेति रमे रामे मनोरमे सहस्रनाम तत्तुल्यं राम नाम वरानने श्रीराम राम रामेति रमे रामे मनोरमे सहस्रनाम तत्तुल्यं राम नाम वरानने श्रीराम नाम वरानन ॐ नम इति ब्रह्मोवाच नमोऽस्त्वनन्ताय सहस्रमूर्तये सहस्रपादाक्षि शिरोरुबाहवे सहस्रनाम्ने पुरुषाय शाश्वते सहस्रकोटियुगधारिणे नमः सहस्रकोटियुगधारिण ॐ नम इति सञ्जय उवाच यत्र योगेश्वरः कृष्णो यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धरः तत्र श्रीर्विजयो भूतिर्ध्रुवा नीतिर्मतिर्मम श्रीभगवानुवाच अनन्याश्चिन्तयन्तो मां ये जनाः पर्युपासते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहं परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्मसंस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे आर्ता विषण्णा शिथिलाश्च भीताः घोरेषु च व्याधिषु वर्तमानाः संकीर्त्य नारायणशब्दमात्रं विमुक्तदुःखा सुखिनो भवन्तु कायेन वाचा मनसेन्द्रियैर्वा बुद्ध्यात्मना वा प्रकृते स्वभावात् करोमि यद्यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणायेति समर्पयामि।
Shri Vishnu Sahasranamam is the compilation of the 1,000 names as put together by Bhishmacharya. This was done upon the request of Yudhishthira, who asked 6 questions. Beginning from Vishwam Vishnur Vashatkaraha till Sarvav Praharana Yudhaha, the set of 1,000 names have been commented upon by towering personalities from all the 3 schools of philosophy.
Advaita, Visishtadvaita, and Dvaita. In this course, we have been fortunate to very, very briefly discuss the succinct meaning of each of the namas. That itself has taken so many number of hours. To this beautiful gem called as Sahasranamam, there is a Purvangam and there is an Uttarangam. Purvangam means that which comes first, the first part, the first segment. Uttarangam is the last segment. It is customary that at the end of every composition, a stotram, the phalam is given along with it. What is in it for the person who recites that particular stotram? So this has been present in every hymn. Some may be wondering, sir, we are reciting the 1,000 names of the Lord for our satisfaction. We do not wish to enjoy any fruits. That is absolutely your magnanimity. But our Purvacharyas have put together the Phalashruti, and it is mandatory and customary on my part that I explain the Phalashruti. And there is nothing wrong, on the flip side, there is nothing wrong in a child asking for something that he or she desires from the mother. If it is legitimate, if the mother feels like giving, she will give, else she will not. Now I am going to begin the shlokas. We will go shloka after shloka. I am going to combine the commentary of Shankara Bhashyam to Vishnu Sahasranamam along with Parashara Bhatta's Bhagavad Guna Darpanam, and going to give you the meaning. So, more or less, the meanings that have been given by both Adi Shankara and Parashara Bhatta is similar. In certain cases, it will be slightly different. I will point to that elsewhere. The first shloka. Itidam kirtaniyasya keshavasya mahatmanaha namnam sahasram divyanam aseshena prakirtitam. Itidam kirtaniyasya keshavasya mahatmanaha. Till now, we have heard the greatness, the significance of Keshava, who is a Mahatma. Keshavasya Mahatmanaha itidam kirtaniyasya. For which, what does it mean? Asks Parashara Bhatta. If I say, till now, kirtaniyasya, the one who has performed kirtanam, means we must have done it in the past. If we have left the opportunity, we must do it in the future, it seems. Now that you are all listening, you must try inculcating the habit of reciting Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam. Itidam kirtaniyasya. Whom are we singing praises about? Keshavasya Mahatmanaha. The Mahatma who is Keshava. Kaha iti Brahmano Nama Ishoham Sarvadehinam. The one who has got Kaha, Brahma, and Isha, Shiva as his body, is called Keshava. Keshavasya Mahatmanaha Namnam Sahasram Divyanam Aseshena Prakirtitam. So, here he says, I have tried to cover as many names as possible without keeping or without forgetting any name. So he says, Namnam Sahasram Divyanam Aseshena, without leaving any one name. Again we come back to the same point. Does he hint that there are only 1,000 names? No. Rishibhiv Parigitani, the 6 characteristics that we have seen at the commencement. Mahabharata Saratvat, Rishibhiv Pariganataha, Vedacharya Samaharat, Bhishmot Krishna Matatpataha, Jagathitati Gitart Yaikarthakaschanaha. There we saw Rishibhiv Pariganataha. Rishis have sung praises of these names. It doesn't mean those names which are not found in the Sahasranamam are unholy, are not to be accepted. No. We have got in fact, Parashara Bhatta goes on to state, every word that we denote in this world to an object has to indicate the Lord. You may be wondering, sir, what about the Arabic names which are kept in Saudi Arabia? What about the Jewish names in Israel? What about the Russian names in Russia? What about the Chinese names in China? Every name, if it points out to some object, it has to indicate the Lord. Sanatana Dharma is very clear. Whether people living in those countries acknowledge that or not,
Shastram tells every nama refers to the Lord. Then why can't I keep a Russian name? Now, has that name which you want to come from the other country, you know the meaning, how it is deciphered? Is it in vogue in your community? That is why we keep names which are known to us. For example, we may be having names like Srinivasa, Damodara, Padmanabha, Madhava, Keshava in the south of India, because this is what our Purvacharyas have kept. It is not to say that the other names in the world are bad. So he says, Namnam Sahasram Divyanam Aseshena Prakirtitam. Without leaving anything, we have sung praises about the Lord. Next shlokam. Yaidam Shrunuyan Nityam Yaschapi Parikirtayet Nashubham Prapnuyat Kinchit Somudre Hacha Manavaha. So he says, Yaidam Shrunuyan Nityam. The one who listens to the set of these 1000 namas every day, Shrunuyan Nityam, Yaschapi Parikirtayet. So, he says, the one who does it with devotion, Yaschapi Parikirtayet, Na Shubham Prapnuyat. No bad calamity will strike him. Nothing bad will strike him. Now you may be wondering, why should he mention? Even after attaining a great world called as the Svargalokam, Nahusha and Yayati were pushed down. Because you know about Yayati. Yayati went to Svargalokam. He sat besides Indra on the same throne. Indra wanted to push him down. The only way was to put him in a catch-22 situation. So he asked him, Yayati, how did you reach this position? Yayati had two options. Either to say, see, I didn't do anything. It was done. I don't know how I got it. So if he says that, then out of ignorance he will be pushed down. If he says it is all because of me, again because of arrogance he will be pushed down. Yayati said, it is all because of what I did that I came to Swargam. Since you have blown your trumpet, you will be pushed down to earth, and he pushed him. So Yayati came down. On the other hand, Nahusha, whose palanquin was carried by many rishis, he said, Sarpa, 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 go fast, go fast. And Agastya Rishi was standing there along with the men. He couldn't withstand. So he said, you shall be a snake. So people who have reached that state also fall down. So, Nashubham Prapnuyat Kinchit Somutreha cha Manavaha. So Manavaha, they will have 2-3 ways of thinking of the Lord. What is it? The first one, Parashara Bhatta says, by saying shlokas which others can hear. Na shubham prapnuyat kinchit somutreha cha manavaha vedantako brahmanasyat. I can listen. You can also listen. So you are able to hear as well as I am able to hear. This is the first method. The second method is Na shubham prapnuyat kinchit somutreha cha manavaha vedantako brahmanasyat kshatriyo vijayee bhavet vaishudana samyam. I can still hear. You can see my action, but you are not able to hear. Third. I was actually reciting. So, there are 3 ways of recitation. 1, I open my mouth. 2nd, I just lip sync. 3rd, I speak within me. So, all 3 forms have been recommended. It is not that only if you recite loudly. There are people with good concentration who could do it within. So, Nashubham prapnuyat kinchit. No calamity will strike them. Somutreha cha manavaha. Next he says, Vedantako brahmanasyat kshatriyaha vijayi bhavet vaishyo dhanaha samriddhasyat shudraha sukhamavapnuyat. He talks about the varnashrama dharma system in those days. What will happen with the phalam? Vedantako brahmanasyat. For the Veda reciting community, for that community which is meant to learn Vedas under an Acharya, for that community which is meant to learn the nuances of Vedas under an Acharya, Vedantako brahmanasyat. So the Brahmanas who rely on this particular work, their abhivriddhi will happen. They will be able to understand Vedam better if they recite Vishnu Sahasranamam. Vedantako brahmanasyat. Kshatriyaha vijayi bhavet. The Kshatriyas who are meant to protect the society and the country, they will gain more strength. Kshatriyaha vijayi bhavet. They shall become victorious. Vaishyo dhanaha samriddhasyat. The Vaishyas shall get more money. They will have better business. Vaishyo dhanaha samriddhasyat. Shudraha sukham avapnuyat. Shudras shall obtain absolute peace and happiness by performing services. So all the four classes without any difference shall obtain their fruit, whatever is required for their sustenance and good life. So he says, Vaishyo dhanas samriddhasyat shudraha sukham avapnuyat. The next shloka is Dharmarthi prapnuyat dharmam. Of the four purusharthas, dharma, artha, kama, moksham. The one who desires dharmam is called dharmarthi. So if he desires dharmam and becomes dharmarthi, what will Vishnu Sahasranamam help in? It will help him in adhering to dharmam at all points in time. It will help him in obtaining fruits of that dharmam at all points in time. Dharmarthi prapnuyat dharmam. For those who desire wealth, artharthi cha arthamapnuyat. Those who desire wealth shall obtain wealth. Kamana vapnuyat kami. For those who desire good family relations, good relationship between the husband and wife, good relationship between the mother and their children, Kamana vapnuyat kami. They will get what they want. Next is prajarthi chapnuyat prajaha. Those of them who want children in their family, they will get children. Prajarthi chapnuyat prajam. Praja means children. Generally it means subjects, the people in the kingdom. It means children as well. So those of you who desire children will get good children. That good is very important. Children should be good to the society. So prajarthi chapnuyat prajam. The next four shlokas go like this. We will go shloka after shloka. Bhaktiman yassatothaya shuchis tadgata manasaha. The one who wakes up in the morning in Brahma Muhurtam, Brahmecha Muhurtecha Utthaya. Shastram tells in Brahma Muhurtam we will have to rise. You may be wondering, sir, are you getting up? No. Only in certain days I get up in Brahma Muhurtam, otherwise I go very well past Brahma Muhurtam. But if one of you is able to get up during Brahma Muhurtam, nothing like it. You are all following the advice given by the rishis. So, he says, Bhaktiman yasyatothaya shuchis tadgatamanasaha. The one who has got a clean body, pure heart, Sahasram Vasudevasya Namnam Yetat Prakirtayet. He lights up a lamp, sits before the lamp and starts thinking of Vasudeva and starts reciting his 1,000 holy names. Sahasram Vasudevasya Namnam Yetat Prakirtayet. For example, he recites waking up in the morning. Then when I say he, it is also for she. I have mentioned this in the start itself. The Anganyasa portion and Harihi and Pranavam, Harihi, that portion alone should not be recited by women. Otherwise, Shuklam Baradharam Vishnu onwards, till the last shloka can be recited. Take away that Pranavam, Harihi, that sound should be taken away. One. Then you say Anushtup Chandaha, Mahavishnu Paramatma, Shriman Narayano Devata. That Sankalpam which you do, you can avoid that. Now you may be asking, what will happen? Nothing will happen. God will only bless. But our Purvacharyas have said the same Vishnu Sahasranamam, if these two portions are avoided by women, it is good for their health. Now you may be asking, have you conducted a research among 100 women and found it is good or not? I have not. So I will leave it to you. In Sanatana Dharma, it is finally your choice. So you decide what you want. Here, he says, Sahasram Vasudevasya Namnami etat prakirtayet. Now what will happen to the person who recites this? Yashaha prapnoti vipulam jnati pradhanyamevacha. They will obtain good fame. See, generally in English there are two words. If you are famous for the right reasons, you are called famous. Wrong reasons, you are called notorious. So Yashaha is fame. For the right reasons, you will be famous. Yashaha prapnoti vipulam jnati pradhanyamevacha. I recently saw in one of the hospital cases, when the COVID cases were rising, the doctors together got for a few minutes and they were reciting Vishnu Sahasranamam. That video was very appealing to me. You may be asking, why should we recite Vishnu Sahasranamam? Aren't we rational people? Why should doctors recite? Remember, a prudent, intelligent doctor, if you give them the problem, they will say, see, I have diagnosed the problem. I will give you medicines. But over and beyond that, it is God's grace. There is only to a certain extent that medicine or doctor fraternity can help. Beyond that, it is to be left to God. So Shastram says Vishnu Sahasranamam is a panacea. It's a medicine for all. So he says, Yashaha prapnoti. You will all obtain fame. You will all be beneficial to your family, to your society, to your nation. So, Yashaf prapnoti vipulam jnati pradhanyamevacha. You will be adept with knowledge upon reciting Vishnu Sahasranamam. Achalam shriyam apnoti. Chala is movable. Achala is immovable. Mountain is called Achala. Achalam shriyam. You will obtain prosperity and riches which will not move out of your house. Even if you want to spend, you cannot spend. Some people are saying, sir, we are ready to spend. Nobody is taking us on any heritage tours these days because of the pandemic. So that's why the money is not moving out of your house. It is immovable. Achala, this was on a lighter vein. All of you shall obtain prosperity. This was on a lighter vein. Here, Achalam shriyam apnoti, shreyaha prapnotyanuttamam. So you will obtain shreyas, prosperity, which is, then he says, prapnotyanuttamam. What is that anuttamam? Gachalokan anuttaman, says Rama and Srimad Ramayanam. While looking at the injured Jatayu, he says, Moksha phalada Jatayu, Moksha phalada pavamana, says Tyagaraja. He gave moksham to Jatayu. Gachalokan anuttaman. So you will get moksham, it seems, if you recite this. He says, Achalam shriyam apnoti, shreyaf prapnotyanuttamam. There is no comparison to that. Nabhayam kvachid apnoti. You will not have any kind of fear. See, what is more dangerous to the body is the fear factor. We all think that if I fall on the ground, what will happen? Nothing will happen. 2 days you will feel the pain. 3rd day it will go away. 1 month later you won't even believe or remember in which leg you had hurt. Whereas mental strain is very, very injurious to health. So people who are endocrinologists and diabetologists say, if one person has sugar, it doesn't mean he is consuming loads and loads of sugar. It could be because he or she has some mental stress. So for the only way to get out of the mental stress is to remain calm. What is the way to remain calm? Reciting Vishnu Sahasranamam, listening to Vishnu Sahasranamam. So he says, Nabhayam kvachidapnoti. You will not find any kind of a fear. See, all of you are listening to me, though I may look frightening. Are you all afraid? No. Nabhayam kvachidapnoti, viryam tejascha vindati. They will obtain valor. You will have the willpower to face anything in your life. Viryam tejascha vindati. Bhavatya rogo dyutiman. So the one who is able to overcome this illness, dyutiman, will be the one who has got good splendor. Bala rupa gunan vitaha. He shall obtain all kinds of powers that is necessary to keep one's life going. Next, rogarto muchyate rogat. For those of them who are suffering from diseases, illness, all the diseases will go away upon reciting Vishnu Sahasranamam. Rogarto muchyate rogat, baddho muchyeta bandhanat. So for those of them who have been tied, they have got some kind of a bondage, that bondage will go away. Bhayan muchyeta bhitastu muchyeta apanna apadaha. Bhayan muchyeta bhitastu. That fear factor, for those of them who are terrified, petrified, that fear will go away. Then he says, Bhayan muchyeta bhitastu muchyeta apanna apadaha. The apat that will come, the calamity that will strike will not strike. So this is all because of Vishnu Sahasranamam. I've told this in many of my lectures. Those of you who are new may want to know this. In the last 100 years, there was a great sage who was adorning the Peetham of Kanchi Kamakoti. His name was Sri Chandrasekharendra Saraswati. He was referred to as Paramacharya, or in Tamil as Mahaperiyava. He travelled the length and breadth of the country on barefoot. He was a man with very, very little wants. He was just a skeleton with a thin layer of skin over him. But the amount of grace and knowledge he had for humanity can never be measured. It is said that while he was once in Chennai, 40-50 years back, it seems he developed a fever. The doctors saw that his fever was rising. From 98 it became 99. From 99 it became 101. It went to 104. All of the Sishyas were worried whether the Acharya will be able to sustain in this health condition or not. They asked him whether the doctors could be called. He denied and said, call about 150 Pandits who have been trained in Vishnu Sahasranamam. All the 150 people were called. he asked the 150 people to recite Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam thrice. For once, at a decent speed, it takes 20 minutes. At the end of 60 minutes, the fever had come down and it had touched the normal level. Because Samhita says that if you recite Vishnu Sahasranamam thrice, you will be blessed with good health. So here he says, Rogartho muchyate rogat. People who have got diseases will get off of diseases. I still remember my young days where my grandfather every morning used to get up and used to be reciting Vishnu Sahasranamam. So Vishnu Sahasranamam is not something that I learnt and enjoyed. It is something that I've grown up with. So it is something like how I breathe in and breathe out. For most of you also it will be like that. So he says, Rogartho muchyate rogat, baddho muchyeta bandhanat. For those of them who have tied, they will get out of it. Bhayan muchyeta bhitastu. For those of them who are petrified or terrified, that fear will go away. Muchyetapanna apadaha. Calamity will go away. Next. Durgan yatitaratyashuhu. Purushaha Purushottamam. While you think of Purushottama, the great Purusha, Durgan Yatitaratyashuhu. There are so many fortresses, impediments around us. Each of them will get broken and they will all get destroyed. So, Stuvan Nama Sahasrena Nityam Bhakti Samanvitaha. Stuvan, as you do stuti of him, of whom? Nama Sahasrena, the one who has got 1,000 names. Remember, there are many Sahasranamams in this world. In the current Kali Yuga 2021, you go to any devotional shop where they sell books related to Hindu religion and you ask them for Sahasranamam, he'll come up with about 40 books. There is Vishnu Sahasranamam, Lalita Sahasranamam, Durga Sahasranamam, Narasimha Sahasranamam, Lakshmi Sahasranamam, Saraswati Sahasranamam. So there is a Sahasranamam literally on everybody. On a lighter vein, I can say tomorrow you may have one Sahasranamam and you and me also. But our Purvacharyas were very clear. Whenever somebody asks, have you recited Sahasranamam? And if they don't put a prefix before that Sahasranamam, it means only Vishnu Sahasranamam. That is why Adi Shankara Bhagavatpada does not say what Sahasranamam and what Gita. There is Yama Gita, Rudra Gita, so many Gitas. But he says, Geyam Gita Nama Sahasram Dheyam Shripati Rupa Majasram Geyam Gita. He could have said Geyam Bhagavad Gita Vishnu Nama Sahasram. He could have said that. But he was very clear. If it is Gita, it is only Bhagavad Gita. If it is Sahasranamam, it is only Vishnu Sahasranamam. So, he says, Stuvan Nama Sahasrena, by reciting the 1,000 names of the Lord, Nityam Bhakti Samanvitaha, every day with bhakti, with dedication, with love, with passion. Next Nama, Vasudeva Shrayo Martyo Vasudeva Parayanaha. Whom are we going to attain? Vasudeva. How are we going to attain? With the help of Vasudeva. So, he is going to help us reach him. He is going to be the one who is going to help us reach him. Vasudeva Shrayo Martyo Vasudeva Parayanaha. Sarva Papa Vishuddhatma. Upon reaching him, what will happen to us? We tell him, you are my Antaryami. So, by keeping one foot on Adisesha and the other foot on him, we attain Sayujyam. At that time we say, you are in me. So, Sarva Papa Vishuddhatma, it is devoid of all papams now. Yati Brahma Sanatanam, it will reach that Brahmam. It will not become one with Brahmam. It will become a Shariram of Brahmam. It will do Kainkaryam to the Brahmam. The next two shlokas. Navasudeva Bhaktanam Ashubham Vidyate Kvachit. For those of them who are devotees of Vasudeva, Navasudeva Bhaktanam Ashubham, nothing bad will happen. Vidyate Kvachit, do not worry at all. Janma, Mrityu, Jara, Vyadhi. The problems because of birth. Some children are born with so many defects at birth. Some of them are worried about death as soon as they are born itself. They will take all kinds of facial ointments to keep them young. And some people don't even being asked of their age. They'll say, no, I won't say my age. See, the basic thing is they feel that they should not die. So a person who keeps feeling that, they are away from Vishnu Sahasranamam. Janma, Mrityu, whatever fears is associated with Janmam, Mrityu, Jara, old age. Some people keep telling, oh, I've gotten old, I've gotten old. What can we do? If you're today and you're there tomorrow you're one day older than what you are today. That is life. So Janma, Mrityu, Jara, Vyadhi, which is diseases, he says, Bhayam naivopajayate. So there will be no fears caused because of birth, death, diseases and old age. Nothing will be there. If you recite Vishnu Sahasranamam, if you're listening to this alone, it will not suffice. You have to listen and recite Vishnu Sahasranamam. Sir, what if I commit mistakes? See, even after learning, one can commit mistakes. So do not worry about mistakes. The Lord is interested only in seeing our dedication and devotion. It is not about how perfect we are. We should try, but we can still recite and the Lord will accept us, like how a mother accepts the pranks and the rambling of a child. Imam stavamadiyana shraddha bhakti samanvitaha yujyetatma sukha kshanti shri dhriti smriti kirtibihi. He tells what are all the qualities, benefits a student gets when they recite Vishnu Sahasranamam. Imam stavamadiyana shraddha bhakti samanvitaha. You have to do it with shraddha, dedication, and bhakti, compassion, love. If you recite Vishnu Sahasranamam, yujyetatma sukha kshanti shri dhriti smriti kirtibihi. You will be blessed with prosperity, you will be blessed with knowledge, you will be blessed with memory power. Shri dhriti smriti kirtibihi, fame. Next shloka, na krodho na cha matsaryam. By reciting Vishnu Sahasranamam day in and day out, by listening to Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam day in and day out, by trying to understand the meaning of Vishnu Sahasranamam day in and day out, na krodho, you will not get angry. Don't ask me whether I get angry or not. I said, with sincerity if you recite. So if sincerity you recite, you will not get anger. If I am getting anger, there is no sincerity in me. Na krodho, na cha matsaryam. There won't be this vengeful attitude. Let that person come. That day he did that to me, I'll teach him a lesson. This attitude will not be there. Na matsaryam, na lobho. They have got a nice Benz. Let's see. I don't know. I'm happy with my Maruti, but he has got a Benz. He's got an Audi. He has got a BMW. We keep telling that, right? Na lobho. We will be away from greed, it seems. Next, na shubhamatihi. See, many of them say, sir, I did not kill him with a chaku. I did not kill him with a knife. I did not hit him with a soda bottle. But why am I suffering? See, before the court law in our country, if I hit him with a soda bottle, it is an offense. But if I think in my mind that I want to hit him with a soda bottle, it is not an offense. Whereas in karma theory, even if you think that I want to hit the other person, that is treated as papam. It is not only action. It is manasa, vacha, karmana. Thought, speaking, action. Even if it is a thought, it is wrong. So bad intentions won't come, it seems. Na shubhamatihi bhavanti krita punyanam bhaktanam purushottame. The only thing that they will be doing, Vishnu bhaktas, is to recite Vishnu Sahasranamam and always be devoted to him. Next. Then he says, Dyausa chandrarka nakshatraha kham disho bhurmaho dadihi vasudevasya viryena vidhrutani mahatmanaha. You see the sun, every morning it rises, every evening it sets. You see the moon, every evening it rises, every morning it sets. You see the beautiful constellation of stars. Everything is staying in each other's places. How? Because Vasudevasya Viryena Dhyauhu Sachandra Arka Nakshatraha Moon, Sun and all the stars Kam Disho Bhurmaho Dadihi. It is all filled between that place and this space with space. Bhurmaho Dadihi. How? Vasudevasya Viryena. It is because of Vasudeva. It is because of Vasudeva's Viryam Shakti Vidhrutani Mahatmanaha. So thereby Mahatmanas keep wondering. Everything stays in that place. Next, he says, Sasura Sura Gandharvam. So who are the people who are all protected by the Lord? Sasura, celestials. Asura, demons. Sasura Sura Gandharvam, the group of people who are engaged in fine arts. Gandharvam. Sayakshaha, yakshas. Next, Uraga, Sayakshoraga, we say, right? Sayaksha plus Uraga. Uraga means snakes. All the snakes. Rakshasam, Rakshasas. Jagat Vashe Vartatedam Krishnasya Characharam. So all these animals and inanimate objects that you see around, all the groups and communities of creations that you see around, they all form a part of Krishna. Krishnasya Characharam.
Indriyani mano buddhi sattvam tejo balam dhritihi. So he says, our indriyas, senses, mano, mind, buddhi, intellect, sattvam tejo balam dhritihi. They will all be blessed with sattva guna, tejaha, which is splendor or radiance, balam, valor, dhritihi, with the great splendor of being very, very objective oriented. They will be very clear about their thoughts. Vasudevatmakanyahu kshetram kshetrajnayevacha. So he says Vasudevatmakan yahu. So all this forms a part of the Lord's body. Did we discuss this before? Sura nara khaga go bhogi gandharva daityehi chitram ram ramyatetam tribhuvanavapusham vishnumisham namami. We discussed that before. So all this will be a part of Vasudeva's body. Next shloka. Sarvagamanam acharaha prathamam parikalpitaha. What is the first step for realization? Following acharam. So, following a discipline. Sarvagamanam acharaha prathamam parikalpitaha. While we are cooking. We have been experienced in cooking. We should not take that, put it in our hand, lick it and put it back. So, this is acharam. Simple hygiene. Now, when our ancestors were telling this, we thought they were all uneducated, uncultured, uncivilized, barbaric people. Now when a doctor says this in a Facebook post, we all share it. Why? Because our grandmothers and grandfathers did not wear the best of dress. They did not wear the best of ointments on their face. They looked like common people. We didn't respect them. When the person wears the best of the dress and coat, we are able to respect. So we should follow acharam as much as possible. Now, I am eating a chapati. How will I eat a chapati? I should not eat it like Narasimha Avataram. Narasimha tore open Hiranyakashipu. I should not keep one chapati in one hand, the other hand tear it. I should learn how to eat with one hand. If you are a right-handed person, eat in that hand. If you are a left-handed person, eat in that hand. You should not use both the hands. We are not animals. Animals are less cultured. They do not know etiquette. But we know, so we should learn acharam. Acharam is discipline. So here he says, Sarva gamanam acharaha prathamam parikalpitaha. Acharam, whatever I'm talking is all minor in acharam. There are many more things in discipline. Achara prathamo dharmaha. Then what will that acharam lead you to? Performing dharmam. What will dharmam lead you to? Dharmasya prabhur achyutaha. It will lead you to the prabhu, the controller called as achyutaha. Next, rishaya pitaro deva mahabhutani dhatavaha. Jangama jangamam chedam jagannarayanodbhavam. All of that you are seeing in this world, we're all born from Narayana. What are they? Rishayaha, rishis, pitaraha, pitrus, devaha, devas. So for all these three people we have debt. We have one loan. Rishirinam, devarinam, pitrurinam. So for one you can perform Vaishvadevam. For one you can perform charity of gold and silver. For one you can perform Shraddhadikaryam. For one you can have children. So, Rishayav Pitaro Deva Mahabhutani Dhatavaha Jangama Jangamam Chedam Jagannarayanodbhavam Udbhavam. They were all born of Narayana. Yoga Jnanam Tata Sankhya Vidya Shilpadi Karmacha. Yoga Jnanam. They will all be blessed with the Jnanam of Karma Yogam and Bhakti Yogam. What is Karma Yogam and Bhakti Yogam? We will be dealing with Ashtanga Yogam there. Yamam Niyamam Asanam Pranayamam Pratyaharam Dharana Dhyanam Samadhi. In detail, only when we have an opportunity to understand Sri Bhagavad Gita, we can deal with what is Karma Yogam exclusively, what is Jnana Yogam, what is Bhakti Yogam, how the other two become the Angams of Bhakti Yogam. All that will come under Bhagavad Gita discussion. Just listen to this which says Yoga Jnanam. Yoga Jnanam means they will get Jnanam about Karma Yogam and Bhakti Yogam. Tatha Sankhyam. Sankhya Yogam is the second chapter in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which has to do with Jnana Yogam. Sankyam. Vidya Shilpadi Karmacha. So they will be receiving the knowledge of Vyakaranam, Chandas, Jyotisham, Kalpam, Niruktam, Siksha, and then they will understand the quintessence of Agamic texts, Samhitas and so on. Veda Shastrani Vijnanam. Even they will know the essence of all the four Vedas in the four portions, Brahmanam, Aranyakam, Samhita, Upanishad. Veda Shastrani Vijnanam. Etat Sarvam Janardanath. How all this is being given to the practitioner? Etat Sarvam Janardanath. Janardana is giving that particular power. eko Vishnur mahadbhutam prithak bhutanyanekashah त्रीन् लोकान् व्याप्य भूतात्मा भुङ्क्ते विश्वभुगव्ययः. So, the Lord who has made himself as many, Bahusyam Prajayayeti. Under the Jivatmas, there are three categories: Baddhatma, Muktatma, Nityatma. Then where has he permeated? He has permeated all the three worlds. So he says, Treen Lokan Vyapya Bhutatma Bhunkte Vishwabhugavyayah. So he is the one who is able to protect the entire universe that comprises of all of this. How many is he? Eko Vishnur Mahadbhutam. Just by being one, associated with Sri Mahalakshmi, Prithak Bhutanyanekashaha, Treen Lokan Vyapya Bhutatma. He has pervaded all the three worlds. Bhunkte Vishwabhugavyayaha. The next shloka, Imam Stavam, this particular Vishnu Sahasranamam, Bhagavato Vishnor Vyasena Kirtitam, has been compiled and put and given to us by the great Veda Vyasa. Vishnor Vyasena Kirtitam. Who is that Vyasa? Vyasaya Vishnu Rupaya Vyasa Rupaya Vishnave. That Vyasa. Pathyate Pathedya Ichet Purushaha Shreyaf Praptum Sukhanicha. So those of them who wish to attain happiness, bliss and prosperity, Pathetya Ichet Purushaha Shreyaf Praptum Sukhanicha, they will obtain happiness. Next, Vishveshwaram Ajam Devam Jagataf Prabhum Avyayam Bhajantiye Pushkaraksham Nateyanti Parabhavam. So there will be no failure, there will be no defeat for the person. Vishveshwaram Ajam Devam, that one who prostrates to Vishveshwara, the one who is the leader for the entire universe. Vishveshwaram Ajam, the one who doesn't have birth. Ajam Devam, the one who is able to do his pastime sport activities. Devam, Divukridayam Dhatu. So Devam, Jagataf Prabhum Avyayam, who is undoubtedly the leader of this world. Bhajantiye Pushkaraksham. Let us now sing praises about that Pushkaraksha, the one who has got eyes like that of a lotus. Nate Yanti Parabhavam. To that practitioner, there will be no defeat in his or her life. There will be no setback at all. Arjuna Uvacha. So from this shloka, Adi Shankara and Parashara Bhatta have not commented, because these are all shlokas from Bhagavad Gita and Vishnu Mahabharata and other Puranas. They have been compiled together here by our Purvacharyas. So the commentary of Parashara Bhatta and Adi Shankara stops in the previous shloka. Now I am going to tell you the meaning of these shlokas and whatever is relevant. Arjuna Uvacha. Padma Patra Visalaksha. Padma Patra, he looks at Krishna. Padma Patra, the one who has got eyes like that of a lotus petal. Padma Patra Vishalaksha, large eyes. Padmanabha, the one who has got a nabhi from which there is a Padmam. Surottama, the one who is a leader of all celestials. Bhaktanam Anuraktanam Trata. Bhava Janardana, Hey Janardana, for devotees, primitive people like us, you should be our protector. Please come and protect us, Krishna. So he says, Bhaktanam Anuraktanam Trata Bhava Janardana. Then Krishna assures him, Shri Bhagavan Uvacha, Yomam Nama Sahasrena Stotum Ichhati Pandava, Sohamekena Shlokena Stutayevana Samshayaha. I will come and protect Arjuna, that is my duty, I am like your parents. But I expect one thing, Vishnu Sahasranamam. Krishna, this is too much of an ask. You want everybody to read the entire Sahasranamam? No. He says, Soham Ekena Shlokena. One shloka is enough. Soham Ekena Shlokena Stutayevana Samshayaha. For them I will grant the entire phalam. Sir, this is a nice thing. Why should I recite Vishnu Sahasranamam entirely? For people who have devotion and time, you have to recite. If you do not have, there is a calamity, then recite one shloka. Soham Ekena Shlokena Stutayevana Samshayaha. Stutayevana Samshaya Om Namaiti. Then he says, there is no doubt at all, he will come and protect you. Again, Vyasa asks, Vyasa says, Vyasa Uvacha, Vasanat Vasudevasya Vasitam Te Jagadatrayam. So the entire world is the body for Vasudeva. And Vasudeva has the entire world as his body. So for that Vasudeva, Vasitam Te Jagatatrayam, the entire world is his Shariram. Sarvabhuta Nivasosi, you are also present in every Bhutam as Antaryami. Vasudeva Namostute. To that Vasudeva I put my palms together. Next, Parvatyuvacha.
Parvati asks one question. She asks to her husband, Lord Shiva, Kena upayena laghuna Vishnor nama sahasrakam Pathyate panditair nityam shrotumichhamyaham prabho. Hey Prabho, hey Natha, I have one question. She says, Keno upayena laguna. Is there a shorter way? Vishnor nama sahasrakam, for reciting Vishnu Sahasranama. She is not asking for herself. She is asking for us. She being the mother, she will be asking for us. Patyate panditair nityam shrotumichhamyaham prabho. Great scholars must have found a way. Can you tell me what is that way, so that I can tell all my children in 2021-22 onwards, I can tell them? So Ishvara replies, Lord Shiva replies, Hey Rame, the one whose face is as beautiful as a newly blossomed flower, I will tell you the nama. Shri Rama 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 iti Rame Rame Manorame Sahasranama Tat Tulyam Rama Nama Varanane. Hey Rame, the one whose face is like the newly blossomed lotus flower. Listen, a bhakta should say Shri Rama 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 iti. Just Rama Nama thrice. That's all. Just 3 times you have to tell. Yes, Parvati, you know mathematics. Ya ra la va. Ra is number 2. Pa, pa, ba, ba, ma. Ma is number 5. Rama is 2 into 5, 10. Shri Rama, Rama, Rama. 10 into 10 into 10, 1000. Sahasranama tat tulyam Ramanama varanane. That is why if you recite Ramanama thrice, it is equivalent to reciting Vishnu Sahasranamam once. So the entire Vishnu Sahasranamam time you can say Shri Rama, Rama, Rama. That's all, over. So this is much easier. I am not going to recite Vishnu Sahasranamam from today. No. You have to recite in terms of calamity or emergency. You can recite this shlokam. Next, Brahma has a question. Namostvanantaya Sahasramurtaye Sahasrapadakshi Shirorubahave Sahasranamne Purushaya Shashvate Sahasrakoti Yugadharine Namaha. Brahma says, I have read Purusha Suktam. That is why I am telling you. Namostvanantaya Sahasramurtaye. Anantaya, the one who is infinite. Sahasramurtaye, the one who has got thousands and thousands of forms. Sahasrapadakshi, the one who has got 1,000 feet. Pada. Akshi, 1,000 eyes. Shiroru Bahave, the one who has got shoulders and head as well. Sahasra Namne, the one who has got thousands of names. Purushaya Shashvate, who is he? He is the Purusha whom the Vedas refer to. Sahasra Koti Yugadharine Namaha, the one who keeps taking many, many incarnations. Shri Sahasra Koti Yugadharine Nama Om Nama Iti. Next, Sanjaya says, Yatra Yogeshwara Krishnaha, Yatra Partho Dhanurdharaha, Tatra Shrir Vijayo Bhuti Dhruvanitir Matirmama. Dhritarashtra asked one question. Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta Yuyutsavaha Mamakaf Pandavaschaiva Kimakurvata Sanjaya. Hey Sanjaya, what is happening in Dharmakshetra Kurukshetra between my sons, the Dhartarashtras, and my brother's sons, the Pandavas? He had this distinction, my children and my brother's children. So what is happening to them? Can you please tell? Sanjaya narrated all the conversation that happened between Krishna and Arjuna. But this foolish king Dhritarashtra did not realize that Krishna is Parabrahmam after the Vishwarupadhyayam too. He asked, who will win? Sanjaya said, there is no use in preaching this man. I will tell what my elders have said. Yatra Yogeshwara Krishnaha, wherever there is the leader of the yogic sciences, namely Krishna. Yatra Partho Dhanurdharaha, the place where the Partha, the greatest of the valorous persons is. Tatra Shrihi, where both of them are there only victory will be there. Tatra Shrihi, Vijayo Bhutir, Dhruvanitir Matirmama. This is what my gut feeling says. This is what my Purvacharyas have said as well, says Sanjaya. Next, Bhagavan he tells to Arjuna, Ananyas Chintayanto Mam Yejana Paryupasate Tesham Nityabhiyuktanam Yogakshemam Vahamyaham. Ananyas Chintayanto Mam, those of my devotees without an iota of wing keep thinking of me, hey Arjuna. Ananyas Chintayanto Mam Yejanaha Paryupasate, the people who do Bhakti Yoga, that is Upasana or Sadhana. Tesham Nityabhiyuktanam, always I will do one thing for them. Yoga Kshemam Vahamyaham. I will give them yogam and kshemam. What is yogam? Apraptistya praptihi yogam. If you get something which you have never ever thought of, what you thought this was impossible, if you get that, it is called yogam. Whatever you receive because of yogam, if that stays with you, it is called kshemam. In young age, people would have decided to eat the best of sweets. They would have not got. They would have got this opportunity at the age of 60. Yogam has come. But there is no kshemam. He cannot consume sweets because the doctor says don't consume. He has got yogam. There is no kshemam. Yoga kshemam vahamyaham. The next nama is Paritranaya Sadhunam. He tells us Avatara Rahasyam. Hey Arjuna, listen to me. For the protection of my devotees, Paritranaya Sadhunam. For the annihilation of demonic forces, Vinashaya cha Dushkritam. For the establishment of Dharmam, Dharma Samsthapanarthaya. Sambhavami yuge yuge. I will be born again and again and again and again and again and again, Arjuna. Is the Lord born somewhere in the world now? Yes, many places. We are not Valmikis and Vyasas to with the Divya Drishti say that this is an avatara. Because we lack that knowledge, we are not able to understand where he is born. Surely he will be born somewhere. We don't know where. Sambhavami yuge yuge. Then for those of them who are suffering, who are distressed, Arta Vishannar Shitilascha Bhitaha Ghoreshu cha Vyadishu Vartamanaha. People who are suffering from various diseases. Sankirtya Narayana Shabdamatram, when they listen and think of the name Narayana, Vimukta Dukkhaha, they will be relieved of all their problems. Sukhino Bhavantu, they will be very happy. Now, in the due process, I would have committed many mistakes. Kayena Vacha, whether be it in my body or the way I speak. You must have, if you start noting down the mistakes that I do, you won't, one book won't suffice. You will have at least 1,000 mistakes. 1,000 namas, 1,000 mistakes I would have committed. So I am seeking forgiveness from you all as well as Narayana. Kayena Vacha, Manasa Indriyairva, be it my mind or through Indriyas. Buddhyatmanaba Prakrityesva Bhavad. Whatever I would have committed mistakes because of whichever reason. Karomi yatyat sakalam parasmai. But one thing is very clear. Whatever I do, I am submitting it to Narayana. Karomi yatyat sakalam parasmai. Sriman Narayanayeti samarpayami. Whatever I do, full of mistakes, but I know for sure that I am giving it to Narayana. He will correct those mistakes and make me a better human being. So now, you all, with your patience and with your endurance, with your magnanimity, you have been able to listen to this lecture. May this Vishnu Sahasranamam bless all the listeners and even the non-listeners with prosperity, good health, and hope we are all out of the pandemic and we all live a life filled with devotion in the months to come and years to come. Namaskaram.